Awake, awake. Sumu lifted his head, fatigue etched across his face. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting its warm glow upon the textbooks and the radiant smile of the girl seated beside him. He stifled a yawn and stretched languidly. His desk partner placed the corrected math exam in front of him, and Sumu squinted as he picked it up to admire it. While others' papers were marked with crossed-out errors, his bore only ticks next to the correct answers, as if the teacher feared that a page full of red marks might harm the fragile psyche of a child. Certainly, it was not due to a desire for ease that a glance revealed a surprising number of ticks this time. Could it be that he passed? Upon scrutinizing the final score, he found it was 47. Not passing again. Well, forget I said anything. The girl in front passed back her exam, and his desk partner thoughtfully retrieved Sumu's paper. Curious as she asked, "Why do you look so exhausted? Did you not sleep well last night?" "Not exactly. Lately, I just can't seem to wake up. It feels as if the person lying in bed at night isn't me." Now it was the Chinese exam. Sumu took the paper and examined it closely. Good heavens. A mere 13 in the exam and 25 for the essay, totaling 38. A perfect combination. He had reason to suspect that the score was concocted by the old teacher, intended as a roundabout insult to himself. Before long, the foreign language, physics, and chemistry scores were handed out, yielding 21, 9, and 18 respectively. In total, he achieved a dismal 133 across 3 core subjects. His desk partner, however, scored 135 in Chinese alone. This outcome was enough to elicit a chuckle from Sumu. After organizing his papers, he unhesitatingly shoved them into his desk, sighing inwardly. This time, he had truly outdone himself in mediocrity. Perhaps he could aim a bit higher. Next time, the class bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, the old instructor, strode into the classroom with buoyant energy, his gait light and flamboyant, a smile that could not be contained. This time, everyone performed quite well in the mock exams, and our class achieved the highest average in the entire school. His voice boomed as he spoke, standing tall. The claim of being number 1 in the school carried weight, particularly with a peculiar student like Sumu contributing to it. The old teacher's tone grew even more fervent. Fu Ningning not only topped our school, but also claimed the title of first in the province. Applause erupted, and Sumu's desk partner blushed, appearing somewhat bashful. Even Sumu, who had been slumped over his desk, sat up to join in the clapping. Achieving first in the province had long been Fu Ningning's aspiration, and with the impending college entrance exams, her dream had finally materialized. The second place goes to Mu Qianqing, who is also the second in the school and third in the province. The old teacher's voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm. She actually placed third in the province? Sumu turned to glance at Mu Qianqing, feeling a mix of surprise and genuine happiness, unconsciously clapping even more vigorously. The boy looked at her, and she returned his gaze. Mu Qianqing playfully winked, her chin raised slightly, as if to say, "No big deal. With my intellect, third in the province is a piece of cake." Fu Ningning observed this entire scene, her expression neutral, but the glimmer of amusement in her eyes unmistakable. "No rush, I have patience." This time, the third in the school is Xia Mo from the adjacent class, who is also 5th in the province. The old teacher praised the top 10 students in the class, stating, "With less than a month until the college entrance exams, the results of these mock exams reflect your potential. Scores that I hope those who performed well will continue to strive, and those who are not satisfied should seize this final month to push themselves harder." After a rousing speech, the old teacher seemed fatigued, picking up a piece of chalk and adopting his signature hypnotic tone. "Everyone, take out your Chinese exam papers." In all his discourse, the teacher had failed to mention Sumu, the student languishing at the bottom of the rankings that in these final months. No one would pay heed to the stragglers. All the teachers focused their attention on the high achievers. The number of students entering prestigious universities directly influenced their performance bonuses. The final year of high school was a memory carved into the flesh and blood of every student, filled with more failures, tears, and moments of growth in the first half of their lives combined. Some crumbled under pressure and setbacks, while others steadfastly fortified their resolve. Determination was a curious thing, entirely independent of presence or absence. Lying in bed at night, dreaming of becoming a pillar of society, was one thing. Yet come daytime, when he returned to the classroom and picked up a pen, staring at the pages filled with letters and Arabic numerals in the math exam. All thoughts vanished, and his resolve gradually crumbled. The old teacher began explaining the problems in his heavily accented Mandarin. Sumu's mind instinctively dulled. It was as if a power button had been pressed. He stifled a silent yawn and sank back into a deep slumber. The wind picked up. The white curtains danced through the classroom, the temperature dropping slightly, causing Sumu to shiver as a chill surged down his spine. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 10 o'clock at night, with 3 minutes remaining before the end of evening study. His classmates had begun to tidy their desks and pack their bags. "You're awake." Fu Ningning finished her homework and closed her books. "Your mental state has been quite poor. Lately you've slept through the whole day without even having dinner. I couldn't rouse you at all. Are you unwell? Perhaps you should see a doctor." Only a month until the college entrance exams, Sumu donned his school uniform jacket, feeling a surge of warmth, and replied, "I did go, but nothing was wrong. The doctor suggested it might be stress, but I feel no pressure at all." He chuckled, his tone laced with self-deprecation. He hadn't gone to a hospital, but rather the school infirmary. The white curtains fluttered in the gentle breeze as Sumu gazed out at the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars and moonlight, the night enveloped in darkness. "It looks like rain is coming," he remarked. Fu Ningning glanced out the window just as a flash of silver lightning streaked across the sky, and the classroom lights suddenly extinguished. Boom thunder erupted nearby. A terrified scream pierced the air in the classroom. The lights flickered back on. "Ha ha!" Wang Lin, the left guardian of the podium, stood by the switch, laughing uproariously at his successful prank. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang. Wang Lin. The girls in the class immediately revolted, attempting to subdue the left guardian at the podium. Amid the commotion, the lights went out again, plunging the entire school into darkness. Wang Lin. "It wasn't me, I swear it wasn't." Another flash of silver lightning illuminated the room for a brief second, making the classroom blindingly bright. Sumu noticed that all the switches beside Wang Lin were in the opposition. A fierce wind howled, causing the curtains to flap wildly, and the white exam papers swirled about like scattered offerings. Boom! The thunder cracked like the tolling of a doomsday bell, sharp and piercing, accompanied by the mocking laughter of deities. All the thunderclap and screams resonated simultaneously, ringing in Sumu's ears and jarring his nerves. A faint scent of milk wafted into his nostrils as his desk partner, frightened, hid in the boy's embrace. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, the torrential rain battering the windows, soaking the students seated by them, who hurriedly battled the wind and rain to close the windows. The old teacher entered the classroom, holding his phone's flashlight. "There's a power failure in the school. Everyone should exit in an orderly fashion." As Sumu stepped out of the classroom, he found the rain heavier than he had anticipated, cascading from the sky as if it were free. "Shall I walk you home?" Fu Ningning asked, knowing full well the answer but inquiring nonetheless, as it cost her nothing to, "Your home is to the west, while mine is in the eastern part of the city. The distance is simply too great that a round trip would take at least an hour." Sumu shook his head. "I think I shall take the car from Mu Qianning's family instead." Indeed, that was the refrain once more. Fu Ningning was unperturbed with her small backpack bouncing joyfully on her back. She skipped away. "Suit yourself, then." Her spirits were particularly bright today, and she chose not to engage with the fool that a bitter cold wind swept through, causing Sumu to shiver. Curse this wretched weather. It was already May. How could it still be so chilly? The weather in Jiangzhou had been exceedingly erratic lately. Had the heavens lost their equilibrium? "Qian, could you give me a ride?" Sumu skillfully sidled up to Mu Qianning, sporting an ingratiating smile. This was not his first time hitching a ride. He possessed ample experience and audacity. "Not today," Mu Qianning replied apologetically. "We just moved a few days ago to Linjiang No. 1 Courtyard. I had planned to treat you to a meal this weekend to discuss it." Linjiang No. 1 Courtyard was located in the affluent district of the city's west, one of the finest residential complexes in Jiangzhou. Sumu's eyes sparkled with envy. "A grand flat with a river view. Well, you should head back then to Yu Qianning accepted the umbrella handed to her by her mother and reiterated, "I'm really sorry. It's quite all right." Sumu was unfazed. After exchanging pleasantries with Mu Qianning's mother, he watched as their new Porsche vanished into the rain. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating. Sumu approached every car headed east, only to be politely declined each time that in the past, they would have gladly offered him a ride, but now. It was impossible. No parent would permit their child to associate with the lowest performing student in the school, especially one who was on a downward trajectory with no intention of stopping. Are you really sure you want me to drive you home? A familiar voice startled Sumu. How come you're so quiet? Didn't you just leave? Leave? If I truly had, I would have missed that fascinating scene just now. I didn't leave, I just went to the restroom. Fu Ningning nonchalantly fabricated an excuse. Look, it's just the two of us now, that if you don't take my car, you'll have to run back in the rain. The girl struggled to contain her glee, her eyes sparkling with the anticipation of victory. Once he entered the car, she would pop the champagne. In the rear compartment, not only was there champagne, but also elegant glasses. No, I can't drink him, not of age, why tea that moment. The family chauffeur appeared, holding a large umbrella as he approached the entrance. Sumu bit his lip, ultimately choosing to decline. It's fine, I'll take a taxi back. Perhaps next time, I can hitch a ride in your Rolls-Royce. I've never been in such a luxurious vehicle. Fu Ningning's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt she should not have waited for such a statement. Had the script been mixed up? Or had he flubbed his lines? She panicked. I doubt, miss, it's time to leave. The chauffeur, who had served the Fu family for over a decade, interjected, taking her by the arm and guiding her back to the car. Miss, do not push too hard. Excessive kindness will only drive people further away, that if he feels indebted, he may hesitate to accept your goodwill. Is that so? What a pity, Fu Ningning mused, resting her chin on her slightly chubby palm. I thought I could secure it today. Alas, one cannot rush to eat hot tofu. As time trickled by, Sumu stood below, watching the Rolls-Royce meld into the night that in the downpour. Their homeroom teacher, Old Hong, rode by on a small electric scooter, calling out, Sumu, head back early. Understood. Amidst the cacophony of the rain, Sumu shouted in unison. After bidding farewell to Old Hong, he finally realized something was amiss. Alas, he should have asked Fu Ningning for an umbrella. Gazing at the gradually rising water level on the ground, he muttered to himself and could only brave the rain to ride back home. His earlier suggestion to take a taxi with Fu Ningning was merely a clumsy excuse, for his entire fortune amounted to less than 10 coins. As Sumu stepped into the water, the chilling rain lashed against his face. Suddenly, a large black umbrella appeared above him, shielding him from the storm. Sumu turned in surprise to find Xia Mo's eternally frosty gaze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Let us go, she said. Under the expansive black umbrella, the two walked side by side through the rain. Sumu felt somewhat uneasy. He and Xia Mo were hardly acquaintances, having merely been seated next to each other at the high school commendation ceremony. I'll hold it, he offered bashfully, gripping the umbrella handle, but the girl made no attempt to refuse. Where do you live? She inquired. To the east, in Shoddy Village. By the time they reached the school gate, the once congested road was now deserted. Xia Mo glanced at her watch, the Yiling goddess, which read 10:37. A Mercedes S-Class slowly came to a halt by the roadside. Upon seeing the three-pronged emblem, Sumu knew it must be an expensive vehicle. The driver hurriedly approached with an umbrella. Miss, I'm late. You arrived quite promptly, 3 minutes early, she replied. Get in. He opened the door, ushering Xia Mo into the back seat. Observing Sumu standing foolishly in the rain, Xia Mo remarked, What? Do you need an invitation? Sumu awkwardly touched his nose. Your home must be in the west of the city too, wouldn't you? Are you really going to walk back? Xia Mo interrupted his hesitance. It takes half an hour by car to Shoddy Village. If you walk, you'll probably arrive tomorrow. Come on in. The driver took the umbrella from Sumu's hand. Sir, watch your head. As the car slowly started, Sumu looked at Xia Mo beside him, attempting to find common ground for conversation. Where do you live? Nanshan Junhai. Sumu's mouth fell open in surprise. If it were any ordinary upscale community, he wouldn't have known, but Nanshan Junhai was renowned throughout Jiaozhou. It was said to be the most mysterious estate area in the entire region. Are they all this affluent? Indeed. This is the National Jinglin High School, one of the most prestigious high schools in the Jiangnan province. Sumu racked his brain for a response. That's quite far. Half an hour, she replied. So after dropping me off, it would take you another hour to return. At that moment, Xia Mo, who had shut her eyes to rest, slowly opened them, turning to look at Sumu's face, finding his rambling tiresome. In a cold tone, she said, "Shall I just drop you off now?" Feeling embarrassed, Sumu obediently fell silent. The driver, overhearing their exchange, shook his head in concern, fearing the girl might truly abandon him by the roadside, and turned on the radio to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Our city has recently experienced a series of bizarre homicides. The victims bear no external wounds." "That's ominous," the driver muttered as he adjusted the radio dial. "Our city is expecting severe convective weather. With the recent heavy rains, everyone should take caution." He turned the dial again, and soon the melodious voice of Jay Cho filled the car with his hit song, "In the Name of the Father." As the music played, Sumu found it a welcome distraction from the tension in the vehicle. The song began with an incomprehensible prayer, followed by piercing cries, as if one had tasted blood. Outside, the rain relentlessly battered the windows, and the once awkward silence transformed into something eerie. Jay Cho's voice echoed softly, "The helpless realization can only grow crueler. All is for the path leading to the sanctuary." The Mercedes charged through the deluge, the rain pelting the windows like bullets. Sumu gazed into the obscurity outside, the streetlights flickering like candles, extinguished by the raging winds. As they drove further east, the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, the water in the ditches becoming murky. The only illumination came from the car's headlights, rendering the surroundings utterly dark. Silently, the stone-paved road, devoid of clamor, enveloped in tranquility. I gradually drifted to sleep as dawn broke. As Jay Cho concluded the final verse, drowsiness washed over Sumu, engulfing him like a tide. He fell into a deep slumber, as was his custom. Sister, where are we going?" The boy felt the warmth and softness of his older sister's palm, curious, resembling a small dog on the verge of abandonment. The female doctor affectionately patted Sumu's head, her face still radiating gentleness. "We're going home." The boy entered the narrow room, reminiscent of a prison cell. As the cold iron door creaked shut behind him, through the bars, the female doctor encouraged him. "Sumu, you must comply with your treatment here." Then, she vanished from his sight. The boy rushed forward, calling out, "Sister!" Bang! A stick struck the iron door with a jarring noise. "Behave." The elderly attendant outside the bars commanded coldly, "Sit back down." His voice was laced with icy authority. Sumu shivered involuntarily, wishing to protest. But the old attendant had already turned away. "I'm not insane. Don't lock me up. What I'm saying is true. My mother really turned into the sun. And that giant bird wants to kill. Don't waste your breath. Once you're in here, don't bother trying to argue." Behind him, it seemed someone was speaking. The boy turned, and on the stark white bed lay a little girl clad in blue and white striped hospital garb, her clear golden eyes fixed on him. "Hello, Sumu," she greeted, lifting her chin and smiling. "I am Yu, from the name of the Emperor Yu." "You're called Yu?" Sumu chuckled. "Then I shall be the overlord." Yu propped her chin, gazing intently at the little boy before her. "You may be an overlord, but I am certainly not Yuji." Suddenly, the Mercedes slammed to a halt, jolting Sumu awake as his head collided with the front seat. "Ouch! We all bear sins, committing different transgressions. I cannot decide who is right or who deserves to slumber, for arguments cannot resolve what lies in the endless night. Shut your mouth. The only grace is that those standing in front of us are all guilty, and there is no retreat from regret." The radio resumed, playing "In the Name of the Father." "What's wrong?" Xia Mo inquired. The driver pointed towards the endless darkness ahead and the low houses passing by, saying, "Miss, it seems we've circled back." Xia Mo looked again at her watch, which now read 11:22 p.m. "Check the navigation," she instructed. The driver continuously zoomed in on the electronic map on the console, but no matter how much he zoomed, the screen always displayed a straight road. Xia Mo pulled out her phone. There was no signal. She glanced at Sumu, who was rubbing his forehead, and remarked, "You're rather unfortunate." "Huh." He was baffled by her statement. "Turn off the headlights and continue forward. Let us see who awaits us." "What? In this pitch darkness? You want to turn off the headlights? Isn't that akin to courting death?" Sumu could hardly comprehend her reasoning. The wheels resumed their relentless rotation along the unending straight road, accelerating with fervor. The V12 engine emitted a furious roar, while the houses outside blurred into indistinct shapes. And the wind noise crescendoed. In the corner, an antiquated organ played a continuous accompaniment. A silver flash streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Sumu seemed to glimpse an ancient flag fluttering ahead. Boom! The thunderous sound exploded in Sumu's mind, causing him to clutch his temples in agony, curling up in his seat as a cacophony of piercing wails invaded his ears. Time, fragile as it was, had come to a close. We prayed together. Merciful Father, I have fallen into the realm of unseen sin. Xia Mo gazed in astonishment at her classmate, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Could it be that he too was? Bang! The Mercedes S suddenly collided with an obstacle, spiraling out of control before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Pain! Sumu cried out, still reeling from the accident when suddenly, the sound of spotlight activation pierced his awareness, blinding white lights illuminating from all directions. A soft female voice began to hum in his ear, while a grand symphony gradually unfolded, as sacred as a divine king descending to the mortal realm. The driver, Xia Mo, kicked open the crumpled car door and crawled out of the wreckage. Sumu, despite his efforts to kick free, found himself immobilized and had to awkwardly crawl out from the other side. Once again, he beheld that royal banner, the swirling flag embroidered with a serpentine creature adorned with wings. Closing his eyes, he recalled the vision of a dream from years past, where the sky was shrouded in mist. Within the car's radio, Jay Chow's voice continued to sing. Beneath the serpent's flag, a knight clad in dark armor, seemingly traversed from the Middle Ages, approached on a skeletal warhorse. Amidst the storm, the driver drew a handgun from the dashboard, aiming at the foe before pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire synchronized with the music from the radio. The bullet struck the armor, but rendered no harm. Lowering his head to kiss his left hand, he sought the promise of forgiveness. Sumu finally realized something was amiss. The handgun was incapable of piercing this rusted metal. This was no mere jest. An owl perched on the window ledge gazed into the distance, while the corridor leading to the hall bore an indescribable melancholy. The driver emptied the magazine in vain, resorting to drawing a spare combat knife from the side of the seat, its blade reflecting a cold metallic glimmer as flames erupted. There was no clamor, only tranquility surrounding them. The knight raised his flag, unleashing a volley of iron arrows that rained down upon the driver, transforming him into a porcupine of arrows. Collapsing into a pool of blood, I slowly drift to sleep as dawn breaks. Sumu stared in horror at the driver lying in a pool of blood. He's dead, he shouted in despair, gasping for breath as he forced himself to regain composure. Now, it was just himself and Xia Mo. He could not afford to lose face in front of her. Xia Mo remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the corpse on the ground. She appeared to have seen through the scene, murmuring, "Is this the Emerald Dream?" Sumu did not hear her words. Regaining his calm, he swiftly picked up the knife from the ground. "I am a man. I have courage. I can fight." He encouraged himself, summoning his bravery. "Stay back." Xia Mo's voice was stern and icy. "Get behind me." "What?" Sumu was taken aback, contemplating. I could never stoop to such shameful acts. As he pondered, a pair of golden glowing eyes illuminated the space, pure and resplendent. Xia Mo seized the knife from Sumu's grasp and stepped forward toward the enemy. The torrential rain instantaneously transforming into ice pellets, the cold wind sweeping through, turning their world into a snowy expanse. Sumu stood in stunned silence, watching Xia Mo, her shoulders draped in ice and snow. Just as he wished to gaze longer, a familiar voice called from behind. "Hey!" Turning around, he beheld a childhood companion reappearing after many years. Her eyes retained their clarity, her blue and white hospital attire replaced by a pure white dress. Her golden eyes sparkled. Snowflakes danced before him, landing softly on his nose. As Sumu reached out to touch them, he found not ice flowers, but delicate pink petals. The static crackled from the central console as you extended her hand, snowflakes landing on her fingertips, transforming into the same pink petals. The snowfall ceased, and Sumu lifted his gaze to find a serene, luminous full moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded down, turning the cold snowflakes into soft, delicate flower petals. The static buzzed again from the console, and the piano's prelude began to play. Sumu stared in astonishment at the radio as the car filled with the melodious sounds of violins, the deep resonance of cellos, and the cheerful notes of an accordion. The harp was caressed by a hand, joining in this symphonic performance. The music danced among the fluttering petals, swirling around Sumu. As the melody reached its climax, it abruptly halted. He turned once more to you. The little girl stood barefoot on the cold snow, flowers blossoming beneath her feet. One by one, blooming in the moonlight. A melancholic, lingering flute sound resonated, and Sumu seemed to perceive the distant, vast horizon where the morning light emerged. Flowers unfurled at his feet. You waved her hand, her dress swirling amidst the blooms, dancing joyfully upon the grass. She was celebrating, more so, she was offering a tribute. A chorus of horns erupted behind the flutes. You seemed to issue a decree. The violins, cellos, accordion, and harp resumed their melodies, joining in this grand festivity. The piano's sound penetrated all other notes, reverberating in Sumu's ears as green grass sprouted, flowers bloomed, and two majestic sacred trees rose behind you. One tree was golden, the other silver, intertwining in the moonlight. Golden, silver, pink, and white petals fell like rain, shimmering with vibrant colors. You lifted her skirt, dancing amidst the floral shower for her little boy. She drew closer, closer, until she stood before him. Sumu naturally bent down, and you placed a hand-woven crown of colorful flowers atop his head. The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and the music faded from the central console. Everything vanished, leaving only the pitch-black night. The sounds of clashing swords and galloping steeds returned to his ears. You stepped back, raising her pure white skirt, her face beaming with joy as she bowed gracefully. "It has been such a long time," she said, without awaiting a response. The little girl transformed into a flurry of fluttering butterflies. When Sumu looked back at Xia Mo, the nightly order had vanished, leaving only the girl bathed in the cool moonlight, holding a bloodstained blade. Chapter 2. 2024 New Edition. Awaken, Awaken. Sumu opened his weary eyes, the call resonating once more in his ears. Sweet candy, rise and shine. Sweet candy, rise and shine. The sun is already high. The cheerful summons grew closer, clearer with each passing moment, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Sumu tapped his head, memories flooding back. He recalled he was home. But why was it so dark around him? "Get up, you lazybones. If you don't hurry, a giant bird will gobble you up." The familiar call rang out again. A flurry of white butterflies, adorned in colorful rays, burst into the blackness. Sumu reached out, touching the swarm, one butterfly alighting upon his fingertip. Butterflies? Last night, she had seemingly transformed into a butterfly and departed once more. "Hey," the butterfly spoke, a voice reminiscent of you, melodious and sweet. "It's been so long. I've missed you." Before him, a golden light exploded. The crisp sound of birdsong filled the air, and the scent of flowers danced at his nose. Sumu inhaled the fragrance of spring. The world began to coalesce, warm morning sunlight pouring through the window. Sitting up from his sickbed, he observed the small flowers in the nursery outside, swaying in the gentle breeze under the sun. I think I'm back." Beside the bed, a little girl with two ponytails stood on tiptoe, pinching the boy's nose. "Ah, you're awake. I'm sitting up." "You don't pinch my nose." The girl giggled, releasing her grip. "Hurry up. The caretaker has called for you several times. You still need to run with me. You can only have breakfast after we finish running." She placed a flower crown, which she had woven herself, atop little Sumu's head, clapping her hands in delight. "So beautiful, just as it should be." Sumu rubbed his face and reluctantly threw off the covers, grumbling as he dressed. Could you be a bit gentler next time? You're a girl. Don't be so fierce." The little girl shrugged, saying, "But being gentle won't wake you up." You gazed affectionately at her little boy, her eyes brimming with joy, their clarity reflecting the golden light of dawn. Once dressed, little Sumu grabbed a basin, towel, and toothbrush, racing toward the washroom. "Good morning, Grandpa Nyo." He dashed past, greeting the old caretaker by the door. "Up so early? Off for a run?" "Yes." Slow down. What's the rush, as if you're racing someone?" Grandpa Nyo sighed, shaking his large fan, watching the small figure disappear. After finishing his morning routine, Sumu donned a blue and white striped hospital gown and stepped into the sunlight on the playground. Are we competing again today? You asked. Little Sumu flashed a broad smile. Yes. I'll call the countdown. 1, 2. Before he could utter 3, the boy dashed off. Candy. You're cheating again, you shouted, puffing up in irritation behind him. When the caretaker roused all the patients, he chanced upon Sumu, panting as he returned. Today, I won, Sumu exclaimed, a proud grin plastered across his face. Little Mu is impressive today. You need to keep up, the caretaker remarked. Wash your face, wipe off the sweat, and go have breakfast. You sat opposite little Sumu, barely taking a few bites before flipping open a book, observing the boy before her, who resembled a starving ghost. She turned her head in disdain. Humph, she huffed. Don't waste it. If you want to eat, I might just take it. Without hesitation, little Sumu reached into the plate across from him. You shot him a glare, dismissively waving her hand. The boy gleefully seized 4 steamed buns from the plate, devouring them alongside pickles, and when he choked, he washed it down with rice soup. Oldly, it seems Mu's condition has worsened, the caretaker said to the doctor in white. Dr. Lee observed little Sumu silently, who was animatedly conversing with the air, clearly having taken 2 servings of food, yet claiming one was for you. Who is you? In truth, not only Dr. Lee could not see her, the caretaker could not see her either. No one in the entire asylum had ever glimpsed you. She seemed to be a figment of this unfortunate boy's imagination. Although the caretaker greeted you each time, it was merely an effort not to hurt the boy's feelings. Watching as little Sumu finished 2 eggs, 2 bowls of porridge, and 8 buns, Dr. Lee sighed softly. The buns were quite large. Even an adult like him could barely consume 3 in one sitting. An astonishing feat for a 6-year-old to devour 8. Let us observe a bit longer. After finishing the last bun, little Sumu contentedly patted his belly and asked, what are you looking at? He leaned across the table, curious to peek. The text on the page was dense, causing him a slight headache. You opened the book, saying, Records of the Grand Historian, Biography of Xiang Yu. Are you interested? I just reached the Farewell My Concubine. The Farewell My Concubine? Little Sumu chuckled, dramatically reciting. Strength like mountains, might unparalleled, times unfavorable, the steed does not race. The steed does not race, what can be done? What can be done? Upon finishing, he awaited the applause he envisioned, but the girl across from him remained quiet. Hey, what's wrong? You seem upset today. Is it because I cheated? Or because I ate your bun? I promise, I want to eat again. Please don't be upset. How about I tell you a joke? You closed the book, her eyes filled with sorrow. Candy, I have to go. Go? Where? Little Sumu seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Candy, we will meet again. You mustn't forget me. As he gazed at the girl before him, she shattered like a mirror, and around him, sunlight, flowers, and breezes were consumed by dark cracks, devouring all beauty like a virus. You, little Sumu shouted, lunging forward, but failing to grasp the girl as him, plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. You, Sumu yelled, jolting awake, gasping for breath, his back drenched in sweat. Was it another dream? He had lost track of how long he had been dreaming of various scenes related to you, yet he could never reach the little girl. Reflecting now, it had been over a decade since he last saw her. You had said she would only be away temporarily, that one day they would reunite. Such were the deceitful words. The sunlight outside was blinding. Sumu turned to the clock on the corner of the table. Disaster. It was already 10:47. Late. No. More accurately, truant. He wondered if old Hong would be infuriated upon discovering this. Yet having already skipped class, he no longer cared about being late. Dressing quickly, Sumu exited his room, sunlight streaming through the Venetian blinds into the dim, dilapidated room. He groggily stumbled into the bathroom to relieve himself, brush his teeth, and wash his face. You're finally awake. It was only when the voice spoke that Sumu noticed someone sitting on the sofa in the living room. The man glanced at his watch, stating, I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. Your mental state appears quite poor. Who are you? The dazed Sumu instantly became alert, eyeing the unfamiliar man warily, grabbing a mop from the corner. The man produced an identification card from his pocket. Enforcement Bureau. Qiming. The Enforcement Bureau. Sumu hastily discarded the mop in his hand, revealing a rather foolish expression. He felt a twinge of anxiety. It was his first encounter with an enforcement officer at his doorstep. After all, he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. Aside from a slight dip in his recent academic performance, could that be considered a crime? Officer, is there something you need? Sumu inquired cautiously. Qiming retrieved a notebook from his pocket, preparing to take notes. What are you recording? Sumu asked, bewildered. The events of last night, Qiming replied, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded the young boy before him. The bizarre scene from the rainy night replayed in his mind. The knightly legion bearing the royal banner, the driver who was shot yet miraculously revived, and finally, the girl with golden eyes, Xia Mo. I report. I expose. Sumu raised his hand, excitedly proclaiming, I encountered ghost walls and spectral soldiers borrowing the road. Qiming's eyes twitched at the absurdity. Are you trying to fool me? As Sumu rushed from home to school, the lunch bell rang, causing the previously quiet building to erupt with noise as students poured out like boiling water. A throng of boys surged forward, racing towards the cafeteria. Humph. A bunch of starving ghosts. No wonder old Hong always scolds you. Sumu held his head high, deliberately going against the tide towards the classroom, refusing to compete with the famished crowd for a spot in the cafeteria. After all, he truly had no money to spare for a meal. Upon entering the classroom, he found only Fu Ningning sitting quietly in her seat, nibbling on her lunchbox. She never went to the cafeteria. All her meals were catered by her family's private chef and delivered to school. On Sumu's desk lay a pristine white lunchbox, the lunch Fu Ningning had prepared for him. I thought something happened to you. If you hadn't shown up by afternoon, I would have called the police, she remarked. Sumu always bummed his meals off his deskmate. The cafeteria operated on a card system, and his pockets were emptier than his face. Opening the lunchbox, he found it neatly arranged with shrimp, spicy fish fillet, chicken with edamame, sautéed greens, steamed egg, and a generous serving of rice. Haha. Let's not trouble the enforcement office any further, he chuckled, picking up his chopsticks and silently vowing to repay this kindness someday. Fu Ningning sipped her steamed egg and asked, You didn't walk back alone last night, did you? Of course not, Sumu replied, shoving a large piece of tender fish into his mouth. I got a ride home from Xia Mo. Who? Fu Ningning froze. Her spoon paused midair. She didn't care who drove him home, but why was it Xia Mo? Turning to her deskmate, who was busily shoveling rice into his mouth, she said stiffly, Her house is farther than mine. Sumu continued to devour his rice, feeling distinctly underfed after missing 2 meals. He mumbled, I heard it's by Nanshan County, but I've never been there. They say it's beautiful. Did you encounter anything unusual on your way? Fu Ningning asked, her tone laden with implication. Nothing, Sumu lied. He believed that if he recounted the extraordinary events of last night, she would not believe him and might even think him mad. That's good, Fu Ningning replied, setting down her chopsticks. Let me walk you home next time. Sumu ignored this suggestion, focusing instead on mixing the edamame and egg into his rice. He couldn't bring himself to respond. Declining would seem heartless, while accepting would add to his debts of gratitude. Besides, that conspicuous Rolls-Royce was hardly suitable for Sandground Village. He already owed too many favors. If social debts could be judged in court, he would surely find himself declared bankrupt. Sumu pondered why she treated him so kindly. Fu Ningning had previously answered that the world was full of inexplicable matters, which she neither wished to explain nor delve into further. Let's discuss it later, she said, pushing her lunchbox towards him. She knew of his prodigious appetite. He not only polished off his own portion, but often devoured hers as well. In truth, Fu Ningning could easily bring extra food. She wasn't financially constrained. Yet, she harbored her own sentiments, finding satisfaction in watching Sumu enjoy the food she had eaten. After all, he would never ask for more. So she pretended not to consider it. Sumu finished his lunchbox, happily digging into the extra meal she had offered. He laughed joyfully, and Fu Ningning, watching him, felt a surge of happiness. Are you close with Xia Mo? She asked, resting her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. I've never seen you two interact before. Sumu tilted his head, a grain of rice stuck to his lip. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Not particularly. At the end-of-term awards ceremony in our first year, I represented the boys, while Xia Mo represented the girls. We were seated together and exchanged a few casual words. Besides, I'm rather well known at this school. I remember that time," Fu Ningning said, chewing on her straw. She regarded the carefree boy beside her. He was indeed quite famous at Jinglin, though regrettably, not for commendable reasons. Sumu had entered the school as the top scorer in the high school entrance exam, receiving a full scholarship for 3 years, along with a substantial grant each year. Although Jinglin High School was a national institution, it did not fall under the compulsory education category, and its tuition was steep. However, the school offered reductions for academically gifted students from less fortunate backgrounds. That was then. This is now. The once top student, who had been leagues ahead of his peers, suddenly found himself in a downward spiral and became a cautionary tale for many parents. The reasons behind this might be unclear to others, but Fu Ningning, as his deskmate, understood all too well, her sympathy for him growing amidst the complexities of their emotions. "With a month to go, I believe you could still put in more effort. I have faith that you can gain admission to a good university. The future is unpredictable. There's no need to sabotage your own prospects," Fu Ningning encouraged, pulling out her test papers to begin studying. Sumu grabbed a wet towel from beside his lunchbox to wipe the grease from his mouth. "No problem," he assured, rising to dispose of the empty lunchbox. "Ah," Fu Ningning sighed, a mix of disappointment and frustration washing over her. Yet, she felt unqualified to express anger. She was not his girlfriend. "Sumu," Xia Mo suddenly appeared at the back door. Fu Ningning's demeanor shifted instantly. She raised her head, her gaze sharp and discerning, akin to a hawk on the hunt. "What's wrong?" Sumu asked. Xia Mo responded, "About last night. Let us make it brief." With that, Sumu carried his lunchbox outside. He knew that such pungent items could not remain in the classroom. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to nap in the afternoon. Fu Ningning watched the two of them vanish from her view, her mind racing. She then picked up her already filled water bottle, took a few swigs, and slowly walked towards the water dispenser at the back of the classroom. Lunch was a bit salty, she thought to herself. "Oh no, the water bottle is empty. I need to fill it quickly, otherwise, I'll have to wait in line when everyone comes back." Standing by the dispenser, filling her bottle, her thoughts drifted back to the door. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning slightly to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. "Did the enforcement officer come looking for you?" Xia Mo asked. "When I got up, he was just sitting on my sofa, silent as a ghost." It was quite eerie, Sumu mused, pondering if this could be considered trespassing. Xia Mo continued to inquire, "What did he ask? And how did you respond?" "As you might have guessed, I replied with the words you provided," Sumu said. "I mentioned encountering a ghost wall and ghost soldiers borrowing a path. He didn't believe me and insisted I have a delusional disorder, questioning if he would return." "You say he?" Xia Mo nodded, interrupting his incessant chatter. "If any law enforcers come to question you again, respond in the same manner. Though I will do my utmost to ensure they do not disturb you." All right. I'll take my leave now." Xia Mo turned to depart. "Wait." She turned back to hear Sumu ask once more, "Actually, I am quite curious about what they truly are." Xia Mo gazed into his dark eyes, her lips parting slightly, a multitude of words gathering at the edge of her tongue, yet ultimately, she swallowed them all back. "Don't ask," she said, "for your own good." Sumu was unable to extract even a morsel of useful information from Xia Mo, ultimately receiving only the promise of, "I will tell you next time." This felt akin to pleading with readers for praise, only to hear them promise, "Next time for sure." When is this next time? Upon returning to her seat, classmates gradually filtered back from the cafeteria, transforming the previously tranquil classroom into a lively hub. The moments following lunch were their rare opportunities to unwind. "Have you gotten into trouble?" Fu Ningning asked, concern etched on her face. "What rumors are circulating?" Sumu replied, bewildered. She whispered, "Otherwise, why would law enforcers come looking for you?" Sumu regarded her precious desk mate, realizing she had been eavesdropping. "It wasn't me, it was Xia Mo. I merely assisted the law enforcers in taking a statement." Fu Ningning nodded, feigning indifference as she turned back to her perplexing math problems. Before long, She leaned back in again, whispering, I'm not saying she's bad. It's just that her family background is quite deep and complicated. I suggest you keep your distance. Of course, I have no objections to your friendship, she added hastily. No, I mean just be careful. Sumu couldn't help but laugh at her adorable, flustered state, saying, I understand. We can discuss her matters later. For now, I must seize the remaining time to work diligently. Really? Fu Ningning was skeptical, yet filled with hope. Sumu declared, I shall set a goal. For the next 100 days, I will strive to enter Luzhou University. Why Luzhou University specifically? Fu Ningning wondered. And where are there even 100 days left? Sumu's transformation was evident to the naked eye. Mu Qianning rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had awakened from her afternoon nap or was merely hallucinating. Once she confirmed that he was indeed studying earnestly, her heart began to waver. Could anyone tell her what had transpired the previous night? Old Hong looked at Sumu, who was attentively listening to the lecture, equally astonished. He gazed out at the sun, confirming it was indeed rising in the east and setting in the west. Could it be that this child had been struck by lightning and had suddenly become enlightened, realizing the importance of diligent study? Throughout the afternoon, nearly every teacher who witnessed Sumu's focused demeanor glanced outside at the sun, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering that he had merely succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep at his desk. Sumu was roused when only 5 minutes remained until the school bell rang. As it was Friday, there would be no evening study sessions, allowing them to leave at 4:30. Fu Ningning was somewhat resigned, yet at least the boy had begun to pay attention in class, marking a positive beginning. Any plans for the weekend? She inquired. Students at Jinglin High School enjoyed their weekends without fail. Whether they secretly studied at home remained uncertain. After a span of months, Sumu began to pack his bag once more. I found a part-time job, but don't worry, work won't hinder my passion for studying. A part-time job? Fu Ningning was taken aback. Why would he work instead of focusing on his studies? If he didn't excel, there would always be opportunities for work later. She was genuinely upset. Just when she glimpsed a flicker of hope, he had to go and spoil it. I want to buy a gift. A gift? Fu Ningning felt her heart race, suddenly filled with anticipation. Her birthday was approaching. Could this gift possibly be? There are 34 days until Qian's birthday, and I want to buy her a bracelet. Her fantasies shattered in an instant. Fu Ningning's expression turned cold. I knew it. He can never remember me. Go ahead, buy it, and I hope you actually give it to her. Oh. The cheerful mood the weekend had promised swiftly soured. She listlessly packed her bag and dutifully asked, Do you need a ride? Although she had anticipated this outcome, the reality still felt difficult to accept. Everyone knew Sumu and Mu Qianning were a couple, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts, inseparable and seemingly inseparable in their affections. Yet, they had never confessed their feelings. Fu Ningning understood that they didn't need to declare their feelings, but a lack of confession meant their relationship remained unconfirmed. She had comforted herself with this notion more than once. Refusing to acknowledge their romantic relationship, she thought, childhood sweethearts can go to hell. There will be a show to watch. No. Sumu shook his head. I have some matters to attend to. Then I won't disturb you. Fu Ningning huffed, hastily leaving the classroom with her bag slung over her shoulder. Mu Qianning organized her belongings and approached, handing a stack of notebooks to Sumu. These are my notes, clearly highlighting the key points from each chapter, potential question types, relevant solutions, and difficult extensions. While they may not propel you to greatness, they will certainly help you build a solid foundation. The girl rose on her tiptoes, whispered in his ear, I'll wait for you. We'll get into the same university, and I'll treat you to a feast. Just one last month. Let us go? Amidst the curious and teasing gazes of their classmates, Mu Qianning exited the classroom, leaving Sumu holding the notebooks, standing in a daze until Wang Lin tapped him on the back of the head. Musi, let's go. Your soul has been lost. Only then did he snap back to reality, carefully tucking the notes away, shouldering his bag, and playfully kicking Wang Lin's behind. You dare to hit your father. How rebellious. The old bicycle came to a gradual stop as Sumu surveyed his surroundings, finding no one in sight. This must be the place. It was indeed quite remote. How had he ended up in this desolate area last night? Even the navigation was unreliable, and it was supposed to be an S-class. The May evening breeze, fragrant and cool, caressed the boy's face as he gazed at the seemingly endless straight road ahead, yearning for something. "What are you searching for?" someone asked from behind. Sumu, startled and drenched in cold sweat, turned abruptly, encountering a remarkably familiar face bathed in the twilight. Those exceptionally clear and bright eyes were something he would never forget. "Are you trying to find the night brigade that met the king last night?" Sumu observed the unchanged scenery around him, then looked at the little girl and asked, "You, am I dreaming again?" You smiled warmly, replying, "This is not a dream. Do you know what that army was last night?" Sumu parked his bike and approached the little girl. Yet, an insurmountable distance seemed to forever separate them. As if you stood still, doing nothing, while he was unable to reach her. Hadn't Xia Mo already mentioned it? What? The Emerald Dream, to be precise. Is a dream reminiscent of jade? What is it? In those clear eyes, a golden light flickers, identical to the summer haze of the previous night. It is the divine power. Yu smiles, a sight to behold. What is that boy doing? The scout in the observation post wears a perplexed expression and remarks. It seems he is speaking to the air. Beside him, Qi Ming lowers his binoculars, leaning against a withered tree, lost in thought. Could he also possess divine power? Chapter 3. Hell, 2024 New Edition. In the dimly lit corridor of the old apartment building, Sumu ascended the stairs to the 6th floor with brisk determination. By the time he returned home, the clock struck 6 in the evening, and the air was infused with a medley of enticing aromas. At this hour, the skilled chefs of each household would showcase their culinary prowess, offering a fleeting moment of joy for the weary workers of the day. Standing before the antiquated wooden door, Sumu inhaled deeply and retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a Nokia 7610, released the previous year, priced at an extravagant 188 Cayenne coins. This was a gift from his mother for his 18th birthday, a milestone he cherished. He vividly recalled the exhilaration that coursed through him upon receiving the phone, a thrill that enveloped every fiber of his being. He had spent an entire night tinkering with it, lost in the sheer delight of discovery. His mother had emphasized the importance of having a phone for communication, assuring him that she would reach out whenever she thought of him. As he mentally rehearsed the scene that would unfold upon entering, he took several deep breaths to steady his nerves before discreetly activating the voice recording function on his phone. Upon opening the door, a sharp voice pierced the air, laden with ire. "Where have you been? What time do you call this?" A stout middle-aged woman wielding a spatula emerged from the cramped kitchen, her tone scathing. "I thought you had vanished with that meager scholarship of yours." Sumu averted his gaze, continuing his stride into the home. "I had something to attend to," he replied, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Instead of focusing on your studies, you're off daydreaming." The woman's relentless nagging made it difficult to ignore her tirade. He paused, gesturing toward the large black pot on the stove, forcing a smile. "Be careful, or it will burn." In a flurry, she rushed back to the kitchen, and Sumu exhaled in relief as he entered the dim, cramped living room. "Ah, the young master of the Yi family has returned. You could have at least given me a heads up so I could prepare some tea for you." A man with a pronounced beer belly on the sofa quipped sarcastically. "What's wrong? Has your wealthy mother not come to visit you lately?" The mention of the Yi family referred to Sumu's adoptive family, known for their affluence, and it was this mother who had gifted him the phone. "She hasn't sent us any money in quite some time. Is she abandoning you?" The man continued, his mocking grin widening as he casually jiggled his crossed leg. "Oh, it seems so. What's the matter? Without her money, are we about to go hungry?" Sumu maintained his forced smile, the reason whispered to him to remain silent. Any retort would only invite further insults. Yet, the urge to respond was difficult to quell. Like a scalded cat, the man erupted, seizing a cup from the coffee table and hurling it with reckless abandon, shouting, "You little brat, don't forget, I am your father now. I can beat you to a pulp if I want." Sumu caught the flying cup deftly, placing it on the dining table as he inhaled deeply to regain his composure, still smiling. "Oh, then go ahead, father. Feel free to kill me. Even if you did, my mother wouldn't deposit another cent into the account." The man glared with a venomous intensity, as if he wished to devour Sumu whole. Yet, deep down, he understood that the boy had matured, and he was no longer capable of overpowering him. The threats were merely a means to extract more money from him. "If I don't see any more funds, you can get out of my sight, you unwanted wretch." He spat. "Wretch. Unwanted wretch." Sumu's left hand clenched tightly, his chest heaving, veins bulging on his arms like a ferocious dragon. The man's words struck a raw nerve, cutting deep into his wounded pride. "Enough. There's no need to frighten the child," the stout woman interjected, sensing the suffocating tension as she hurried from the kitchen to mediate. "You could at least mention it to your mother and ask her to send a bit less. You've consumed everything we provided for you, even for rent. You should contribute something. Your mother is wealthy. She won't mind a little bit." With a face full of excess, she attempted to exude a sense of benevolence, shamelessly asserting, "Am I right?" Sumu, having regained his composure, relaxed his clenched fists, a radiant, youthful smile adorning his face. "Indeed, while I may not have been fed, the rent must still be paid. By the way, has my scholarship money run out? I recall it being quite substantial, after all. I received 50,000 for being the top student in the entrance exam, having lived in this home for over 5 years. It was implausible to claim he had spent nothing. With the combination of his entrance exam success and the scholarships he earned each semester, it should have sufficed. Moreover, his mother had consistently sent a monthly allowance from abroad for his living expenses. Where had all that money vanished? Sumu was acutely aware, as was the woman. And the man knew it too. When he had excelled in the entrance exam, the man had received a windfall of 50,000 from Jinglin High School, and they had squandered it extravagantly for quite some time. Additionally, Sumu had earned exceptional scholarships throughout middle school and high school, with the prestigious National Jinglin School offering 5,000 per semester in middle school and 7,000 in high school. The couple's combined income barely reached 4,000 a month. Thus, the scholarships were a significant boon. No one had anticipated that adopting an orphan could yield such financial benefit, although Sumu had missed a year of scholarship due to skipping a grade in middle school. The couple had come to view him as a reliable source of income. Pandora's box had been opened, and the once simple couple had gradually succumbed to greed, transforming into parasites leeching off Sumu. "You would understand the value of money," the stout woman feigned a kind demeanor, saying, "Your scholarship is hardly sufficient. Besides, you haven't received any scholarships since your second year of high school. Your mother's remittances aren't enough either, are they? I recall she used to send over 3,000 a month. Over the years, that must tally close to 100,000, right?" Sumu maintained his smile, pressing further with his inquiries. The woman's countenance darkened, her eyes narrowing with hostility, her flabby face trembling as she retorted, "That is still not enough. If you truly have no money, then I'm afraid it's time for you to leave. We cannot afford to keep you." The man chimed in ominously. "You have 2 days to think about it." "Very well," Sumu replied, his demeanor unyielding. "I shall contemplate it thoroughly." He turned and swiftly retreated to his cramped room, stopping the recording on his phone. Setting down his backpack, he curled up beneath the thin, translucent blanket, huddled in the corner, striving to suppress his emotions. Biting down on his lower lip, he tried to maintain a semblance of a smile, but after several failed attempts, he succumbed to despair. Trembling as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. This night, once again, the moon hung full in the sky. Xi Ming sat in his office, perusing the extensive files he had gathered, each one intricately linked to Sumu. The documents were densely packed with information, yet at every critical juncture, there existed a conspicuous void. He picked up the earliest file, which chronicled the boy's life from the age of 7. Prior to that, there were only sparse entries: good health, visual recovery, and formal discharge from the psychiatric hospital. There were neither specific dates nor indications of which psychiatric facility he had been admitted to. Following his release, the young boy had been sent to a religious orphanage built by foreign investment. Xi Ming began sifting through the records pertaining to this orphanage. The records indicate that the orphanage was affiliated with the Holy Light Catholic Church on the northern continent, boasting a long history that can be traced back to 1840. However, the orphanage was demolished 5 years ago, and the Holy Light Catholic Church withdrew its funding. The sole reason for the demolition was that it obstructed road construction. And in Xi Ming's impression, this road, which had been under construction for 5 years, remains unfinished and in disrepair. Reflecting on this, He picked up Sumu's file and began to compare the details meticulously. An intriguing revelation emerged. In 1999, the year preceding the orphanage's demolition, a little boy who had already been adopted was abandoned and returned to the orphanage by his adoptive family. That same year, Sumu was adopted again into his current family. In 2000, Sumu achieved remarkable academic success, gaining admission to Jinglin Middle School. The notifications for the demolition of the orphanage and Sumu's admission were issued almost simultaneously, with no more than a 2-day gap between them. Fascinating, indeed. Qiming stroked the stubble on his chin. If the orphanage, with its 160 years of history, was specifically established for little boys, he would find it hard to believe. Yet, if one were to claim that the demolition of the orphanage had no connection to the little boy, he would find that even more implausible. With this thought, he quickly sifted through a pile of documents, extracting information on Sumu's 2 adoptive families, and instructed his assistant to promptly gather details regarding Mu Qianning's adoptive family. "Boss, here are the files," the assistant said, skillfully retrieving the relevant records from the archives. "Thank you." Qiming spread all the documents across the table, diligently comparing the subtle differences in detail. A clear narrative began to crystallize. Both Sumu and Mu Qianning were orphans adopted from the same orphanage. Mu Qianning, being a year older, had grown up in the orphanage and had taken care of Sumu after his adoption. To describe their relationship as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Subsequently, the orphanage's director found them excellent adoptive families, each possessing small businesses that, while not grand, afforded them a comfortable life. Owing to the childhood bond between the boy and girl, the initially unacquainted families gradually grew closer, with both sets of parents supporting each other in their ventures. The Yi family, to which Sumu belonged, and the Lin family, to which Mu Qianning belonged, both prospered over time. Remarkably, the Yi family experienced a meteoric rise. Within a few years, Yi Zhendong and his wife Rin Qingshu amassed wealth rapidly, becoming notable magnates in Jiangzhou. The suddenly affluent Yi family provided considerable support to the Lin family, establishing a foundation upon which the latter's fortune was built. However, when Sumu turned 13 in 1999, a dramatic shift occurred. Yu Zhendong and Rin Qingshu divorced, an event that stirred significant turmoil, much like a plot from a melodramatic television series, wherein wealth led to moral decay. The once revered Yu Zhendong not only took a mistress, but also fathered both a daughter and a son. Rin Qingshu, on the brink of despair, chose to self-immolate in their lakeside villa after her family had departed, resulting in a fire that engulfed the entire building. Fortunately, the enforcement agency arrived in time to rescue her from the flames. After their divorce, Rin Qingshu vanished without a trace, and the Yi family welcomed a new matriarch. As an adopted son, Sumu became increasingly superfluous. It was unclear whose decision it was, but this boy, who had never been favored by fortune, was once again at the mercy of fate, returned to the orphanage by Yu Zhendong. This incident became well known throughout Jiangzhou's political and business circles, drawing disdain for Yu Zhendong's actions of abandoning his wife and child after suddenly acquiring wealth. Despicable. Qiming lit a cigarette, unable to restrain his disdain even after all this time. He heard that the Yi group had been struggling recently. His assistant, bringing him a cup of hot tea, expressed her contempt for such sordid affairs, declaring it well-deserved. "Cut back on the smoking. It's detrimental to your health," she warned, frowning. "Not recently," Qiming replied, handing her the Yi group's file. "This man seems oblivious to the true source of his wealth. Since he abandoned Sumu, the Yi group has been on a downward trajectory. Though it may seem like a resilient giant, it is merely clinging to existence, burdened by insurmountable debt. By the way, remind the economic team to keep a close watch and ensure no one escapes." "Understood. I won't forget," the assistant said, tucking away the file with evident excitement. Observing her enthusiasm, Qiming chuckled, exhaling a plume of smoke. Youthful fervor often harbors a fierce disdain for injustice. Continuing to examine the file, he was taken aback to discover that this little boy was once Yu Zhendong's adopted son. "Boss, based on my investigations today, Sumu's life is quite difficult," the assistant noted, her expression shifting as she struggled to contain her emotions. "His second set of adoptive parents treats him poorly. His classmates say he never eats in the cafeteria, always relying on the leftovers from the affluent princess next door. Neighbors report hearing frequent arguments and scolding noises coming from their home in the past 6 months. Xi Ming paused, holding his teacup aloft, and inquired, "Have you uncovered the reasons behind this?" The assistant shook her head. "No, the neighbors only mentioned it was due to financial issues, but no one could provide specifics. By the way, isn't Teely still monitoring him? Given the time, Sumu should have returned home by now. Should I check in with him?" "Yes," Qi Ming replied, returning to the file in search of elusive clues. As the assistant dialed the phone, she asked, "Boss, are you concerned that these dreadful experiences might warp Sumu's psyche, leading him to seek revenge on society?" With a long sigh, Qi Ming expressed his sympathy for the boy's plight. Yet reason echoed in his mind that the situation was far from simple. Reclining on a sofa chair, he remarked, "I wish to believe otherwise. But several crime scenes have borne witness to his presence, coupled with his history of hallucinations in the psychiatric hospital. I have grounds to suspect he may be a genetically inherited psychopath. A traumatic childhood can devour one's humanity, leading to unforgivable transgressions." The assistant nodded, acknowledging that this was a common trait among many deviant offenders, all of whom bore the scars of a tormented past. Whether ordinary individuals or inherited psychopaths, none can escape this curse. "Hello," the assistant said as the call connected, switching to speakerphone. "Lee, what's the situation up ahead, boss?" "Boss." Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a law enforcement officer rushed in, breathless. "Boss, there's been a report. Someone has died again. The patrol officers say the scene is horrific. The victim's face is frozen in terror, yet there are no visible wounds." Qi Ming sprang to his feet, demanding, "Shaoli, what is Sumu doing now?" "Boss." Shaoli's voice was heavy with melancholy. "Sumu is crying. He is hiding under the covers, sobbing." "What happened?" Qi Ming queried, concern etched on his face. His adoptive parents just scolded him, demanding he continue to extort money from his previous adoptive mother. If he fails to procure any funds, they threatened to throw him out. Everyone in the office could detect the barely contained fury in Xiao Li's voice as he recounted the events. Another pair of scoundrels. The assistant's disgust was palpable in her beautiful eyes. "I understand. Continue to monitor him closely. If, unlike the youth, Qi Ming, nearing middle age, merely sighed and continued, if that couple resorts to violence, find a way to intervene without harming the child." "Understood, boss." Qi Ming hung up the phone, setting the documents aside. "You stay in the office and continue organizing the files. The rest of you, come with me." The assistant's eyes sparkled with determination. "I want to go to the crime scene too. You are not a psychopath. It's too dangerous there. Listen to me. Do not go." Qi Ming donned the uniform of a law enforcement officer, accompanied by his subordinates, and proceeded to the scene of the crime. Upon entering the rental unit, he noted from the map that it was in close proximity to Sumu's residence, aligning with the typical parameters of previous incidents. It appeared that the assailant exclusively targeted the impoverished residents of the eastern part of the city. "What do you observe?" he inquired. "Fresh, recently deceased," one of his subordinates reported. The victim emitted a terrified scream prior to death, which was heard by nearby neighbors who promptly contacted the authorities. Qi Ming approached the bed to examine the corpse and commanded, "Everyone, please step outside." "Boss?" "Out." "Understood." The officers exited the cramped room as Qi Ming extended his right hand to shield the victim's face, saying, "Do not be afraid. Hide behind me. You have seen nothing." Harnessing his abilities, Qi Ming grasped the lingering spiritual residue of the victim and, through his powers, simulated the final moments of the dream. "I am so tired," he yawned. Wearily rising from bed and entering the bathroom, bleary-eyed as he gazed into the mirror, noticing the swelling on the left side of his face. He reached out to touch the inflamed area, from which a massive blood tumor began to emerge, expanding uncontrollably. Dark red veins intricately covered the tumor, pulsating visibly. "What is this?" Qi Ming gasped in horror, extending his hands to crush the tumor. The enormous growth split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth amidst the rotting flesh. "Help! Help!" Qi Ming's hand was engulfed by the cavernous mouth, and despite his desperate attempts to withdraw, he was left with mere remnants of his limbs. The tumor continued to pulsate, widening its mouth, through which he glimpsed a small, blood-red mouth writhing within. That small mouth appeared to be communicating with him, yet he could not comprehend its utterances. The purple-red veins on the tumor spread like a virus, rapidly consuming half of Qi Ming's body, intertwining with his organs and incessantly vying for oxygen. Qi Ming gasped for breath, but the air he received dwindled, and the terror of suffocation began to overtake his consciousness. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, the mirror shattered, and he felt something gnawing at his flesh. Pain and despair intertwined, tormenting Qi Ming's nerves, as the sounds around him faded until they vanished entirely, leaving a void of darkness as life drew to a close. P.S. Experiencing this dream previously had truly terrified me. Recollecting it now evokes a sense of revulsion. Boss. 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 The voices of his subordinates broke through the darkness as Qi Ming struggled to open his eyes. Through the shards of the shattered mirror, he beheld his body, nearly devoured. Are you seeking me? He understood the words of the tumor's small mouth. Next time, I shall kill you outright. The tumor gaped its jagged maw, consuming Qi Ming whole. He awoke from the nightmare, surrounded by his subordinates who had unwittingly intruded, frantically trying to revive him by pinching his nose. Stop it. Stop it. I am awake. If you continue, I might truly perish. Qi Ming pushed away his subordinate and rose to his feet, recalling the haunting nightmare that sent shivers down his spine. Boss, what did you see? Was it that little boy? Qi Ming was compelled to reflect once more, and finally, in an inconspicuous corner of the dream, he discerned the silhouette of the assailant. No, it was imitation. The perpetrator's methods were quite crude, he stated, but the bloodline, very high. Chapter 4, Seaside CAF, 2024 New Edition. When Sumu awakened from the wooden board, it was already 8 o'clock. The sunlight streaming through the window was exceptionally bright, and the birds chirped joyfully, frolicking in the azure sky. A little bluebird landed on the windowsill, curiously observing the slumbering human. A throbbing pain gripped Sumu's head. He sat up, vigorously massaging his temples, his mind feeling as if it might explode, leaving him in a state of foggy disorientation. His mental state was deteriorating, accompanied by a nagging feeling that he might be confined back to a psychiatric hospital at any moment. He yearned to sleep a bit longer, but the thought of work loomed over him. Rubbing his face, he steeled himself and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He cherished this hard-earned job, not only to buy a birthday gift for Mu Qianning, but, more importantly, to save for his tuition over the next 4 years. The job was splendid, as sweet as the promised candied pancakes from the heavens. Once, Sumu had lived a carefree existence like Mu Qianning, unburdened by the worries of survival. Yet the fates had never favored him. It seemed that the goddess of fortune took delight in tormenting this child, always toppling the beautiful dreams built upon the sands of hope just as he glimpsed a flicker of light. The quarrels between Yi Zhendong and Ren Qishu became incessant. The man frequently raged at home, smashing expensive porcelain and furniture. Sumu could not fathom it until one day. A young and beautiful woman arrived with 2 children to live in the grand villa. She was strikingly lovely, and Sumu vividly remembered her face. Rumored to be a high achiever returning from studying abroad. After a devastating fire, his parents reached the end of their marriage. And on the day they signed the divorce papers, there was astonishingly no argument. His mother, silently clutching the divorce agreement, vanished from Jiazhou. It was said she had gone abroad, but Sumu remained in the dark, unable to know. With the arrival of her biological children, he, the burdensome adopted son, became the sole outsider in the home, destined to return to where he came from. Sumu recalled that day as the last time he rode in his father's Maybach 62S, under the envious gazes of all the orphans, only to be unceremoniously pushed out of the car by the butler, landing in the muddy entrance of the orphanage amidst the autumn rain. In the chilling downpour, the old director embraced him tightly, uncharacteristically losing her composure, cursing at the luxury vehicle, yet Yi Zhendong could not hear her, for he had not even appeared, merely sending the butler to dismiss him. 5 years later, whenever that scene resurfaced in his mind, Sumu felt a pang of pain in his heart. The old director ultimately arranged for him to be adopted by a humble couple, and shortly after leaving the orphanage, news arrived of the beloved directoress passing. People whispered that she was an angel who left this world with a smile. 3 years later, after Sumu's high school entrance examination, his mother returned from abroad, transformed into a different person, no longer worn and sallow, but radiant and resplendent. The youthful glow of her skin seemed delicate enough to break with a touch. The young boy, filled with questions, wondered, does the foreign environment nurture people so well? At least that was what the magazines and readings he encountered at school suggested. They even claimed the water from the toilets was safe to drink. Upon Ren Qingshu's return, she sought out Sumu's current adoptive parents, hoping to regain custody to take her child abroad, offering a staggering sum of 100,000 as gratitude, which later escalated to 200,000. 200,000. Even by today's wages, it would take the couple 4 years of relentless saving without eating or drinking. The honest and simple couple gazed at the lavishly dressed woman before them, struggling with the temptation of such wealth. After a night of deliberation, the husband resolutely chose to refuse. Ren Qingshu was astonished yet relieved. Although she had emerged from the shadow of her husband's betrayal, the cloud of abandoning her son lingered. Witnessing her child being adopted by a family that wouldn't bow to the whims of money, she finally resolved her last emotional entanglement and relinquished her fight for custody. After Ren Qingshu left, the husband sat on a wooden stool, having finished a cheap cigarette, coldly stating, "One meal fills you up. Can't you tell? As long as this child remains with us, that wealthy woman will not turn a blind eye to our lives." Sumu was hiding behind a thin door panel, hearing every word. Did his adoptive parents truly lack money? From that moment on, young Sumu dedicated himself to his studies with even greater fervor. His sights solely set on the scholarship for Jinglin High School. With Mu Qianning's guidance, he advanced a grade and triumphed in the examination. Seeing the smiles of his adoptive parents as they received the scholarship made Sumu equally joyful, thinking, perhaps now they would come to love me. The angry wife was ultimately swayed by her wise husband. In addition to the substantial scholarship, they also received child support from Ren Qingshu. The affluent lady promptly wired 10,000 in the first month, followed by 3,000 each month thereafter. What did I say? The man's cheap cigarettes had been replaced with more luxurious ones, and as he coughed, the woman admired her new Chanel handbag, profoundly praising her husband's astuteness. Sumu yawned and pushed open the door. Though it was Saturday, the couple had already gone to work. The man worked at a mining company under the Yi Group, while the woman was an assembler at the Lin factory, earning 2,500 one month and 1,005 the next. They worked from 7 to 5, with Mondays off. The sink was piled high with unwashed breakfast dishes, and 2 flies buzzed about in the dim light. As Sumu stepped outside, the morning sun bathed him in its warmth, dispelling the shadows from the narrow passageway. After freshening up and tidying the modest dwelling, he descended the stairs. The rising sun chased away the morning chill, and the tenement began to bustle, the streets filled with clamor. The sweet aroma of soy milk wafted from a nearby stall, while elongated bamboo chopsticks danced in the hot oil, stirring the fried dough. The noodle shop owner lifted a small wooden lid floating atop the boiling pot, tossing in white alkaline noodles, which were soon engulfed in steam. Vegetables and bean sprouts were briefly blanched in boiling water before being immersed in a unique sauce. As the broth was poured into a bowl, the noodles cooked to perfection, a fried egg was added, and a steaming bowl of pot-covered noodles was placed before Sumu. The distant sounds of a foghorn from the river, bicycle bells, and the cries of children reluctant to stay home filled the air. Amidst the cacophony, Sumu savored his noodles, greeted by the morning salutations of the security guard below. As the city slowly awakened, the sun grew increasingly warm, a reminder that summer was fast approaching. Finishing his breakfast, Sumu slung his backpack over his shoulder, wheeling out his dilapidated bicycle, smiling brightly as he cheerfully greeted the neighbors. "Good morning to you too." In the tenement, there was no one who did not adore this warm-hearted, optimistic, and cheerful boy. Moreover, no one was unaware of the burdensome fate he carried. The neighbors were well aware of any troubles that befell each household. The greedy and selfish adoptive parents were universally condemned by all kind-hearted souls. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of the bell marked May 2005, as Sumu entered the short, yet lengthy countdown to the college entrance examination. Cycling along the lakeside path, a gentle, warm breeze caressed his cheeks. The air was filled with the fragrance of various flowers. As the dogtail grass swayed in the wind like a playful puppy vying for attention, Sumu rode from the serene outskirts into the bustling city, where towering buildings loomed. With time still on his side, he wished to explore further, his bicycle aimlessly navigating the sunlit streets and alleys. Countless sounds surged from every direction, the laughter of children playing in the nearby park, the splashes of water as an elder practiced calligraphy, the quarrels of a vendor and a woman shaded by trees, and the humble, respectful tones of urban professionals on the phone. Each sound resonated clearly, filling the vibrant atmosphere. The sweltering heat rendered the entire city immersed in a flurry of activity, yet Sumu alone meandered on his bicycle, ringing its bell. Gliding through the extravagant passage of time, he remained oblivious to his future aspirations and the current direction, merely drifting through each day. The old bicycle creaked as he pedaled faster under the morning sun, allowing the wind to tousle his hair. Amid the stifling breeze, a familiar sweet aroma wafted by. The elderly woman selling candied chestnuts appeared as scheduled, and upon seeing the youth approach, she beamed with a warm smile. Sumu paid for a bag and eagerly peeled a steaming chestnut, savoring its unique, rich sweetness that filled his senses. The influx of sugar effectively replenished his waning joy. In the rapid urbanization, would there still be a haven for the old woman's candied chestnuts in the future Jiangzhou? Contemplating as he nibbled, he stuffed the remaining half-bag into his pocket. "Goodbye, Grandma," he uttered, at 10 in the morning, captivated by the scenery along the way. Sumu ambled into the CAF, where he worked. The CAF's name was simple, consisting of a single letter, M, adorned with a branch of osmanthus. The owner explained that M stood for dream. On one hand, this little CAF was her ideal utopia, a vessel for her dreams. On the other, her name was Xia Mo, with Ming deriving from her own name. Sumu concealed his bicycle in a discreet corner, retrieved his keys, and forcefully lifted the roll-up door. Before him appeared a dream utopia, a concept he had never previously envisioned, an entire structure crafted from glass. Through the transparent walls, he beheld rows of solid wood bookshelves, meticulously stocked with an array of books. Rather than a CAF, it resembled a library. Like a bumpkin from the countryside, he curiously pushed open the glass door. The mingling scents of coffee beans and tea leaves enveloping him with a fragrant embrace. The western section of the CAF was composed of massive glass panels, offering a panoramic view of the picturesque landscape outside. Before him lay a lake, shimmering like a gem, Beihai, a renowned attraction of Jiangzhou. Moving to the east, he noted the bookshelves embedded in ancient dark red stone bricks, each brick etched with the wear of history. All the books were the owner's prized collection, which she had explicitly instructed him to protect. If the CAF were ever robbed, not a penny nor a single book should be surrendered. Among her most cherished possessions were the handwritten manuscripts of various classic literary works. Sumu picked up these precious manuscripts, which included not only the language of Kaiyun, but also the 5 major linguistic families of the northern continent: Induo, Galoran, Kalma, Rhine, and the Abbas language from the southern desert regions. Abbas, in the Kaiyun literature, bore another ancient name, the black-clad great food. The central continent housed the Dnieper-Volga linguistic family and the Chauha language, while the southern continent's collection was sparse, with many languages seemingly yet to evolve into written form, remaining in the symbolic representation of ancient times. Flipping through the pages of a book titled Ancient Aztec Works, Sumu found each page filled with incomprehensible yet intriguing illustrations. After returning the book, he began tidying up. Despite the CAF's immaculate cleanliness, he felt compelled to clean again. Once finished, he commenced preparing the ingredients for coffee and pastries. The CAF saw few patrons, with not a single customer arriving throughout the morning. Most tourists preferred to take photographs outside, while a few daring girls posed for a picture with Sumu through the glass wall as he studied. How much would this cost? Sumu observed the bustling flow of people around Beihai, yet none chose to enter the CAF, causing him a pang of anxiety. Though he quickly reminded himself that the owner was indifferent, so why should he fret? As the sun gradually shifted westward, its golden rays cascaded onto Mu Qianning's notebook, rendering the text indecipherable. Sumu rose and stepped outside, where the oppressive heat enveloped him, heralding the approach of midsummer. He set up a sunshade to shield himself from the sunlight that hindered his studies. Dingling. Upon returning to the CAF, The wind chime on the door chimed, heralding the entrance of the CAF's first customer. Sumu, yawning, greeted the guest. Xia Mo languidly reclined on the grass by the lake, a gentle breeze fluttering her pristine white dress. Perhaps feeling sufficiently rested or inspired, she rose and strolled back to her easel. Picking up her brush, she infused colors onto a nearly finished landscape oil painting titled Southern Mountain, Northern Sea. A humorous anecdote crossed her mind. A traveler visiting Jiangzhou once inquired about the location of Beihai, only to be told it was situated north of the Southern Mountain. The traveler, bewildered, asked where that mountain was, to which the response was that it lay south of Beihai. Upon completing the final stroke, she admired her masterpiece with great satisfaction. Feeling fatigued, Xia Mo stretched, her slender waist exposed to the balmy breeze. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of a gem nestled by the banks of Beihai, a CAF infused with artistic ambience. At the entrance, the staff were erecting a sunshade. Oh, this CAF is finally open? Xia Mo recalled that the establishment had been remodeled last November, but had remained vacant for 6 months, seemingly with no intention of opening. To her surprise, today marked its grand opening. "You all tidy up and head back," she declared. "I'm off to grab a cup of coffee." The bodyguards exchanged glances, uncertain whether to heed her command, but Xia Mo, in high spirits, brushed past them and approached the CAF. Through the glass wall, she noticed a youth engrossed in reading, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Studying here could be deemed rather romantic. Dingling, Xia Mo pushed open the door and inquired, "Is it business hours now? What can I get you?" The boy's voice was clear and gentle. Sumu set down his pen, stood, and turned to meet his first customer of the day. "Please, have a seat. We have coffee, hot tea, and pastries." He picked up the nearby menu. The boy gazed in astonishment at the girl before him, who reciprocated the surprise. "Xia Mo?" "Sumu." With a smile gleaming in her eyes, Xia Mo entered the CAF, pleasantly surprised, and inquired, "Could this coffee shop possibly belong to you?" I gazed at her incredulously, questioning whether someone who appeared capable of running such an establishment could truly be present here. Sumu shook his head, explaining, "I'm just working part-time here. The ambience is delightful." She took the menu, a beautifully hand-drawn piece with exquisite lettering and charming illustrations. "Did you create this?" she asked. "My boss did," he replied. "Your boss must be a person of great taste," Xia Mo remarked as she perused the menu, teasingly adding, "Do you know why there are no customers?" "Why?" he asked. She lifted the menu and said, "A cup of coffee is 20 yuan. The prices are nearly on par with Starbucks. No wonder there are no patrons. It seems your boss is unconcerned about profitability." Sumu scratched his head awkwardly. After all, he had breakfast with a bowl of egg noodles for merely 2 yuan. Indeed, 20 yuan for a cup of coffee was extravagance. "I could secretly make you a cup. My boss allows me to treat someone to 10 cups each month. That won't be necessary," she replied. Although 20 yuan was not cheap, for Xia Mo, it was equivalent to 2 yuan. "I'll have a latte, please. And since you can make desserts, I'd love a slice of chocolate mousse as well." She returned the menu to Sumu, adding, "Let me sample your culinary skills." "Please wait. Have a seat," Sumu instructed as he moved to the preparation area. Xia Mo explored the CAF, her gaze naturally drawn to an entire wall of bookshelves. She casually pulled out a volume, discovering it to be a handwritten edition of the Nibelungen Lied. "If I recall correctly, the original is in Rhine language, isn't it?" she remarked. "Indeed." Sumu stirred the cream while responding. "Take a look. There should be more on the shelf. I saw them this morning." "Found it," Xia Mo exclaimed, pulling out the Rhine version of the Nibelungen Lied and flipping through it. "Did your boss transcribe all of these?" "Yes," Sumu replied. "I truly wish to meet her." He placed the prepared chocolate mousse into the freezer, then picked up a small pot to brew coffee. The air filled with the rich aroma of coffee beans. The mousse took its time, but the coffee brewed quickly. "Ice or hot?" he asked. "It's a bit warm today. I'll go with ice," she responded. "For iced lattes." He used a glass cup. For hot lattes, a ceramic one. Sumu added ice to the glass coffee cup and poured in the freshly brewed coffee. "All set," he announced, presenting the coffee to Xia Mo. "The mousse will take a little longer, but coffee can be refilled indefinitely." Xia Mo took a sip and remarked, "Oh, Then I could easily spend the entire afternoon here. Certainly, as long as you have the time. Staying until closing is perfectly fine. As they chatted, the mousse finally set, and Sumu cut a slice, placing the remainder in the refrigerator. Your chocolate mousse is ready. As usual, if it's not enough, you can have more. Xia Mo picked up a silver spoon, curiously tasting a bite. This is surprisingly good. I didn't expect you to have such talent. The sweetness is just right. Not overly rich, and it's quite refreshing. Sumu beamed with pride. If I were to rate it out of 10, I would give you 6. Xia Mo took another bite. Sumu's smile faltered as he asked, why only 6? 6 is quite generous. I'm very picky about desserts. Xia Mo explained as she savored the mousse. Many renowned masters in Jiazhou would only earn 8 or 9 from me. Has anyone ever achieved a perfect score? He inquired. Intrigued. Yes, Xia Mo replied. Sumu pressed further. Who? My mother, she said, delivering a crushing blow. Sumu suddenly felt that 6 was a commendable score. He returned to his seat, glancing at a bodyguard pretending to stroll nearby, and asked, what brings you here? Didn't I mention? I live in Nanshan Junhai. Just around the corner, Xia Mo answered, her face a picture of confusion. Sumu's eyes widened slightly, contemplating the picturesque view beyond the glass walls. Realizing she lived in such a scenic area, surely, residing here was a tad extravagant. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He would likely never have a connection to Nanshan Junhai, even under extraordinary circumstances. As the sun set, customers were fewer than anticipated. By nightfall, when Sumu turned on the warm, inviting lights, only Xia Mo remained in the CAF. Strange, isn't today Saturday? Are people truly at work? Sumu pushed open the eastern window, peering outside to find the lakeside devoid of any figures, save for the diligent bodyguards. Xia Mo had shifted from her table to a cozy sofa, engrossed in the handwritten Harry Potter, The Other Shore's Flower Great Wall, an ancient novel. It was said to have been penned by a pontiff named Lumiere during antiquity, who later created another classic, The Old Dragon Clan. Regrettably, the pontiff passed away before completing the grand finale. Some argued that the industrial products mentioned within the Old Dragon Clan served as compelling evidence of the cyclical nature of the world, while others contended it merely illustrated that modern authors were cloaking their identities in antiquity. The debate had raged for decades without resolution. Xia Mo stretched languidly, relishing the tranquil surroundings, beautiful, quiet, and devoid of distractions, with a bookshelf filled with her favorite reads and a dedicated server for refreshments. Throughout the afternoon, she not only finished an entire pot of coffee, but also devoured the entire chocolate mousse cake. The initially steep price suddenly felt quite reasonable. Sumu brought her a warm cup of lemon honey water, placing it on the small table beside the sofa. Xia Mo glanced at her Lang Esni watch, noting the time was 7:42 p.m., and asked, what time do you plan to close? It depends on the mood, Sumu replied, sipping water. At least around 11 or 12. She shifted into a more comfortable position, pondering, do you think anyone would come for coffee at night? I imagine that wandering souls in the dead of night might crave a cup of coffee, he mused, setting down his glass to continue his preparations. Suddenly, the bell jingled as the door swung open. Sumu rose, arms outstretched, saying, what did I tell you? Excuse me, are you closed? A girl asked, tall and fresh-faced, accompanied by a dapper young man in glasses. Sumu quickly picked up the menu and greeted them. What would you like to drink? Xia Mo discreetly vacated the sofa and returned to her original seat. I'll have an iced Americano, the girl declared. And hot tea, Longjing, please, the young man added. It was a stark contrast in choices. Sumu's attention was solely on the girl, while Xia Mo's focus was on the watch on the young man's wrist, a brigade, an intricately skeletonized tourbillon. She cherished 3 treasures: literature, art, and mechanics. Just a moment, Sumu said, swiftly preparing their drinks. Enjoy. As I was about to leave, a woman called out to me, introducing herself. Hello, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Guan. Just as she spoke, the CAF welcomed its 4th patron of the day, a young man with a visage as flawless as a deity. Sumu gazed at him, utterly at a loss for words, his mind unable to conjure any descriptor other than perfection. Mocha, thank you, he said, choosing a seat near the bookshelf. He casually pulled out a copy of the ancient text, Homer's Epic, 3, and began to read leisurely. All right. Please hold on. After a moment of daze, Sumu hurried back to the counter. The CAF, which had been tranquil, grew tense as Xia Mo waited for Sumu to serve the coffee, pulling him into a corner. She seized a pen from the table and scribbled on her notepad. Be cautious. They are all monsters. Sumu's heart raced in fright, his eyes wide with terror as he snatched the pen to write back. Is it the same as that night? No, they are not bad people, but rather monsters like me. Xia Mo responded with her pen, pausing before continuing with another line. That Mr. Mocha is the most terrifying among us. He is dangerous. The ice Americano, initially wanting to speak to Sumu, abandoned the thought completely upon Mr. Mocha's entrance. Outside, the vigilant bodyguards sensed something amiss, inching closer with their hands resting on their waists. Seeing this, Xia Mo hastily gestured for them to leave immediately. This is not your place. Time passed slowly as Xia Mo continuously checked her wristwatch, the minute hand and hour hand ticking away. Mr. Longjing T and Miss Ice Americano fidgeted restlessly, staring at their drinks, while Mr. Mocha remained unfazed, engrossed in his mythological reading. Xia Mo, a mere observer sipping honey water, awaited the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement. Her home was nearby. Any disturbance would alert her elders, so she remained unworried. As the only normal person in the small CF, Sumu felt the most anxious, gripping his pen tightly, alternating between studying and stealing glances at the celestial figure. In the suffocating silence, Sumu's Nokia suddenly rang, startling him. He felt a jolt of fear as he picked up his phone, hiding it under the table. It was an ultimatum from the couple. Wasn't it agreed upon for 2 days? They seem overly hasty. I really have no money left. He quickly composed a reply, and after sending it, prudently turned off his phone to avoid any further disruptive sounds. Xia Mo observed the boy's expression beneath the table, puzzled. Was his smile one of joy or sorrow? Who was messaging him? In the endless silence, Mr. Longjing T finally spoke, expressing a desire never to encounter the young man by the bookshelf again. I didn't expect to see you here. Mr. Mocha lifted his gaze, an aura of menace making everyone shudder, while Sumu appeared oblivious, glancing around, wondering if a confrontation was imminent. He anxiously thought, could we not have a fight in my little CAF? I've only just secured this job. I also didn't anticipate your early arrival. I merely followed my teacher's arrangement, intending to check on my junior brother after the matter concluded, only to discover someone had breached their promise. Mr. Longjing T and Miss Ice Americano exchanged knowing glances, both aware that there would be no resolution tonight. Seizing the opportunity before any anger erupted, they decided to retreat. Miss Ice Americano felt a twinge of reluctance, but knew she had to heed Mr. Longjing's advice. If you have come personally, we are willing to make concessions. After stating this, Mr. Longjing laid down the payment for their beverages, and together with Miss Ice Americano, they vanished from the CAF. Outside, headlights illuminated the scene, and Sumu caught sight of a striking purple McLaren sports car, its butterfly doors open, inciting envy within him. With the adversaries gone, Mr. Mocha closed the unfinished Homer's Epic, 3, placing $200 bills on the table. Ahem, manager, I am not fond of sweetness. Next time, please reduce the sugar. I prefer a more bitter taste. All right, understood. Sumu nodded, momentarily stunned, glancing at the 2 bills. Sir, the mocha you ordered is only 20 yuan. The remainder is a tip. You know, we have a tipping culture in our country, Mr. Mocha replied. Please respect our cultural customs. With the conversation elevated to the level of cultural respect, Sumu found himself at a loss for words. Yet, judging by Mr. Mocha's appearance, he didn't seem foreign. Black hair, dark eyes, and sharp features. He was the epitome of beauty, likely an immigrant. Thank you for your tip, and we welcome you to visit again. Yes, goodbye. Mr. Mocha pushed the door open and disappeared into the inky night. Sumu failed to catch sight of his means of transportation or how he left. Damn it. Sumu rushed outside, and once he confirmed the area was clear, he took a deep breath, his taut nerves finally easing. Xia Mo scrutinized the boy before her, her expression complex as she inquired. The junior brother he mentioned. It couldn't possibly be you, could it? Sumu, washing a coffee cup, retorted, "Do I look like one?" Xia Mo studied him closely for a while before shaking her head, replying, "Not really. If you two stood together, though not quite Sesomaru and Jakin, the disparity is evident. One a general, the other a guard." "I don't appreciate that remark," Sumu huffed. "At the very least, I should be a company commander." Xia Mo's serious demeanor cracked as she chuckled at his playful tone. "Su, a manager." In a jovial mood, she teasingly mimicked Mr. Mocha's slip, asking, "Are you open tomorrow since it's the weekend? I really like this place." "Yes, we are open." "Great, then I shall see you tomorrow." Xia Mo hummed a J Cho tune, leading a throng of bodyguards as they confidently merged into the dark night. They have all departed. After the brief commotion, only Sumu remained in the CAF. He refilled his glass with water, settled beside the glass wall, and resumed his studies. The wind from Beihai stirred, causing the trees outside to rustle. Chapter 5, Believing in a Beautiful Future, 2024 New Edition, at 11 o'clock in the evening. Sumu turned off the lights and securely locked the roller door. He did not carry his backpack, as he would return the next day, and the back and forth was rather cumbersome. He brought out his beloved old bicycle, humming a song by J Cho, emulating Xia Mo. "O merciful Father, I have fallen into a realm devoid of sin." As he sang these lyrics, Sumu glanced around at the enveloping darkness, feeling a twinge of fear in his heart. This song felt ominous. It had accompanied him the last time he plunged into the jade dreamscape. No, he must change the tune. Clearing his throat, he began to softly hum a song by Liang Jingru from the previous year, about the tranquil summer, where stars dotted the sky. When he returned to Sand Village in the east of the city, the stars above had vanished. The neighbors in the apartment building had long succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few crooked streetlights downstairs to welcome Sumu home. He had timed his arrival perfectly. At this hour, the couple would surely be deep in sleep, and if he slipped in quietly, he would not disturb them. How clever I am. As he passed by the garbage heap downstairs, the triumphant smile on Sumu's face faltered. In the dim light, he spotted many familiar items. No. He parked his bicycle and rushed into the refuse, digging through the filthy, foul-smelling debris to unearth a shattered picture frame. In the photograph, the kind-hearted matron was smiling while embracing two children. The boy was Sumu, and the girl was Fu Ningning. Why must they treat me this way? Cradling the photograph, Sumu knelt amid the stench of the garbage, silently weeping, unable to comprehend why, if they wished to cast him out, they had to destroy everything and throw it away. "I have legs. I can leave on my own." "Is that you, Xia Mo?" "Who?" Under the faint glow of the streetlight, Sumu saw the elderly security guard, his hair white as snow, gazing at him with concern. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he stepped out from the rubbish. I. Don't say anything. We all know. This is not your fault." The old guard produced his aluminum lunchbox, revealing 2 steamed buns and an egg. "Good child, you must be starving. Have something to eat." The old man's face radiated kindness, and the worn streetlight behind him cast a warm, angelic glow. Sumu was not hungry. He had already eaten well, and the meals at Xia Mo's home were no less than those at Fu Ningning's. I'm not hungry. I've eaten," he replied. The elderly man, too, faced hardships and could not accept his food. That's good. The old guard did not press further. "They threw all your belongings away and even changed the locks tonight. Good child, why not stay at my place tonight? Get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day, and the sun will rise as usual. Life will not grow more difficult. The future will always be brighter." The old man smiled, resembling a spiritual guide, directing Sumu, who stood at a crossroads of life, through his confusion. "You are still young. There are many tomorrows, countless opportunities awaiting you. Remember, never punish yourself for the mistakes of others." This was a simple truth the old man had gleaned over a lifetime, a creed he had lived by. Sumu took a deep breath, loosening his tightly clenched fists, calming his tumultuous emotions. The old man was right. He was still young, and now he had found a good job. It was not worth wasting time on them. "Grandpa, I must go," he said. "Where are you headed?" The old guard appeared anxious. "On a night like this, where could you possibly go? You can always leave tomorrow." Sumu shook his head. Whether early or late, he had to leave. He did not want to remain in this place of sorrow. He feared waking up to see those two repulsive faces and losing control. I found a job. I can sleep at the store tonight. Seeing the determination in the boy's eyes, the old guard swallowed his words. Sumu had grown up, matured into someone who no longer needed protection. All right, I'll help you gather your things. Beneath the dilapidated apartment building, the two hunched figures, one old and one young, began to retrieve scattered items from the garbage in the dim light. Sumu's belongings were few. Many discarded clothes no longer fit him. What he cherished were his precious memories, photographs, diaries, and the little stars folded by Fu Ningning. The bedding was filthy and odorous, but after a wash, it could still be used. Enduring until his salary arrived was entirely feasible. Oh, Mr. Mocha had just given him a tip of 180 yuan. It was indeed a timely blessing. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Sumu mounted his bicycle and waved goodbye. The old man stood at the base of the apartment building, calling out, "Child, ride slowly and never return." Sumu rode aimlessly along the lakeside path, now contemplating two destinations. One was to return to the CF, the other to hide in the unfinished little house of his. The little house, situated by a picturesque lake, had its drawbacks: mosquitoes, poor wind and rain resistance, and a lack of electricity and gas, but it was still quite a charming refuge. P.S. As a child, he adored exploring abandoned buildings, bridges, and scrounging discarded sofas from dumps, crafting a little nest with old bedding and a kettle. Yet he opted to head to the CAF first. He would need to work there tomorrow anyway. He could hide his belongings in the woods behind and sleep on the floor tonight. The boss ought not to mind. At least one hoped. Sumu felt a flutter of anxiety but had no better options, so he quickened his pace back. The silent night sky was pierced by a drop of light rain that landed on his cheek. Oh no, is it going to rain? This can't be happening. The chill of late spring wind swept through the woods, the damp sensation causing Sumu to panic, forcing him to speed up and fervently pray, "Please, let it hold off until I arrive." A silver flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed in his ears. Suddenly, he remembered that night in Xia Mo's car when the radio had warned of strong convective weather approaching, with abundant rainfall expected. A drop of cold rain, large as a bean, mercilessly pelted his face, followed by a second, then a third. In the midst of the rolling thunder, torrential rain poured down, offering no chance for refuge. Sumu halted his bicycle, allowing the cold rain to drench his clothes. He stood there, dazed, gazing at the heavens. Behind him, Shaoli, lingering in the distance, pulled out a raincoat, helplessly watching the child toyed with by fate. He had an umbrella, but could not reach out to him. What sins have I committed in my past life? Sumu mused bitterly, feeling powerless, and could only mount his bicycle to seek shelter from the storm. He stood up and pedaled furiously on the old bicycle. Creak, creak, the bicycle emitted ominous sounds, making Sumu's heart race. It wouldn't he break down now? Would it? Please, I beg you. In that fleeting moment of prayer, a blinding light approached from ahead. Sumu looked up in terror, spotting an out-of-control BMW. No? A crazed horse of a car. Bang! Shaoli, the enforcer, was startled, watching helplessly as the familiar BMW struck the boy, then careened into the roadside railing. Oh no, this cannot go unnoticed. Shaoli revved his motorcycle and sped toward Sumu. Hey, you can't just die like this. The motorcycle roared, but no matter how fast he accelerated, he could not reach the scene of the accident. Shaoli slammed the brakes, realizing that the hunt for the perpetrator had begun. Sumu crashed heavily onto the asphalt, his hands and feet scraped, his beloved bicycle reduced to a heap of scrap metal before his eyes. In this moment, his anger erupted, the mask of a smile torn away, leaving only a golden fury burning in his eyes. "You better be dead," he shouted as he rushed towards the BMW, yanking the door off with his left hand and seizing the driver by the throat with his right, dragging him out of the car. "You owe me for my bicycle." The boy stood in the pouring rain, roaring with rage like a wild beast. "Compensate me." Huh. The fire of anger in Sumu's eyes suddenly extinguished as he recognized the man he was gripping. It was the enforcement officer from the other day. What was his name? Chiming. Enforcement officer. Sumu gasped, startled, as if he had touched something filthy, and quickly released him. Crimson blood mixed with rainwater poured from Qi Ming's forehead. In a flurry, Sumu tore apart his short-sleeved shirt to bind the officer's wounds. Feeling for breath at his nose, he was still alive. Inside the BMW, the officer in the passenger seat had tragically succumbed, a broken tree branch piercing through his body. Sticky red blood splattering everywhere. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" Sumu was at a loss as to what to do. His hands trembling as he fished out his Nokia phone, turning it on. A series of unread messages popped up, each one filled with insults directed at him. What to do? What to do? Yes, yes, call the police, hurry. His hands shook as he pressed the emergency number, but no matter what, he couldn't get through. Bringing the phone closer to his eyes, he saw the signal display. "I don't want you to pay for the bicycle anymore. Just don't die. Please, don't die." Sumu shook Qi Ming vigorously, crying and shouting. The boy's cries stirred a nightmare from the shadows, a dark crimson reptilian creature crawling forth from the night. Its irregularly patterned skin was covered in barnacle-like shells, each shell housing a tongue that flickered in and out, as if breathing or feeding. The monster widened its bulging eyes, scrutinizing the weeping boy. Sumu stared at the creature, and it stared back at him. The boy was oblivious to the repulsive entity's nature, while the monster could not fathom why the boy before it remained untouched by its powers. He defied the rules, moving freely. "Hey, hey, hey!" Sumu stuttered in fear, desperately pinching Qi Ming's pressure point, but seeing no effect, he resorted to slapping his face. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! There's a monster! Stop! Stop hitting me!" In a daze, Qi Ming opened his eyes, recognizing the boy who was striking his face. "If you keep hitting me, I'll die," he rasped weakly. Sumu awkwardly withdrew his right hand, stating, "We are surrounded by monsters." The first creature emerged from the night, followed closely by a second and a third, a dense swarm, like a torrential downpour from the heavens. Cough. Cough. With Sumu's support, Qi Ming leaned against the car, retrieving a vial of blue serum from the glove compartment and injecting it into his body with a gun-like syringe. Curious, Sumu asked, "What is this?" "Stabilized blood serum," Qi Ming replied. "You may consider it a small blood pack." "HP blood pack?" Sumu's eyes widened, eagerly extending his arm. "Then give me one too. I was just thrown by you and need urgent treatment." Qi Ming narrowed his eyes, assessing the robust youth before him. "You say you were thrown and need a boost?" The monsters had no time for the two's idle chatter and charged forward. With quick reflexes, Sumu pulled Qi Ming aside, seizing a car door to strike. But it merely passed through the creature's body, causing no damage. "What the hell? What is this thing? It can't be hit." Qi Ming chuckled, drawing a handgun from his waist. "As you said, the ghosts can't hit walls and the shadows borrow paths. Naturally, ghosts can't be struck." "Wow, we're going to die? And you're still holding a grudge?" Sumu exclaimed. Bang! The gunshot rang out, obliterating the monster's head, red flesh scattering across the ground. "Why can you hit it? Hurry, give me a gun." "Sorry, standard equipment, you can't use it." "We're about to die," Sumu shouted, pointing angrily at the horde of monsters on the road. Qi Ming disregarded him, kicking open the trunk and tossing out a long backpack. "Use this." Sumu eagerly unzipped it, only to find a golf club inside, leaving him bemused. "Can this even be considered a weapon? I thought it was a sniper rifle. Whether you can hit them or not doesn't depend on the weapon, but on the power," Qi Ming patiently explained. "These monsters are creations of the spiritual sequence power. Material world weapons cannot harm them. Only spiritual or pure force can. Like fire, lightning, or light. But it's pouring rain. How can I start a fire?" Sumu protested. "Exactly. That's why the culprit is clever. Attacking me on a rainy night," Qi Ming continued. "However, it doesn't matter. I am also of the spiritual sequence. I'll pull you into the spiritual world. You just need to swing the club with confidence." Before Sumu could finish, he was pulled into the criminal's spiritual hunting ground. Under the rainy night, the fully armed enforcement officer and the high school student wielding a golf club stood ready to combat the throng of spiritual monsters. "I'm scared," Sumu said, his face forlorn. "I'm scared too, and I'm terrified to death," Qi Ming replied. "But does being afraid mean we can survive? If you want to live, there's only one way." Yes, 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 damn." Qi Ming saw a monster lunging at him, and the high school student smashed its head with the club. dodging a second attack with agility and countering with another lethal blow, the blood and gore splattering everywhere. Each step was flawless, every swing decisive, each strike fatal. Yet, amidst the killing, he cried out, "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Tears of fear streamed down his cheeks, yet the slaughter continued unabated. Monsters. Born monsters. This boy must have practiced swordsmanship, and it is the swordsmanship of slaughter. Xia Mo raised his handgun, firing indiscriminately at the monsters. In the darkness, the culprit observed everything, watching the boy swordsman wreak havoc. After a brief contemplation, the cautious character decided to bide his time, allowing this enforcement officer to live for another day. Consider yourself fortunate. The culprit turned to flee, but a red high-heeled shoe struck his chest, pinning him to the ground, and a pair of brilliant golden eyes appeared before him. "TSK, TSK, TSK, and you're already this terrifying without awakening?" Behind the woman, Mr. Longjing clapped his hands, grinning at Sumu's bloody rampage. "I bet he is at least A-rated." "Hey, just like you," said Miss Iced Americano. "I am nothing like you." Mr. Longjing shook his head. "I belong to the wisdom sequence. My pure combat power is not high. He is either of the flame sequence or the storm sequence. That is true top-tier combat power." How modest. Miss Iced Americano relaxed momentarily, and the spiritual sequence criminal beneath her feet seized the opportunity to escape. "Isn't it better to kill him?" Ahead, thunder rumbled, and the criminal was kicked back into place. "I thought you had already left," Mr. Longjing said respectfully. Mr. Mocha remained expressionless, not even igniting his golden eyes. "If you don't leave, how can I? We mean no harm," Miss Iced Americano stated. "I merely wish to return everything that belongs to Xia Mo. Have you not seen him, destitute and wandering the streets?" Mr. Mocha remained unmoved, asserting, "What is his will eventually return to him, but not at this moment. You cannot protect him, nor can Zhou Hai. Concealment is the greatest protection for Sumu." However, Miss Iced Americano sought to continue the debate. Aware that they were not entirely without cards to play, their audacity to arrive signified their preparedness. "Hua hua, cease your words," Mr. Longjing T interjected, restraining the impulsive Miss Iced Americano. "Let the high-ranking officials grapple with this matter. We have other business to attend to. Be my guest, Mr. Mocha remarked as he kicked the criminal to Miss Iced Americano's feet. "Perhaps this may serve you well. I shall take my leave." The criminal lay trembling on the ground, pleading, "Do not kill me, do not kill me. So fearful of death, yet you seek to harm others?" Miss Iced Americano's countenance remained indifferent as she unhesitatingly drew her gun, executing the perpetrator on the spot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, extinguishing his spirit. With one last glance at the distant youth, she departed in her vehicle, urged on by Mr. Longjing T. The support from the Enforcement Bureau arrived swiftly. They discovered the criminal's corpse by the roadside. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, they returned to headquarters, escorting the severely injured Xia Mo and the innocent high school student Sumu. "I owe you a life," Xia Mo stated as he was lifted into the ambulance. After completing the documentation, the bureau chief observed the high school student who lingered hesitantly and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Sumu, anxiously fidgeting with his small hands, asked, "What about my bicycle and—" "Ha." The chief's large hand rested reassuringly on the boy's tense shoulder. "Fear not, the bicycle will be compensated. You saved Xiaoqi, and you shall be granted a reward." "Really?" Sumu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly felt exceptionally fortunate. "I knew the future would be brighter." "Indeed. It is true. We will also send a commendation to your school." The chief spoke with a melodious tone and a warm demeanor. "It is quite late now. We shall not escort you home. Perhaps we can forego the commendation," Sumu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Shall we arrange a hotel for him?" The chief was well aware of the boy's family circumstances, having received a complete report just moments earlier. Officer Shaoli took Sumu to the Ing Tian building and secured a room with a large bed. "You shall stay here tonight. 2 days' worth of accommodation has been paid, and you may sleep in tomorrow." "That won't do." "What is it?" "I have work tomorrow. If I skip, my boss will deduct my wages." Officer Shaoli. As Sumu opened his package, intending to wash the sheets in the hotel bathroom, a square hard box slid out. Upon opening it, he found 2 steamed buns and an egg inside. His nose suddenly tinged with emotion. Very well, rest early. The hotel provides free laundry services. Do not wash them by hand in the bathroom, Officer Shaoli advised, fearing he might hesitate, adding, it is all paid for. Oh, all right, thank you, brotherly. No need for thanks. Just as Officer Shaoli prepared to leave and return to the bureau, he suddenly heard Sumu call out to him. Brotherly. The boy's face radiated sunshine as he smiled brightly. What is it? Please do not follow me anymore, if you could. Officer Shaoli gazed at that smiling face, a shiver coursing through him, his hair standing on end. Chapter 6. The Inspector, 2024 New Edition. Under the cloak of night, the rain poured relentlessly, while the wind howled outside. The aged windows of the Holy Light Church rattled violently against their wooden frames. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony gave Qi Ming a headache as he gingerly moved through the desolate church, holding a candle in his right hand. At the end of the corridor, the sound of a child's sobbing echoed. Who is there? Qi Ming approached with caution, and in the moonlight, he saw a little boy weeping by the door. Child, are you all right? Why? What why? The boy turned, his face a blend of laughter and tears, his conflicting emotions tearing at him. Crimson tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he lamented his cruel fate. Sumu? Qi Ming raised the candle to better see the boy's face. The child laughed maniacally, shouting and jumping, before suddenly freezing, raising a golf club in his hand as if to strike. You all must die. Sumu bellowed. No, Qi Ming shouted, jolting awake, the warm afternoon sunlight spilling over his face. Beside him, his female assistant was peeling an apple, and he exhaled in relief. Reclining back onto his sickbed. Boss, what did you dream about? A rather unpleasant dream. Qi Ming stared at the ceiling, recounting the dream to his assistant. I am still worried. Last night, I witnessed that child, born a wild beast. If left unchecked, it could lead to disaster. Boss, do you mean to adopt him? The assistant cut a piece of apple and offered it to him. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Ming choked on his words, coughing violently. You foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to bring him into the enforcement hall. We need such talent. That may no longer be possible. The assistant brought a glass of water. What happened? With a smile, she explained, the case has been transferred by the chief to the X-Space Southeast Bureau. What nonsense. I have yet to consent, Qi Ming exclaimed, pulling back the covers, intent on confronting his superior. The assistant hurriedly pressed him back down, saying, Boss, there's no use in being anxious. The higher-ups state that this case has surpassed our lineage limits. The one who died yesterday was merely a poorly imitated clown. The X-Space Southeast Bureau has sent 2 inspectors with high bloodlines. The male is named Gu Li, a wisdom sequence, blue blood A. The female is Guan Tianyan, a speed sequence, blue blood A. That sister seems incredibly cool. Qi Ming was unconcerned with appearances. His focus remained on lineage. Blue blood, even A has been deployed. Indeed. Boss, the assistant placed the water before him. You needn't worry. The state allocates substantial funds to X-Space yearly. It must be utilized, right? Leave the dangerous matters to them. This is not merely a question of danger. Qi Ming sipped the water, his face marred with concern. I am merely anxious that power not being in our hands could lead to calamity. Boss, when you become the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Enforcement Hall, you can ponder these matters then. For now, just lie down and recuperate. Sumu. Boss. The female assistant, exuding a sense of endless worry, said sternly, You must not concern yourself with Sumu any longer. We have received a warning from above. What? I did not comprehend. Why the sudden warning? The Xia family issued an order for us to cease all investigations against Sumu starting at noon today. All files related to him in the office, including those in the archives, have been sealed and taken away. The assistant recounted everything that had transpired during his period of unconsciousness. The Xia family? Qi Ming was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. That was a prestigious family. Additionally, today the director was invited to dine with Lord Fu and returned looking quite grim. This matter is beyond our control. You should focus on your recovery. Once healed, treat them to a meal to express gratitude for their life-saving assistance, and then conclude the matter. The assistant urged him gently. Qi Ming lay in silence. reflecting on the miraculous rise of the Yi family overnight, as mentioned in the files the previous night. Thus, fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Every gift of fate has its price, does it not? The decline of the Yi family is but another strand of fate. Truly, what poetic justice! This suffering surpasses a direct demise of Yi Zhendong. What is Sumu's current state? Qi Ming could not quell his unease. He feared that this unfortunate little boy might become a pawn in their game. Rest assured, he is well. He joyfully went to work early this morning, positively radiant. The assistant smiled, her demeanor gentle and sunny, confirming he had not transformed into an uncontrollable beast. That is good, that is good. The coffee shop was particularly bustling today, and Sumu felt overwhelmed, especially as he was the sole staff member present. As if the affluent of Jiangzhou had all flocked there for coffee. Hello, here is your cappuccino and vanilla latte. Enjoy. Wait a moment. Is there anything else I can assist you with? A beautiful young woman raised her camera with a bright smile, saying, "Handsome, may I take a picture with you?" That might not be appropriate. Sumu felt a bit conflicted, as it contradicted his principles. The young woman smiled radiantly, raising two slender fingers, 20 for the tip. Sumu set down the tray. "It is my honor." As the sun set, the last batch of customers yawned and departed in groups, climbing into their luxurious cars. Leaving Nanshan Beihai, Sumu hid behind the counter, giddily counting stacks of 10 yuan notes, excitement radiating from every pore. 17, 18. In one afternoon, just from photographs, he earned a staggering 180 in tips, a windfall. Leaning against the wooden counter, his eyes sparkled as he took a bite of the cold, hard-steamed bun he had packed from the hotel that morning. Despite its state, it was exceptionally delicious. If I could earn 180 every day, in less than 20 years, I could buy myself a cozy little nest in the west of the city, just from tips. Oh, I need to buy Qian Qian a birthday gift. No, I am being too greedy. It cannot be 180 every day. Moreover, I still need to go to school tomorrow. Dinkling. The wind chime at the door jingled as another customer entered. Sumu quickly concealed the cash and sprang from behind the bar, cheerfully announcing, "Welcome." His demeanor brimmed with enthusiasm, his life filled with hope. "Store manager Su, business seems quite good today." During dinner time, Xia Mo entered the coffee shop with a lunchbox. Fully aware that all the patrons were there because of her charm, she settled into her usual spot, saying, "Latte, with latte art, thank you. It is already so late." Sumu sincerely suggested, "Shall I make you a cup of honey lemon water?" "That would be nice." Xia Mo set down her lunchbox and walked to the bookshelf, her expression remaining placid, revealing no signs of joy or sorrow. It was as though she bore infinite worries, only finding solace in painting or reading. "I made Longjing tea pastries today. Would you like to try some?" Sumu inquired again. "Sure, let's have them after dinner." Xia Mo's hand brushed across the shelves of handwritten manuscripts, finally resting on a volume of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Just as she was about to pull it out when she noticed a comic on the shelf. One Piece. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, reaffirming that this was not her home. She returned the Epic of Gilgamesh to its place and decisively selected several volumes of One Piece. Today, she thought, ought to be a day for relaxation. Sumu emerged from behind the bar with a glass of honey lemon water and a glass of plain water, his expression tinged with surprise at the manga in the girl's hands. "What? Can I read this?" Xia Mo's tone was icy. "No," Sumu clarified. "This is in Chaoha language. There's a translated version in Kaiyan language over there. I can fetch it for you. Are you just worried I won't understand?" Xia Mo shook her head, stating, "I can read Chaoha." "Oh, I saw you reading the Nibelungen Lied in Rhine language yesterday. And now you're looking at Chaoha manga while school is teaching in their language?" Sumu inquired, astonished. "You know that many languages?" Xia Mo settled back into her seat, sipping the warm honey water, and remarked, "I prefer it cold." "Oh, I'll get you some ice." "No need." Without any hesitation in front of Sumu, Xia Mo exuded an aura of frigidness from her fingertips, transforming the warm honey water into a chilled beverage with a mere breath. Having already revealed herself, an additional exposure made little difference. As she opened her lunchbox, an enticing aroma filled the small CF, making Sumu gulp in envy. His cold steamed bun suddenly seemed unappetizing. Join me for a meal, she suggested. With food available, Sumu felt no reluctance. Now that he had money, he could easily afford the meal. Sure. A smile blossomed on Sumu's face as he eagerly picked up his ceramic chopsticks, hastily opening his lunchbox. The first item he picked was a piece of black abalone. His hand trembled slightly, and he quickly switched to another dish, this time grabbing a large chunk of pristine crab meat, only to realize that today's ingredients were entirely different from yesterday's. Finally, with a quivering right hand, he picked up the cheapest scrambled eggs, noticing an unusual scattering of black specks atop. Was that chocolate? The taste was peculiar, slightly savory, but predominantly eggy. What is this? He asked curiously. Pig snout fungus, Xia Mo replied. It sounded cheap. Sumu felt reassured and began to eat heartily while the girl across from him quietly consumed her eggs, her understanding dawning as to why he was so unfazed by the expensive ingredients. What does Fu Ningning usually treat you to? She asked. A lot. Shrimp, spicy fish fillets, chicken with edamame, and steamed eggs. Oh, and I particularly love her family's braised pork. Sumu replied earnestly. She eats so simply? Xia Mo scrutinized her classmate and suddenly comprehended everything. It was not Fu Ningning who preferred these dishes, but Sumu who only ate these. She truly had a thoughtful disposition. Her braised pork is indeed delicious. You've tried it? Of course. Xia Mo smiled mischievously, a hint of cunning flashing across her face before vanishing in an instant. Did you know? The braised pork you eat is made by her mother. Mom. Sumu suddenly coughed violently. Xia Mo, unfazed, picked up a piece of crab meat and kindly reminded him, slow down, no one is competing with you. Drink some water. Coughing, Sumu pulled out a tissue, stepping aside until he expelled a grain of rice from his nasal passage and finally regained his composure. Is it that potent? Xia Mo took small bites, leisurely consuming her eggs, quickly discerning the nature of his relationship with Fu Ningning. Poor Fu Ningning harbored feelings for the boy before her. He too felt something but had affections for Mu Qianning, unable to outright reject his deskmate's kindness. If he were to turn her down when she was merely being kind, it would render him a fool. Yet, Xia Mo's remark about the mother's braised pork provided critical insight. It made Sumu fully aware of his deskmate's intentions, triggering a panic that resulted in his exaggerated reaction. Sumu awkwardly gazed at Xia Mo, recognizing the teasing glimmer in her eyes. He understood that she had pieced together much of the story. Sit down, eat. Xia Mo gestured with her chopsticks toward the crab meat, abalone, and other seemingly luxurious ingredients, her meaning abundantly clear. You're eating all of this. Sumu resumed his seat, picking up his chopsticks again. He wished to explain something, but suddenly realized he and Xia Mo were not as familiar as he thought. They had merely shared a few extraordinary experiences. Had it not been for his job at the CAF, he doubted they would have crossed paths again after that night. You don't need to say anything. This is between you and Fu Ningning, and I'm not concerned. Xia Mo sipped her honey water slowly, adding, you shouldn't feel any burden. You two are not on the same path, and one end up together. Cherish this fleeting time. She was fully aware of the events of the previous night, recognizing that the mental hunt was merely a ploy orchestrated by a mere ant lacking even a golden eye. But Sumu, too, had not awakened his powers, had he? If he did awaken, what sequence would he belong to? Xia Mo was curious. Though the Fu family was wealthy, they were merely an ordinary bloodline. The true core of power lay beyond their reach. The comforting words Sumu heard carried a different meaning to him. He was acutely aware of the immense class gap between himself and Fu Ningning. This was not something that could be bridged merely by excelling in school or attending a prestigious university. It required generations of effort coupled with extraordinary fortune to even hope to catch up. Her family was the wealthiest in the Jiangnan province. A princess's partner could only be a prince. Thus, the tales of noble women and humble men who fell in love and walked hand in hand were but myths throughout history. Sumu remained silent, finishing all his food. After dinner, Xia Mo reclined on a lazy sofa, gazing at the one-piece volume she had brought, her calm face concealing a pair of yearning eyes. Throughout her life, she had never been permitted to leave Jiangzhou, let alone travel abroad. The world was vast, and Xia Mo longed to explore it. Sumu sat in front of the glass wall, continuing his study preparations. Dingling. The door swung open once more. Time rewound to the previous night. Mr. Longjing T led Ms. Ice Americano back to their hotel, the executive suite of the Zaitis International Hotel in Ingtian Tower. Standing at 137 meters, offering a perfect view of the nightscape of Jiangzhou. What should we do now? Ms. Ice Americano kicked off her high heels and sank into the plush sofa, her face filled with exasperation. We've attracted Chen Mabai's attention, and the task assigned by the teacher is likely unachievable. Mr. Gu Li, unfazed, retrieved a collection of essays titled Warm Wind from his backpack and comfortably settled into the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. You always become anxious in difficult situations. Impulsive and fiery, quite fitting for your name. Upon reflection, what advantages do we possess in Kaiyun that Chen Mabai does not? Ms. Guan Tianyin leaned against the sofa. Pondering before replying, X-space influence in Kaiyun is significantly larger. We have official backing. Exactly. We need not act ourselves. ISNT fixated on us. Let him watch. P.S. Just one person. We can have X-Space Southeast Bureau contact the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Office under the pretext of investigating a case, and invite Sumu out. The Law Enforcement Bureau is also investigating the Dream murder case, isn't it? The Southeast Bureau of X-Space is acting lawfully and appropriately. Last night, Sumu was already implicated, and we merely need to take advantage of the situation. Guan Tianyin inquired, should we ask the teacher to send someone else? Guli shook his head, asserting that this matter could only be handled by him. Others would struggle to gain Sumu's trust. Despite his kindness, he has endured considerable suffering and is far from being a simple, blank slate. You should go discreetly while I divert Chen Mabai's attention at the hotel. Is he near us? Guli ignited his golden eyes, projecting a vast chessboard on the ground, with 3 golden pieces laid out. The largest and most radiant being Chen Mabai. Naturally, he was not the only one. Sumu was also arranged by the Law Enforcement Bureau to stay in the hotel beneath us. Guan Tianyin, feeling anxious, asked, are you certain you can deceive Chen Mabai? He is. He is not part of the intelligence sequence, while I am an A in the intelligence sequence. Deceiving one person is hardly a challenge. Guli responded with confidence in his powers. All right, let's proceed. However, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I wonder if Xiao Mo will still remember me. Guan Tianyin retrieved the case file for this mission, scrutinizing a photograph of Sumu as a child, when he was merely 5 years old. Who can remember events from when they were 5? Guli extinguished his golden eyes, stating, memory is not important. Identity is. Your teacher was his father's student, and you played together as children. This is significant. Haraha. Guan Tianyin chuckled suddenly, putting away the case file. By that logic, Sumu is a generation older than me. It seems inappropriate to call him Xiao Mo. Perhaps I should address him as Uncle Mu? Guli approached her, tossing a file onto the sofa. Take a look. It might assist you with your upcoming task. He turned back to the window, gazing at the collection of Lu Sun's works in his hands, softly reciting, if there is no torch henceforth, I shall be the only light. Guan Tianyin, perplexed, picked up the empty file cover and pulled out the contents, revealing a striking red number. M. Z1991072333113FC. Upon seeing the vivid forbidden label, his heart raced, and he stood in disbelief, staring at his reading partner by the window. The company's confidential files are categorized into 2 types, secret and forbidden. The forbidden designation signifies an absolute prohibition, representing the company's highest level of confidentiality. Divided into 3 tiers, Z, Y, and X. Although Z is the lowest, it is still beyond the reach of Guan Tianyin and Guli. Trembling, he asked, where did this come from? Guli remained silent. Guan Tianyin's hands quivered as he opened the file, reading the opening line. If there is no torch henceforth, I shall be the only light. The Storm Dragon King. The Storm Dragon King? Guan Tianyin, alarmed, hastily sought a lighter, preparing to incinerate this forbidden document that could endanger them. Aren't you going to take a look first? Guli chuckled, unfazed, asserting that nothing monumental had occurred. I merely borrowed it from the company's archive. Are you insane? Stealing documents again? Guan Tianyin exclaimed, exasperated. If the teacher finds out you pilfered a forbidden file, He will kill you. In truth, Dr. Zhou was already aware. Guan Tianyin was taken aback, exclaiming, he knows? Then how is it that your head hasn't been separated from your body? Do you genuinely wish for me to be separated? That's not what I meant. Why did you steal this document? Gu Li waved the book in his hand, replying, how can the pursuits of a scholar be termed theft? I simply stumbled upon this file while investigating Sumu's background. Guan Tianyin then noticed the cover of the book, with Lu Sun's name prominently displayed. Aren't you genuinely curious? Dr. Zhou would rather defy the highest authority than let this child be discovered. He had already concealed him, yet now he risks intervention. Gu Li rose. Liang Yao, Sumu's mother, is of the flame sequence, blue blood A grade, with the power of ash refinement. Have you never wondered how, with merely the 65th power, 5 to 32, ash refinement, she could slay that colossal beast all on her own? That was star 012. Mington. Can mere maternal love truly obscure everything? Guan Tianyin stood silently, contemplating the file in his hands. Time rewinds. At this moment, in a CAF at Nanshan Beihai, a throng of law enforcement officers entered the small establishment, making their way directly to Sumu. The leading officer, adorned with a golden sunflower crystal insignia, retrieved his credentials. Are you Mr. Sumu? Sumu, anxiously rubbing his water pen, nodded. Yes, I am. I am a senior independent investigator from the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, here to inquire about last night's incident. Please accompany us. So, it was about last night. I thought they were here to catch me for secretly studying. Has my bonus been approved? Sumu's smile radiated brightly. The investigators replied, Sir, the bonus is still under application and has gone through special channels. However, it should take at least 5 working days. Please be patient. The senior investigator added. We have made new discoveries and would like your assistance. Don't be anxious. I am a colleague of Qi Ming's. This is merely a simple inquiry, nothing more. Oh, please wait a moment. I'll close the shop. Sumu turned to Xia Mo, apologizing. I'm sorry, but we need to close early today. Let me wrap up your tea pastry. Only when the boy spoke did the senior investigator realize that there was still someone sitting in the corner's lazy sofa ball. Xia? Miss Xia. Every officer familiar with Xia Mo was taken aback. We didn't expect to find you here, the senior investigator said. Apologies. We are also on duty. Rest assured. We will not trouble Mr. Sumu. They had already received the Xia family's prohibition order. Although this was merely a request for cooperation and not an examination of his identity background, given the girl before them, everyone felt uncertain. Why did no one inform us beforehand that Sumu is good friends with the Xia family's heir? Xia Mo had already concealed the comic book beneath her, holding the discarded epic of Gilgamesh. Though seated on the lazy sofa, she maintained an elegant demeanor, exuding the aura befitting her status. The girl raised her gaze, scrutinizing the crowd, and inquired, Haven't the people from the Southeast Bureau of X-Space arrived yet? I am here. A member of X-Space emerged from the crowd, respectfully stating, Miss Xia, we are here to handle a case, and the law enforcement officers do not wish to alarm Mr. Sumu. I heard that 2 Imperial envoys have arrived. Xia Mo pressed. Yes, the man hurriedly replied. They were sent from the X-Space Central Headquarters. 1 male and 1 female, both quite young? Exactly. The man eagerly flattered. You truly are incredibly perceptive. Nothing escapes your keen eye. Understood. The so-called Imperial envoys are the ones who came to find Sumu that night, Mr. Longjing Tea and Miss Ice Americano. This entire scenario is merely to evade Mr. Mocha's little ploys. How amusing. Xia Mo began to feel excited and said to Sumu, You can go with them without worry. Give me the key, and once I finish this volume, I'll help you close up. The key will be with you at school on Monday. Huh. Sumu was utterly bewildered. Had she not just been reading One Piece? Where was the comic book? Hurry up, Xia Mo urged, anxious that if she got up now, the comic book beneath her would be fully revealed. Oh. Sumu hastily retrieved his keys and placed them upon the table, refraining from further inquiries for fear of inciting the customer's ire. With Xia Mo's noble status, any offense could potentially reach the ears of the boss, placing his employment in jeopardy. Well, I shall take my leave then. Go on. See you at school tomorrow. Sumu followed the law enforcement officers out of the CAF. Xia Mo, distracted, absently flipped through the pages of her book. After a prolonged wait, ensuring that no one was around, she sprang up from the lazy sofa ball. That was close, too close. I should head home quickly. Yet, gazing at the myriad of handwritten manuscripts scattered throughout the room, she hesitated. Many were titles she yearned to read, ones she could not indulge in at home. Perhaps she could lock the door and linger a little longer? Chapter 7. Is the Ugly Duckling a White Swan? 2024 New Edition. 9 white motorcycles blared their sirens, clearing the way ahead, while 4 black police Chevrolet Suburbans followed closely behind, guarding 2 black Maybachs nestled in the center of the convoy. Trailing the procession was the last police Suburban. Suburbans are seldom seen in Cayenne, and those bearing police license plates are even rarer. The Enforcement Bureau has its own vehicle system, which does not include Maybachs or Suburbans. Thus, anyone with a modest understanding of the law enforcement framework in Cayenne could easily deduce that this convoy, apart from the leading motorcycles, belonged entirely to a mercenary organization known as Shifang or X-Space. When X-Space first entered Cayenne, there was a suggestion to translate its name as ambush from all directions, which was not only vivid but also evoked an image of an inescapable net. However, this proposal was quickly rejected. While the imagery was compelling, the historical reference to Han Xian's ambush involved the formidable warlord Xiang Yu, a figure who deserved a chapter of his own in the records of the grand historian. X-Space was introduced to Cayenne to apprehend heinous criminals, and the term ambush from all directions was deemed overly flattering to the criminals themselves. After much negotiation, the name was changed to Shifang. As Sumu stepped out of the CAF and spotted the Maybach within the convoy, his heart jolted, and unwelcome memories surged forth. Upon scrutinizing the entire convoy, he was left with a plethora of questions. Was such a grand display truly necessary for a mere investigation at the Enforcement Bureau? As the convoy set in motion and the motorcycles cleared the road, his unease deepened. Sitting in the rear of one of the Maybachs, Sumu nervously fidgeted with the hem of his school uniform. The senior investigator, sensing his tension, picked up a bottle of mineral water in an attempt to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, saying, "There's no need to be so anxious. We are not the bad guys. Here, have some water." "Thank you," Sumu replied politely as he accepted the water. "Why are you dressed in your school uniform?" the senior investigator inquired, seeking to make small talk. "Today is the weekend, and I seem to recall that Jinglin High School does not enforce a strict uniform policy, except during the flag-raising ceremony on Mondays." Sumu sipped the water and candidly explained, "I only have my school uniform." The investigator, surprised, replied, "But the uniform looks quite good. The little suit actually makes you appear quite spirited." Sumu continued, "I couldn't tee very well wear the CAF uniform outside, could I? Although the fabric is excellent, it looks too much like a waiter's attire. Besides, I've been growing taller these past 2 years, and many of my old clothes no longer fit. However, Jinglin's uniforms are updated annually, and I don't have to pay for them." The investigator realized he had stumbled onto a sensitive topic, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Given that the Xia family had sealed all of Sumu's records, the investigator was unaware of his background, inadvertently reopening old wounds. He found it hard to fathom that a friend of Xia Mo's could be a poor boy with only a school uniform to wear. The investigator took a tactical sip of water, intending to steer the conversation towards matters of romance, believing that a boy of 17 or 18 would be particularly enamored with such themes. It would also provide an opportunity to probe into Sumu's relationship with Xia Mo. "Your relationship with Miss Xia appears to be quite good, is it?" Sumu said, gripping the water bottle. He did not perceive anything unusual in his relationship with Xia Mo. They had merely shared some extraordinary experiences, but those were matters he had been cautioned to keep secret. "Perhaps it's because we are classmates," he offered. Classmates? The investigator was skeptical. Not all classmates could claim friendship with the heir of the Xia family. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. If it were another ancient family of noble blood, he might not entertain such a fanciful notion. Yet the Xia family was different, having been characterized by 2 generations of romantic idealism prioritizing love over power. Perhaps Miss Xia had inherited this inclination as well. Furthermore, Miss Xia was now of legal age, as was this boy. He was not, after all, encouraging underage romance. Miss Xia rarely befriends males. You should seize this opportunity, the investigator suggested, hinting that if he could bring the two together, it might elevate his own standing with the Xia family. What opportunity? Sumu shot him a sidelong glance, sensing the investigator's prying curiosity. The investigator did not elaborate, but instead mused, "You know, in life, one has 3 chances to alter one's fate. The first is at birth, which we cannot choose. The second is during the college entrance examination. But education has its delays. Many realize the value of what they once found obscure only after they graduate and enter society. It is akin to the way I educate my son, urging him to study diligently, while he remains indifferent. Observing him reminds me of my own youth, a cycle that is so strikingly similar. You cannot awaken him, just as I could not awaken my younger self. The third chance, which you can fully seize, lies in the choice of marriage." "Sir," Sumu abruptly interrupted, gazing intently into the investigator's murky eyes. "I have someone I like. Our relationship is quite good. Although we are not yet officially a couple, we have grown up together and share a strong bond. I intend to formally confess my feelings after the college entrance examination. Sir, you should wish us well." The investigator looked into the boy's clear, untainted eyes, feeling a ripple of nostalgia within him. Yet, the stir of memories did not sway his current perspective. Youth is a beautiful thing, he thought. Every young person harbors dreams of holding hands and growing old together. Yet dreams remain dreams. "Very well, young man, I wish you both happiness," he said, though he knew that the fervor of youth often remains untempered until one has faced the harsh realities of life. He did not wish to provoke Sumu, so he followed his lead and offered his insincere blessings. "Thank you." Sumu, lost in thought, turned his gaze to the window, only to realize that the road ahead felt unfamiliar, as if they were not en route to the Enforcement Bureau. "Where are we going?" he inquired. "To the Southeast Bureau headquarters of X Space," the investigator explained. "Chi Ming was injured and is hospitalized. The case has now been transferred to X Space, and someone from the Southeast Bureau is awaiting your arrival." "Who?" Sumu, unfamiliar with either X Space or the Southeast Bureau, asked. "Miss Guan Tianyan." The convoy traversed a forested area, revealing a picturesque lakeside town reminiscent of a fairy tale, with colorful garden villas lining the banks of a meandering river. In the distance, a classical castle stood out prominently, with the X-Space flag fluttering atop. At the town's entrance, a purple McLaren was parked on the bridge. Sumu spotted Miss Bing, Meisher leaning casually against the car, her eyes sparkling with the joy of reunion. "We have arrived," the investigator announced. The Maybach halted beside the wooden bridge, and the investigator approached Miss Bing Meisher, stating, "Miss Guan, I have brought the person you requested. The rest is now in X-Space's hands. Thank you for your hard work. Please return home to rest," she replied. "It was my duty." As Sumu stepped out of the vehicle, the black convoy, under the direction of the senior investigator, departed the town in an orderly fashion, disappearing into the night. "Good evening." Guan Tianyan, clad in high heels, approached Sumu with a beaming smile, extending her hand. Their previous self-introduction had been interrupted, and now she repeated it. "Guan Tianyan, Guan from Guansheng Emperor, Tian from the Heavenly Emperor, Yin from the Flame Emperor." Sumu gazed at the strikingly cool sister before him, instantly feeling a surge of affection. He grasped her hand, marveling. "Even your introduction is exceptional. 3 characters, each represented by an emperor." Just as he was about to introduce himself, the sister interjected, "Sumu, 18 years old, born on November 1st, 1986. Your father is Su Yuan, and your mother is Liang Yo, correct? You know me?" Sumu was taken aback. Su Yuan, Liang Yo. He could scarcely remember the last time he heard those names. His mother's visage was gradually fading from his memory, despite his desperate attempts to hold on to it. As for his father, he had long forgotten his face, or perhaps he had never truly remembered it. Guan Tianyan produced an old black-and-white photograph and handed it to him. It depicted a group photo where a chubby little Sumu sat in a basin, a lovely little girl embracing him from behind. "Su Tang, don't you remember me? I'm Hua Hua. Hua Hua. Hua Hua." Sumu stared at the photograph, his gaze losing focus. tears welling at the corners of his eyes as fragmented memories flashed through his mind. Sister Huahua, wait for me. Sister Huahua, let me have a bite. The echoes of her voice lingered in his ears, yet the girl from his memories remained faceless. The scenes forever shrouded in a monotonous haze. Despite Sumu's fervent efforts, he could not recall any fragments of the past. With tears streaming down his face, he murmured, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I should know you, but I cannot recall. I'm sorry. He repeated this phrase as memories tore at his very being. It's all right. No need to apologize. Guan Tianyin recalled the files, holding her little boy tightly, gently caressing his back like a mother would. Yet, the boy had grown, and even in her high heels, she could no longer reach his head. Everything is over. Come home with me. At the Yingtian building, ex-Titus International Hotel, Gu Li's fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of code illuminating the screen. He hacked into the X-Space archives once more, searching for his target files. Drinking alone? Why not let me buy you a drink? In the suite's living room, Chen Mabe suddenly appeared, uninvited, plopping down on the sofa and grabbing a beer from the coffee table. Gu Li turned to look at him, his right hand involuntarily trembling. Despite his mental preparations, he still felt a twinge of fear when his deception was uncovered. Chen Mabe popped the tab and took a refreshing sip of beer, eyeing Guan Tianyin with newfound respect. Twisting reality, he stood beside her, and golden lightning danced in the air around them. Merely passing by, he effortlessly shattered the false persona Gu Li had created. As the illusion crumbled, Gu Li's golden eyes trembled, deep blue blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're impressive, more so than I expected. No wonder Zhou Hai entrusted you with this task. Chen Mabe gazed out the window toward the location of X-Space's Southeast Bureau. Looking for information on Sumu? Gu Li wiped the blood from his mouth and glanced back at the computer. In a moment of distraction, company security had already caught on, prompting him to hastily exit the archives and cease his hacking activities. I'm merely curious about his past, Gu Li replied, though we are not yet friends. Heed my advice, Chen Mabe said. Cease your reckless actions. Prying into others' destinies will only embroil you in turmoil. Your current strength is insufficient to engage. You're not angry? Gu Li was surprised that the other did not come to scold him. What good would anger do? Chen Mabe finished his beer. If killing you could alter predetermined facts, I would not hesitate. I would exchange your life for Sumu's choice. What do you mean? Gu Li was perplexed. Your junior brother will not join X-Space. Will he? Chen Mabe crumpled the can, and simultaneously, Gu Li's laptop shattered into countless fragments. An overwhelming sense of power ignited, a terrifying pressure extinguishing Mr. Longjing's golden eyes, the warning from Mr. Mocha unmistakable. This is not my decision. Gu Li breathed rapidly. It was the closest he had ever been to death. I'm not asking you, Chen Mabe stated. I understand now. The purple McLaren sped through the town, drawing curious gazes. Sumu, like an inquisitive child, looked around, contemplating what position to sleep in that night, dreaming of this car. As the butterfly doors lifted, he felt his blood surge with excitement. The McLaren Speedtail-S custom model, I call her Shadow Dancer. This vehicle utilizes X-Space's new energy core and a special engine. The lab adjusted the rear on the prototype, adding a convertible design. To make it roadworthy in the country, they even modified the seating arrangement. The only downside is that she's still a prototype. There's some risk involved. Risk? Sumu caressed the leather upholstery, nearly drooling. Yes. The X-Space new energy core is unstable. It poses an explosion risk when subjected to strong external forces. An explosion? Sumu gasped. So, is she essentially a moving bomb? One might say she is my last bullet, Guan Tianyin corrected with a smile. However, the energy department has implemented special measures. The explosion's range is limited. Just enough to destroy a single vehicle. Then aren't we in grave danger? Sumu thought the sensation of sitting on a bomb was quite unpleasant. Guan Tianyin turned, igniting her dazzling golden eyes, smiling brightly. I believe I'll be just fine. What do you think? Sumu nodded dazedly. I think you're right. Another pair of golden eyes. Guan Tianyin mischievously pressed the speed button, and the engine roared to life. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. the dashboard needles spinning rapidly as the surrounding nightscape blurred into a haze of light. Help, help! Sumu was pinned to his seat, the frenzied wind striking his face painfully. In the next moment, golden flames enveloped him, the chaotic wind soothingly gentle, like a docile kitten. Is this power? Power? You know about power? Who told you, Miss Xia Mo? Sumu was at a loss for words, for only he could see you. And speaking of her would only brand him as mad. Since her last return, she had vanished for 2 days. He wondered where that girl had gone to have fun. Yes, it was Xia Mo who told me. Sumu, weighing his options, unhesitatingly placed the blame on her, knowing Guan Tianyin would not verify it. I suspected as much. Guan Tianyin engaged the handbrake, the tires screeching against the pavement as Shadow Dancer let out a furious roar, coming to a steady stop in front of the X-Space castle. Let us go inside and talk. She led the curious little boy into the headquarters of X-Space Southeast Bureau. As they passed through the turnstile, Sumu noticed a string of codes displayed on a nearby screen. X-Space Atrium of 199902006A9, Guan Tianyin. An AI voice echoed from the turnstile. Identity verification successful, Miss Guan Tianyin. Please proceed. Come here, she called back, noticing Sumu standing hesitantly outside the turnstile, looking somewhat dazed. If I walk through this, there won't be any machine guns or cannons aimed at me, right? Sumu remarked, recalling how such scenarios were often depicted in novels. You're overthinking it. Guan Tianyin reassured him. Cautiously, Sumu stepped through the turnstile. The AI voice chimed again. Identity verification successful, Mr. Sumu, please proceed. He glanced at the display screen, where his code read, X-Space Atrium of 00000000000 AI0. Why is it all zeros? Guan Tianyin walked ahead, explaining, of stands for Operations Formation, also known as the Action Division. The first 4 digits indicate the year of enrollment. For instance, I entered in 1999. The 02 represents the Atrium Combat Sequence, 01 is for the Northern Continent, and 03 for the Southern Domain. The 006 signifies the ranking based on admission assessment, while the letter denotes bloodline grade, and the final digit, 9, indicates my rank within X-Space. Your 0000 is pending. NAI signifies a bloodline grade of ME. Sumu pointed incredulously at himself. You're so impressive, yet you're only grade A. It's not about you being inferior. Rather, it's your mother, Aunt Liang Yao, whose bloodline is exceptionally high. Guan Tianyin recounted the official announcement from X-Space, noting her own lineage as a blue blood A with the power of the Eastern Lord. She withheld the full truth, believing it was not yet the right time to reveal it. Once Sumu grew older and stronger, she would tell him everything. As they passed a conference room, Sumu was captivated by a wanted poster on the wall. What are you looking at? Guan Tianyin approached him and read the poster. Zhang Qingyun, a Class C fugitive, with a bounty of 400,000. He was found dead on the street last night. A bullet hole through his brain. 400,000. Sumu exclaimed. Is this how much you earn in this line of work? He recalled the previous night when the head of the enforcement agency mentioned applying for a reward for himself, though he was unsure how much it would be. Indeed, it's quite lucrative, Guan Tianyin nodded. The Atrium headquarters has several Class S fugitives, each with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Are you not tempted to challenge yourself? No, I can't do that, Sumu decisively refused. Although he wished to earn enough for his retirement by tomorrow, the thought of pursuing a bounty of 1 billion was far beyond the reach of an amateur like him. Guan Tianyin led Sumu into a small meeting room. Please take a seat, she gestured to a chair. In front of Sumu lay a file and a pen. Today, I called you here for 3 main matters. First, regarding your parents' inheritance. Second, a preliminary test of your bloodline. And third, matters related to awakening your bloodline at headquarters and further studies. Before she could continue, her phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. She glanced at her phone, stepped out of the meeting room, and answered, Teacher, what's wrong? The call was from Zhou Hai. Through the glass, Sumu could see the unease and tension on Guan Tianyin's face as she paced the hallway, eventually sighing deeply before returning to the meeting room. What happened? Nothing, she replied, looking at Sumu with a complex expression. She had never anticipated that a simple task would spiral out of control to this extent. Now let's discuss the first matter, which is the inheritance left to you by Uncle Su Yuan and Aunt Liang Yao. Inheritance. Sumu's spirits dampened. He had often fantasized about his parents still being alive, at least his father. I'm sorry to bring up your sorrowful memories. It's fine. These things are inevitable. Guan Tianyin sat across from Sumu and opened the file in front of him. The house has been redeemed by the teacher. Please verify the items. Other real estate has been converted into cash for you to check. Okay. Sumu skimmed through the information, failing to retain much, except for the address of the house, which stood out vividly. Jiangzhou No. 1 courtyard. Wasn't that where Qian Qian had moved? It seemed they had once again become neighbors. Sumu's heart soared as he examined the document, ultimately fixating on his parents' bank account balance, counting meticulously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as he continued counting. The numbers began to blur before his eyes. How much could this possibly be? He pulled out the pen, pointing at each digit, his voice trembling as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He took a deep breath and slapped his own face hard, the sound resounding sharply. Ouch! Sumu exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes as he touched his face, realizing the total balance was 134,521,868. He counted several times, fearing that the numbers might change in the blink of an eye. Such a fortune. He had never even seen this amount of money, even for ancestral worship. This can't be real. This can't be real. Sumu mumbled to himself softly, but that slap had truly stung. Was this really for me? He could hardly believe that he had come into possession of such an immense inheritance, especially after worrying just moments ago about where he would sleep after today. Suddenly, he found himself with enough wealth to last several lifetimes. Guan Tianyin nodded affirmatively, saying, "Sign here. Once you do, it will be yours." However, transferring such a large sum to Kaiyun will take some time. In truth, someone had been monitoring this account, and the teacher needed some means to transfer the funds. Yet, Guan Tianyin chose not to elaborate, as it was a concern for her and the teacher alone. Sumu meticulously reviewed the document once more. After several readings, he inquired, "Are there any additional conditions?" "None," Guan Tianyin replied, observing him with concern, wary of him falling into another trap. "This is rightfully yours." Sumu inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Finally, he signed his name at the bottom of the document, Sumu. The agreement was now in effect. Guan Tianyin activated the projector, displaying the PowerPoint presentation she had worked late into the night to prepare. For a professional, creating a compelling PowerPoint is a fundamental and crucial skill. The quality of one's presentation directly impacts the success of meetings and whether one earns recognition from superiors. The second matter is the preliminary test of your bloodline. Before we proceed, let me introduce you to the world of inherited bloodlines, what golden eyes are, the concepts of powers and sequences, and the origins and responsibilities of X-Space. Firstly, you need to understand the fundamental differences between you, me, Xia Mo, Mu Qianning, and Fu Ningning. Guan Tianyin blinked, clearly having done her research on Sumu's relationships. Sumu felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to being caught in a budding romance by his family. "Do you believe in the existence of gods in this world?" Guan Tianyin asked. Sumu shook his head, a staunch materialist at heart. "Well, from today onwards, your worldview must shift," Guan Tianyin declared. "In this world, gods truly exist. The modern study of sequence powers and deities posits that the bloodline of the heirs is a product of the union between gods and humans, with divine blood endowing us with formidable powers that govern all things in this world. Current research has identified a total of 16 divine power sequences, comprising 8 power sequences and 8 ability sequences. Heirs of blood? What a peculiar name, thought Sumu, though he dared not voice his opinion for fear of retribution. As the slides turned, a neatly arranged table appeared on the screen, consisting of 7 rows and 16 columns, yet it bore many blank spaces, particularly in the upper rows. This represents our current understanding of the power matrix, from which we have deduced a total of 112 distinct powers. Despite the fact that the study of gods and powers has evolved over 2 centuries, our observations of these powers remain limited, especially concerning the more potent abilities. Guan Tianyan, resembling a teacher, patiently elucidated the known 16 power sequences: power and thunder, space and wind, spirit and metal, strength and earth, life and light, death and water, wisdom and wood, speed and fire. The hierarchy of the heirs of blood is artificially categorized into grades: E, D, C, B, A, and S. The grades E, D, C, and B are termed red blood, as their blood is similar to that of ordinary humans, red in color. The blood of grades A and A has transitioned to blue. Initially, due to the similarity in blood color, it was presumed that the difference in strength was negligible, and thus A was not designated a separate letter. However, A is indeed a particularly rare bloodline, where even the weakest A and A show little distinction, yet a top-tier A can effortlessly overpower an A grade. Finally, we arrive at the S grade, the pinnacle of the entire sequence, beings that look down upon all others. Legends state that their blood changes from blue to a deep purple hue. Although this table is not exhaustive, it is imperative to remember that a restraining relationship exists between different sequences, with higher bloodlines exerting tremendous dominance over lower ones within the same sequence, and compatibility extending downwards. Among the same sequence, red blood cannot even utilize its powers in the presence of blue blood. The golden eye is a unique characteristic of purple and blue blood. Activation occurs passively whenever they employ powers of grade A or higher. Sumu, acting like a diligent student, nodded in agreement. Pressing the page turn key, an introduction to X-Space appeared on the screen. X-Space is a profit-driven enterprise involved in real estate, energy, transportation, and mercenary services. At 9:40 a.m. on November 1st, 1755, a colossal beast awoke from the earth without warning, designated as Earth-001 Lisbon. This creature brought catastrophic devastation to humanity, resulting in countless casualties, with bodies strewn across the land, even staining the waters of the Rhine a deep red. Thereafter, the awakening of these beasts became increasingly frequent, prompting nations to place greater emphasis on nurturing heirs of blood. 30 years later, X-Space was founded. In 1980, X-Space was officially commissioned by the Kingdom of Kayun, granted law enforcement powers aimed at combating crimes committed by heirs of blood and the beasts appearing within its borders. X-Space Kayun is also referred to as the Guardians of the 10 Directions, currently divided into 4 operational bureaus named after their geographical locations: Northeast Bureau, Southwest Bureau, Northwest Bureau, and the Southeast Bureau, where we presently find ourselves. Incorporated into the law enforcement system, they operate under the supervision of the Law Enforcement Hall. Aunt Liang Yao, your mother, was the original owner of this castle and the highest authority of the X-Space Southeast Bureau. Ultimately, she made the ultimate sacrifice to protect this nation. Your mother was a hero. Is that so? Sumu replied in a flat tone, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, heroes do not receive the recognition they deserve. She didn't even have a gravestone. Xia Mo, Guan Tianyan said, meeting his questioning gaze. Heroes are never forgotten. You are the greatest testament to her legacy. I hope you. At this point, her emotions surged, her voice trailing off as if recalling something. She continued, I hope you grow up well and become a qualified heir of blood. With that, she produced a second document and laid it before Sumu. If you agree, please sign this document, and X-Space will facilitate your bloodline awakening. Once awakened, power, status, and wealth will follow, but with these come corresponding obligations. You must accept the oversight of the United Conference and refrain from abusing your powers, safeguarding humanity against the tides of beasts. Adhere to the laws and judgments, and do not harm your fellow beings, whether they be heirs of blood or ordinary folk. Otherwise, you will face pursuit from the United Conference. As the 3 major organizations wield power across the globe, ultimately, no one can evade their sanctions. Of course, you may also choose to decline and continue living as an ordinary person, or perhaps join a clandestine organization, or awaken on your own after an incident of power loss or bloodline eruption. However, should you harm your fellow beings without cause, the 3 major organizations will likewise impose sanctions upon you. The choice to sign or not rests solely with you. Guan Tianyan placed the pen before Sumu. awaiting his final decision. Chapter 8. The Unallowable You, 2024 New Edition. To be or not to be, that is the question. This classic soliloquy from Shakespeare's Hamlet has long been translated as, to exist or to perish, that is the dilemma. Now, a similar quandary confronts Sumu, to sign or not to sign. This is indeed a profound question. Sumu once again grasped the pen. This signature differed from the last. Previously, it was a matter of inheriting immense wealth, a choice made with closed eyes, but this time it was not so simple. This time, it involved the selection of a future life, a matter that pertained to life and death. The senior investigator had just stated that there are 3 chances in life to defy fate. For Sumu, before him lay the opportunity for a 4th defiance of destiny. Gazing at the stipulations detailed in the agreement, Sumu suddenly raised his head, looking intently and solemnly at Guan Tianyin, and asked, "If one day, if someday, all the heirs are to perish in battle, would the ordinary populace also be devoid of the chance to survive?" Guan Tianyin nodded, affirming, "Yes. If even a single heir remains alive in this world, calamity shall not befall the common people. However, if all heirs fall on the battlefield, humanity shall ultimately face annihilation, and civilization will cease to exist. Thus, I comprehend. Signing signifies that fate lies within one's own grasp. To abstain from signing would mean placing all hope upon your shoulders." Sumu pinched the pen between his fingers, rubbing it back and forth. This, too, is a form of understanding. Guan Tianyin validated this notion, stating that we act not only for others, but also for ourselves. It is both noble and selfish. Understanding dawned upon him. Lowering his head, he inscribed his name in the blank space. Su, indeed. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Sumu lifted his gaze once more, inquiring, "Sister Huahua, within X space. There are enemies of mine, correct?" A profound silence ensued, an almost deathly stillness, until Guan Tianyin roused herself, managing a strained smile, and replied, "How could that be? The current highest authority in the X-Space courtyard, Dr. Zhou Hai, is a student of your father. There are matters she cannot voice. Not everything is a clear dichotomy of black and white. The complexities of the world lie in the entanglement of interests, where truth and deception are eternally intertwined, with each person advancing the game from their own perspective. Moreover, many things remain unclear to her, perhaps prior to examining the forbidden documents last night. She could firmly assert her views on X-Space, but the revelations from last night had shaken her conviction." Sumu discerned her deceit. Just because the courtyard of X-Space was not his enemy did not imply that X-Space itself was not an adversary. The circumstances had arisen too abruptly. "Might I take a moment to reflect?" Sumu put pen to paper, drawing 2 lines to strike through his surname. Observing his resolute decision, Guan Tianyin ceased her insistence, sighed, and remarked, "Very well. The doors of X-Space courtyard shall always remain open for you." "Thank you." Guan Tianyin's smile returned, resembling that of a trustworthy elder sister. And she said, "Then let us proceed to conduct your lineage test. I can hardly contain my eagerness to discover your sequence. I trust you feel the same way. Knowing earlier allows for better preparation, preventing chaos in the end." "Very well." Sumu asked, "By the way, what about the 3rd matter you mentioned earlier?" "What 3rd matter? Did I ever mention such a thing?" Guan Tianyin playfully feigned ignorance, winking mischievously while gesturing towards the phone on the table. Sumu played along, saying, "No, I must have misheard. Let us go, let us go." Guan Tianyin took Sumu by the hand, leading him towards the testing laboratory while whispering instructions to the attending nurse. The nurse's mouth fell open in astonishment, but soon she beamed as she picked up the equipment. She was not a white-clad angel, but rather the Grim Reaper, extracting 4 large vials, a total of 1,200 milliliters of blood, a quantity sufficient to be fatal. Sumu felt as though his body had been drained, the world spinning around him, even during a holiday outing with Fu Ningning. He had never felt so utterly exhausted. "Did you previously extract this much?" Sumu gritted his teeth. "How could that be? 1,200 milliliters. Is that not a matter of life and death?" Guan Tianyin chuckled, supporting him as they moved on to the next test. "The directive stated that your lineage is unique. To prevent any errors in testing, for samples are required for comparison. At that moment, Sumu lacked even the strength to curse. Guan Tianyin helped him lie down on the examination bed, removing his shoes and socks. The doctor affixed 4 electrodes to his temples and the soles of his feet, cautioning, "There may be slight discomfort. The test will last 10 minutes, and you must endure it." "Very well," Sumu weakly acquiesced. As he was gradually slid into the testing chamber along the bed's guide rail, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being abducted onto a nefarious ship, destined for a heartless organ trafficking syndicate. The doctor set the parameters on the screen, smiling as he pulled the switch. The current surged through Sumu's entire body, the intense pain overwhelming him to the extent that he did not even have time to utter a curse before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sugar candy, Sumu found himself enveloped in a cerulean dream, where auditory hallucinations beckoned to him. In this dream, a gentle female voice called out, seemingly originating from ancient times, from a past life. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted before him, transforming the once serene azure dreamscape into a tumultuous fury. Thunder roared incessantly in his ears, and dark clouds gathered ominously as a torrential downpour threatened to engulf a boy playing on the beach. Ah! Piercing screams assailed his eardrums, agonizingly pricking at Sumu's nerves, as the cerulean sea and golden sands quickly descended into chaos, with tourists fleeing in panic. Anyone could see that a tsunami was imminent. Sugar candy. Behind him, a woman rushed towards her child, urgently shouting, "Hurry!" Yet the boy remained unmoved, fixated on the distant storm, where something seemed to be watching him. It appeared to be a pair of enormous gray-blue eyes, vast as if the heavens themselves were gazing down upon humanity. In the midst of the raging winds, the sea roared in fury, a tsunami rising over 30 meters, propelled towards the boy amidst the silver flashes of lightning. "Mother! Mother!" Sumu finally heard the call, shouting in terror for his mother. In the next moment, she stood before him, her beautiful face etched with fear. "Go!" She summoned every ounce of strength to shout. The winds intensified, and the small boy struggled against the gales, falling into a muddy pit, desperately crawling with all fours as the shadow of the colossal wave obscured his hope for survival. Young Sumu, paralyzed by fear, turned to see his mother enveloped in golden red flames, her eyes radiant and bright like the sun in the sky. Amidst the wind, the golden red flames bloomed like roses, vibrant and resplendent. As the tsunami surged forth, young Sumu huddled tightly against himself, awaiting his fate. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. He cautiously opened his eyes. Miraculously, the tsunami had vanished. His mother's fair hands were engulfed in flames, yet her beautiful face bore no trace of fear. A gentle smile graced the woman's features as she uttered her final plea, "Sugar candy, go." Young Sumu rose from the pit, and within the storm, he beheld the owner of those immense eyes slowly revealing itself. It was a colossal avian creature, unlike anything he had ever seen or heard of before. Standing nearly 50 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, its deep brown feathers shimmered with a golden aura, and its violet eyes gleamed with an eerie brilliance. The surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly, and the once sweltering coastal city absurdly welcomed its inaugural winter, as the roaring Black Sea transformed into a profound expanse of icy depths. The beaches and city trembled in the biting wind, and the fleeing crowds morphed into lifelike ice sculptures. Only the mistress of flame, with her golden blaze raised high, dispelled the engulfing darkness. She appeared diminutive, yet embodied unwavering strength. The crimson flames of roses collided with the advancing gray glaciers, the resulting shockwave casting the young herder from the shore. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed an unhealed scar on the belly of a colossal bird. "Mother, it has an injury," the boy shouted with all his might. The roses bloomed, flames surged and ravaged towards the giant bird's abdomen, which seemed to comprehend human speech, letting out a roar as it flapped its wings. The gray glaciers engulfed the flames, the feeble sparks extinguished in the tempest. A sigh echoed in the dim expanse, causing the giant bird to tremble. The woman was suddenly consumed by darkness, a halo of golden light radiating outward. "The dawn will rise in the east, illuminating my threshold in Fusa." In the murky surroundings, The candle gradually ignited, dispersing the surrounding shadows. The giant bird, finally stricken with fear, flapped its wings and ascended towards the heavens. The young herder gazed quizzically at the shadow. Mother? He called out cautiously. The messenger of death arrived, engulfing all in its wake. As a colossal golden sun erupted from the earth, the darkness at its core violently dragging down the fleeing giant bird into the setting sun. The radiance vanished, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. The scattered pupils refocused, the blue light dancing upon the young herder's face. He lay in bed, the recent dream resembling a gentle evening song, tranquil and tender. You are awake, are you all right? Guan Tianyin inquired. In the depths of his memory, a blinding white light illuminated all his fading recollections, fragments gradually piecing together to form a pair of deep violet hawk-like eyes. It coalesced into a golden sun. Have you been crying? Guan Tianyin extended her hand to wipe away the boy's tears. Sumu grasped her hand tightly. I'm fine, he replied. She did not press further. Finally, Sumu recalled that afternoon 13 years ago, that city, that sea, that golden light. Guan Tianyin brought him a glass of shimmering water. Drink this. Observing the familiar blue glow, Sumu inquired, is this an HP blood pack? You could interpret it that way. It is an oral medication used for calming the spirit, particularly effective for those of mixed bloodline, Guan Tianyin elucidated. There was a slight incident. You fainted at the experimental apparatus. The CPU of the detection chamber was damaged by your brainwaves, but fortunately, the data was preserved intact. You slept for 2 hours. Sumu took the cup and drank the potion, his racing heart gradually calming, his muddled mind slowly clearing. The entirety of the dream began to unravel before him. The memories he longed for broke free from their confinement, playing in a continuous loop. It will take another hour for the evaluation results. Shall we take a walk? Guan Tianyin suggested. Sure. The engine of the Shadow Warrior roared through the night sky of Jiangzhou, the speed still rapid, yet Sumu felt an unparalleled tranquility within. That potion was indeed effective, he mused. The Shadow Warrior came to a gradual halt, and Sumu scanned the area, finding no living creature. Only a dilapidated street lamp casting a dim light. Did you drive to the countryside? Guan Tianyin sat on a stone, the river lapping against the shore, creating a soothing sound. I was sent to the Northern Territory at 11. I've nearly forgotten the roads of Jiangzhou, Sumu replied, seating himself beside her. What is the Northern Territory like? A place you should see, she encouraged, hinting that he should explore broader horizons. Sumu remained silent. Are you unable to let go of Mu Qianning? Guan Tianyin suddenly pierced through the veil. Sumu found himself unable to respond. The night breeze caressed their cheeks as Guan Tianyin took a deep breath, the gentle humidity of the south filling her lungs. After a while, amidst the rushing river, the boy finally spoke. We met at the orphanage. Later, we attended the same primary school, middle school, and high school. The girl always grew faster than the boy. During that time, she towered over him by a head. From childhood, she always sheltered him, confronting the bullies at the orphanage and school. Their parents were too busy with business, and they always walked home hand in hand. She said that if he called her sister, she would protect him for a lifetime. At 13, he was returned to the orphanage by his adoptive father, mocked by the world. Yet, she consistently encouraged him, urging him not to care about others' gazes, nor the ignorance of those who saw only their own small world. At that time, her family's car would often take a detour, stopping promptly at the orphanage each morning and bringing him back after school. Later, he was adopted by his current foster parents, and with her guidance, he skipped grades and took the entrance exam alongside her, achieving the highest score. Throughout their 3 years in high school, they were together every day. During a period of declining grades, she devised various methods to help him catch up. Without her past self, there would be no present him. He felt immense gratitude towards her and desired to offer her a resolution. He was always waiting to become somewhat better, somewhat more excellent before confessing. He planned to express his feelings after the college entrance examination at her birthday celebration. You're quite the romantic. Guan Tianyin sighed, recognizing that no matter how much she advised against it, it would be futile. For a boy on the verge of hormonal awakening, he could do anything for the sake of an envisioned future. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait. Thank you. Childhood memories began to surface in Sumu's mind. Sister Huahua, I'm here. Can I speak about my parents? I wish to know more about them. Guan Tianyin pondered for a moment. As for Uncle Su, I don't know much. He was my teacher's teacher, a blue blood A-class in the Wind sequence, a professor of divine history at the academy, who mysteriously vanished one day. Aunt Liang Yao, in her attempt to protect you, killed the beast known as Star 012, a formidable creature that is currently observed to be second only to the Lord class. In the company, only 5 individuals of the highest level 16 can independently slay a star, one of whom is your mother. Sumu lowered his head in silence, feeling like a stray dog, appealing to passing pedestrians for scraps of kindness. Now, a beautiful woman cradled the stray, whispering, "Actually, you are a descendant of the Lion King." Everything felt so surreal. The two continued to embrace the river breeze until Sumu suddenly spoke. "If I were of common blood." "Impossible." Guan Tianyin interrupted the boy's reverie, asserting that his uncle and aunt were of stable blue blood lineage, and their child could not possibly be of common blood. Unless what? Sumu inquired. Just then, his phone chimed. Guan Tianyin pulled it out and opened a message, stating, "Unless you are not their son. In which case I have mistaken my target, but that seems even less likely." She glanced at the test results on her phone. Sumu, common blood. No divine lineage detected. "This is impossible," Guan Tianyin exclaimed in disbelief. She had witnessed Sumu's strength firsthand. Yet the instruments of Jiangzhou now informed her that he was merely an ordinary person. Indeed, machines susceptible to electromagnetic interference were utterly unreliable. Guan Tianyin repeatedly questioned, "Why? Why?" "Because I do not permit it." A familiar voice echoed in his mind, melodious like a lark. Sumu recognized it as you, who had returned from some unknown realm. "Do not permit what?" he asked. A golden light illuminated the space, and you materialized in the physical world, standing before Sumu, poised above the river. "I do not permit you to enter X space," she declared. "Why not?" "The Hall of Jesters cannot nurture the hope of dawn," you replied. "The Hall of Jesters?" Sumu chuckled unexpectedly. "You are too harsh. The people of X space are right beside me, treading carefully and speaking kindly." You shrugged. "I merely speak the truth." "How can you still laugh?" Guan Tianyin scolded, frustrated. Sumu followed her lead, continuing, "Should I burst into tears then? Perhaps that would be preferable, as it would spare me the dilemma of signing and you the wait for the outcome." He rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Let us head back. After all the fuss, I'm exhausted, and I must rise early for school tomorrow." Sumu nestled into the dark purple seat of the shadow dancer. The car's RGB ambient lights, shifting in cool hues, rhythmically pulsating like breath, showcasing the essence of life. Leaning his head against the window, he gazed out at the neon nightscape of Jiangzhou, calmly contemplating his future. The true nature of events eluded Guan Tianyin, yet Sumu comprehended it well. He was aware. But this sudden change shattered his expectations for the future, shrouding the once clear path ahead in a thick fog once more. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm. Despite the tumultuous future, he felt an unprecedented tranquility, as if the bustling city before him had never been as serene as it was tonight. "Because you had returned." It seemed that only when you was present did Sumu feel complete, his smile genuine and joyful, not a fade meant to disguise his true self. Yawning, Sumu shifted into a more comfortable position and retrieved a vial of oral reagent from his pocket. Guan Tianyin informed him that it was a memory-erasing agent, necessary because he was not of the inheritor bloodline. She promised that his parents' inheritance would be returned to him in another form during their next encounter. She mentioned that the transfer of inheritance required some time, and for now, he should focus entirely on the college entrance examination. He aimed to secure a place at a prestigious university, and if he went to the northern continent, she would guide him. Looking at the vial in his hand, he mused, "What a marvelous concoction." Guan Tianyin turned to see Sumu scrutinizing the reagent, assuming he was concerned. "Rest assured, this reagent is quite reliable. It was developed by the highest-ranking researchers in the company. Although I do not understand the principles behind it, it can effectively cleanse the relevant memories." She added that the reagent was crafted by mimicking authority sequences and incorporating mental sequence modifications to alter dreams. Since I am not on a scientific path, I do not grasp it fully. Is it unpleasant? Sumu inquired. Guan Tianyin hesitated, clearly at a loss. Those who had never tasted it did not know its flavor, while those who had their memories altered and could not recall its taste. Sumu put away the vial and suggested, "What about adding a fruit flavor?" Good suggestion. But such reagents are strictly regulated and not for sale. Customer satisfaction is of no importance here. Guan Tianyin's mood darkened, and she struggled to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. Sumu smiled. "You seem more troubled than I am." "Of course." Guan Tianyin suddenly became agitated, exclaiming, "I just feel that fate has been exceedingly unfair to you." The documents regarding the boy's past flashed through her mind repeatedly. You should be living a better life, embodying a true man of stature, not merely an ordinary wealthy heir. Being a wealthy heir is not so bad. Over 100 million is a fortune that could last a lifetime, Sumu replied, appearing quite at ease. Not having to struggle outside could be considered a form of luck. If you only wish to be an ordinary person. Guan Tianyin halted the car at a red light. Such wealth could color your life in vibrant hues. At the very least, you could bravely pursue the person you love. Before the ministers rise, I am already awake. While they sleep, I remain vigilant. It is better to be a prosperous man of Jiangnan, even if the sun is high, still wrapped in blankets. Sumu stretched languidly, a visage of comfort. Being a prosperous man of Jiangnan sounds delightful. My university years shall surely be the most splendid of my life. Even before the college entrance examination had begun, he was already daydreaming about the future, envisioning a college life with Mu Qianing, marrying immediately after graduation, and forming a blissful little family. From the orphanage to the hall of marriage, from tattered clothes to suits and wedding gowns, they would continue their journey together, savoring the remaining perfect moments of life. Guan Tianyin observed the happiness radiating from his eyes and could not help but shake her head. At that moment, a silver-gray Kawasaki motorcycle pulled up beside them. The rider lifted his visor, scrutinizing the couple in the convertible, casting a contemptuous glance at Sumu before whistling flirtatiously at Guan Tianyin. "Hey, beautiful, are you free tonight?" Guan Tianyin closed the convertible top, showing no interest in even glancing at him. Sumu, however, stared intently at the pair of shifty eyes beneath the helmet, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. "Pretty boy, what are you staring at?" The rider snapped. Suddenly, it clicked. "The wanted poster," Sumu exclaimed, urgently nudging Guan Tianyin. Sister, doesn't he look like the one on the wanted wall with a bounty of 500,000? A 500,000 bounty criminal?" Guan Tianyin, dismissive at first, turned to look at the motorcyclist. Their eyes locked, and it was as if cop and criminal had recognized each other. As the green light illuminated, the criminal rider revved the engine, launching forward. "Hold on tight. Things are about to get thrilling." Chapter 9. I Seem to Be Dying, 2024 edition. Guan Tianyin gazed at the crimson taillights of the Kawasaki, the exhilaration on his face utterly undeniable. Engaging the racing mode. He pressed the accelerator, and the shadow dancer transformed into a streak of purple-black lightning, roaring forth. Sumu was pinned to his seat by the terrifying inertia, the wind howling past his ears. "Close the windows. Close the windows," he shouted. "A racing car? I've never feared anyone since the day I was born." The steering wheel spun rapidly, and as he slammed on the brakes, the piercing screech of the tires assaulted Sumu's eardrums, gripping the sides of his seat. He felt the seatbelt was no protection at all, desperately shouting, "Let's talk this out. Slow down. Slow down." The unprecedented speed instilled an unparalleled terror in him, making his heart race like never before, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. That little rascal is indeed fast. On the empty road beneath the urban neon lights, the Kawasaki shimmered like a silver comet, pursued relentlessly by the shadow dancer. Nighttime has always been a favorite time for street racing, and the Enforcement Bureau had set up speed traps along the roadside. "Let's see which little rascal we can catch tonight," thought the traffic officer, pulling out a cigarette and igniting his lighter. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, snatching off his cap. 2 meteors, one silver and one purple, zipped past him. Strange, can meteors fly so low? The traffic officer cursed. It's late at night. And they're racing like meteors, truly fearless. Should such speed spiral out of control and crash into the roadside, there would be nothing left but a bloody mess. Flesh and steel mingled together. The traffic officer observed the speedometer with astonishment. They're racing on Changhua Avenue at a speed of... Stammering. He attempted to perform his ancestral technique of slapping the device, only to produce an incomprehensible string of characters. Please set up a blockade at Urxiankyo. Please set up a blockade at Urxiankyo. Please set up a blockade at Urxiankyo. Repeating the vital instruction thrice. The traffic officer picked up his cap and activated the siren in pursuit. The wail of sirens from the Enforcement Bureau surged from all directions, an inescapable net closing in. We've alerted the Enforcement Bureau, Sumu remarked. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, I'm also part of the Enforcement Bureau. The X-Space Southeast Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Enforcement Bureau, Guan Tianyin replied, pressing the red and blue buttons on the control panel. The RGB lights within the car shifted to a vibrant red and blue, the shadow dancer emitting a matching siren sound. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other clutching the radio, Guan Tianyin switched to the Enforcement Bureau channel, declaring, the Southeast Bureau is executing an arrest mission. Suspect name, Shenming Yang. I urge the Jiangzhou enforcement officers to immediately lift the blockade ahead to avoid casualties. Repeat, immediately lift the blockade ahead to prevent casualties. The blockade at Urxiankyo was promptly removed, and the two streaks of light zipped past a throng of officers. The skyscrapers of the urban CBD loomed ahead, and Guan Tianyin mockingly observed the fleeing suspect. The cat-and-mouse game is about to conclude. With golden eyes ignited, the wind around the shadow dancer abruptly ceased, enveloping the McLaren in a golden glow as the speedometer needle climbed once more. The suspect, glancing through the motorcycle's rearview mirror, caught sight of the police car closing in and realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He swiftly maneuvered his motorcycle close to the railing, then suddenly yanked the bike upward, launching the Kawasaki into the air. Under the moonlight, the rider turned back, lifted his visor, and defiantly raised his middle finger at the approaching purple McLaren. Subsequently, he maneuvered the Kawasaki to leap off the overpass. Crazy, Sumu cursed, only to notice Guan Tianyin beside him, excitedly licking her pink lips. Hey, you're not planning to. Watch closely, sister only performs this once. Guan Tianyin, like a lunatic, extinguished the engine, pulled the handbrake, and simultaneously propelled the shadow dancer forward, which had been glued to the road by the rear wing, now somersaulting through the air. It was reminiscent of the Monkey King from Journey to the West, flipping through the heavens. But the issue was, this wasn't a novel. Don't joke around. Sumu gripped his seat tightly, and after a brief moment of weightlessness, the shadow dancer flipped off the bridge, landing smoothly on the ground, trailing behind the Kawasaki. Damn it! The rider below shouted in frustration. Ahead lay a dead end, a vast river stretching across their path. The cat-and-mouse game seemed to be reaching its climax, yet the cornered fugitive refused to concede. He accelerated towards a small earthen slope. Amidst the roar of the engine, Sumu watched the silver Kawasaki soar over the river under the moonlight. We're doomed. A surge of anxiety gripped him, and indeed, Guan Tianyin, exhilarated, fixed her sights on the small slope, accelerating once more, her powers pushed to the limit. Brace yourself, the thrill is coming. The shadow dancer dove down the slope and leaped high into the air. Through the window, Sumu saw the raging waters directly beneath them. If they fell, it would be certain death. Under the clear moonlight, he turned to Guan Tianyin, who was reveling in the adrenaline rush, the golden powers shielding her as the shadow dancer soared over the river. They landed heavily on the opposite bank, in front of a cluster of dilapidated shacks. The fugitive discarded the motorcycle and darted into a narrow alley. Guan Tianyin executed a perfect drift, coming to a halt by the roadside. As the car door swung open, Sumu unceremoniously vomited the remnants of the medication, mixing with his dinner to emit a ghostly blue glow. How was it? Exciting, wasn't it? Guan Tianyin inquired. I can't. Ugh. Sumu grimaced in pain. I don't want to ride in your car anymore. Guan Tianyin retrieved a handgun from the car, fastening it to her thigh, and produced two melee weapons, a long sword for herself and a short sword tossed to Sumu. I'm going to catch the fugitive. You stay here and protect yourself. There's bottled water in the car. Once you're done, remember to rinse your mouth. After emptying his stomach completely, Sumu caught the short sword tossed his way, wanting to say something more, but turned back to find Guan Tianyin had already leaped onto the rooftops. Darting between the crumbling buildings. Under the moonlight, she resembled a gallant heroine. Sumu grabbed a bottle of water from the car, standing by the roadside to rinse his mouth. He suddenly realized he was in an area he had never ventured into before. The desolation was unlike anything in Jiangzhou. In the distance, the lights of the CBD buildings illuminated the night, indicating they were not far from the city center, a classic case of darkness under the lamp. Ding ding ding. Inside the car, Guan Tianyin's phone rang, and Sumu answered hello. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before a voice inquired. Sumu? Yes. Are you looking for Guan Tianyin? She's gone. As he spoke, Sumu hesitated, unsure if the caller was of the bloodline. Wary that Guan Tianyin might have a few ordinary friends as well. Is she out chasing the fugitive? In the hotel, Chun Mabe had already left, and Gu Li appeared pale, evidently having endured considerable hardship. He picked up his gear and weakly muttered, She's always so impulsive. Be careful, don't run around. I'll be there shortly. I'm at. Sumu looked around, utterly bewildered, realizing he had no idea where he was. It's fine. I've installed a tracker on Guan Tianyin to prevent her from racing around and getting lost. Gu Li exited the hotel, returning to the shadow dancer and securing the doors. It can save your life. With that, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. Driver, hurry. I need to catch a cheater. The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Get in. Sumu obediently prepared to retreat into the shadow dancer when suddenly, from the alley, emerged an elderly man with a long beard, cradling a candle in his hands, struggling to approach step by arduous step. Young man, what are you doing out here at such a late hour? It is unsafe. You should hurry home. Old man, I am. Sumu hesitated, then said, I am here to enjoy the breeze. Is that girl running on the rooftop your friend? The frail old man leaned heavily on his cane, trembling as if a gust from the river might knock him over at any moment. The girl? Sumu's alertness surged. He tightened his grip on the short knife in his left hand and cautiously inquired, Old man, why are you still awake at this hour? At my age. The elder paused, panting heavily. I can hardly sleep anymore, especially with someone running around on the rooftop, causing chaos in the alley. Sumu's eyes darted around the vehicle, feeling that if he could find a gun, he would feel more secure. My apologies, old man, but my friend is an enforcer. She is in pursuit of a fugitive. A fugitive? The old man erupted into a fit of violent coughing, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm onto the ground. Finally, they have come. Those scoundrels should have been captured long ago. Aren't you going to assist her? The sight of the frail old man made Sumu relax considerably, thinking, an old man. Surely I can handle him. There should be no danger as long as I avoid being stabbed in the back. She can handle it alone. There are many of them. I trust her. The old man smiled faintly, trembling as he turned to leave. Sumu secretly exhaled in relief, feeling he had been overly anxious. Young man. The elder suddenly turned back, startling Sumu into a state of alarm. It is cold at night. Dress warmly and take care of yourself. You are so thin. Do not end up like me, living the latter part of your life in sickness. No one is more reliable than oneself. Was the old man truly this pitiful? Sumu recalled the security guard who had secretly slipped him buns and eggs. He felt a wave of shame for his earlier suspicions and quickly replied, I understand. Ah? But it was merely a momentary lapse in his defenses. The old man's green cane, illuminated by the moonlight, struck Sumu's forehead, causing crimson blood to flow. The cane clattered to the ground, producing a sound unique to metal. Your head is quite sturdy, it did not shatter. The elder straightened, raising his hand as the metal cane returned to his grip. Seeing the blood on the young man's forehead, he relaxed slightly. As long as it is not blue, it is fine. Holding his head in pain, Sumu barely had a moment to recover when the cane flew at him once more. He dodged just in time, the cane smashing into the earthen wall behind him. Quite quick on your feet. The old man surged forward, his voice now robust and full of life. No longer the feeble tone of one on the brink of death. His emaciated fist struck Sumu's abdomen with incredible speed. reacting on instinct. Sumu evaded the attack once more and drew his short knife, slashing at the elder's arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the knife scraped against the old man's arm, producing sparks. The elder grinned, seizing the blade with his bare hands and flinging Sumu several meters away, crashing against the wall. I wonder if you possess the same strength as your companion. The old man retrieved his cane, laughing as he swung it down. Sumu, wary, raised his knife to block, but the force was astonishing. He was utterly outmatched. Sent crashing into the earthen wall, collapsing the decrepit structure behind him. How intriguing. You are not of the bloodline. The elder expressed astonishment. It is indeed impressive for a mere mortal to possess such strength, but alas, you should not have provoked one of the bloodline. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Sumu shook off the dust. It hurts. The intense pain coursed through his back, and he coughed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Remember to choose a good reincarnation in your next life. Strive to become one of the bloodline. The elder's legs coiled like springs, compressing to their limit, ready to release their stored energy. I am still here, awaiting your vengeance. As the adversary approached, Sumu stood helplessly, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Most of the nerves in his body already numb, limbs no longer obeying his commands. Is this the absolute disparity in strength between mortals and those of the bloodline? I feel as though I am about to die. Sumu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and awaited the judgment of fate. Do you wish to die? Have you sought my consent? Chapter 10. A Small Trial, 2024 edition. A gentle call echoed from afar, and a sacred whiteness illuminated the surroundings. Sumu opened his eyes to a scene of vibrant spring, where flowers bloomed and butterflies danced. He found himself amidst a sea of blossoms, swaying gracefully as if beckoning him closer. Fish leaped from the lake, and the sweet spring water splashed upon his face, refreshing and delightful. Deep within the floral expanse, a little girl in a pure white dress sat on the grass, her back turned to him. What is this? Sumu could scarcely believe his eyes. Wasn't he in Jiangzhou, battling that peculiar old man? Hadn't he been on the brink of death? Oh, I understand now. This must be hell. That strange old man has killed me. It must be so. At such a young age, handsome and poised, on the verge of great fortune. Who would have thought I would perish so easily? I wonder if Sister Guantian would erect a monument for me and burn plenty of paper money in my memory. The people of the Cloud City are fond of burning paper for their ancestors, but I worry they might not burn enough, leaving me unable to cope with inflation in the afterlife. Even as a ghost, I shouldn't have to starve, right? Wait, if this is hell, could it mean I might find my mother here? Mom, where are you? The little girl turned, her dress fluttering in the breeze, revealing a face with a hint of baby fat. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. You? Sumu exclaimed in delight, taking in the beauty around him. Mountains layered in shades of blue, streams bubbling melodiously, the wind racing through the trees, and light dancing among the flowers, a scene bursting with life. Is this your home? His voice brimmed with joy at their reunion. She had always visited his world, but today, he found himself in her little paradise. Is it beautiful? You, like an eager child showcasing her treasured possession, approached Sumu with a serious expression, stating, "This is not just my home. It is our home. Can I live here too?" Sumu gazed at the enchanting garden, suddenly recalling the makeshift doghouse he had built by the river, feeling a wave of disdain for it. Not wanting to return. You've always lived here. Lower your head. At her words, Sumu bent down. You rose on her tiptoes, placing a freshly woven flower crown upon his head, as if crowning him. How lovely. Truly a testament to my craftsmanship. Sumu caught his reflection in the crystalline river, adorned with the flower crown. His youthful face gained an air of authority, with golden light igniting in his dark eyes. Before we indulge in idle chatter, let us first deal with that unscrupulous old man. At his advanced age, to resort to a sneak attack. Sumu nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the ambush, he would not have lost so swiftly, especially after spending a fortune on swordsmanship lessons. Overlord, it's your turn now. You clasped her hands behind her back, her smile radiating confidence. The little garden gradually faded, and the night of Jiangzhou reassembled before them, with the wind continuing to sweep across the river's surface. Yet, Sumu noticed the world spinning around him at a languid pace, as if time itself were being stretched infinitely. Raising his head, he could even see the old man's lips, the saliva flying from his mouth. With a flick of his short sword, all pain evaporated, and a surge of power coursed through every cell of his body. Die! The old man's voice bellowed as he swung his cane down upon him. Sumu remained motionless, the cold gleam of his short sword reflecting the moonlight. The clash of metal echoed once more. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending debris flying from the ruins. As the shockwave stirred up dust, creating ripples in the air. As the dust settled, the old man finally sensed something amiss. The gruesome scene he had envisioned did not materialize. His full-force strike had been effortlessly blocked by the expressionless youth before him. Impossible. He refused to accept this, swinging his cane horizontally with astonishing speed. Yet Sumu was quicker, his right hand wielding the sword as he darted to the old man's side, piercing the blade into his heart. Clang! The metallic sound resonated as the short sword scraped against the old man's skin, producing countless sparks but failing to breach his defenses. The old man's incredulous gaze morphed into a smirk. The cane arrived as expected. Sumu had anticipated this, bending low to evade while striking at the old man's waist. The clang of metal rang out again, with sparks flying. Gold sequence. You cannot harm me. The old man laughed wickedly, brimming with arrogance. Sumu gracefully floated back onto the ruins, observing the two shallow white sword marks he had left behind, contemplating his strategy. Looking at his short sword, he mused how much easier it would be to wield a hammer against such heavy armor. A hammer would certainly crush him eventually, but swords could also breach armor. He recalled his sword instructor's words. "Little brat, this strike will claim your life." The old man was filled with fighting spirit, bending his legs to gather momentum before springing forth with incredible speed. A smile danced in Sumu's eyes as he discerned the old man's weakness. His speed was remarkable, yet he lacked agility, unable to curve or alter his path. "Old man, do you know? Speed is power." Sumu twirled his short sword and accelerated towards his foe, deftly dodging the old man's attack and gliding his sword along the old man's side. In their clash, speed reached its zenith, and the previous shallow marks deepened into gashes. "I told you, you cannot injure me." The old man observed the sword mark on his side with indifference, taunting. "But you only need to endure one of my strikes to meet a graceful end. Old man, you are too slow to touch me." Sumu's tone dripped with disdain. He sought to provoke his opponent. "You may try again." The old man launched himself once more, and Sumu employed the same tactic, repeatedly striking at the same spot until it bled crimson. The old man realized the predicament, gasping for breath as his stamina waned against the relentless youth. Meanwhile, Sumu showed no signs of fatigue. "Have the courage to take my strike head on," the old man yelled in frustration. "All right." Sumu grinned sincerely, but the old man perceived it as cunning mockery. This time, the youth took the initiative, kicking a piece of rubble to obscure his approach. As the old man shattered the stone and swung his cane, Sumu deftly pulled his sword down, abandoning it. The cane struck air, and the old man watched as the sword coiled around his weapon like a serpent. The sword's master had cleverly positioned himself beside the old man, who could do nothing but watch helplessly as Sumu lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his side. Damn! A sharp pain surged through the old man's side as he was sent flying from the ruins, while Sumu fell backward, catching the short sword that had been flung into the night sky. Ouch! The old man clutched his wound, feeling a pain he hadn't experienced in ages. The opponent moved with such swiftness that running away was out of the question. Leaning on his cane, he resolved to fight with all his might. His legs bent, storing potential energy to the utmost. He aimed at Sumu's position and launched himself forward. If the adversary repeated his previous sword techniques, he would seize the opportunity to hasten his escape. Perhaps he could indeed flee. Sumu raised his sword, intending to plunge it directly into the wound. "Sumu, duck!" Someone shouted from behind. A figure appeared in Sumu's line of sight, and he chose to trust his teammate, quickly crouching down. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a distinctive green bullet whizzed overhead. "Fool! Bullets are useless against me." The old man screamed maniacally, swinging his cane to strike the bullet. "Watch out, ah!" A heart-wrenching wail shattered the night, a spray of blood blossoming in the air. Sumu witnessed the cane shatter under the bullet's impact, simultaneously piercing the old man's right shoulder and erupting a cloud of blood. Gazing at the mangled flesh on his shoulder, fear finally gripped the old man. Hearing 3 more gunshots, he fled in a panic, but no matter how he tried to evade, the bullets seemed to predict his every move. He was struck accurately in the left shoulder and both knees. His agonizing cries tore through the night as he fearfully glanced at the approaching marksman, scrambling towards the alley. Ghoulie approached Sumu, raising an eyebrow as he loaded a dark red bullet into his sniper rifle and pulled the bolt. The dark red shell ejected, and Sumu saw the letter be imprinted on it. "Did you miss?" Sumu asked, surprised, observing the frantic old man. Ghoulie stowed away the sniper rifle and casually pulled out a piece of gum. "No hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. Care for a piece?" Taking the gum, Sumu had no time to put it in his mouth before a scream pierced the air. He saw the bullet precisely enter the wound he had inflicted. The old man collapsed forward and convulsed before lying still. "Dead?" "Not at all, just sedated," Ghoulie replied, shouldering his sniper rifle as he walked ahead. "In our line of work, we typically capture live targets. Killing these heinous criminals outright is far too lenient. They must be brought alive to face trial. Not only does it serve justice, but it also instills fear in other bloodlines." He approached the incapacitated criminal and said, "Old man, it's already 2005. Do you still think firearms can't pierce your thin skin? Do you believe they're all just handguns?" The sound of whirring rotors filled the air as a black helicopter descended by the riverbank. A group of operatives clad in X-Space uniforms emerged, lifting the blurred remnants of flesh from the ground. At that moment, a lightning bolt split the clear sky, and someone stealthily departed. With him in such a state, can he truly survive? Sumu asked, a chill running down his spine. Don't underestimate the vitality of the golden sequence bloodlines. They possess remarkable resilience. Ghoulie reassured him, patting his shoulder. As for you, your mental fortitude is commendable. You didn't even vomit. Quite impressive. Sumu forced a smile. Aware that the contents of his stomach had long been expelled during the high-speed chase with Guan Tianen, let us head over to Huahua's side. It should be even more gruesome there, Ghoulie declared as he led the way into the alley. This person never holds back. In the pitch-black passage, Sumu gripped his dagger tightly, ever vigilant. Each shadowy corner could conceal a threat. He had just been deceived by an old man moments ago. But he needn't have been so wary. Ghoulie turned his head, his eyes radiating a brilliant golden glow. Although I lack combat prowess in terms of reconnaissance abilities, few can rival me in this world. You lack combat prowess? Sumu recalled the pitiful old man, whose joints had been reduced to mush and whose side had been punctured by that red bullet. What was so special about that last red bullet? Sumu sheathed his dagger, seeking to steer the conversation. That was an alchemical bullet. Alchemical? Yes, you may understand it as the science of the bloodline world. A discipline connecting sequence powers with chemical mechanics. Ghoulie elaborated patiently. Ordinary bullets have little effect on powerful bloodlines, and missiles cannot be employed in urban areas. Hence, we have the alchemical bullets, which come in various types. The red ones typically contain neurotoxins, designed to incapacitate the target. Ghoulie produced several alchemical bullets and handed them to Sumu. The black represents high explosive, while green indicates high armor-piercing capability. The letters denote the hunting target's level. B signifies that this bullet is only effective against B-grade bloodlines. Beyond that, it becomes less effective. B-grade bullets are the most commonly used, as higher grades make firearms less reliable for hitting blue bloods. As for purple bloods, attempting to use a gun against them is simply laughable, unless you are a sequence bloodline yourself. Sequence bloodline. Sumu recalled the table of powers, perceiving the sequence as seemingly the least useful. Ghoulie chuckled. You are not the first to think so, nor will you be the last. I once believed the same, only to discover that the sequence may indeed possess the strongest powers at its level. For example, with this bullet, all I need to do is whisper, guaranteed hit. No matter which direction I shoot, the bullet will strike its target. Sumu inhaled sharply. This is the essence of AA and a grade alchemical bullets. Ghoulie halted, announcing, we have arrived. Among the ruins ahead lay several bloodlines sprawled haphazardly, their wounds oozing red blood, suggesting a low lineage. Guan Tianyan, under the moonlight, wiped his long sword, his gaze fixed intently on Xun Mingyang. Xun Mingyang appeared quite disheveled, his body marred with cuts from blades. How tragic, Sumu murmured, glancing at the striking Guan Tianyan, pondering, why provoke her? What a needless endeavor. Guli stepped onto the battlefield, loading a dark red alchemical bullet into his rifle. Suddenly, he turned to add, "Oh, and one crucial note, lineage does not equate to current combat strength. Possessing A-grade lineage and having A-grade combat strength are two distinct matters." Sumu nodded in understanding. Xun Mingyang observed the two entering the fray, discarding his weapon and raising his hands. 1 against 3 is hardly a winning scenario. I am also adept at escaping. With that, he plunged into the frigid lake, prompting Guli to pull the trigger early, the bullet piercing the water's surface and erupting in a spray of crimson. He escaped, Guli remarked. Sumu approached the riverbank. But didn't Tiwi hit him? There's a water ghost in the river who rescued him. With our swimming skills, we cannot catch up, Guli replied, his golden eyes revealing no trace of the prey's escape. He retrieved his phone. This is Guli, requesting the Southeast Bureau to seal off the river. Southeast Bureau acknowledges. Simultaneously, ground support from the Southeast Bureau finally arrived, transporting the incapacitated criminals to ambulances. The remaining task was left to the Southeast Bureau as the criminals, affected by the neurotoxin, would not escape far. They were due for some reckoning. Guli disassembled his sniper rifle and placed it back in the case. Now, let us discuss your situation. Before coming here, I spoke with Dr. Zhou Hai, your father's student. I already knew that, Sumu replied. That's good, Guli continued. None of us believe you are a common bloodline. I witnessed your battle with the old man clearly. Something must be amiss. Dr. Zhou Hai will personally conduct tests on your blood. I have no choice. You want to let me play with you, Sumu mused. He extracted the vial of potion given by Guan Tianyan from his tattered school uniform. But the fierce battle had shattered the test tubes, leaving only a cork. It's nothing, Guli waved his hand dismissively, instructing his subordinate to fetch another potion. You are the progeny of heroes. The atrium of X-Space eagerly awaits your return, just as the bloodline world anticipates your arrival. Although I am quite certain that you are indeed my comrade, the regulations of the company must still be adhered to. The necessary procedures must be followed. After all, this company belongs neither to me nor to Dr. Zhou. I ask for your understanding. I comprehend. During his prior conversation with Guan Tianyan, Sumu had already begun to glean the rift within X-Space. Guli produced a brand new vial of potion, glancing at his Breguet watch and stating, "It is now 2:01. Sumu accepted the new vial, uncorked it, and drank it in one gulp. We shall surely meet again, Sumu. Chapter 11. Striking Gold for Survival, 2024 New Edition. Today, you seem to be in high spirits. Sumu entered the classroom, his face aglow with vitality, instantly capturing the attention of Fu Ningning, who tilted her head and couldn't help but feel cheerful as well. She completely forgot about the incident last Friday that had dampened her mood. Is that so? Sumu ceased his light humming and took his seat. How could he possibly be in a bad mood? This morning, as he prepared to take the bus to school, he discovered a brand new bicycle parked in the hotel lobby. It was the one compensated to him by the Enforcement Bureau. Although the matter of the reward was still unresolved, he had received a new bicycle. What more could he possibly want? Hey, why is your school uniform looking so new? Fu Ningning, with the keen eye of a detective, immediately noticed the discrepancy. Though uniforms were issued annually, it was already the end of the academic year. And given Sumu's frequency of wearing his uniform, it should have been well worn by now. Sumu hesitated, unsure how to explain his predicament. He certainly could not divulge that he had been in a fight the previous night and had his uniform damaged by an old man. Doing so would tarnish his shining image in the eyes of his desk mate. He vividly recalled the events of the previous night, from being taken to the X-Space Southeast Bureau to the inheritance acceptance, culminating in the capture of the notorious Xun Mingyang. That wretched drug had proven utterly useless. Sumu even began to suspect that those who had previously consumed the drug, like himself, had not genuinely undergone memory erasure, but were merely cooperating with X-Space to avoid subsequent troubles. As for the flavor of the drug, it was reminiscent of a completely sugarless cola, with a slightly bitter sparkling water aftertaste. Indeed, this school uniform was new, and Fu Ningning's skepticism was entirely justified. It had been provided by X Space, slightly aged, but due to time constraints and the laziness of the two enforcers, it appeared almost indistinguishable from new. Well, I have another set at home that I rarely wear. I thought I would don it for a fresh start in the new week. Sumu fabricated a casual excuse. Damn it. Not only did he have to feign amnesia, but he also had to help X-Space maintain their ruse. Fu Ningning squinted at him, her expression indicating a complete disbelief in his explanation. However, unable to conjure a reasonable counter-argument and unwilling to press further, she shrugged and said, "Oh, I see. Exactly. That's how it is." Seizing the moment to divert the conversation away from his uniform, Sumu asked, "Would you like to try some Longjing pastries? I made them myself." Fu Ningning, who had initially been engrossed in her mathematics problems, turned her attention to him with a look of disbelief. "You can make desserts?" "Of course. I'd love to try. Even though I'm not a fan of sweets, I must sample your culinary skills." Sumu rummaged through his backpack, recalling that he had stealthily saved some pastries while packing for Xia Mo yesterday. He produced a paper bag from his backpack, and upon opening it, Fu Ningning's anticipation swiftly diminished as she pouted in disappointment. It was merely a bag of cold roasted chestnuts. "My apologies, I must have grabbed the wrong one." Sumu continued to search, pulling out a second paper bag adorned with the Dangue logo. This time, he was sure it would not disappoint. Fu Ningning cautiously opened the bag, bracing herself for disappointment, but was immediately greeted by the fragrant aroma of tea mingled with milk, which put her at ease. Taking a tentative bite, she found the flavor satisfactory and smiled as she accepted all the pastries. "Thank you," she said. "Huh?" Sumu hadn't anticipated her to take everything so eagerly. He had wanted to savor some himself. In truth, Fu Ningning was not particularly fond of these sugary treats. Her sudden acquisition was merely a precaution against someone else potentially offering them to another girl. As the lunch bell rang, the boisterous classroom gradually quieted. In the critical final stretch of their senior year, teachers had long ceased lecturing. Aside from reviewing test papers, the remaining time was left for students to study independently. At Jinglin High School, the efficiency of self-study among the top students far surpassed that of conventional lectures. As long as the foundational knowledge was conveyed, the rest was left to their own devices. Teachers merely sat at the podium like seasoned physicians, awaiting students to present their difficult problems. For many scientific conundrums might stump even the instructors. On this warm, sunny Monday morning in May, Sumu diligently studied amidst the questioning gazes of his peers, dedicating himself to his studies except for brief restroom breaks. At noon, as the lunch bell chimed, students rushed toward the cafeteria, and Fu's family driver promptly delivered 2 meals. Sumu eagerly rubbed his hands together, speculating about the day's offerings. Upon opening the lunchbox, he found braised pork, Longjing shrimp, tomato stir-fried eggs, garlic mustard greens, and the unchanging steamed egg with white rice. What a feast! Yet, upon seeing the braised pork again, Sumu's demeanor shifted uncomfortably, recalling Xia Mo's words that this particular dish was lovingly prepared by Fu Ningning's mother. "What's wrong? Is the meat not to your liking today? Aren't you the one who loves it the most?" Fu Ningning asked, her voice laced with concern. "Haha, it's nothing. It's just that seeing the braised pork again feels particularly nostalgic." As he said this, Sumu fixed his gaze intently on his desk mate's face, cautiously adding, "It tastes remarkably like something made by a mother's hand." Fu Ningning's cheeks flushed with a telltale crimson, seemingly recalling some teasing remarks from her family. "Is that so? I don't taste anything like that. You must be imagining things. If you truly like it, I can give you all mine." Her reaction confirmed Sumu's suspicions. He knew she was not adept at fabricating lies under pressure. Her face would either turn red or she would stammer. She must have rehearsed her lines multiple times to avoid revealing any cracks in her story. "Please, don't. The delicious food your family prepares is something I'm already fortunate to enjoy. How could I possibly take yours too? If you truly like it, you should come over to my house next time." "All right, definitely." Seeing Sumu decline to take more, Fu Ningning ceased her inquiries and relaxed. Another weekend had passed, and things were unfolding just as she had anticipated. There was no rush on her part. After finishing half of her meal, She followed her usual custom of pushing her leftovers towards Sumu, watching with delight as he devoured it with gusto. Her heart swelled with joy, and she retrieved a piece of tea pastry from her paper bag. The sweet flavor mirrored Fu Ningning's current mood. Things were gradually improving, were they not? Sumu finished his meal heartily, carrying his lunchbox out of the classroom, while Fu Ningning pulled out her pen and resumed pondering the mathematics problems that still eluded her. Outside, the weather was growing increasingly warm. Branches swayed in the breeze as students returned from the cafeteria in small groups, some playing, some reading, and others working on assignments. Only Sumu wandered about the campus like a carefree drifter, occasionally admiring the wisteria arbor, which was said to grace every high school in Jiangnan province. He meandered into the bamboo grove, where he occasionally encountered classmates in the throes of young love. Timing his return, he approached the adjacent classroom and spotted a round-faced girl who appeared amiable. With a friendly demeanor, he inquired, "Hello, is Xia Mo here?" In truth, he had already seen her basking in the sun on the balcony, her back turned toward the classroom door, rendering her unable to see him. The golden sunlight cascaded over her hair, making her look particularly enchanting, and many budding young men in the class covertly admired her from a distance, though none dared to approach her. Some flowers are destined to be admired from afar. Getting too close may lead to injury. "Xia Mo," the round-faced girl called out in a loud voice, walking to the edge of the balcony. "There's a handsome guy outside looking for you." Blast. As Sumu felt the penetrating gazes of his classmates, all curious and eager for gossip, he realized he had entrusted his fate to the wrong person. All he desired now was a place to hide. The embarrassment was palpable. Regardless of age or gender, as long as one draws breath, the inclination to gossip prevails, and the excitement of such chatter hinges entirely on the juiciness of the revelations. Clearly, the scandal involving Xia Mo and Sumu had erupted with fervor. Had the academy possessed a forum, this topic would undoubtedly be pinned at the top and buzzing with activity. Xia Mo, unfazed by the attention, approached the door and inquired, "What do you need?" Their conversation had genuinely commenced. The onlookers in the class erupted with excitement, several already stealthily raising their phones to capture blurry, nostalgic photos. "The key," Sumu whispered urgently. "The key?" Xia Mo was momentarily bewildered. "Yes, the key," Sumu exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. "You didn't lose it, did you?" "I just found a job. It can't just vanish like that." "Oh, the key." Xia Mo finally recalled, realizing the coffee shop key was still in her possession. She quickly searched her belongings, but to no avail. "Wait for me," she called, racing back to her seat to rummage through her backpack. Eventually, she remembered that she had stayed up late reading the previous night and had fallen asleep in the car on the way back. Completely oblivious to where the maid had placed the key, she had woken up late that morning, rushing out and nearly being tardy, leaving no time to consider it. Xia Mo felt that the coffee shop was intoxicating. Time slipped away inside, and she only remembered feeling joyous. She returned, awkwardly scratching her head. "I forgot to bring it. I'll ask my family to look for it and bring it to you after school." "You forgot it?" Sumu's expression was filled with skepticism. "Really, I truly just forgot," Xia Mo insisted, her anxiety mounting at the thought of never retrieving the key again. "Believe me, I will return a complete key to you tonight." What else could Sumu do but trust her? Could he chastise a cherished guest? "I believe you. I'll wait for you after school," he replied, dejectedly returning to his class. Xia Mo pulled out her phone to message her family, turning around to find a room full of astonished faces. "Oh no, I've forgotten. This is school, not a seaside CAF. I hope my carefully maintained persona doesn't collapse." With that thought, Xia Mo's face grew cold, her sharp gaze sweeping over her classmates. After a moment of shivering silence, they resumed their activities, some playing, some reading, others doing assignments, and a few sneaking glances at their albums. Upon returning to his seat, Sumu noticed his desk mate still grappling with a math problem. Nearly an hour had passed. He picked up his pen and took out Fu Ningning's scratch paper. From 101, an A1 to the power of 2 in 1. Therefore, aka K1, A, K2, A1K, A1, 2K, A1I, A1, I1, A1, 2I2. The symbols may not display correctly. I hope you can manage with this final question from the 2004 Jiangsu College entrance examination. Fu Ningning blinked, her wide eyes fixated on Sumu's profile. She couldn't recall the last time her desk mate had earnestly explained a problem to her. Sumu waved his hand in front of her. Are you listening? Ah. Fu Ningning snapped back to reality. I zoned out. Could you repeat that? She retrieved another piece of scratch paper, and Sumu patiently broke down each step and the associated concepts. In truth, when dissected, it was all foundational knowledge, not insurmountably difficult. He tossed his pen aside and took a few sips from his water cup. Fu Ningning stared blankly at the breakdown on the paper, the clarity and logic striking. She looked at her deskmate, marveling at how just a weekend had transformed him from someone incapable of solving such problems to someone who could tackle them effortlessly. Was this the disparity brought by talent? The girl, crushed by the weight of innate ability, felt no resentment. Instead, she was elated. Akin to investing in a stock on the brink of being delisted, continuously purchasing while no one else believed in its potential. Finally, on a particular Monday, the stock surged dramatically. Although her investment had not yet fully paid off, the promising future loomed ahead. To secure her position as the general's wife, one must marry him while he is still a mere soldier. As the daughter of Jiangnan's wealthiest, Fu Ningning understood the art of investment. She had placed her bet wisely. Now, she merely needed to guard against someone circumventing regulations to secretly acquire shares, thus ensuring she could await her dividends in peace. Fu Ningning delighted in her thoughts, consuming all the Longjing tea pastries over the afternoon. By dinner time, she had barely eaten a few bites, all of which fell prey to a certain gluttonous friend. How embarrassing! How utterly embarrassing! While she voiced her contrition, her hands remained swift in their consumption. Sipping her egg custard, she mused, as long as you acknowledge the awkwardness. You must double your compensation to me in the future. The bell rang, signaling the end of evening study. Sumu stretched lazily, closing his textbook. He had thoroughly reviewed all the notes provided by Mu Qianning. Although merely a science subject, it was the focus of his preparation. The arts were all rote memorization, supplemented with a touch of intuition, leading to similar scores among students, making it difficult to distinguish oneself. Sumu placed a hefty stack of notebooks on Mu Qianning's desk. Her male deskmate, ever considerate, had not yet packed up and began to leave his seat. One might question Sumu's current academic prowess, but his athletic ability was beyond reproach. Every sports event, Old Hong relied entirely on this solitary talent to bring glory. Oh. And the left-hand protector on the podium, Wang Lin. Mu Qianning frowned. Have you finished? She worried that Sumu might be deceiving her. Sumu sat beside her, nodding earnestly. Though Mu Qianning remained skeptical, she could not refute his confident demeanor and took back her notebook. However, she extracted a math test paper from her stack and pointed at the last additional question. How do you solve this? She asked, clearly at a loss. Mu Qianning had pondered the question throughout the evening study, but had found no promising approach and was reluctant to reach a conclusion through brute force calculations. Regardless of whether she could solve it, there was no time during the exam. Let me teach you. Having completed his review, Sumu felt formidable. He picked up a piece of scratch paper, contemplated for a mere 10 seconds, and casually scribbled down a complete solution approach. Mu Qianning listened, skeptical, though unable to pinpoint any flaws in Sumu's reasoning. Have you finally grasped it? She asked, disbelief etched on her face. Sumu playfully slapped her not-so-bright head, boasting. Ever heard of enlightenment at Longchong? Mine came at a CAF, where I became a mathematical sage. Mu Qianning, incredulous, glanced at Fu Ningning, who was observing discreetly, pointing at the test paper as if to ask, did you teach him? Fu Ningning picked up her blank paper and shook her head, clearly indicating that she had yet to solve the last additional question. While the two rivals exchanged glances, Sumu had already gathered his belongings, preparing to head home, chatting and joking with his good friend Wang Lin along the way. Mu Qianning gazed at the playful boys, and memories from the past surged within her. Indeed, he was a prodigy who had advanced a grade and triumphed in the entrance examination, not a case of a once promising talent fading away. Xia Mo, wait for me. She awakened from her reverie, quickly stowing her backpack and hastening to catch up with him. Do you want me to escort you home? Wang Lin, noticing the interaction, discreetly excused himself to the restroom, and swiftly vanished, demonstrating why he was among the few who could play with Sumu. I'll ride home by myself, otherwise, I'll have to run tomorrow morning. In truth, Sumu had pressing matters to attend to. Although old Hong had ceased to oversee him, he could not afford to skip classes regularly. Wouldn't you agree? Mu Qianning's gaze fell somewhat despondently, her emotions a tumultuous mix as she anxiously inquired. Are you blaming me for not accompanying you home on Friday? When have I ever blamed you? As they entered the bicycle shed, Sumu revealed his brand new bicycle. Actually, I was quite grateful to you that day. Look at this new bike. Had he not ridden in Xia Mo's vehicle, he might never have met Qi Ming, and perhaps he would not have been entangled in the murder case, nor would he have the pending prize money and this splendid new bicycle. How did you get home? Mu Qianning asked. At that time, Xia Mo was waiting for a ride too, so she took me home, Sumu replied honestly. Who? Xia Mo? While Sumu might not fully grasp Xia Mo's identity, Mu Qianning was acutely aware. Reflecting on Sumu's earlier words of gratitude, she found them deeply ironic. Was he implying that his acquaintance with Xia Mo stemmed from her refusal? Mu Qianning felt a wave of anxiety. Nervously clenching and unclenching her small hands, ultimately asking, is she easy to get along with? Being a girl herself, she understood how challenging Xia Mo could be. She seemed indifferent to everyone and everything. Other girls often traveled in pairs or groups, while Xia Mo existed in isolation, as if set apart by an invisible barrier that no one could breach. How could such a person allow Sumu into her car? Mu Qianning found it perplexing. Well, how should I put it? Sumu pondered, recalling his recent interactions with Xia Mo. She is a contradictory person. At times, she is quite aloof, especially in larger groups. Yet, in smaller gatherings, she can be quite playful. It appears she is very conscious of her image in the eyes of outsiders, particularly those of higher status. I feel she is quite easy to get along with, Sumu expressed, uncertain of her true nature, relying solely on his instincts to convey his genuine feelings. He rarely encountered individuals he could not connect with. Mu Qianning's nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. The more she mulled over his words of thanks for her refusal to escort him home, the more despondent she became, her heart feeling hollow, akin to losing her most beloved pet. The Andy's car has arrived. Sumu pointed to a Porsche. Mu Qianning intended to extend another invitation, but noticed the girl in question approaching with an icy demeanor. She did not acknowledge anyone and walked directly towards Sumu. Keys, Xia Mo said coldly. Sumu glanced around at the bustling scene, filled with parents picking up their children, and understood why she had adopted such a detached attitude. Received. As Xia Mo returned the keys and prepared to leave, she suddenly noticed a familiar girl staring intently at her from inside the Porsche. Had they met before? Perhaps at a dance or a sports event. She couldn't quite recall. It was inconsequential. She arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Sumu once again declined Mu Qianning's invitation, helping her shut the car door and waving goodbye to the departing Porsche. Watching the figure recede, the girl felt an even deeper pang of heartache, as if she were being torn apart. She curled up in the passenger seat, ignoring her mother-esque questions, unwilling to utter a single word. Fu Ningning stood on the steps, witnessing the entire rejection with delight. As long as the original shareholder was out of the picture, she would undoubtedly face no competition. As for Xia Mo, well, she would keep an eye on her. Although she knew her deskmate would never ride in her car, it mattered little since he had never done so before. Do you want me to take you home? Fu Ningning casually asked. No, maybe next time. Sumu waved goodbye. Fu Ningning pouted. He had said next time before, a phrase she had heard countless times. Where did he even learn that? See you tomorrow. She cheerfully waved goodbye. Luxury vehicles continued to arrive and depart from Jinglin Road, while Sumu mounted his new bicycle, planning to gather some canvas that evening. Otherwise, his doghouse would surely succumb to the rain. He navigated skillfully to a vast junkyard, located at the intersection of Jiangzhou East and West, where the refuse from affluent households, particularly construction materials and discarded furniture, was brought. Numerous residents, who subsisted by scavenging, frequented the area at night, not only to attend classes, but also to avoid confrontations with others. However, typically, there was little of value left after dark. Upon entering the vicinity, A pungent odor of paint mixed with decay assaulted Sumu's senses as he cautiously tread upon a pile of shattered tiles. This was not his first visit. Nearly all the furniture and building materials in his makeshift shelter had been salvaged from this expansive junkyard. As he ventured deeper, he spotted a rusty iron pot. Who could be so wasteful? This could still be usable after scrubbing off the rust. He took it with him. A stray dog watched warily, eyeing the unexpected intruder in its territory. Continuing to rummage through the refuse, Sumu discovered many unusable pieces of canvas riddled with holes of various sizes. Their previous purpose a mystery. What's that? From a distance, he caught sight of an exceptionally familiar object and hurried over, only to find it was a leather sofa. Although such sofas lacked breathability, it was still a sofa. I've struck gold. As he reached for the sofa, it suddenly collapsed into a heap before him. The loud crash startled the stray dog, causing it to bark furiously. Damn it! Grabbing a broken beam, he realized it was a result of man-made damage, rendering it utterly worthless. No wonder nobody wanted it. He flung the wooden beam aside and picked up the iron pot, turning to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he hesitated and returned to the sofa, setting down the pot to begin peeling away the layer of synthetic leather. This might actually work. He extracted a small knife from his pocket and meticulously began slicing the sofa's covering, accompanied by the dog's barking as a backdrop. Under the moonlight, he triumphantly raised the leather. With joy, he rolled it up to take with him. An hour later, Sumu had salvaged an iron pot, a roll of leather, a broken stool, 2 ceramic cups, and 3 towels suitable for rags. Time to head out. With the dog barking him off, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he carried his spoils towards his bicycle. Oh, and that old bicycle? He had also salvaged it from here. When he first brought it back, it was unrideable. He had repaired it numerous times, ultimately spending $20 to make it barely functional. After securing his treasures tightly to the rear seat with a rope, Sumu was about to leave when he noticed a large truck entering the yard to dump garbage. What's that? His eyes glimmered with golden greed under the moonlight. It was asbestos tiles. As the truck departed, Sumu dashed over, knowing this would ensure his shelter would remain dry. Ha! I've struck it rich. Today is indeed a splendid day. The boy selected a few usable asbestos tiles, feeling quite satisfied as he dragged them away, placing the tiles on his seat. Sumu hummed East Wind Breaks joyfully while pushing the cart away. Chapter 12. The Trial Run, 2024 edition. As night fell on a full moon night, Sumu, in high spirits, resembled a small dog returning home with its tail held high, pedaling his beloved new bicycle and humming a cheerful tune. He swayed along the spacious avenue leading home, completely absorbed in designing his cozy nest in his mind, oblivious to the pale, ethereal moon hanging above. The nights in Jiangzhou during May were particularly delightful. The gentle breeze caressed his face like a silken handkerchief, and the fragrance of flowers wafted softly, creating a tender atmosphere with a temperature that was neither too warm nor too cool. A sudden gust of warm wind reminded Sumu of the sweltering summer, yet he dismissed it as merely a fleeting breeze. As the temperature on the homeward path rose, beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto his bicycle. What a bizarre weather in Jiangzhou lately, he pondered, yet remained unaware of the unusual changes, for spring and autumn in Jiangzhou were notoriously capricious. Much like a girl in love, sometimes weeping, sometimes laughing, alternating between sweetness and sorrow. It was a strange contrast. The midday heat felt like peak summer, while the night air turned as chilling as midwinter. Just yesterday, he donned a coat, and now he found himself forced to wear short sleeves. As fine droplets of rain began to fall, Sumu's expression shifted, compelling him to hasten his pedaling. Lingering in such a drizzle would surely leave him soaked. The scorching pavement seared the air, and as the raindrops met the hot ground, they transformed into wisps of white steam. Why is it so hot? Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead, and lightning split the sky. Sumu looked up just in time to feel the large raindrops pelt his face. He wiped the droplets away with a stoic expression, having grown numb to the unexpected downpours he often encountered on his way home. Given his cheerful mood today, he chose not to dwell on it. Time to get home. He quickened his pace, weaving through the torrential rain, his thoughts solely focused on returning home. The parched earth eagerly absorbed the rain, and with each rumble, Thick clouds of mist rose from the pavement, obscuring his view. The dim glow of the streetlights illuminated the white haze ahead. With determination, Sumu plunged into the mist. Gradually, the downpour subsided, replaced by a light drizzle accompanied by a hint of spring's chill. His bicycle navigated the misty terrain, evoking the imagery of vapor rising from the dreamy marshlands. Gone was the leisurely demeanor he had moments ago, as the icy rain fell upon his face, crystallizing into delicate snowflakes. So cold, the heat that had made him wish to shed his clothing was now replaced by an intense desire to don a warm coat. His pale face trembled from the chill, his lips quivering uncontrollably, while icy flowers began to bloom on the metal frame of his bicycle. Even Sumu, with his typically carefree nature, realized he had strayed into a perilous zone, a realm where the blood of the living was forbidden. "You? Are you there?" He instinctively called out, knowing that only you could come to his rescue in such a dire moment. "I'm here." The most anticipated voice resonated in his mind like a beacon of hope. "I've traversed this path countless times. Why does it feel so strange today? Could it be that the hybrid beasts are fighting in the wild?" He speculated. "Not this way." "What do you mean? This is not your way home. You have taken a wrong turn." "Impossible. I've traveled this road many times. I could ride back with my eyes closed." Sumu asserted confidently. "Nothing is impossible, for I have misled your direction, leading you into this zone of death. Are you trying to kill me?" Sumu felt a mix of sadness and indignation. Haha, how could I?" You replied with a chuckle, "We are eternal friends." But what?" You appeared before Sumu's eyes, playfully winking. "Watch out for the car." "A car?" Suddenly, bright headlights pierced through the mist, and Sumu heard a sharp screech of brakes. He and his new bicycle soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, crashing heavily onto the road. Bang! His new bicycle crumpled before him. The icy grip of steel rendered weak and fragile, shattering into unrecognizable fragments. The spoils behind the bicycle, iron pots and asbestos tiles, were all ruined, leaving only a tattered piece of leather. "No!" Sumu cried, his heart torn as tears streamed down his face like a dam bursting. "My bike! My new bike! Why must it always be my bike?" Furiously, he pounded the icy pavement, each blow reducing the hard surface to powder. I'm so furious. Rising to his feet, Sumu trudged toward the mist, colliding with a parked sedan. "Let us see who it is this time." I refused to believe it could be the enforcers again. He approached the black car, kicking it away from the railing before tearing open the driver's door to seize the suited driver inside. First, strike the face, next, assess the shoulders. To his relief, there were no epaulets. This was not a law enforcement officer. The car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, clearly not a government vehicle. With newfound resolve, Sumu dragged the driver from the front seat, only to find a writhing, dark green vine springing from the shadows, launching an attack. "What is this?" He acted swiftly, seizing the vine, and in the dim light, realized it was not a snake but a moving plant tendril. The driver was engulfed by the green vines, which pierced through him, leaving gaping wounds as crimson blood poured forth. Sumu lifted his gaze to see the writhing tendrils, resembling parasites, tightly entwining the driver. With unwavering courage, he crushed the attacking branches, reaching out to grasp the parasite and wrench it away from the driver, tossing it aside where it lay lifeless. "Hey you!" Sumu recognized the driver as he kicked the Mercedes with force, the license plate strikingly familiar. The driver's bloodshot eyes locked onto Sumu's. A flicker of hope amidst the pain. "Mr. Su, please, save." Before he could finish, life slipped away from him. "He is dead again." Sumu murmured. "No, this time, he is truly dead," you corrected him. Gently, Sumu laid the driver's body on the pavement, closing his eyes. "So, is this my purpose for coming here?" With deftness, he retrieved the driver's sword from the front seat. "Indeed." U.S. voice resonated ethereally with my vision. "Harness your power to vanquish the foes." A golden, grid-like map materialized before Sumu's eyes. He brandished the sword and sprinted towards Xia Mo. Beyond the mist lay a disarrayed and filthy slum, revealing the eastern district of Jiangzhou, heavily populated with chemical and smelting factories. The rain falling from the sky bore not the gentle essence of Jiang, but rather the corrosive stench of pollution. The roadside ditches flowed with multicolored effluents, the soil incapable of yielding even a grain of food. Even the rampant weeds contained traces of toxins. In this realm of poverty, chaos flourished, and chaos became the perfect refuge for sin. The native inhabitants suffered ailments, and many perished, leaving only the strong who had long since fled. Sumu could not fathom why someone like Xia Mo would venture into such a desolate and forsaken area at night. This was a place where even the homeless could hardly survive. A corner of civilization, a true zone of death. Before them lay a shanty town, now enveloped in a desolate expanse of snow, where colossal icicles pierced through the earthen walls, growing haphazardly across the landscape. Verdant vines snaked and sprawled, tightly entwining the icy formations. Sumu retrieved his phone, intending to notify the law enforcement agency, but as anticipated, the signal was reduced to a mere X. Proceeding onward, his foot struck a hard object, which, upon being kicked free of the snow, revealed a scattering of brassy eggshells. One, in particular, stood out, a crimson neurotoxin bullet, marked with the letter B. A sudden ringing filled his ears, followed by the explosive disintegration of the surrounding walls. As a barrage of gunfire echoed through the wintry tableau, Sumu tumbled violently into the snow, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. Is this how far they're willing to go? He felt as though he had been transported to an alien world, or perhaps this was the world's true face. On the reticulated map of his retina, Sumu observed a multitude of unidentified entities hurtling towards Xia Mo at breakneck speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his blade, leaping onto a nearby structure and swiftly closing the distance. Xia Mo clutched her abdomen, where a mixture of cerulean and crimson blood seeped through her fingers. Gazing at the approaching hellhounds, her expression hardened, and she inhaled deeply, bracing herself to unleash her power once more. Her golden irises flickered with a faint luminescence as eyes surged from behind her, encasing the pursuing canines. Zhao Shu should have already broken through the encirclement, she mused. Slumping back against the earthen wall, her strength waning. If he hasn't escaped to seek help, I'm as good as dead. Gazing up at the pallid moonlight, she felt a surge of resentment. I should have been more cautious. A warm current wafted in from afar, causing the icy statues of the hellhounds to begin to thaw, their bloodshot eyes reflecting Xia Mo's visage. Their bloodlust was becoming unbearable. It seems I'm out of time. Agonizing pain emanated from her abdomen as the neurotoxin bullet continued to erode her consciousness. Had her bloodline not been superior to the bullet's grade, she would have already succumbed to the elements, with frost marking her final resting place. The ice shattered, and the hellhounds burst free, lunging at Xia Mo. Taking one last breath, she relinquished her grip on her taut nerves, surrendering to her fate. In the moments before her demise, a montage of memories flashed through her mind. Settling on a rain-soaked night, Xia Mo wondered if things would have been different had she brought Sumu along. Perhaps not. He's still dormant, unable to do anything. A flash of steel, just as Xia Mo prepared to close her eyes, she caught sight of the familiar tang blade amidst the snow, wielded by a young swordsman. It was him, the boy she knew. Her emotions surged, and her lax nerves snapped back to attention, only to be met with a debilitating pain in her abdomen. God, that hurts. The intense pain, coupled with her heightened emotions, brought tears to Xia Mo's eyes. I knew it. He really is my lucky charm. Sumu brandished his blade, decapitating the hellhounds with practiced ease, their black blood staining the pristine snow. Black blood? They are not living beings, but puppets controlled by the death sequence, you cautioned. Death sequence? Sumu gripped his blade, standing protectively before Xia Mo as snowflakes danced around them. In the distance, he saw three inherited blood approaching. Their profiles appeared on his retina, the flame sequence, the storm sequence, and the death sequence. None were blue bloods, but behind them stood a pair of golden eyes, belonging to the blue bloodwood sequence who had ambushed the driver. Flanking the inherited blood, the remaining human mercenaries raised their weapons. Xia Mo was overjoyed to see him come to her rescue, but the thought of Sumu, still dormant, potentially dying alongside her filled her with dread. You need to leave. They have blue blood. Her voice was faint, as if she were on the verge of fading away. Summoning her remaining strength, she continued. Do you know about blue blood? About inherited blood? Aye. Xia Mo regretted not revealing everything when he had approached her that day, instead of saying, next time. For sure. Now, she was about to die, dragging him down with her. The girl was consumed with remorse. Sumu spun his blade, plunging it into the ground. Kneeling beside Xia Mo, he removed his National Capital Lin School uniform and draped it over her shoulders. Save your breath. I know what inherited blood is, and what blue blood is. I also know that you've already dealt them a heavy blow, especially that would sequence blue blood. I saw him riddled with ice spears. His blue blood everywhere. Deactivate your power, conserve your strength, and leave the rest to me. Sumu smiled, adding playfully, I don't want to have to clean up your corpse after I'm done with them. Today's going to be rough, so I'll definitely be asking for a tip. At least 180 yuan, don't want to do it for nothing. In the tense atmosphere, Xia Mo couldn't help but chuckle, generously promising, don't worry, if I survive. You can have anything you want. Really? Really? Then I'm making a wish. Go ahead. Xia Mo gazed expectantly into the young man's captivating eyes, which seemed to hold a sea of flowers within them. Sumu began, and the girl tightened the oversized, though not particularly warm, school uniform around herself. On the way here, your driver wrecked my scooter. It was a brand new one the law enforcement agency just compensated me for. I want a bicycle. Xia Mo, could you be a little more ambitious? I can't pluck the stars from the sky, but my family has plenty of gold. I'm the sole heir to the Xia family, and all I'm worth is a broken bicycle? Sumu refrained from mentioning the driver's death, as Xia Mo was already in a fragile state. Remember, you owe me a bicycle and a 180 yuan tip. Don't you dare die. Sumu rose, retrieving his blade from the ground, and faced the enemy, taking the initiative. He couldn't allow the battle to approach them, not with Xia Mo behind him. If she were caught in the crossfire, she might not make it through the night. The tang blade reflected the pale moonlight as Sumu moved with incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. The mercenaries opened fire first, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The AK-47 assault rifle, a standard weapon among insurgents, was renowned for its affordability and robustness. Following the dissolution of the Avizu Republic, it was sold off in droves to the three inherited blood. The approaching youth was merely a powerful mortal swordsman, not worthy of their attention. However, the instant the gunfire erupted, Sumu's speed reached an unprecedented level. He moved like a wraith across the battlefield, and with a flash of cold steel, heads rolled. Fresh blood splattered in the frigid air, releasing plumes of vapor. Sumu's mind registered the trajectory of every bullet, even those yet to leave the chamber, marked by you with dashed lines. The ensuing clash was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. One by one, the mercenaries fell into pools of blood. A terrifying blaze illuminated the night sky, its heat evaporating the falling snow. The three inherited blood could no longer remain idle and unleash their powers upon Sumu. Xia Mo watched from afar, her heart pounding with anxiety and astonishment. She had believed that Sumu, still dormant, could only slay mental aberrations with Qi Ming's assistance. Yet, with his physical prowess alone, he was already on par with a low-level inherited blood. She couldn't imagine what kind of monster he would become once he awakened his bloodline and mastered his sequence power. A peculiar notion stirred within Xia Mo as she bit her lip. The viper, bathed in flames, stood sentinel in the snowy night, its gaze condescending upon the mortal below. With a contemptuous flick of its forked tongue, it lunged at the youthful human before it. Sumu raised his blade, upon which snowflakes blossomed. A tempest of death and fire converged, the flames intensified by the gale. The low-blooded harbinger of death, more adept at support than direct combat, was of little consequence. Sumu's eyes narrowed, a palpable intent to kill radiating as he fixed his gaze upon the androgynous death sequence hemokinesis. You preening fool, he muttered. You shall be the first to taste my steel. Cleaving through the conflagration and evading the wind's edge, he advanced upon death. The death sequence hemokinesis, hands clasped before him, conjured a mirror at the nexus of his palms. Designated red blood class C, sequence 53, his power was 6-27. Mirror. The mirror reflected Sumu's form. An identical youth wielding a blade, poised beneath the moon's glow, awaiting the challenge of his original. With a languid drawl, the effeminate figure taunted, "Can you best yourself?" His initial confidence crumbled as his pupils dilated in disbelief. The mirror's construct of death was annihilated in a single, swift strike, the disparity in speed and power staggering. The replicated Sumu was but a mere mortal, while the true Sumu was a ferocious beast unleashed. Impossible, the death sequence hemokinesis exclaimed. Even blue blood can be replicated, albeit with diminished potency. How could it conjure a mere mortal? Unless Sumu's blade descended, shattering the mirror. Because I am but a mortal, he stated with disarming calm. Your power is formidable, but misapplied. Crimson blood gushed forth as the withered, decapitated corpse slumped to the ground, soon to be obscured by the encroaching blizzard. I am dying of laughter, you exclaimed from her verdant garden, bending over with glee. The imbecile dared to employ the death mirror upon a mere mortal, one whose sequence had yet to awaken. Disregard the flames for now, eliminate the gale. Understood. The grid map locked onto the gale sequence hemokinesis, data streams cascading across the retinas as you calculated the enemy's motives and predicted his movements. You was infallible in her calculations. Sumu flawlessly evaded the wind blades, pressing his blade against the gale sequence hemokinesis neck. Any last words? He inquired. Yes. Spare me, and I shall immediately enough prattle. Sumu severed the enemy's carotid artery with a swift stroke. The encroaching flames of the viper engulfed the corpse. The blade flashed. A silent executioner leaving no trace. Incompetent. From the icy epicenter, the blue blood, pinned by a dozen ice spears, could no longer contain his frustration. 3 hemokineses. Unable to vanquish a mere mortal. The sole surviving flame sequence hemokinesis, crestfallen, protested, "It is not for lack of effort, brothers. You have witnessed his capabilities. Leadership cares not for the process, only the outcome." The wood sequence hemokinesis ignited his golden eyes, and the vines slumbering upon the ice shards stirred to life. Converging from all directions. I shall restrain him. You strike? Yes, master. The blue blood hemokinesis voice was weakened, bearing the marks of Xia Mo's assault. It was a miracle he still drew breath, with one of the ice spears piercing his very heart. So next, my target is the half-dead blue blood, is it? Sumu mused. Affirmative, you confirmed. He has ingested a potion and is recuperating. Strike while the iron is hot. However, a mischievous grin crept across the girl's face amidst the flowers. However, what? We shall require the cooperation of our flame-wielding friend. Sumu's gaze fell upon the charging flame viper, understanding dawning. As the vines ensnared him, he would reverse course, striking towards the viper. A death wish. The flame hemokinesis exclaimed with glee. As he neared the flame viper, Sumu summoned all his strength, maximizing his velocity, and grazed along the serpent's underbelly, guiding the flame's impact towards the encroaching vines. No, the flame hemokinesis expression froze. His viper collided with his master's tendrils. Sumu, gasping for air, exploited the elasticity of his horizontal blade, retracing his steps through the flame-scorched web. The blade descended, rending the net asunder. The blue blood hemokinesis recoiled in dismay, immediately retracting his vines, forming a shield against the descending blow. A snowflake landed upon the shield. In the distance, Xia Mo mustered one last attack. Metallic glint. A blade shattered the enemy's defense. Facing imminent death, the blue blood hemokinesis, heedless of the cost, mustered his remaining strength, aided by the vines, and snapped the ice spears impaling him, wielding them as weapons as he charged forward. Alas, he faced his natural predator, Sumu, augmented by speed, the Tang horizontal blade. With its sheer force, shattered Xia Mo's ice spears. The blade's edge splintered, but it mattered not. It was sufficient for the kill. The enemy's skull was cleaved in twain, the severed halves tumbling to the ground, azure blood coursing through the shattered ice spears. With a clang, Sumu's blade, wielded with excessive force, became embedded in the ice. His hand throbbing, blood trickling from the ruptured skin. With a sigh, Sumu, having vanquished the enemy's leader, retrieved a fallen ice spear and slowly approached his final foe. The flame hemokinesis stood frozen, his gaze fixed upon the advancing mortal, heart pounding with dread, his brain screaming for escape, but his legs trembled, unable to obey. As Sumu drew near, his strength nearly restored, He wondered at the enemy's paralysis. Was he simply awaiting death? Spare me. Driven by fear, the flame hemokinesis knelt, trembling, and began to prostrate himself. Sumu, disinclined to parley, raised the ice spear and impaled it through the back of his skull, pinning the coward to the snowy ground. Having confirmed the grid map's indication that, save for Xia Mo, no life remained, Sumu straightened his disheveled uniform and returned to the girl's side. Is she dead? He inquired. Nearly. Xia Mo's voice was faint. I shall take you home. Sumu carefully lifted her. The girl is light as a feather. Wait, Xia Mo murmured. There is a black satchel over there, containing the potion I need. Even in death, I must secure it, lest my demise be in vain. Sumu retrieved the satchel, discovering several deep blue vials, reminiscent of the HP blood packs he had seen, yet seemingly more concentrated. How foolish, is it not, to risk everything for mere potions? Does the Xia family not possess such things? They do, but there are matters I cannot yet disclose to you. Then, another time it shall be. Hearing Sumu's jest, Xia Mo, after some hesitation, pleaded, I beseech you to keep tonight's events confidential. Should anyone inquire, simply state that you were merely passing by. I was merely passing by. Sumu replied, indeed having been led astray by you. But Xia Mo disbelieved him. Who would venture into such a desolate wilderness without cause? He must have sensed something and followed her surreptitiously, though his bicycle could not possibly keep pace with her Mercedes. Xia Mo closed her eyes, her consciousness fading. I do not wish to be taken home. You are on the verge of death. Sumu exclaimed, his anger rising. The girl in his arms was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, as if on the precipice of oblivion. What secret was she so desperately concealing? Even in the face of death? I cannot. Xia Mo's words trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness in Sumu's arms. There is no time to return her to the Xia estate. Take her to your humble abode. I shall endeavor to save her. But I require your authorization. Authorization? I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to process. Please provide the text that you would like me to edit and translate. Chapter 13. This is not a home, but a tombstone of commemoration. 2024 new edition. Sumu cradled Xia Mo in his arms, sprinting through the night of Jiangzhou. He was torn between the fear of moving too quickly and worsening the girl's abdominal wound, and the dread of being too slow, extinguishing her final hope. With the assistance of you, he successfully evaded the tardy enforcers and finally returned to his modest abode. Nestled by a crystal-clear river and adjacent to Jiangzhou's most affluent Shanghai district, his dwelling was built atop a collapsed stone house. When he first arrived, the place was overrun with weeds, teeming with insects, and adorned with dime-sized spiders lurking everywhere. Since the day he asked his mother to cease sending money from abroad, he had been preparing for this moment, attending school during the day, seeking employment after classes, and scavenging for treasures in the garbage at night. Months passed, and the place began to take shape, though a patch on the top of his head remained bald. On pleasant nights, he could gaze at the moon and stars, but when it rained, it was a different story. A mere few tattered tarps could not withstand even a moderate downpour. Tonight, he had managed to find a few sheets of asbestos tiles, but after a fierce struggle, all he had left was the gravely injured, unconscious girl in his arms. Sumu pushed open the half-worn wooden door, lacking any security features. He had once considered not installing a door at all, but merely hanging a curtain, until one day he returned home to find a large orange cat sitting on his bed. Just like today, Meow, a plump cat of white and orange hues rubbed against his sneakers, affectionately. The moss-covered stone walls were lined with rusting steel pipes, serving as load-bearing columns. Sumu had deliberately sought out discarded sheer curtains, cleaned them, and wrapped them around the pillars to obscure the unsightly rust. The little house was quite pleasant, at least in Sumu's eyes. The only regret was the absence of electricity. Illumination came solely from a battery-powered lamp. He carefully placed Xia Mo on his bed after turning on the dim light. Although the bedding was quite old, it was clean, as Sumu had arranged for the hotel to wash it. Considering Xia Mo's condition, he rummaged through a cabinet without a door and retrieved the new bedding he had purchased that Sunday morning. Meow. The obedient orange cat perched on the table, tilting its head curiously at the beautiful girl Sumu had brought home. What should I do now? I feel like she might be dead. I can't even find her pulse. Sumu anxiously inquired, placing his hand on Xia Mo's forehead, which felt as cold as ice. I need to release the powers of the life sequence to snatch her back from the clutches of death, but this requires your cooperation, you responded. How can I cooperate? I am ready. Sumu pressed. You fell silent, and in his urgency. He kept questioning until a phrase echoed in his mind. I need you to relinquish control of your body to me, so that I can unleash the advanced powers of the life sequence. Relinquish control of my body. I know this is difficult for you, but Sumu interrupted you, calmly asking, how do I do that? You stood in the small garden, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the boy who had suddenly appeared before her. A charming smile graced her youthful face, her golden eyes sparkling with joy. He still trusts me like he did when we were children. You reminisced about her childhood, recalling how she would occasionally deceive the little boy, manipulating his body to engage in whimsical antics, such as stealing the lipstick of the sister in the neighboring ward to apply it on herself. The list was endless. Thus, Sumu became the subject of scrutiny in the eyes of the mentally ill. Just like when we were children, you said, taking Sumu's hand as they completed the identity exchange in the small garden. You assumed control of Sumu's body. Quick, hurry and save her, Sumu urged. All right, you replied. She lifted the orange cat, whispering in its ear to play outside for a while and return once she was finished. As she spoke, you ignited a pair of radiant golden eyes, and Sumu was astonished. These golden eyes were more dazzling and beautiful than any he had ever seen. At last, we meet. You unveiled the blanket, gently lifting Xia Mo from the bed, her right hand resting on the girl's head. The sight prompted Sumu to recall a line of poetry. The immortal strokes my crown, bestowing longevity. That's quite close, you echoed his thoughts. Brilliant golden powers illuminated the small garden, causing flowers to sway and butterflies to dance, while a gentle breeze caressed each delicate blossom. Within the dim confines of the little abode, filled with golden power and the pure white essence of life, Sumu observed as Xia Mo's pale complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Moreover, the weeds that had been cleared began to burgeon once more. It was merely the dispersal of power, capable of stimulating rapid plant growth, as vibrant life flourished within the small home. The wounds on Xia Mo's body healed swiftly. Not only the gunshot wound in her abdomen, but also numerous scars, many of which were not recent, but rather old injuries. You generously tended to them all. Golden ripples radiated from the little home, and the fish in the river and the insects in the forest rejoiced in this sacred moment. Even the trees swaying their branches in celebration. The power was gradually released, and Xia Mo began to recover. Sumu observed his own complexion, or rather used complexion, as it appeared pallid, as if his body had been drained of vitality. Are you all right? Sumu asked with concern. Yu's lips trembled, clearly not in good condition. It's nothing. You are still too weak, and I cannot exert my full strength. The consumption has been considerable. The pure white glow of the life sequence dimmed, ultimately vanishing from Yu's palm. She stumbled forward, simultaneously returning to the small garden. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll leave the rest to you. You relinquished control, returning authority to its rightful owner. Sumu opened his eyes, transitioning from the little garden back to the real world, discovering himself sprawled in Xia Mo's embrace, her beautiful face mere centimeters from his. Startled, he jumped up. I didn't mean to. Fortunately, Xia Mo remained unconscious. But Sumu noted that her body was still as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Fetch some firewood. We need to burn it in the hut. Understood. Sumu immediately complied, having collected ample firewood, as nothing could function without fire in this place devoid of electricity. He gathered a few pieces of rubble and red bricks, constructing a makeshift platform for the wood. After igniting a page of his textbook with a lighter, he carefully nurtured the flame, gently blowing on it and adding more burning paper until the wood finally caught fire. Done. Strip Xia Mo of her outer clothing. You do the same, hold her close, and wrap her in the blanket. You continued to instruct. Sumu thought he had misheard, hastily shaking his head and stammering. And no, that's not right, This is inappropriate. I won't engage in such jeeping-esque disgraceful acts. Besides, is she even of age? He was at a loss for words. After resting in the small garden for a moment, she retorted, Are you an archaic, feudal moralist? She's dying, and you are still fretting about propriety? I'm not asking you to strip completely. Life takes precedence. You fool. And she is already of age. Sumu, chastised and devoid of retort, rubbed his nose, taking deep breaths to prepare himself mentally before shedding his outer layer, holding Xia Mo close, and wrapping her in the blanket. The cold was biting, and Sumu felt that what he cradled in his arms was not the soft, fragrant form of a girl, but rather a large, frigid block of ice. How could a living person possess a body temperature below zero? Warming this ice will allow her to survive. It all depends on you, he heard. I'm exhausted and need to rest. Cocooned in his blanket, Sumu trembled, realizing that the girl, Xia Mo, was greedily absorbing all his warmth. As he gazed at the fire pit in the room, he understood that it was not prepared for her, but for himself. Thankfully, the house had not been sealed. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to poisoning. When the orange cat returned with fresh fish, it found its owner asleep, clutching the beautiful girl. It had intended to invite him to share the succulent catch from the river, which had been particularly bountiful that night. The serene moonlight filtered through the cracks, illuminating the faces of the two slumbering children. The wood in the stone stove crackled as it burned, gradually turning to ash. This night, the room exuded a remarkable warmth. Even the orange cat stretched lazily and curled up at the head of the bed, sinking into deep slumber. Power could both nurture and devour the bloodline. Xia Mo stood alone on a desolate, icy expanse, the howling winds making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Her body heat was rapidly dissipating. She curled up on the ground, clutching her only outer garment, Sumu's school uniform, surveying the vast, white snowy plains around her. Xia Mo realized her sequence had spiraled out of control. This was not the first time, but it was the most perilous. This time, she feared she might not endure. A sense of despair washed over her. At times, she thought that rather than living such a burdened existence, it would be better to end it all. However, the weight of her family's legacy rested solely on her shoulders. She did not want to disappoint her parents, nor abandon her sister, and above all, she could not bear to leave her grandfather behind. Resolute, she tightened her embrace around herself, preparing to withstand this calamity. Suddenly, the pale sky split open, and a golden sun began to rise. The sunlight enveloped her, dispelling the cold and enveloping her in warmth. In her dreams, Xia Mo shifted positions. Clutching tightly to the sun, the ethereal sound of birdsong filled the forest as the morning light cascaded through the trees, creating dappled paths of illumination. Xia Mo felt a warmth spreading through her body, prompting her to release her grip on the sun. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes once more, greeted by the brilliance of golden sunlight. The feeling of seeing the sun again was exquisite, she thought. The orange cat peeked curiously, observing the beautiful girl in its owner's embrace, and let out a friendly meow. What a cute little cat, Xia Mo thought, wanting to reach out to pet it, but found herself tightly ensnared and unable to move. She lifted her head and was met with an incredibly familiar youthful face. Sumu. The girl's exclamation startled the sleeping boy awake. Immediately, Xia Mo shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Could it be that the son she clung to so tightly last night was actually Sumu? Panic washed over her. How would she explain this? Mortified, she regretted not slipping away before he awoke. What would her grandfather say if he found out? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine as she realized she, too, was clinging to him like an octopus. It was so warm. Sumu stirred from his chaotic dreams, recalling how exhausting the previous night had been. He had dreamed of rescuing Xia Mo, then of being caught in bed, desperately explaining himself to Fu Ningning. As he pulled back the blanket, the fragrant scent of the girl enveloped him, an enchanting, natural floral aroma he could not quite identify. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand to touch Xia Mo's forehead. She was warm, which meant she would likely survive. Last night had been unbearably cold. Surely, it was colder than the Arctic. That's nonsense. The Arctic is far colder than I am, Xia Mo silently retorted in her mind. With great care, Sumu pried her fingers from around him, tiptoeing out of bed like a stealthy intruder. After tucking the blanket back in, he grabbed his Nokia from the table. The screen illuminated 10:33. He had skipped class again. After just one day of resolve, he was already missing school. He wondered what Xian and his deskmate would think of him. He felt utterly humiliated. There was also a message from his mother, assuring him she would return before the college entrance examination to cheer him on. His stomach grumbled in protest after a long night of activity. Glancing back at Xia Mo, he decided to instruct the orange cat, "You stay here and watch over her. I'll be right back." With that, he left the cozy nook. Xia Mo cautiously opened her left eye, confirming the room was empty before preparing to escape. Suddenly, she heard Sumu's voice, causing her to retreat back under the covers. Did it feel like the blanket had shifted? Had he awakened? She closed her eyes tightly, burying her head deeper into the bedding, afraid to move. Perhaps it was just her imagination. After a moment, he left the room again. Xia Mo, hesitant to make a sound, waited, watching the sunlight outside. He would be leaving for school soon, and then she could slip away. After some time had passed, she felt it was about time and quietly emerged from the blanket, donning her bloodstained clothes. When she touched her abdomen, she was astonished to find her wounds had healed. What on earth? Xia Mo hurriedly lifted her shirt, revealing the small, circular scar left by the bullet, while the other scars from her training had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that Sumu possessed a powerful life sequence? But that did not make sense. He had not yet awakened his sequence. Just then, the wooden door creaked open, and Xia Mo's gaze met Sumu's. "You're awake? How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Sumu asked, glancing at her smooth abdomen, understanding she was checking her injuries. He turned to fetch the kettle from the side. "Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Just sit tight for a moment." Feeling embarrassed, Xia Mo lowered her shirt, noting his calm demeanor. She felt that she should say something, considering he had healed her wounds and saved her life. After he left, she idly surveyed the small nook. Although it was cramped, it contained everything she needed, albeit slightly worn. The only new item in the room was the bedding she had covered herself with last night. On the table lay a Nokia 7610, its modernity stark against the surroundings. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Mo called out, "May I use your phone?" "I want to, of course." Sumu's voice came from outside. Xia Mo picked up the phone and opened the messages, intending to send a note to her family, but found Sumu's inbox filled with spam messages, each more vulgar than the last. The latest abusive messages had not even been opened. Curious, Xia Mo wondered if this was simply a prank. She composed a message with her reasons and sent it home. Setting the phone down, she stepped outside into the warm sunlight, which bathed her in its glow. In the distance, she spotted Sumu emerging from the clear river, his upper body bare. Holding two plump fish, one for the orange cat, and the other he began to clean by the riverbank. On a makeshift stone stove, water bubbled vigorously. As noon approached, the temperature began to rise, the sun drying the water from Sumu's skin as he donned a shirt and returned with the cleaned fish. "Care for a rest? Have you had enough?" Sumu shyly extracted a bucket of instant noodles from a plastic bag and said, "I apologize, but there isn't a market nearby. I only found a small convenience store. Instant noodles should suffice, right?" "I am not picky." "That's fine," Xia Mo replied. "I just caught some fish from the river. I'll make you a fish soup. It may not be very flavorful due to the lack of seasoning, but it will certainly be fresh." As Sumu poured hot water into the noodles, he began preparing the fish soup. "There's no need for such trouble," Xia Mo said, taking the noodles with a hint of embarrassment, feeling indebted for a life she hadn't yet repaid, now eating and drinking without reservation. She cradled the noodles and sat on a nearby wooden chair. "Actually, I would like a bit too," Sumu remarked. "Have you messaged your family?" "Yes. They will be here shortly," she replied. "Great," Sumu said, adding the oil he had just purchased to fry the fish before pouring in hot water. "You shouldn't do such dangerous things again. Wandering in remote areas isn't always safe. As long as I can meet you, that's all that matters," Xia Mo smiled. "You." She paused. "Let us not talk about my matters. Tell me about yourself." Pointing to the dilapidated hut behind them, she curiously asked, "Do you live here? Don't you go home?" "I have no home," Sumu said with a smile as he spoke. "No home." Xia Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as she tilted her head. She ate the noodles slowly, finding the most delicious food in the world is simply hunger. When you are sufficiently hungry, anything tastes exquisite. She had never eaten such junk food before. Sumu pulled cooked sweet potatoes from the pot, tearing the skin and devouring them piece by piece, washing it down with water whenever he choked. Xia Mo looked at the noodles in her hands and then at the earthy lumps in his, her surprise growing. Do you normally eat this? She had always thought that someone working in a high-end CAF like Sumu would not have such poor living conditions. In her mind, sweet potatoes were food meant for pigs. Not at all. I usually eat at Fu Ningning's house for lunch, and it's quite delicious. Sumu's eyes sparkled as he spoke, as if Fu Ningning's meals were the most exquisite in the world. I know that, but what about other times? You can't always rely on that. Xia Mo glanced at her noodles, feeling a pang of discomfort. If I'm busy, I buy plump white steamed buns on the way. If I'm not, I cook sweet potatoes or white potatoes myself, Sumu explained, his pace of eating remaining undeterred. Then, this bucket of instant noodles is for you, Sumu shook his head, rejecting the offer. I don't eat instant noodles, even 2 buckets wouldn't satisfy me. Xia Mo felt a pang in her heart, stabbing her fork into the noodles repeatedly. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not. Sumu raised the sweet potato in his hand, explaining, this is actually quite tasty. Besides, given my current situation, being able to eat this is already quite fortunate. I heard from the older folks downstairs that during the Great Famine, they were so hungry they could only eat willow leaves and gnaw on tree bark. Many people died from eating the earth of guanine. He continued, I simply have a large appetite, so for now, I can only eat this. Just wait for me to get my paycheck. I will definitely buy a few more buckets of instant noodles to reward myself. Xia Mo remained silent, observing him. When Sumu spoke these words, it seemed he was not troubled. His clear eyes radiated a glimmer of hope for the future. What about your parents? She inquired. The light in Sumu's eyes gradually dimmed at this question. He lowered his head and continued gnawing on the sweet potato. After a while, he calmly said, They don't like me. They don't want to raise me. My biological parents died when I was 5. But I still have a mother. She said she would be back soon. Huh? Xia Mo could scarcely believe that such a tragic tale could unfold in 2005, particularly among students of a prestigious national high school. This isn't about likes or dislikes. She suddenly became agitated. It's a legal obligation. A right bestowed upon you by the law. You need to protect yourself. Does that mean Sumu raised his head, his expression neutral, that when they grow old, I will have to support them? Xia Mo, rights and obligations are reciprocal, aren't they? He returned to the hut, retrieved his Nokia phone, and played a recording of the argument that had erupted on Friday night for the innocent girl before him to hear. After listening, Xia Mo fell into complete silence. Unsure of what to say, whether to comfort the boy or help him vent his frustration, Sumu shut off his phone and said, I don't wish to fulfill the duty of support. Therefore, I cannot accept the right of upbringing, even if the law does not recognize my refusal to support. With this recording, I want to be morally indebted. Xia Mo felt a bitter taste in her mouth, unable to find any flavor in the words he spoke, each sentence cutting deeply into her heart like a sharp blade. Especially seeing him speak so calmly, devoid of emotion, made her heart ache even more. Sumu noticed the shift in the kind girl's emotions and immediately adopted a light-hearted tone, grinning. Look at you. I'm not bothered, so why are you sad? Besides, I'm already 18 and an adult. I can take responsibility for my future. My part-time job at the CAF is quite good. Isn't it? The boss is nice, and the pay is decent. Life is like this. As long as you put in the effort, you'll surely live better than you do now. Don't you think? Actually, that's not quite right. Capitalists aren't philanthropists. How much can you earn from a part-time job? Xia Mo gazed at him, feeling a growing discomfort at his optimistic demeanor. Realizing the girl was convinced by his attempts to placate her, Sumu shifted his approach. Since we bought it, we should eat it. We can't waste it, otherwise the loss would be even greater. We cannot change what has already occurred. So let us cherish what we have now. Eat, eat. Besides, I believe you will definitely repay me for the noodles. Xia Mo detected the underlying message in his words. Despite the lack of flavor, she continued to eat the noodles voraciously, filling her empty stomach. However, She could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed into the noodle soup. At that moment, she finally understood. The small hut behind him wasn't his home, but rather a tombstone commemorating his past. Sumu rose to add salt to the fish soup. The soup is ready to drink. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter echoed from the sky. Looking up, a fully armed special forces team descended by the river, their dark gun barrels aimed at the suspect, Sumu. Startled, Sumu hastily discarded his spoon and raised his hands in surrender. Xia Mo's expression darkened, her pent-up anger finding a perfect target. Which fool is in command? Chapter 14. A Mother's Fury, 2024 New Edition. Xia Mo departed, clutching the black suitcase she had fought valiantly to procure, leaving with a lingering reluctance amidst the echoing calls to hurry. Before her departure, she cast aside her facade, removing the mask she had worn, and in front of the full regiment of special forces and law enforcement, under the incredulous gaze of her parents, she embraced the son within her heart once more. Rest assured, the promised tip and your bicycle will be yours, she assured with a gentle smile. She did not promise vast riches nor suggest that Sumu vacate the gravestone. She understood the boy's desire to commemorate, yet harbored her own secret thoughts. When someone shouts out to the world in search of a profitable venture, it is easy to discern that such a charlatan merely seeks to enrich themselves at your expense. If they truly discovered a gold mine, they would deceive other prospectors and quietly reap the rewards themselves. Xia Mo aspired to be that prospector, but at present, she lacked the energy. Having made such a foolish mistake, her parents would be merciful not to resort to violence upon her return home. She wished to conceal Sumu, hiding him in a secret place known only to her. We shall meet again. With that, Xia Mo lifted the black suitcase and turned to leave. She even stifled her parents' gratitude, insisting that everyone maintain strict confidentiality regarding the events of the day. She was acutely aware that what Sumu desired most at this moment was to be left undisturbed by strangers. Xia Mo's parents, bewildered, gazed at the boy who resembled a beggar beside the grave. They exchanged glances and ultimately resolved to discuss the matter further at home. Once Xia Mo entered her vehicle, a large contingent of armed personnel followed suit, arriving swiftly and departing even more rapidly. Sumu, still reeling from her impulsive actions, found himself alone in the small dwelling. The girl had taken a leave of absence and never returned to school. Everything began and ended with Xia Mo. After her departure, all the extraordinary and bizarre occurrences faded away, including the bloodline, the sequence of powers, and the haunting dreams of murder, all vanishing from Sumu's life. He returned to the mundane existence he had known before the stormy night. Each day, he traversed between school and his small abode, and on weekends, he would work at the seaside CAF to support his family. The CAF remained as desolate as before, with not a single customer throughout the day. The orange cat, having been fed daily by him, seemed to have grown, evolving from a mere pet into something more substantial. Sumu ventured closer to Nanshan County C, where the dense forest loomed like an insurmountable chasm, dividing the world within from the world beyond. Outside was Sumu, and inside was Xia Mo. Time passed incrementally, and the atmosphere of impending exams grew increasingly tense. As the sweltering heat of summer enveloped them, all students embarked on their final sprint, tirelessly reviewing past examination papers from across the nation. With the countdown dwindling to single digits, the wealthy and influential students began taking leave. Their parents had already hired high-priced tutors to provide one-on-one instruction at home. Sumu found himself in an eerily empty classroom, experiencing for the first time the absence of his deskmate. Apart from Fu Ningning, Mu Qianning had also taken leave to return home. His close friend Wang Lin had not been seen for quite some time, not even sending a text message, appearing to have been confined by his family and stripped of his freedom. Even Yu had ceased to make an appearance. With days passing in aimless idleness, Sumu wandered the campus with his books during the day and scavenged for gold amidst the refuse at night. He lay on the soft grass of the schoolyard, chewing on a blade of grass while gazing at the azure sky, counting the drifting clouds. In the distance, younger students reveled on the soccer field, while girls huddled together, gossiping shyly while stealing glances at their crushes. Reflecting on it all, Sumu realized he had not spoken to anyone in over 10 days. As if all were intentionally avoiding him, fearful of interrupting his exam preparations. Even the familiar phrase from Old Hong, inquiring about his whereabouts, had vanished. Sumu felt as though he had been forsaken by the entire world. On June 6, 2005, the day of the college entrance examination finally arrived. 3 days prior to the exams, the school had closed, allowing Sumu to forego his daily bike rides to school and instead retreat to his small room. Studying diligently by day with the sunlight and by night with the lamp, reviewing his lessons repeatedly. This time was not merely for previewing, but for genuine revision. In the sweltering early summer, he found solace in the gentle breeze through the forest and the half-fan, reminiscent of Baijuyi's notion of finding tranquility in the heat of a Zen chamber. With his right hand writing on the exam paper and his left petting the orange cat, he would switch hands when fatigue set in. When hunger struck, he would retrieve a warm, sweet potato from the pot, enjoying it alongside the cool river water. Days without Princess Ning's support felt somewhat arduous. Sumu mused, wondering when he might have a more substantial meal again. After completing the last question and checking his answers, he set down his pen. Gazing through the skylight, he had crafted himself at the vast expanse of stars, realizing it was time for bed. He preferred rising early over staying up late. After all, daylight offered free illumination. Tomorrow morning, I can enjoy a bowl of shredded pork noodles with an egg, he thought as he lay in bed, saliva pooling at the thought of the delicious meal, before succumbing to sleep. In an aging tenement building, a lavishly adorned woman sat on the sofa, her gaze icy and murderous. Rising, she looked down disdainfully at the man and woman huddled on the floor, then turned away. Her henchmen immediately understood her intent, unceremoniously seizing the couple and brutally tossing them out the door. The door was smashed to pieces, and the curious neighbors, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer restrain themselves. They emerged from their homes, some munching on sunflower seeds, others nibbling on peanuts. A few even brought out reclining chairs and fanned themselves leisurely as they settled in to watch the spectacle unfold. The henchmen looked at the bruised couple, relentless in their aggression, shoving the husband towards the railing and pressing his head over the edge. The wealthy woman, her high heels clicking as she strode out of the room, glared down with fury, her voice frigid as she demanded, "Last chance. I ask you once more, where's my son?" Unyielding, she emphasized each word, "My son. Where is he?" The onlookers began to piece together the situation. It was Sumu's former foster mother who had returned from abroad to confront the vampire-like couple. They exchanged glances, seeking information about Sumu's whereabouts, but all shook their heads, none possessing any knowledge of the child's location. The elderly security guard in the booth below exhibited no desire to maintain order, merely standing silently and observing. Noticing his inaction, the younger security guards remained unmoved, puffing on cigarettes as they continued to watch the drama unfold. The man on the 6th floor, peering down, was seized by terror, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Someone called the police. His screams echoed through the U-shaped tenement, reverberating in every household as they leaned over their balconies to witness the commotion. Yet not a single one made a move to call the authorities. Many neighbors looked on with wide, astonished eyes. The crowd's gaze was piercing. They were all too aware of the troubles within Sumu's household. Typically, they would lack the means to intervene in another's affairs, at most calling the police discreetly. However, now that a villain was being punished, they had the power to choose silence, refraining from alerting the authorities, silently supporting Ren Qingshu's actions. "My boss is asking you a question." The henchman barked, yanking the man's belt and hoisting him, as if to throw him from the building. As elements of society deemed unstable, the henchmen believed themselves to be sufficiently ruthless, yet upon receiving their orders, they realized there were indeed worse fiends than themselves among the ranks. Even those who acted as henchmen felt unable to commit such heartless acts. Disasters do not extend to family, nor do crimes extend to children. These are the two fundamental principles they abide by in their reckless lives. "I am asking you a question." Another thug delivered a forceful kick to the corpulent woman's waist. I don't know. Didn't I already say yesterday that we truly don't know where he went?" The overweight woman cowered by the railing, weeping incessantly. Ren Qingshu had visited once before, her demeanor kind, bearing numerous gifts of gratitude. Yet, she was met by the couple's mocking banter and the absence of their son. Last night, in the same room, Rin Qingshu, agitated, demanded, "What have you done with Xia Mo? That unwanted bastard?" "We tossed him out," the plump woman replied, her voice dripping with indifference. As if discarding trash, her tone both haughty and contemptuous. "If you want to find him, search the garbage heap. You might stumble upon him. Oh, and don't forget to check the wild dog's den. He might just be nestled in some bitch's lair." The man lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, utterly pleased with his wife's words, lighting a newly gifted fine cigarette, exuding a sense of smug contentment. "Bastard?" Bang. Rin Qingshu's eyes blazed with fury as she seized a cup from the table and hurled it at the plump woman, shouting, "Vile woman, is he not your son?" The husband leisurely puffed on his cigarette, seemingly in a state of bliss. "Who told you not to send money? We had no choice but to throw him out. If you consistently send us 5 or 6, no, 8 or 9,000 each month, we would treat him like a revered ancestor." Trembling with rage, Rin Qingshu had never encountered such shameless individuals before. She threatened, "You two must be tired of living." The couple exchanged glances and erupted into derisive laughter, their piercing, drawn-out guffaws utterly revolting. "I hope you maintain this attitude tomorrow." With that, Rin Qingshu ceased her pursuit and departed the tenement. Downstairs, numerous neighbors gathered, chattering animatedly about the hellish life Sumu had endured over the years. The old security guard recounted the events of that fateful night, revealing that he had told the child never to return. Rin Qingshu, usually composed and insightful, now bore a fierce glint in her eyes. For years, she had believed Sumu was thriving in that household, only to discover he had been shielding her from the truth. "I will destroy them," she exclaimed upon returning to her car, pounding the steering wheel in frustration. She had once been the fierce arsonist who burned down a villa. Did they think her time abroad had turned her into a saint? In addition to confronting the couple, she sought out the national capital, visited the Yi family in search of Fu Ningning, and even called the Fu family, but none could provide any information on Sumu's whereabouts. The following day, Rin Qingshu contacted the thugs, offering a substantial sum for their assistance. Upon receiving the job, the thugs declared they would not only refrain from charging extra, but would even offer a discount. "Then it seems you have no reason to continue living," Rin Qingshu remarked, turning away and gesturing dismissively. The thugs promptly complied, seizing the couple and pushing them toward the railing. No. We understand our mistakes. Spare us, please." The lead thug, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "I've seen many pigs who only repent when death is imminent. You're not truly remorseful. You are merely afraid of dying. Let me ask once more, where is the child?" The corpulent woman replied, "No, I don't know." The man echoed, "We genuinely don't know." The lead thug commanded, "Drop them." The couple felt a sudden weightlessness, losing control and fainting in terror. The thugs retrieved them and shook their heads at the coldly observing Rin Qingshu. In the legal society of 2005, they would not actually murder someone in front of the entire tenement. It was merely intimidation to extract the truth. The lead thug approached Rin Qingshu, apologizing, "Sister Rin, I'm sorry. It seems they genuinely don't know. I suggest you contact the authorities." "Thank you," Rin Qingshu replied, coldly regarding the couple. In the information age, one need not spill blood to exact vengeance, especially since they were, legally, Sumu's adoptive parents. This relationship must be severed. I have already sought assistance. I believe the media could help with this matter, Rin Qingshu stated. The lead thug's eyes lit up with approval, exclaiming, "That is an excellent idea." Chapter 15. I am not. I merely do not wish to trouble you on the first day of the college entrance examination. The sky, as is customary, drizzled lightly. Whether by coincidence or fate, it always seems to rain on this significant day each year. Is it perhaps to enhance a melancholic atmosphere, foreshadowing the tragic fates of the characters? Sumu's examination venue was at Jiangzhou No. 2 High School, conveniently close to his modest abode. After finishing his noodles and savoring the broth, he reluctantly consumed the poached egg left in his bowl. After ensuring his identification was in order, he strolled toward the examination hall. The entrance was crowded with students and their accompanying parents who had arrived early. Tutorial centers seized the opportunity, setting up stalls outside the venue to distribute complimentary bottled water and stationery while promoting their services. As the school gates opened, Sumu was jostled forward by the throng. The sound of children crying filled the air as younger siblings, there to cheer on their older siblings, were frightened by the bustling crowd. Among the chaos, a mother called out, desperately searching for her lost child. The invigilators maintained order, watching as the future pillars of the nation entered the final trial of their academic journey. The first exam, in the morning, was Chinese, lasting 2.5 hours with a total score of 160. Sumu submitted his paper half an hour early, joining a group of students with brightly dyed hair as they exited the examination room. His early submission was not due to personal choice, but rather a regulation of the Jiangnan province, which permitted only a half-hour early submission, a limit imposed by the rules, not by his capabilities. The second exam, in the afternoon, was mathematics, lasting 3 hours with a total score of 200. This year's mathematics paper proved more challenging than in previous years, and Sumu was unable to submit it early. He found himself struggling in the last 15 minutes before finally handing in his paper. The invigilator, initially perceiving him as an unmotivated troublemaker, was taken aback upon recognizing the prestigious uniform of the National Jinglin school he wore, his attitude shifting to one of respect. As the teacher reviewed Su Mu's answer sheet and noted his clarity in addressing even the last major question, admiration blossomed within him. This student was indeed a true scholar. On the second day of the examination, Su Mu indulged in the longed-for sausage noodles, generously adding 2 eggs, 1 boiled and 1 poached. Although the examination was no longer graded on a 100-point scale, he still hoped for a stroke of good fortune. He mused, 100 need not imply perfect scores, but rather could signify completeness, as the interpretation rests solely with him. Today held but one exam, the third, which was foreign language. Lasting 2 hours and with a total score of 120, Sumu found this subject to be the most straightforward, relying largely on rote memorization. He submitted his paper half an hour early. In the afternoon, during his break, Sumu returned home to spend time with his cat. On the third day of the examination, he entered a noodle shop and extravagantly paid 9 coins for his beef noodles, followed by another 9 coins, exclaiming, "Boss, add 3 eggs, 1 boiled, 1 poached, and 1 fried." He felt a newfound boldness, indulging himself on the last day of examinations after receiving his salary from the boss. The proprietor served his noodles and, glancing at the 3 eggs in the bowl, advised him earnestly to take care of his health. Sumu pondered the boss's words, sensing a hidden meaning behind them. The fourth exam, in the morning, was physics, lasting 1.5 hours with a total score of 100. With rankings based on provincial scores, he submitted his paper half an hour early. The fifth exam, in the afternoon, was chemistry, also lasting 1.5 hours with a total score of 100, categorized into 5 grades, A, B, C, and D based on provincial rankings. When Sumu submitted this final paper half an hour early, the entire examination hall turned to regard him, faces reflecting deep respect, as if acknowledging a deity. This remarkable student consistently submitted his papers ahead of time. Could he truly be the legendary student from National Jinglin? The invigilator received the paper with unspoken admiration. Sumu's reputation had spread among the teachers. As a chemistry teacher patrolled the exam room, he had discreetly reviewed Sumu's answers multiple times. Knowing that an A was inevitable for him, he solemnly extended his hand to shake with the examination hall legend. On the final day, the sky finally cleared. As Sumu stepped out of the examination hall, he basked in the warm golden sunlight, feeling a sense of liberation akin to a caged bird soaring free or a dragon returning to the sea. He stretched lazily, his audacious demeanor catching the attention of those in nearby examination rooms. It was over. Everything had concluded. Now, his only task was to await Guantianyan's return. "Hey, you're out so early too?" A chubby classmate blocked his path, cautioning him, "There are reporters outside. Be careful. I wouldn't dare step out." With the chubby boy's wary gaze urging caution, Sumu nonchalantly proceeded towards the school gate. Beyond the gates, countless parents anxiously awaited their children. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Someone was emerging. The reporters, previously interviewing parents, swiftly readied their cameras at the gate. As the gate opened slowly, Sumu ambled out. Hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, all observing the splendid uniform he wore, adorned with the gleaming emblem of National Jinglan. Hello, student. We are from Jiangnan Provincial Television. May we conduct a brief interview? Though phrased as a request, their stance was decidedly assertive, encircling him to prevent any escape. What interview? Sumu questioned. Do you find the chemistry exam challenging? Initially contemplating humility, he reconsidered upon the cameras nearly invading his personal space. Now was not the time for modesty. Not difficult, he replied, offering a warm and genuine smile. It was all from the textbooks. With more study, it becomes manageable. The reporter pressed further. Which subject left the most profound impression on you during this examination? Mathematics, I suppose. I finished all the others half an hour early. Only mathematics took me an extra 15 minutes. His smile was devilish. Parents began to murmur, recalling how their children had complained about this year's mathematics being exceptionally challenging. Do you have any final words? The reporter sensed it was time to conclude, noting that this boy was quite adept at self-promotion. Shouldn't you end on a high note? Sumu cleared his throat, declaring, after 100 days of hard work, I aspire to attend Luzhou University, which awaits me. Thank you very much for your cooperation, the reporter concluded. I am from Jiangnan Satellite TV. Xia Mo. Suddenly, a glamorous woman broke through the crowd. Embracing Sumu with tears in her eyes, Xia Mo, mother has finally found you. This past month has been so hard on you. Those heartless couple actually drove you away. And mother? Sumu instantly recognized the woman in his embrace, trembling as he held her tightly, tears welling in his eyes. He had never expected the message from his mother to be true. She had indeed returned to support him during the crucial examination. Yes. I'm sorry, he instinctively began to apologize. Mother? Couples? Drove you away? The reporter's ears perked up at these keywords, akin to a wolf spotting its prey, her eyes shimmering with excitement. In mere moments, she had crafted a complete narrative in her mind. Mother, please take me home. A family suspense drama would surely garner higher ratings than an interview with a college entrance examinee, and she envisioned a promising future filled with promotions and raises. Ungrateful child. Why didn't you answer your phone? Ren Qingshu was genuinely angry. She had purchased the finest and most expensive phone for ease of contact, yet when it mattered most, it proved utterly useless. I'm sorry, mother. My phone ran out of battery. Sumu had taken leave recently and had not visited the CAF, leaving his phone dead. The only device at home with power was his modified lamp, which he had refrained from using to conserve energy. Out of battery, Ren Qingshu, upon hearing this detail, immediately deduced that her son's current living conditions must be dire. Please, don't cry. What has happened? The reporter, predictably, fell for the ruse. Ren Qingshu had learned about Sumu's examination details from the school and had come in hopes of a chance encounter. After waiting for 3 days, she finally managed to see him after the last exam had concluded. Little did she expect that her naive child would dare to submit his exam paper half an hour early. Mom. Sumu held the woman in his arms, listening to her sobs, and felt an overwhelming urge to cry himself. However, the thought of his adulthood and the need to be mature stifled his emotions. Mom is here. Mom is here. The woman lifted her head, wiped her tears, and a smile of reunion gradually spread across her face. The reporter, upon seeing that exquisite visage, felt a sudden rush of realization, thinking, isn't this Ren Qingshu, the ex-wife of the wealthy Yi Zhendong from Jiangnan? What a sensational scoop. I will take you home now, Ren Qingshu declared. I will never let you see your adoptive parents again. Adoptive parents? The reporter could hardly contain her curiosity and quickly thrust the microphone towards Ren Qingshu, inquiring, Madam. We are from Jiangnan Provincial Television. Have you encountered any difficulties? Ren Qingshu grasped Sumu's icy hand, steadied her emotions, and, with tears glistening in her eyes, addressed the camera. Little Mu is my adopted child from years ago, later taken in by a well-meaning couple. Upon my return, I offered them 100,000 yuan as gratitude. A few days ago, I returned from abroad to find him, only to learn that they had expelled him because I hadn't sent them money for a long time. I searched everywhere, from schools to law enforcement, and still couldn't find him. I've been waiting here for 3 days, and today I finally found him. I have wronged him. With that, Ren Qingshu broke down into uncontrollable tears. Listening to his mother's words, Sumu felt a pang in his heart. He understood that she wanted those parasitic couple to suffer greatly, not in a physical sense, but to be socially ostracized and drowned by public opinion. The reporter pressed the microphone closer, asking, "How have you been coping these past few days?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for more shocking revelations. The worse Sumu's living conditions were, the more sensational the news would be, reflecting on the grotesque faces of the parasitic couple. An inferno of rage ignited within Sumu, yet he managed to muster a smile and replied, "Actually, I've been doing quite well." "Ah, is that it?" The reporter felt a mix of disappointment and relief, but then heard Sumu continue, "I salvaged some things from the dump and built a small shelter." Salvaged from the dump and built a shelter? What a revelation. The reporter was thrilled, her anticipation heightened. "Can you take us to see it?" Sumu hesitated, knowing that if they went, the parasitic couple would be utterly ruined, unable to survive in Jiangnan province or even in the surrounding economically prosperous areas. Would it be worth it? He glanced at his mother, Rinchishu, whose eyes burned with fury. She subtly nodded, determined to annihilate their adversaries. Sumu acquiesced, saying, "All right." The female reporter nearly leaped in excitement, thinking how fortunate she was to have such an exclusive task ahead of her. As Sumu climbed into Rinchishu's Mercedes S-Class, she urged, "Don't speak. After all these years of providing for them, how could they dare treat you this way?" Rinchishu's countenance was ominously dark. Sumu had never witnessed her in such a state. After years of navigating the turbulent waters of business, she understood that mere kindness was insufficient to build an empire. "Prepare for the inevitable," she declared, then proceeded to play a recording of her conversation with the parasitic couple, though it was incomplete and hastily recorded. Sumu felt an intense rage bubbling within him. Particularly infuriating was the phrase, "that unwanted wild seed." Just toss it out. If you want to find him, rummage through the garbage. Maybe you'll uncover something. Oh, and don't forget to check the stray dog's dens. He might be hiding there. Rinchishu switched off the recording, saying, "The rest is just me cursing. You needn't listen to it." "Are they even human?" Sumu laughed bitterly, feeling a profound sense of pity for the parasitic couple. Some people were once human, but in the face of money, they shed their humanity. Rinchishu implied that wealth and power could distort a person's goodness. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle everything. After your exams, just rest. Once the busy period is over, I shall take you on a trip." "A trip?" Sumu turned to her, asking, "Mom, aren't you returning to the northern continent?" "Not anymore." Rinchishu halted the car, turning to her handsome son. "Kaiyun has been thriving, and the company is increasingly focusing on the domestic market. After so much effort, I've finally convinced the board of directors to establish the Kaiyun branch here in Jiangzhou. I will finally have time to spend with you." Sumu gazed at Rinchishu, who, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, resembled a loving mother. Upon arriving at the modest abode, which he referred to as not too bad, Rinchishu's previously steady emotions unraveled completely. No mother could bear to see her child curled up in such a wretched shelter. Even beasts nurture their young. Silently, Rinchishu stepped away, supporting herself against a nearby tree, tears streaming through her fingers. If her earlier tears at the school gate had contained a hint of performance, each drop now was undeniably genuine. Sumu rushed over to comfort her, stating, "Mom, it's really not as terrible as it seems. It's much better than before. Why didn't you tell me?" Rinchishu's tone was sharp, evidently struggling to contain her emotions. A glance at her own jewelry made her feel even more ashamed. "I'm sorry. Sumu continued to apologize. Rinchishu steadied herself, wanting to stroke her child's head. But he had grown so tall she needed to reach up to do so. "There's no need for apologies. It is I who should be apologizing." The reporter stood aghast, witnessing the crumbling shelter, utterly stunned. Could anyone truly live here? She hesitated to open the door, fearful of inadvertently collapsing the fragile dwelling. Before arriving, she had hoped for a more poignant story, but now, faced with the dilapidated structure, she found it hard to accept the absurdity of the situation, one that even she, as a reporter, could hardly fathom. "I must see inside," Rinchishu declared. Sumu tugged at her, shaking his head, pleading, "Perhaps it's best not to go in." "No." Rinchishu broke free from her son's grasp and pushed open the decaying wooden door. A large orange cat, waiting for its owner's return, let out a fierce hiss upon seeing the stranger, but quickly turned silly and affectionate upon recognizing Sumu. Ren Qingshu surveyed the dim interior, a makeshift bed of stones and wooden planks, a three-legged table, and a storage cabinet devoid of doors. In the sweltering early summer, there wasn't even a fan. A half-cut palm frond was the only means of relief. On the table lay a half photo. One side depicted Sumu with Mu Qianning, while the other showed herself with her son, the father's image torn away by the boy. Beside the table sat a worn-out pot, and upon lifting the lid, she found it filled with cheap sweet potatoes and white potatoes. Taking a deep breath, she fought to control her trembling emotions. You only eat this?" Her voice was slow and soft, as if she were afraid that any exertion might unleash uncontrollable emotions. "In truth, I do not always consume this. Previously, I often shared meals with my desk mate. Fu Ningning typically brought her own lunch and would even prepare an extra portion for me," Sumu explained, feeling a pang of sorrow upon witnessing his mother's distress. He had concealed the truth, wishing to spare her from sadness, yet now it all came to light. Fu Ningning, a journalist dedicated to educational reporting, certainly knew who Fu Ningning was, the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, a top scholar who ranked first in the province in the mock examinations. The course of events had diverged entirely from her expectations, increasingly overturning her worldview. Sumu recounted, "I often enjoyed dishes like braised pork, potato chicken, and chopped chili fish, and what about these past 10 days? She hasn't gone to school. Did you go to her house to mooch off her meals?" Ren Qingshu interrupted her son's list of dishes, angrily slamming the lid onto the pot. Sumu bit his lip, unable to refute her. "I'm sorry, mother. I did not intend to deceive you. I just did not want to burden you. I'm sorry, truly." I apologize. Chapter 16. Mu Qianning's Birthday Banquet, 2024 New Edition. Sumu had never imagined that one day he would reside in such a luxurious riverside flat. As he opened his eyes and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, he gazed at the bright and immaculate bedroom. Everything felt like a dream, surreal in its essence. His bedroom was larger than the entire living room of his previous apartment, and when including the adjoining bathroom, walk-in closet, and the merged study, it exceeded the area of his former home. Rising from the bed, Sumu's feet touched the soft, plush carpet. He drew back the curtains, and sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the magnificent river view. The bustling Jiangzhou cityscape lay beneath him. At the bedside lay a new phone, a Nokia 8800. Not merely the standard metallic version, but a special edition in black glass, codenamed Moonlight Goddess. He recalled that the phone used by Xia Mo was indeed this model, the black glass Nokia 8800 Moonlight Goddess. This was a gift his mother had prepared long ago, intended to be presented upon his return, though it had regrettably been delayed a few days. Meow, the large ginger cat affectionately rubbed against Sumu's leg. "Good boy," he said, crouching down to tenderly stroke the chubby feline. After dressing, he stepped into the living room, where he observed his mother bustling about through the glass partition. The house felt quite empty. His mother had mentioned that the property was acquired by the company after his birthday last year as her residence upon returning to the country, simply decorated and unoccupied, thus it appeared rather barren. "Why are you up so early? The college entrance examination is over. Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Ren Qingshu noticed her son at the doorway. "I couldn't sleep. I woke up naturally at the right time." Sumu leaned against the doorframe, pointing to the stove with a warm reminder, "The eggs are burning." Ren Qingshu hurriedly turned off the heat. But the eggs had already adhered to the blackened bottom of the pan, and the spatula was ineffective. She felt a tinge of frustration. All her talents lay in her work, and cooking was not among them. "I'll handle it." Sumu washed his face, rolled up his sleeves, retrieved eggs from the refrigerator, and replaced the dirty pan with a clean one, heating it up before deftly cracking the eggs in with one hand. Although Ren Qingshu wished to showcase her skills in front of her son, she knew her limitations and opted to prepare milk and toast, as she was quite adept with the microwave and toaster. Once finished, she sat at the kitchen island, resting her chin in her hands, admiring her son as he prepared breakfast. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. After decades of life's trials, she realized that being with family was the truest source of joy. Sumu placed bacon from the plate into the pan alongside the eggs, and the kitchen soon filled with the enticing aroma of sizzling bacon. Ding! The toast popped up from the toaster, and the milk was warmed. Sumu plated the bacon and eggs, announcing, "All done." 2 slices of toast sandwiched the eggs and bacon, garnished with fresh lettuce and tomatoes, an uncomplicated yet delightful breakfast. Ren Qishu turned on the television, tuning in to Jiangnan satellite TV. What appeared on screen was footage of Sumu emerging from the examination hall, being interviewed. Weren't they supposed to air this last night? Sumu lifted his sandwich, taking a few bites. The best is yet to come, his mother teased. News segments typically have 2 prime airing times, morning and evening, corresponding to breakfast and dinner. Ren Qishu smiled as the scene shifted abruptly. A woman burst forth from the crowd, embracing the exemplary student from Guoli Jinglin High School during the interview. Is this part of the follow-up? Sumu was taken aback. Had the interview been edited and produced overnight? This was not a mere street interview. Rather, it was a complete production requiring time for editing and direction. Keep watching, Ren Qishu urged. As Sumu sipped his milk, patiently anticipating the surprise, the segment transitioned from him to a reporter interviewing a couple known for their nefarious reputation. They vehemently distanced themselves from any connection, maliciously defaming Sumu. Despite their haughty demeanor, they refrained from uttering vulgarities. The focus of their dialogue was that this child was uneducated and unrepentant, skipping classes to play games and engaging in street fights. They painted him as ungrateful and reckless, claiming he left home in a fit of anger, causing them distress as they searched for him. During the interview, the overweight woman strategically placed her Chanel handbag on the coffee table, which, although seemingly inconspicuous, was captured on camera. How shameless can they be? Sumu was stunned. This was a blatant inversion of truth. They had consumed a bowl of noodles, but insisted he had devoured 2. It was true he had left home, but he had been expelled. And when had he ever skipped class to play games or join gangs? He would need money to visit an internet CAF. Ren Qishu sipped her milk, remarking, "That's why I told you. Showing mercy to such people is futile. It only emboldens their arrogance." Sumu nodded, somewhat understanding, taking mental notes. The broadcast resumed, but is this truly the case? The narrative took a turn. The reporter revealed footage of Sumu's makeshift home, including moments of Ren Qishu breaking down in tears, covering her face. As the door swung open, the camera zoomed in on the orderly stacks of books, textbooks, and notebooks filled with meticulous notes. Anyone who saw it would declare, "This is a diligent student." The focus shifted back to a photograph on the desk, and the reporter depicted Sumu as a sentimental and kind-hearted young man, following the intimate portrayal of his small abode. The reporter visited Guoli Jinglin High School to interview his homeroom teacher, Old Hong. Old Hong's affection for Sumu was palpable. His words were filled with regret, lamenting that such a fine child ought to be a pride of Jinglin, yet for reasons unknown, he had fallen into despair, resulting in declining grades. However, Old Hong's tone shifted, hope igniting in his eyes as he stated that Sumu had suddenly become exceptionally diligent in his last month, with grades soaring with each examination. Finally, he sighed. If only this child had awakened sooner, he surely would have excelled. Old Hong, indeed a commendable language teacher and homeroom instructor, spoke eloquently and passionately, captivating listeners with his words. I am truly grateful for Old Hong's exceptional care, Sumu reflected. He was one of the few who genuinely cared for him. Though his Mandarin was slightly imperfect, he was undeniably a remarkable educator. Through our interview with Sumu's homeroom teacher, Mr. Hong, we learned that Sumu had entered Jinglin High School as the top student in Jiangzhou's middle school entrance examination. The reporter summarized Mr. Hong's sentiments, asserting that Sumu's grades had only declined later on. Mr. Hong expressed his unwavering belief in Sumu's character, describing him as warm-hearted, helpful, and kind, which starkly contrasted the narrative presented by Sumu's adoptive parents. Sumu chuckled at the dramatic portrayal on television, exclaiming, "This is turning into a suspense drama." "That's what makes it captivating," Ren Qishu explained. The reporter continued, Mr. Hong mentioned that Sumu's remarkable improvement in his final month coincided perfectly with the time he left his adoptive parents. Could it be that his adoptive parents negatively impacted his studies? Was he subjected to some form of mistreatment at home? To unravel this mystery, we interviewed Sumu's classmate, Ningning. Cough, cough. Upon seeing Ningning appear on screen, Sumu choked on his milk, coughing violently, tears streaming down his face. Are you all right? Rin Qingshu patted his back. I'm fine. I'm fine. Sumu waved his hand. Why is Princess Ning here joining the fray? Thus, I maintain that this is an intriguing drama. Rin Qingshu blinked, recalling her visit to Fu Jia for an interview yesterday, where she immediately discerned that the female classmate harbored extraordinary feelings for her son. If her son could be with Princess Ning, it would indeed be a splendid affair, far preferable to languishing in unrequited love for Mu Qianning, akin to clinging to a crooked tree. Before the cameras, Fu Ningning divulged that Sumu was unable to afford meals and had to rely on her for sustenance. She then recounted how Sumu had once received a scholarship of 50,000 yuan for his academic excellence. Ultimately, an interview with Rin Qingshu was aired, where she asserted that she regularly sent a considerable amount of child support to the couple from abroad. The moment her financial support ceased, they expelled little Mu from their home. In front of the cameras, Rin Qingshu appeared particularly incensed, producing bank statements and audio recordings. As the recordings played, the vile nature of the vampire couple was finally unveiled. When the reporters returned to interview them with this evidence, they were promptly ejected. Consequently, the reporters had no choice but to interview nearby neighbors, who spoke highly of Sumu, showering him with praises. An elderly security guard recounted the night he was cast out. At this juncture in the interview, I believe everyone can form a basic understanding of the situation. The female reporter, filled with indignation, stated that Ms. Rin declared she would personally care for classmate Mu and would utilize legal means to sever his ties with his current guardians. Rin Qingshu finished her milk in one gulp, lamenting, "It is unfortunate that we live in a society governed by law. It truly benefits this despicable couple. I believe this is sufficient. Once this interview airs, their lives will undoubtedly become quite difficult." Sumu foresaw the grim future awaiting the vampire couple, with Rin Qingshu's tactics and Fu Ningning's assistance. This interview would surely be broadcast repeatedly on Jiangnan TV. Not just in Jiangzhou, but even in Jiangnan, the vampire couple would likely find it intolerable to remain. Rin Qingshu picked up her bag, stating, "Little Mu, showing mercy to one's enemies is a cruelty to oneself, especially in the case of such individuals. The only reason you feel sympathy for them is that they inhabit the lower echelons of society. But consider this, what dreadful things might occur if such people were to gain wealth and power." Sumu gazed thoughtfully at the vampire couple on the television. "Mother has gone to the office. You should rest well these next few days. Once this busy period passes, we shall go on a trip," Rin Qingshu said, pushing the door open with a smile. "All right, goodbye, Mother." Sumu donned his newly purchased sneakers and athletic attire, making his way to the riverside at dawn, where joggers were aplenty. He warmed up his body and began to jog along the riverside path. Along the way, he noticed numerous people greeting him. Each enthusiastic individual wore a satisfied expression, as if they had just viewed the morning news. As he jogged, a small girl suddenly appeared beside him, running alongside him. She was barely more than half his height, yet matched his pace effortlessly. Memories flooded back to their childhood days, often spent jogging together on the playground of the psychiatric hospital. Sumu's competitive spirit surged, prompting him to quicken his pace. "If you continue like this, I might have to resort to cheating," Sumu exclaimed, only to find the small girl had vanished. A mischievous face peeked down from above. As you perched on the boy's shoulders, laughing joyfully, "Run faster, faster. Get down." "Not a chance." Without hesitation, Sumu reached up to tickle you at her waist. "Ah, stop tickling. It tickles," the girl begged. Sumu slowed down, and you reappeared beside him, inquiring, "Shall we go watch a movie later?" "Not today. Have you forgotten? It's Qian's birthday. Are you going to confess?" "Indeed." You fell silent, and the two continued jogging along the riverside path, with Sumu continuously responding to the greetings of strangers. The sun rose higher in the sky. Sumu purchased a bottle of mineral water and 6 steamed buns from a roadside vendor. Meanwhile, you kicked at the weeds and suddenly asked, "Have you ever considered that you two might not be suitable for each other?" "Never thought about it." You remained quiet. Instead of pondering these frivolities, Why don't you help me figure out how to explain the incident with Xia Mo? After all, I did embrace her. The mere thought of that night set Sumu on edge. It could be described as indiscreet at best, or infidelity at worst. Explain? Such matters cannot be clarified. You replied. In truth, there is no need for you to say anything. Even if you admit it, Xia Mo will certainly not acknowledge it. Let it fester in silence. Explain? What is there to explain? This whole affair was orchestrated by her, and she seeks an explanation from me? You had a mischievous glint in her eyes as they entered a small garden. Here is something to consider. Hiding the truth can only last so long. Eventually, it will come to light. If you conceal a little, and I conceal a little, when it comes time to settle accounts, things will spiral out of control. If you want to think about it, be my guest. I have no idea how to articulate it. You gestured dramatically, lamenting, Xia Mo is such a wonderful person. Why must you choose Fu Ningning? She is hardly a prize. Cough, cough. I need to rephrase that. Sumu gulped down the mineral water in one breath and tossed the empty bottle into a distant trash bin, munching on a bun as he walked. You are a powerful bloodline, and Fu Ningning is merely a commoner. Being together will ultimately bring her harm. You analyzed their relationship. Can't a powerful bloodline lead a normal life? Not at all. At least not you. U.S. gaze shone like stars, illuminating the truth. Your lineage is too exalted. Even if you wish to hide, your enemies will ultimately find you. Just because you wish to avoid trouble doesn't mean others want to seek you out. Xia Mo merely ventured home from school, yet fell into the enemy's trap. That was an accident. Self-deception. Sumu finished his steamed bun and requested another bottle of mineral water. Trouble is brewing, you declared before vanishing from sight. A brand new Audi A6 glided to a stop before Sumu, and the window rolled down to reveal Qi Ming, wearing a broad smile. Sumu, hop in. Officer, are you here to take my statement again? Sumu asked cheerfully. Get lost. Do you think I only come to take your statements? I have significant business. What kind of significant business could you possibly have? Sumu inquired as he opened the car door and settled inside. What is it? I'll tell you when we get there. Such a mystery. How did you know I was here? Is that even a question? If I lacked basic investigative skills, I might as well quit. The Audi rolled forward, and Sumu noticed that the silver crystal moonflower insignia on Qi Ming's shoulder had been replaced by a golden crystal sunflower insignia. You've been promoted? Indeed. I am now a senior independent investigator. Congratulations. You must treat me to a meal. Of course, I owe you a life debt, Qi Ming replied with a smile, adding, this promotion is somewhat related to you. Me? Sumu pointed at himself in disbelief. Qi Ming drove the new car to a secluded park, stating, my case has been handed over to X-Space, and I've been instructed to cease my investigation into you. As compensation, I was promoted a level. I thought it would take another 2 or 3 years. I didn't expect progress to be so swift. Sumu was skeptical, replying, you're overestimating my influence. It must be due to your exceptional work ethic that your superiors elevated you. You seem oblivious to your own value. Qi Ming said as he retrieved a stack of documents from the car. Leaning against the railing, Sumu asked, so, senior independent investigator, what brings you to me today? Qi Ming handed over the documents, saying, I saw the morning news. It seems you have finally reaped the rewards of your perseverance. Mr. Ren has already initiated legal proceedings, and it is highly likely that the couple will be charged with abandonment. Whether the charge holds merit is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the adoption relationship between you will be dissolved. You need not return to that doghouse, that small abode. Sumu was indifferent to the somewhat presumptuous term doghouse, as he perused the documents in his hand, where the large logo of X-Space caught his eye. This was detailed information regarding the case being investigated by the Southeast Bureau. Qi Ming stood in the wind, lighting a cigarette, and remarked, you must be quite familiar with X-Space. They've invited you for tea, haven't they? Indeed. Sumu replied, I have often pondered why the state does not establish a force akin to Shifang Shoubei, an armed force of blood descendants. Qi Ming exhaled a long plume of smoke from his nostrils. Though X-Space is under the oversight of the Enforcement Bureau, in reality, our lineage makes it nearly impossible to supervise them effectively. The Southeast Bureau of X-Space boasts numerous blue blood A ranks, while our Enforcement Bureau primarily consists of red bloods. When faced with cases that exceed our lineage limits, they must be handed over to them. You must understand. Those who dare commit severe crimes among the blood descendants are mostly blue bloods. Turning to Sumu, Ming expressed, I aspire to create a powerful enforcement team of blood descendants, subordinate to the state. Then you should take this information and passionately stride into your leader's office. Sumu suggested, returning the documents to him. He then placed the materials on the table and pointed at Ming, saying, I want to form my own blue blood armed unit, not come to you for assistance. Haraha. Ming burst into laughter, extinguishing his cigarette and tossing it into the trash. How did you know that is precisely what I would do? Observing the man's triumphant demeanor, Sumu smiled and remarked, So your leader has consented? Patting your shoulder, he added earnestly, Xiao Ming, the future lies in the hands of your generation. You must persevere. Ah, yes, that's exactly it. You truly have a knack for leadership, Ming responded. Did he truly agree? Is that why you've come to find me? Yes. Do you wish to recruit me? Indeed, Ming said earnestly. I have witnessed your strength firsthand. Yes, indeed. Sumu scrutinized the man before him, pondering how someone of his age could remain so naive. Have you ever considered a particular question? What question? Ming felt a surge of anxiety, as the once charming boy before him seemed poised to transform into a terrifying demon, much like in his dreams. The boy smiled and asked, How can you be so certain that I am not one of X-Base? Ming instinctively took a step back, startled. In the next moment, both men erupted into laughter. Such is the bond between men, 3 unbreakable ties, having served time together, having indulged in vice together, and most importantly, having stood shoulder to shoulder in battle. Although that night, Sumu wielded not a firearm, but merely a golf club, they remained steadfast comrades in arms. Their friendship quietly transitioned from that of investigator and suspect to that of life and death allies. Sumu clutched his stomach and leaned against the railing, jesting. And you consider yourself a senior enforcement officer? At your age, you're still so naive. He held a fondness for this officer, who eschewed pretension and maintained an approachable demeanor, proving both capable and practical. Damn it, how dare you deceive me? Ming exclaimed, attempting to punch the young man playfully. It's impossible for you to be with X-Space, given how closely you associate with the Xia family. Having laughed enough, they settled on the ground, leaning against the stone railing. The aristocracy and X-Space exist in a state of both opposition and collaboration. Hence, you could never be one of them. The moment your name appeared in the X-Space system, the gates of the Xia family would forever close to you. Ming lit another cigarette. Aristocracy? Which aristocracy? The Xia Mo family? This was the first time Sumu had encountered such a perspective, realizing the intricate relationship between the aristocracy and X-Space. Have you made up your mind? Ming inquired. Sumu shot him a sidelong glance. Is this how you recruit people? You haven't mentioned benefits like insurance or salary. This organization can't be just us two, can it? Ming clapped the boy on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, Of course, who in the system lacks benefits? As for the salary, it will depend on your lineage and combat prowess, based on your performance that night. I believe a starting salary of 200,000 should be quite feasible. Only 200,000. No way. Sumu retorted with disdain. I turned down over $1 million from X-Space's central office. At the very least, it should be more than 200,000. I know Mr. Ren has adopted you, and you're not short on money, but one must possess ideals. What could possibly be more invigorating for a man than enlisting in the army? Ming produced an acceptance letter, stating, The military academy is beckoning you. Sumu did not take it, standing up to dust off his pants. I won't indulge in idle chatter with you. I have matters to attend to. Ming exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Are you attending Mu Qianning's birthday party? How do you know? The man smiled enigmatically, extinguishing his cigarette. She has a boyfriend now, you weren't aware? Chapter 17. Do not waste your youth on unrequited love. 2024 New Edition. The river waves crashed against the rocky shore, and the boisterous wind swayed the trees nearby. Even Sumu, in his naivety, understood that the boyfriend Ming mentioned was not him. A vibrant red silk invitation was handed to him. Sumu swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. You, in the small garden, witnessed the moment he awakened from his dream and felt a pang of sympathy. The earlier hints were merely a precautionary measure for the impending emotional turmoil. Who would have thought that an unexpected revelation would lay the stark reality before him? The invitation belonged to the Nan family, as Qi Ming stated. Sumu took the invitation and opened it. Dear Mr. Qi Ming, Senior Law Enforcement Officer, your presence is requested at the birthday banquet of Nan Zichu's daughter, Mu Qianning, on June 10, 2005, at 8 p.m. at the Shanghai Pavilion. Sincerely, Nan Tian and Nan Zichu. June 1, 2005. You truly did not know? Didn't President Ren inform you? She must have received a copy as well. Qi Ming, smoking his cigarette, understood all too well the significance of Mu Qianning to the youth before him. She represented his entire life thus far, beginning in the orphanage and culminating in the college entrance examination. Qi Ming sighed. He too had been shocked upon receiving the invitation. A decade of emotion shattered in an instant. However, considering the Nan family's status, it was somewhat understandable. Everyone has their price, be it wealth, power, or status. The Nan family could elevate Mu Qianning to extraordinary heights, transforming a mere chicken into a phoenix. Perhaps the young man was already remarkable enough. But in the face of centuries-old aristocracy, he appeared diminutive and ludicrous. No girl could withstand such temptation unless she herself was a noble phoenix. I thought you had moved on, seeing you still have the energy for a morning jog. I apologize. I did not expect this, Qi Ming said, folding the invitation with a sincere apology. President Ren must have had your best interests at heart. Sumu stood frozen, his lips pale and trembling. Observing his state, Qi Ming decided to be forthright, allowing him to cry it out fully. After the tears, tomorrow would still dawn. Life would continue regardless of who was missing. Not just me, the entire political and business community of Jiangzhou has received the Nan family's invitation. Do you understand what this birthday banquet signifies? The classic Nokia ringtone echoed. Your phone, Qi Ming reminded him. Sumu inhaled deeply and fished his phone from his pocket. Was it a call from Qianqian? This was his last hope. Hello? Sumu. The college entrance examination is over. Let us go celebrate. It was his good friend Wang Lin's voice, not hers. Why today? Sumu's tone was cold, lacking any enthusiasm. You. Wang Lin glanced at his phone in surprise. Given his knowledge of his friend, he sensed that Sumu must have already heard about the invitation, and he asked with concern, You know about it? Are you okay? Even you know. Yet I only just found out. Sumu struggled to breathe as the world around him dimmed, saying, Sorry to worry you. I'm fine, really. After hanging up, he continued to take deep breaths. On the other end, Wang Lin swiftly discarded the pillow in his arms and dashed towards the garage, fearing his friend might do something drastic over a mere girl. Stay calm. Qi Ming placed a hand on his shoulder, subtly activating his authority to stabilize Sumu's emotions. Breathe slowly. Too rapid a pace will cause you to faint. Once Sumu's emotions stabilized, Qi Ming continued to console him. In truth, you need not dwell excessively on this matter. Everyone has their own choices. Do not punish yourself for another's betrayal. I can accept that she doesn't tea like me. It's just, Sumu clutched his head, pulling at his hair. I simply don't understand why she didn't tell me. Did she have to keep me in the dark until the last moment? Perhaps she didn't want to disrupt your preparations for the examination, Qi Ming replied, his gaze filled with pity. Deep down, he harbored a darker suspicion but refrained from voicing it, fearing it would further shatter the fragile spirit of the young man. Regaining his composure, Sumu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? A middle-aged man answered. Uncle Lin, it's me, Xia Mo. Oh, Xia Mo. The voice on the other end belonged to Mu Qianning's adoptive father, sounding quite unnatural. What brings you to call? Is Qianqian there? Qianqian, hello. A familiar female voice came on the line. Xia Mo, what is up? Today is your birthday. Did you forget? No, not at all. I have a gift for you. Are you home tonight? I've moved to number 1 courtyard and would love to treat you to dinner, Sumu said. A silence ensued on the other end. Xiao Mu, I have something tonight, something important. The gift. Let us save it for tomorrow. I'll treat you then. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated as Mu Qianning was interrupted, choosing to hang up. Sumu felt darkness engulf him as a sharp pain gripped his heart. Why? He couldn't comprehend why she continued to deceive him. Ah, youth is indeed naive. Qi Ming sighed, extinguishing his last cigarette and tossing it into the trash. If one doesn't encounter a few scoundrels during their youth, can it truly be called youth? There is no need to overanalyze such matters with those who are unworthy. Don't be too disheartened. In all honesty, Mu Qianning isn't suited for you, Qi Ming remarked. Do you know the current plight of the Lin family? Sumu shook his head. The Lin family is reliant on the Yi family. Yi Zhendong's conglomerate is crumbling. Economic enforcement is already on his tail. Within a couple of years, perhaps as many as 3 or 4, you'll witness Yi Zhendong behind bars before you graduate from college. So, you mean? Sumu lifted his gaze, realization dawning upon him that the Lin family was also on the brink of collapse, and Qian sought someone to salvage the Lin family? Yes and no, Qi Ming replied. While saving the Lin family is indeed a motive, it is not the sole reason. The Nan family is an ancient lineage, a family that has endured for centuries. Whoever marries Nan Zichu becomes a future leader of this esteemed family. Do you think Mu Qianning wouldn't be tempted? Centuries-old aristocracy. Sumu finally comprehended the vast chasm that had formed between him and Mu Qianning. Qi Ming patted his shoulder and said, "All right, stop overthinking this. Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. Drink a bit, cry it out, and tomorrow, you'll wake up a new man." "No, I'm tired," Sumu declined, waving his hand. "I want to go home and rest." "That's fine. I'll drive you. Remember to call me if you need anything." Meow. The orange tabby sensed its owner's sorrow and gently nestled into his embrace. Stroking him with its tail, Sumu gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, struggling to recall how he had returned. It seemed Qi Ming had brought him home. Sumu slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. "Feeling sad?" You appeared on the sofa, settling into a comfortable position. "Why does she still lie to me?" Sumu pondered, confused. If she has a boyfriend, why can't she just tell me openly? You would not be as gentle as Qi Ming, directly piercing through Mu Qianning's facade. Grabbing a pillow, she said, "Well, how should I put this? Have you ever seen a fish pond that only raises a single fish? Am I the fish? You are but a fish, not me." You remarked that men may not always be reliable. As you just heard, the Nan family boasts a lineage that spans centuries. Thus, a young master like Nan Zichu may not be easily grasped by someone like Mu Qianning. If she were to be cast aside one day, at least she still has you, this fish, to amuse her. Sumu curled up on the sofa, cradling a large orange cat, which gently licked his cheek. "A backup, perhaps?" He chuckled bitterly. "I thought you would comfort me." You turned to lie on the sofa, gazing at her boy, saying, "I am comforting you. I am merely speaking the truth. Do you expect me to deceive you? Let me give you a lesson." "Ah, do not worry. Mu Qianning certainly has her own thoughts. She is such a resolute girl. This must be her family pressuring her. She actually likes you. Otherwise, why would she keep it from you? She fears it might disrupt your relationship. As long as you bring her a gift, she will undoubtedly leave with you." Sumu's eyes sparkled. "You are right. Let us seize the moment." "Ah?" You felt utterly defeated by the boy before her. She collapsed in despair on the sofa, questioning her soul. "Do you think this is a movie? You cannot simply return triumphantly. Do you really see yourself as the protagonist?" Sumu, unwilling to relent, countered. "I believe love must be fought for, not passively awaited. Mu Qianning desires not merely love. She craves endless wealth, the power akin to that of a feudal lord, and the status of a first-class noble. You, exasperated, scolded, what can you offer her? Is it your meager inheritance of over 100 million, your uncertain exam scores, or your imagined X-space in the courtyard? To a family of such antiquity, these are but trifles. Have you played the fool for so long that the mask is now affixed to your face? You unleashed a barrage of unfiltered reprimands. At the very least, I wish to inquire directly." Sumu, rendered speechless by her tirade, could not simply abandon a decade-long friendship. "Tonight, I wish to go to the Shanghai mansion." You, sensing the shift within him, smiled with satisfaction. A meeting? That would suffice. Only by seeing it with her own eyes would she be utterly convinced. "Very well. I shall accompany you, but remember this." "What?" "Do not kill anyone." Sumu retrieved his phone, dialing Qi Ming, saying, "As you suggested, I am not insane. I am an adult and can control myself. Hello, Law Enforcement Bureau. This is Qi Ming. I wish to enter the Shanghai mansion tonight. Help me devise a way to sneak in. Sumu stated. Are you mad? Brother, you do not intend to crash a wedding, do you? Qi Ming nearly collided with a roadside flowerbed, his tone turning serious as he warned, fiction is fiction, and reality is reality. Do not act recklessly. The Nan family is a prestigious lineage. Do not think this is a film where you can return in glory. Sumu replied, I have a plan, not a delusion. I have not even warmed the golden sunflower on my shoulder yet. Qi Ming was thoroughly apprehensive, fearing that the boy's mental instability might erupt at the banquet. I merely wished to see her one last time, to ask plainly, with no ulterior motive. Rest assured, I shall not harm anyone, Sumu said evenly. Will you help? Sigh. Qi Ming exhaled, agreeing. Who knows, I might owe you a life. Here is the plan. You will pretend to be my son, and I will help you sneak in. Son. Sumu's eyes twitched, but he ultimately expressed his gratitude. Qi Ming discarded his phone, convinced he had lost his mind, taking a mentally unstable boy, destined to be triggered. To the Shanghai mansion, especially when this boy might be a formidable heir, was a considerable risk. At the banquet, should any of the esteemed guests face trouble, his own skin would surely be at stake. The debt of gratitude is a heavy burden to bear. As night fell, a Rolls-Royce glided toward the Shanghai mansion. This abode, situated by the Northern Sea, boasts a history of over 200 years, built as a temporary royal palace during the previous Ming Emperor's tour of Jiangnan. Miss, we have arrived. The driver opened the door. Fu Ningning descended the vehicle, and the driver adjusted her light purple gown. She felt exceptionally cheerful today. Not due to Mu Qianning, but because of Sumu. Surely, he would come. She held firm confidence in this belief. Fu Ningning was already aware of the situation between Mu Qianning and Nan Zichu, having witnessed their intimate display in the back garden during a banquet at the Yingtian National Hotel 3 months prior. However, she refrained from mentioning it to Sumu, knowing her table mates would not believe her and fearing it might jeopardize their harmonious friendship. Fu Ningning awaited the evening's birthday banquet, fully anticipating the Nan family to announce their relationship. How splendid it would be to declare it, as only then would she have a chance. Such an outstanding classmate, not a second-generation heir, would be a perfect match for her. The Fu family could allow him to bypass the accumulation phase and unleash his talents. If Sumu were lurking outside, she would bring him in. Here is my brother's invitation. Keep it safe, she instructed. Certainly, Mississippi. The driver felt sympathy but was also elated for his young lady's impending success. Fu Ningning, lifting her gown, followed a throng of elegantly dressed noblewomen and dapper gentlemen into the grand Shanghai mansion. Under the spotlight of attention, she smiled, expertly greeting those around her. Miss Fu, please. This way. On the second floor, at the square table, the girl entered the banquet hall and became the center of attention. Fu Ningning's father was now the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, ranking among the top 5 riches in the region, a true magnate. Those with status and heritage, yet lacking adequate wealth, admired such new money. Only by consuming fresh blood could they sustain themselves in this new era. With a serene smile, Fu Ningning politely acknowledged the greetings of various uncles and declined any inappropriate advances. After deftly navigating the social formalities, she picked up a glass of orange juice and moved to the lounge area. Under the intoxicating lights, she noticed several classmates had been invited. They hailed from prestigious families, all from the national Jinglin. Has he not arrived yet? Fu Ningning scanned the venue. All those who should be there had arrived, yet the main character was conspicuously absent. Could it be that he did not wish to attend? Surely not. The crowd began to stir as the 2 protagonists of the evening made their entrance. Mu Qianning linking arms with Nan Zichu, radiating happiness. Fu Ningning, witnessing that insincere smile, felt a wave of nausea as she observed her tablemate while engaging in flirtation with Nan Zichu, ambiguous and evasive, denying any wrongdoing until the truth surfaced. Everyone approached to offer birthday wishes to Mu Qianning, simultaneously exclaiming how well-matched the couple appeared. Did these classmates not recognize who her actual boyfriend was? Fu Ningning scoffed disdainfully, unimpressed. Has Sumu not come? An unexpected yet predictable girl, also holding a glass of orange juice, sat beside her. Fu Ningning scrutinized her. Dressed simply in a white gown, she lacked the opulence of formal attire. Yet she possessed the confidence to carry it off. After all, she was Xia Mo. I heard you fell ill. Are you feeling better? Fu Ningning inquired with concern. I nearly died from a gunshot to my abdomen, but I was saved. Xia Mo playfully winked at her adorable companion. What? Fu Ningning gasped. You were shot? Just teasing. Xia Mo chuckled mischievously, gazing upon the girl with bright eyes and a gentle smile before her. Fu Ningning suddenly felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Previously at school, she had exuded an air of utter indifference. You seem much more cheerful now, she remarked. Xia Mo's eyes sparkled with youthful vigor. Is that so? Fu Ningning replied with a smile. Sipping her orange juice, Xia Mo explained. After facing death once, many things become clearer. Fu Ningning widened her eyes in astonishment and inquired. So, you were really shot? Yes, quite severely. It wasn't an ordinary bullet, but an alchemical bullet infused with a nerve toxin. Fortunately, it was only grade B. That sounds terrifying. How are you now? Let me see. Fu Ningning reached out, only to suddenly realize the inappropriateness of her action. Apologies. I forgot we were at a banquet. Xia Mo's heart warmed at Fu Ningning's earnest concern. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine now. Someone saved me using a life sequence, and all I have left is a small scar. That's a relief. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it possible that the person who saved you is? Fu Ningning's heart raced, recalling Xia Mo's earlier mention of Sumu when she sat down. Xia Mo smiled enigmatically. Did you guess? Fu Ningning's expression fell, and she cautiously asked, Is Sumu a descendant of the bloodline? Who knows? Xia Mo replied. But you said earlier. That night, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, the wound had vanished, and only Sumu was beside me. Fu Ningning gasped in shock, realizing that Sumu's situation was being scrutinized by others as well. Feigning a laugh, Fu Ningning remarked, He might just be passing by, right? Perhaps someone else rescued you. Passing by. Xia Mo's interest peaked as she observed the little girl beside her. If I revealed that Sumu held me close and slept until dawn, would she panic? Yet, she wouldn't dare to speak of it. If the word got out, Sumu's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Do you think Sumu will come? Xia Mo shifted the topic. Of course, he will. Fu Ningning asserted with unwavering confidence. That scheming wench, Mu Qianqing, certainly won't send him an invitation. You speak boldly. Considering this is the Nan family's banquet, Xia Mo countered. Even without an invitation, given Su Mu's infatuation with Mu Qianqing, he will find a way to attend. Confronting. If he respects me, I'll call him uncle. If not, I'll simply dismantle the Nan family's stronghold. Xia Mo dismissed the thought, saying, I care more about Su Mu than the Nan family. I can hardly wait. What will he do? A glimmer of excitement danced in Xia Mo's eyes. Attention, everyone. Elder Nan Huaimin announced, appearing above the banquet hall. Beside him stood Nan Zichu, the heir of the Nan family, and the birthday girl, Mu Qianqing. The crowd gathered, and the spotlight fell upon the radiant couple. I sincerely thank each of you for taking the time to join us for this birthday celebration. Fu Ningning scanned the venue, yet still found no trace of Sumu. Where could he possibly be hiding? Over there. Xia Mo pointed toward the center of the crowd. Finally spotting her target, Fu Ningning followed her gaze and nearly gasped in disbelief. Sumu was mingling among the servers, balancing a tray while donning a hat that obscured his features. He had even affixed a small, somewhat mature mustache to his face. The clothes he wore were clearly ill-fitting, as though stolen. What on earth is he doing? Is he playing dress-up? Trying to be a spy? Originally, Sumu was meant to masquerade as Qi Ming's son to infiltrate the event. However, two issues arose. First, Qi Ming's son was only 8 years old. Second, the Lin family was stationed at the entrance to greet guests. If the Lin family were absent, no one would discern his true identity, and the Nan family might overlook the presence of a guest brought by a high-ranking independent investigator. But with the Lin family present, the situation changed entirely. Sumu had to abandon his initial plan and coordinate with Qi Ming, quietly sneaking in through the back courtyard. He borrowed a servant's attire and blended into the crowd. As he lifted his hat brim, he gazed upon the beautiful girl standing under the spotlight. Mu Qianqing, in turn, immediately recognized the server who was staring at her. discerning his true identity from those clear, familiar eyes. "Xia Mo?" she stammered, instinctively taking a half-step back, her gaze unable to meet his. Noticing his girlfriend's unusual behavior, Nan Zichu wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whispered, "What's wrong?" Mu Qianqing trembled slightly, feeling a sense of dread. Nan Zichu scanned the gathering and spotted the audacious server who was fixated on his girlfriend. Frowning, he resolved to dismiss this insolent intruder after the banquet concluded. He cast a warning glance towards Sumu amidst the crowd. "I believe everyone has guessed by now," Elder Nan continued with a warm smile. "Today is not merely a birthday celebration. It is also the engagement banquet for Zichu and Qianqing." Stepping aside to clear the stage, Nan Zichu knelt before the assembly, producing an engagement ring from his pocket. "Qianqing, will you marry me?" The hall erupted into thunderous applause, followed by cheers as they witnessed the ecstatic bride-to-be, who covered her mouth and trembled with excitement. Indeed, which girl wouldn't be thrilled to marry Nan Zichu? "Calm down. Your current state is unstable." Xia Mo suddenly appeared at Sumu's side, grasping his clenched fist. "If you continue to exert pressure on Mu Qianqing, it could lead to a mental breakdown." Instantaneously, Sumu snapped back to reality, the visions of floral splendor dissipating, recalling his promise to you not to take lives during the banquet. On stage, Mu Qianqing felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing slightly. Gasps filled the crowd as Nan Zichu swiftly caught her, asking, "What's the matter?" Mu Qianqing panted heavily, bewildered by her sudden weakness. Yet she had undeniably felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Sumu. Was it because she felt so guilty toward him? Memories of their shared childhood flooded her mind, reminding her that, without a doubt, her heart always belonged to Xia Mo. Yet, she looked at Nan Zichu, realizing that he was the one who could ensure her future. Xia Mo simply was too strong enough. Their fates were destined to diverge, and she should leave him to Fu Ningning. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," she reassured everyone as she stood, allowing Nan Zichu to slip the engagement ring onto her slender, pale finger. The audience erupted in joyous applause, showering blessings upon the newly engaged couple. Fu Ningning stood beside Sumu, casting a silent sigh toward the table. At this moment, she should have felt elated. Yet she found herself grappling with a sense of sorrow and pity, mirroring his own emotions. She stood behind the boy, gazing at the two affluent ladies on either side of him, filled with astonishment. The Xia family, a leading clan of Jiangnan, the Fu family, representing the emerging elite. How could the daughters of these two illustrious families be entwined with a boy who had only yesterday been scavenging for scraps? Qiming glanced at Mu Qianqing on the stage, thinking that even choosing one of the two would be a better option than her. "It's time to cut the cake," Nan Zichu announced. A colossal 9-tiered cream cake was gradually wheeled to the center of the banquet hall. He held the girl's hand, his eyes brimming with tenderness, saying, "You should cut it." Mu Qianning sliced the cake and distributed pieces to several elders of the Nan family, as well as her adoptive parents. Strangely, she then traversed the crowd and approached Sumu, presenting him with a piece. "This one is for you." Sumu's expression remained impassive, his gaze icy, and the previously vibrant atmosphere of the celebration plummeted to an arctic chill. Who was this server? The guests collectively pondered. The future lady of the Nan family was offering a birthday cake to a lowly server. There must be a hidden agenda. Whispers began to circulate among the attendees. Many students from the National University of China were present, and the astute ones quickly recognized the server's true identity. Many had heard of the relationship between the two. It appeared someone had been jilted. Wang Lin, a loyal friend, was unable to locate Sumu at the first courtyard and, originally intending to hit the club to meet girls, had to alter his plans to attend the evening's birthday celebration. After searching the venue for a considerable time, he finally sighed in relief upon confirming his friend was not present. He had contemplated leaving early to search by the river, but unexpectedly, that rascal had disguised himself as a server, lurking in the shadows. "Please, don't cause any trouble today. Otherwise, I want to be able to save you," Wang Lin silently prayed. An eerie scene unfolded. Qiming watched, drenched in cold sweat, anxiously glancing at the boy, internally urging, "Hurry up." My ancestor turned the page swiftly. Xia Mo and Fu Ningning stood in solidarity, urging Sumu, "Don't accept." courageously refuse. If anything goes awry, I'll cover for you. You'll wish me well, right? Mu Qianning extended the cake once more, reasoning that since Nan Zichu had already noticed, there was no point in hiding. She might as well resolutely sever ties with the past in front of everyone. After all, she had already donned the engagement ring of the Nan family, had she not? Does she not want it? Disappointment flooded Mu Qianning's eyes. Sumu forced a warm smile, passing the tray to a nearby guest, removing his hat, tearing off the ludicrous fake mustache, and shedding his oversized suit jacket, handing it to another guest. Stripped of all pretense, he was immediately recognized by the guests, who had seen the morning news. What had started as mere entertainment on television had now turned into a live spectacle before their eyes. As Sumu accepted the cake from her hand, he simultaneously retrieved a birthday gift he had long prepared. "Happy birthday," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Is this for me?" Mu Qianning opened the ornate box to reveal a delicate sapphire bracelet, one she had once cherished dearly. She was astonished that Xiao Mu still remembered. The appearance of the bracelet rekindled the tension that had slightly eased in the atmosphere. Nan Huaimin furrowed his brow, glancing at his grandson. "What is going on?" Nan Zichu shook his head, equally perplexed. All eyes from the Nan family fixated on Lin Qiqing, who internally chanted, "My daughter, you absolutely must not accept, otherwise we are finished." "Hey, Sumu, what do you mean by gifting a bracelet to Chu Ji's fiancée?" Yi Zhiling's voice pierced the air, relishing the unfolding drama. If anyone harbored the deepest disdain for Sumu, it would certainly be him. Sumu regarded him coldly, like an enraged lion. Yi Zhiling, startled, immediately fell silent, soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. "It's beautiful," Mu Qianning remarked, "but it deserves someone better. I believe Princess Ning is far more suitable." With a smile, she redirected the conflict towards Fu Ningning, returning the gift. Sumu closed the box, his eyes dull as ashes, fully comprehending the girl's intentions. Having obtained the answer he sought, he remarked, "Today truly feels abrupt, Madam Nan. I shall present you with another gift on another occasion." He returned the cake to Mu Qianning, adding, "Wishing you happiness," before turning to leave. "Bravo," Xia Mo thought, mentally applauding, and politely stated, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Grandfather Nan, I must take my leave." With that, she swiftly exited the hall. Fu Ningning raised her chin, coldly regarding Mu Qianning, unabashedly expressing her disdain, and echoed, "Grandfather Nan, I'm also unwell. I shall take my leave." The delicate lavender figure vanished amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Who exactly is this boy? The guests exchanged glances, questioning the nature of his relationship with Mu Qianning. Xia Mo and Fu Ningning. Mu Qianning stared at the cake in her hands, pondering. "Xiao Mo, have you also learned to reject me?" She scooped a spoonful and tasted it. What should have been a sweet cream cake now tasted exceptionally bitter. Is this the price to be paid? Chapter 18. The Dragon Soars in the Sky, favorable for the great. 2024 new edition. The stage lights shone from behind, drawing the gaze of all guests toward the departing figure of the young man. Sumu pushed open the heavy door and strode away in front of the southern family's guards. It was not that they wished to stop him, but they had already caught sight of the princess of the Xia family, her dazzling golden eyes. Fu Ningning turned around in surprise at the lights on stage, inwardly marveling at the lighting designer's talent for entertainment, managing to cast the spotlight on the troublemaker. Tonight's comedic sidekick was suddenly elevated to the focal point. With a final glance at Mu Qianning, Fu Ningning's eyes sparkled with derision as she disdainfully exited the banquet hall. Her laughter was not directed at Mu Qianning's betrayal, but rather at her pitiable judgment. "Sumu, wait for me." Xia Mo hurriedly caught up, grasping his hand. "Slow down. We're in dresses, it's inconvenient." Although her own attire was merely a simple dress, Princess Ning was burdened with a complex evening gown that required her to lift the hem to walk. Sumu halted, turning back with an expressionless gaze, contemplating the scenes that had just unfolded in the hall. He had witnessed his childhood sweetheart being abruptly wooed by a stranger, kneeling in a proposal. Taking a deep breath, he felt a pang of anguish, inadvertently tightening his grip on Xia Mo's hand. "That hurts." The sudden strength startled even Xia Mo. Realizing why he could slay the bloodline heirs without utilizing his powers, Such monstrous physical strength was indeed terrifying. I'm sorry. Congratulations, you've stirred up a great mess. Xia Mo withdrew her hand, rubbing it while playfully announcing the impending trouble, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that so? I feel I haven't done anything out of line. Sumu believed he had exercised enough restraint, honoring his promise to you by refraining from murder. Of course, Fu Ningning was the southern family's meticulously selected good wife. Xia Mo strolled along the banks of Beihai Lake, stating, "The southern family is an ancient noble lineage. Your actions tonight may not seem significant in common circles, but to these prideful aristocrats, it's akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces." All the esteemed guests witnessed it, and I wager within 10 minutes. The news will spread like wildfire. That sounds quite serious. Sumu trailed half a step behind her. Fu Ningning, trailing behind and lifting her voluminous skirt, looked bewilderedly at the two ahead. Everything Xia Mo said are my words. Shouldn't it be my turn now? Hey, author, did you mix up the outline? Serious. Very serious. Xia Mo's eyes sparkled with mirth as she continued to amplify the southern family's threat narrative, halting to turn back and ask, "Ningning, don't you think so?" Finally catching up, Fu Ningning replied, "It is indeed quite serious. Although my family is the richest in Jiangnan, we still hold a disadvantage against the aristocracy." Sumu felt a twinge of anxiety, quickly asking, "Will this cause trouble for my mother? She is preparing to establish a branch in the Cloud region." "Not at all." Fu Ningning shook her head. While she may not be well versed in the intricacies of bloodline heirs, as the daughter of Jiangnan's wealthiest, she possessed some understanding of economic matters. She reassured him, the foreign investment represented by General Run and the company group behind her is quite powerful in the northern continent. The Cloud region is currently in a phase of rapid development, requiring substantial investments, with the government placing great importance on quality foreign capital. I learned from my father today that the preparations for her branch are going smoothly, with all procedures proceeding without hindrance. At this point, Fu Ningning glanced at another girl, insinuating, "I wonder who is providing her with support." Xia Mo feigned ignorance regarding Princess Ning's gaze. That's good. Sumu finally felt relieved. Therefore, rather than worrying about General Run, you should be more concerned about your own safety. The southern family is not one to adhere to rules, Fu Ningning kindly warned. For a bloodline heir, it is very easy to eliminate someone. Perhaps you should consider leaving the country for a while? The princess still remained oblivious to her good classmate being a formidable anomaly that even Xia Mo found unsettling. Bloodline heir? Sumu dismissed her concerns. Having dealt with them before, such matters became easier with experience. Don't take it lightly. Fu Ningning urged anxiously. The evening breeze caressed the surface of Beihai Lake, creating gentle ripples. The wind tousled the girl's hair, further discomposing the boy's heart. The three strolled along the seaside promenade, attuning to nature's rhythm. Xia Mo spread her arms wide, embracing the winds of Beihai, stretching languorously like an endearing little white cat. Fu Ningning observed her with envy, reflecting on how much Xia Mo had changed. She had once been burdened with worries, as though carrying a 1,000-pound weight. She had heard whispers of the Xia family's ancient, mysterious, and powerful history, which was now slowly withering. The family's greatest issue was its dwindling numbers, lacking the essence of a grand lineage. What had enabled her to shed her burdens? Fu Ningning's gaze inadvertently shifted to Sumu, suddenly realizing that her classmate seemed unaffected by the bloodline heir situation, as if he had heard tales of it before. Could it be that he too? Lost in her thoughts, Xia Mo turned back to Sumu, her bright eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Was she experiencing infatuation? Fu Ningning's heart skipped a beat, realizing another rival had emerged. "Do you know why it was Fu Ningning?" Xia Mo inquired. Sumu shook his head. "I believe someone must have already provided you with an overview of the bloodline heir situation." Sumu shook his head again. Aware that he was currently in a state of amnesia, unable to recall the training from X-Space. Yet, upon seeing Xia Mo's teasing gaze, he ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. "An imperial envoy?" She pressed. "Indeed." Sumu chose not to conceal any further. It was futile to do so. Given her status, she could easily ascertain the truth. Moreover, that night, he had been taken away by X-Space right before her eyes. "I'm glad you chose honesty over deception." I, too, have thoroughly investigated you after returning that day. Xia Mo had not been idle at home. After her visit to Sumu's gravestone, she had instructed people to gather information, gradually uncovering the boy's past. The contents of the documents weighed heavily on her heart. The gravestone was not a mere whim, but the culmination of his 18 years of tragic existence. Rather than a scripted lament, Xia Mo yearned to understand the driving force that sustained his enduring kindness amidst adversity. Placing such a tragic narrative upon any powerful bloodline heir would ultimately yield only malevolent blossoms and fruits. Fu Ningning glanced back and forth between the girl and the boy, utterly perplexed. What riddle were they playing? Who had provided the overview? Who was the imperial envoy? Which day had they returned from? Was it that rainy night? Or had they encountered one another again later? Her unease intensified. And you? Is it still next time for sure? Sumu asked. Aha! Xia Mo hadn't expected the spotlight to turn on her, hastily shifting the topic. Let me tell you why it was Mu Qianning. Very well. Sumu did not press her further. It is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I fear that I might frighten you. I shall wait for the opportune moment to reveal more. Xia Mo expressed her helplessness. The power of the lineage is bound by blood. Yet throughout the annals of history concerning the bloodline descendants, there has occurred a momentous event known as the Great Decline. This Great Decline has irrevocably altered the era when the lineage was prevalent, and during this decline, the blood descendants suffered violent persecution at the hands of the common blood. You must have heard of this incident. In our textbooks, it is depicted by the common blood as the Black Death, rather than a mere illness. The Black Death resembles a curse of blood, predominantly spreading among the blood descendants. Once afflicted by this power, decline ensues rapidly, leading to death shortly thereafter, with the severity of the affliction increasing with the purity of one's bloodline. This curse began in 1348 in the continent of Inder and swept across the globe, reaching Cayenne by 1633, resulting in a state where humans and specters intermingle, and no one dares to venture out at dusk. The purges following the Great Decline are also known in historical texts as the witch hunts. Both the Black Death and the witch hunts are but facades, mere acts of embellishment by the common blood following their usurpation of power. The underlying essence is the extreme oppression of the common blood by the blood descendants, culminating in a retaliatory backlash. In addition to class oppression, there exists an internal conflict between the ruling blood descendants and the common blood. This is why the first clause of the Sequence Covenant states, "Do not abuse power to indiscriminately slaughter the common blood." After the Great Decline, the probability of the common blood giving rise to blood descendants has diminished significantly, particularly in recent years. During the propagation of the older blood descendants, their lineage gradually thins, and their powers wane accordingly. Addressing the issue of lineage inheritance has become a pressing reality that every blood descendant family must confront. Currently, there are three potential solutions to this predicament. The first is to slay a deity, though this is evidently improbable. Aside from the question of whether one can actually slay a god, in most cases, they are simply unattainable. The second is to forcibly enhance one's lineage through forbidden substances, which is equally perilous. For those of lower lineage, it may be manageable, but for those of higher lineage, especially the blue bloods, it is tantamount to self-destruction. The third, and indeed the only safe and feasible path, is through intermarriage. The powerful blood descendants can ensure the continuation of their lineage through matrimony. However, the curse of the Great Decline persists, such that each pair of blood descendants can only bear one child of the sequence, with the remainder being common blood. The likelihood of a child born of a blood descendant and a common blood inheriting the lineage is minuscule, and the purity of the bloodline diminishes. Consequently, a novel method of inheritance has been conceived, the perfect vessel. The perfect vessel can fully transmit the father's lineage, allowing for the possibility of 2, or even 3, births. Furthermore, during the gestation process, the perfect vessel can be nourished with forbidden substances to fortify, optimize, or even enhance the child's lineage. The cost, however, is that after giving birth to the first child, each subsequent birth poses a risk of death, as the child will emerge from the mother's womb upon maturation. Fu Ningning shuddered at this revelation, Realizing the tragic choice made by Mu Qianning was far more sorrowful than she had imagined. Xia Mo's expression turned solemn as she remarked, Mu Qianning is merely a perfect vessel. Now do you comprehend how she has ascended to such heights, becoming the golden phoenix of the Nan family? Then she is in grave danger, Sumu stated. Do you think she is unaware? Xia Mo replied. The Nan family has promised her a life of luxury and power. After her first birth, she is expected to bear a second child around the age of 40. That will mark the end of her life. She is currently 19 years old, and apart from the year of her first child, she has 20 years of earthly splendor to relish. Xia Mo paused, her gaze drifting towards the brightly lit Shanghai mansion, and continued, otherwise, do you believe that with the Lin family's current debts, they could possibly move into the #1 courtyard? Thus, it is futile to linger in yearning. This is a stark transaction. You lack sufficient bargaining chips to provide Mu Qianning with the wealth and power she desires. You was correct. This is indeed a transaction. Sumu leaned against the railing of the promenade, his eyes fixated on the distant mansion, recalling Qi Ming's words, and after a considerable pause, he withdrew his longing gaze. I understand now. This is her choice. I may not comprehend it, but I shall respect it. Xia Mo and Fu Ningning exchanged a knowing smile, akin to triumphant generals. Despite their status as adversaries, they remained resolute allies until Mu Qianning, this radiant moonlight, was no longer a threat. Let us proceed. Xia Mo grasped Sumu's hand. Dashing along the seaside promenade, Fu Ningning followed behind, lifting her skirt, cursing under her breath. Damn this skirt. It must be replaced. Where to? I am hungry. Summer has arrived. Let us indulge in some barbecue. Sister will treat you. You are clearly younger than I am. You are the little sister. I am the elder brother. Yes, elder brother. Barbecue paired with juice. Shouldn't it be paired with beer? What kind of divine cuisine is juice? Oh, I recall now. They are both minors, and minors are prohibited from drinking. Oh, wait. Ningning is indeed still a few months shy? But Xia Mo has already reached adulthood and can drink. Add more chili and less salt. I cannot tolerate salty food. Suddenly, a drunkard appeared at the corner of Jiangzhou, with Xia Mo wobbling along, clutching a beer bottle, while someone ahead was howling in despair. Yet, the bottle did not belong to her. It was Sumu's. Is she drinking juice and getting drunk? Fu Ningning had already changed her clothes in the car, walking beside Sumu, her face a mask of confusion as she observed the inebriated Xia Mo. The wine does not intoxicate, but rather, one becomes intoxicated by their burdens. She is not drunk. Rather, she is overwhelmed by stress, using drunkenness as a means of release. Stress? Indeed, she is under considerable pressure. Sumu took out his phone. It was already 11 at night. And they had unwittingly spent 2 hours indulging in barbecue, though most of that time they had merely watched each other eat. Your phone, Fu Ningning pointed at the black translucent moonlight goddess in his hand, glancing at Xia Mo. Why does it look exactly like hers? Oh, this was a gift from my mother, the same model as Xia Mo's. It's getting late. Wandering around at this hour would make one appear like a street vagabond. Sumu stepped forward and snatched the beer bottle from Xia Mo's hand, casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Stop fooling around. It's time to go home. Absolutely not. Xia Mo vehemently protested. After finally escaping, how could she simply return? Moreover, your matters remain unresolved. Sumu, puzzled, asked, what matters do I have? The roar of engines shattered the tranquility of Jiangzhou's night. A procession of black Audis halted at the roadside, their doors swinging open as 8 figures clad in black suits emerged. Oh, you still couldn't contain yourselves. Xia Mo smiled, for she had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Nan Fong Tian and Nan Zichu, the father-son duo, were notoriously vengeful. They would not let the banquet incident slide, likely biding their time to retaliate until she and Fu Ningning returned home. The leader of the black-clad men approached, respectfully nodding to the 2 girls. Miss Xia, Miss Fu, good evening. We mean no offense. It is merely that Miss Mu has been quite eager to see Mr. Sumu, and has specially dispatched us to invite him to her home for tea and reminiscence. We hope the 2 young ladies can facilitate this. I thought that upon seeing I had not departed, Nan Fong Tian and Nan Zichu would wait until tomorrow to act. but it appears they remain as petty as ever. Xia Mo scoffed without holding back. The leader of the black suits appeared troubled, aware that he could not provoke the adversaries, yet he was compelled to carry out his orders. Noticing Fu Ningning taking out her phone, he gently cautioned, "Miss Fu, the enforcement hall would take at least 3 hours to arrive here, and the Fu family's estate is at least half an hour away. The Southeast Bureau of X Space has equally important tasks tonight." Fu Ningning sneered. "Then I shall call Nan Zichu and see if he dares to invite Sumu for tea in my presence." The leader in the black suit appeared quite distressed. Having not anticipated the unwavering stance of the two young ladies, he immediately lowered his tone, saying, "Ladies, the Nan family has no intention of making enemies with either of your families. We merely wish to discuss some matters with Mr. Su. I hope you will not make things difficult for me." Standing protectively in front of Sumu, Fu Ningning declared, "Then take me along." The black-suited leader turned his gaze to Sumu, his tone laced with sarcasm and disdain as he arrogantly remarked, "Mr. Su, surely you do not intend to remain hidden behind these two ladies?" A tiresome provocation. Sumu contemplated delivering a swift response, but Xia Mo restrained him. A smile playing on her lips as she proposed, "I have a suggestion. What do you say? You eight shall engage in a one-on-one will battle. If you can defeat Sumu, I, Xia Mo, shall refrain from intervening. How does that sound?" Mischief sparkled in her eyes. Fu Ningning turned in surprise to look at Xia Mo, who merely winked at her. The black-suited leader found this suggestion fitting. Surely, their eight could not possibly fail against a mere child. However, he lacked the authority to make such decisions. He would consult Nan Zichu, who was seated in the car. Xia Mo mercilessly pointed out the individual concealed behind the tinted glass, Nan Zichu. The car window slowly descended, revealing Nan Zichu's impassive expression as he regarded Xia Mo. "Agree to her," he stated. "Yes." Xia Mo gently adjusted Sumu's collar and leaned close to whisper, "Be gentle, don't kill him, or we'll have a problem." "Understood." The black-suited leader gestured to one of his subordinates, "You go." The man stepped forward, brandishing an iron rod, and mockingly said, "I apologize." As the enemy advanced, Sumu remained unyielding, perceiving their movements as sluggish. In an instant, as the rod swung down, he effortlessly sidestepped. Simultaneously, he seized the enemy's hand wielding the rod and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as the iron rod fell from his grip. With a swift kick, he sent the subordinate flying, concluding the skirmish in a heartbeat. Sumu executed his actions with fluidity and precision, astonishing everyone present. Save for Xia Mo. The realization struck them. This boy was a trained fighter. Nan Zichu, observing Xia Mo's amused expression, finally understood the source of her confidence. The swiftness of Sumu's attack was extraordinary. Could he be a protege of the Xia family? As he recalled Xia Mo's affectionate demeanor at the banquet, a new layer of concern settled in Nan Zichu's mind. Armed with the rod, Sumu turned to the remaining 7 adversaries. "Come at me together." The subordinates glanced at their leader, who slowly nodded in agreement, and 6 of them charged forward. Sumu sprang into action, wielding the black rod like a sharp blade, darting among the 6 with remarkable speed. In mere moments, he had incapacitated them all, their cries of agony filling the air as they lay in pain upon the ground. "Are you a protege?" The leader finally sensed something amiss. Sumu flexed his wrist, recalling the identification report, and replied, "No. Whether you are or not, we'll find out." The leader conjured a fiery arcane blade, casting a glance at Xia Mo, whose eyes sparkled with mischievous delight. She seemed entirely confident, convinced that he must indeed be a powerful protege of significant caliber. Red blood D-class, flame sequence, 6-48, unknown fire. The voice of you resonated slowly in the boy's mind. The leader swung his blade, and flames transformed into monstrous creatures with bared fangs, reminiscent of the mythological beasts from the crane legend. Fire was the sequence Sumu feared least. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he raised his hand and calmly issued his command. "You have no power here." A burst of golden light radiated from him, and under his command, the flames and monsters vanished without a trace. In astonishment, the leader found Sumu had already appeared behind him. "Is this all your strength? You truly disappoint me." He struck the man's neck with the rod, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Nan Zichu gazed in shock at the boy's retreating figure. Not only him, but even Xia Mo, who had anticipated this outcome, was equally astounded, waves of turmoil crashing within her. Among them, Fu Ningning felt the deepest despair. Her mouth agape as she observed Sumu and Xia Mo, the golden light representing the sequence's authority. She felt a pang of regret. She realized her heavily invested stocks had plummeted. This was no mere market correction. Sumu's stock was skyrocketing, as if it had been seized by the authorities. Fu Ningning was unwilling to accept that her investment in Sumu over the past 3 years would be snatched away by Xia Mo. Am I not a prodigy? Would he look down upon me? The young girl's spirits plummeted, caught in a whirl of anxiety. Nan Zichu wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. His concern did not lie in whether Sumu was a prodigy, but rather that their adversary might be a super prodigy of the authority sequence. Sumu turned back towards the Audi car, asking, "Do you wish to continue?" Inside the black Audi, Nan Zichu's expression fluctuated as he recognized he had provoked a formidable prodigy, realizing his subordinate had been instantly dispatched. While swiftly eliminating a red blood D-class was not difficult, he could do it himself. However, the fact that Sumu had not even ignited his golden eye, coupled with the immense power of the Xia family behind him, posed a significant threat. If he did not eradicate this source of turmoil, it could lead to catastrophic consequences in the future. He placed his hand on the door handle. Nan Zichu, you remain the same. Your promises are as empty as the wind. Xia Mo foresaw this moment entirely. Xia Mo, I apologize. Nan Zichu exited the vehicle. As powerful prodigy after powerful prodigy from the remaining Audis joined the fray. You know, I have a fondness for Qianqian, and I shall not allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. Xia Mo commented, a feeble excuse. Ningning, get in the car, we must leave. But Fu Ningning was reluctant to depart so easily. Sumu waved at the driver from the Fu family in the distance, glancing at the table. Let us go. Do not worry, I will be fine. He leaned closer to the girl's ear and whispered, I've already dealt with several like them. The young princess's heart shuddered. Despite her reluctance, she understood her presence would only hinder rather than help. It was better to leave swiftly and seek assistance. After the Fu family's Rolls-Royce departed, Nan Zichu asked once more, Xia Mo, you truly will not leave? What do you think? Understanding her response, Nan Zichu sighed heavily, I apologize. He looked at his surroundings and commanded, I will hold off Xia Mo. You all take them away. Yes. Nan Zichu ignited his golden eye, unleashing the powerful authority sequence, which spread outward. Behind him, several formidable blue bloods ignited their golden eyes as they advanced toward Sumu step by step. Are you afraid? Xia Mo asked with a smile. Sumu twirled the iron rod, displaying indifference as he replied, Not at all. That's good. Xia Mo ignited her golden eye, a chilling wave sweeping through the vicinity as an ice blade manifested in her palm. Attack! Nan Zichu commanded, just as both sides prepared to engage. An authoritative voice echoed from the shadows. Youngsters. Nan Zichu turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. He had ensured the area was clear, and no one should be present at this hour. Staying out late and brawling isn't what good children do. A figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority that surged like a tidal wave. Nan Zichu felt a heavy blow to his chest, his heart racing in alarm. With a sudden thud, a guard from the Nan family fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. One by one, the next, the third, and the fourth approached, collapsing under an unseen force. As the shadowy figures emerged into the glow of the Audi's headlights, the most trusted blue-blooded relatives of the Nan family met a similar fate, choking on their own blood, succumbing to the ground. Nan Zichu was paralyzed with terror, gasping for breath in sheer panic. Throughout the ordeal, he had failed to notice the opponent igniting the golden eyes. The mere aura was sufficient to obliterate everything in its path. Dear brothers of the Nan family, could you not spare my disciple? Under the headlights, the elusive shadow revealed itself. A middle-aged man clad in a pink shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops, brandishing a bottle of beer. What an intimidating presence he exuded. Xia Mo's heart raced violently as, in her peripheral vision, She beheld the Audi of the Nan family being crushed by the man's overwhelming aura, creating a massive dent. What is wrong with you? She suddenly noticed Sumu trembling, seemingly petrified by the man's aura. Yet, was he not the disciple the man referred to? As the middle-aged man strode past Nan Zichu, the young leader of the Nan family could not escape the cruel hand of fate. Blood erupted from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground like a mere insect. You Sumu gasped, his face quivering, his jaw clenched tight. Why Sumu? Xia Mo reached out, desperate to protect him. Why did you come back now? At last, the trembling form of Sumu crumbled, plunging into the embrace of the middle-aged man, unabashedly weeping. The boy's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the night sky of Jiangzhou. It became clear. Xia Mo observed the boy weeping in his teacher's arms, listening as he poured out his grievances, a smile of relief gracing her features. He was not a soulless machine, nor an ascetic detached from the world, nor a sage disillusioned with life. He was simply an ordinary boy, capable of breaking down, feeling wronged, crying, and laughing, a vibrant human being, unmasking, shedding pretense, and releasing all that he held within. Chapter 19. A Fateful Encounter with Sumu, 2024 New Edition, June 15, 2005, Wednesday. Weather, clear. In the outskirts, Qingxi residence is said to be the finest resort in Jiangzhou. The morning sun, imbued with a crisp chill, gently nudges Xia Mo from her slumber amidst the melodious chirping of birds. The girl slowly rises, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a touch of disorientation. A small bluebird flutters to the window, incessantly calling out to the languid girl, as if urging her to awaken, lest she miss the morning's first delectable insects. Xia Mo waves her hand dismissively at the bird, signaling that she is awake and no longer requires prodding. The morning's coolness envelopes her as she curls deeper under her blanket, needing a little more time to fully awaken. Moments tick by, and after a yawn and a satisfying stretch, she rubs her slightly foggy mind, allowing fragmented memories to gradually surface beneath the sunlight. Recalling the promise her sister made during the holiday to take her on a trip as a reward for enduring the rigors of college entrance examinations, she realizes that this underachieving university student simply chose a local resort, dragging her in, only to succumb to slothful idleness. She even had the audacity to call it self-cultivation. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Xia Mo gazes at her sister sprawled across the bed, her limbs in disarray, and shakes her head in disappointment. The once bright hopes she harbored for university life have evaporated in an instant. How could her sister, who was once a diligent and exemplary student, have succumbed to such a dismal existence? Gently nudging her sister, who merely grunts and rolls over, exposing her long, fair legs, Xia Mo feels a pang of frustration. With a bottle of Voss in hand, she strides toward the balcony, glancing at her phone, 7:45. Despite last night's revelry, her well-established biological clock has roused her punctually. After only 3 or 4 hours of sleep, she feels exhausted. Perhaps this is what is termed the after-effects of the college entrance examination. Although she now possesses ample time to pursue her desires, nothing seems to ignite her interest. Reading? That is out of the question. Playing games? Without the thrill of sneaking around and skipping classes, they lack soul. Clad in a white shirt, revealing her long, fair legs, Xia Mo settles into a wooden swing chair on the balcony. The cold metal sends a shiver down her spine, instantly awakening her senses and erasing her fatigue. Her stomach growls in protest, signaling that it is time for breakfast after the first morning class. Returning to her room, she glances at her sister, still lost in dreams. Wearing a rather mischievous grin, shaking her head, Xia Mo picks up the phone to order an electric shuttle, then heads to the bathroom to freshen up. Warm water cascades over her fair skin, and steam envelopes the bathroom mirror, coalescing into a soft mist. As her weariness dissipates, a beautiful day awaits. Contemplating where to venture later, she wraps herself in a large towel and steps out of the bathroom. Oh wow, her sister, now awake, admires Xia Mo's figure and teases. Mo, you've grown up. The double entendre of university student hangs in the air. Xia Mo shoots her sister an annoyed glare, responding sharply, get up. We're going for breakfast. Huh. Her sister bites her finger, her eyes sparkling with mischief, pondering Xia Mo's words. Breakfast? What is that? Xia Mo? Her sister suddenly realizes and playfully winks. Mo. The first rule of being a university student. Skip breakfast. She shrugs, citing her inability to rise. Xia Mo turns back to the bathroom. Don't go. Listen to me. Her sister calls out. Where are you going? To dry my hair. After drying her hair and changing clothes, Xia Mo glances at her sister, who resembles a limp rag on the bed, and confirms once more, Are you really not coming? Not going. It's already 8:20. If we wait a bit longer, we can go straight to lunch. Her sister buries her head under the covers, pretending not to see. She must be hopeless. Glancing out the window, she sees the little white car waiting patiently. Xia Mo slips on her shoes and opens the door. Bring me a tea egg and 2 tofu buns. Love you. Comes her sister's voice from behind. The first rule of university life. Dad, bring me food. Xia Mo takes a deep breath to suppress her frustration. Ah, siblings. As the little white car glides along the verdant asphalt road, Xia Mo points to a rectangular clearing in the center of the river and inquires, What is that? In the center of the clearing, 2 helmeted figures are bowing to each other. The driver looks in the direction of her gaze and explains, That is an outdoor kendo arena. Kendo? Intrigued, Xia Mo observes the 2 individuals wielding bamboo swords. Stop here, master. On the riverbank, the kendo practitioners bow respectfully before swiftly retreating, wary of an ambush. After a series of feigned attacks, they engage in earnest combat. The crisp sound of strikes echoes through the trees. The instructor steps forward with his right foot, deviating from his intended position by 2 centimeters. The student seizes the moment and lunges forward, but the instructor raises his sword to block. The tremendous force sends a tremor through his thigh muscles, leaving him momentarily unsteady. Seeing the opening, the student pivots for a horizontal strike. The power behind this blow even more forceful than the last. Realizing he cannot withstand it head-on without losing the opportunity to counter, the instructor quickly sidesteps. The student's sword grazes the mask of the instructor, the rush of wind stirring the sweat on his face. That was close. But it is this very slight margin that allows the instructor to find a gap for a counterattack. As the student's momentum begins to wane, he thrusts forward, targeting the student's left arm. Xia Mo, watching from the sidelines, grips her now mangled room key tightly. The driver gently cautions, Miss, if you break it, you'll have to compensate, 50 for 1. How outrageous. Xia Mo glances at the driver, noting that a bowl of vegetable noodles from a roadside stall costs only 2. Why should a damaged card cost 50? In the arena, the student remains composed, calculating the angle and force of the instructor's unexpected thrust. With a deft motion, the student retrieves the bamboo sword, positioning it against his right arm to deflect the instructor's blow. Simultaneously, he angles his arm upwards, causing the instructor's sword to glide uncontrollably above him. Advancing with a bow stance, the student swings forward, but the instructor leaps into the air, leveraging the student's sword to propel himself over. The student's attack misses, and the instructor gracefully creates distance. In the first round, it ended in a draw. Xia Mo reflected on the exchange of sword techniques between the 2, understanding that while the untrained observed the spectacle, those with knowledge discerned the subtleties. Who were these 2? The teacher took a deep breath, turned, and resumed his stance against the student. The student, bewildered, watched as the teacher soared overhead. Swordplay? He confirmed. The teacher nodded. Indeed. Swordplay. The student, feeling both anxious and earnest, thought to himself, You're still young. Your muscles have yet to reach their peak. Such a leap in skill is only a matter of time for you. Whether he believed it or not, the student simply uttered, Oh, while internally resolving, all right. So this is how you want to play it. He advanced a step, and with a swift motion, his bamboo sword was already aimed at the teacher's face. The teacher leaned back, bracing himself with his sword, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick towards the student's back. Yet, the student leapt effortlessly, flipping backward to evade the kick, and then slashed downwards. Caught off guard, the teacher rolled aside just in time. Swordplay? He inquired, rising to his feet. The student nodded earnestly. Swordplay. Internally, the teacher felt a surge of frustration, taking a deep breath to compose himself. Was it not to be expected? At this rate, once his bloodline awakened, who knows what kind of monster he would become? Again, the teacher declared. The sparring grew increasingly intense. The sound of bamboo, swords clashing resonating sharply in the tranquil morning air. The combat lasted a mere 3 minutes, culminating in the student's sword striking the teacher's lower back, shattering the resilient bamboo into fragments under the force of his blow. The teacher let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face beneath the helmet turning a sickly green. Xia Mo, hearing this, also turned pale, instinctively clutching her own lower back and gasping in pain. Just hearing it was enough to hurt. The student bowed to the teacher, acknowledging his defeat. The teacher, still supporting his aching back, forced himself to stand upright, waving his hand to indicate he was unhurt, even claiming he could fight another 300 rounds. It has been half a year, and your swordsmanship has not only improved but has shed the hesitation and timidity of the past, becoming decisively lethal. Have you taken a life? The student walked to the resting area, removed his helmet, and under the morning sun, his youthful profile radiated a divine glow, his right hand holding a water bottle adorned with a sapphire bracelet. Xia Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sumu. How could it be Sumu again? Just a few days had passed, and once more, she encountered him? It seemed she was fated to cross paths with Sumu lately. Where have you been? I've nearly starved. The sister looked at her younger sibling with a pitiful expression, akin to a young cub awaiting its mother's return from the hunt. There were 2 individuals competing in swordsmanship by the riverbank, and I watched for a bit, Xia Mo said as she slipped into her slippers and placed breakfast on the table. The sister leisurely sipped from a bottle of Voss, her cherry-pink lips drawing out a glistening thread from the transparent bottle. 2 men, fencing. The girl abruptly sprang from her bed, her eyes wide as saucers, the headache from last night's revelry dissipating instantly. She asked dreamily, what did they look like? How old were they? The sister leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked the most pressing question. Were they handsome? Xia Mo unconsciously recalled the boy standing in the golden dawn, the one who could slay a foe with every 10 steps in the snow, the one who warmed her in the small cabin with his very presence. Handsome, very handsome, she replied. Under her sister's scrutinizing gaze, she clarified, what I mean is, a fresh high school graduate and a middle-aged man could both be considered handsome. The sister, without a moment's hesitation, dashed to the balcony, her long, fair legs propelling her forward as she leaned over the railing. Where are they? Where are they? Her eyes scanned the riverbank, swiftly locking onto her target. Sumu's electric shuttle glided by their villa, and the sister's gaze fixated on him, her mouth watering at the sight. A little puppy, just her type. Haven't I seen him before? She mused, watching the little puppy's retreating figure, trying to shake off the fog of her inebriation. He's in my class next door. Xia Mo carefully chose her words, striving to appear inconspicuous as she watched the electric shuttle depart. His name is Sumu. Sumu? The sister gasped, her mouth agape. Is he the one who accelerated through middle school, achieving the top score in the Jiangzhou entrance exam, only to later falter? Yes, Xia Mo said, lowering her head, lost in thought. When she looked up, she found her sister staring at her with an intense, predatory gleam in her eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf. What are you planning? Xia Mo stepped back, feeling a pang of fear. Do you have his contact information? Her sister pressed. Chapter 20. The Crossroads of Destiny, 2024 New Edition. Ding dong, ding dong. Here they come. The teacher opened the door to find a charming young lady with bright eyes and a playful smile standing before him. Dressed in a white cap, a white t-shirt, and a white short skirt, he casually leaned against the doorframe and struck what he thought was a suave pose, inquiring, Excuse me, beautiful, whom are you looking for? Hello. Sir, my name is Xia Chun. May I ask if Sumu is here? Xia Chun's lively eyes darted around the room, searching for her quarry. Big uncle. He touched the stubble on his chin, startled to realize he looked so old. This wouldn't do. He needed to return home and spruce up his appearance. Xiaomu, someone is looking for you, the teacher called out. Who? Sumu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, drying his damp hair. Wow. Xia Chun gasped at the sight of the young man's upper body, his gradually perfect physique and muscular definition clearly visible before her. She covered her mouth in awe, as if admiring a Michelangelo sculpture. Hey, I almost forgot to mention, she's a beauty, the teacher teased, sipping his tea leisurely. Sumu's face flushed as he swiftly retreated to the bathroom, muttering, "What an unashamed fellow." The teacher, reveling in his own amusement, remarked to Xia, "My student is quite remarkable in many respects, except for his embarrassment. He easily blushes." Xia was utterly thrilled. "Yes, indeed, that's wonderful." Dressed in a bathrobe, Sumu emerged, blushing. "May I ask who you are?" He gazed at Xia, who appeared infatuated, and realized she resembled his sister, Xia Mo. "I'm Xia." She smiled, "And Xia Mo is my younger sister." At that moment, a nerve within Sumu was gently plucked. He suddenly recalled that since that rainy night, he had consistently encountered Xia Mo whenever he ventured outside. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths yet again. Xia Mo stepped out from behind her sister and greeted Sumu, nodding respectfully at the teacher in the living room. The sisters stood in striking contrast, one vibrant and lively, the other quiet and aloof. The elder sister resembled the younger, while the younger appeared more mature. "You too?" Xia glanced between her sister and Sumu, questioning, "You seem quite familiar with each other?" "We're classmates. Of course we're familiar," Xia Mo replied, recalling their shared experiences of late. Feeling they were no longer just acquaintances, but almost inseparable. "Aren't you neighbors?" Xia countered. Sumu observed the two sisters, noting their stark differences, one seemingly suffering from social anxiety, while the other exuded social prowess. "Is there something you need from me?" he asked Xia Mo. She deflected, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, just passing by." Yet Xia, with a bright smile, retrieved a tennis racket from behind her, exclaiming, "Su, shall we play tennis together?" Su. Xia Mo flinched at the affectionate nickname, realizing she had never called him that. "Ah." Sumu looked at Xia Mo, his eyes silently asking, "Is this your sister? Why is she so bold?" With an expression of resignation, Xia Mo replied, "She's always been this bold. But I don't know how to play tennis," Sumu confessed, feeling a hint of dread. The girl seized the opportunity, saying, "That's perfect. I can teach you step by step." Sumu glanced at his teacher, who nodded knowingly. "Ahem, I apologize, but I have training to attend to." The teacher began, but then dramatically flopped onto the couch, mumbling to himself, "I can't believe I'm already tired after just a few sword swings. Xiaomu, if you have nothing else to do, perhaps take a stroll. I need a nap." Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally saw his teacher's true disposition. "Hey, go change. We'll wait for you outside," Xia said, dragging her sister away before Sumu could muster any objections. "Did I agree to this?" Sumu stood frozen. "Oh, come on. A girl is making an effort to invite you out. Why be so reserved?" As soon as the girls left, the teacher perked up, returning to his desk to open his notebook. "I have a video conference. You should spend some time with the Xia sisters and strengthen your bond," he suggested. With a sigh, Sumu resigned himself to the situation. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that he was stepping into an unfathomable pit. Xia Mo felt vexed. Ever since she had parted ways with her textbooks, she had never felt this way. Her sister was chattering away, already attempting to analyze Sumu's birth chart. Earth element, calm and cautious personality, generous and considerate. However, in matters of love, indecisive and easily troubled by emotions. Scorpio, outwardly aloof, yet passionately yearning for recognition, pretending to be aloof while secretly craving acceptance. Sensitive and astute, diligent in learning, serious and devoted in love, yet capable of exacting revenge on those who have wronged them. Sumu found Xia Mo's sister to be somewhat of a fortune-teller, suitable for peddling prophecies on the street, likely to mislead customers with her predictions. He looked pleadingly at Xia Mo, who had no means to stop her sister, opting to gaze at the scenery instead, hoping to quell her irritation. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring my tarot cards. Otherwise, I could give you a reading," Xia lamented on the electric shuttle bus. Sumu quickly interjected, all right, you've made enough predictions. Let's just play tennis." "Sure, let's." She cheered. The morning sun shone brightly, and the air in the countryside was far fresher than in the city. As the electric shuttle bus slowly came to a stop, Xia eagerly began her warm-up routine. "What brings you two here?" Sumu inquired. She said she brought me here for a vacation. Xia Mo shrugged. Sumu looked between Xia Mo and Xia Chun, stating, honestly, I think you resemble the elder sister more. She looks like the younger one. Xia Mo felt equally perplexed. You mentioned that two half-bloods can only produce one offspring with half-blood traits, so. Sighing, she continued, my sister, she is of pure blood. Let's not dwell on that. By the way, I noticed you haven't been working at the CAF lately. Sumu explained, I only work on weekends. And I need to practice swordsmanship on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Doesn't that mean your salary is quite low, yet you still work part-time? Xia Mo teased. It's not low. I earn $3,000 a month, working only 8 days. How can I complain? That's quite generous. Your boss must be very kind. I hope it's not a female boss. Indeed. Ah, that's intriguing. A handsome face still holds value in society. How old is she? Is she attractive? Xia Mo teased further. I'd guess around 26 or 27. She's quite lovely and very feminine, Sumu recalled. Xia Mo's curiosity piqued. Could she be interested in you? A child groom? Don't be ridiculous. She's nearly 10 years older than me. Xia Mo continued her playful banter. A woman 3 years older than you brings fortune. A woman 30 years older brings power. A woman 300 years older brings elixirs. A woman 3,000 years older ascends to immortality. Stop talking nonsense. Ah, help. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. Xia Chun observed silently, realizing that something was indeed amiss. She knew her sister well. She always wore a cold mask, seeming to push others away. Yet now, she was playfully interacting with a boy, laughing joyfully. I knew it was imperative to pull her over. The teacher connected to the internal network of the X-Space atrium, as per the method provided by the other party. The meeting participant had already been waiting at the desk for quite some time. Have you waited long? No, not at all. Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority of the X-Space atrium, displayed a demeanor as respectful as a primary school student in the presence of the teacher, devoid of any semblance of arrogance that might accompany his esteemed position. What brings you here? The professor, I sincerely hope you can understand my position. Sumu's parents are senior officials at X-Space, and you may have heard about the events of that time. So I hope he can return to X-Space and reclaim his parents' authority. Zhou Hai spoke with utmost sincerity. You are also aware that my mentor, Mr. Su Yuan, is a distinguished scholar. I wish for him to start from Jiangzhou, allowing him to accompany his adoptive mother while simultaneously stepping into the position once held by his mother. Ms. Liang Yao, from the Southeast Bureau to the General Bureau of 10 Directions, and ultimately to the Atrium headquarters, he could ascend to my former role. The teacher appeared unfazed and inquired, can you ensure his position in the hands of the highest authority? Zhou Hai responded affirmatively, yes. I have already reached an agreement with one of the 3 highest authorities, while another remains neutral. Now, only one remains, whose power does not reside in the atrium. I believe there will be no significant issues. Oh, a smile graced the teacher's lips. An agreement? How was it achieved? Did you not conduct a lineage test for Young Mo? What were the results? Zhou Hai, pulling a report from the desk, turned to the final conclusion and stated, Fire sequence, Blue Blood A, a top-tier sequence with an unparalleled lineage. Coupled with your swordsmanship, his future is boundless. You are aware of its boundlessness. The teacher's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference. X-Space is unsuitable for him. Growing under the watchful eyes of adversaries poses too great a risk, one I cannot permit. The Academy would be a more fitting environment for him, even if he seeks to reclaim what is rightfully his. He can certainly wait until after graduation to join the X-Space atrium. I see no issue with that, Zhou Hai disagreed, if he is an external employee. It is fundamentally impossible to ascend to a high position. This is an unwritten rule within X-Space. Only insiders can be promoted to the national management level. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, nothing is impossible, the teacher asserted, firmly standing by his beliefs. Professor. Chapter 21. Xia Mo's Confession, 2024 New Edition. Exhausted from playing tennis, Sumu reclined on the verdant grass, gazing at the drifting white clouds against the azure sky. To his left lay Xia Mo, and to his right, Xia Chun, creating an ambience that felt like a surreal dream. Xia Chun, utterly fatigued, curled into a ball and drifted into a deep slumber. I heard from Qi Ming that the relationship between the aristocracy and X space is rather tenuous. Sumu's voice broke the tranquil silence, voicing his inner perplexity. Xia Mo did not respond directly. Instead, she inquired, "Have you joined X space? Does it matter to you whether I have or not?" He asked. "To me, it is inconsequential. I trust you regardless. However, for the Xia family, it holds significant importance. It seems that your relationship with them is indeed quite strained," Sumu observed. "Far more so than you might imagine," she replied. Turning to look at her profile, Sumu continued, "You mentioned that you had investigated me." "Yes," Xia Mo responded, matching his gaze. "Then do you know who my parents are?" Sumu pressed further. "I could not find information on your father, but your mother, Liang Yao, is the director of the Southeast Bureau of the 10 Directions Defense, a blue-blooded A-class flame sequence." "A-class? I thought Sister Ho said it was A?" "That detail is trivial. It may simply be a discrepancy in information. You see, I am the son of the director of X-Space." "No," Xia Mo corrected him. "You are the son of the director of the 10 Directions Defense, not X-Space." "Is there a distinction?" "Not only is there, but it is also significant. Can you elaborate?" "I am eager to hear." Sumu candidly shared. "The Imperial Envoy initially intended to recommend me to the Bloodline School of X-Space." "Very well, let us begin with the major bloodline forces currently in the nation. The first to mention is the 9 clans of Kaiyun, who exist above the aristocracy." Xia Mo gradually elucidated for Sumu, explaining that the term aristocracy originated from Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian, akin to the early feudal lords. The 9 clans of Kaiyun could be equated with the annals and records of the Grand Historian. They possess the oldest and most complete sequence inheritance, influencing the trajectory of Kaiyun's history in varying degrees, both directly and indirectly. The ruling royal family of Kaiyun today, the Feng family, is one of these 9 clans. Beneath the 9 clans lies the aristocracy. As early as 1898, Kaiyun adopted a constitutional monarchy inspired by the Indoor Empire, establishing a parliament. Although the Indoor Empire has since fragmented into 2 nations, its legacy is undeniable. Despite being a constitutional monarchy, this top-down reform was not thorough, as the Ming Emperor retained substantial power. In a broader sense, the term aristocracy denotes a conceptual classification, while in a narrower sense, it refers to those bloodline families that hold seats in the parliament. Initially, the Kaiyun parliament lacked a lower house, comprising only a single chamber. However, as new wealthy aristocrats emerged, possessing industries, arms, and wealth, they began to seek political power. In 1950, Kaiyun engaged in an unprecedented battle against Western powers in the vassal state of Hening, leading to severe depletion of the national treasury. Historically, when the treasury faced deficits, the government would either target the common people or merchants. With the war intensifying, the populace was called to contribute. Under previous circumstances, none of these new wealthy aristocrats would have escaped unscathed. However, the war over Hening Island was tied to the fate of the nation. Losing would lead to irreparable ruin, risking dismemberment and colonial exploitation by foreign powers. After deliberations, the Ming Emperor, the 9 clans, and the great aristocrats resolved to sacrifice the smaller aristocratic families to appease the new wealthy, transferring some parliamentary powers to them. After the war, the Ming Emperor formally decreed the final reforms of the parliament, thereby mirroring the Indoor Empire by establishing both an upper and a lower house. The seats allotted to bloodline families were drastically reduced. Originally, there were 128 seats for aristocratic families, but following the restructuring into the upper house, only 36 seats remained, resulting in the exclusion of many less powerful bloodline families from the parliament. Thus, if you ever hear of a certain aristocratic family in the future, do not place too much importance on it, as they may very well be families previously ousted from the parliament. The 36 families in the upper house are also ranked in tiers, but that is a discussion for another time. Hearing this, Sumu interjected. To which tier does the Xia family belong? What do you think? Xia Mo replied with a hint of playful arrogance, the answer evident in her demeanor. I see. The lower house has a fixed 365 seats, held by the new wealthy, Xia Mo continued. The 2 houses do not interact. Bloodline families cannot contest for lower house seats. and vice versa. The Ming Emperor's cabinet is nominated by the majority party in the lower house, which is controlled by the new wealthy, while bloodline families are appointed by the Ming Emperor to oversee state inspections and law enforcement, wielding the power of the state's coercive apparatus. Yet, there exists a significant loophole. She teased, maintaining a sense of intrigue. Sumu grasped the implication, stating, if large-scale warfare does not erupt, employing aircraft and missiles and the like, the advantages of bloodline families are overwhelmingly apparent. If the new wealthy require the protection of the royal family and aristocracy, would they not become mere puppets? Indeed. This leads us to the third force, X-Space. Xia Mo asserted. The new wealthy hire X-Space from abroad for protection, while simultaneously providing substantial support to impoverished bloodline families and randomly appearing commoner bloodline families. Furthermore, this is one of the conditions set by Western powers to lift the economic blockade against Kaiyun. The 10 Directions defense emerged under such circumstances, a product of the interplay between the Ming Emperor, the 9 clans, the aristocracy, the new wealthy, X-Space, and various Western interests. It cannot be simplistically equated with X-Space. To summarize, should war arise again, X-Space, Kaiyun, which is the 10 Directions defense, will fight for the interests of Kaiyun, not for X-Space. This situation bears a resemblance to our neighboring country, Zhaohe, where X-Space. Zhaohe also possesses considerable independence, albeit arising from different factors. Sumu listened intently to Xia Mo's discourse, gradually untangling the complex web of relationships. Thus far, he had gained a basic understanding of the overarching situation in Kaiyun, though many details remained elusive. Beside them, the slumbering Xia Chun turned, lazily draping her snow-white, slender leg across Sumu's waist. Sumu lifted his head, staring at that exquisite limb. Do not mind her. That is just how my sister is, Xia Mo continued. So, do you now comprehend my thoughts? X-Space is an adversary that has engaged in warfare with Kaiyun, while the 10 Directions defense serves as a buffer between the two. I understand, Sumu admitted candidly. I have declined to sign with X-Space. Yes, Xia Mo nodded. I had already suspected as much. Otherwise, I would not have shared so much with you. Now, let us discuss your matters. What matters could I possibly have? Xia Mo felt a pang of guilt, instinctively wanting to flee, only to be pulled back by Sumu. Perhaps next time? He inquired. In a hotel room, the argument between the teacher and Zhou Hai continued, the teacher steadfastly opposing, believing the academy to be superior. Zhou Hai contended that Sumu was not merely a figure of Kaiyun, but of the world, and thus deserved to attend X-Space. Let us set that aside for now. I have one more thing to discuss, the teacher remarked. Professor, please go ahead. After the defection incident years ago, it was you who concealed Sumu in a mental institution, allowing him to successfully evade the investigation by the imperial envoy of X-Space. I will remember this favor. The teacher stated. Zhou Hai comprehended the implication of the other party. This life-saving grace was to be repaid by the professor, and it would not result in the transfer of Sumu's guardianship to himself. Professor, I believe that Sumu's guardianship should not rest solely with you. Amidst the ongoing dispute, the video on the computer screen suddenly began to flicker. Is the internet in this hotel really that poor? The teacher lamented. Zhou Hai, however, discerned the issue and stated, Professor, it's not the network. It seems someone has hacked in. Gentlemen, a foreign voice abruptly intruded into the internal meeting room of X-Space, interrupting the professor's discourse with Zhou Hai. The voice was noble and elegant, infused with the refined intonation of an ancient aristocrat. The individual articulated in the ancient tongue. Why do we not return the choice to Sumu? He has matured and is no longer a mere child. He possesses the capability to choose his own future. Furthermore, I have a grand plan. Xia Mo obediently reclined back onto the grass, biting her lip under the relentless advance of Sumu. After a moment of deep contemplation, and recalling the terrifying prowess of their youthful instructor, she finally relented and divulged her circumstances. The Xia family is formidable, being the foremost clan in the Jiangnan province. Yet they too grapple with their own issues. I, or rather the former version of myself, could not bear the weight of my family's legacy. But I perceive you as exceptionally strong, Sumu countered. Do not rely on what you perceive. It is my perspective that matters, Xia Mo replied, in truth. I was not born of blue blood, but rather red blood, B-grade. What? Sumu exclaimed in astonishment. Keep your voice down. Xia Mo, startled by his reaction, quickly rose to check on whether Xia Chan had awakened. Seeing her sister breathing steadily, with no signs of waking, she felt a surge of relief. You are incorrigible. The girl chastised Sumu, tapping him lightly but firmly. My troubles are my own. Please continue. Xia Mo's expression grew serious as she gazed at the young man before her. After much hesitation, she decided to stake everything, saying, to enhance my strength. Pausing again, she raised her head to confirm Xia Chan's slumber. Upon seeing her sister still immersed in sweet dreams, Xia Mo leaned closer to Sumu, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. I secretly procured a forbidden drug from the black market, concealing it from my family. Fortunately, I survived and successfully transcended the bloodline threshold, elevating from red blood to blue blood, A grade, though my lineage remains exceedingly unstable. Sumu recalled the night of the snowstorm. The blood that flowed from Xia Mo's wound was a mixture of red and blue, not pure blue blood. Though I succeeded, the danger remains. I dared not inform my family, so I ordered several vials of stabilizing serum from the previous organization, which are contained within that black briefcase. You are aware of what transpired afterward. It was a trap. Had you not arrived in time, I would have surely been captured and used as a specimen for their experiments. After returning home, I was thoroughly scolded by my parents and confined to my courtyard. However, my sister is unaware of this, and I implore you not to mention it to her. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Sumu blinked and feigned self-importance, exclaiming, No need for gratitude. You know I perform good deeds anonymously. Who said anything about gratitude? Xia Mo retorted playfully, her demeanor softening. Why would you be? Sumu cautiously glanced back, confirming no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice. A B-grade red blood? Isn't that the Xia family lineage? He raised his thumb in acknowledgement. That was in the past. Now it's different, Xia Mo clarified. My grandfather was a blue blood, yet he chose to marry a commoner, resulting in my father becoming A-grade blue blood, who also fell for a commoner. Thus you were reduced to B-grade red blood. Sumu finished for her, feeling a sense of lament for her family's romantic entanglements. It seems your family is rather love-struck. I must still learn much. Indeed, a B-grade red blood cannot sustain a large and stable family like the Xia clan, which has few members. My direct lineage consists solely of myself. Xia Mo expressed her helplessness. In families of our stature, there is no dignified exit upon decline. We can only await dismemberment and absorption by rival clans. As she spoke, the girl suddenly began to cry. At that time, I was under immense pressure, truly overwhelming. Before you came to rescue me, I contemplated simply letting go of life. Sumu produced a tissue from his pocket, reassuring her, It is all right. See, everything has passed. We are still here, lying beneath this vast sky together. Xia Mo wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. Then what of the Emerald Dream? Sumu continued, presenting his third and final inquiry. It is an unknown power. Occurrences have been reported around Jiangzhou in recent years, and all who fell into it perished, Xia Mo replied, her eyes still reflecting remnants of fear. We are fortunate to have survived. I hear the case was handed over to X-Space. Indeed, those two esteemed officials are quite formidable, having apprehended numerous criminals. However, upon interrogation, it became clear they were not the principal culprits, merely imitators. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Mo leaned closer conspiratorially. There is another matter. On that rainy night, while battling the knights, I discovered that most of the knights I did not slay were assisted by someone in the shadows. Undoubtedly a powerful descendant of the Wood lineage. It cannot be from my side. Do you have a powerful descendant of the Wood lineage nearby? The mention of Wood lineage immediately brought to mind you and her little garden, yet you had not explicitly stated her lineage. After contemplating, it seemed there were no other suitable candidates. However, the existence of you was not a matter to be disclosed. Revealing it would surely upset her, and she might choose to vanish in a huff. No, Sumu replied, partially concealing the truth. Is that so? Xia Mo pondered, her face a mask of confusion. Could it be that a powerful being simply happened to pass by? She contemplated the dream of that rainy night, while Sumu contemplated his own future, the aristocracy, X-space, and the emerging elite. Xia Mo, Guan Tianyan, and Fu Ningning, three women representing three distinct powers, each inviting him toward entirely different futures. Which path should he choose? Or perhaps, should he forego all options and carve out a brand new path for himself? The two remained silently absorbed in their thoughts until Xia Chun suddenly sat up. I'm hungry. Let us go eat. Xia Chun's energy was anything but ordinary. Had he known, Sumu would have insisted on bringing her along for a stroll at noon. After a satisfying meal and ample rest, Xia Chun bounded onto the sports field like a wild beast, a frenzied rabbit unleashed. Throughout the afternoon, both Sumu and Xia Mo remained overshadowed by her exuberance. As the sun gradually dipped, the night fell once more, and finally, Xia Chun grew weary. Sumu sank into a chair, utterly exhausted. You're back, the teacher greeted. It smells delicious. Xia Chun leaned over the teacher's barbecue, sniffing eagerly, her mouth watering uncontrollably. I never knew you had such skills, uncle. Haraha. One must savor life to the fullest. Outdoor barbecues and a bit of beer, the teacher chuckled. Having lived this long, what have I not experienced? You could say, aside from fathering children, your uncle is capable of everything. How old are you this year, uncle? Xia Chun inquired, pulling over a chair and leaning on its back, swaying back and forth. I am still quite youthful, merely 140 to 50 years old. With a sudden crunch, Xia Mo unconsciously crushed the empty can in her hand, seemingly comprehending why, upon her return that day, no one could provide information regarding this formidable individual. He belonged to an entirely different era, one that was not only beyond her own but also that of her ancestors. Sumu inadvertently sprayed cola as he exclaimed, What did you say? The teacher skillfully sprinkled cumin powder, jesting, I am merely 52, you know. He smiled at Sumu and inquired, So, did you enjoy yourself today? Xia Chun also turned to look at the boy, her face beaming with joy. Sumu gulped nervously, fully aware that daring to utter a negative response would transform the beauty into a ferocious beast. He could only feign happiness and replied, Absolutely. I had a wonderful time. Yet, my stamina seems to be fading. I feel exhausted and aged, no longer as capable as before. A man should never admit to his inadequacies, the teacher quipped. Oh dear. Xia Chun swayed in her chair, resting her head on her arm. Excuse me, but what is your esteemed name? Qianyi, he replied, Fenghui. The can in Xia Mo's hand was crumpled into a ball. She had never anticipated that this extraordinary individual of the bloodline would be none other than Qianyi, one of the 9 clans that established the nation. The Chaohi people? Xia Chun asked, unfamiliar with the world of bloodlines and the 9 clans. Not at all. Qianyi Fenghui handed her a skewer of sizzling lamb, explaining, long ago, our ancestors possessed both a surname and a clan name. Eventually, the two merged. Yet some ancient families preserved this tradition, evolving into double-barreled surnames. Chaohi, an apprentice, he added, as Xia Chun savored the delicious lamb skewer. She gave a thumbs up and opened a beer with one hand, asking, Is it akin to the Ming Emperor's family, the Zifeng clan? So long ago. They were the Z surname and Feng clan? Not quite. Oh, why not? Xia Chun was perplexed. Qianyi Fenghui distributed more lamb skewers, explaining. It is actually the Feng surname followed by the Z clan. If combined, it would become the Mad family. Hilarity ensued as Xia Chun laughed. Uncle, you were quite humorous. So, the Qianyi family is also the Yi surname and Qian clan then? She deduced. Indeed, the young lady is quite astute. Of course. Xia Chun proudly lifted her head. Generally speaking, in a 2-character name, the one closer to nature represents the surname, derived from elements like wind, leaves, and water. However, this does not apply to every family. There are instances where the surname precedes the clan name, or where a title is added to either. Qianyi Fenghui elaborated further. However, these distinctions have merged in modern times, so there is no need to dwell on them. Does the Qianyi clan bear any resemblance to the Zifeng clan, then? Xia Chun inquired. Is it ancient and mysterious? Haraha. Ancient and mysterious. Qian Yifeng Hui chuckled. Little girl, your choice of words is quite creative. Might as well say feudal superstition. Xia Chun stuck out her tongue, cautious not to label the royal family as feudal superstition. Although this is indeed an era of virtue, the Ming Emperor remains a symbol of the nation. To be precise, the Qianyi family is one of the 9 great families that founded the Kaiyun nation, with a lineage spanning several millennia. Qian Yifeng Hui recounted this little-known history. Xia Chun opened another beer, exclaiming, that must be incredibly splendid. Yet, aside from the Ming Emperor Yifeng, I seem to have heard little of the other 8 families. Oh, and there's also the Qin of the first emperor. So, Long Qin is derived from the state name De Qin combined with His Majesty the First Emperor's title of Ancestor Dragon? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Qian Yifeng Hui smiled. If one cannot keep pace with the tides of history, they will ultimately be left behind by the times. He turned to Xia Mo. What do you think, young Lady Mo? Xia Mo could certainly perceive the underlying meaning in the man's words. However, the Qianyi family possessed its own profound heritage, which was not entirely lacking in merit. While it could still be considered a local lord in Kaiyun, the world is vast, and it is not confined to just one nation. The Eastern Shaohe Empire, the Southwestern Mo He Shen Cha Empire, and the Northern Wei Hung Empire have long coveted our celestial empire. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sumu quietly indulged in the skewers, fearing that if he didn't keep eating, Xia Chun would finish them all. Chapter 22. The Colossal Beasts Born from the Starry Sea, 2024 Revised Edition. In the realms of South Mountain and North Sea, since learning of Sumu's itinerary, Xia Mo has made it a point to appear here every weekend. While it may seem like a casual outdoor sketching session, it is laced with her own subtle intentions. On the verdant grass, Xia Mo stands before her easel, meticulously applying colors to encapsulate the mountains and seas within her artwork. She observes the scenery, while the spectators, captivated by her, watch her intently. However, given the imposing presence of several burly bodyguards beside her, the tourists tactfully retreat, settling on the soft grass to admire from a distance. At this moment, an unexpected twist disrupts the harmonious scene. The onlookers witness a young waiter emerging from the CAF, holding a glass of iced coffee at the side of their goddess. The bodyguards, seemingly oblivious, instinctively step back, as if to shield her from the crowd. A smile graces the goddess's face. After watching her all morning without seeing her smile, it is astonishing to see her offer such a sweet smile to a mere waiter. How is this fair? No, I must try my luck too. Perhaps I shall buy a cup of coffee and feign a shared interest. Xia Mo sets down her brush and accepts her iced latte, a hint of a smile breaking through her previously indifferent expression. What is this? Sumu inquires, glancing at her canvas. Today's painting depicts not just the South Mountain and North Sea, amidst the strokes of paint. A dragon-like creature with wings bursts forth from the North Sea, roaring at the sky, in stark contrast to the serene, sunlit lake before them. The North Sea in her painting is turbulent with flashing lightning, raging storms, and a deluge of rain and snow. One cannot help but admire the boundless imagination of these art students. What of the Yinglong and what of the rivers and seas? Xia Mo interjects. What of Gun's endeavors? And what of Yu's achievements? I'm not engaging in your Tianwen. Sumu replies, exasperated. Just caught up in the moment, it slipped out. Xia Mo chuckles, quickly changing the subject. Sipping her coffee, she gazes at her painting and clarifies, it is not Yinglong. It is Quetzalcoatl, perhaps a title more familiar to you as the feathered serpent god. He is the supreme deity revered in the Aztec region of the southern continent, symbolizing wind, rain, and harvest, and is said to have once wielded the authority of the sun. The feathered serpent god. Sumu squints at the image of the serpent god, fragmented memories flashing through his mind. He recalls that stormy night, the banner raised by the knightly order, the Emerald Dream Black Armored Knights? Yes. Could it be connected to the dream killings in Jiangzhou? It is difficult to say. As he scrutinizes the painting of the serpent god, he realizes it is indeed uncertain. As a deity far removed from the southern domain, it is improbable for him to appear within Jiangzhou's territory, let alone intrude silently into the realm of Kaiyun. I once encountered a large bird that spoke human language. Star 012, Mengton? Xia Mo interjects with a smile. Sumu is taken aback. You know of this? Of course. I told you. I have investigated you thoroughly. Did you think I was jesting? I even know the brand of diapers you wore as a child. All right. Let's not digress. I acknowledge your prowess. Let us return to serious matters. Very well, Xia Mo replies, her smile unwavering, revealing a buoyant mood today. Mengton reaches 50 meters. Such a deity must surely be even more colossal, Sumu inquires. Are you familiar with the classification of colossal beasts? Sumu shakes his head. At present, his encounters have only been with bloodline criminals. Battling colossal beasts seems far beyond his current capabilities. Allow me to enlighten you. Xia Mo places her coffee on a small table, rising to stretch luxuriously under the sun, her slender waist elegantly exposed to the breeze, her long black hair exuding a fragrant allure. Thus far, humanity has classified colossal beasts into 5 tiers: child, sea, earth, star, and monarch. Sumu appears puzzled. Currently? Yes. This currently is crucial, for our understanding of colossal beasts is ever evolving. It is possible that a new tier may emerge at any moment, Xia Mo elucidates. For instance, child, while ranked first, was not the earliest to be discovered and named. The first colossal beast observed by humanity. I believe X-Space has informed you of this? Sumu nods, recalling Guantian Yan's explanations. In 1755, Earth 001, Lisbon. Indeed, Earth signifies earthquakes. Each emergence of Earth is accompanied by powerful tremors. Similarly, sea represents typhoons and tsunamis. Such colossal beasts typically manifest along coastlines, primarily taking the form of marine creatures. The term child refers to smaller colossal beasts, ranging from several centimeters to a few meters, generally not exceeding 10 meters. Technically, they do not qualify as true colossal beasts. Rather, they resemble the progeny or minions of colossal beasts. Their strength is comparable to that of bloodline criminals, peaking at B-grade red blood. They may not be formidable, yet their sheer numbers can be overwhelming. If fortune smiles, one might encounter dozens at once. But should luck run dry, Xia Mo's smile turns sinister, attempting to frighten him. Then it would be a vast swarm. Hundreds, or even thousands, all ravenously attacking you. Sumu is taken aback. Are the minions of colossal beasts so powerful? So, senior investigator Qi Ming, who was absorbed into the family of colossal beasts, is merely a minion. Then comes Star. This Star tier bears some resemblance to the blue bloodline. The strong are exceptionally strong, while the weak are rather average, representing a vast spectrum of power. Some scholars argue that Star should be subdivided into 2 or even more tiers. Are you familiar with the Tunguska event? Xia Mo inquires. Sumu nods. I am aware. It frequently appears in discussions of unsolved mysteries, mentioned in nearly every popular science book. That explosion was, in fact, an attempt to subdue the first star-tier colossal beast. In 1908, a meteorite fell in the uninhabited region of Hongwei, awakening star 001, Tunguska. The battle involved numerous A-grade blue bloodline supercriminals. Yet it was only through the combined efforts of 3 S-grade individuals that Tunguska was quashed in its infancy. The shockwave from the confrontation eradicated all life within a 650-kilometer radius. The explosion resulting from the Tunguska conflict was equivalent to the power of 20 megatons of TNT, reducing trees within a 2,150 square kilometer area to ashes. Sumu recoils in astonishment. Is this the might of Star? If it were to awaken in a city, the consequences would be unfathomable. Xia Mo observes his alarmed expression and continues, however, you need not worry. Star 001, Tunguska, is the strongest star encountered by humanity to date, having once been classified as monarch. Yet, when the true monarch descended upon the world, humanity realized how fragile Star was in its presence. In 1961, the first monarch revived beneath the abyssal ice fields of the northern New Earth region, codenamed Alpha. At that time, the Lost Star Tribunal, X-Space, and the Holy Light Castle Academy dispatched 5 S-grade entities to quell this monarch in the cradle of its awakening. The explosion caused was equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT, over twice that of the Tunguska conflict. Today, the abyssal ice fields are no longer found on the map, completely erased by the 5 S-grade entities. It is said that all bloodline criminals who participated in the battle, except for the 5 S-grade beings, perished. Sumu feels a wave of numbness wash over him. What does it mean to wield the power of 50 megatons of TNT? What does it mean to obliterate an entire ice field from existence? His mind struggles to comprehend the magnitude. Thus, upon becoming a bloodline criminal, he is expected to confront such terrifying entities? Upon reflecting on these matters, Sumu could not help but shiver. This situation had spiraled out of control. Are you frightened? It is far from over. Xia Mo continued with a smile. The most terrifying aspect of June is its ability to summon the Imperial Guard to protect the king. Once June loses control, the dormant behemoths of its lineage will awaken, converging towards their monarch. Thus, the Battle of Kings is a genuine global conflict. No nation can remain an outsider. Sumu took a deep breath, contemplating whether he could truly escape the fate of battling these colossal beasts. What if? He pointed to the depiction of the feathered serpent in the painting and said, if the feathered serpent is real and awakens, wouldn't that mean? Xia Mo tilted her head, admiring her masterpiece, and picked up her brush, stating, then we must elevate June to a new level, calling it Shin. At that point, even the 16 S-class beings would likely struggle to avert total annihilation. Therefore, I can only hope that the deities stand with humanity rather than against us. As Sumu remained immersed in Xia Mo's intricate narrative, a loud voice suddenly erupted from the coffee shop entrance. Hey, boss, are you still in business? Yes, I'm coming. Sumu shouted back, glancing at Xia Mo with a teasing remark. You truly are my goddess of fortune. Just by sitting at the entrance, customers flock in. Then this cup is on you? The girl raised her coffee cup. No problem. With that, Sumu dashed back into the coffee shop amidst the hurried calls of patrons. Xia Mo sipped her iced coffee, surveying the eyes of the wandering tourists, before finally lifting her brush to dip into the golden paint, illuminating the eyes of the feathered serpent in her artwork. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed outside the shop, awakening the male customers who turned their gazes upward to see a purple McLaren supercar parked beside the coffee shop. As the butterfly doors lifted, a pair of long, fair legs emerged, captivating the attention of the onlookers. The male customers, previously engrossed in their viewing, collectively shifted their focus from the butterfly doors to the elongated legs. Noticing the unusual reaction from their male companions, the female customers also glanced outside, their disdainful huffs resounding in chorus. Guan Tianyan closed the car door and noticed the beautiful girl painting by the lakeside, pondering whether he had encountered her before. She looked strikingly familiar. But that was not the crux of the matter. She stepped into the shop, the familiar sound of wind chimes ringing sweetly. Store manager, 1 iced Americano, please. The familiar voice, the familiar silhouette, and the familiar iced Americano. Sumu lifted his gaze towards the glass door. You finally came. The business is thriving, I see. Guan Tianyan remarked, surveying the patrons within. The last time she visited, aside from the girl painting by the lake, there were no other customers. I'll sit outside. She walked into the coffee shop, pulled a novel from the shelf, and settled beneath the shade of an umbrella, opening the book as the warm breeze fluttered by. Sumu served the iced Americano on the table. Take your time. Thank you. Guan Tianyan nodded with a smile, her words devoid of excess. Her early visit today was not merely for duty, but also for coffee. Sumu remained silent. According to the script of X-Space, he was supposed to be in a state of amnesia. As the last customer departed, the evening glow cascaded over the elegantly inscribed pages of the book. Guan Tianyan finished the final line. Ilan Pevin sat upon the snow beneath the aurora, the relentless wind and snow swirling around her, while the distant black mountains concealed all secrets. Unconsciously, tears streamed down her face, for her and for them. The flowers of the other shore, hidden in the ice and snow, slowly faded upon the land that nurtured her. Guan Tianyan closed the book, and Sumu stepped outside, busying himself to close up for the night. In the absence of a home, he could linger indefinitely in the shop, but now that home had warmth. He returned weekly to spend time with his mother. His own time was limited. In just over a month, he would be heading off to university in another city. Do you need a refill? No, thank you. Guan Tianyin gazed at the youthful innocence of the boy before her, untainted and pure, seemingly untouched by the world's corruption. Are you done with your tasks? She inquired. Sumu set aside his work, replying, Yes, you're the last customer. Guan Tianyin said, I apologize for taking up your time. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Sumu took a seat opposite her, sensing that something was amiss. He noticed that the woman before him had lost the spirited demeanor she had upon their first meeting. Her eyes were now filled with worry and confusion. Do you remember me? I do, Sumu replied. You visited my shop before, 2 of you, and even though it was late, you ordered an iced Americano. Your memory is impressive, she responded. After all, few would choose to drink coffee at night unless they were burning the midnight oil at their desks. Guan Tianyin produced a black and white photograph, the one where Sumu sat in a basin while she embraced him from behind. Do you remember this? Perhaps having already recognized each other, Sumu could not express the emotions of their initial meeting, feigning contemplation for a moment before numbly shaking his head. It's fine if you don't remember. Let me introduce myself. I'm Guan Tianyin, a student of your father's student. As she spoke, her tone remained steady, perhaps unable to convey the emotional nuance of a second meeting, lacking the sentiment of if only we were meeting for the first time. She briefly introduced X-Space and recounted the circumstances surrounding Sumu's parents. Then she produced a prepared inheritance agreement, placing it on the table and retrieving a pen. Sumu. This is the inheritance from Uncle Su Yuan and Aunt Liang Yao. Please sign to confirm. Sumu skimmed the list. It was identical to the previous one. But upon reaching the final page, he noticed the amount had increased slightly. Was this interest? All right. After reviewing the documents, he signed his name, Sumu, on the blank line at the end. The document was in triplicate. Guan Tianyin collected 2 copies, standing to ask, Would you like me to drive you home? Sumu shook his head. Many memories had returned to him, and he knew where his former home was. On the 33rd floor of number 1 courtyard, directly opposite his current residence. Everything felt coincidental, as if orchestrated by some unseen hand. Guan Tianyin did not dwell on this. She merely glanced at the girl by the lake who had been watching them, took a tissue, and wrote down her phone number. I will be in the country for quite some time. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call me. Any issue, she emphasized. I must take my leave now. Guan Tianyin picked up her bag and returned to her vehicle, the engine roaring to life as the shadows of her departure swiftly faded from Sumu's sight. She arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. Today she was particularly taciturn. Upon seeing the envoy of X-Space depart, Xia Mo immediately approached from the lakeside. The voice of Li Gili echoed from within the McLaren, unaffected by the amnesia agent, his demeanor calm, as though he had already experienced it all. I too have noticed. When we met at the Southeast Bureau, he showed great interest in my car, yet just now he exhibited no reaction, Guan Tianyin remarked. If that is the case, I can deduce that Sumu's lineage must be at least A in blue blood. The potion I provided him was of A grade. His unawakened state shows he remains completely unaffected, a testament to the purity of his bloodline, Guli stated. Additionally, you have been quite peculiar today. What transpired during your days at home? He inquired with genuine concern. Nothing worth mentioning, Guan Tianyin replied, though she was not adept at concealing her emotions. Her dissatisfaction was evident to anyone observing. Let us discuss Sumu. What has transpired in recent days? Once again, a sorrowful tale unfolds. Sumu's childhood companion has been abducted by the young master of the Nan family, Nan Zichu. This girl was nothing short of a flawless treasure. Guli remarked that. In addition, Qian Yifenghui had returned from the southern region, currently imparting his swordsmanship teachings. Flawless treasure. Upon hearing this term, Guan Tianyin surmised the sordid dealings between the Nan family and Mu Qianning, his fist crashing onto the steering wheel, his expression darkening considerably. Such decayed aristocracy harbors nothing but malice. It ought to be overthrown long ago. The girl beside him. Is she the heir of the Xia family? Guli confirmed, stating, indeed. She is an admirable young lady. The records indicate she possesses a red blood type of B rank, yet she now possesses a pair of her own golden eyes. I suspect there lies an untold story behind this. In comparison to Fu Ningning, I believe she and Sumu are truly a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Guan Tianyin's countenance grew grave. Chapter 23, Daughter-in-Law? A Visit, 2024 edition. As she returned home, Summer Mo was still seated in her Mercedes, having recently acquired a brand new S-Class. Sumu felt somewhat embarrassed, for her residence was adjacent to the coffee shop in Nanshan, yet she had chosen to brave the congested evening traffic of Jiangzhou to drop him off. "You must treat me to dinner," Summer Mo insisted. "Of course. Which restaurant do you prefer?" "It's on me," Sumu replied. His culinary knowledge extended only to noodle shops and bun stalls. Any restaurant of a higher caliber lay beyond his understanding. He could only defer to her choice, as it would be inappropriate to treat her to buns and broth. "Dining out is such a waste of money," Summer Mo remarked, her intentions veiled. "Let us eat at home instead." The Mercedes S-Class gently came to a halt in the underground garage. "That sounds good. We have a new cook at home who excels in Jiangnan cuisine. You must try her dishes," Sumu said, unbuckling his seatbelt. "I'll take you out next time. You can think it over." "Miss, I'll wait for you downstairs," the new driver announced. Sumu suggested, "Why not join us for tea?" The driver glanced at his mistress, who nodded in agreement. The trio chatted merrily as they approached the staircase. Ding! The elevator doors opened, abruptly freezing the previously harmonious atmosphere. Mu Qianqing, adorned in exquisite mature makeup and high-end luxury attire, emerged, clutching a Himalayan diamond buckle Birkin by Hermes. In an instant, she transformed from a youthful student into a distinguished lady of a prestigious family. Summer Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Mu Qianqing's bag, whose price nearly rivaled that of her own car. While cars could be bought at will, bags required auction bids. It was no wonder she had chosen to forsake Sumu. "Good evening." Summer Mo broke the awkward silence. Mu Qianqing stepped out of the elevator, her tone stiff as she replied, "Good evening. Why are you dawdling? Come inside," Summer Mo exclaimed, pulling Sumu into the elevator and pressing the button for the 33rd floor, smiling as she waved goodbye. Mu Qianqing stood expressionless at the elevator entrance, silently observing the boy who avoided her gaze until the doors closed. Summer Mo? She had assumed that after relinquishing her hold, Sumu would be accompanied by Fu Ningning. The current situation left Mu Qianqing baffled. When had they become so familiar? That night at the birthday banquet, when Summer Mo exited, Mu Qianqing had thought little of it, believing it merely the disdain of a young lady for her actions. While others donned elegant gowns for the gala, she had simply worn a casual dress and departed. Reflecting now, Summer Mo must have anticipated the ensuing chaos. The son-in-law of the Xia family? Mu Qianqing murmured to herself. "That sounds quite promising. May you find happiness." With that, she dismissed further thoughts and entered her red Ferrari, departing the underground parking lot. As the elevator reached the 33rd floor, Sumu retrieved a key from his pocket and approached the door of 3301. His heart, once calm, began to race with nervous anticipation, the familiar surroundings evoking a sense of trepidation. There was no one living opposite. Another elevator opened, revealing Rin Qingshu returning from work. She spotted her son standing before a neighboring door and remarked, "I had considered purchasing it to connect the two, but they refused to sell." "Mom," Sumu turned, smiling as he said, "This used to be my home, and I've reclaimed it." "Your former home?" Rin Qingshu realized, utterly astonished that the house next door belonged to Sumu's biological parents. What an incredible coincidence. "Ah, hello, Auntie," Summer Mo stammered, feeling somewhat anxious. She had not intended to turn around, believing it best to remain unnoticed, yet recalling her earlier impulsive invitation to dinner. She felt it would be even more awkward to meet without acknowledgement. Moreover, she was empty-handed, having made no preparations whatsoever. How foolish of her. Had she known, she would have refrained from such reckless suggestions. What should she do now? With her hands clasped behind her back, Summer Mo nervously fidgeted, her mind racing with worries. Would Sumu's mother consider her rude and form a negative impression? Resolved to face her fate, she steadied herself. "Wait." Rin Qingshu's eyes brightened as she approached the lovely girl beside her son, her face radiating warmth. Hello. You must be the daughter-in-law." Oh my, you are truly beautiful, and your demeanor is splendid. The charming girl was well received wherever she went, and Rin Qingshu found herself increasingly fond of her son's classmate. Rin Qingshu had indeed received an invitation from the Nan family. She had initially planned to attend to expand into the domestic market. However, upon reading the invitation, her expression darkened. No one knew better than she the nature of Sumu and Mu Qianqing's relationship. If it existed, it had surely withered under the weight of time. Rin Qingshu could hardly fathom that Mu Qianqing would sell herself for power and wealth. Had it not been for her support alongside Yi Zhendong, Sumu and Mu Qianqing's bond would have been inconsequential, rendering the Lin family a mere trifle. Operating a small shop at the street corner. Indeed, the world was rife with selfish and disloyal individuals. Out of concern for her son, Rin Qingshu kept this matter hidden, certain that the Lin family would opt for silence regarding their childhood connection, as it served them best. Thus, Mu Qianqing could be portrayed as a pure and unblemished girl, bolstering her prospects within the Nan family. Rin Qingshu had greeted all of Su Mu's friends and classmates, one and all. However, she could never have anticipated that the one to divulge such information would be the blabbermouth Qi Ming, who even dared to cause a ruckus at the birthday celebration. Though the Nan family remained inscrutable, Rin Qingshu cared little for their opinions. Her primary concern was her son's emotional well-being. Upon hearing of the birthday debacle, which resembled a funeral, she planned to whisk her son away on a trip to help him heal, to distance him from this place of sorrow. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, Rin Qingshu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She believed her worries would not materialize. As someone who had experienced such matters, she could easily discern Summer Mo's nervousness. How wonderful! Sumu pushed open the heavy armored door, and the familiar aroma of tea enveloped him. Reminiscent of a cherished past, stepping inside, he noted the pristine white tiles and the immaculate arrangement of furniture, all precisely as he remembered. It seemed this home had been tenderly cared for over the years. Dr. Zhou Hai. Sumu caressed the decorative stones in the living room, tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed with gratitude. Although you had not permitted him to join X space, he felt compelled to repay this kindness. Standing in the living room, memories flooded back, and he half expected his parents to emerge from the kitchen any moment. His mother would inquire, "Su Tang, how did you perform at kindergarten today? Were you well behaved?" His father, though often busy with research in remote mountains, would always return bearing delightful new toys. Sumu covered his face with his left hand, tears falling uncontrollably, tracing down his chin and onto the floor. Rin Qingshu asked no further questions but stepped forward to embrace her child, gently stroking the back of his head. Summer Mo retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to Sumu, who was dabbing his tear-streaked face. "At least everything has returned now, hasn't he it?" she said. "What has passed cannot be changed, but the future is still within reach." Sumu silently wiped away his tears, pocketing the silk handkerchief and collecting himself before saying, "I'll return it to you once it's clean." The summer twilight cast a warm glow over the river, and Xia Mo smiled to herself, pondering that he needn't return it to her. The view was splendid here, unlike her home, nestled deep in the mountains. She approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the sunset reflecting on the water, lamenting how every morning, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted only by trees or flowers, devoid of any intrigue. "How about we switch places for a couple of days?" she suggested playfully. Sumu, wandering about the house, chuckled. "Your security is so tight that I wouldn't even be able to step inside." The number 1 courtyard housed merely 2 families on each floor, meaning the entire 33rd floor was effectively his home. If only the walls were knocked down, it could become an expansive flat of over 1,000 square meters, boasting an unrivaled view of the river. Sumu could even run on the treadmill without needing to descend the stairs. Such extravagance. "It feels wasteful for just 2 people with 1,000 square meters, he expressed candidly. "Actually, it's not that bad," Xia Mo mused, recalling her own small yard, which she occupied alone, extending beyond 1,000 square meters. However, her own yard was filled with rockeries, flowing streams, pines, stones, bamboo, birds, fish, and insects, with pavilions and corridors taking up most of the space. "Are you hungry?" "Dinner is ready," Rinchishu announced, suggesting they dine next door first and return later. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, retreating silently behind Sumu as they moved to the adjacent dining room. The three of them took their seats at the main table, and Rinchishu remarked, "Go on, show some initiative and fetch a drink for the guest." "What would you like to drink?" Sumu inquired. "I'm fine with anything," Xia Mo replied nervously, scanning the room for her driver, hoping to find some familiarity to ease her unease. However, her driver had discreetly followed the nanny out of the dining area, choosing to hide away. "Then I'll get orange juice," she finally decided. "All right." Sumu left to fetch a beverage and some ice. The moment he departed, Rinchishu seized the opportunity to engage Xia Mo in small talk. "Are you a classmate of Xia Mo? What is your name?" Nervous under the scrutiny of Sumu's enthusiastic mother, Xia Mo fumbled her words. "Yes, but we're in different classes. I'm in the adjacent class." My son has reached across to the next class," Rinchishu replied, oblivious to the implications, and continued, "How did you and Xiaomu meet?" Xia Mo faltered, contemplating whether to divulge their unusual introduction amidst a stormy night of ghost hunting. Would that lead to her immediate expulsion from the household? We met when I walked him home one rainy day after school," she finally managed, opting to share only half of the truth. "Oh, so simple?" Rinchishu had anticipated some juicy gossip, but was surprised to find that it was merely a tale of innocence. "That is quite nice. A girl with a kind heart is often quite fortunate," she remarked. Xia Mo nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly, for if she hadn't escorted him that night, her fate might have been dire. "Where do you live?" Rinchishu continued her inquiries, noting that anyone attending the National Jinglin School with a personal driver must be from a well-off family. She was increasingly pleased with this young lady. South Mountain County C. Xia Mo stuttered, feeling the weight of the moment. Rinchishu, mid-sip, choked on the word South Mountain County C, coughing violently. Alarmed, Xia Mo rushed to pat her back. Returning with the drinks, Sumu observed this scene and felt a pang of dread. Could it be that Xia Mo had revealed his secrets? "What are you discussing?" he asked, handing a tissue to his mother while exchanging a glance with Xia Mo that silently inquired if anything inappropriate had been disclosed. Xia Mo shook her head slightly, indicating that her lips were sealed. As long as the topic of murder remained unspoken, Sumu felt reassured, yet curiosity gnawed at him about what had unsettled his mother. "Apologies for my indiscretion," Rinchishu said, wiping her mouth and quickly asking, "Which Summer family do you belong to?" "The Summer family? Aren't they members of the House of Lords?" Sumu interjected, equally puzzled. "Ah, yes," Xia Mo confirmed. This revelation left Rinchishu astonished as she turned to her son, her expression conveying disbelief as if to say, "You really know the identity of this girl? How daring of you to bring her home." After some light-hearted conversation, Rinchishu's demeanor shifted noticeably, from a warm elder to an overly polite acquaintance, tinged with a hint of intentional distance. "Come, eat your vegetables," she insisted, serving Xia Mo while redirecting the conversation to Sumu's childhood antics. Xia Mo sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. If moments ago it felt like a mother-in-law getting to know her daughter-in-law, it now resembled a host's excessive courtesy towards a distinguished guest. She found this change disconcerting. Glancing at Sumu, she noticed he was completely engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the tension at the table, prompting her to kick his leg in frustration. "What's wrong?" Rinchishu inquired. Nothing," Sumu quickly responded, finally noticing the peculiar smile on Xia Mo's face, which held an edge of intimidation. "I just had a cramp in my leg." "Glad to hear it's nothing serious. Do be careful," Rinchishu replied. "Mom, could you help me with some rice?" Sumu requested, passing his empty bowl to her. Sensing their hushed conversation, she rose to head to the kitchen, unaware of the underlying tension. Once she left, Sumu leaned in and whispered, "What is going on? Your mom seems to dislike me." "Is she?" "She's being overly polite," Xia Mo replied. "Isn't that just how a host treats a guest?" Sumu asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Well, it feels more like a host to a visitor than a friend," Xia Mo retorted. When Rinchishu returned, she noticed the atmosphere had cooled further. The girl was lost in thought, sipping her orange juice, while the boy remained puzzled, munching on his food. Rin Qingshu, equally perplexed, handed her son a bowl, preparing to lighten the mood when Sumu suddenly blurted, "Mom, I just inherited a fortune." Naturally, she understood the implication of an inheritance. Alongside the apartment next door, he had also acquired over 130 million in cash. Cash? Rin Qingshu's jaw dropped at her son's declaration, realizing that a vast fortune and liquid cash were entirely different matters. Many billionaires might possess wealth and assets but would struggle with cash flow. Yes, cash. Do you want it? I don't need it, Sumu said, placing the list of inherited assets on the table. While Rin Qingshu was taken aback, Xia Mo remained unfazed, sipping her orange juice. As Rin Qingshu perused the list, a wave of questions surged within her. Who were Xiao Mu's biological parents? Could it be that their fortune had originated from doubt, from nothing to something, born to endure? Chapter 24. The summer solstice has arrived. The future is here, 2024 revised edition. The swordsmanship training persists, with the sound of bamboo, swords clashing echoing through the forest, startling the birds that dwell there. The rhythmic sounds alternate between a gentle rustle and a thunderous crash, a symphony of metal ringing out. In a mere 10 minutes, Sumu transitioned from calm composure to frantic evasion, his technique utterly lost. Sweat mingled with blood dripped onto the training ground, his protective gear sliced open, revealing ghastly wounds beneath. The instructor, well acquainted with his students' sudden surge in strength, dramatically escalated the difficulty of the training. Xia Fenghui wielded nothing but a bamboo sword, inflicting injuries upon Sumu, who was left bruised and battered after repeated applications of ointment and further assaults. With a swift strike to Sumu's wrist, a narrow scar appeared, the formidable force knocking the bamboo sword from his grasp. Amidst the boy's anguished cries, Xia Fenghui deftly caught the airborne sword and returned it to the sword bucket with precision. As Sumu gasped for breath, the blade of his instructor was already poised against his throat. Another defeat. Sumu had lost count of how many times he had been mercilessly beaten. Ever since a sword had struck his teacher's waist, training had become increasingly grueling. 20 laps, Xia Fenghui stated, his tone both cold and authoritative. 1 hour. Sumu donned a fresh set of clothing, concealing the multitude of fine scars on his body, and began to run laps around the clearing at the Qingxi residence. Gasping heavily, the persistent chirping of cicadas in the trees served as a reminder that summer had indeed arrived. On June 22, 2005, the sun blazed down on the Tropic of Cancer. Sumu ran beneath the scorching sun, perspiring profusely. 20 laps, his return would take some time. Bored, Xia Fenghui shifted his gaze to the summer sisters, who sat in the shade. Care for a practice session? He inquired. Xia Chun, munching on potato chips, feigned innocence, glancing around as if she had not heard him. Naturally, Xia Fenghui had no intention of sparring with her. Even a monkey would run faster. His focus was on Xia Mo. Xia Mo observed every training session, each battle reshaping her worldview. It was not until Xia Fenghui's bamboo sword shimmered with a golden light, slicing through a student's protective gear, that she could no longer remain passive. The phrase "the morning mushroom knows not the dusk," nor does the cicada know the spring and autumn resonated deeply within her. She had never considered that power could be wielded in such a manner. For a long time, Xia Mo had believed that the golden flames of power were merely an exhibition of energy, beautiful and sacred, yet serving no other purpose. However, upon encountering Xia Fenghui, she witnessed how the golden light could transform into a lethal, invisible weapon. The door to a new world swung open before her. What terrified her further was the absence of any records of him in national archives. Xia Mo scoured historical texts, finding no mention of him, and as sleep eluded her, she meticulously pieced together clues from the pages, discovering countless significant events all referencing the same sword. She withdrew a bamboo sword from the rack, bowing respectfully to the elder. Xia Mo was now utterly convinced that this swordsmanship teacher was a figure of great importance lost in the annals of history. To uncover his true identity, she would have to wait for her grandfather's insight. Please, enlighten me. Xia Mo moved with an agility surpassing Sumu's. She was a true descendant of noble blood. And with the absence of you in her daily training, she was fully awakened. The bamboo sword arrived in an instant, aimed at Xia Mo. Well done, he commended, effortlessly parrying the assault with his own blade. The sound of impact resonated as Xia Mo felt as though her sword had struck an insurmountable mountain. No matter how much strength she exerted, the mountain remained unmoved. The serenity of her opponent's gaze was striking. As Xia Mo struggled in the training ground, Xia Chun lounged in the shade, sipping an ice-cold cola, amused by the spectacle. She rarely witnessed her sister in such a state of disarray, having always been the one to dominate. Though Xia Chun was of ordinary lineage, she was well aware of the family's many semi-secret matters, given her prestigious background. The duel between Xia Mo and Xia Fenghui unfolded with a vibrant exchange, and Xia Chun deduced that the elder was merely toying with her sister, adopting a defensive stance without launching any attacks. As Sumu completed a lap and observed the bout, he was taken aback. It was evident that Xia Mo's prowess far surpassed his own. Truly, she was the product of a noble lineage. Yet, Xia Fenghui's abilities remained unfathomable. Xia Mo's fierce advances could not breach his defenses, and their movements grew increasingly theatrical, reminiscent of a martial arts film. Xia Mo summoned all her strength, nearly igniting her golden eyes, but reconsidered, realizing that to ignite them would only amplify the disparity between her and her opponent. Xia Chun, watching with great excitement, set her drink aside and began to applaud, even contemplating tossing money as a reward. A fleeting glance at Sumu prompted him to continue running. Upon noticing the student passing by, Xia Fenghui ceased his playful antics, seizing the opportunity to exploit a flaw in Xia Mo's swordplay, gently flicking her weapon from her grasp. The tip of his sword brushed against her brow as he retracted his own, careful not to harm her. I concede, Xia Mo gasped, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her alabaster skin glistening with perspiration. You were too eager, Xia Fenghui advised. Your foundation is commendable. It is clear your family has trained you well. However, in a duel between strong opponents, unless a single strike determines life or death, it inevitably devolves into a war of attrition. The one who rushes will be the one to falter. Your temperament requires refinement. I understand, Xia Mo nodded, acknowledging her tendency to become overly anxious, much like her impulsive decision to visit Sumu's home for dinner. 19 laps, Xia Fenghui declared. Xia Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding and hastening to catch up with Sumu, who had already distanced himself. Xia Fenghui turned his gaze to the last individual by the training area. Having finished her potato chips, Xia Chun licked her fingers and shrank back, pouting, Uncle, I'm just a normal person. Who isn't? Xia Fenghui tossed the bamboo sword into the rack and poured himself a glass of whiskey. As Sumu continued his run, he suddenly noticed Xia Mo beside him. Why are you here too? Admitting defeat, your teacher made me run 19 laps, Xia Mo replied. Having watched your training these days, I knew he was formidable, but I never imagined he would exceed my understanding to this extent. We are not from the same world. Sumu chuckled, unfazed by the ordeal. I've grown accustomed to being bested. Ever since I was a child, it has been my norm. Each time he praises my progress, the next day he employs even harsher techniques to challenge me. Let us talk about something serious, Xia Mo insisted. What is it? Sumu inquired, grinning. Have you decided where to eat? Xia Mo retorted. Why do you only think about food? She was exasperated. Was dining truly such a significant matter? What I meant to discuss was your teacher. Isn't that important enough? Sumu disagreed, believing that food was fundamental. If the people were not well fed, they would surely rebel. However, he refrained from voicing this, muttering it only to himself. What is the matter with my teacher? What do you know about him? Xia Mo pressed. Sumu reflected on the years of memories, stating, In truth, I know nothing about him. He was the swordsmanship instructor my mother found at the youth palace after I was adopted. I remember when he first arrived. My mother instructed him to teach me the Chauha swordsmanship, but within days, he switched to teaching me the traditional sword technique of Kaiyun. After listening, Xia Mo felt a pang in her heart. She vividly recalled that night during the birthday banquet when the youth wept uncontrollably in the embrace of a man. Initially, she believed their bond was profound. However, it turned out he was merely a swordsmanship teacher haphazardly recruited from a youth palace. She was unaware which youth palace it was that concealed such a formidable super bloodline. What a stroke of luck. I thought you were quite familiar. We are indeed quite familiar, Sumu replied. In the past, my mother was busy with her business and rarely had time for me. So he became an important figure in my upbringing. Half of my time belonged to Qian and the other half, during the winter and summer vacations. It was the teacher who accompanied me. Even after I was sent back to the orphanage with not a single cent to my name, he still willingly taught me. The teacher also introduced me to numerous historical tales, asserting that learning from history allows one to anticipate the rise and fall of fortunes. He mentioned that history is a cyclical phenomenon, appearing to change endlessly while invariably adhering to its rules. For those who create history remain bound by their constraints. I am unaware of his past. Those details hold no significance for me. What I do know is that he is among the few who have shown me kindness since my childhood. If he is a villain of the worst kind, then I am but a student of that villain. Others may cast aspersions upon him, but I cannot. I can only counsel him, which is also a fate from which I cannot escape. Furthermore, I firmly believe that the teacher is a good person. When an individual struggles in darkness, devoid of hope, the slightest glimmer of light from another can evoke the entirety of that person's emotions. Xia Mo understood that for Sumu, Qian Yifenghui was one of the few lights in his life. In the patchwork of fragmented memories, his teacher was the guardian of his childhood innocence. Reflecting on this, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, for his teacher belonged to the ranks of those erased by history. What kind of person could exist without any record? A person of great virtue is impossible. A person of great evil is equally implausible. There exists only one kind of person, those whom history cannot or dares not evaluate. It was unexpected that a youth palace could harbor such a top-tier powerhouse. Xia Mo remarked that despite being a formidable bloodline, she could find no trace of Qian Yifenghui. This was simply implausible. Look, you're getting anxious again, Sumu noted. The teacher has been living abroad for many years. Why must you search the Cayenne archives? Is it solely because he belongs to the 9 noble families? Why not look overseas? Perhaps you will discover new leads. The world is vast, and there are countless powerful individuals. Not to mention, can you name all 16 S-rank individuals at the pinnacle of the hierarchy? You probably cannot. Ultimately, it always circles back to those few from the Alpha War. The power chart given to me by X-Space is filled with blanks, particularly at the top S-rank level. Xia Mo shook her head in disagreement, stating, that's different. Some S-ranks are indeed very distant from us. Yet the 9 noble families are the leaders among us. And it is astounding that no one has ever heard of Qian Yifenghui. As for searching abroad, I am unable to leave Jiangnan province. Sending someone else would likely yield little result. How unfortunate. Sumu expressed sympathy, suggesting, perhaps you should ask your grandfather? Xia Mo sighed yes. That seems to be my only option for now, until he finishes with his tasks. By the way, there is something I wanted to ask during our last meal. Sumu inquired, isn't your family part of the upper house? Why did my mother refer to it as the governor's Xia family? Actually, both are correct, Xia Mo explained. My father is a member of the council, and my grandfather is the provincial governor. After stepping down from his position as a council member, he has held the title of governor of Jiangnan province. He is the nominal superior of all officials in Jiangnan. The governor once wielded significant power, but after the reforms, it has become somewhat of a ceremonial position. It holds authority but is not particularly powerful, essentially a position supported by the state. Xia Mo spoke with utmost humility. I see, Sumu remarked, gaining a new understanding of the Xia family's influence. No wonder his mother had appeared particularly odd after their meal, as if she had something to say but hesitated. He resolved to have a proper conversation with her upon returning to ease her mind. As Sumu completed 20 laps around the estate, his legs trembled uncontrollably, wholly beyond his brain's command. After a morning of intense exercise, he had nearly reached his physical limits. Back already, Qian Yifenghui had switched from whiskey to beer, purchased by Xia Chan, who had also bought plenty of chilled watermelon to quench the thirst of her sister and future brother-in-law. Your mother just called, saying that on July 1st, she will take you to Hailey for a vacation. All right, Sumu replied, gulping down icy mineral water, feeling as if he were ablaze with heat. Exhausted, he plopped down under a tree's shade, unceremoniously shedding his long sleeves. The once fresh sword wounds had nearly healed, prompting even Qian Yifenghui to marvel at his extraordinary recovery abilities. Youth certainly has its advantages. Wao Xiachun, observing from across, was drooling. He was indeed a robust male figure. She wore a mischievous grin while nibbling on a beer can. Sumu fanned himself vigorously, yet felt increasingly warm. Noticing his teacher's relaxed demeanor, Xia Mo, now devoid of sweat, curiously asked, "Aren't you both hot?" "A calm heart naturally cools the body," Qian Yifenghui replied. "I possess water element powers, which allow me to release cold air. I just cooled myself down a bit," Xia Mo explained. "You have built-in air conditioning?" Sumu's eyes sparkled as he crawled over, eagerly saying, "Could you cool me down too?" Xia Mo, with a look of disdain, pressed down on the boy's eager face, replying, "Don't get so close to me. You're drenched in sweat and filthy." As his golden pupils illuminated, a wave of chill enveloped Sumu's entire being. "Ah," he moaned, as if his soul were ascending to the heavens. The girl heard this and felt her cheeks flush crimson. "Be quiet," she chided playfully. "Now cool down." Sumu donned his clothing again and accepted the chilled watermelon from Xiachun, expressing envy. Water element bloodlines and fire element bloodlines must be incredibly enjoyable during summer and winter. That sentiment does hold some truth. The elemental powers of wind, water, earth, and fire have always been quite popular. Qian Yifenghui nodded. As Sumu devoured the watermelon, he asked, "Teacher, what about you? What is your power?" "Speed sequence," Qian Yifenghui replied vaguely, not disclosing his lineage explicitly. The youth tilted his head, posing a naive question. "Can one travel faster than light?" Despite the absurdity of the inquiry, seeing the insatiable curiosity in his disciple's eyes, Qian Yifenghui reluctantly responded, "That proposition is unattainable. No one can reach the speed of light. Not even those of the light sequence can achieve it. However, the high-level powers of the speed sequence correspond to the laws of time. While traversing time may not be feasible, distorting time is indeed possible." This statement nearly revealed his lineage, although Sumu and Xiachun did not grasp its full significance. Xia Mo understood that only the top-tier blue blood A and the S rank at the pinnacle of the hierarchy could achieve such a feat. Qian Yifenghui continued. Looking at Xia Mo, it is said that high-level speed powers can distort the flow of time around oneself, enabling limited time reversal. Time reversal? Xia Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had assumed it merely involved slowing down time. Moreover, your use of it is said is quite redundant. It can be said, but the application is quite limited. Xia Mo comprehended that the last statement indicated he was not S rank, but rather a top-tier blue blood A, nearly reaching S rank. The powers of the sequence truly are remarkable, she mused, uncertain whether to lament the 8 tiers of power or to marvel at the apex of the elite blue blood A. Chiba Fuhui acknowledged her words and further elaborated that the development of power sequences is far more challenging than that of ability sequences, demanding a greater degree of imagination. However, when well developed, each sequence can be exceedingly formidable. Sumu gazed at the cerulean sky, pondering what his powers might be. "It hinges upon your lineage. My father belongs to the wind sequence, while my mother is of the fire sequence." Summer Mo shrugged, suggesting that he must either embody wind or fire. From her perspective, she preferred Sumu to be of the wind sequence, as it would facilitate greater synergy during combat. The fire sequence? Not a chance. She recalled the night Sumu battled the Nan family S-heir and the effect of his incantation, "You have no power here," which bore a striking resemblance to the power sequence. He exuded an aura reminiscent of a sovereign. Chiba Fuhui added that there is a possibility of mutation. During the transmission of bloodlines, each of us typically harbors 16 bloodline sequences, which may yield a slight chance of atavism, albeit the likelihood is minimal. Summer Chun yawned while glancing at her watch, uninterested in sequences. "I say, don't you two have any concern for your college entrance examination results?" Summer Mo genuinely did not care. She had a rough idea of her performance. However, she worried about Sumu's results. What if he faltered and couldn't secure admission to a university in their city? The probability of him achieving a good score, given that he had only exerted effort in the final month, was akin to the likelihood of a mutation in his bloodline, infinitesimally close to zero. "I don't have a computer," Sumu remarked. Chiba Fuhue smiled slightly, retrieving a notebook from his bag. I do. Summer Mo and Sumu exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 25. Cheers, there's no rush. Checking the system now will undoubtedly be slow. Let's look it up later, Xia Mo said leisurely, not wishing to witness someone embarrass themselves in public. Life is finite, whether one dies early or late. So what is the harm in waiting an additional 10 minutes? Sumu slowly closed his eyes, equally unperturbed. Ding, a message notification chimed. Aren't you going to take a look? Xia Chun inquired curiously, noticing Sumu's inaction. There's no need to check. It's undoubtedly from Fu Ningning, and I predict it's good news. She has likely topped the science stream in Jiangnan province. Sumu replied while lying on the grass, inhaling the fragrant earth. How can you be so sure without looking? Xia Chun expressed her disbelief. While it was not surprising to guess the first part, in an era devoid of rampant telecommunication scams and advertisements, each message notification symbolized someone's longing. However, she found the latter part of his assertion hard to believe. Sumu pulled out his Nokia Moonlight Goddess and opened the message. He, Sumu, I have splendid news. I scored 425 with AA. My father used his connections to find out that I am this year's science top scorer in Jiangnan province. After reading, he passed the phone to Xia Chun, whose expression of skepticism deepened, not regarding Sumu's conjecture, but questioning the nature of their relationship. Meanwhile, the elder sister glanced towards the younger one. Xia Mo remained indifferent to the unfolding drama. Sumu retrieved his phone and replied, Congratulations. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. After all, I contributed significantly as your desk mate. Ding, Ning, the little princess, exclaimed grandly, Of course. You can choose any restaurant in Jiangzhou. It's on me. I don't care, just decide. Ding. All right, let me prepare thoroughly. Once I have everything sorted, I'll inform you of the time and place. You must come. Sure thing, Sumu affirmed. Ding, what did you score? Sumu sat up and said, There's no escaping it. I can't hide forever. Xia Mo took the notebook and said, Let me check first. Entering the ID number and examination registration number. Xia Mo's examination results appeared on the screen, prompting Xia Chun to lean in eagerly. Let me see. Chinese, 149, mathematics, 148, English, 116, physics, A, chemistry, A, total, 413. Xia Chun recited the scores and remarked, Sister, your math is truly lacking. With a maximum of 200, you scored lower than the 160 in Chinese. Xia Mo rolled her eyes. Didn't someone back then score below 400? I had a tougher year. Xia Chun retorted immediately. It's always the same excuse, Xia Mo disputed. Sumu interrupted the sister's playful banter, stating, Let me check mine. After entering his registration number and ID, he pressed the enter key. Xia Mo and Xia Chun, one on each side, anxiously stared at the screen. Candidate Sumu, Chinese, 140, mathematics, 180, English, 100. Physics, A. Chemistry, A. Total, 420. Xia Mo gasped sharply. Is this for real? How is it possible? 420. In previous years, this score would certainly contend for the top, but unfortunately, this year's top spot has been claimed by Fu Ningning. He only studied for a month. Unless he is a descendant of a genius lineage with awakened powers. Such a transformation is utterly inconceivable. No one can leap from the bottom to the top in just 1 month. Xia Chun also stared in astonishment at the 420 score. Didn't we agree that he had run out of talent? This is hardly a case of depletion. It's a display of extraordinary aptitude. Why are your scores all whole numbers? It feels calculated. Xia Chun's offhand comment sparked a realization in Xia Mo, instantly recalling Fu Ningning's score, 425. Just a single math question away. Did you perhaps leave the last fill-in-the-blank question unanswered? She queried. Sumu remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome, replying, I did answer it. Answered? Xia Mo exclaimed in surprise, and Sumu continued, I left the first fill-in-the-blank question unanswered. So, you weren't actually slacking off. Xia Mo narrowed her eyes, appearing slightly vexed as she felt deceived, having worried unnecessarily while he had been confident all along. You've always known. You were just pretending. She accused playfully. Haha, you've seen through me. It's not entirely untrue. I certainly one T grasped the material learned later. However, the knowledge prior to my apathy is not so easily forgotten. Xia Chun widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom why one would feign ignorance. Isn't good performance supposed to attract praise from teachers and parents? Whenever I scored well, my parents would reward me. What is your motive? Before Sumu could respond, Xia Mo explained, his former adoptive parents treated him poorly, monopolizing all scholarships and seizing the living expenses sent from overseas by Mr. Ren. He didn't wish to be an ATM for those bloodsuckers. Yet, due to his identity issues, he could only resort to this self-destructive strategy. Xia Chun gasped, her heart aching. How could there be such parents? Actually, your guess isn't entirely accurate, Sumu said, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction over his cunning plan. Xia Mo felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the deceit lurking behind his smile and asked, "May I hear your thoughts?" Of course. Leaning against a tree, Sumu began to articulate his thoughts, which were surprisingly simple. After years of close interaction, I know that couple better than they know themselves. I understand their insatiable greed and their hypocrisy. As long as I remain of value to them, they'll keep up the facade. However, once I lose my worth, their true natures will be revealed. They have amassed considerable wealth, sufficient for a luxurious lifestyle for a while. My goal is to shatter this illusion, to expose their true selves before me, before our neighbors, and before justice and the law. I want the world to side with me. So first, I feigned mediocrity in my studies, prompting the school to cease awarding scholarships, thus tearing off their masks. Then, upon reaching adulthood, I used my savings as leverage to confront my mother on my birthday, requesting that she halt the remittances. Now that they've lost all additional financial sources, they are beginning to twist under pressure, and all I can do is wait. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Eventually, they will exhaust their savings. Conflict will inevitably arise. They will threaten me to force me out, using intimidation tactics to compel my mother to continue sending money. I know they wouldn't dare inform her, fearing retaliation if the truth comes to light. So, they can only pressure me indirectly. And I just need to hold out for the best outcome. Time is on my side. At this point, Sumu let out a deep sigh. However, I never anticipated that I would underestimate their shamelessness. I was unprepared when they expelled me from the house. I had thought I was ready. A hint of ruthless determination flashed across the youthful face, which seemed undeserving of such harshness. Using my examination results to bring them down with me. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing Sumu's plan to use his examination scores as a wager, Xia Mo could hardly contain her disbelief. In an era where one examination determined a lifetime, how could anyone be foolish enough to intentionally fail and ruin their future? It's not as dire as you think. The college entrance examination isn't like the high school entrance exam. There are opportunities for retakes. It may cost me another year, but at that moment, time was the least valuable thing to me. The youth rarely displayed such a triumphant smile. Why didn't you tell me last time? Xia Mo inquired, referring to the occasion when she resided by the gravestone. I was afraid of startling you. At that time, we weren't as familiar as we are now. I worried that sharing certain matters might lead you to form an unfavorable impression of me. Sumu replied with a gaze as clear and sincere as a tranquil lake. Moreover, it was a form of self-exile. Regardless of the circumstances, I deceived many, including my mother, neighbors, teachers, and Fu Ningning. They all genuinely cared for me. After everything, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and unease. Only by punishing myself could I ease my conscience. Xia Mo fell silent, comprehending the burden of such indebtedness. When an honest person first encounters deception, their conscience relentlessly torments them. If not promptly rectified, they may find themselves on a path lined with lies. Sumu was kind-hearted, yet he was no mere fool blinded by goodness. It doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Look at me now, Haven Tea, I emerged victorious? Sumu exclaimed joyfully, raising a can of cold beer high, celebrating the seamless execution of all his plans. Summer solstice had arrived. The future was upon them. Xia Chun joined in, skillfully opening a can with one hand and tossing another to her now-adult sister. Cheers. Ding, 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 Sumu's phone chimed again. infusing the atmosphere with merriment as Fu Ningning answered the call. Hello? Sumu, you great deceiver. On the other end, his classmate seethed, her anger surpassing that of Xia Mo, for she was the most grievously deceived. My father just informed me that you scored 420 points. You're the second highest. You are the biggest liar in the world. What a scoundrel. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Humph. Arg, you infuriate me. With a broad smile, Sumu could discern that his classmate's ire was not genuine, yet he knew he still needed to apologize and provide comfort. I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. A few soothing words soon had Fu Ningning laughing and congratulating Sumu. Meanwhile, Xia Mo listened intently, while Xia Chun observed with a resigned expression. And Qian Yifeng captured the moment with a snap of her phone. I have some bad news. Fu Ningning suddenly interjected. Who didn't do well? Not that. It's Mu Qianning. She scored 416 points, ranking third. How infuriating. Sister Xia Mo underperformed, only scoring 413 points. It's all because of that damned shot. Qian was always strong. But now, all three top scorers are in our class. Old Hong must be celebrating at home. Sumu remarked, unfazed. However, Xia Mo indeed should not have scored only 413. As Fu Ningning noted, the impact of that shot was far more severe than she had admitted. Don't refer to her that way. She's not a good person. Forget her. Fu Ningning insisted. All right, I will forget her. It should happen quite soon. Sumu replied calmly. Everyone has their own choices. There's no need to dwell on that matter any longer. Dwelling on it, Xia Mo glanced at the blue sapphire bracelet around his wrist, pondering if he was the one truly unable to move on. Sister was right. Scorpios do hold grudges, particularly regarding betrayals in relationships. Fu Ningning began to look for conversation fodder. Sister Xia Mo only ranked 6th, missing the top 5. What a pity. Yes, I saw. You saw? She immediately sensed something amiss. Of course, she's right next to me. Sumu revealed without reservation. Ah, then, where are you two? Fu Ningning asked, flustered. At Qingxijuyun. What? On the other end, Fu Ningning seemed frozen. Qingxijuyun, a holiday resort, Xia Mo. A lone male and female together, an intriguing scenario formed in her mind. You, are you on vacation? Vacation? Sumu looked at his still-healing sword wound, questioning the notion of a vacation. My mother enrolled me in swordsmanship classes. My daily training takes place here, he explained. Fu Ningning felt the excuse was absurd. Where could swordsmanship classes be taught at a resort? Yet, she instinctively chose to believe her classmate Wu Ti deceive her. However, she could not let her guard down regarding that woman Xia Mo. Last time, she sensed something was off. Princess Ning's eyes glinted with determination, listening to their conversation. Xia Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. This call had undoubtedly placed her on Princess Ning's blacklist, perhaps even at the top. This is troublesome. But some things must be contended for. Gore, I'm hungry. When do we eat? Xia Chun complained plaintively. Chapter 26. Princess Ning Takes Action, 2024 edition, before the floor-to-ceiling window. Sumu sat at the chessboard, holding a black piece, scratching his head in contemplation. Sunlight streamed through the glass facade, casting a golden hue that illuminated the triumphant smile on the little girl's face. As July approached, travel plans were imminent. Chiba Fengwei, seizing the opportunity, requested leave from his employer, Rin Qingshu, citing an urgent matter that required his absence for a period. The two would resume lessons after their return from the seaside journey. Observing Sumu's increasingly robust physique, Rin Qingshu recognized the effort invested by the teacher during this time. After purchasing some gifts as tokens of gratitude, he consented to the leave, allowing his son to adjust before fully embracing the holiday. It was a rare occasion for Sumu to be home, accompanying you in a game of chess. After much fidgeting, he finally pierced through the fog of confusion, exclaiming in a moment of inspiration, "Behold my grand strategy." The black piece was placed squarely at the center of the board. You immediately erupted in anger, retaliating with a swift move. Play properly. Sumu, feeling aggrieved, cradled his head in pain but dared not voice his discomfort. He retrieved the black pieces from the board, pondering to himself. In the cartoons, this is how they play. Gazing at the furious expression of the girl opposite him, he nervously took a tactical sip of water and obediently positioned his black piece in a corner, only for Yu's white pieces to swiftly counter and seal his fate. Go is a game that can devour time when boredom strikes. One might as well invite a friend of dubious skill for a match, as an evenly matched game can be particularly entertaining. Typically, a game might consume an entire morning, and one must avoid using a board of hard material, for two equally matched novices are likely to spark disputes reminiscent of the legendary tales of chess master Lu Qi. However, if the disparity in skill between the players is too vast, the weaker player may find the experience utterly devoid of enjoyment. For instance, Sumu, currently engaged in a match with you, found himself in an inescapable defeat, his black pieces mercilessly vanquished by the white ones, a cacophony of despair echoing around him. To accommodate Sumu's experience, you generously conceded 5 pieces. Yet, even with this advantage, the overwhelming prowess of you rendered the 5 black pieces insufficient to salvage the dire situation. Ding ding ding. As Sumu pondered how to continue his desperate struggle, the telephone on the table rang. Answering the call, he heard the familiar voice of his classmate. "I'm at your doorstep." With a quick flick of his wrist, he scattered the black pieces across the board, brazenly declaring, "Ningning has arrived. We're done here." The audacity of his actions incensed you, who leapt from the carpet, exclaiming, "That's you conceding defeat. It's 13-0. I have won 13 consecutive games against you. 13 consecutive losses." This was Sumu's record for the morning, merely a prelude to the arrival of Fu Ningning. The game was far from finished, and the outcome was still uncertain. How could he simply accept defeat? He dashed to the entrance, calling out in fear of Yu's wrath, concerned she might retaliate with another swift move. After exclaiming, he turned to open the door, where the sweet smile of his classmate greeted him once more. Fu Ningning was dressed simply today, clad in a white t-shirt and a short skirt, complemented by a pair of timeless white sneakers. "Sumu." The girl waved cheerfully, her smile illuminating Sumu's eyes. It reminded him of the first time he had seen Fu Ningning, dressed in a similarly uncomplicated manner. Memories of 3 years ago flooded back. How vibrant and full of confidence he had been, while his desk mate had looked upon him with a mixture of admiration and resentment. During the previous year's entrance examination, Sumu had placed first, leaving Fu Ningning to settle for second. At that moment, their standings mirrored the current situation. Fu Ningning, noticing the spark in Sumu's eyes, felt a surge of happiness, silently praising Aunt Wen's discerning taste. Experience truly does lend wisdom. An hour earlier, after concluding her morning dance training, Fu Ningning sat in her dressing room, a frown etched across her face. For an hour, she had experimented with various outfits, yet none seemed satisfactory, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate. Aunt Wen brought in some fruit, glancing at the clock and then at the troubled young lady seated in the chair. She entered the dressing room and retrieved a cherished dress. "Miss, I believe this outfit would suit you splendidly." "This one?" Fu Ningning hesitated. "Isn't it too plain?" Recalling how the other girls in her class adorned themselves in vibrant finery, she felt her confidence wane. Seeing her youthful reflection in the mirror, her spirits plummeted. Could it be that I look too young? Is that why Sumu hesitates to approach me? Despite being younger than her, Xia Mo appeared far more mature. If Xia Mo resembled a half-bloomed flower, Fu Ningning's visage seemed akin to a bud yet to blossom, adorable, yet evoking a sense of protective affection. Since the day Sumu mentioned training with Xia Mo, Fu Ningning had grown increasingly anxious. Following the dispersal of the last banquet, she sensed an undercurrent between the two. Someone was attempting to undermine her. Fu Ningning's feelings for Sumu were well known within the Fu family. Initially, her father had not opposed her affections, but upon witnessing Sumu's descent into complacency, he changed his stance, firmly disapproving. In his view, once one succumbs to decline, escape becomes nearly impossible. Few individuals can rise from the depths of adversity to reclaim their former selves. Most merely drift along, falling where they may. Fu Ningning was furious. This marked the first time she had engaged in a heated argument with her respected father. She held steadfast in her belief, confident that her desk mate would endure and rise against the odds. Her father chuckled, a blend of resignation and pride evident in his expression. Resignation that his daughter had chosen poorly, yet pride in her ability to form her own judgments and voice her choices. The Fu family's wealth, accumulated over generations, was the result of every ancestor choosing their path wisely. Selection, investment, and management were inherent instincts woven into the very fabric of the Fu lineage. Fu Ningning challenged her father to a wager regarding Sumu's future, staking her own fate upon it. Amused, her father accepted the bet, knowing that the Fu family could easily absorb the risk. Should his daughter falter, he possessed ample resources to cushion the blow. And if she triumphed, all the better. A sign of prosperity would be if the younger generation surpassed the older. When the examination results were released, her father could scarcely believe his eyes. Second in the province. How could this be? He marveled at the boy's precise control over his scores. His daughter's success had essentially been a gift from him. Reviewing the collected data, a chilling realization dawned upon him. This young man had been playing a long game, biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment. What high school student could achieve such cunning? The true terror lay not in his strategies or schemes, but in nearly 2 years of restraint. The willingness to cast aside one's dignity, allowing others to trample upon it, was the most frightening aspect of all. Through the documents, he discerned the visage of a smiling youth. Beneath the facade of cheerfulness lay cold calculations. Such a demeanor should not belong to a high school student. He believed that his daughter was unable to see through it, wishing to oppose their relationship. Yet how could a father not honor his promise to his child? Soon, however, he conceived another approach, a perfect solution that served 2 purposes. Initially, Fu Ningning believed she had achieved a resounding victory, outshining her esteemed father with her investment in a promising prospect. Yet, she soon recognized a troubling sign. This potential gem seemed to be on the brink of being seized by the Xia family. Sumu might, possibly, be a formidable heir. Should this be confirmed, all of Fu Ningning's investments would vanish in an instant, rendering 3 years of effort futile. Despite her reluctance to accept it, she knew she had to make a rational choice. The nouveau riche dare not touch the blue-blooded lineage. This is a tacit understanding within the council. If it were merely ordinary red blood, the aristocratic families might turn a blind eye, but they absolutely will not permit capital to encroach upon blue blood. Blue blood is the very foundation of their aristocratic rule. When capital intersects with blue blood, it ceases to be nouveau riche and transforms into a new aristocracy. The House of Lords possesses only 36 seats of power, and no one is willing to relinquish their chair. Fu Ningning is filled with trepidation. She cannot bear to share these thoughts with her father. Alternatively, there may be another way. I have not yet lost. How about changing into something more flamboyant? Fu Ningning suggested, perhaps a more mature makeup look? She admired the attire of Mu Qianning at the banquet, noting how it captivated a certain individual to the point of distraction. Surely, emulating it could only yield positive results. Aunt One, however, disagreed, patiently advising her, Ningning. Every boy envisions a girl in a white t-shirt and a short skirt with a ponytail. They are an irreplaceable presence in their hearts, belonging solely to this naive phase of youth. You wore this outfit when you first met Sumu, didn't you? Indeed, Fu Ningning nodded. That's precisely why I have kept this outfit. Then it is settled. Wear this ensemble, and your makeup should not be overly garish, just a light touch, with a hint of allure. This subtle makeup, known by another name, as picturesque as a painting. Have you done your makeup? As picturesque. Have you truly done it? As picturesque. This style, perceived as artful by girls, represents the essence of natural beauty to boys. Aunt Wen styled the girl's hair and applied a delicate makeup, offering her blessings. Go forth, Ningning, and win over your Prince Charming. As Fu Ningning gazed at her reflection, confidence radiated from her bright eyes and gentle smile, resembling a crescent moonlit spring, vibrant and charming. She nodded vigorously in affirmation, yes. Returning to the present, she stood at the threshold, her sparkling eyes dancing as she playfully asked, will you not invite me in? Sumu suddenly realized his rudeness, having stared blankly at the young lady. Oh, please come in. He fetched slippers for the little princess and added, Li Shu, come in for a cup of tea. Li Shu, Fu Ningning's driver and bodyguard, a B-class red-blooded heir, hailed from humble beginnings and had been supported by the Fu family since childhood. After graduating from university, he had worked for the Fu family, serving as a guardian figure to the young princess. As Fu Ningning entered the living room, she discovered that this apartment was connected to the one next door, forming an expansive flat that occupied the entire floor. This place belonged to my biological parents, Sumu explained, noticing her curious gaze. Biological parents? Fu Ningning was taken aback. Such a large house suggested considerable wealth. Why then had he ended up in an orphanage, struggling to afford food and requiring his own support? This story is quite lengthy. I will share it with you when the time is right. The house and the inheritance are something I recently acquired. Sumu retrieved milk from the fridge, poured a cup, and handed it to the table. He brewed a cup of Malfong tea from a gift and served it to Li Shu, while he himself opened a can of chilled soda. More milk. Do you still view me as a child? Fu Ningning pouted, holding the warm milk. She noticed the chessboard on the coffee table, littered with pieces, and asked, "Do you play Go?" "Just a bit of idle play," he replied. "You truly are just playing around," you quipped, sitting cross-legged on the couch. "Shall we have a game?" Fu Ningning smiled. Sumu was surprised. "You can play Go? Do not underestimate me. I am well versed in all arts. I can even dance," Fu Ningning declared with a touch of pride, confident in her artistic talents. Though she knew she could not surpass Xia Mo in painting, yet her variety of skills was her strength. "Very well, let us play a match. But do be cautious. I am a professional second dan." Sumu won the draw, taking the black pieces first. This time, he refrained from using his signature move, Heaven and Earth in Harmony, and instead played with a professional caution. The driver observed the fierce clash of black and white pieces on the board, somewhat astonished. Although a professional second dan may not be highly ranked, it was still sufficient to easily outplay amateur players. Despite being on the defensive, the black pieces maintained dignity, which was commendable. It appeared that the young lady's companion had some skill. No wonder he was alone at home playing chess. The living room, seemingly tranquil and silent, was filled only with the sound of their breathing. However, for Sumu, the atmosphere was exasperating, as you incessantly nagged beside him, pointing and critiquing. "Move here, you fool. How could you make that mistake again? Do not place it there, no?" Frustrated, Sumu conceded defeat, declaring, "I yield." "You did quite well," Fu Ningning remarked, lifting her milk. Yu rolled her eyes. "Foolish, let us depart," Fu Ningning exclaimed, pulling out a tissue to wipe the milk from her lips. The three descended the stairs. And as Sumu once again beheld Fu Ningning's Rolls-Royce, he realized that after so many promises, this time it was indeed happening. Where to? Today's itinerary was entirely arranged by the little princess. Fu Ningning wished to lean closer to Sumu, but the fixed armrest between them felt like an insurmountable barrier. Previously, she had never found it bothersome and had even liked it. The armrest concealed a small car fridge, exceedingly useful in summer for storing drinks and ice cream. Yet now it was a source of irritation, and she thought, "I shall remove this inconvenient thing when we return. I have made a reservation at Kawami for lunch." Sumu's face paled. In an era where a bowl of noodles cost only 2 yuan, this restaurant had an average spend of 2,000. Previously, when Mu Qianning treated him, she had spent 5,000, yet he had left still feeling hungry. Ultimately, they had to resort to a roadside stall for 2 portions of fried noodles to avoid going home hungry. It's a great location with a view of the river, and since it's just the two of us, I booked the entire venue. Fu Ningning smiled brightly, casually mentioning the reservation. Dang, Sumu felt his spirits plummet. Was she truly the daughter of a wealthy family from Jiangnan? Her extravagant gestures were astonishing, immediately opting for a grand occasion that must cost a fortune. The entirety of his semester scholarship would hardly cover a single meal for her. By the way, if the college entrance examination goes well, the National College of Jinglin will provide a substantial scholarship. He wondered when it would arrive. In truth, Sumu was already a billionaire, but having lived in poverty for so long, his mind could only conceive of the highest expenditures as digging with a golden shovel. After lunch, "We shall go to the aquarium," Fu Ningning continued. "Not to the movies?" Sumu's thoughts about outings remained confined to the traditional trifecta of dining, shopping, and cinema. "You did not reserve the entire venue, did you?" "Not at all." Sumu sighed with relief. He had indeed wanted to treat his companion today, given all the kindness he had received. He could certainly afford the aquarium tickets. And then to the amusement park. Fu Ningning exclaimed excitedly. And Sumu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In the next moment, his tablemate uttered those two words. Book the venue. This way. We can skip the lines. I knew it. He leaned back against the red sofa, lamenting how different his world was from that of the little princess. Amid their chatter, the car gradually came to a stop. As soon as they exited, Fu Ningning eagerly tugged Sumu towards the restaurant. The servers, having waited all morning, greeted the young lady with enthusiasm and courtesy, guiding them to the finest table. Upon raising her gaze, she could see the bustling river and the islands at its heart. In a few days, the time will come to fill out the college applications. Have you decided which school to choose? Fu Ningning poured herself a cup of sake and filled her glass with orange juice. I haven't decided yet. What about you? Sumu retorted. Me? Last night. Fu Ningning suddenly received some distressing news. As she sipped her orange juice, feeling dejected, she said, My family suddenly wants me to study abroad. What a waste of my top student status. Studying abroad is great. It broadens your horizons, Sumu replied. Fu Ningning gazed at her beloved across the table, her expression dimming, her smile fading, as she silently bit her straw. Which school? The girl softly uttered 4 words, Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Formerly known as St. Light Hogwarts School of Magic. Although it bears the name of a magic school, it does not teach any magic. Rather, it is a modern comprehensive university. Due to various historical reasons, the name has remained unchanged. A good school, but it's too far. Sumu had naturally heard of the illustrious Hogwarts and had read the classic novel Harry Potter, The Flower of the Other Shore, which is said to be located in the northern region of Indore, in the city of Lodenoe. Yes, Fu Ningning lowered her head. What about you? Still considering Luqiao University? It's hard to say. Sumu recalled his identity as a hybrid and the tranquil human life he had. It would likely soon be a thing of the past. Oh. The delicacies at Kawami are delightful, yet the two troubled souls could not savor any flavor. At 1:27 p.m., they entered a newly opened aquarium. Sumu welcomed the opportunity to pay. 2 mere tickets were easily manageable. How much? He thought he had misheard, as the attendant smiled and returned his card while handing over the bill, stating 1,314 yuan. Sir, since you are both new guests and a couple, we are pleased to offer you a special 12 discount. Here is your bill. Please sign here. We are not a couple. Fu Ningning's cheeks flushed. If you're not a couple, then you can only receive a 5 discount, the attendant smiled. Yes, we are. Sumu swiftly wrapped his arms around the girl, forcing a smile and declaring, You truly have a keen eye? Fu Ningning, embraced by her beloved, felt her mind momentarily stall. Was it really this easy to let him hold her? It seemed she had discovered an extraordinary new approach. Sumu picked up a ballpoint pen and signed his name on the bill with flamboyant strokes. I must see what wonders your aquarium holds. Is it filled with colossal squids and sperm whales? The attendant took the receipt and said, Mr. Sun Yuan, here are your tickets. Please keep them safe. Suddenly, Fu Ningning burst into laughter, her mood lifting. She glanced at the bank receipt, where the character for Mu had been transformed into Nyo, reading Sun Yuan. Mr. Sun Yuan, let us hurry inside, she urged, pushing Sumu forward. As the door swung open, a vast expanse of azure sea unfolded above them. Sumu was captivated. This was not merely a few glass tanks with some fish. The blue luminescence danced across his face, as extraordinary marine creatures swayed gracefully in the pristine waters. A shark swam by, casting a glance at the naive human, seemingly scoffing, before leisurely departing to patrol its territory. This expenditure seemed to hold some value. An absurd thought flickered through Sumu's mind. Excitedly, Fu Ningning tugged at her beloved, leading him onward. Ahead, the ground transformed into glass, and they felt as if they were submerged beneath the sea, enveloped by the ocean from all sides. Breathing in the oxygen, they reveled in the azure dream. Be careful, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Sumu anxiously scanned his surroundings, and in a daze, he caught sight of his mother-esque figure. On the soft, golden beach, Liang Yo gazed into the distance, where azure and deep blue intertwined at the horizon. The warm, slightly sultry July breeze brushed against her face, tracing the lines at the corners of her eyes. Under the golden sun, a little boy ran barefoot in the shallow waters, clearly enamored with the vibrant sea. "Look, Mommy, an airplane." The boy suddenly pointed skyward, where a black helicopter soared by. Liang Yao squinted and recognized a familiar cross emblem, the 10 Directions Guard. How could a helicopter from the Kaoyan headquarters appear in Luqiao City? There was a distance of over 2,000 kilometers. The smile on her lips slowly faded as she urgently called out, "Su Tang, come back." "Mommy." Little Sumu, bewildered, tilted his head in confusion at his mother. The wind whipped through the long hair cascading over her shoulders, and suddenly, the clear sky turned ominously dark. The thick, gloomy clouds rolled violently above, flickering with silver lightning. At the horizon where sea and sky converged, a massive black storm approached at an unimaginable speed. "Come back." Liang Yao immediately noticed the storm and shouted for her son. As the once lively beach fell into chaos, little Sumu attempted to run back to his mother, but in the crowd of fleeing people, someone accidentally knocked him down. "Mommy." The fierce wind surged, and torrential rain fell. The raindrops pounded mercilessly against Sumu's small frame as he turned to see the storm, his face paling in terror. Liang Yao fought against the tide of humanity, summoning all her strength to reach her child. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Little Sumu covered his ears and saw the black helicopter in the sky belching thick smoke, spiraling out of control as it crashed onto the beach. Many tourists were instantly crushed beneath the helicopter of the 10 Directions Guard. Screams erupted, filled with fear and panic, a multitude of negative emotions accumulating over the beach, overwhelming little Sumu's mind, tearing at his consciousness with each shriek. Everyone rushed inland in a frenzy. A bystander pulled out a phone, oblivious to the danger, hoping to capture the sudden catastrophe unfolding before them. Little Sumu scrambled up from the sand. A chilling wind swept from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. He slowly turned around. The deep blue sea had turned into a pitch-black abyss, and from the storm, he glimpsed a pair of ghostly violet eyes. With just one glance, Sumu collapsed in agony into the muddy sand pit, convulsing as terror filled his mind. The hands holding the phones trembled as well, frozen in place by the fear of the monstrous being from the depths. The storm churned the sea, raising towering waves that crashed like a furious white shark pouncing on its prey. Su Tang. In a moment of desperation, the mother shielded her child, enveloping him beneath her. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Close your eyes. Don't be scared." The warmth calmed little Sumu, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw his mother bathed in flames, surrounded by floating golden-red roses against the backdrop of the sea meeting the sky. Her small frame stood resolutely against the earth-shattering tsunami, flames rising high, vaporizing everything in their path. A dense white mist descended from the heavens, enveloping the beach. Piercing bird calls pierced the air, and little Sumu covered his ears. In the swirling darkness of the storm, he beheld a colossal avian creature, a fusion of bird and human. The upper half resembled a bird, while the lower half had human legs. Underneath the enormous black wings were desiccated human arms. What was that? The emergence of the enigmatic creature shattered Sumu's worldview. He could not fathom why a bird could bear offspring with a human. His mother explained that reproductive isolation exists between different species. Moreover, it was colossal, standing a staggering 50 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. As a tsunami crashed down, a massive wall of fire erupted, and the frigid seawater was instantaneously evaporated, creating a vast square. Tourists within the area remained unharmed, while those outside were left bloodied and mangled. Run, as far away as possible. Liang Yao realized that her survival was unlikely today, but as long as she could endure for just a moment longer, her child would have an increased chance of survival. "Mom." Little Sumu trembled in the cold wind. His mother crouched down, tightly embracing her child, their heads nestled together. "Mom will always love you," she whispered. "Mom." The child cried out, his heart-wrenching sobs echoing in the air. "Go." Liang Yao stood up once more, resolute in facing her mission. Tears streamed down little Sumu's face as he began to sprint towards the city, spurred on by his mother's fierce determination, illuminating the hope for his survival. As the cold waves surged, Sumu witnessed fleeing tourists turning into ice sculptures, their expressions of terror vividly frozen in time. In this white hell of ice and snow, he alone persisted. A golden light shimmered behind him. Sumu turned to see a sun descending upon the beach, with his mother soaring through the air above it. Reminiscent of a superhero from an animated film. Superheroes are fictional, but mothers are real. Liang Yao glanced back at her 5-year-old child, her eyes filled with love and guilt. If she had not taken him out on this trip, would all of this have transpired? Sugar, Mom loves you, Liang Yao murmured softly. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. But her gaze hardened with resolve. The sun erupted outward in concentric golden ripples, a terrifying power filling her veins. Her deep purple eyes widened in surprise and fear. How could this human? A sigh resonated from the sky, echoing like a harbinger of doom. As the dawn breaks in the east, it illuminates my abode in Fusan. Within that golden sun, Sumu heard someone reciting. The blue glow of the aquarium reflected upon his face, and the earlier events felt dreamlike. Memories from his childhood resurfaced, clearer than ever before. The truth drew ever closer. Upon exiting the aquarium, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fu Ningning gently supported the pale Sumu, saying, "Let me take you home." "I'm fine." Sumu sat on a bench by the river, piecing together the fragmented memories. Gathering her courage, Fu Ningning leaned against her beloved. "I'm sorry, miss," a driver approached. Handing a phone to Fu Ningning, "Sir, it's a call for you." Reluctantly, she took the phone, stepping aside while speaking, her eyes frequently darting back to Sumu. Her eyes red and her tone intense. "It's my dad's call. I have to go back," Fu Ningning exclaimed, realizing that her father's discovery of Sumu's bloodline had prompted her immediate return home. "Let me take you," she offered. "No, I'll stay here for a while," Sumu replied. "You go ahead." "All right, I'll leave first." Reluctantly, Fu Ningning followed the driver. Just as she departed, a mischievous figure emerged before Sumu. Wow, this must be the juiciest gossip of the year. The legendary goddess Fu Ningning has fallen for the talentless Sumu. Recognizing the voice, Sumu kicked out without hesitation. "Wang Lin, are you itching for trouble again?" Wang Lin dodged with a grin. "You all have graduated, and finally, there's some tangible progress. Even romance novels don't take this long. What is so special about Mu Qianning? Princess Ning is so charming, wealthy, beautiful, and adores you. If I were you, I would shamelessly pursue Princess Ning." Sumu responded, "Tell me, does our esteemed young master Wang have any free time? If so, might you spare a moment for this pitiful, impoverished soul?" Wang Lin cleared his throat. "How did you know I just got my license and bought a brand new pink Maserati?" "Oh, a Maserati. A luxury vehicle. Show me." Sumu eagerly played along. Wang Lin, with a flourish, pointed at Sumu, suddenly recalling his earlier escapade, nearly forgetting the girl he had been with. He pulled out the last few thousand from his wallet and handed it all to her. "Baby, you'll just have to take a cab home today." The girl looked at Wang Lin with a pitiful expression before obediently replying, "All right, then brother, let us plan for another date." She bid farewell to Sumu with a wave. "I'll go drive. Don't wander off," Wang Lin called as he dashed towards the parking spot. Sumu chuckled at Wang Lin's retreating figure, waiting for his friend's car. The familiar silhouette of a supercar approached, and the driver lowered the window. "I thought you were at home," Guan Tianyin remarked. Sumu inquired, "Sister, what's wrong? Get in." Sumu scratched his head, sending a text to Wang Lin. Obediently climbing into Guan Tianyin's car. As Wang Lin drove his beloved Maserati to the roadside, he spotted Sumu getting into a beautiful woman's McLaren, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. What the heck? Suddenly, he noticed Fu Ningning's Rolls Royce and quickly turned back. "Oh no, my brother is in trouble. I must come to the rescue." Wang Lin pressed the accelerator. The driver, startled by the sudden appearance of the Maserati, slammed on the brakes and prepared to confront the intruder, only to see a roguish figure leaning out the window with a cheeky grin. "Princess Ning, where are you off to?" Fu Ningning, hearing her name, rolled down the window. "Wang Lin, did you just see Sumu?" she asked, her concern evident. Wang Lin, diverting the topic, noticed the McLaren slowly driving away from the corner of his eye. "Muzi just took a cab home. Why do you need him? Is it a secret date or something?" Fu Ningning's face flushed instantly. "And no, it's nothing. Drive safely," I'll take off first. She then closed the window, allowing Wang Lin to let the Rolls-Royce pass. I must quickly call Sumu. Wang Lin hurriedly pulled out his phone. Hey, Muzi, Fu Ningning just turned back. I told her you took a cab home, but I didn't mention you were in a McLaren. Damn it, Sumu laughed. I got it. Wang Lin hung up. Stroking his stubble, recalling the alluring woman he had just seen, her legs long and slender, but alas, he gestured in disappointment, just too small. Chapter 27, Kidnapping, 2024 New Edition. The shadow dancer paused at the foot of Building 1. Accompany me for a stroll, Guan Tianyan said, taking a document and opening the car door, heading towards the riverbank. As evening approached, the river breeze had lost its earlier heat, and a tipsy sensation intoxicated one with the beauty of summer. This wind, neither completely warm nor fully ripe, epitomized the essence of summer. The two walked slowly along the riverside, enveloped in the silence of the evening breeze. Sumu sensed that Guan Tianyan's mood seemed rather somber. The last time she visited the CAF to sign the inheritance agreement, he had exhibited the same demeanor, and even after all this time, he had yet to find his equilibrium. I've brought your blood sample back to the X-Space Atrium headquarters. Here is your lineage identification report. Guan Tianyan halted, her expression complex as she regarded the boy she considered a younger brother, the words of her teacher echoing in her mind. She shook her head and handed over the document pouch. Take a look. Sumu opened the pouch and extracted the detailed testing reports, one by one, appearing before him. Unable to comprehend the contents, he flipped to the final page for the conclusion. Lineage test sample. Sumu, 18 years old, of 0000200000 AI0. Testing location, X-Space Atrium Headquarters, Laboratory 013. Conclusion, the tested sample sequence is flame, lineage grade is blue blood A. Tester, Dr. Zhou. An outcome that elicited no surprise. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Sumu took a significant step towards the stage of the inheritors. He wished to resist, to remain in the tranquility of his previous life, rising with the sun and resting with its setting, holding the hand of his beloved, enjoying leisurely evening walks after dinner, nurturing a gentle dog and a mischievous cat. This was the idyllic life he envisioned. Yet, this dream was gradually shattering. Apart from having a playful cat, he had achieved none of it. Life relentlessly propelled him forward. The illusion of choice seemed to rest in his hands, despite his decision to refuse to sign. What was meant to come would inevitably find him. Glancing at the final conclusion on the report, Sumu fell into silence. Had he been a red blood, perhaps he could have remained in Jiazhou, leading an ordinary life as a law enforcement officer. A flame sequence, blue blood A. How many blue blood A individuals could there possibly be in this world? The weight of responsibility upon his shoulders was inescapable. Sumu realized that Dr. Zhou had cunningly altered the identification number, placing him within the atrium system. Oddly, hadn't he tampered with his blood sample? Why, then, had he not evaded Dr. Zhou's discerning gaze? Congratulations, Guan Tianyan said, her lips forming the words, yet her expression betrayed no joy, appearing rather mournful for the fate that awaited him. Dongjun is a formidable power. Your lineage is high, allowing you to fully harness this ability. Perhaps when we meet again, I shall address you as Master Dongjun. When an inheritor attains a level of power so profound, they are often referred to by the title of their abilities. Blue blood signifies the pinnacle of talent, both for the nation and its organizations. Whether you choose X-Space or not, your brilliance cannot be concealed. In the future world of inheritors, your legend will undoubtedly emerge. In her steady tone, she had already surmised Sumu's future. Is it truly so exaggerated? Blue blood isn't that rare, is it? Look, I've encountered two. One is Gu Li, and the other. Guan Tianyan pondered briefly before deducing the identity, saying, Have you met Professor Qinya? Professor? What? You're unaware of his true identity. Sumu shook his head. The teacher didn't mention it, nor did I inquire. Not important. Once you enter the world of inheritors, you will inevitably hear his tales. Sumu remained perplexed. Sumerimo had evidently found nothing. Is the teacher renowned? His fame depends on your standing. The stronger your abilities, the higher your tier, the more renowned he becomes. If you remain mediocre, his legend will elude you. Guan Tianyin's eyes sparkled with admiration. He exists in oral legends, a powerful being not etched in history. One of the few who approaches S-level A. To become his student is your fortune. Study diligently under him. His history is ample enough to occupy a lifetime of learning. Teacher. Sumu thought to himself, having anticipated his teacher's prowess. After all, that night, the teacher had not even needed to activate the golden eye. He simply passed by Nan Zichu and rendered him unconscious without a sound. After hearing Guan Tianyin's words, he realized he had underestimated his teacher. Was it that Summer Mo could not uncover his identity because she too was inexperienced and of too low a level? When the opportunity arises, you might visit Chaohua. The inheritors there regard him as a deity, and his legends abound. Guan Tianyin continued, being his student will be an immense pressure. Chaohua, the neighboring country? I will go, Sumu replied. The two continued along the river walk, laughter and joy resonating from all directions. Sumu gazed at them, his eyes filled with envy. This was the simple life he longed for. In the silence, Guan Tianyin suddenly asked, do you, in fact, not suffer from amnesia at all? Why do you think that? Is it because I am a poor actor? Sumu retorted, you simply cannot act. Your every thought is inscribed upon your face. Guan Tianyin stated bluntly. Sumu awkwardly scratched his head, believing he had performed rather well, only to realize he had merely been spared from public embarrassment. I've heard about Mu Qianqing. She isn't worth your devotion, Guan Tianyin said as she walked ahead. I shouldn't interfere in your personal matters, but I feel compelled to offer you a precautionary warning. Mu Qianqing was Su Mu's Achilles heel. Every mention of her rendered him mute. When you were downcast, those around you were all ill-intentioned. In your glory, only the virtuous remained. The blue blood, a lineage, is sufficient to attract only the good. Your kindness and innocence are admirable, yet you must remain vigilant. Many deceivers will surround you in the future. Guan Tianyin spoke like a guardian, tirelessly imparting wisdom. For a young man of your age, the number of female deceivers is particularly high, and they all appear as stunning beauties, resembling celestial beings. Exercise caution. Ultimately, cherish those who chose to stand by you during your darkest times. Compared to Mu Qianqing, they are far more deserving of your unwavering commitment. Do not wait until you lose everything before you come to regret. The life of a common bloodline is brief. That of an A is lengthy. Do not let your future be enshrined in memories. Guan Tianyin turned, her bright eyes filled with sincerity. Sumu looked at her, deeply moved. Yet a strange sense of melancholy enveloped him, as if she were preparing to march into battle, uncertain of her fate. Thank you. I will remember. Shen Mingyang has been apprehended. He is the wanted criminal with a bounty of 500,000, currently imprisoned at the Southeast Bureau. You may rest assured, Guan Tianyin stated. I've heard you've offended the Nan family. Indeed. Then be cautious. The teacher has already taught Nan Zichu a lesson. I believe he knows how to proceed. Xiao Mo, Guan Tianyin's expression turned grave. Although I am not Gu Li, nor am I exceptionally clever or prophetic, I am aware that the aristocracy is the epitome of hypocrisy. They place their honor above life itself. You have dealt them a significant blow. Do not expect this matter to conclude amicably. Perhaps out of fear of Professor Chiba, they dared not harm you overtly, yet they possess centuries of experience in covert sabotage. Be cautious. Yes, Sister Hua, I will be careful, Sumu replied obediently, nodding his head. Guan Tianyin reached out as if to pat his head, but reconsidered and let his hand rest on the young man's shoulder instead. Let us return. All right. As they descended the stairs, just before getting into the car, Guan Tianyin said, if you wish to join X Space Courtyard, feel free to call me anytime. Never rely on others for protection. The only way to safeguard yourself is to grow stronger. I will be staying at the Hittis Hotel, room 3501 for the next few days. Soon, I will be leaving Jiangzhou for an overseas mission, and I do not know when we shall meet again. If you wish to see me, you may come to the hotel. With that, he did not wait for Su Mu's response, and with a roar, the shadow warrior vanished into the sunset. In the evening, Rin Qingshu returned home on time. After dinner, she announced that she would take Su Mu shopping for clothes, particularly swimwear, which would be needed for their trip to Hailey. As they settled into her car, Sumu inquired. Have you finished the company's affairs? Yes, thanks to your assistance, Rin Qingshu replied as she drove. Me? How did I help? Looking at her son, she teased. It is certainly thanks to your little friends, Xia Mo and Fu Ningning. The Xia family paved the way for policies, and the Fu family offered substantial economic support. Tell me, haven't you been a great help? Mom, Sumu protested, they are not my girlfriends. We are merely good friends. Just good friends? As the car cruised down the avenue bathed in twilight, Rin Qingshu smiled knowingly. Do good friends unconditionally support you for over a year? Do they accompany you to cause a ruckus at the Nan family banquet? Do they train with you every day in swordsmanship? Sumu was at a loss for words. He was not foolish and could clearly discern the affections of the two distinguished girls. Fu Ningning's feelings for him had likely been brewing for quite some time. As for Xia Mo, he was less certain, as their relationship was more akin to that of comrades, and he believed emotions should not be conflated. So, which one of them is to be my daughter-in-law? You cannot straddle both boats. Rin Qingshu did not wish for anyone to harm her son, nor did she want him to cause harm to others. Do you recall how Xia Mo appeared when she came to our house for dinner? Do you remember Fu Ningning's expression during the interview when she clarified things for you? Make your decision soon. Do not delay others. Sumu nestled into his seat, gazing out the window, his left hand toying with a sapphire bracelet. The gentle dusk breeze caressed his face. Rin Qingshu observed everything. What a romantic at heart. Although not my biological son, this trait certainly resembles me. If you do not have feelings, reject them early on. Do not give anyone unrealistic hopes. Since the matter had been broached, Sumu decided to be candid. Actually, I am unclear about my own feelings. After Qianqian left, her absence created a void. I do not know who might fill that space, nor do I know if it even exists anymore. Though somewhat naive in matters of the heart, the youth was not entirely oblivious. Previously, they had concealed their feelings, speaking in veiled tones and ambiguous phrases. However, after Mu Qianning's departure, the two girls had begun to reveal their intentions more directly, vying for each other's attention. Do you wish to hear my opinion? Yes. When it comes to marrying, one must consult their mother. Rin Qingshu nodded happily, for receiving her adopted son's respect was an achievement in itself. I prefer Xia Mo. She is more suited to you. However, she shifted her tone. I do not wish for you to get too close to the Xia family. Approaching a noble family can be perilous, quite literally. The appearance of the word but signified that the preceding remarks were mere pleasantries, and the crux of her message lay ahead. Moreover, your relationship may ultimately end in regret. She will eventually need to take over her family's estate and serve as a member of the upper house. Sumu understood. His mother was more inclined towards Xia Mo, yet she was unaware of his lineage as a descendant of noble blood. Thus, she feared that bloodline issues might prevent them from being together. Fu Ningning is also a wonderful choice. Most importantly, her feelings for you are sincere and steadfast, unshaken by the passage of time, and indeed, they deepen. His mother's implication was clear. His time with Xia Mo was still too short, and any affection might merely be a fleeting illusion born of youthful ardor. Fu Ningning's feelings, on the other hand, were genuine, promising a lasting connection. She leaned more toward supporting Princess Ning. Rin Qingshu concluded, ultimately, no matter what you choose, I will support you unconditionally, as long as you do not straddle both boats. Those who have weathered the rain often wish to shield others from it. She has been betrayed by love and has witnessed betrayal herself. Naturally, she would be most averse to seeing her son toy with another's feelings. I will consider it seriously, Sumu replied. His mother's words were merely a reference. She lacked sufficient information to make an accurate judgment. He could not foresee the future, nor was he certain how far the path of noble blood would take him. Likewise, he could not accurately assess whether pursuing that path would ultimately betray Fu Ningning's affections. She was of common blood, and being with him would pose her greatest danger. Conversely, if he merely drifted through the noble blood path, he ought to avoid entangling himself with Xia Mo, a strong girl who needed a close and capable ally. The twilight glow was intoxicating, the heavens themselves entranced. As the evening light scattered like fragments of a dream, adorning the world with a warm hue, Sumu, cloaked in the sunset's glow, strolled with Rin Qingshu through the mall, perusing clothing while the salesgirls regarded him with interest. What do you think of this one? His mother held up a white jacket, gesturing to fit it on him. They had initially intended to shop for beach attire, yet Ren Qingshu found herself drawn to everything. And soon Sumu's hands were filled with bags. As they passed each store, he was treated like a deity, receiving the warmest welcome. Try this on. I've already bought so much. His mother paired a complete white casual outfit for him and pushed him into the fitting room. Sumu sighed, resigned, and stepped out in his new attire. Ren Qingshu's eyes lit up. This looks perfect. The store attendant showered praises, making Ren Qingshu beam with joy. Swipe the card. Swipe the card. But this outfit is too easy to get dirty. Sumu protested. Ren Qingshu gently adjusted the clothes on him, saying, You aren't rolling around in the mud. It just needs to look good. This outfit is perfect for a date with a young lady. Mom, if I were to go on a date with Xia Mo, I might very well end up in the mud. As Sumu gazed into the full-length mirror, he had to admit he looked quite appealing. Then it's settled. Let us buy this and head home. If we buy any more, I want to be able to carry it all. When the bill arrived, he caught sight of the total. The outfit cost an astonishing 12,000 yuan. It was merely a jacket and a pair of pants. This is outrageous. As he was about to return to the fitting room to change, an insufferably arrogant boy approached with a mocking grin. It was a sneer of contempt. Young Master Su, shopping for clothes here? The boy's voice was sharp and grating. Oh, and Rin Auntie is here too. He plopped down on a shoe-changing stool, tilting his head to observe them. TSK, how heartwarming and lovely. A mother and son duo. Sumu's expression darkened immediately. Yi Jiling, are you looking for a beating again? He slowly approached the loathsome boy. Yi Jiling, startled, jumped to his feet. Retreating several steps, his bravado faltering as he shouted, If you hit me, I'll call the police. There are cameras everywhere. Ren Qingshu restrained her son, saying, Forget it. She wished to avoid unnecessary complications and further entanglements with the Yi family. Upon seeing Sumu being held back, Yi Jiling regained her composure and mockingly retorted, Take care of your son. Don't let him behave like a wild dog, fighting all the time. This is a civilized society. You would do well to silence your foul mouth. Ren Qingshu's anger flared as she scolded herself for not caring, yet reprimanded her son harshly. What do you expect from a pair of unwanted stray dogs? And you, a servant of 3 surnames. Yi Jiling suddenly erupted with rage, vociferously cursing, You, a mother dog, have been cast out and yet still entangled with my father. A shoe flew through the air with tremendous force, knocking Yi Jiling to the ground, leaving a dark imprint on his face. Sumu stepped forward, looking down at his former brother with a cold, threatening tone. Do you think this is your father's grand villa, where no one can discipline you? In Yi Jiling's eyes, there flickered a mix of hatred, disgust, and fear. He, more than anyone, understood the fighting prowess of the person before him. Make way, make way. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young girl squeezed through, glancing at her beaten brother and then at the assailant. Brother, she called out. Sumu's previously indifferent gaze transformed into a warm smile as he acknowledged her. Shaoqi. Yi Jiqi merely glanced at Ren Qingshu standing behind, instantly comprehending everything. Brother, Xiao Ling has been, she hesitated, then continued, if there was any offense earlier, I apologize on behalf of my brother. Sister. Yi Jiling, incensed by his sister's feeble attitude, shouted, I am the one who was beaten. I am your biological brother. While this is merely a stray dog adopted by our family. Silence. Yi Jiqi retorted furiously, raising her hand, initially intending to slap him, but upon seeing her pitiful brother, her heart softened, and she gently advised, if you don't want to be beaten, then go home. Sister, did you hear me? Yi Jiqi narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning fiercely aggressive. Yi Jiling shot a resentful look at Sumu before turning away. What are you staring at? Never seen a quarrel before? Get lost. After her brother left, Yi Jiqi approached Sumu and quietly explained, Brother, I'm sorry. Father has been drinking heavily lately and often beats Xiaoling and even Mother. He always berates us for being useless, claiming we are the reason for the family's downfall. Xiaoling gets scolded the most. Father always compares him unfavorably to you, especially after the recent college entrance exam results. When father saw you ranked second in Jiangnan province. He caught Xiaoling that night and gave him a severe beating. The girl's eyes were red, revealing she had also suffered greatly at home. Sighing, Sumu had already seen through Yi Jindong's true nature when he had been kicked from the car into the mud. A useless man often shifts all responsibility onto others. Xiaoqi, if he ever strikes again, call your brother. I will reason with him. He embraced his petite sister, not wanting her to follow in his unfortunate footsteps. As for his brother Yi Jieling, he was beyond saving. His resentment stemmed not only from his own grievances, but also from the plight of his mother, who had been the third party, while Yi Jiqi, as a daughter, had escaped the worst of the woman's poison. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Yi Jiqi's face, recalling a time when their family experienced fleeting moments of happiness while their brother was still around. As Ren Qingshu drove away from the mall, the joy she had felt was swiftly obliterated by the sudden chaos. I heard that Uncle Ye's company has recently encountered some issues? Sumu inquired. He remembered his former foster father seemed to disdain alcohol. Previously, upon returning from social gatherings, he would be sick, clutching his wife's hand, vowing that once he was wealthy, he would never engage in such absurd drinking culture. Those words lingered in his mind, now seemingly a ghost of the past. Indeed, the Yi family is now merely a fa ade of strength, Ren Qingshu stated. I had originally planned to teach him a lesson upon my return, only to discover that the Yi group is already insolvent. I truly do not understand how he has squandered everything. Sumu reflected, pondering how such a large company could fall apart. Perhaps it was indeed a form of retribution for Yi Jindong. Mentioning that man, despite Ren Qingshu's facade of calm, the wounds in her eyes still throbbed painfully. Some injuries can be forgotten with time, yet never truly healed. The phone rang. Sumu answered. Xiaoqi, what is it? Brother, Xiaoling has been taken. The girl sobbed. Just now, a strange man stopped our car, knocked Uncle Wang unconscious, then tore open the car door and abducted Xiaoling. He told me not to call the police, then insisted I call you. What did he look like? Sumu's heart sank. Tearing open the door of a Mercedes could only be the work of the bloodline. He had a scar on his face. I see. How could it be Xin Mingyang? Wasn't he locked up in the Southeast Bureau? Brother, what do we do now? The girl cried. Let me think. Sumu found it puzzling why Xin Mingyang would choose to abduct the less favored Yi Jieling instead of the more favored Yi Jiqi. Where are you now? I will come to find you. After hanging up, Ren Qingshu anxiously asked, what happened? Xiaoling has been taken. Then hurry and call the police. Ren Qingshu immediately pulled out her phone. Calling the police would only lead to a ransom demand. I know all too well the cruelty of these bloodline criminals. Let me think. He couldn't fathom why they would want to abduct Yi Jieling. The phone rang again. This time it was Mu Qianning. Hello? Xiaosu, Qian was just taken by a strange man. He told us to call you. The voice on the other end belonged to Mu Qianning's parents. Damn. Sumu clenched his fists. He finally understood why they had taken Yi Jieling. The bastard would not hesitate to betray all his significant relationships. Realizing this, he quickly dialed that number. Beep. Beep. The call connected. Ningning, are you all right? Sumu asked anxiously while cautiously recording the call. Huh. A man's voice came through the phone. You're quite clever, kid. I was just about to call you when you called first. What do you want? Speak. Sumu's chest burned with rage. His left hand clenched tightly. Come alone to the wastewater plant in the west of the city at 9 tonight. Bring an extra person, and I'll kill one. You wouldn't want these two beautiful girls to die, would you? Young Master Su, aren't you impressive? Come, I'll be waiting for you. The voice of Yi Jieling echoed through the phone, brimming with malicious glee as if a beggar had won a lottery. When you arrive, we will have a nice chat. After mentioning the 500,000 wanted criminal, Xin Mingyang, he hung up the phone. Sumu, in a fit of rage, struck the car door with his fist, deforming the metallic surface under Ren Qingshu's astonished gaze. This group of inept individuals at the Southeast Bureau. Chapter 28, The Art of Shepherding. Summoning Summer. 2024 New Edition. At 6:30 in the evening, 2.5 hours remained until the appointed time. Sumu sat on the soft carpet, the evening glow filtering through the glass curtain wall, casting a warm light upon the living room. Leaning against the sofa, he absent-mindedly spun the black Nokia Moonlight Goddess in his right hand, his mind relentlessly replaying the sequence of events surrounding the incident. At 9 o'clock, the wastewater treatment plant in the west of the city awaited. This was a rather rudimentary trap, its intentions glaringly obvious, prompting Sumu to contemplate the possibility of deceit lurking within. Xia Mo had kidnapped two individuals, Fu Ningning and Mu Qianning. While he was uncertain about the strength of the guards surrounding Mu Qianning, Fu Ningning's driver and bodyguard were formidable, classified as red blood B level. Xia Mo, being of the same red blood B level, suggested that this scheme was unlikely to be orchestrated solely by him. As the leader of a gang that had already been dismantled by Guan Tianyin and Gu Li, it was reasonable to conclude that a powerful organization possessing blue blood was orchestrating these events from the shadows, with Xia Mo merely serving as bait. But who was the big fish this organization sought to ensnare? Was it him, or someone else entirely? If it were someone else, who might that be? If it were indeed himself, Sumu mentally revisited the organizations he had recently offended. There weren't many, yet certainly not few. The Nan family first sprang to mind. The enmity between Nan Zichu and himself appeared to run deep. Moreover, they possessed sufficient power, and the abduction of Mu Qianning could very well serve as a smokescreen. However, upon deeper reflection, Sumu found this line of reasoning flawed. Setting aside whether they had the audacity to act after being severely reprimanded by their teacher, the mere act of dispatching a blue blood would easily expose their own vulnerabilities. Blue blood was not something that could simply materialize at will. Having long established their roots in Jiangnan, the Nan family was acutely aware of other strengths, just as others were cognizant of theirs. The hierarchy and number of blue bloods within their family had long been meticulously documented by the authorities. Furthermore, if the intent were to kill him, wouldn't it be more direct to act in the dead of night? Though this too would reveal their intentions, at least it would guarantee a higher likelihood of success. In contrast, if he had disregarded Xia Mingyang's threats and opted to report to the authorities as any sensible person would, all efforts would have been rendered futile. Yet, Sumu was acutely aware that Fu Ningning was already in their grasp, and given the numerous debts he owed her, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Damn Yizhiling. If it weren't himself, then Sumu glanced at the Nokia moonlight goddess in his hand, pondering whom he would call for rescue. Undoubtedly, the first name that came to mind would be his teacher, with whom he shared a close bond and who possessed formidable strength. Yet, the timing was impeccable. His teacher was currently abroad, en route to the southern domain, leaving a void during which he would not be a target. Clearly, his teacher was not their objective. Targeting him would be akin to lighting a lantern in the restroom, suicidal. The second option, theoretically, would be Guan Tianyin and Gu Li, as they were equally powerful and held a semi-official status as envoys in X space. The Xia Mingyang who had been taunting him was a wanted criminal apprehended by the Southeast Bureau. It would be reasonable to consider Guan Tianyin and Gu Li as targets on paper. And then there was the last option, Summer. Among the three hypotheses, she was not only the weakest in terms of personal strength, but also had no ties to any current prominent forces. Moreover, the Summer family imposed strict restrictions on her, making the likelihood of her providing assistance exceedingly low. The probability of Summer being targeted was also minimal. After considerable contemplation, Sumu pushed aside his phone, the keyboard's breathing light illuminating the darkness as he dialed Summer's number. When the call connected, Summer was swimming in her family's pool. Her villa nestled on the mountainside of Nanshan, offering a panoramic view of the city lights of Jiangzhou. The lush greenery surrounding the pool was vibrant and alive, adorned with flowers and shrouded in mist, perhaps more aptly referred to as the Nanshan Little Yaoqi. It must be Sumu, she thought, emerging from the pool. Droplets of clear water glistening like silver moonlight as they cascaded from her fair skin. The droplets instantly crystallized into shimmering ice pellets, plummeting like pearls onto a jade plate. Wrapping herself in a large bath towel, she answered the phone with playful banter. "What's this? Just days apart, and you're already eager to call?" Sipping on juice while reclining comfortably in a plush chair, she allowed the evening breeze to caress her skin, her gaze drifting to the sunset. A stunning blend of cerulean and crimson. "I heard Princess Ning invited you out today?" she teased, her voice light and playful. "I'm in big trouble," Sumu stated bluntly, his mood far from flirtatious. Fu Ningning was kidnapped on her way home. He succinctly recounted the events leading to the crisis. A bounty of 500,000? Summer exclaimed, placing her empty cup down. That's quite a formidable creature you've entangled yourself with. I'm curious how you got involved with such a monster. Silence fell on the other end as Sumu pondered his response. What's wrong? Don't want to share? She asked, moving back into her room to select an outfit. Oh dear, I might suddenly have a stomach ache tonight. Could it be that time of the month? What should I do? I'll make you some ginger tea with brown sugar, he offered. Summer wrinkled her nose in disdain. That's just a trick to fool little girls. It's utterly useless. Have you ever made it for Princess Ning? I've made it for Mu Qianning. I don't want to hear about that woman. Summer interjected, setting her phone down and switching to speaker mode. She glanced at the time before leisurely changing her clothes. As the night darkened, she selected a simple white t-shirt and jeans, ready for whatever the evening might bring. Taking a black dagger from the table, she remarked, this Yijing truly knows how to pick her targets. She actually captured Mu Qianning. Are you feeling particularly anxious right now? I am anxious, but not because of her. Summer, not catching the latter part of his explanation, scoffed inwardly. So it's because of Fu Ningning, then? You have no idea how nervous I was the night I thought I might die. Never mind. I'll be magnanimous and forgive your foolishness this time, she declared, holding the phone as she ascended the stairs, calling out to her sister, Xia Mo, who was engrossed in a new game, World of Warcraft. Sister, I'm stepping out for a moment. Okay. Xia Mo waved, bidding her farewell. As Summer reached the rooftop, a helicopter awaited, its rotor blades whirling noisily. Climbing aboard and shutting the door, she said, you must make me a portion tomorrow as well. Ginger tea with brown sugar? Sumu was taken aback. Didn't you say it was useless? On the other end, silence reigned, followed by a resigned sigh. Let us just forget it, Summer replied. Fine, came Sumu's simple agreement. Summer. She hung up, fuming, wooden-headed fool. No wonder you can't catch Mu Qianning. What kind of karma have I brought upon myself to fall for him? As Sumu listened to the busy tone on the line, he thought, did I say the wrong thing again? The helicopter shattered the remnants of the sunset, soaring above the congested evening traffic and reaching Sumu's residence, Jiangzhou. One courtyard, in record time. As the rooftop lacked a helipad, the aircraft hovered in midair. Summer flung open the cabin door, grasping a black dagger in her left hand, and leaped gracefully from the helicopter, landing securely on the terrace. Her radiant golden eyes sparkled even more brilliantly than before. Sumu stared at his phone, surprised to find that he had ultimately decided to call Summer instead of the more powerful Guan and Gu duo. He was uncertain whether he sought to leverage the influence of the Summer family or if something else motivated his choice. Lost in thought, his phone rang once more. It was Summer calling. Open the door, she instructed. So soon? Sumu rushed to the door, and at the very moment he opened it, Xia Mo arrived at the threshold. She ended her call, kicked off her little white shoes, and strolled inside as if it were her own home. The sky was nearly dark. Did she not think to turn on the lights? Xia Mo flicked on the lights in the living room, and their brilliance pierced the gloom, illuminating the interior. Sumu retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and followed closely behind her, urging, the floor is cold. Put on some shoes quickly, lest you catch a cold. The idea of a water-type blue blood A-class lineage catching a cold from the tiles felt more like a chilling jest than the chill of the ground itself. Nevertheless, Xia Mo obediently slipped into the slippers. Where's Annie? She inquired. The lights were off within, so Rin Qingshu was surely not present. Otherwise, Xia Mo would not have so carelessly discarded her shoes. She always maintained her poise in front of others, particularly before Sumu's mother, consistently embodying the grace of a well-bred young lady to avoid leaving any negative impressions. I arranged for her and my sister to stay at the Hittis Hotel, room 3502. Guan Tianyin and Gu Li are next door. Sister? Xia Mo momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Sumu clarified, half-sister. Oh, Yijichi. Indeed. I was rather surprised to learn that you have kept in touch. Xia Mo removed her slippers and stepped onto the plush carpet, settling onto the sofa. The view is equally splendid here, with a towering building to the east, the iconic Ingtian building of Jiangzhou. We seldom communicate, but our relationship has remained amicable. Sumu noted as he prepared a warm cup of milk for her. I happened to run into her while shopping today. You are aware of the subsequent events. Xia Mo squinted at the milk he offered, saying, I'm not Fu Ningning. I don't want milk. I desire cola. Sumu brought her a room-temperature cola. Xia Mo glared at him, indignant. Who drinks cola at room temperature? I want it chilled. Forget it, I'll ice it myself. Holding the warm milk. Sumu seated himself opposite her and posed. Do you think their target is me, or could it be someone else? At that moment, as Xia Mo opened the cola, it fizzed as if chilled, and she gulped it down eagerly. There is too little information to discern for now, but one thing is certain. What is that? The other party knows you well, and you are undoubtedly their prime target. Before I came, I had my family investigate whether there had been any unusual activities from Nan's lineage today. This was the advantage of seeking Xia Mo's assistance. While she might not arrive at the correct answer herself, she could swiftly eliminate the wrong ones. Sumu expressed his concern, but aside from the Nan family, I don't believe I have offended any other powerful organizations with blue blood. Who knows? Xia Mo shrugged. It's possible they simply dislike you. Or perhaps they are targeting those two special envoys. Many matters in this world are intertwined. No one exists in isolation. Behind them, there could very well be a greater puppeteer at play. Have you never considered how 500,000 managed to escape from the Southeast Bureau's prison? Is there something fishy about it? Is the Southeast Bureau truly clean? Just because the special envoys are aligned with you, does that imply the 10 Directions Guard is as well? Has anything significant related to you occurred recently in X space? As Xia Mo continued to sip her cola, Sumu replied, there hasn't been anything major. But there is one matter. He rose and retrieved a document from the study drawer, placing it on the coffee table. This is a lineage test report personally conducted by Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority in X space. Dr. Zhou Hai personally conducted it? Was that really necessary? Couldn't the Southeast Bureau handle it? Xia Mo perused the report in her hands, sensing something unusual. I had a lineage test done at the Southeast Bureau, and the conclusion was common blood, Sumu explained. Moreover, their testing machine was fried by my brainwaves. Common blood? Xia Mo scrutinized the report, which indicated that Sumu was indeed a genuine blue blood A. Unfortunately, he had not inherited his father's storm lineage, but rather his mother's flame lineage. Fire and ice do not blend well, she mused. No wonder they had to go to the X-Space headquarters. If they overlooked a blue blood A, the Southeast Bureau chief would probably have been torn apart by Zhou Hai. She traced the conclusion on the report, her gaze returning to the parameters above. Her breath quickened, and her heart soared. While Sumu could only interpret the conclusion, Xia Mo understood the testing metrics, realizing he was not merely an ordinary blue blood A. With this authoritative report and the terrifying data revealed, she finally felt emboldened to confront her grandfather. Simultaneously, she had more leverage to request reinforcements from her father. Have you awakened your bloodline? Xia Mo asked. Sumu honestly replied, no, that's even better. Let us do it for the first time. Xia Mo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you need my help? Suddenly, she recollected the pressing matters of the evening and realized she had gotten overly exhilarated. Actually, I can't blame myself entirely. Who wouldn't be thrilled to strike a jackpot with a blind box? Coughing lightly, Xia Mo redirected the conversation. But we may not have enough time tonight. Let us set that aside and return to the kidnapping case. We still have some time. Grab a notebook, and I'll find someone to procure the map of the wastewater plant. Regardless of the circumstances, we must familiarize ourselves with the terrain to avoid being caught off guard. She picked up her phone, sending the request along with the report's photograph back to her family. Regarding Princess Ning, have you informed the Fu family? Xia Mo inquired. Sumu shook his head. After the incident, I called you immediately. I feared alarming the kidnappers, as they might retaliate. Also, I don't have the Fu family's contact information. Xia Mo contemplated the possibility of the kidnappers retaliating. While it was unlikely, it could not be entirely dismissed. The most pressing concern was whether there were any traitors within the Southeast Bureau. The safest course of action now was to wait until you arrive at the wastewater plant. Then compile all the information for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Given the involvement of the lineage cases, the Southeast Bureau would undoubtedly participate. We cannot alert them prematurely. Sumu concurred. That's precisely what I was thinking. You need not be so anxious, Xia Mo reassured him, noticing the urgency in his eyes. Their plan appears to be a cleverly devised ruse, but there is one aspect they have not accounted for. What is that? You are a blue blood, eh? But I haven't awakened my lineage. Sumu lamented. Had I known, I would have signed with X space. At least I wouldn't feel so passive now. Fear not, Xia Mo said confidently, placing a dark blade on the coffee table before him. I have prepared something special for you. A blade? Sumu queried, puzzled by how it differed from the usual one she used. Xia Mo spoke mysteriously. Open it and see. Sumu grasped the tang horizontal blade from the table. It was heavy, far weightier than an ordinary sword, and he would struggle to lift it if not for his hearty appetite. You must have heard of this blade's name. The horizontal blade you used last time was merely a replica of this one. Xia Mo rested her chin on her hand, gazing tenderly at the young man across from her. Is it from our ancestors? Indeed. Sumu yawned, unsheathing the heavy horizontal blade. The cold light reflecting off his face as purple lightning crackled around the blade. Purple lightning, from General Wang's armory. Xia Mo beamed at the sight of the lightning dancing along the blade, introducing it. It is called Purple Lightning, the renowned sword collection of Emperor Wu, alongside the Mandarin duck of Emperor Zhaolai and the heavenly sword of Emperor Taizu, is celebrated as the triumvirate of swords. Subsequently, it was destroyed in warfare. But during the Kaiwang era, the ancestors of the Xia family had it reforged, and this design of the blade later became known as the horizontal sword. This is a piece of contamination, seal code 3 to 13. At 8:13 p.m., there remained 47 minutes until the appointed time. The two sat side by side on the carpet, poring over the wastewater treatment plant map displayed on the notebook screen. This facility had been abandoned for over a decade, and its layout was not overly complex. This posed a considerable challenge. The emergence of any additional forces would surely raise the opponent's alertness. A large-scale assault was not feasible. A precision strike team was necessary to ensure the safety of the hostages. Xia Mo began analyzing the map, stating, here, these 2 rows of abandoned buildings are likely to conceal people. This elevated platform could serve as a site for executions. Fu Ningning would probably be held here. These are the visible enemies. I estimate that once the operation commences, our support team will likely be intercepted en route. The simplest approach would be to create disturbances to draw the attention of the Enforcement Bureau. Upon receiving news, several blue bloods from the Nan family showed no signs of movement, indicating they were not involved. Suddenly, Xia Mo became inquisitive and asked, Mu Qianning, who will you save first, Fu Ningning or her? This posed a profound moral dilemma. Without hesitation, Sumu replied, that is precisely why I sought your assistance. Xia Mo was bewildered, unable to comprehend. After listening to the analysis, Sumu remarked, this is quite tricky. Should we enlist Guan Tianyin and Guli for help? We are stretched too thin, Xia Mo replied. Indeed. We cannot guarantee that the enemy won't ambush the hotel. Sumu leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh, lamenting the insufficiency of manpower. There were hardly any blue bloods available for deployment. Actually, there has always been something I couldn't understand, Sumu began. Why doesn't the state form its own blue blood special operations team? He voiced Qi Ming's confusion. You still fail to grasp the source of the powers of the inheritors. Xia Mo explained during the intermission, providing a brief lesson on this extraordinary knowledge. The inheritance of power originates from bloodlines. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. Even if the bloodline remains dormant, inheritors generally surpass common blood in appearance and intellect. Throughout the generations of societal development, whether they are invincible generals or strategists, they are all inheritors. Ultimately, they will become the ruling class of this nation. They will command others to perish but will not sacrifice themselves. Isn't that the case abroad? Sumu queried. This brings us to the culture of Kaiyun, or the entire middle court. For millennia, Kaiyun has been governed by familial rule. The ruling class of Kaiyun is known as the aristocracy, and everything the inheritors do is for their own families, bound solely by blood relations. They rarely cultivate inheritors from humble origins or seek out commoner inheritors. This is firstly to maintain their family's advantage, and secondly, due to the numerous historical instances of external families undermining the superiority of the original family. Sumu suddenly grasped the concept, exclaiming, Do noble lords and ministers not have lineage? The throne rotates. Today it is my family's turn? Precisely, Xia Mo affirmed, appreciating the student's ability to draw connections. Consider the northern continent. They possess a unique chivalric culture. Knights are eternally loyal to their lord's family. A knight who betrays their lord will be scorned by all. Under this chivalric culture, those who can command a significant number of inheritor knights sit at the power table, diligently seeking to cultivate new inheritor knights. The Habsburg family, which once ruled the Rhine region, and the Sun King family of the Carolingian regions, along with the ruling families of the Dor region, despite the demise of their states, still maintain influence at the power table, possessing authority without the title of king. However, this culture also has its drawbacks, encapsulated in the saying, "The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal." Great lords cannot directly command the knights of lesser lords, resulting in a fragmented system that fails to produce a unified, centralized dynasty. While internal disputes may seem inconsequential, they become insurmountable in the face of formidable foreign invasions. Sumu pondered, the scourge of God, Attila, the Golden Family subduing the northern regions? Indeed, Xia Mo nodded. Furthermore, without a guarantee of central authority, a marquis is not necessarily more esteemed than an earl. It ultimately depends on the size of their territory and the number of knights they command. This is why we encounter numerous princes and princesses in fairy tales. The West adopted republican principles earlier than we did, yet their aristocratic identity is even more deeply entrenched. Sumu remarked, the incompleteness of the Glorious Revolution. Indeed, Xia Mo concluded, the Glorious Revolution was neither glorious nor revolutionary. Hence, you can now understand why Kaiyun lacks a unified blue blood organization, correct? Unless the nation faces invasion or the extinction of its people, the aristocracy will always prioritize the preservation of their own power. Listening to Xia Mo's insights, Sumu suddenly recalled his teacher and said, Chiba, the 9 clans? The teacher should be able to find someone to assist me. He immediately made an overseas call. Hello, Xiaomu, have you encountered trouble? Yes, teacher. Sumu succinctly outlined his predicament, expressing his need for support. I thought it was something significant. Just go about your evening as usual. I will find someone to help you, another of my students, who is a year older than you. You two should get acquainted. Thank you, teacher. All right. The call ended. Sumu stated, the teacher said to have his other student assist me. Xia Mo smiled. That sounds wonderful. Chapter 29, The Shepherd's Wisdom, The Art of Words. 2024 New Edition. When Xi Ming received the notification, he was engrossed in researching the relevant materials concerning X-Space and the Southeast Bureau in the archives. Suddenly, his phone rang, instructing him to gather immediately at the Joint Operations Conference Room. Upon arriving on the 12th floor, he found the entire level in disarray, with a group of law enforcement officers frantically making calls on their phones. His assistant approached him, informing him of a hostage situation involving 2 girls. One was the little princess of the Fu family, Fu Ningning, and the other was Lin S. Mu Qianning, the fiancée of Nanzichu. Who? Qi Ming exclaimed in shock, staring at his assistant. Fu Ningning and Mu Qianning had been abducted? Who dared to provoke both the aristocracy and the nouveau riche simultaneously? This evening, Jiangzhou was bound to tremble. Entering the Joint Operations Conference Room, Qi Ming noted the clear divide between the law enforcement officers and the Southeast Bureau personnel, taking a seat in the 13th chair designated for the Law Enforcement Department. Director Qi, no matter the means, you must ensure my daughter's safety. And Director Wang, let me reiterate, you bear an undeniable responsibility for this matter. The door swung open. Law enforcement officials and Southeast Bureau staff rose simultaneously to greet him. Qi Ming spotted Director Qi Tiantong and Southeast Bureau Director Wang Xinjing striving to explain matters to the powerful figures seated in the center. Nan Zichu followed closely behind, his expression dark and forbidding. The previously boisterous conference room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to offend the influential figures at such a critical moment. Fu Mingkong strode directly to the chairman's seat and sat down without ceremony. As the host, Director Qi could only take a seat on the left, while Wang Xinjing settled on the right, and Nan Zichu occupied the last chair at the end. The reason this tycoon from Jiangnan could claim the chairman's position was not solely due to his wealth, which rivaled nations, or his global assets. but more importantly, his power as a member of the House of Commons. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for convening you all at this late hour is due to a shocking kidnapping incident that occurred just an hour ago in our city. Director Chi Tiantong began the meeting, detailing the situation. The two abducted girls were named Fu Ningning. Instantly, all eyes focused on Fu Ningning's face. The other was named Mu Qianing. Eyes shifted to Nanzichu. The perpetrator of this kidnapping was a dangerous hybrid known as Xun Mingyang. 2.5 hours ago, this criminal was rescued from the Southeast Bureau prison and immediately retaliated with the abduction. The time from his escape to the occurrence of the kidnapping was less than half an hour. This was an extremely vile and terrifying incident. A provocation against the Jiangzhou law enforcement system. Director Chi's voice reverberated through the conference room. The Southeast Bureau prison was breached? The escapees did not flee immediately, but audaciously kidnapped the relatives of two influential figures. What an outrageous act! It was a blatant disrespect to the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Department. Every law enforcement officer present at the meeting was a core member of Jiangnan's enforcement power, all of whom had visited the Southeast Bureau prison, which was deemed impenetrable. Unless there was a rebellion, it was unfathomable that someone could be rescued from such a heavily guarded facility. They glanced at Director Wang's furious expression. Already suspecting the answer, there was a traitor within the Southeast Bureau. The prison break and subsequent kidnapping were both meticulously planned schemes. The motive behind such an incredible plot remained a mystery. Sumu. On the conference room's projector was a photo of a cheerful young boy, generously sponsored by Fu Ningning, with many similar photos adorning his daughter's room. Director Chi continued to present the situation. 20 minutes ago, we received a voice message from the Xia family, which included a call from the kidnapper to Sumu. The Xia family? The only person Chi Ming could think of was Xia Mo. It seemed that all three women associated with Sumu had become entangled in this case. The phone recording played. Haha, you're quite clever, kid. I was just about to call you when your call came in. What do you want? Come alone to the wastewater plant in the west of the city at 9 tonight. For every additional person you bring, I'll kill one of these two beautiful girls. You wouldn't want them to die, would you? Young Master Su, aren't you so impressive? Come on, I'm waiting here for you. Once you arrive, we can have a nice chat. Director Chi continued to share the details of the case. Therefore, Wait. Fu Ningning suddenly interrupted. Who is the third person mentioned in the call? The one calling out for young Master Su. Deputy Director Chung hesitated. But under Fu Ning's warning gaze, he spoke up. It's Yi Zhendong's youngest son, Yi Zhiling. We just received a report from the Yi family stating that his son has been abducted. Is that so? Why does it feel like they are all in cahoots? Nanzichu remarked coldly. Deputy Director Chung, now under the scrutiny of both the nouveau riche and the aristocracy, felt the pressure mount, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Which of the three was abducted first? Fu Ningning posed the crucial question. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Deputy Director Chung stammered. It was Yi Zhiling who was taken first, then Miss Mu, and finally Miss Fu. So, Nanzichu's gaze was sharp as a blade. Was it this Yi Zhiling who betrayed Mu Qianing and Fu Ningning? And no, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Deputy Director Chung responded, inwardly lamenting the situation. Yi Zhendong, oh Yi Zhendong, what a fine son you have raised. The Yi family is doomed. Fu Ningning coldly uttered a name, Yi Zhendong. What is Xun Mingyang's relationship with Sumu? Nanzichu suddenly inquired. Director Wang fell silent for a moment. Fu Ningning stated, the specifics are unknown. He's quite close to the OFA 9 in the central headquarters, Guantianyin and Guli. The last time Xun Mingyang was captured, Sumu was present. Director Wang pondered and conveyed a rough overview, omitting irrelevant details that he dared not speak of, at least not in the conference room. Sumu. Fu Ningning murmured this name softly, having a vivid impression of the boy, as his beloved daughter often mentioned him at home. She even set a wager with him. Ultimately, he had misjudged the situation and lost the bet. Is he also a hybrid? Fu Ningning inquired. He had uncovered information suggesting that his daughter's classmate was very likely a hybrid, and a powerful blue-blooded hybrid at that. After the college entrance examination, seeing his daughter win the bet, Fu Ningning had initially no intention of interfering in their relationship, believing it best to let things unfold naturally. However, if the other party was indeed a blue-blooded hybrid, he would have to oppose it. After much contemplation, Director Wang replied, "Our conclusion at the Southeast Bureau is common blood." Upon hearing this, Nenzichu inwardly scoffed, thinking that had he not seen it with his own eyes, he might have genuinely been deceived. Not only was he a hybrid, but he was also a powerful one, certainly blue-blooded. In retaliation for Sumu ruining his scheme, Nanzichu deliberately leaked the possibility of Sumu being blue-blooded to the Fu family, aiming to sever the bond between the two. Actions may be restricted, but can I use my words? Murder does not necessitate a blade. The conclusion provided by the Southeast Bureau? Fu Ningning immediately grasped the hidden implications in Director Wang's words. While the Southeast Bureau concluded common blood, there were those who disagreed. Considering Guan Tianyin and Gu Li's backgrounds within X-Space's central headquarters, he quickly deduced that the one who disputed this conclusion was none other than Wang Xuanjing's superior, Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority of X-Space central headquarters. So, this young man Su truly is a hybrid? It is indeed a pity. For Fu Ningning, the optimal state for Sumu is to be at the red blood B level, closely approaching the blue blood status. This way, he would neither provoke the noble families nor jeopardize his daughter's safety, thereby safeguarding the Fu family. Where is Sumu now? He inquired. Director Mo from the Reconnaissance Department reported, he has taken a taxi to the wastewater treatment plant for an appointment. Is he alone? Nenzichu asked. Yes, by himself. The audacity of youth still astounds. Is he emulating the legendary Guansheng Emperor's solitary rendezvous? Fu Ningning shook his head, disapproving of such reckless behavior. Yet understanding the fervor of youth and, more importantly, his affection for his daughter. The taxi halted before the wastewater plant, and Sumu settled the fare before alighting. Grasping the black cloth wrapped around Zidian, which, from a distance, resembled a black short rod. This eerie locale is rather chilly, although it is late June in Jiazhou. The initial summer should bring warm breezes. However, this forsaken factory by the riverside is besieged by a biting wind. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, Sumu rubbed his arms, bracing against the chill as he traversed the gravel path, passing through the factory gates, where enormous water tanks loomed before him. The surroundings were eerily silent, enveloped in a palpable coldness. In this desolate place, should conflict arise, it would be futile to scream for help. Navigating through the colossal array of water tanks, Sumu shouted, "Is anyone there? I have arrived. Where are you, 50,000? His voice echoed through the empty factory grounds, only to be met by the cawing of crows, their eerie cries surrounding the audacious youth. Cautiously, Sumu advanced, ensuring his safety with each step. The factory lights had long fallen into disrepair, leaving the area shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. He could only rely on the moonlight to illuminate his path. At that moment, Sumu finally comprehended why the bloodline combat teams required a member with a wisdom sequence. The ability to have an all-seeing perspective, constantly surveying nearby bloodline units, was invaluable. "I lend you my eyes," the voice of you resonated in his mind. A burst of golden light erupted before him, projecting a three-dimensional map of the wastewater plant onto his retina, with all hidden adversaries marked on the map. The pitch-black world was filled with illuminating brilliance. Sumu crouched low but then stood tall, his heart, once suspended in trepidation, now at ease. With you by his side, he felt like a true conqueror. He bore Zidian with a swagger as he strode into the abandoned warehouse ahead. On the three-dimensional map, he identified 8 armed criminals concealed on the second floor, their dark gun muzzles aimed directly at him. "Boring," he scoffed, kicking open the massive iron door on the opposite side of the warehouse. The cacophonous roar of noise erupted under the night sky. Beyond the iron door lay a world suddenly illuminated, the lights of industrial civilization brightening every corner. Ahead was an open area, flanked by derelict employee dormitories. At the forefront, on a high platform, sat 50,000 Shunmingyang, awaiting their meeting. Perched atop the water towers on either side were snipers, while 6 bloodline units sat within the dormitories, lurking beneath the high platform, and one more hidden in the shadows. This was undoubtedly a setup to eliminate him. Sumu was somewhat taken aback. Surely, such an elaborate scheme was unwarranted for a mere confrontation with him, as his profile should still classify him as an ordinary blood. Could it be that someone familiar with his murderous past was involved? It was certain that Xun Mingyang had never witnessed him kill, and his elder brother had been shot by Gu Li. Sumu whispered in the wind, utilizing his miniature communication device to relay the entire layout of firepower within the wastewater plant to his comrade, Xia Mo, stationed afar. So many? Xia Mo expressed her surprise. The enemy's strength had far exceeded her expectations. Including 50,000, there were actually 8 bloodline units lying in ambush. However, it was evident that their concealment was rather inadequate. In the tense atmosphere, she couldn't resist making a jest. Sumu stepped into the open area, approaching the execution platform. Mu Qianqing and Fu Ningning were bound. Kneeling on the high platform, while Yi Zhiling looked triumphant, her gaze fixed on the arriving individuals. "You finally made it, quite punctual," Xun Mingyang remarked, glancing at his watch. "Precisely 9 o'clock, neither a second more nor less. What do you wish to discuss?" Sumu inquired. Xun Mingyang sat cross-legged, sneering, "You pretty boy. Because of your utterance of 50,000, my gang has been utterly annihilated by the Southeast Bureau. What do you think we should talk about? Your logic is flawed." Sumu countered. 50,000 furrowed his brows, asking, "What is incorrect?" "It was Guan Tianyin and Gu Li who killed your brother. And it was the Southeast Bureau that imprisoned you. What does this have to do with me, Sumu?" The youth spread his hands, innocence etched across his face. "Revenge for grievances. Those who wronged you should be your focus, not me, a frail and innocent ordinary boy. If you are unaware of Guan Tianyin and Gu Li's whereabouts, I can certainly guide you." Xun Mingyang glared at him, cursing, "Damn, do you take me for a fool? Ultimately, it all stems from your 50,000. Had you not mentioned it, would I have been discovered?" Sumu shook his head, continuing his verbal sparring to buy time. "Nay, nay. It is not due to my 50,000, but rather because you chose to ride your motorcycle through the streets at night, and in doing so, provoked a supercar beauty. If you had not flirted with Guan Tianyin, there would have been no 50,000, nor any subsequent events. Thus, the demise of your brother is ultimately your own doing. Does that not make sense?" Xun Mingyang's expression darkened. Although he felt disgruntled, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. Sumu elaborated further, stating, "The very reason you flirted with Guan Tianyin is because of her beauty. Setting facts aside, it is all her fault for being too stunning. Therefore, you should seek revenge on Guan Tianyin and not on me." Xun Mingyang found himself laughing in disbelief at the absurdity of Sumu's twisted logic. Clapping his hands in mock applause, "Brilliant, brilliant. Brother Yang, you cannot let him spout nonsense here." Yu Zhiling rushed forward to correct him, unable to contain herself. "Shut up," Xun Mingyang barked, causing Yi Zhiling to shrink back in fear. Sumu then turned his gaze to Yi Zhiling, asking, "Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" "Of course, I intend to kill you." The boy's eyes flashed with malice. "You may not succeed, and I can clearly inform you that you," Sumu pointed at him, his tone turning icy, "personally sent the last journey of the Yi family, along with that of your parents. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Zhiling retorted, his bravado faltering. "Is it not true? You betrayed my personal connections by first abducting Nanzichu's fiancée, Mu Qianqing, and subsequently the heiress of the richest family, Fu Ningning." Yi Zhiling scoffed, "Who will know if you die?" Sumu, exasperated, laughed at the fool. "Get your brain out from your heels and use it once. I want he reported. But what about others? 3 instances of kidnapping. Yourself, Mu Qianqing, and Fu Ningning. Our relationship is so strained. What use is it to threaten me with your abduction? It is evident that you leaked my information, leading to the capture of those I hold dear. Yu Zhindong is already in a precarious situation. You should realize that your actions have obliterated decades of his hard work. Think about it, will you?" A cold sweat broke out on Yi Zhiling's back as he trembled uncontrollably. The wheel of fortune turns, and Xun Mingyang turned his head with a smile, saying, "Shaoling, you mustn't listen to him rambling on like that." Ye Zhiling finally realized the catastrophic trouble she had stirred, and hurriedly said, "Yanggu, your target is Sumu. Can you spare the 2 of them?" Xun Mingyang cast him a sidelong glance. "What do you think?" Ye Zhiling's face drained of color. Sumu shouted, "What are you 2 whispering about? Let us get on with it. Once we're done, I still have to take you to seek vengeance against Guan Tianyin." "Mr. Su has quite the eloquence." The figure concealed beneath the high platform finally emerged, stepping onto the stage. It's best to pick the soft fruits to squeeze, he remarked. We can't provoke X space for now, but taking you down is still within our capabilities. So you've finally shown yourself? Sumu immediately grew alert. As the bloodline heirs within the dormitories on both sides stood up, I admire your audacity for coming here alone, he said. Let us play a game. I don't need 2 hostages. Now you can choose one to release first. The golden light gleamed in the eyes hidden beneath the black cloak. Blue blood A-class. In any nation or organization, blue blood A-class represents the pinnacle of combat strength and forms the backbone of major organizations. Sumu simply could not fathom how he had offended that celestial organization. Mu Qianning or Fu Ningning. Choose. Sumu gazed at the girl on the stage, memories flooding his mind. Mu Qianning, his childhood sweetheart, who had ultimately concealed her engagement to Nan Zichu from him. Fu Ningning, who had been his desk mate for 3 years, always caring for him. This did not seem a difficult choice. Yet, Sumu slowly uttered, I choose. Mu Qianning looked at him with eyes full of expectation, while Fu Ningning lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Guli listened to the wailing sirens outside, curiously peering down from the floor. Red and blue lights flooded the streets. Today's Jiangzhou is rather lively, he remarked. Guan Tianyin sat on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly at the apple in her hand. What is wrong with you? Ever since you returned from Shanjiang, you seem like you've lost your soul. Wasn't it just a trip home? Guli queried, puzzled. Have your family pressured you to marry? Guan Tianyin remained unresponsive. Seeing her silence, Guli shook his head helplessly and returned to his game. Suddenly, the hairs on his arms stood on end as his golden eyes activated involuntarily. He turned to look at the door. Guan Tianyin was startled awake by the terrifying aura, gazing at him in confusion. Prepare for battle. Room 3502. Boom. The door of the adjacent room seemed to have been violently breached. Guan Tianyin swiftly drew her knife, vanishing from sight, and rushed towards the neighboring suite at breakneck speed. With Guli following closely behind, sniper rifle in hand. In Suite 3502, for bloodline heirs kicked open the final door, their eyes fixated menacingly on the prey in the bedroom. Quite the catch indeed. They exchanged glances, revealing lewd expressions. At that moment, a cold blade pressed silently against their necks. The 4 turned around to find an even more beautiful woman, her face devoid of expression, brandishing the knife. You are also bloodline heirs. I advise you not to meddle. Without further ado, Guan Tianyin activated her golden eyes, overwhelming the 4 red bloods with an immense force that made them gasp for breath, collapsing to their knees. She turned her gaze towards the bedroom, recognizing the familiar figures within. Aren't these Sumu's foster mother and sister? The 4 red bloods trembled in fear, realizing they had not been informed that bloodline heirs were present here. In their despair, they spotted a young man entering the suite, his golden eyes even more striking. The 4 felt their spirits sink. They truly regretted not checking their fortunes before undertaking this mission, encountering 2 blue bloods. Do you need me to take action? Guan Tianyin's voice was chilling. Aye. Guli leaned against the doorframe, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, why not step next door for some tea? The 4 burly men, trembling in fear, scurried into room 3501, cowering against the wall. Guan Tianyin extinguished her golden eyes and sheathed her knife, turning to the occupants of the room with a gentle expression. Are you all right? Ren Qingshu held a knife protectively in front of Yi Zhiqi, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Hello, Andy. I'm Guan Tianyin, a friend of Sumu. Guan Tianyin patiently explained. Meanwhile, Guli dialed Wang Xinjing's number, inquiring, Director Wang, what is happening outside? We've been attacked by bloodline heirs here. The voice on the other end recounted the evening's unexpected events in detail. After calming Ren Qingshu, Guan Tianyin approached the door and asked, what transpired? Guli hung up the phone, his expression grave. Shin Mingyang was rescued from the Southeast Bureau. The 50,000? Guan Tianyin tightened her grip on the knife and stepped outside. We must go save him. No, Guli firmly pulled her back. He placed his mother and sister in the room next to us, hoping we would ensure their safety. Tonight is chaotic, with enemies attacking from all sides and the enforcement bureau stretched thin. And the purpose? Guan Tianyin questioned, perplexed. Guli pondered for a moment before stating, it's a tactical diversion. The enemy aims to delay us at minimal cost. He gestured towards the neighboring suite. I bet those four fools know nothing. They are merely cannon fodder. They are united in purpose, colluding from within and without. Based solely on Wang Xuanjing's words, I have pieced together the entire situation. You remain here. They will send only red bloods, and they want to be too formidable. If you don't leave and avoid falling for their ruse, you should be fine. I'll go find Sumu. He dismantled his sniper rifle, stowing it in his backpack. The target this time is not merely Sumu, but also the heir of the Xia family, who follows him closely. Regardless of my personal ties to Sumu or my public duty to maintain stability, I cannot allow anyone to disrupt the peace from the shadows. Gu Li took the key to the shadow dancer from the table, slung the sniper rifle bag over his shoulder, and departed from the Shitu Hotel. Chapter 30, A Test of Strength, 2024 edition. Under the veil of night in Jiangzhou, Fu Ningtong's Rolls-Royce sped along, flashing police lights ahead as enforcement vehicles cleared the path. This powerful legislator, a cold and rational businessman, had shed all defenses. His mind consumed solely by thoughts of his abducted daughter. He instinctively twisted the wedding ring on his left ring finger, a small habit he had developed. He always did this when deep in thought. To him, the ring symbolized family, representing everything he held dear. With vacant eyes gazing out the window, Fu Ningtong repeatedly reviewed the events of the night, scrutinizing whether there were any oversights in Director Qi's emergency measures. Old Wang, he suddenly paused. Ceasing the motion of his ring, do you find this matter rather peculiar? Wan Xianjing, the director of the Southeast Bureau of X-Space, looked grave. It's not that I don't wish to speak plainly about Sumu, but this situation is being personally overseen by a special envoy from the central headquarters. There are many aspects I am not privy to. However, regarding the prison break, there are indeed numerous points worth pondering, even with an insider's assistance. Breaching our prison is no simple feat. The warden and deputy warden, one a blue blood A grade and the other a top-tier red blood B, are both severely injured and hospitalized. This suggests their team must include at least 2 blue blood A grade operatives. 2. Fu Ningtong reflected quietly on this possibility. If a blue blood A represents a national asset, then a blue blood A is sufficient to suppress a province. His old friend Wang Xianjing was precisely such a powerful blue blood A. Even if Xun Mingyang were to stir chaos like Neza, where would he gather so many fire wheels? Moreover, a blue blood A is no longer merely a fire wheel, but rather the exquisite pagoda that seals Neza. Based on our investigation into Xun Mingyang, I don't believe he possesses the capability to reach such a formidable organization. Wang Xianjing articulated his thoughts. Are you suggesting that Xun Mingyang is merely bait, and the true adversary targeting Sumu is someone else? Fu Ningtong found this hard to believe. How could someone who relied on his daughter for charity, scavenging for shelter, and had to resort to self-detonation to escape his parasitic adoptive parents, attract such a terrifying organization? Furthermore, why would they go to such lengths to set a trap for a high school student? Old Wang, could it be? Fu Ningtong's heart raced, murmuring to himself, it can't be, it can't be. A strong sense of unease also lingered in Wang Xuanjing's mind. What can it be? What are you thinking? Perhaps. Fu Ningtong turned to his old friend, locking eyes. Their target isn't Sumu at all. He too is merely bait. The real prize is the powerful inheritor behind him. Thus, their gazes met, and they simultaneously voiced their shared suspicion, the Xia family. Sumu's social circle was quite limited, with formidable inheritors available for assistance being even fewer. The only ones would be the 2 special envoys from X-Space Central Bureau and the Xia family's heir, Xia Mo. Given that a call had just come in from X-Space Special Envoy, it was evident that Sumu's point of contact was not them, but rather the closer Xia Mo. After all, during the last uproar at the Nan family's engagement banquet, Xia Mo was the first to leave with Sumu. With Fu Ningning captured, he would surely seek help from Xia Mo, Wang Xianjing concluded. To confront the Xia family? The governor is still alive. He is a top-tier blue blood A. Who would dare to provoke him? A terrifying and frenzied thought took root in Fu Ningtong's mind. Old Wang, do you think this might be connected to the Nan family? Surely not, Wang Xianjing remarked, finding the speculation far-fetched. Setting aside the familial ties, with us closing in, that old fool from the southern sky wouldn't choose this moment to provoke the Xia family. Besides, even if he had 10 times the courage, would he dare to challenge Governor Xia? If it were true, they would certainly be courting death. Fu Ningning nodded in agreement. As long as the Xia family's governor remained, no one in Jiangnan province would dare covet their power. However, a tinge of regret washed over him. If today's kidnapping were indeed the overture to a feud among the aristocratic families, it would align more closely with his interests. Bang! A runaway Volkswagen crashed into the convoy, sending the lead vehicle crashing into a flower bed, followed by a violent explosion that upended the convoy. Fu Ningting's Rolls-Royce was violently shoved off the road, colliding with a railing. "Old Fu, be careful. Stay inside the car." Wang Xianjing drew his handgun, loading it with alchemical rounds. Rat-tat-tat. The air erupted with gunfire, bullets raining down. The enforcement team's guards were caught off guard, numerous officers falling into pools of blood. Bullets shattered the Rolls-Royce's windows, creating a cascade of bullet holes. Fu Ningning crouched down, bracing against the car door, pulling out his own sidearm. Wang Xianjing ignited his golden eyes, exiting the Rolls-Royce as the tempest swirled under Jiangzhou's night sky. Wind blades sliced through the dense forest flanking the road, while flames erupted within the convoy, the fire, fueled by the wind, leaping like a ferocious tiger towards the woods. "Watch out! RPG!" someone shouted from ahead. Nan Zichu leapt forward, manipulating flames to detonate an incoming rocket mid-air. "Madman!" he exclaimed. The forest ignited in a roaring blaze, the acrid stench of charred flesh permeating the battleground. Old Wang! Old Wang!" A voice crackled in Wang Xuanjing's earpiece. It was Qi Tiantong. He activated the microphone. "I'm here." "Director Qi here," he replied. "We are under attack. There are inheritors among the assailants. I hear explosions on your end. Are you also under siege?" "Yes, they have RPGs," Wang Xianjing confirmed. "Where did all these inheritors come from?" Fu Ningning observed the barrage of bullet marks on the bulletproof glass, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Such a large-scale assault transcended mere terrorism. It was war. The opposing organization mobilizing so many inheritors was no trivial matter of vengeance, but rather a matter of profit. Who stands to gain the most from the death of the Xia family's heir? The answer was absurdly clear. It was Fu Ningning himself, the nouveau riche. Clouds slowly obscured the moon. Sumu gazed up at the figure shrouded in black robes on the high platform, a tortoise hiding its head, continuing to stall for time. "Who do you think I would choose?" The black-robed figure, evidently growing impatient, pressed its skeletal hand atop Mu Qianning's head. "If you continue to waste time, I shall choose for you." "No, no, no. I choose." Instinctive actions often reveal one's true inner thoughts. Fu Ningning sensed the tension in Sumu's voice. But his anxiety stemmed not from himself, but rather from the peril facing Mu Qianning. The black-robed figure threatened her, and it was this that sent Sumu into a panic. Fu Ningning was reluctant to confront the impending truth. She could feel Mu Qianning's joy, an expression of delight as if everything was under her control. "Is my 3-year struggle merely a joke?" The girl lowered her head, closing her eyes, resignedly awaiting her fate. "I choose." Sumu's voice echoed in her ears, declaring, "I choose." "Choose who?" Fu Ningning abruptly lifted her head, her youthful face streaked with tears of despair. She stared incredulously at her classmate in the square, silently urging, "Say it again." Sumu met their astonished expressions, resolutely proclaiming his choice once more. "Fu Ningning." "I choose Fu Ningning." A brief moment of shock swiftly dissipated. Boom! A thunderclap resounded, as light rain began to fall from the sky. Fu Ningning could hardly believe that Sumu had chosen her instead of Mu Qianning. Overwhelmed with joy, tears of sadness morphed into tears of happiness. "You scoundrel Sumu. At least you have a conscience." Xia Mo, listening through her earpiece, was equally elated upon hearing the repeated calls for selection. For her. As long as he did not choose Mu Qianning, it signified that the young man had stepped out of the self-woven illusion of his white moonlight. It seemed you were no longer significant in his heart. The figure in the black robe kept his promise, severing the ropes and tossing Fu Ningning from the high platform. "Hey, can't you be a bit gentler? If you break her, can you afford to pay for it?" Sumu fumbled, catching his flying classmate and hastily tearing off the tape from her mouth, continuously comforting the sobbing little girl. It's okay, I thought. I thought I was going to die. Fu Ningning buried her face in her crush's embrace, pounding his shoulder in distress. Not at all. I still owe you so many meals. How could you die? Sumu patted her back, pinching her slightly chubby cheeks, and urged, stop crying. Give me a smile. Smile? You must be joking. I was scared to death. How can I possibly smile? Nevertheless, Fu Ningning managed to force a smile to appease her beloved. Witnessing their embrace, Mu Qianning's eyes reflected profound disappointment and a yearning envy, reminiscing about the time when she too had everything. Yet perhaps it was time to let go. The figure in the black robe raised his hand. Dark energy surged forth, binding Xia. I heard this person is your brother? My half-brother. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating the gaunt face of the figure in black, who wore a chilling smile as he inquired, do you care about his life or death? Of course I care. Sumu laughed, retorting sarcastically. With a wave of his hand, Xia was thrown down onto the platform. How about we play a game? Let's see if you can rescue him before I drain his life force. Xia trembled in fear, calling out, Brother Yang, save me. I don't want to die. Sumu, help me. Brother, please. How noisy, the figure in black scoffed, slapping him across the face, sealing his mouth with the dark energy that trickled from his fingertips. This kid, he's my beloved brother, my dearest kin. The affectionate words were met with Sumu's mocking indifference. Is there a reward for winning this game? You really don't care? As the figure in black raised his hand, Xia watched in horror as his left hand rapidly decayed, revealing stark white bones. A harrowing pain mixed with terror surged through him, causing uncontrollable tremors as he lost control of his bodily functions, the filth mingling together. Disgusted, the black-robed figure cast Xia aside. Sumu maintained his mocking demeanor, stating, is this the A-level power of the death sequence? I've never seen it before. Show me its other effects. The figure in black regarded the youth in the rain, his expression sincere, realizing that the other truly did not care about the boy's fate. Looking at the writhing Xia, he sneered. What grudge do you hold against him that you would watch him die? Isn't he your brother? Sumu dismissed any concern for this venomous half-brother, leaning close to Fu Ningning's ear, whispering, don't be afraid. Just walk straight out and don't look back. Xia Mo will be waiting for you at the factory. As long as she gets you out, I can escape successfully. Remember, don't look back. The more you look back, the more distracted I become, and the more methodical your demise will be. The rain intensified. Do you understand? Fu Ningning nodded in fear. Go. Trembling, she stepped out into the rain, while Sumu untied the knot, the black cloth slipping from his left hand, revealing a straight black rod. He stifled a yawn. This weapon is rather peculiar. In the heavy downpour, Fu Ningning sprinted with all her might towards the factory. Sumu gripped the top of the black rod, and with a clang, amidst the metallic clashing, a purple sword light ignited as he drew his tang sword. The awakened bloodlines in the dormitory simultaneously sprang into action, raising their firearms and aiming at the young couple in the square. Bullets rained down like a relentless storm. Fu Ningning, hearing the gunfire, fearfully covered her ears and let out a piercing scream. A chilling wave swept over, as raindrops crystallized into glistening ice particles, and the gentle rain turned to swirling snowflakes. Do not be afraid, my princess. Xia Mo's voice resonated in her ears. Fu Ningning looked up to see the beautiful girl, her eyes filled with tender smiles and bright golden irises, holding a blood-dripping ice dagger. With a graceful flourish, Xia Mo wielded the ice blade like a conductor's baton, orchestrating the snowflakes into a grand symphony. As bullets flew, two translucent ice walls rose, blocking all firepower. Ice blossoms bloomed upon the walls, refracting moonlight and scattering vibrant rainbows. Xun Mingyang's brows furrowed, his expression darkening as he realized that the enemy's support had silently appeared. He gazed at the dilapidated factory, knowing that the hidden assassins lurking in the shadows had been discreetly neutralized. No, I cannot let them escape. If he missed this opportunity tonight, revenge would be forever out of reach. With that thought, a frost-white spear coalesced in his hand, and Xun Mingyang seized the moment, launching it towards Sumu on the battlefield. Xia Mo, watch out! Rocket launcher! Sumu shouted loudly. Although Xia Mo had not detected the RPG's presence, she chose to trust her comrade. Scooping up Fu Ningning, and hastening towards the factory. Just as they cleared the ambush, her peripheral vision caught sight of the enemy below the dormitory, hoisting the RPG launcher. What once was an easygoing expression gradually turned grave. Unlike certain Western nations, firearms and ammunition were strictly regulated in Kaiyun. Only the military and law enforcement could wield them. This meant that the organization was likely a powerful multinational group. Damn it! In that fleeting moment of spotting the rocket, Xia Mo comprehended many things. The target they sought to hunt was not Sumu, nor the envoy, nor Fu Ningning or Mu Qianning, but her. The black-robed figure glanced at Xun Mingyang and remarked, "You can handle this kid, right?" Of course, regardless of their lineage. He is merely an ordinary person yet to awaken. Xun Mingyang was confident in his strength. "I can't deal with the blue blood, but subduing an unawakened child will be a piece of cake." Hopefully, the black-robed figure transformed into smoke, disappearing from the high platform, revealing his uncertainty about the collaboration. In the instant the rocket flew, confirming Xia Mo's departure, Sumu sprang into action. Deep purple lightning danced along the blade of his sword as he stifled another yawn, vanishing from the ambush zone at an astonishing speed. The horizontal blade, purple lightning, traced a long arc of sword energy. Boom! The intense heat shattered the ice wall, and the explosive flames soared into the sky. Sumu did not look back, but instead swung his blade, slicing through the ice spear thrown by the enemy in the flickering purple lightning. The famed blade, purple lightning, proved to be far sharper than he had imagined. Slicing ice was no simple task. Yet the contaminant, 3-13, in his hand cleaved through the ice spear as easily as cutting tofu, the flashing lightning tearing apart the remnants. Xun Mingyang was taken aback, his wary gaze fixed upon the divine weapon in the young swordsman's grasp. The scarcity of knowledge regarding the lineage of the inheritors left him oblivious to the existence of pollutants, compelling him to attribute the inexplicable phenomena before him to the extraordinarily high pedigree of his opponent and the signs of self-recovery. The inheritors possessed the ability to rejuvenate themselves, albeit at the cost of potential loss of control, spiraling into a frenzy, possibly degenerating into a bloodthirsty, murderous aberration. After shattering the icy spear, Sumu's next course of action was to rescue the second hostage, Mu Qianning, from Xun Mingyang's grasp. Only by liberating all hostages could the governor's guard unleash heavy weaponry without restraint, employing missiles to cleanse the area. The most effective method to combat the inheritors was to maintain a sufficient distance and execute a saturation attack with high explosive weaponry, as those of blue blood had almost no chance of survival. Should they survive the initial explosion, additional ammunition would be necessary. Disregarding the billowing black smoke overhead, Sumu performed a graceful flourish with his sword, positioning the purple lightning across his chest. The deep purple patterns on the blade gradually illuminated, as he channeled the powers borrowed from you into the horizontally held sword in a unique manner. This technique was taught by his mentor, who claimed it was his exclusive skill. The method for channeling the power's radiance was named 9 breaths of respiration. The technique for releasing the power's luminescence through a weapon was called concealed gold, defending edge. His mentor mentioned he possessed 9 distinctive techniques, which he referred to as divine skills. Among these, 9 breaths of respiration served as the entry point, the foundation for the remaining 8 divine skills. Sumu's practice of swordsmanship and breathing techniques since childhood constituted the bedrock of 9 breaths of respiration, a fundamental skill prior to awakening his lineage. Upon his return, Chiba Fenghui was astonished to discover that although Sumu had yet to awaken his lineage, he could already utilize his powers autonomously. Consequently, he intensified Sumu's training, imparting both 9 breaths of respiration and concealed gold, defending edge. Although Xia Mo did not bear the title of disciple, Chiba Fenghui generously shared the 2 divine skills with her and taught Xia Chun some basic breathing techniques to alleviate her lethargy. Tang Hung Dao emitted a dragon's roar, and the purple lightning intensified in ferocity. Xun Mingyang inhaled deeply, unsheathing the blade embedded in the execution platform as icicles coalesced upon its surface, declaring, "Let me see what you're truly capable of." The 2 men simultaneously swung their blades, with purple lightning and frost colliding like the sword chi of a martial arts drama, erupting into a dazzling explosion. The blades, infused with power, slashed through the air in a fierce exchange. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength, striving to sever their opponent's onslaught. As the purple lightning and pale frost clashed and entwined beneath the night sky, their energies clashing with deafening roars that tore through the air. Sumu gritted his teeth, the veins in his arms bulging, his temples throbbing with exertion. Fu Ningning, forced to escalate his efforts, fought desperately to withstand the terrifying assault, internally cursing. His strength is immense. He could easily consume 7 or 8 bowls of rice in one sitting. Through the entangled energies, he felt that the boy before him was not merely a human youth, but rather a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage. The energy was compressed to its utmost limit, ultimately erupting uncontrollably outward. Sumu retreated beneath the elevated platform, embedding his blade into the icy ground, utilizing the friction between the sword's back and his feet to come to a half-kneel. Fu Ningning, however, was not as fortunate, suspended in midair. He had no place to land. He was hurled backward, crashing into a water tower, foul black wastewater gushing from the fractures. The sniper atop the tower, regrettably, plummeted from the heights, impaled by the protruding steel framework. Bang! Another sniper seized the opportunity, aiming at the half-kneeling Sumu, pulling the trigger as the bullet hurtled through the air, hurtling toward the boy's brow. Meanwhile, the stealthy governor's guard infiltrating the warehouse, upon seeing their young mistress arrive, immediately opened fire upon the adversaries. Behind Xia Mo, powers of fire, earth, storms, metal, and speed manifested on the battlefield, while thick black smoke erupted from the sky, obscuring all light. The smoke enveloped every corner of the battlefield, rendering the governor's guard, even with night vision goggles, unable to discern the enemy's positions. In stark contrast, in an inconspicuous corner of the warehouse, a blue-blooded grade A intelligence sequence with ignited golden eyes relayed the positions of the guard and Xia Mo to her comrades in real time through her earpiece. The sudden appearance of the tactical team at the wastewater facility took her entirely by surprise. According to her plan, Xia Mo was meant to provide solo support. How could she have brought the Xia family guard along? The rationale behind targeting Sumu as bait was to exploit the personal feelings between the two. Xia Mo, wishing to repay her life debt, would undoubtedly come to his aid. The contradiction lay in the fact that if she informed her family, her parents would never permit their sole heir to take such risks. Thus, through calculation, this intelligence sequence concluded that Xia Mo would not disclose the situation to her family, but instead, with her grade A pedigree, would accompany Sumu into danger. The unexpected appearance of the governor's guard was evidently a command from Xia Mo's parents. Why would they allow their only heir to engage in peril? The intelligence sequence could not fathom what crucial detail she had overlooked that led to a significant miscalculation in her battlefield model. She had accurately anticipated Xia Mo's character and Sumu's choices, yet arrived at an erroneous conclusion. Fortunately, there still existed an opportunity. The blue-blooded grade A council member from the Xia family was currently absent from Jiangzhou, just like Sumu's professor. This was deemed the optimal moment. Xia Mo halted at the warehouse entrance, wielding her icy blade, as frost crept up the concrete walls, sealing the path of the enemy's assault. Retreat, she commanded coolly, instructing the guards within the factory to evacuate immediately. The constraints imposed by the grade A death sequence inheritors on the tactical team were too great, and the factory had effectively fallen. Their only option was to cover the retreat to the second defensive line, shifting the decisive battleground to the open wilderness. The 6 red-blooded individuals could not fly, constrained to entering through the main door. However, Xia Mo raised her gaze to the row of windows atop the warehouse, where numerous gaps remained. She entrusted Fu Ningning to the retreating guards, sternly instructing, "Protect her." "Understood, Xia Mo." Fu Ningning's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never anticipated that her rival would be the one to save her in a moment of danger. "I'm fine, just hurry and go." In the dim light, Xia Mo smiled, saying, "The faster you retreat, the safer Sumu and I will be." Fu Ningning clearly understood, choosing not to linger on words. and swiftly withdrew under the cover of the tactical team. The figure in the black robe shattered the glass, leaping into the factory, observing the departing tactical team without obstruction. The command relayed through his earpiece was clear: disregard any other developments and focus solely on capturing Xia Mo. Seizing this heir of the Xia family would secure everything. The black mist filled the factory. He did not immediately launch an attack, but instead sprinted toward the opposite side, blocking Xia Mo's escape route. Miss Xia, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to invite you to our headquarters for a cup of coffee. The figure in the black robe, eyeing the impending shattering of the icy gate, resorted to Sumu's verbal tactics to buy time, genuinely hoping to persuade his opponent, declaring, I, Li Luosan, swear by the heavens, we will cause you no harm. If I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Boom. A violent silver lightning bolt struck the factory, shattering all windows, sending silver sparks flying in every direction, causing the premises to tremble in the unexpected tempest. Xia Mo gazed at the fleeting silver lightning overhead, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded the enemy. At that moment, Li Luosan felt immensely awkward. He had never witnessed such swift retribution for a vow, yet concealed beneath his black robe and shrouded in mist, no one could perceive his vexed expression. Bang! A moment's delay granted him the utmost time as 6 bloodline successors shattered the door, encircling from the opposite side, effectively sealing off Xia Mo within the factory. Chapter 31, Monarch Succession, 2024 New Edition. The bullet hurtled towards his brow. Sumu exhaled deeply, a plume of white mist escaping his lips, and rose from the snowy ground, drawing his blade. He brushed the snow from his trousers and plucked the suspended bullet from the air with his left hand. He weighed the projectile in his palm, offering a smile to the assassin atop the water tower. A chilling draft assailed the back of his head, causing the sniper to shudder. As he reached for the bolt to chamber a second round, warm blood trickled from his nostrils. He touched his face, his eye sockets itching, and twin trails of blood tears streaked down his cheeks. Flee! The sniper, his senses overwhelmed by dread, abandoned his rifle and scrambled to escape. A katana crackling with violet lightning suddenly pierced his heart. Then, darkness descended, and his final vision was of himself plummeting from the water tower. Sumu raised his hand, and the katana detached from the corpse, returning to his grasp. Contaminants are indeed superior to ordinary blades. I wonder when I'll acquire one of my own. After the interlude, Fu Ningning emerged from the fetid water tower, the clear liquid washing away the black sludge, but the nauseating stench lingered. Gah! His stomach churned, expelling the entirety of his evening's repast. In an unnoticed corner, Xia scurried fearfully beneath the execution platform, poised to flee, when a beige stiletto heel struck his chest, sending him sprawling back into the arena. Within the frigid wastewater plant, the wisdom sequence, lurking in the shadows, emerged. The night wind swept in from the river, parting her overcoat to reveal a white, long-sleeved dress. Like Gu Li, her standard armament was a sniper rifle. My lady, Fu Ningning said with deference, standing at her side. The woman ignored him, kicking Xia towards Sumu and approaching on her heels, the night wind playing with her hair, carrying the crisp fragrance of pine and snow. Might you answer a question for me? In return, I can rid you of this irksome child, she inquired. No, no, no. Xia scrambled towards Sumu's feet, pleading, Brother, save me. Brother, you can't be so heartless. Save me. Even, for my sister's sake, you must save me. I was wrong. I'll never oppose you again. Save me. Sumu glanced down at the pathetic Xia, his expression indifferent, and unceremoniously kicked him out of the arena, sending him tumbling into the weedy flower bed. The woman observed everything, saying nothing, unconcerned with Xia's fate. Now, will you answer my question? You are my enemy. Sumu was blunt, his tone frigid. He noticed the 6 blood inheritors behind him, frantically battering at the door, a tactic to buy time. Step aside. You should know that the wisdom sequence's direct combat capabilities are limited. I can eliminate you in 3 seconds. Hearing this, Fu Ningning immediately interposed himself between them, feigning loyalty. I wish to know, how did you persuade Counselor Xia to deploy the Governor General's guard for you? The woman's thirst for knowledge was insatiable, She could not rest without understanding. As a blood inheritor of the wisdom sequence, she possessed a natural inclination to delve into the root of matters, to uncover the truth of all things. This was also why Guli enjoyed hacking into the Central Tribunal's archives, stealing. No, a scholar's actions should not be termed stealing, but rather appropriation, appropriating files. 10, 9, 8. Sumu did not reply, but began to count down. You can't spare me even a few minutes? What if I offered you Hitching in exchange? The woman's eyes held a hint of disappointment, and a fragile sorrow washed over her face, evoking pity. Bullshit. We both know that this battle can be concluded in 3 minutes. Sumu raised, violet lightning, his face like frost. I, Sumu, will not trade Xia Mo's safety for Hitching's life. The piercing words reached the platform, and Hitching's bound hands began to tremble. She knew she had no right to blame him, but she still yearned for Sumu to hold her in high regard, even if not as high as Fu Ningning, perhaps ahead of Xia Mo. But now, Sumu was saying that her life was not even worth Xia Mo's safety. Hitching slumped dejectedly on the execution platform. Last chance, Sumu pointed his blade at the woman, saying, "Step aside now, and I'll pretend tonight never happened. I'll take Xinmingyang's head as my trophy, and I won't pursue the others. Otherwise, you all die here." Talks have broken down, then. The woman turned to leave, having seen in her spirit vision the factory's ice gate being breached. Then, kill him. Sumu acted simultaneously, slashing at Xinmingyang. The surging violet lightning shattered the ice. The ice gate was breached, and he could see Xia Mo surrounded by 7 blood inheritors through the 3-dimensional map. If he could not rescue the hostage, Hitching, in time, Xia Mo would be in grave danger. He had to act quickly. In his urgency, flames erupted, dispersing the enemy's ice. Fire and lightning intertwined on Sumu's katana, overwhelming Xinmingyang. How can this be? Xinmingyang realized that his ice melted upon contact with the flames, and the surging cold tide could not approach him. In a fleeting moment, it was scorched into scalding white mist. The woman suddenly halted, turning back in astonishment, her heart pounding as she beheld the youth bathed in flames. Earlier, she had witnessed Sumu suspending the bullet and speculated that he was of the metal sequence. Now, he was wielding the fire sequence. Moreover, judging by the temperature, he had surpassed the red blood limit, reaching the blue blood level. A child whose sequence had not yet fully awakened could rival a blue blood with just the power he emitted. Then what is he? The woman's heart raced. The grand secret leading to the throne was now before her. Li Luosan never relied on his own strength to kill. The death sequence was not a direct combat sequence. Viscous black liquid seeped from beneath his feet, and the cotton robe transformed from a solid into a flowing liquid. Dripping blackness. The power representing death permeated the factory, turning the earth into a dead sea and the rocks into lakes. Li Luosan's withered face, hidden beneath the black cloak, revealed an eerie smile. He opened his arms, chanting dirge-like verses, and the gates of hell slowly creaked open as Satan granted the release of demons. A black, viscous hand suddenly emerged from the Dead Sea, seizing Xia Mo's ankle. The desolate winds of hell echoed through the factory, and the 6 red bloods who had stormed and sealed off all exits. Xia Mo, unfazed by the sight of the filthy black hand, plunged her ice blade, shattering it amidst the wails of the fiend. The icy chill permeated the factory, freezing the black hands of death reaching from hell into white, icy hands of death. The 6 red bloods launched their assault. In the raging storm, 2 fire sequence users conjured fiery serpents, the flames gaining momentum from the wind, lunging towards Xia Mo. An earth sequence user raised boulders, which, under the scorching heat, transformed into fiery meteorites of a volcanic eruption. A metal sequence user conjured metallic arrows, concealed within the black fog, awaiting the final reaping. A speed sequence user, blade in hand, concealed his presence, seeking an opening. If his teammates faltered, he would be the final, decisive blow. Bang! The icy ground shattered, and the gates of hell opened. Black, deathly creatures, with Satan's permission, invaded the mortal realm, cloaked in flames, launching their attack upon their prey in the storm. Xia Mo stood amidst the black fog, fearless. After 2 months of recuperation, she had fully mastered her new sequence, becoming a complete blue blood, grade A. She raised her ice blade, unleashing her power. 5 to 28. 8 extremes of the glacial prison. Divine authority number 69, grade A, belonging to the source water sequence. The frost embodies the dread of humanity. It signifies not merely poetic beauty, but also the desolation of a realm where no one survives, a land of death. This power can revert the hottest summer day back to the frigid grasp of winter, where under the cold wave, all avian life is extinguished and the paths of humanity vanish. In the dark embrace of winter, they lie as if entombed in a grave, frigid, concealed, and forsaken. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Water is the essence of life and simultaneously a catalyst for catastrophic destruction, an epic inscribed in mythology, a divine retribution passed down through generations. The pristine ice of the source water is a white nightmare that haunts all living beings. The Storm Dragon King. The deluge surged forth from the center of summer's dew, extinguishing the flames upon the bodies of the deceased and quenching the molten lava of volcanic meteors. Snowflakes danced gracefully, landing upon the shoulders of a young girl, swept away in the torrent of the flood. With a crack, the white frost crystallized beside her. As the golden aura of her power ignited beneath her feet, she whispered with a smile, "Winter is coming. Are you all prepared for the onslaught of winter?" Frost crept up the walls, and the factory trembled violently. Li Luosen was about to launch another attack when he received a message in his earpiece. Audible only to him. "Abandon the girl. Capture Sumu alive." "Why? Isn't she?" he murmured softly. The woman on the other end replied with 8 words. "Under the flames, the king's heir." Li Luosen's expression shifted drastically. The weight of those 4 words was immense. If a lineage lacks a reigning king, the king's heir could very well be the undiscovered sovereign of that lineage. Conversely, if a king is present, then the heir is a close minister, possessing unparalleled proximity to the king's authority, a super blue blood A. With the Flame King in power, Sumu undoubtedly fell into the latter category. Li Luosen gasped, for if he allowed such an heir to escape, the organization would likely face obliteration once that heir matured. Conversely, if he could draw this heir into his ranks, he would become a vassal of the dragon. His heart raced. An unprecedented opportunity lay before him. Glancing at his subordinates, who were struggling against the cold wave, Li Luosen stealthily merged into the shadows, seizing a still unawakened child of the lineage. A far more prudent and straightforward approach than clashing with an equally matched A-grade adversary. Beneath the execution platform, Fu Ningning was sent flying by a kick from Sumu. Spitting blood as extensive burns covered his body, his condition dire. The woman of the wisdom lineage lingered only briefly before departing the wastewater plant. This operation had failed. Capturing Sumu would be their only victory. Reinforcements from the enemy would return shortly, and she had to make haste. What is happening? Wasn't he still unawakened? Ugh. Spitting out blood, Fu Ningning braced himself against an ice spear, forcing himself to rise. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted ahead, revealing a colossal white hell that shattered the wastewater plant into fragments. He was hurled to the ground by the overwhelming energy. Sumu was similarly tossed about by the blast, and as he turned back to gaze at the icy inferno, he marveled in silence. He immediately soared toward Mu Qianqing upon the execution platform. This was his best chance. "Kid, you haven't asked for my opinion yet." Li Luosen emerged from the mist, his deadly blade descending without mercy. Sumu raised his hand to block, but the immense disparity in strength sent him flying. He was merely a theoretical blue blood. His opponent was a genuine blue blood. He could contend with Fu Ningning, but was utterly outmatched by the death lineage before him. Li Luosen smiled as he spotted a helicopter approaching from afar, seizing Mu Qianqing and vanishing from the execution platform. "Don't go." Sumu glanced back at Xia Mo, who was single-handedly battling 6 red bloods with apparent ease, and immediately harnessed the storm lineage to pursue the black smoke. Fu Ningning struggled to turn over, sitting on the icy ground. When he saw the flame lineage youth soaring through the air, his complexion turned pale with disbelief. He could not comprehend how the adversary could manipulate the winds. Could the flame lineage command the storm lineage? Sumu chased to the riverbank, where the turbulent waters crashed against the shore. Li Luosen awaited him at the edge, and beside him, Mu Qianqing had already broken free, seated upon a boulder. This harmonious scene stirred a sense of unease within the young man. "I admire your courage," Li Luosen began. "But I must inform you of a harsh reality. An A bloodline does not guarantee a combat prowess. An unawakened lineage member defeating Shen Mingyang indicates a promising future. Yet individuals like Shen Mingyang, such a waste of a B grade, are indeed rare. Thus, do not delude yourself into thinking you can triumph over a true blue blood A. My time is limited. I now offer you a choice: death or accompany me. The organization can provide you with a brighter future, far more promising than remaining in Jiangzhou." He raised his hand, the black power of death coalescing within his palm. "Life or death, choose one." Sumu looked at Mu Qianqing in confusion, seeing her face etched with urgency. Years of affection conveyed a clear message through her gaze: "Don't be foolish. Hurry and leave." The voice of you resonated in his mind. "Su Tang, be cautious. The opponent's strength far exceeds your capacity to confront. Run now." With a moment's hesitation, Li Luosen launched his attack. It seemed he would have no choice but to forcibly take you away. The pillars of death shot forth with unimaginable speed. Sumu had no time to retaliate, only able to raise his blade in defense. Yet the pillar dispersed like mist upon contact with his blade, flowing around him and converging into his chest. Puff, crimson blood erupted beneath the moonlight. Chapter 32, 16 Monarchs of the Mortal Realm, 2024 revision. The lamentations of countless specters echoed in his ears, as if an infestation of infernal filth was consuming his body, devouring his organs, and tearing at his essence. His mind plunged into a frigid, viridescent lake, where aquatic wraiths emerged from the tenebrous depths, seizing his aspirations and dragging him into the icy abyss. His soul traversed the mournful currents, emerging into another realm, leaving Sumu shaken and gasping for air. A veil of ebony mist clouded his vision, as a bolt of black lightning cleaved the heavens, its thunderous roar reverberating through his skull. "Where am I? Is this Satan's inferno?" His pupils dilated, his breath catching in the frigid gale. Above, the sky was a viscous crimson, its swirling, sanguine clouds spiraling like a maelstrom. With ebony lightning writhing within like venomous serpents, their forked tongues spitting poison. He stood at the precipice of an abyss. A step forward sent pebbles tumbling into the void. He recoiled in terror, the stones swallowed by the darkness below. A chasm, unfathomably deep and wide as the heavens, stretched before him, its depths echoing with malevolent cries, their despairing laments resonating in his very core, evoking a desperate yearning for light. A searing pain stung his cheek. He touched it, his fingers coming away stained with viscous, scarlet blood, its heat akin to freshly spilled life essence. A bolt of black lightning crashed into the abyss, eliciting a cacophony of agonizing screams, their piercing intensity assaulting his eardrums, unleashing a wave of unparalleled despair and venom within his heart. A torrential blizzard of crimson snow descended, each drop as sanguine as the last, bathing the boy in a bloody deluge, constricting his breath. He gasped for air, crimson fluid trickling down his throat. Sumu convulsed, struggling against the encroaching darkness, golden erupting across his face, his eyes ablaze with golden brilliance, the confluence of blood and light contorting his features into a grotesque visage. A roar emanated from the chasm, shaking the very foundations of the world. Sumu, deprived of oxygen, stumbled forward, his vision blurring, the wind howling in his ears. The darkness closing in. In the fathomless abyss, he glimpsed the ephemeral blooms of adorning the cliffs. Pure white tendrils, smooth as jade, snaked out, ensnaring his ankles. Sumu's eyes snapped open, and he saw a young girl on the cliff above, her lips curved into a tender smile. With a sudden surge, she hauled him from the abyss. "Are you all right?" she asked. Sumu inhaled deeply. He uttered, his soul returning to his body. The world snapping back into focus, the black-robed figure, Mu Qianqing, the river, the night, all unchanged. The sky gradually cleared, revealing the ethereal glow of the moon, illuminating the darkened riverbank. "You surprised me," remarked, gazing into the boy's revitalized eyes. In mere moments, the youth had broken free from his control, returning from the thrall of servitude to reality. "Join us," he exclaimed, his tone fervent, his words like a rallying cry. The noble houses are decadent and corrupt. There is no future in serving them as slaves. Join us. You shall have everything you desire. Raised his right hand, and dark tendrils seized Mu Qianning, drawing her to him. Do you desire her? I shall grant her to you. Do you yearn for Fu Ningning? I shall retrieve her for you as well. Join us. S golden eyes burned with fervent zeal. Sumu examined his chest, finding no trace of injury. The death sequence was truly a silent killer. He must be more vigilant in the future. Were it not for, I would have perished just now. Anything is possible, he inquired. Indeed, affirmed with unwavering confidence. Sumu steadied his breath. Then bring me Xia Mo, he demanded. Fell silent, not in anger as Sumu anticipated, but in contemplation of the feasibility of capturing Xia Mo. Perhaps not tonight. Upon our return to the organization, I shall gather more comrades and retrieve her for you. Sumu was taken aback that such an unreasonable request was met with acquiescence. Then perhaps the position of your organization's leader should be mine. That is not impossible, conceded. Once you have matured, our leader will undoubtedly relinquish his position to you. Sumu was incredulous. They truly grant every wish. With this realization, he inquired, is your target tonight Xia Mo? The battle had revealed the true nature of the trap and for whom it was intended. Affirmative. Why? Come with me, and I shall reveal the answer, proposed. Sumu shook his head. I desire to know now. She is exceptional. She has managed to transcend the bloodline limit through forbidden elixirs, ascending from ordinary red blood to divine blood. This is a subject of immense research value, revealed. If this technology can be perfected, we can restore the glory of the past, the era when bloodlines were commonplace. Can you comprehend the significance? Sumu shook his head. I do not. Does Xia Mo deserve to die for your research? Not for us. Corrected. For the entire bloodline world. The entire world. Furthermore, you slaughtered our trading party for a few vials of elixirs. That debt must be repaid. Do you understand? Sumu raised his blade. I do not. Understood his meaning. His eyes filled with regret. A death warrant for Sumu had been issued through his earpiece. If he could not be an ally, then he must be eliminated. Why choose the path of self-destruction? I shall grant you 3 seconds. If you can escape, I shall spare you. Mu Qianning nodded fervently at side, urging him to flee, assuring him of her safety. Sumu gazed at her, deducing another truth lurking beneath the surface. The Nan family and this organization were undoubtedly colluding. With that realization, he turned and fled. 3. Did not intend to let him escape, skipping 2 and counting directly to 1. The gates of hell opened, and ebony creatures of death surged forth. Sumu, repulsed by these grotesque beings composed of black slime, brandished his contaminated blade, cleaving a path through the obstacles before him. The power of death coalesced into a black, seized his moment, striking once more, abandoning his previous attempts at enslavement. The earlier lesson had taught him that it was futile. If he could not be enslaved and taken, then he would be eliminated. Lightning crackled across and Sumu parried the black, flames erupting forth, consuming in an instant. His soul mist scattering, his body shattering like a mirror. A mirror image reappeared behind him, his piercing the boy's flesh. Let us see if you can withstand this. He sneered. The familiar chill, the ghostly wails assaulted his mind. Intervened once more, suppressing the spectral jester, and Sumu, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul, swung his blade behind him. The soul mist dissipated, the mirror image shattered, and he struck only air once more. Your soul is remarkably resilient. Far more so than any human I have encountered, remarked. The soul mist reassembled, and 12 black-robed figures encircled Sumu. If we were to forge you into a corpse demon, it would be a magnificent masterpiece. 12 lines of death erupted simultaneously, and Sumu soared into the sky. The lines, as if possessed of life, immediately altering their trajectory to pursue him into the night. Flames surged, and with a swift strike, the soul mist extinguished the fire. Binding his limbs tightly, Sumu fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Blood gushed forth once again. Enough, Mu Qianning suddenly shouted, pleading for his release. Jiang Feng, his dark robe billowing in the wind, spoke coolly, you seem unable to grasp the situation. Is this how Nanzichu taught you? Li Luo's son, wielding a black blade, slowly approached Sumu, plunging the weapon into his chest. Ah! Sumu emitted a desperate scream, feeling his soul being relentlessly stripped from his body. The governor's guard reported that Fu Ningning had been safely escorted to a secure area and requested that Xia Mo evacuate immediately, as the tactical team planned to obliterate the wastewater plant with missiles. No, they are not mine. Xia Mo suddenly realized that Sumu, who had been on the high platform, had vanished, along with Mu Qianning and Li Luo's senator. She anxiously inquired, "Quickly check. Where is Sumu now?" "Mr. Su is currently by the river," came the reply. The golden sequence, clad in shimmering metal armor, charged forth. Xia Mo effortlessly maneuvered through the chaos, placing her left hand on the armor and taunting, "Are you unaware that metal is an excellent conductor of heat? Haven't you read any books?" I spread across the golden sequence's body, instantly encasing him in an icy sculpture, as the terrifying cold rapidly drained the warmth from his body. In the eight extremities cold prison, the earth sequence, tasked with resisting calamity, was the first to become an ice statue. Two fire sequences huddled together with the storm sequence. Though severely injured, they still clung to life. The speed sequence, upon witnessing Xia Mo unleash her powers, fled the battlefield at the utmost speed, remaining the only uninjured descendant. Observing his fallen comrades, he wavered. Returning to the battlefield would mean certain death, yet the three critically injured allies still struggled to survive. At that moment, the speed sequence desperately wished for Xia Mo to eliminate the three, allowing him to escape unburdened. The flame serpent reappeared on the battlefield, the storm whipping up ice and snow in the white hell, as the trio prepared for a final, desperate fight, while Xia Mo remained concerned for Sumu's safety. "Now run." The speed sequence callously abandoned his teammates, fleeing the battlefield at breakneck speed. Bang! Gunfire erupted, bullets soaring through the white hell, striking the fleeing speed sequence with deadly precision under Xia Mo's gaze. Ah! A scream echoed across the battlefield as the descendant collapsed into the snow. Shen Mingyang, terrified by the gunfire, seized the chance while the enemy's attention was diverted and fled swiftly. Atop a water tower in the wastewater plant, Guli loaded a black bullet, pulled the bolt, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gun fired again, and Shen Mingyang's head exploded into a mist of blood. He was executed on the spot by Guli. The gun was directed at the last three defiant criminals, who, upon seeing those piercing golden eyes and Shen Mingyang's headless corpse, were struck with fear, relinquishing their powers and raising their hands in surrender. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and the 3 criminals were sent into slumber by tranquilizer darts. And Sumu? Guli approached Xia Mo and inquired. "I don't know." Xia Mo replied anxiously. "He might have gone after that blue-blooded A-level to save Mu Qianning." What? In the distance, the sky above the river was engulfed in a terrifying thunderstorm, reminiscent of Doomsday. The previously clearing night sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. The entire river and the city of Jiangzhou were engulfed in endless fear, as darkness enveloped the earth and sky, devoid of any light. The silver lightning, akin to a natural disaster, rolled within the black clouds, resembling Damocles' sword poised to descend at any moment. Fu Ningning gazed from afar at the white ice hell that had risen from the ground of the wastewater plant. The dark sky, flashing with violent lightning, was reminiscent of a deity descending upon the mortal realm. He understood that Xia Mo was of the water sequence. That white hell was undoubtedly her creation. Yet the more terrifying thunderstorm looming above could not be matched by anyone. This meant that the storm was likely a power unleashed by the enemy, colossal in scale and terrifying in might, resembling a nightmare before the arrival of apocalypse. Ning. Fu Ningning exited the vehicle, staring blankly at the apocalyptic storm in the sky, calling out his daughter's name in despair. As the dreadful power was unleashed, not a trace of life would remain in that area. Wang Xianjing stepped out of the car, incredulously staring at the distant thunderstorm. As a descendant, particularly a blue-blooded one, he recognized that such formidable power could only originate from one being. Ning. This father suddenly transformed into a raging lion, rushing to the driver's seat, dragging the driver out, and taking the wheel, intent on driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the storm. Wang Xianjing was taken aback as he watched his irrational friend, igniting his golden eyes and flying to the front of the vehicle, using his force to pin the car to the ground against the roaring wind. Qiming, arriving just in time, flung open the car door and pulled Fu Ningning from the driver's seat. Let go of me. Let go of me. Old Fu, be rational. Wang Xianjing slapped Fu Ningning across the face, scolding, what good does it do to go mad here? There's no chance of survival beneath that storm. You would only be walking to your death. You have a wife, a son, don't seek your own demise. As a lifelong friend, Wang Xianjing was the only one in the entire convoy who dared to reprimand and even strike Fu Ningning. Ningning, this father aged in an instant. His face filled with sorrow, helplessly collapsing onto the road, despairing as he gazed at the impending doom in the sky. Father, I'm sorry. Over 50 years old, Fu Ningning sat on the ground, tears streaming down his once majestic face, murmuring, it was my failure to protect you. Sadness permeated the convoy. The law enforcers realized that the esteemed politician, upon shedding his political cloak, was merely an ordinary father who deeply loved his children. In the dim world, the headlights illuminated a frail figure, who trembled as she called out, Daddy. Ning? Ning. Fu Ningning stood in astonishment, searching for the source of the voice, as the crowd parted to reveal Fu Ningning standing unharmed at the back of the convoy, accompanied by an entire tactical team. They had chosen to divert and reunite her with her father upon discovering Fu Ning's Rolls-Royce. Daddy! Fu Ningning sobbed as she pushed through the crowd and collapsed into her father's embrace. I thought I would never see you again. Woo. Fu Ningning joyfully wiped away his tears, holding his daughter tightly, fearing he might lose her once more. The father and daughter reunited, nestled together beneath the cold night sky. Ningning, weren't you at the wastewater plant? Fu Ningning's face brightened again as she pointed towards the governor's guard behind her, exclaiming, it was Sumu and Xia Mo who rescued me. Daddy, you don't know how dashing Sumu was at that moment. He came all alone to the meeting. The little girl chattered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration, continuously praising her companion's bravery and recounting his strength, as if Sumu were the greatest hero in the world. The old father stroked his daughter's head, clearly hearing her attempt to sway him, and though he did not agree, he refrained from interrupting, quietly listening to her recounting. After praising Sumu, Fu Ningning remembered to mention Xia Mo. So, that is how it was. You must thank Sumu, and certainly, thank Sister Xia Mo as well. All right. No sooner had Fu Ningning spoken than the thunderstorm descended from the horizon, silver lightning shattered all shadows floating upon the river's surface. Li Rosen drew his great sword, fearfully scanning his surroundings, trembling as he inquired, might I ask which esteemed monarch has arrived? The term monarch is a title reserved solely for kings. His golden eyes reflected sheer terror, while the rolling lightning above seemed poised to deliver the divine king's decree. Thunder roared, 13 strikes crashed upon the earth, and across the river, it felt as though the twilight of the gods had descended. As lightning illuminated the scene, Mu Qianning beheld a youthful figure standing beside Sumu, with a flawless physique and a perfect profile. He appeared as if a divine ruler had graced the mortal realm. The celestial monarch raised his hand, silver lightning coursing through Sumu's limbs, as countless dark specters shrieked and fled from the young man's body. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly crushed the escaping spirits, reducing them to dust without sparing a single one. What is your name? Li Rosen. Li Rosen fell to his knees in terror, recognizing that the divine monarch's lineage far surpassed his own, while the lightning sequence was the nemesis of death itself. You have harmed my junior disciple. What do you think I should do about this? The celestial monarch displayed a gentle smile, yet his eyes held a mixture of disdain and mockery for his adversary, crushing the blue-blooded A-class with the same indifference as one would squish an ant. Mu Qianning gazed at the king's smile, entranced, wondering how such a perfect man could exist in the world. Your Majesty. Li Rosen, having completely lost his earlier composure, knelt humbly, repeatedly bowing his head as if to a garlic clove, pleading, I did not know he was your Majesty's junior disciple. I. This humble servant is willing to serve you like a beast, beseeching you to spare my life. His humility and fear had reduced him to referring to himself as a servant. I preferred your earlier defiance. The celestial monarch, Xia Mo spoke in an indifferent tone. Regain your composure. Fu Ningning looked on in confusion at the prostrate Li Rosen. Had he not boasted of being a blue-blooded deity? Why was he now so terrified? This frightened visage seemed more suited for a servant. Li Rosen dared not reclaim his previous demeanor, not daring to breathe too loudly. Persistently bowing his head until his hardened, blue-blooded forehead bled, revealing the depths of his fear. Having wielded control over death for decades, this was the first time he felt its threat, cursing himself for not recognizing the gravity of his misstep in provoking the wrong individual. Reflecting upon it now, how could he have ever imagined encountering a wild monarch heir? He was backed by a formidable force, no, a heavenly one. Li Rosen could never have dreamed that behind this monarch heir stood a true master of sequences, an S-class earthly king. Each sequence births but one earthly king, meaning only 16 such kings exist in this world, a mere probability of 1 in 60 billion, and he had unwittingly crossed paths with one. I offer you a chance. Count down from 3. If you flee, I shall spare your life. Before Xia Mo could even begin to count, Li Rosen had transformed into 12 wisps of soul mist and scattered in flight. An uninteresting trick. This earthly king of the lightning sequence bypassed 1 and 2. Raising his hand as heavenly thunder struck down, pronouncing Li Rosen's death sentence. The 12 wisps of soul mist were instantaneously vaporized, vanishing into the night. Xia Mo turned to Fu Ningning, saying, Xia Mo will arrive shortly. Take care of him here. I must depart. Fu Ningning nodded dumbly. As the celestial monarch vanished in an instant, the apocalyptic storm rolling over Jiangzhou dissipating with him, as though nothing had ever transpired. Just a fleeting dream. Under the moonlight, only Sumu lay quietly, peacefully sleeping in a carefree slumber. Chapter 33. The Family Banquet of the Fu Family, 2024 edition. Sumu sat in the evening breeze. The setting sun casting its reflection upon the river's surface, the clouds and rosy hues staining the water's ripples, as if a majestic tapestry of celestial splendor lay unfurled beneath his feet, dancing lightly with the wind. The sound of a steam whistle and the joyous laughter of children echoed along the riverside promenade. Adults sternly cautioned the children to stay away from the water's edge and forbade them from climbing the railings. During the twilight hours following dinner, Sumu often observed families reunited, relishing the warmth of togetherness. He cherished sitting on the long wooden bench by the promenade, not merely for the evening breeze and the sight of the clouds, but for the people he watched. Mothers and fathers playing with their little ones, basking in familial bliss. The absence of something makes one more appreciative of what they do have, and for Sumu, the significance of family grew ever more profound. Especially after the harrowing brush with death the previous night, he treasured the moments spent with his loved ones. Perhaps, just perhaps, there would come a day when he might find himself under the dominion of another, eternally closing his eyes, in pursuit of the heavens to seek his biological parents. He recalled that Guan Tianyin had referred to his mother as a hero, implying they would surely ascend to the celestial realm. A sudden fear gripped him. What if he, having contributed nothing to the world, found himself unable to ascend, condemned instead to the depths of hell? Yet, what actions could truly be deemed contributions to the world? He raised his hand, noting the absence of the exquisite sapphire bracelet that had adorned his wrist. From his pocket, he retrieved a piece of stationery, its elegant script imbued with youthful exuberance. This was a letter from Fu Ningning. Upon awakening from a sweet slumber that afternoon, he had discovered this note on his bedside. In it, Fu Ningning recounted the events following her fainting spell the previous night. The student spoken of by their teacher, who turned out to be his senior, had appeared at a critical moment. According to her description, this senior had effortlessly dispatched his adversary clad in black robes with a display of overwhelming power using the lightning sequence. Fu Ningning described how the black-cloaked figure had knelt in abject humility before her senior, desperately prostrating himself and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me." From the instant the black-clad foe was slain with such ease to the reverent title of Your Majesty, it was not difficult for Sumu to deduce the identity of this senior, an earthly monarch wielding S-level lightning sequence powers. He had never imagined that one of the 16 standing atop the sequence would be his own senior. The identity of this senior was equally simple to ascertain. The visage of Mr. Mo, a paragon of divine beauty, resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by the memory of the 180 yuan tip he had forcefully given. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch, only the kindness of friends and family. Following this, Mu Qianning extended her blessings to him, expressing that whether it be Xia Mo or Fu Ningning, they would be more suitable companions, and she apologized for the scars left on him. At the conclusion of her letter, Mu Qianning implored him to keep the sins of the Nan family a secret. The role the Nan family played in this incident was insignificant, and she hoped he could show mercy. Should the truth come to light, it would only serve as her final indiscretion, arousing suspicion in others. The Yi family was on the brink of annihilation. Mu Qianning took the sapphire bracelet from her wrist, stating that she would cherish it forever, echoing the sentiment written at the end of her letter. Thank you for your birthday gift. I will always carry it, just as you have always been by my side. Can crimes truly be concealed? Xia Mo, with her sharp intellect and first-hand experience in battle, would likely not be easily deceived. In Sumu's eyes, this entire situation was a testament to the folly of the Nan family, whose cleverness had backfired. Their intention to drag Mu Qianning into the fray, appearing as a victim to absolve themselves of suspicion, had instead led to their own escape while ensnaring several live witnesses. The enemy's ruthless assault on Fu Ningning and the leniency shown to Mu Qianning would surely not escape Xia Mo's keen perception. Sumu folded the letter into a paper airplane and, with a breath, launched it toward the river. The evening breeze lifted the paper plane, draped in the hues of dusk, allowing it to soar freely, yet inevitably it could not escape the fate of descent. The river's waves suddenly surged, crashing against the paper airplane, tearing it apart and swallowing it into the depths. At that moment, Sumu understood he could never return to the days of sharing a football ice cream with Mu Qianning or playing hopscotch after school. Should they ever meet again, it was likely they would be adversaries. Memories are like paper airplanes. Eventually, they must fall. Sumu cast the promises they once made together, along with the little secrets they shared, into the river. He was no longer a high school student of the national Jinglan, but rather a descendant poised to confront death and embark upon the path of the sequence. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in chatter. Sumu rose and made his way back to the road, where the luxurious convoy of the Fu family awaited him. Servants opened the door of a Rolls-Royce, awaiting their esteemed guest. Countless envious gazes converged upon the youth, who, in that moment, had become the object of admiration, surveying the eager looks surrounding him. Sumu entered the vehicle with an expression of indifference. His heart was devoid of joy, filled instead with desolation and resignation. This was not a choice he had made, but a destiny he must abide by. As the Fu family convoy glided along the expansive roads of Jiangzhou, the scenery outside transformed incessantly. Soon, they crossed a long bridge, revealing a grand estate before them. Soldiers stood guard at the entrance, saluting the approaching Rolls-Royce. Without the need for inspection, the gates swung open, allowing the convoy to enter the opulent estate of the Fu family. Flanking the avenue leading to the fountain, soldiers armed with firearms stood at intervals, embodying the esteemed status of the estate's owner. Sumu had always believed that his deskmate's father was merely a simple businessman who, through sheer success, had unwittingly become the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. He could scarcely fathom that her father was a member of the House of Commons. No wonder the Fu family was labeled as nouveau riche, not solely for their wealth, but also for their power. The Rolls-Royce halted beside the fountain, and a silver-haired gentleman with a gentlemanly demeanor opened the door. "Mr. Sumu, please come inside. The master and miss have been awaiting you," he said. "Thank you." Sumu felt a twinge of discomfort having an elderly man open the door for him, yet as he observed the distinguished elder before him, he couldn't help but admire. He truly possesses an elegant bearing, and his vitality belies his age. Beep, a honk sounded from behind, as Xia Mo's Mercedes S pulled up simultaneously. The door swung open, revealing a delicate, pure gown first, adorned with silver and golden embellishments. A lively and charming smile soon followed, and Sumu noted that Xia Mo had indeed applied makeup for the evening. Though she typically eschewed cosmetics, she had chosen to adorn herself for tonight's Fu family banquet. A rare occasion. Her long hair was elegantly styled, secured with a jade hairpin embellished with golden tassels. Delicate, pale pink ribbons floated down from her hair, adding an air of youthful exuberance while maintaining an appropriate dignity. Dangling from her earlobes were golden flower ornaments, exuding a refined, ancient elegance that was anything but stiff. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she retained her innate grace while embracing a newfound vivacity, all while exuding an aura of noble splendor. Clearly, she had put considerable effort into her appearance for the evening. Sumu's eyes brightened at the sight, and Xia Mo, pleased by his reaction, approached him with a smile, asking, "Do I look good?" "Yes, you look stunning like." "Like what?" "The fairy of the moon palace." Sumu expressed his genuine sentiment. Xia Mo beamed even more brightly, replying, "You truly have an eye for beauty. It was worth all the effort I put in," she added silently within her heart. Under the guidance of the silver-haired gentleman, the two walked side by side toward the resplendent palace of the Fu family. If the South Mountain County seat of the Xia family embodies the elegance of Jiangnan Gardens, then the manor of the Fu family represents the splendor of the Palace of Versailles. They signify two entirely distinct cultures and divergent aesthetic orientations. "This attire suits you remarkably well." Sumu could not help but steal an extra glance. Today, Xia Mo resembled a celestial being descended to earth, perfectly complementing her slightly antiquated makeup. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been chosen to stand by the emperor's side. The young maiden's bright eyes and gentle smile resembled a crescent moon gracing the sky. As long as she is content, that is sufficient. The opulence of the palace was matched only by its interior extravagance. Sumu could not suppress an exclamation of admiration. Even Xia Mo was captivated by the artistic paintings on the walls and ceiling, her favorite aspects. One might mistakenly believe they had transported the palace of the Sun King here. She remarked, "The Fu family is wealthier than I had imagined. It seems these nouveaux riches have accumulated considerable wealth over the years." The silver-haired elder smiled and replied, "Miss Xia, you flatter us. The Xia family has been a noble lineage ruling Jiangnan for over a millennium. The wealth of the Fu family pales in comparison to the millennia of accumulation by the Xia family." Although Sumu did not recognize the elder leading the way, the wisdom of his words suggested he held a prominent position within the Fu family. "You must be the butler of the Fu family?" Xia Mo inquired with a smile. The elder nodded and introduced himself. "I am Gu Yu, the humble butler of the Fu family." Following Gu Yu, they arrived at the expansive second-floor reception hall. Besides the male host, Fu Ningning, a strikingly beautiful female host, stood nearby. Fu Ningning stood obediently beside her mother, her cheeks flushing red upon noticing Sumu's approach. Together, they appeared less like mother and daughter and more like a pair of sisters. Beside Fu Ningning stood a young man, resembling Fu Ningning, who was likely her brother. Yet Sumu had never heard Fu Ningning mention having a brother. He had always assumed she was an only child. As the two approached, Fu Ningning and his family stepped forward to greet them. Xia Mo's ethereal appearance made Fu Ningning feel slightly self-conscious, as she lowered her head closer to her mother. Everyone in the Fu family noticed her meticulous adornment. It was evident that this girl was declaring her presence. "I cannot thank you enough for last night," Fu Ningning expressed with utmost courtesy, not only out of gratitude from an elder, but also in recognition of their strength. Surviving amidst such fierce competition among bloodlines speaks volumes about their high status, particularly with Sumu, who had not yet awakened his lineage. They had witnessed something extraordinary last night. It was astonishing that someone could wield such power without awakening. "Uncle, you are too kind," Xia Mo replied with polite words. "Fu Ningning has assisted me greatly. It is only right that I return the favor," Sumu said sincerely. "How has the old master been lately?" Fu Ningning inquired with a warm smile, radiating concern. Xia Mo responded gracefully, "Grandfather has been well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Fu. He often mentions you to my father, praising you as an extraordinary individual." "You flatter me. I shall make sure to visit him soon," Fu Ningning replied. "I will convey your regards, and I am sure he would be delighted to converse with you." After a round of pleasantries, Fu Ningning's gaze fell upon Sumu. He felt uncertain about how to regard this promising newcomer. He was the classmate of his daughter, the object of her affection, and potentially someone who could have been considered as a son-in-law. Now, standing alongside Xia Mo, he was her comrade in arms, a scion of remarkable lineage, a veritable star on the horizon. Last night, Fu Ningning had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Wang Xinjing regarding the situation in Jiangzhou. It was during this conversation that he learned the previous head of the Southeast Bureau, Liang Yao, was Sumu's biological mother. These revelations were contained within the highly classified documents of X-Space. Wang Xinjing speculated that the boy's lineage would likely exceed everyone's expectations, urging Fu Ningning to prepare adequately for what lay ahead. If circumstances permitted, the union between Fu Ningning and Sumu was not an idea to be dismissed lightly. Has everything been progressing smoothly at President Ren's branch? Fu Ningning ultimately decided to broach the subject of Ren Qingshu. Indeed, it has. My mother mentioned this matter and expressed her gratitude for your assistance. Sumu modified his mother's words slightly. Not at all. It is merely the merit of President Ren's projects that have drawn the attention of the provincial capital, Fu Ningning said, waving his hand dismissively. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, and this is my son, Fu Ningning. Please, everyone, take a seat. Another guest will be arriving shortly. Ningwan. Fu Ningning's mother naturally took Sumu's hand, her eyes betraying her fondness as she cheerfully said, "Come, sit here with me." For the young man who had risked his life to save her daughter, she had long regarded him as a future son-in-law. Much of what Sumu ate was prepared by her own hands, though her husband disagreed, making it difficult for their romance to flourish. Sumu felt somewhat embarrassed. He finally understood the emotions Xia Mo had experienced during her visit to his home. He glanced at Fu Ningning, who was blushing and retreating shyly to the side. In the grand reception hall, Xia Mo and Fu Ningning sat together, seemingly engaged in a significant discussion. Meanwhile, Ningwan pulled Sumu aside, recounting amusing tales of Fu Ningning's childhood mischief. Ningning is prone to trouble. You'll have to be patient with her in the future. Mom, what are you saying? Fu Ningning protested, her flushed face growing even redder. Why must you only recount my embarrassing moments? How will I hold my head high before Sumu after this? The girl buried herself in her mother's embrace, casting furtive glances at the boy she cherished, her timid eyes sparkling with joy. She could see that her mother genuinely liked Sumu. Ah, everyone is here. My apologies for arriving late. The silver-haired elder ushered in the final guest of the day. Wang, my brother, why are you so slow? You shall drink 3 cups as punishment later. Yes, yes, came the reply. The last guest to arrive was none other than the Southeast Bureau Chief of X-Space, Fu Ningting's childhood friend, Wang Xinjing. As they entered the dining room, Fu Ningning pulled out a chair for Xia Mo. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Xia Mo replied with a polite smile. Ningwan held Sumu's left hand and Fu Ningning's right as they approached the dining table, where the evening feast was already laid out. The dishes appeared unpretentious, lacking extravagant elements such as lobsters or caviar, consisting solely of homely fare. More accurately, the meal comprised dishes that Sumu had frequently enjoyed and loved. It was a dinner meticulously prepared by Ningwan. As Sumu observed the familiar dishes on the table, he scratched his head, catching sight of Xia Mo, who was looking at him with a teasing smile. Their eyes met, and he sensed a playful challenge in her gaze. You see, I told you so. Many of the dishes you usually eat are prepared with great care by her mother. She knows your tastes perfectly well. Having spent nearly a month training together at the resort, Xia Mo was well aware of Sumu's culinary preferences. Observing the Fu family matriarch holding on tightly to Sumu, she understood all too clearly the implications of this dinner, which bore no difference from the birthday banquet of Mu Qining. Thus, Xia Mo had taken extra care to dress like a celestial being, aiming to outshine everyone and deter any unwanted attention. Fu Ningning rose to fill Sumu's glass with white wine. The sight made Sumu's scalp tingle. While he could manage sake and beer, the potency of this liquor was truly daunting. Ningwan placed a piece of braised pork into the boy's bowl. Smiling like a benevolent mother, braised abalone with pork. I know this is your favorite. I simmered it for quite some time. To tell me how it tastes. Sumu typically ate a version of braised pork that omitted the abalone, savoring only the flavor while avoiding the pricey ingredient. Unable to decline such warm hospitality, Sumu finally liberated his right hand, deftly picking up chopsticks to savor the braised pork, relishing its delightful flavor. "Delicious," he mumbled indistinctly. "As long as it's good. Indulge yourself further. This chopped chili fish is also one of your favorites," Fu Ningning remarked. As he reached for the decanter to pour a glass of red wine for Xia Mo, with her right hand covering the mouth of the glass, replied, "I apologize, but I am not yet of age and cannot drink alcohol. Please pour me a glass of juice or milk." "What a pity. This bottle of wine is something my father typically refrains from consuming, yet today he has brought it out to entertain esteemed guests." Fu Ningning, undeterred, poured a glass of fresh milk for his sister. After Fu Mingkong concluded his discussion with Wang Xianjing, he raised his glass and stood, causing the restaurant to fall into a hushed silence. Chapter 34. My Floating Family, Not Unworthy of a Noble Lineage. New edition 2024. Today marks a family banquet. Fu Mingkong has set the tone for tonight's gathering, referring to it as a family feast, a gesture of recognition towards Sumu and Xia Mo. He will forever cherish the gratitude for saving his daughter and will certainly lend a helping hand when needed. Moreover, it serves as an opening for the matters concerning Sumu and Fu Ningning. Sumu remained expressionless, failing to grasp the underlying implications. In contrast, Fu Ningning felt elated, knowing her father would no longer oppose her relationship with Sumu. Xia Mo couldn't help but smile inwardly, yet she remained indifferent, her peripheral vision reassured by the person beside her. She had ample confidence in herself, but was not optimistic about a union between Sumu and Fu Ningning. Especially after the crisis of the previous night, he surely wouldn't wish to witness his companion embroiled in peril once more. Nonetheless, Xia Mo redirected her gaze back to the head of the table, contemplating. She must provide this member of the lower house with a slight psychological jolt. Ningning had returned from abroad for a rare family gathering. Fu Mingkong continued, lamenting how some individuals are perpetually envious of others' happiness, feeling compelled to cause disruption for their own comfort. He expressed gratitude once more to Miss Xia and Sumu, as well as to Mr. Guli from the X-Space Atrium, who had also aided in the situation. Originally, the banquet was to include Mr. Guli and Miss Guan Tianen, but both special envoys were preoccupied with their duties, having returned to headquarters at noon to embark on a new mission. Sumu. Xia Mo narrowed her eyes. She was particularly sensitive to this address. Fu Mingkong raised his glass, stating, "I toast to the two of you. Without your intervention, the Fu family might well be in mourning, sending off a loved one prematurely." "You're far too gracious," Xia Mo replied, rising to take a sip of milk. Sumu, mimicking her, awkwardly lifted the white liquor that sent shivers down his spine, stating, "Uncle, you exaggerate. This incident was instigated by me." "Not at all," Fu Mingkong interrupted. "The root of this matter does not lie with you. You were merely the bait. I suspect the Xia family has already seen through this. Haven't they? A clever ruse from the Nan family." Xia Mo spoke bluntly. Sumu sighed inwardly. Indeed, such a significant affair cannot remain concealed. If he and Xia Mo had perished in the turmoil while Fu Ningning and Mu Qining returned unscathed, perhaps there would be no witnesses to their demise. Simultaneously, with the Xia family's heir lost, the tensions between the Xia and Fu families could be exploited by those with ulterior motives amidst the political chaos, possibly benefiting the Nan family. The three exchanged glances, discerning each other's thoughts through their eyes. They were all astute individuals. "You are correct. Cleverness has its pitfalls." Fu Mingkong drained his glass of fine wine. Xia Mo took a symbolic sip of milk, while Sumu, with trepidation, sampled a small amount of the potent liquor. Ugh, how dreadful. Once seated, Sumu immediately grabbed his chopsticks, devouring the dishes that Ningwan had served him, hoping to suppress the alcohol's effects. Fu Ningning sat beside him, stifling mischievous laughter. "What does the Xia family intend to do?" Fu Mingkong inquired. Xia Mo did not answer directly, but countered, "And what about the Fu family?" In truth, the situation was complex, as they lacked direct evidence. Fu Mingkong noted that the Nan family's involvement was superficial, merely lurking in the shadows, stirring the pot, providing information, and obscuring the truth to disrupt the rescue efforts. The three individuals captured by the Xia family last night had already been interrogated. They were not particularly resilient, merely pawns, unable to withstand the mental scrutiny of the dream examination. They are insignificant players, with limited knowledge, and cannot substantiate any accusations against the Nan family, Xia Mo remarked as she continued to eat. However, I am more concerned about the organization behind last night's operation. Through our inquiries, it has been revealed that they are part of a vast transnational crime syndicate, with their headquarters not located in Kaiyun but concealed within the Southeast Asian subcontinent. As for the Nan family, Xia Mo paused, a cold smile gracing her lips. If selling information and distorting the truth do not constitute a crime, then there is no need for legal judgment. We can simply follow the path of the bloodline heirs. Sumu, intrigued, asked, "What path is that?" Xia Mo tilted her head, looking at him with a smile. "We confront them directly and take action." Sumu did not anticipate such a primitive approach in 2005. This method of problem-solving seemed far from aristocratic, more akin to that of uncivilized barbarians. Xia Mo added, "Or, if you prefer a more palatable term, we could call it kicking down the door." "Are you going?" Sumu expressed concern. "Of course not. Such a significant matter must be reported to my grandfather." Upon mentioning her grandfather, Xia Mo straightened her posture, stating, "He has ceased his travels and is en route back. I expect he will visit you upon your return from your trip." Her grandfather would engage with the Nan family in a discussion. This statement was directed not only at Sumu but also at everyone present, particularly Fu Ningning. Engage in discussion? Wang Xianjing internally scoffed. "I suspect it will be more of a confrontation." However, the Nan family truly deserved it, with the noble families intertwined. How could they possibly assist outsiders in undermining the Xia family's sole heir? Foolishness. The internal strife among the noble families was precisely the spectacle he wished to witness. Sumu was about to speak when Xia Mo completely disregarded him, shifting her gaze to Wang Xianjing, inquiring, "Uncle Wang, have the infiltrators in the Southeast Bureau been identified?" "Not yet." Faced with the flames of conflict encroaching upon his territory, Wang Xianjing felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he bore little responsibility for this incident, allowing the mastermind, Xin Mingyang, to escape was serious enough to warrant scrutiny. Thankfully, no casualties had occurred among the hostages. If anything were to happen to Xia Mo, he would likely face accountability for his position as director. The noble families were already seeking an excuse to target him. Fortunately, his old friend Fu Ningning had made a symbolic gesture of accountability before everyone. If the Xia family chose not to pursue the matter, this incident might be weathered without consequence. Then, Director Wang, you must take this seriously. If such an incident recurs, I can hardly imagine the pressure the Shifang defense will endure, Xia Mo said with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling. Yet, Wang Xianjing felt an immediate weight on his shoulders, as if the girl before him was not a mere 17-year-old, but a formidable official wielding immense power, capable of devouring those who opposed her. Indeed, she was the heir of a millennia-old noble family, already possessing a formidable political aura before reaching adulthood. Yes, in the midst of the stalemate, Fu Ningning interjected, adopting a reproachful tone. "You must investigate this matter thoroughly upon your return. Leave no stone unturned. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, we must uncover the infiltrators. Otherwise, I will be the first to hold you accountable. We are already conducting a thorough investigation and will soon provide the council and the law enforcement agency with an explanation," Wang Xianjing assured, pledging accountability to the highest authority in the direct management body. Xia Mo discerned his meaning. It implied that the Xia family, or rather Xia Mo, currently lacked the authority to directly hold the Southeast Bureau accountable. "I trust you, Uncle Wang," she reverted to the familiar term, transforming the previously aloof Director Wang into her dear Uncle Wang. The young lady seemed unfazed by the situation. Wang Xianjing maintained a relatively neutral political stance, neither favoring X-Space nor entirely siding with the nouveau riche, while still respecting the nobility's facade. This was indeed commendable. Moreover, it was far better to keep the sword suspended above one's head than to let it fall. Wang Xianjing exhaled, realizing that if the young woman truly intended to bring him down, he would find himself at a loss. Not only was she the sole heir of the Xia family, but she also possessed the formidable status of a blue blood A-class. By virtue of her lineage, she had every right to engage him as an equal. Thank you for your concern, Miss Xia. I raise a toast to you. Wang Xianjing lifted his glass of liquor. Xia Mo raised her milk, replying, Uncle Wang, you are too kind. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a political duel concluded. Who among those present was not a creature of power, a master of politics? Everyone grasped the essence of the brief exchanges, save for Sumu and Fu Ningning. Sumu marveled at the kindness of Xia Mo, who, having been deceived by the Southeast Bureau, still wore a smile and expressed concern for them. Fu Ningning, however, heard nothing, her thoughts consumed by Sumu as she cradled her milk. Miss Xia, one must exercise caution. The adversary will not simply let this matter rest, Wang Xianjing kindly cautioned, reminding them that a blue blood had perished, along with 6 red bloods. Fu Ningning interjected, I hope to discuss this matter with Miss Xia. Uncle, you are too courteous, Xia Mo replied. You are my elder. Simply call me Xiao Mo very well. Xiao Mo, Fu Ningning said with a twinkle in his eye. The Fu family is willing to ally with the Xia family on this matter. I wonder how you feel about that? At this pronouncement, the atmosphere at the banquet grew tense, all eyes converging on the 17-year-old girl, except for Fu Ningning. An alliance between noble families and new elites? Absurd. The conflicts between classes were irreconcilable, fated only for a struggle to the death. Xia Mo, unfazed, casually discarded the chicken bone and lifted her milk, stating, It seems that in a few days, Uncle Fu will be dining at my home. I believe my father would be quite interested in this topic. She raised her glass and continued, As a member of the House of Commons, Uncle Fu, and my father being in the House of Lords, I imagine you both have numerous shared interests regarding governance to discuss. The House of Commons and the House of Lords, 2 opposing political factions in the Kaikan Parliament, shared no common ground whatsoever. To coexist without impeachment would be a miracle. The House of Lords wielded immense power, overseeing legislation, supervision, and the dissolution of the lower house. Legislative power granted the House of Lords the authority to craft all laws in Kaikan, representing, in essence, the law itself. They would never draft regulations that contradicted their own interests. The supervisory power allowed members of the House of Lords to inspect all officials, from the cabinet to various levels of government, all within their jurisdiction for impeachment. The provincial governors were the sole exception, accountable only to the Ming Emperor. Should an official face impeachment from 3 members of the House of Lords, they would be immediately suspended for investigation. If sufficient evidence emerged, the matter would be reported to the Ming Emperor for prosecution. The power of dissolution was an even sharper weapon. The House of Lords could disband the House of Commons with just 24 votes of consent, thereby exercising all its authority during the restructuring period. This meant the House of Lords, where Xia Mo's father sat, could dissolve the House of Commons, where Fu Ningning's father resided, at any moment. The 36 members of the House of Lords represented the most powerful families in Kaikan, each a formidable force in their own right. Haha, Fu Ningning chuckled, diverting the conversation. He was well aware that breaking the unspoken political understanding between noble families and new elites would unleash a far more terrifying struggle for power. He shifted his gaze to Sumu, who was engrossed in gnawing a chicken leg. Xiao Mo, I never imagined you to be a descendant of the bloodline. Your mother was the previous director of the Southeast Bureau, Fu Ningning remarked. Wang Xianjing immediately stood, raising his glass, and added, Not one family, not one door. Director Liang extended considerable support to me. Her passing is a profound loss for everyone at the Southeast Bureau. Your mother was a true hero. This toast is for Director Liang. Sumu hurriedly wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth, standing to toast in a polite manner. I often heard my mother speak of Director Wang. Oh, Wang Xianjing interjected, is that so? Truly? Indeed, indeed, Sumu awkwardly rubbed his nose, recalling how he was merely 4 or 5 years old then, too young to comprehend matters of the Southeast Bureau. How fortunate! They clinked glasses, and Wang Xianjing downed his drink in one gulp, while Sumu grimaced, consuming a small portion. Young brother Su, you must be blue blood as well? Wang Xianjing inquired. a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo turned her gaze to Fu Ningning, pondering whether the conversation had finally arrived at its crux. Sumu candidly stated, I previously underwent bloodline assessment at the Southeast Bureau, and the conclusion they provided was common blood. Wang Xianjing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, this matter had occurred. Subsequently, the X-Space Central Headquarters had sought accountability, as the machine damaged by brainwaves had been sent to Xiangjiang. He had perused the backup files of the testing report, which were thorough and reliable, leaving no room for doubt. The young man before him was, by all accounts, common blood. Yet, the events of the previous night had cast a shadow of uncertainty over him. Though Wang Xianjing had not experienced the battle firsthand, he had no reason to doubt Xia Mo, nor Fu Ningning's claims. Mu Qianqing could testify, and even Yi Zhiling, imprisoned, could provide evidence. Thus, he found himself perplexed as to the source of the discrepancy. Indeed, there was such an occurrence, Wang Xianjing confirmed. For this, the highest authority at X-Space Central, Zhou Hai, personally sent me a message of accountability. Fu Ningning feigned surprise, saying, Little Mu has connections with Dr. Zhou Hai. You may not know, but Su Mu's father, Su Yuan, was once Dr. Zhou Hai's mentor. Is that so? Fu Ningning continued. Su Yuan is a senior expert at level 13 in our company and also a professor of divine studies at the academy. The ties run deep. The two exchanged banter, elucidating to Xia Mo that Su Mu was undoubtedly affiliated with X-Space, as both his parents were prominent figures therein. The Xia family, being a noble family, could not simply seize him. Xia Mo felt a chuckle rise within her, but stifled it. She was indeed unaware that Su Mu's father was a professor at the X-Space Academy. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential after battling alongside Su Mu thrice. Each encounter fraught with peril, their bond had transcended mere friendship, forged into that of life-and-death comrades. Yet, she still cast him a glance that conveyed, You withheld such crucial information from me. I'm quite displeased. Sumu felt overwhelmed by her gaze. I've heard that your blood sample has been sent to the central headquarters? Wang Xianjing asked, his curiosity piqued. What kind of formidable bloodline could produce someone who could effortlessly overpower Xun Mingyang without requiring the awakening sequence? Before Sumu could respond, Xia Mo interjected, casually saying, Sumu is a top-tier blue blood A, what we commonly refer to as a royal heir. Her nonchalance was akin to stating she had just eaten. She was asserting her claim over him. What? Fu Ningning and Wang Xuanjing's minds short-circuited simultaneously. They had anticipated Su Mu's bloodline to be exceedingly high, perhaps even beyond imagination, yet the revelation of him being a top-tier A, a royal heir, left them utterly astonished. Old Wang, I surely did not mishear, did I? They both directed their gazes toward the youth across from them. Fu Ningning sought confirmation once more. Top-tier A, royal heir? Sumu felt as though he were being scrutinized by two ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming. The latest testing results from the central headquarters indicated blue blood A. As for the heir designation, I am not entirely certain. The report is somewhat beyond my comprehension. Fu Ningting's breath quickened. The Xia family's dominance over the southeast and its supremacy over the various noble families of Jiangnan was largely attributed to the presence of that top-tier blue blood, a patriarch in their midst, who was not merely an heir. If Sumu could become my son-in-law, marrying Ningning, the Fu family might very well supplant the current hierarchy and become the new preeminent family in Jiangnan. Fu Ningning dared not dwell further on this thought, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. It was as if his daughter had picked up a stone by the roadside, initially deemed unworthy even as a stepping stone, only to discover upon closer inspection that it was a priceless jade, a treasure akin to the legendary He Sure Bai. Wang Xianjing was drenched in cold sweat, finally comprehending why Dr. Zhou Hai had personally reprimanded him. Although the 16 sovereigns of the mortal realm were the most formidable combatants of the 16 sequences, each sequence would only produce one sovereign-level individual, an ethereal figure beyond reach. However, each sequence also boasted numerous blue-blooded A individuals, making the few sovereign signs exceptionally significant. In the presence of a sovereign, they were close confidants. In their absence, they were the sovereign incarnate. Wang Xianjing wiped the perspiration from his brow, realizing that if Dr. Zhou Hai had not personally conducted the assessment, and this supreme combatant had been allowed to be recruited by another organization. His career would have been ruined, and he would have been mocked by his peers for life. How could director Liang Yao, a blue-blooded A-level, have given birth to a child with a blood? The thought sent a chill down Wang Xuanjing's spine, as it suggested that the child had inherited his father's bloodline grade. Dr. Su Yuan might appear to be a teacher devoted to his craft, but he was likely a top-tier blue-blooded A individual. Coupled with Su Mu's extraordinary luck and selection by the gods as a sovereign scion, it was truly astonishing. My goodness, child, which sequence do you belong to? Wang Xianjing inquired, his voice slightly trembling as he sought to confirm his suspicion. Sumu pondered his abilities, wondering if he belonged to the fire sequence, though he was uncertain. Wang Xianjing was taken aback. What did sort of mean? Fu Ningning interjected. Allow me to elucidate. Sort of implies that he can simultaneously wield both wind and fire sequences. Xia Mo, having learned this information from her scouts the previous night, had eagerly sought confirmation today, and upon receiving it, she was ecstatic. The wind sequence is excellent, truly excellent. Duel. Fu Ningning and Wang Xianjing exchanged glances, utterly speechless. What did it mean to simultaneously wield both wind and fire sequences? It seemed that in the past 2 centuries, no one had ever been able to command the power of 2 sequences concurrently. Was this child truly chosen by destiny? Had the fire and wind sovereigns not been in power, Wang Xianjing might have suspected that he was a sovereign of the mortal realm in disguise, merely donning an A exterior. Fu Ningning suddenly sensed something amiss, turning his gaze to Xia Mo, who was enjoying her white-cut chicken. Why was she so knowledgeable about Sumu? Had the Xia family already taken the lead? Xia Mo was the first to defend Sumu at the Nan family's engagement banquet, and Sumu sought her aid first during the kidnapping. His gaze shifted to Sumu, who appeared helpless as Xia Mo divulged all his little secrets. But his helplessness was not born of anger, but rather of indulgence and affection. This is bad. The two finally realized the gravity of the situation. The dinner concluded hastily amidst unspoken thoughts. Afterward, Fu Ningning summoned Sumu to his study alone, while Xia Mo was whisked away by Ningwan, and Wang Xianjing departed in haste. A rather dull charade, Xia Mo scoffed. Please sit. Fu Ningting's study was a haven, contrasting with the opulent palace outside. The front and back walls were lined with towering redwood bookshelves filled with various books. The decor was warm and unpretentious. The study was sunken, with a spiral staircase at the entrance leading down to a fireplace. The last wall was a massive glass curtain, offering a view of Jiangzhou's nightscape. The plush sofa made Sumu uneasy. Fu Ningning sat opposite him, preparing tea. He had assessed countless individuals in his years in politics and business, rarely erring. Yet he had stumbled repeatedly when it came to this young man. Pouring a cup of rock tea, he inquired, "What are your plans for the future? So late, yet you're still drinking tea?" Though he felt it inappropriate, Sumu accepted the cup, took a sip of the hot tea, and replied, "I haven't given it much thought. For now, I'll focus on my studies." He knew that his life was not his own, and his future was likely predetermined. "I'll take things one step at a time. Have you considered studying abroad?" Fu Ningning had regained his composure, savoring the wooey rock tea. His earlier desire for the Fu family to become a prominent clan had subsided, as there was a significant, unsolvable problem. Sumu and Ningning's children would have diluted bloodlines. Like the current Xiao family, within 3 generations, after their children passed away, the Fu family would face a purge by other scion families. Entering the upper house and attempting to leave was no easy feat, potentially leading to the confiscation of assets and even exile. 1 or 2 centuries were insufficient for the Fu family to truly establish itself in the upper house. Moreover, Fu Ningning doubted whether Sumu would still be willing to marry his daughter, knowing that he was a scion. After all, most people were driven by self-interest, and few possessed genuine romantic inclinations, merely fleeting youthful passion. There were many similar issues. Sumu could not be adopted into the Fu family, and the Fu family's heir was not a scion, unable to become a member of the upper house. The Fu family might even disappear, becoming a stepping stone for the Su family's rise. The child before him was a great treasure, but the Fu family lacked the key to unlock it. Perhaps the Xia family was indeed the best choice for him. Ningning will be attending Stuttgart in a little over a month. Would you like to join her? Fu Ningning asked. As a father, he wished to see his daughter happy, and the young man before him had the ability to provide that happiness. The conflicting emotions within him caused confusion, making it difficult to see the path forward. Hogwarts, perhaps? Indeed, a world-renowned institution. I still prefer staying in the country. A man should broaden his horizons. Hesitation and struggle flickered in Sumu's eyes as he replied, if I were to go abroad, I would likely try for the X-Space Academy. X-Space. Fu Ningning paused, then said, you would do well not to associate too closely with them. Sumu was puzzled. Didn't this man have a good relationship with X-Space? He and Director Wang were practically inseparable. Fu Ningning sipped his tea leisurely and explained. Although we are at odds with the aristocratic families, we are ultimately working for the same nation. It is merely a conflict of two governing philosophies. But we are still brothers, members of the same family. Wang Xianjing is acting in the best interests of the country, but those higher up in X-Space, holding key positions, are a different matter. They can no longer be considered Kaiyun people. Those not of our race harbor different intentions. Sumu was surprised, as this sentiment echoed Xia Mo's words. Child, you must consider this carefully. Peace will not last for many years. Is war imminent? He asked, alarmed. Not is war imminent. Fu Ningning corrected. War has never ceased. We are merely in a peaceful interlude. The Henning War is simply a ceasefire. How do you view Kaiyun's current international standing? This was a question that Sumu had never pondered. In his mind, Kaiyun had always been the greatest. In this world, there were only two countries, the motherland and foreign countries. A deep sigh escaped Fu Ningning as he lamented. Our aircraft is imported, our chips are imported, and our automobiles are joint ventures. Everything that can fetch a price seems to be foreign. We find ourselves at the lowest tier of the manufacturing chain, toiling for the Western powers. Despite this, there are certain items they remain unwilling to sell us. The most advanced fighter jets and formidable aircraft carriers elude our grasp. As he spoke, he picked up a pen from the coffee table and remarked, although we lead the world in steel production, the tip of this pen is still imported. The road to rejuvenation is long and arduous. Yet, the Western powers will not grant us the luxury of time, nor the opportunity. Should we ever succeed in breaking through certain cutting-edge technologies, their cannons may very well be positioned at our borders once more. The old earthly monarchs have perished, and the new ones show no favor towards us. Since the Battle of Henning, we have not possessed an S-class of our own for a considerable time. If the Battle of Henning were to reignite, what could we possibly use to resist? As the steam enveloped the air, Sumu's vision blurred, and he found himself pondering Fu Ningting's words repetitively. Indeed, if such a day were to come, what could our nation employ for defense? Perhaps, such a day will never arrive. After all, this is merely a hypothesis, isn't it? He reassured himself. Act 1, Escape from the Grave of Suffering, concludes. P.S. The first act has been revised. The second act is currently undergoing modification and will be completed approximately by March 15th, in about half a month. Chapter 35 Project R. Redemption Plan, 2024 New Edition, Act 2. The coronation feast. When Sumu returned home, the entire Jiangzhou had already descended into a sweet slumber. Cautiously pulling open the armored door, he slipped into the house like a thief, careful not to disturb the slumbering Rinqingshu within. Meow? The gentle meow of a cat suddenly broke the silence, startling Sumu, who looked down to find a pair of gleaming feline eyes gazing up at him. The large orange cat tilted its head, perplexed by its owner's late return, or rather, the fact that it was already the early hours of the next day. Shoo! Bending down, Sumu gestured for silence to the large orange cat and affectionately patted its head. Fu Ningning was born in the summer, at the end of June, and the previous night's banquet marked her 18th birthday celebration. Fu Ningning, who had nearly lost his precious daughter, placed great importance on this coming-of-age ceremony, hosting a grand affair that attracted not only the elite of Jiangzhou, but also prominent figures from across Kaiyun. For the first time, Sumu walked with utmost caution, for the lavishly lively Fu family estate was teeming with nobility. Families of both ancient lineage and new wealth gathered in unison. Anyone who clinked glasses with him was either a member of the parliament, distinguished by their affiliation with the upper or lower house. Even the Ming Emperor dispatched royal offspring to Jiangzhou to extend congratulations on Fu Ningning's milestone. Among those feeling trepidation were not only Sumu but also Qi Ming, who belonged to the lowest rank of officials present. Had it not been for his connection with Sumu, he wouldn't have even gained access to the main area of the venue, instead relegated to the outskirts with his peers, drinking and boasting. Feeling utterly out of place, he would have preferred to be without such connections, mingling outside with his colleagues. While Fu Ningning and Xia Mo's father retreated to the study to discuss matters, Sumu sidled up to her and inquired, "Why such grandeur? Is it grand?" Xia Mo replied, leaning against him, her eyes sparkling as she observed the crowd surrounding the little Princess Ning. "I think it's quite all right. Unfortunately, I didn't know you last year. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited you to my own coming-of-age ceremony, which would have been truly grand." She seemed to harbor a sudden competitive spirit. Now, not only Jiangzhou but the entirety of Kaiyun was aware that Ningning had been kidnapped. Sumu felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that Fu Ningning seemed intent on amplifying the kidnapping incident. Moreover, he elevated Xia Mo to heroic status, the savior of his daughter. It was not only the Fu and Xia families, but also the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Southeast Bureau, all seemingly in accord, extolling Xia Mo's virtues at the banquet while meticulously obscuring Sumu, another key contributor to the case, from public view, fearful of any leaks. It was imperative that all of Kaiyun be informed. Xia Mo stated, "We lack evidence. If we are to confront the Nan family, we must create momentum. Disclose portions of the case's information, allowing these dignitaries to speculate. We'll subtly guide the narrative, and they will soon surmise that the Nan family is one of the masterminds behind this." Sumu remained puzzled, asking, "What purpose does this serve?" Xia Mo provided a succinct four-character phrase, "Strike the thief's proclamation." He understood. Sumu realized that if they indiscriminately attacked the Nan family without cause, outsiders would merely perceive the Xia family as arrogant and overbearing. However, if they first built momentum and guided public speculation toward the truth, establishing the Xia and Fu families as victims, the Xia family's confrontation with the Nan family would transform into a sympathetic act, preserving both their dignity and their cause. Brilliant. Sumu extended his thumb, asking, "Who thought of this?" Xia Mo shot him a sideways glance, her expression one of incredulity. "Isn't this standard procedure? No need to overthink it." Indeed, this had been the way throughout history. Even during rebellions, proclamations were issued to clarify the cause. Coughing strategically, Sumu asked, "Will the Nan family defend themselves?" "Defend? How could they? Are our words false?" Xia Mo's gaze shifted to Nan Zichu in the distance, pondering how one could possibly clarify the truth. Furthermore, this was not a courtroom trial. The actual truth was of little consequence. The establishment of suspicion was paramount. Thus, they needed to steer public speculation rather than deliver a direct conclusion. Her eyes, filled with pity, lingered on the Nan family. Understood. Sumu felt as though he had gleaned a valuable lesson. After the banquet concluded, Sumu chose to stay, playing cards with Fu Ningning and Xia Chun in her boudoir, while Xia Mo observed nearby. Ren Qingshu and Ning Wan conversed throughout the night before departing first. Sumu continued playing until past 2, losing all his earnings from the CAF before the 3 girls finally released him. When he returned home, it was already past 3 in the morning. He was utterly exhausted, yet in a few hours, he would need to rise again to catch a flight to Hailey for a vacation. Had he known, he would have lost from the start. Had he lost cleanly, he would have likely returned to rest much sooner. Embracing the large orange cat, Sumu yawned as he made his way back to the bedroom to shower and sleep. The beach, the sun, and the azure sea, these were the sacred lands of vacation, the poetry and distant dreams to which Sumu was about to arrive. For Gu Li, all that awaited him was insignificance, suffocation, and the vastness of the ocean. The waves battered the colossal vessel, a warship belonging to X-Base, rocking precariously in the depths of the ocean, as if it might capsize at any moment in this desolate, forbidden realm. Guan Tianyan stood by the window, gazing eastward. In less than half an hour, the sun would rise before him. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any hint of light. As suffocation and solitude enveloped each crew member, with the specter of death looming above them all. 1120 N, 12211. 5E. The coordinates marking the destination of this voyage bore a 2-hour time difference from Cayune's 90E, situated in the heart of the abyssal ocean, surrounded by no islands, nor the possibility of any emerging. This was the world's end, not horizontally, but vertically. Beneath the path of the warship, at a depth of 11,000 meters, lay a great scar. In Cayune's mythology, this area of death was known as Guaishu, meaning the convergence of waters. It resembled a colossal beast that devoured the world, greedily consuming everything in its path. In a dimly lit office, Guli was reviewing the mission dossier in hand. Beside him sat a tall, blond man, holding a glass of champagne from the Carolingian region. The atmosphere in the office was grave. Not a single smile graced anyone's face, even that of the usually cheerful Guli. They had not seen the sun for a long time. Darkness reigned eternally around them, which is why Guan Tianyin stood by the window, hoping that today's sun would rise as expected. The warship continued its voyage across the sea, and the vastness of the ocean starkly highlighted humanity's insignificance. Sighing deeply, Guli set down the dossier, feeling overwhelmed. The challenges of this mission were far beyond his expectations. Everything felt unreasonable and bizarre. A week prior, a plume of black smoke had suddenly emerged from the ocean's surface in the heart of the abyss. Initially thought to be an unremarkable natural phenomenon, the reconnaissance team dispatched to investigate vanished upon entering the fog. To this day, there had been no sign of them. Moreover, the second and third exploratory teams sent by the headquarters had also lost contact. X-Space had neither detected signs of a monstrous awakening nor discerned the hand of any ruler behind these events. All remained shrouded in mystery. It was the unknown that constituted the most terrifying of missions. Guli was deeply troubled, as the intelligence system of the wisdom sequence incessantly warned him of impending danger. In response to the current crisis, Dr. Zhou Hai summoned Rosetta, who was on vacation, back from the Carolingian region. This marks the reunion of the trio after their separation in May. May everything proceed smoothly, Guli silently prayed. At 3 a.m, in the city of Cayenne, Chen Mabai sat at a street corner, where a hospitable shopkeeper served him yogurt, roasted lamb, and a platter of hand-grab rice. He took a bite of the locally unique yellow carrot and nodded in approval. Delicious. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper beamed with delight, enthusiastically introducing the special ingredient before inquiring, "Are you here alone for tourism?" "Not at all," Chen Mabai replied, savoring the roasted lamb. "I'm on a case." The shopkeeper, taken aback, nodded in understanding and discreetly departed. As the clock struck 3, most of Cayenne was enveloped in slumber, save for this vibrant locale. The gem of the northwestern frontier was alive with its nocturnal activities, as, according to local time, it was yet to reach midnight. Ding ding ding, while enjoying his meal, Chen Mabai's phone rang, and he donned his headphones to answer. The voice of the department head from the academy resonated from across the ocean in the southern hemisphere. "Chen Mabai, you are on a special mission, S-level." The head's tone was grave and succinct, delivering the message in Dorian. Chen Mabai remained silent, continuing to relish his food. In the operational meeting room of the Holy Light Castle Academy, the minister occupied the main seat, glancing at the clock on the wall, which read just past 8 in the evening. Before him sat 2 of the department's top operatives, Chu Tianyu and Zhou Jinxue, both of blue blood A level, representing the light and wisdom sequences. "Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the mission," the minister stated. "We have lost a highly significant pollutant." His sharp gaze swept over the 2 elite operatives as he handed them 3 dossier envelopes. Chu Tianyu, observing the minister's expression, began to deduce some details. As he opened the file and glimpsed the code for the pollutant, his pupils constricted uncontrollably. He finally understood why this mission was led by an S-level earthly monarch. The dangers posed by a level 0 pollutant need not be elaborated. Understood. Preliminary investigations indicate that this pollutant has already infiltrated the Cayenne region and is currently present in the city of Hailey on the southern islands. This mission, the minister's gaze landed on Chu Tianyu. "You will serve as the specialist." "Me?" Chu Tianyu exclaimed in surprise, pointing to himself. "ISN T Chin Shuadi coming with us?" The minister interrupted, stating, he has another assignment. Remember, upon locating the target, do not act hastily. Immediately seek assistance from Xia Mo. Safety is our top priority. Understood. Good. The plane is ready. Let us depart. Roger. As he watched his two elite operatives leave, the minister leaned back in his chair. His gaze shifting to the shadows in the corner, his serious expression now infused with disdain. I must ask, could you refrain from consuming candied hawthorn in my meeting room? Ha ha ha. Qian Yifenghui chuckled nonchalantly and asked, would you like one? This one at the bottom. I Haven tea licked it. It's yours. It was indeed rare to savor authentic Cayenne cuisine in Xenoi City. The minister, ignoring the candied hawthorn, picked up the dossier on the table, which contained the original documents for Xia Mo's additional task, and queried, aren't you worried? Worried about what? After all, it involves. The minister hesitated. Gazing at his old friend's carefree smile, sighed, and rephrased, is the other party reliable? Qian Yifenghui responded, the plan is impeccable. And the most challenging aspects do not rest with us. Considering the time, in a few hours, Xia Mo should be on his way. We shall wait and see. On July 1st, a Friday with clear skies and the sun rising as usual, an announcement echoed. Dear passengers, boarding for Hainan Airlines flight C-1909 has commenced. Sumu awoke with a start, greeted by the charming face of a VIP lounge attendant. Having only slept 3 hours, he appeared fatigued and promptly dozed off again upon plopping onto the sofa in the airport lounge. The attendant leaned down, gently reminding him, Sir, the flight has arrived. Please follow me. With a yawn, Sumu set aside the magazine, stretched languidly like a kitten, wiped the tears from his eyes, and stood up to grab his small suitcase. Following the attendant, he exited the waiting area, basking in the unusually warm sunshine. He gazed at the distant aircraft. His heart filled with anticipation. The long-awaited journey was finally at hand. Upon boarding the shuttle bus, Ren Qingshu teasingly asked, Did you have fun last night? Exhausted? Sumu replied, his head drooping. Xia Chun's energy is truly boundless. While everyone else was half asleep, she was fervently determined to win all my chips. Ha ha ha. Ren Qingshu chuckled softly. Leaning his head against the front seat's backrest, Sumu lamented, If heaven granted me a wish, I would bestow it upon Xia Chun, hoping she would refrain from dragging me out to play in the future. Huh? He groaned softly, drowsily closing his eyes again. When he opened them next, the shuttle had reached the aircraft. At Ren Qingshu's prompting, he pulled his small suitcase and climbed the boarding ladder. Pausing at the entrance, he turned back, momentarily seized by the illusion of being a national leader. He recalled how, on television, foreign dignitaries would linger at the door, waving to the crowd. Suppressing the urge to wave like a youthful dreamer, Sumu took his seat amidst the welcoming announcements. As the cabin door closed, the flight attendant recited safety instructions and protocols for potential emergencies. The captain steered the aircraft onto the runway, and with 3 beeping sounds, all engines roared to life, propelling the plane into the skies. As Sumu gazed out the window at the diminishing terminal, a dreadful thought suddenly struck him. What if the plane crashed? What would I do? Would the safety tips from the flight attendant be of any use? P.S. The author always harbors thoughts of crashing whenever flying, fearing for dear life. My suggestion is the voice of you echoed in his mind. You could hold your ID in your mouth, ensuring the officials can identify you more swiftly. As the aircraft soared above the clouds, the golden sun hung outside the window, its rays penetrating the glass and bathing Sumu in warmth, sending shivers of unprecedented comfort across his body. The fire sequence's heirs generally relish sunbathing, you explained, especially post-awakening. Could it be that after awakening, the fire sequence can engage in photosynthesis? Sumu inquired. It can indeed perform photosynthesis, really? Is that true? Sumu was skeptical. Could you allow me to finish? You interjected, slightly miffed, there is photosynthesis, but it pertains to the wood sequence, and the higher the lineage, the stronger the photosynthesis. Sumu's eyes sparkled with envy as he asked, Does that mean they wouldn't need to eat? Do you think that is plausible? You rolled her eyes. Plants require a vast amount of energy daily, as do humans. Can you truly lie in bed all day without moving? For the wood sequence of blue blood, photosynthesis can only serve as supplementary energy. It allows for reduced food intake, but not total abstinence. That is indeed quite useful. Sumu expressed his envy for such a unique ability, eagerly inquiring, "What about me? What extraordinary powers will I possess after awakening the flame sequence? Did I not mention it earlier? You will be impervious to heat, and your cold resistance will be significantly enhanced," you replied, spreading his hands. Sumu stroked his chin, stating, "It seems somewhat beneficial, yet not entirely so. It feels inferior to the source water sequence, which provides air conditioning in summer and warmth in winter. Dongjun possesses an additional ability, albeit one that is utilized for others," you remarked. "What is it? What is Dongjun?" "It's a sequence power." You, filled with ire, retorted, "That was obvious. Why must I ask you? Reflect further. Where does the legend of Dongjun originate?" After a moment of contemplation, Sumu understood the intricacies and asked, 9 songs. Dongjun. Dongjun is the sun god in southern mythology, as well as the deity of spring. Are you implying that all growth is dependent on the sun? Dongjun can amplify other sequences, such as the wood sequence? You nodded in satisfaction. Though somewhat foolish, he proved to be a teachable student. Then I envy the wood sequence even more. I wonder who is fortunate enough to possess it, Sumu sighed. Recalling a conversation with Xia Mo, he quickly asked, do you remember what Xia Mo mentioned previously? That rainy night, a powerful wood sequence inheritor aided her in secret. Do you know this person? You fell silent, pondering for a while before replying. Was I not dancing for you at that time? How would I know? I see. Sumu felt a tinge of disappointment. Even you was unaware, indicating that this formidable wood sequence inheritor might be elusive indeed. Suddenly, the cabin temperature surged, prompting passengers to lower their tray tables. Noticing Sumu lost in thought, the flight attendant approached gently, suggesting, "If you feel warm, you may lower the partition." Ren Qingshu set aside her business magazine and turned to her son, intuitively understanding his thoughts. "Xiao Mu, pull it down. It's a bit warm." After the kidnapping incident, although this woman had not inquired about the details, she had already deduced the gist. She could hardly believe that her adopted son was actually an inheritor. From the demeanor of those around them, it seemed his lineage was remarkably esteemed. So much so that even the aristocracy treated him with unexpected courtesy, shedding their usual haughty demeanor. Ren Qingshu had thought she was doing quite well, believing that Sumu's presence would surely bring her some fortune, yet to her astonishment, it turned out she was the fortunate one benefiting from her son. With this crucial information in mind, she entirely turned a blind eye to the matter concerning Xia Mo. Last night, Ning Wan, Fu Ningning's mother, had engaged Ren Qingshu in conversation for an extended period. She remained warm and polite, yet when it came to their children's marital affairs, she feigned ignorance, claiming she was merely an adoptive mother without the authority to interfere in her children's futures, insisting they were still young and that such matters could wait until after college. As the partition was lowered, the last bright light on the plane extinguished, leaving only a few dim reading lights. One by one, passengers succumbed to slumber. Sumu yawned, fatigue washing over him as he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Li Luosen wielded the sword of death, attacking from all directions. Compared to his previous disarray, Sumu's evasion this time was notably more adept. With a sweep of the black-cloaked figure's sword, a dark mist enveloped the entire sky, obscuring all light save for the purple lightning emanating from the sword in his hand. The wind howled in his ears as Sumu snapped his fingers, igniting a fierce flame upon the earth, illuminating the shadowy space as the wailing spirits retreated in terror. A colossal black claw descended from the heavens, prompting Sumu to swiftly evade. Yet, countless specters surged forth from the darkness, clutching him tightly, rendering him immobile. The black claw shifted direction, piercing through his body, inevitably concluding this trial. "You are cheating," Sumu protested indignantly. As the dark mist receded, sunlight streamed back into the garden, where you, donned in a simple white gown, traversed the sacred grounds. The figures you summoned were never utilized by those black-cloaked individuals. Yu's eyes remained perpetually clear and transparent. That was simply because you were far too weak at that time. They refrained from using their full strength. She smiled, transforming her hands into a handful of starry blossoms. "This is for you." Do not be upset. Sumu scoffed, turning his head away, yet nonetheless extended his hand to accept the bouquet of stars. He felt somewhat despondent. We are both of blue blood, yet I am still an A. Why is there such a disparity in power? I feel utterly defenseless. You lifted her gown and sat down, a rocking chair woven from bamboo and rattan materializing beneath her. She settled into the chair, swinging her pale, delicate feet as she remarked, because you have yet to awaken your sequence. What you currently wield is merely a superficial strength I have lent you. It pales in comparison to the true Dongjun. The bouquet of starry flowers slipped from Sumu's grasp, cascading into a river of stars upon the garden floor. Are you suggesting that I need to awaken my lineage in X space? Yu's gaze sparkled. Why X space? I can assist you as well. What must I do? Gather materials. Yu held up 3 fingers, a vial of a awakening potion, a tribute from a colossal beast, and a grand ceremony. A ceremony? Indeed, a ceremony. Chapter 36. The abyssal black fog of violent tremor jolted Sumu from his slumber. Had the plane crashed? He blinked groggily, surveying his surroundings. The dim cabin was now flooded with the direct rays of the sun from the Tropic of Cancer, and the temperature inside was gradually becoming stifling. Sumu pulled aside the partition beside him, revealing the terminal of Hailey City. The aircraft had successfully landed on the runway of this southern island. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our destination, Kainan Hailey. The temperature outside is 32°C. We wish you a pleasant journey. Awake now? Ren Qingshu set down the magazine in her hands and inquired with genuine concern, Do you need to catch up on some sleep before we head to the hotel? A dissonant rumble interrupted them. Someone's stomach had growled. Typically, lunch would be served on a midday flight, but unfortunately, Sumu had been sleeping soundly, oblivious to the meal service. A smile danced at the corners of her eyes as she suggested, it would be better to head to the restaurant first. All right. After retrieving their checked luggage, Sumu stepped outside and immediately spotted someone holding a foam board inscribed with Ren Qingshu's name. It appeared to be the driver come to pick them up. He felt a surge of delight. No need to hail a taxi? Such thorough arrangements were commendable. Of course, everything is meticulously planned for our departure. Otherwise, what chaos would ensue upon landing? Ren Qingshu donned her sun hat and liberally sprayed sunscreen over herself, declaring, I certainly do not wish to bask in the sun on a sweltering day. I quite enjoy sunbathing. Sumu trailed off as they followed the driver out of the terminal, greeted by a wave of heat and the humid, sticky air. He promptly closed his mouth, swallowing the rest of his thought. He was eager for a shower. Mom, spray some on me too, he exclaimed. Ren Qingshu retrieved her sunscreen, shaking it gently, when her gaze fell upon a group of foreign individuals who appeared to be anxiously seeking directions. What is going on? Sumu followed his mother's line of sight and was taken aback to see a group of Caucasians resembling the people from the Mahadeva Empire. Distinct from the typical blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals of the northern continent, as these had dark hair and brown eyes. They appeared to be a blend of various ethnicities. Among them, a girl perched upon a suitcase immediately caught Sumu's attention. A warning echoed in his mind. She was an heir of blood, a blue-blooded A-level super heir. As Sumu noticed her, she too became aware of his gaze and curiously tilted her head. Their eyes met. Each sensed a hint of danger emanating from the other. The teacher had once mentioned that the Mahadeva Empire to the southwest had long coveted the Kaimu. Just as Sumu pondered why a foreign blue blood would appear in Hailey, Ren Qingshu obstructed his view. What are you looking at? Nothing, Sumu replied hastily. Ren Qingshu, well aware of her son's admiration for foreign beauties, chose not to press the matter but instead wanted to remind him that 2 lovely girls awaited his return at home. He must not be entangled in affairs of the heart elsewhere. It's just that it's my first time seeing someone from the Mahadeva Empire. So I'm a bit curious, he quickly explained, knowing his mother disdained fickleness. Ren Qingshu nodded, though she trusted in her son's charm. She found the idea of him courting a girl from the Mahadeva Empire somewhat preposterous, thus she chose not to dwell on it. After applying sunscreen, they prepared to leave. Let us go? As they turned to depart, however, the Mahadeva girl was not willing to let Sumu slip away so easily. She waved her hand, and 2 of her companions swiftly stepped forward to block their path. What do you want? Ren Qingshu asked, astonished. in broad daylight. She hardly believed anyone would dare act against the law in the presence of an enforcer. Sumu quickly discerned that both were red-blooded B-levels. He stepped in front of his mother with a smile. Switching to the Inder language, he asked, "What is the matter?" A rapid-fire exchange of words ensued, leaving Rin Qingshu bewildered, while Sumu finally comprehended why they were struggling to communicate. This accent, who could understand it? Wait. Sumu interjected, urgently requesting, "Please speak slowly. I'll see if I can understand." "Apologies." The two retreated, and a blue-blood A-level heir stepped forward, speaking more slowly. Sumu listened intently and gradually grasped the meaning behind the words. He had never encountered such difficulty in understanding before. The four from the Madhava were inquiring about the location of a hotel. They too wished to take a taxi, but the taxi drivers had no comprehension, and the airport enforcers were equally perplexed. Sumu glanced at his mother. Since he could understand, it was evident that she, having lived abroad for a long time, would comprehend even better. He inquired in Kaimu, "Do you need a ride to the same hotel as us?" They were heirs of blood. It was quite perilous before Rin Qingshu could respond. The Mahadeva girl retorted, her Kaimu heavily accented. "We are not." Dangerous, her face flushed as she struggled to articulate the words, clearly exerting her utmost effort. Taking a deep breath, she switched to the Inder language, saying, "We are here for tourism. Please, we beg you to take us along. We will pay double the fare." Tourism, how dubious a reason. Sumu fell into contemplation. Matters involving heirs of blood were delicate. Ultimately, Rin Qingshu left the decision to her son. In his moment of hesitation, a throng of individuals clad in black suits emerged from the airport. A young man, surrounded by a crowd, shouted, "Yoshi, Chow people." Sumu's attention was drawn immediately by the utterance of Yoshi. The leading young man was also a blood heir, a blue blood A-level. And among his bodyguards were one blue blood A-level and one red blood B-level. Gasping, Sumu inhaled deeply upon recognizing their lineage, then turned his gaze back to the Madhava girl, only to find her seemingly unfazed, as if she had anticipated this encounter. She was certainly not here for a mere vacation. The Mahadeva girl looked puzzled at the astonishment on Sumu's face, realizing that this Kaimu youth was genuinely here for a holiday. As the Chauha heirs passed by, the young man's eyes lit up upon spotting the girl in the crowd, his expression akin to that of a treasure hunter discovering a gem, a smile tugging at his lips. Just as he was about to approach her, the Mahadeva girl hurriedly hid behind Sumu. Sumu squinted. "Aren't you a blue blood, eh? Why be afraid of him? Go ahead and confront him." Then, he pondered, could it be that the other was not a combatant, but rather one of those in the wisdom sequence, like Guli? The Chauha youth, realizing the new beauty was already taken, cast a surprised glance at Sumu but saw nothing amiss, choosing not to linger further as he departed the airport with his entourage. Watching the black vehicles fade into the distance, a grave expression crossed Sumu's face. He felt an overwhelming urge to call the authorities, yet they had not caused any destruction nor abused their powers, leaving him without justification to report them. "I'll help you call a taxi." Ultimately, Sumu declined the offer. If he were alone, he would not have minded, but with his mother present, any unforeseen incident would leave him filled with regret. He could not bear to lose his mother once again by the seaside. The Mahadeva girl pouted, her demeanor sulky. What a humorless bore. She fumed silently within. "Sir, it seems there is a vast expanse of black fog ahead." The captain detected an anomaly and immediately alerted the 3 members of the crew with blue blood. After a prolonged voyage, they finally located the target of their mission in the vast expanse of the sea. The warship activated its searchlight, a powerful beam developed by X-Base, possessing an extraordinary penetrating ability far superior to ordinary light sources. Guli, clutching a dossier in his hand, made his way to the cockpit, where he observed the bright beam of light severed ahead by a thick shroud of darkness, blocking any glimmer of illumination from penetrating it. The others were roused from their slumber. Guli glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 12:01 p.m. in the open sea. The sun should have risen in the east, directly ahead of the warship's course. Guan Tianyin sighed softly, retrieving his wallet from his pocket, producing 200 yuan bills, one for Gu Li and one for his blonde partner. There was no need to feel overly despondent. Perhaps the sun lay just beyond the black mist. The blond man handed Gu Li a bottle of champagne. "Thank you for your consolation, Rosetta," Guan Tianyin replied. Gu Li accepted the money, skillfully stashing it into his pants pocket, and turned to the captain, inquiring, "Are there any responding vessels nearby?" "No, sir." "Well then, fire the cannons." "Yes, sir." Gu Li's approach was resolute. When faced with the potential dangers of the unknown, he preferred to greet it with steel and ammunition rather than risk himself. Bang, bang, bang. 9 cannonballs were launched into the black mist, yet the anticipated flashes and sounds did not materialize. The steel projectiles vanished as if swallowed by the monstrous darkness before them. They advanced closer to the point where the searchlight was obstructed. Gu Li's expression shifted from tense to grave. Another 9 cannonballs fell, some disappearing into the mist while others detonated upon the surface of the sea. 2 struck at the boundary, and Gu Li distinctly observed the explosions compressing the flames, as if something tangible lay within. "Are those black mists alive?" Rosetta approached, incredulous. "What kind of place harbors living mist?" The answer seemed singular. It was hell. The mist was not mere vapor, but a multitude of writhing souls. "Can you see inside?" he asked. Gu Li ignited his golden eye. In the stillness, even breathing felt like a cacophony. After a long pause, he extinguished the golden eye and shook his head at his comrades in the cockpit. "I can't see. It's obstructed. In my view, those swirling black substances cannot be classified as life. They are a cold substance, akin to water or soil, indistinguishable from either." His companions had no reason to doubt Gu Li's words, for those who questioned him had long since fallen into the traps of perilous missions, succumbing to eternal slumber. "What shall we do now?" Guan Tianyin asked, and Rosetta turned to him, equally awaiting a response. "If possible, I would prefer not to enter," Gu Li remarked with a bitter smile. "However, given the mission, we have no better options. We'll go in, the 3 of us leading the charge. While the warship waits outside, we'll enter via helicopter." "Understood," Guan Tianyin nodded. 3 armed helicopters ascended from the surface of the sea, surging toward the ominous mist. Gu Li's expression remained grave. Their current mission was precisely to investigate the sudden appearance of this enigmatic black mist. The wisdom sequence possessed the ability to predict the future. Before embarking on this mission, he had conducted calculations, deeming the danger level extremely high. Yet the ultimate outcome predicted was fortuitous, safe, and sound. Yet, a sense of panic surged within him. What could this mean? While seated in the helicopter, Gu Li extended his right hand, performing a simple recalculation. The result remained unchanged. Fortuitous outcomes, safe and sound. "Let us hope," he sighed inwardly, steeling himself and preparing his sniper rifle. The winds over the sea grew increasingly tumultuous, and the helicopter began to jolt violently. The 3 in the cabin ignited their golden eyes simultaneously, while the pilot accelerated into the mist. Bang! The aircraft seemed to collide with some entity, producing a deafening noise. Gu Li's heart raced as he observed through the searchlight that the black mist was retreating, instinctively distancing itself from the light source. "Rosetta," he called out. Rosetta, having witnessed the same phenomenon, understood immediately. He opened the cabin door, and silver lightning surged in his palm. A thunderous roar erupted as the silver lightning coursed through the mist, compelling it to withdraw. "It resembles," Guan Tianyin remarked, "the powers of the death sequence." Rosetta retracted the lightning, saying, "If it is a power, the range is excessively vast. Even a worldly monarch would struggle to achieve such extensive coverage." Gu Li shook his head, stating, "This is not the work of a worldly monarch. I sense no trace of sequence power. If it were, my vision would be flooded with terrifying golden light. Let us proceed." "Yes, sir." The 3 helicopters activated their searchlights, weaving through the dense black smoke. In the endless darkness, a ghostly blue light suddenly flickered ahead, accompanied by rolling silver lightning all around. "Natural lightning, not a power," Gu Li commented. "What is that?" Guan Tianyin inquired, pointing to a shadow to the side. "Stone, more precisely, fragments of a shattered stone wall," Gu Li replied, bewildered. He struggled to comprehend how these debris floated within the mist without powers or tornadoes. Amid his thoughts, a bold hypothesis began to form. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly through the black mist. Guan Tianyin gripped his dagger tightly, while Rosetta focused intently, on high alert. "Did you feel that?" she asked. "I saw it. However, my sequence power detected no life," Guli replied. What just zipped past seemed to be a mass of stone. "Watch out. Ahead," Guli shouted, prompting the pilot to maneuver the helicopter sharply to evade. Where the light converged, the trio glimpsed a white skeletal form flash past the side of the aircraft. A flying bird skeleton? Guli could hardly believe his eyes, clarifying, "It's still not a power. That skeleton took flight on its own." "This truly resembles the hell depicted in the Divine Comedy," Rosetta chuckled lightly. Guan Tianyin, equally incredulous, questioned, "What on earth is that? Let us capture one and find out," Guli suggested, directing his gaze toward Rosetta, who understood and transformed into silver lightning, soaring toward the cloud. Since their adversary was not a living entity and could not be predicted in its intentions, they would instead calculate the likelihood and direction of potential attacks. Lines of data materialized in Gu Li's mind. At that moment, he resembled a sophisticated computer. While computers compute mathematics, he calculated futures. The sound of rushing wind heralded guidance from fate, as harrowing images of destruction flashed before Gu Li's eyes. He relayed this insight to his teammates, stating, "Behind us." The wisdom sequence unfolded, and the calculated trajectory of an impending attack manifested visually in Guan Tianyin and Rosetta's retinas. Rosetta immediately launched an assault, unleashing rampant silver lightning that coalesced into a pulsating spear in his palm. As the skeletal form emerged, the lightning spear was hurled toward it. The lightning struck the white bones, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant silver blaze, revealing a horrifying spectacle. Beneath the stark white bones writhed countless distorted, squirming, indescribable black substances, emitting frenzied, anguished wails. The piercing sound shook the very souls of all present, tearing through their minds. Guan Tianyin instinctively covered his ears, while the accompanying mortal soldiers bled from their twisted faces, crimson blood mingling from their eyes and nostrils, a scene of excruciating agony. Only Gu Li remained steadfast, unyielding to the piercing screams that sought to rend his very soul and spirit. He maintained his final composure, loading a black alchemical bullet into the sniper rifle. Guan Tianyin observed the bullet, adorned with two capital letters, AI, signifying a grade. Bang! In a fleeting moment of electrifying brilliance, as everyone instinctively covered their ears, the black bullet soared through the air, piercing the writhing mass of darkness, unleashing an explosion of ethereal blue flames from within. As the agony of the soul and spirit subsided, Rosetta immediately launched an offensive, summoning bolts of heavenly lightning that rained down from the night sky, obliterating the fleeing, wriggling substance. In the instant the black matter dissipated, stark white bones plummeted into the sea. Following the predetermined plan, Guan Tianyin appeared beside the bones, striking down with a blade, seizing the severed limb that soared into the sky, and returning to the aircraft. She presented the spoils to Gu Li. "What do you think?" Rosetta inquired upon returning to the cabin. Gu Li raised the bone he held, pausing in silence before deducing, "This is the remains of a sea-level behemoth, recently deceased. If I am not mistaken, it has already become sustenance, devoured by that writhing black mist." "Devoured?" Guan Tianyin seized upon the crux of his words, questioning, "Yet did you not say moments ago that they are not living beings, merely water and stone? Can water and stone devour as well?" This question left Gu Li at a loss for answers. The strangeness had transcended his understanding, and in the face of nature's grandeur, humanity, despite its apparent conquest of the world, remained terrifyingly insignificant. This planet harbors myriad unsolved mysteries, much like the enigmatic black mist before them, the origin of which remains unknown. Brace yourselves, they are coming. Gu Li activated the sequence powers, and the image of an impending army appeared in everyone's minds. He issued a response strategy based on the enemy's attacking direction. 3 armed helicopters simultaneously adjusted their course, pressing the missile launch buttons, while Guan Tianyin and Rosetta vanished from Gu Li's side, sealing the last defensive gap. The Hellfire missiles, symbols of modern civilization's might, soared towards the predetermined trajectory of the enemy, their silver bolts revealing the sharpest fangs against the obsidian night. Armed with a sharp blade, Guan Tianyin plunged it downwards into the white skull, the extreme velocity yielding tremendous force, sending marine creatures flying from the sea as she carved a cavity into the skull. Drawing 3 high-explosive alchemical explosives from her waist, she disengaged the safety, and as the blade was withdrawn, she hurled them into the opening. Just as the black mist launched its assault, it vanished from sight. A piercing howl surged from all directions, and Gu Li's wisdom sequence enveloped everyone, sustaining the last vestige of sanity amidst the calamity. The battle concluded. The stark white bones fell upon the ocean's surface, creating colossal black waves. Gu Li exhaled in relief. As long as the bombs were effective, there was no need for panic. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. With ample firepower, one could simply explode, explode, explode. Advance. The aircraft adjusted its course, continuing deeper into the black mist, which gradually thinned, as blue-white ethereal light pierced the darkness, illuminating the horizon. What in the world is that? A phrase rarely uttered by the typically composed Gu Li slipped from his lips, overwhelmed by astonishment as he half rose from his seat, gazing in disbelief at the world beneath the ethereal glow. A shattered, magnificent city wall rose before him. The aircraft, dwarfed in comparison, appeared as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. Chapter 37. Not following you, just a serendipitous encounter. 2024 New Edition, Atlantis. Upon arriving at the hotel, as the MPV drove along the road, Sumu caught sight of the azure sea. The hotel was just a few minutes' walk from the beach. Wow, this is splendid, Sumu exclaimed as he alighted, gazing at the ocean, his spirits rising with anticipation for the sunset at sea, a moment surely destined to be memorable. However, immersed in the breathtaking views of the Bay Area, a cold snort interrupted his reverie. A petite beauty stepped out of a taxi, deliberately striding past him while casting an irritated glance over her shoulder. How dare you consider me a threat? The locals are so rude. I never suspected you to be a dangerous beast. The little beauty huffed as she entered the hotel. I apologize, the companion of the haughty girl, a blue-blooded individual, approached Sumu with a resigned expression. My sister has been spoiled by our family since childhood. If she has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. No worries at all, Sumu replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. However, on the way here, he had already informed Guan Tianyin and Xia Mo about the significant presence of blue-blooded individuals via text, hoping they would relay the information to the local law enforcement and the Southwest Bureau. Curiously, neither Guan Tianyin nor Xia Mo had responded. After bidding farewell to his companion, Sumu checked into the hotel, where Ren Qingshu had booked a family suite with 2 bedrooms, covering an area of 160 square meters, accompanied by a staff member. He entered the room, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the stunning Bay Area sea view. What do you think? Ren Qingshu inquired. Sumu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, It's fantastic. I'm glad you like it, the staff member said, producing 2 tickets. Here are your reserved cruise tickets. The Nolan Weyerdam will set sail tomorrow at noon. Please be mindful not to miss the departure. Sumu took the tickets, gazing at his mother in surprise. A cruise as well? Of course, Ren Qingshu replied. It would be a shame to come to the seaside without going out to sea. Since we are here to have fun, we must indulge fully. Opportunities like this are rare. She winked playfully, adding, It's on the company's tab. Understood. Let's tidy up and head out for dinner. All right. Dragging his luggage, Sumu entered his room, stored his clothes in the wardrobe, and stepped out to sit in the living room, patiently awaiting his mother. The restaurant was located on the lower floor. Upon entering, Sumu was captivated by the marine-themed decor overhead, reminiscent of his previous outing to an aquarium with Fu Ningning, which had cost him 1,314 yuan, a painful memory. The restaurant was spacious but had limited seating. Even though it was past mealtime, tourists continued to flow in. Sumu found the last available table tucked in a corner. The server led them through a dreamy blue ocean corridor, and Sumu curiously scanned the surroundings, noticing not only the haughty beauty and her brother, but also the tourist from the airport. Right this way, the server guided them. As Sumu settled down, He lifted his gaze only to be met by the striking sight of another blue-blooded beauty with long, flowing red hair, drawing the attention of many patrons in the restaurant. The red-haired girl, sensing the stares, raised her captivating face, her azure eyes sparkling with playful allure, accentuated by her exaggerated curves that surpassed Sumu's previous perceptions. In his memory, Fu Ningning, with her baby fat, had seemed large, but now, compared to the red-haired girl, she appeared almost diminutive. Unabashedly, the red-haired girl caught Sumu's astonished gaze, and, instead of feeling shy, she playfully squinted her eyes, raising her glass and winking flirtatiously. Leaning forward, she provocatively showcased her fair skin, brimming with seductive intent. Sumu's heart raced, his face flushed as he turned away, unable to bear the sight. The red-haired girl laughed heartily at his reaction, returning to her meal while casting occasional glances at her prey. Such overwhelming confidence, you commented objectively, her gaze drifting to the flat expanse before her, her golden eyes briefly reflecting disappointment before regaining their sparkle with renewed confidence. She mused, I'm still young. Give me 10 years, and I shall become even more alluring. Observing Sumu fixated on his glass, you mischievously suggested, if you truly wish to see, feel free to gaze as much as you want. You might not have another chance after this meal. The boy's face turned crimson at her words. How dare you tarnish my reputation? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Just now, your gaze was fixated on her chest, and she caught you. You persisted, raising her voice. Embarrassed and furious, the boy stormed into the small garden, playfully tackling you and swatting her backside. How dare you sully my name? Susu. What an endearing nickname. A familiar voice pulled Sumu from Yu's antics. He looked up to find one of the last people he wished to see, an exuberant Xiachan. How on earth did Xiachan end up here in Haili? Sumu thought. Wait, if Xiachan is here, that means turning his head. He spotted his sister behind Xiachan, her face a mask of indifference, though her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. As Xia Mo noticed Sumu's gaze, her expression transformed from shock to delight, her icy demeanor melting into a smile. Sumu, she greeted. Wow, you teased, covering her backside. The real deal has arrived. Now there's no chance to sneak a peek at the busted beauty. You, Sumu exclaimed in outrage. Xia Chun turned to the table's hostess with a smile. Aunt Rin, may we sit here? Rin Qingshu immediately waved to the server, saying, Hello, could you please bring 2 more chairs? Once the chairs were brought over, Xia Chun casually settled down. Xia Mo, her cheeks rosy, politely murmured, Thank you, Auntie. Then, as she sat beside Sumu, the fragrance of flowers wafted into his senses. All right, Rin Qingshu nodded, handing the menu to Xia Mo, asking, What would you like to eat? I'm fine with anything. Auntie, you order, Xia Mo replied. Sumu took the menu, opened it, and selected a few of Xia Mo's favorites before returning it across the table. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to come? While Xia Chun was busy ordering, Sumu and Xia Mo conversed quietly. I'm surprised. I remember you saying your family didn't allow you to leave Jiangzhou easily. How did you manage to come to Haili this time? Did I say that? Xia Mo feigned ignorance. She had indeed mentioned it before, but that was in the past. Previously, due to her status as a red-blooded B class, the Xia family had forbade her from leaving their protective sphere. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Firstly, Xia Mo had bravely pushed past her limits and successfully advanced to blue-blooded A class. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, her excuse for leaving was to find Sumu in Haili, a reason the Xia family could hardly refuse. In fact, they encouraged their daughter to pursue her happiness, ensuring that her future partner would not be swayed by other temptations. For the gradually declining Xia family, Sumu is the quintessential panacea, the most ideal son-in-law. He lacks a celestial lineage but possesses boundless potential. Perhaps, faced with Xia Mo's menacing gaze, Sumu meekly retracted his neck and tactfully amended. Perhaps I was mistaken. Indeed, you were mistaken. Xia Mo filled his glass with beverage and, glancing up, noticed a red-haired girl at the adjacent table fixated on her. She immediately took note of the other girl's conspicuously ample bosom. The red-haired girl's cerulean eyes darted mischievously towards Sumu before casting a provocative glance at Xia Mo. As if to declare, I've set my sights on this prey. Xia Mo's eyes flashed with disdain as she retorted, as if you stand a chance. You, frolicking in the garden, clapped her hands gleefully, exclaiming, let the battle commence. After dinner, the mother and elder sister, in perfect accord, vanished hand in hand into the hotel's duty-free zone, determined to embark on a shopping spree, while adamantly refusing any company. Abruptly, only Sumu and Xia Mo remained, two abandoned souls, a solitary man and woman, strolling shoulder to shoulder along the beach outside the hotel. They meandered aimlessly. Sumu yearned to speak, but was at a loss for words, while Xia Mo awaited the wooden figure beside her to initiate the conversation. Haha today. After an extended silence, Sumu, breaking the stifling atmosphere amidst the sweltering breeze, ventured, the weather is truly splendid today. Haha, look at the azure sky, far superior to that in Jiangzhou, where it's perpetually raining. Xia Mo shot a sidelong glance at the youth beside her, finding his chosen topic exceptionally trite, leaving her without a conversational thread to grasp. She wondered how, with such clumsy wooing skills, he had previously managed to captivate the likes of Ning, the little princess, and Mu Qianning. Fine, I shall initiate the conversation, she thought. But as Xia Mo prepared to speak, she heard Sumu utter, you know, sometimes I can't help but marvel. Why do I invariably encounter you whenever I venture out? He intended to convey it as fate. However, Xia Mo perceived it as the other party suspecting her of secretly stalking him, as her guilty conscience knew that she was, in fact, surreptitiously following him. Before she could utter a word, Sumu continued, I always felt that rainy night was too dreamlike. Do you think that without that torrential rain, without Emerald Dream, would we still have these repeated coincidences? Perhaps not. Xia Mo's heartstrings were tugged. After a moment of contemplation, she abruptly changed her tune, not necessarily. However, I imagine our first encounter would have been disastrous. I would have witnessed a fool brazenly challenging a noble family at the Nan family's engagement banquet. Of course, it's also possible that I would have already perished, with the Nan family celebrating a joyous occasion while the Xia family mourned. Sumu halted his steps and said, that would indeed be a dismal possibility. However, I believe such a thing would not transpire. Even without a rainy night, there would be a snowy night. It's just that our first encounter might have been dreadful, with me witnessing a foolish woman ambushed and on the verge of death in the wilderness. He recalled that snowy night, which was no mere coincidence, but rather you guiding him to rescue Xia Mo from her predicament, with the subsequent events likely unfolding in a similar manner. Who are you calling a fool? Xia Mo playfully punched Sumu, her fist soft and feeble, feigning helplessness. You're even mimicking my words. Ha! Sumu laughed foolishly under the sunlight. Xia Mo, gazing at his profile, stood still in the breeze, quietly admiring him. She had to concede that destiny was often peculiar. Perhaps it was predestined that she was not meant to perish, and that she would eventually encounter him. What's wrong? Sumu noticed her unusual behavior. Don't speak. Xia Mo leaned forward, wrapping her arms around the youth's neck, and tiptoed closer. Sumu's heart pounded wildly. His breathing growing labored, and his right hand instinctively encircled the girl's slender waist. They drew closer and closer, so close that they were inhaling each other's breath. Their noses touching, sending a tingling current throughout their bodies, and a surge of hormones swirled within their minds. Sumu was on the verge of kissing Xia Mo, with only a hair's breadth separating them. You, in the small garden, propped her chin in her hands, smiling contentedly. Mommy, look, the older brother and sister are kissing. The playful clamor of children rang in their ears, and a stream of warm seawater sprayed onto Sumu from a water gun. He immediately snapped out of the ambiguous hormonal daze and retreated half a step. Xia Mo, jolted awake, blushed crimson and released her hold. I'm sorry. The child's mother snatched the atmosphere-raining water gun, scooped up the little boy, and apologized profusely, saying, Please, continue. With that, she quickly departed. Their eyes met, and both the young man and woman felt somewhat awkward. The atmosphere had dissipated, and there was no retrieving it. How could they possibly continue? Sumu coughed tactically and said, Oh, right, tomorrow at noon, my mother is planning to take me on a cruise. I heard there's a charity auction in the evening. Would you like to join us? Oh, Xia Mo expressed surprise. You received the news as well? News. What news? Sumu was bewildered by her question. It's just a normal cruise and an auction, isn't it? Of course not. Xia Mo surveyed the gawking onlookers, seized Sumu's hand, and sprinted away, evading everyone's gaze. It's not a simple charity auction, but an auction of contaminants. Contaminants? Sumu was also taken aback, as he was completely unaware of this crucial information. Honestly, you never investigate thoroughly and just rush in blindly. Xia Mo grumbled, leading him to a bench in the hotel garden, preparing to impart some knowledge. Contaminants, as the name suggests, are contaminated artifacts. Theoretically, they are potent alchemical weapons crafted from the remains and blood of fallen deities or formidable behemoths. Each contaminant possesses immense power, but wielding them comes at a cost. Therefore, contaminants are typically kept in a sealed state. For instance, the violet lightning you wielded last time is a contaminant sealed by the Xia family, and its side effect is to drain the user's energy, inducing drowsiness. Sumu scratched his head and said, "So that's why I'm always yawning. I thought it was because I didn't sleep well the night before." He suddenly realized the issue and inquired, "That sword is so powerful, yet it's only a level 3 contaminant. Does that mean level 0 contaminants are otherworldly?" Xia Mo nodded, explaining, "Legend has it that level 0 contaminants are the weapons of gods, contaminated by their very blood. 0-03, the Pope's scepter, is the weapon of the god of oceans and water, and it's named the Pope's scepter because it resembles the scepter of the Holy Light Church's Pope. Contaminants are categorized into 6 levels, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, respectively defined as Godlord level, Angel level, High Priest level, Worldly Governor level, Extraordinary level, and Alchemical level. The Godlord, Angel, and High Priest levels are all creations tainted by divine blood. While immensely powerful, they are exceedingly dangerous. They not only refuse to submit to their masters, but also actively exploit their inherent traits to slay the user. In the realm of earthly governance, the extraordinary, the alchemy level 3 is crafted from the tainted blood of colossal beasts. These creations may influence their users, yet they cannot independently slay their masters. How peculiar! The Lord of the ocean and water? Sumu exclaimed, startled. Could it be true that even a deity could fall? One might wonder if he was vanquished by his own weapon. Xia Mo shook her head, uncertain, remarking that it was merely a legend and should not be taken at face value. Although the weapons of the gods may be lethal, Sumu envisioned, with a vivid imagination, the fierce battles that would ensue post-auction. He mused that he would not join forces with Xia Mo to enact a brand new Titanic performance tomorrow night. No, it would be a sister piece, Nolan were Danny. He suddenly felt disheartened. In truth, he thought, there was little excitement in venturing out to sea. Tomorrow was perfectly suited for a restful slumber in a hotel. Travel, after all, often involves an exhilarating first day filled with exploration, followed by several days of languorous repose. Don't you think? Sumu turned to find Xia Mo's unwavering and earnest gaze. You don't mean to say you wish to attend the auction, do you? Indeed. She nodded, confessing, I secretly followed you to Hailey. Oops. Xia Mo inadvertently revealed her truth. I am not actually following you. I merely wish to attend the auction and happened to encounter you by chance. Truly, you must believe me. Sumu narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment before nodding. I believe you. However, he chuckled, what a contradictory little enchantress you are. Do you not find it utterly astonishing that level 0 pollutants are being auctioned? The sudden appearance of so many blue-blooded entities in Hailey must be related to this. I know. I saw the text you sent earlier, Xia Mo replied, biting her lip. She desperately needed the source water sequence pollutant to remedy the deficiencies in her sequence. Even if it were a trap, she felt compelled to investigate, no matter the cost. I must obtain it. Sumu sighed softly. Very well, I shall accompany you. No, you cannot come with me. This time, we are to confront a multitude of golden-eyed bloodlines. Your sequence has yet to awaken. You cannot appear on the cruise. Xia Mo shook her head, refusing his goodwill. Is that so? Sumu stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. Shall I then have to watch you fade away, only to carry you back to warmth? Let it be known, I do not swim in the ocean. If you do not permit me to go, I shall simply follow you secretly, Xia Mo declared, meeting his gaze, which sparkled like a sea of flowers, biting her lip and nodding decisively. Chapter 38. The Stray Puppy, 2024 New Edition. Sumu curled up in his blanket as lightning tore through the night sky, filling the cold room with a silvery glow that illuminated every corner. Thunder rumbled, the deafening sound echoing as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder. Ah! The boy in the blanket cried out in torment, his anguished voice swallowed by the terrifying storm, the figure of Xing, 012. Mington resurfacing in his mind. Memories of death flashing vividly. No. Ah! Sumu jolted awake, clutching his throbbing head. His forehead and back were drenched in sweat. The room was chill, the cold air wrapping around him like ice. A fierce wind howled from the balcony, and the torrential rain battered against the glass door. He turned to gaze outside. Beneath the pitch-black night, a dark storm seemed to be brewing. Surely, it wouldn't hit with a typhoon, would it? After all, he had finally come out to play. Brr, so cold. Sumu switched on the bedside lamp, found the remote, and turned off the air conditioning. Just as he prepared to bury himself under the covers again, his stomach protested audibly. He had only managed to eat 3 plates of coconut chicken rice that evening, and after being dragged around the beach by Xia Chun all afternoon, he was now quite hungry. Instant noodles it is. Sumu illuminated his bedroom and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, flipping through the menu on the table, his eyes scanning the exorbitant prices in search of his desired instant noodles. Although instant noodles would not sate his hunger, the other dishes on the menu were not only insufficient, but also seemed grossly overpriced, making him feel like an easy target for exploitation. Where are the instant noodles? Finally, he spotted his target in a nondescript corner on the last page, which read, Spicy Whirlwind Instant Noodles, only 10 yuan per bowl. What? 10 yuan for instant noodles? Do they take me for some affluent gentleman? Sumu was bewildered. In Jiangzhou, a bowl of shredded pork noodle soup with an egg only costs 5 yuan. Why do they charge me 10 yuan for instant noodles? Forget it. He retrieved a bottle of complimentary cola from the fridge and gulped it down in one go. With a burp, he convinced himself he was full, turned off the light, and angrily snuggled back under the covers to continue sleeping. His cold body quickly warmed up, and as he listened to the rain drumming against the glass, his consciousness gradually faded, sleepiness washing over him once more. If I fall asleep, I want to feel hungry. If I fall asleep, I want to feel hungry. He repeated this mantra in his mind. Gurgle, in the silent darkness, his stomach protested vehemently. Evasion is futile. You must rise and feed me. Sumu buried his head under the blanket, seeking refuge in the remaining warmth. Gurgle, gurgle. His empty stomach began a riot, crying out in hunger. With no choice, Sumu wearily opened his tired eyes and picked up his phone. It was now 2:13 a.m. Where could he possibly find food at this hour? No wonder the hotel could sell their instant noodles at such a high price. They weren't selling food, but rather capitalizing on hunger. The lights in the bedroom flickered back on. Sumu extricated himself from the blanket, donned some clothes from the wardrobe, and took the hotel-provided umbrella before stepping out of his room. Surely, there must be a small shop nearby. He decided to inquire at the lobby. The first-floor lobby was brightly lit. Although the security guard appeared weary, he steadfastly maintained his post. Sumu approached the front desk, greeted by a stunningly attractive receptionist. He noticed that in such a luxurious hotel, none of the staff fell short of beauty. The male staff were all over 6 feet tall, and the female staff were all quite lovely. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Are there any small shops nearby? I'm looking to buy something. The receptionist smiled, pulled out a map, and pointed out a location. There's a 24-hour convenience store. It's not too far, but it will take about 10 minutes to walk there. Thank you. He opened his umbrella and stepped into the heavy downpour, vanishing into the inky depths of the night. Sumu stepped on countless leaves that had fallen from trees, battered by the torrential rain, as he entered the convenience store. The cashier, who had been dozing off, immediately donned a cheerful smile upon hearing the bell ring. Welcome. Do you have instant noodles? Yes, we have them over by the fridge. And we can provide hot water for free. All right. Sumu walked over to the instant noodles shelf, his gaze drawn to a particularly special brand. La Wang. Spicy 3-flavor noodles. P.S. I used to eat this in high school. It was incredibly delicious. I've tried various instant noodles, and this is the best I've ever had. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it since. Nissan no longer sells this kind. This was the most expensive instant noodle in the store, priced at 3 yuan. He also grabbed a marinated egg and a sausage. Then took a can of cola from the fridge. That will be 7 yuan in total. Now, that price seems reasonable. The marinated egg and sausage were each 1 yuan. Still more expensive than in Jiangzhou, but considering it was a tourist city and the store was open at this late hour, the prices were fair. After paying, the cashier expertly prepared the instant noodles. He took the bowl of noodles to sit by the glass wall, added the marinated egg, tore the sausage into small pieces, and dropped them into the noodles. Opening the cola, he gazed out at the torrential rain, quietly waiting for the noodles to cook. As time ticked by, Sumu glanced at his phone. 2:30 a.m. Impatiently, he tore off the lid and picked up a fork to stir the noodles. Just as he was about to take a bite, a pair of silver-gray eyes appeared in the corner of his vision, filled with a longing expression. Ah! Sumu jumped, but didn't think much of it and continued to eat. Just as the noodles were about to reach his mouth, those silver-gray eyes moved closer, the face pressing against the glass wall. Hello, can I help you? Sumu set down his fork and looked up, meeting a delicate face framed by platinum hair. Her petite features appearing frail, her throat moving as if she were swallowing. Another foreigner? And a blue-blooded A-class hybrid at that. In those silver-gray eyes, there was only the steaming bowl of noodles before her. She seemed to have been hungry for quite some time. Sumu pointed at the noodles and asked, "Would you like some of this?" The girl with gray eyes bit her lip, remaining motionless, her dirty little face emanating a pitiful fragility. She fidgeted, assessing the boy in front of her through the glass. Finally, reluctantly, she turned and vanished from view beyond the glass wall. That girl seems rather unfortunate. The cashier, who had previously been dozing, spoke up. She appears to be homeless. When she first came to the store, she had only British pounds and couldn't speak the local language. A kind customer exchanged her currency for her. After she spent the few pounds she had left, I treated her to a few meals. Don't let her thin frame fool you. She can eat quite a bit. My salary simply isn't enough to support her. Before the cashier could finish, Sumu had already set down his fork, braving the torrential rain as he dashed out of the store. He saw his past self reflected in the girl with gray eyes. He couldn't help but want to lend a hand. Yet, upon bursting out the door, the empty, cold street revealed no trace of the girl. "Do you wish to help her?" The voice of you resonated at the right moment. Sumu nodded, saying, "Yes. I want to aid my former self." "Very well, as you wish." You once more lent her vision, a golden three-dimensional map materializing on Sumu's retina, swiftly locating the girl with gray eyes. The boy opened his umbrella and sprinted through the downpour, quickly catching up to the girl in a dim alley. "Wait. Since you used British pounds, you must understand English," Sumu shouted. The girl with gray eyes trembled, a hint of fear coursing through her, and she fled. "Do not be afraid. I am a good person." Sumu quickly closed the distance between them, grasping her icy little hand, and said, "I invite you to dinner." The girl remained silent, only to pivot and throw a punch. Her confident strike was effortlessly caught by the unfamiliar youth before her, the overwhelming force rendering her immobile. Her trembling body quaked with fear. The silver-gray eyes ignited with a golden blaze of power. Sumu immediately released her, raising his hands and stating, "According to the sequence covenant, blood successors must not attack mortals without cause, or they will face the wrath of the United Council. I mean you no harm. You cannot use your sequence against me." Upon hearing the terms sequence covenant and United Council, the girl regained her composure, the golden glow in her eyes flickering out. "Are you hungry?" Sumu extended his umbrella to shield her from the rain, smiling as he inquired. The gray-eyed girl looked distressed, tears glistening in her eyes, her hands fidgeting nervously, and a low growl from her stomach protested against her hunger. She curled up slightly and nodded. "Let us go," Sumu said, taking her hand and hurrying toward a convenience store. "I'll treat you to something to eat. Look at you, soaked to the bone and your clothes all dirty. I'll help you dry off first, and tomorrow I'll buy you a new outfit." Flames danced at his fingertips, evaporating the moisture in her clothes with surgical precision. The girl stared at Sumu, astonishment filling her silver-gray eyes. Hadn't he just claimed to be immortal? How could he wield the powers of the flame sequence? You big liar. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Sumu retrieved a 100 yuan note from his wallet. Boss, please prepare 5 bowls of noodles, all with eggs and sausages. He led the pitiful girl, akin to guiding a stray platinum puppy. Let us have something else to fill our stomachs first. What do you want to eat? The gray-eyed girl appeared anxious, hesitant to move. With Sumu's encouragement, she cautiously approached the shelf and selected a few bags of bread, then looked back at him again. Bread? How about something warm? Isn't there oat in here? Sumu believed that continuously consuming cold food would lead to unhappiness. Yet the girl clutched the bread tightly, unwilling to let go, as if it would vanish the moment she did. All right, if you like it, then have it. But don't drink cold milk anymore. Sumu took a box of warm milk from the front counter and grabbed some more bread, leading the girl to a table by the glass wall. Eat, he urged. The girl opened the packaging and looked at Sumu with a questioning gaze, as if asking, is this really for me? Yes, eat. If it's not enough, there's more. Tonight, I'll cover the bill, so feel free to indulge. Sumu opened the milk and placed it in front of her, but he noticed she was eyeing his instant noodles. Do you want this? She nodded eagerly. No. I bit the sausage, it's not clean. Seeing her pleading eyes softened his heart, and he amended, of course, if you don't mind. Before he could finish, the girl eagerly took the steaming noodles and devoured them alongside the bread, resembling someone famished beyond measure, matching Sumu bite for bite. 1 bowl of noodles was quickly consumed. The store clerk placed the prepared noodles on the table, gesturing as if to say, see, I told you, she can really eat. It was that Sumu lacked kindness. It was simply that his wallet couldn't accommodate it. He propped his chin on his hand, quietly admiring the girl's voracious appetite, a smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, he felt that the money spent tonight held profound significance. Perhaps upon returning, he could give that substantial inheritance to his mother to establish a charitable fund to help children in Yun who were struggling to eat. He naively thought, after all, he had no need for such wealth. As the girl's eating pace gradually slowed, it appeared she was nearing fullness. Sumu beheld the stack of empty noodle bowls. Astonished, this girl, seemingly frail, was consuming as much as he was. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and said, wipe your face. You've got broth on your nose. The girl chuckled innocently, holding a piece of bread in one hand and a fork in the other, leaning in closer. Sumu shook his head helplessly, cleaning the grease from her face. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. By the way, where do you live? I can take you back. Upon hearing the word home, the girl shuddered, her petite frame shaking uncontrollably, fear etched in her silver-gray eyes. Oh, no home. No home. Sumu hurriedly comforted her, and once her emotions were calmed, he couldn't help but think, this girl is remarkably similar to me. Almost like a mirror reflection. He gazed at her and inquired, do you have a place to sleep tonight? The girl initially shook her head, but then nodded. Sumu understood. She likely had no proper place to sleep and would be roughing it under a bridge somewhere. Observing her soiled clothing, it was easy to infer as much. After spending time with Rinqing Shu, he had become familiar with several niche high-end brands, and the girl was clad in a renowned luxury brand from the Indo region. Once wealthy, now she could barely afford a meal. Sumu felt a deep sense of empathy, a shared plight emerging from their similar circumstances. If you don't mind. He contemplated bringing her back to his apartment, but reconsidered, recalling that Xia Mo was at Hailey. It seemed inappropriate to bring a stranger back to the hotel late at night. I'll book you a room, he decided instead. The girl's silver-gray eyes widened in surprise, her tears shimmering, as she shook her head, rejecting his kindness, continuing to eat. I guess not. Sumu took a deep breath, pulled out his wallet, and placed the remaining 500 yuan on the table, saying, take this money for now. I'm staying at the nearby Atlantis Hotel. If you want to return to Inder, come find me. The girl picked up a used napkin from the table to wipe her pale lips. She did not take the money, but instead grabbed several bags of bread and stood to leave. As she pushed open the store door, she suddenly turned back and said, I want you to take your food for free. I'll definitely pay you back double in the future. So you can speak. I thought you were mute. All right. Sumu did not refuse, stuffing the money into her pocket, saying, Then you surely won't mind returning a few hundred to me, right? Consider it my investment. Keep this money. In that moment, the boy finally grasped the concept of investment. When money is lent, it must be repaid. If one doesn't need it, then it is charity. And not everyone accepts charity. But investment can be a gamble taken with honor. Gazing upon the boy's sunny and cheerful smile, the silver-gray eyes of the girl softened. This time, she did not reject his goodwill. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xia. Sumu, the boy replied. Here, this is for you. Xia removed a bracelet from her left wrist, adorned with a silver-white rose, and placed it on Sumu's left wrist, saying, for now, I'll leave it with you. I'll come back to redeem it, so please keep it safe. Just before she departed, she added her full name. I am Xia de Ravenna York. With that, she clutched the bread and vanished into the torrential rain. The meaning of her full name resonated with Sumu, born of the York family, lord of the Ravenna territory, descendant of the nobility of the Galoran region, Xia. Hailing from the York family, a noble lineage within the Carolingian region, he could only surmise one particular kinship. Observing the argent rose bracelet now adorning his wrist, his conjecture solidified. Xia, born into the white rose royalty of the York dynasty, which once reigned over the Indus Empire. Good heavens! It seemed that the most outlandish occurrences were now commonplace. A former royal princess, now finding herself adrift in the streets of Kayun. Utterly preposterous. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Those with cerulean blood, the scions of inheritance, were invariably either noble or of noble descent, either currently affluent or possessing a lineage of affluence. Surveying the disarray of cups and plates upon the table, Sumu realized that he had been so engrossed in observation that he had neglected to eat. He reached for his wallet, intending to procure some sustenance, only to be struck by a sudden pallor. The empty wallet pierced his heart like a dagger. An oversight. He should have reserved at least 10 yuan. Here. In his reverie, the clerk placed a bowl of ramen before him, enhanced with an egg, ham sausage, and a fish roe lucky bag from Odin. Though my wages are modest, I can still afford to treat you to a bowl of instant noodles, the young clerk said with a smile. Gazing at Sumu's bewildered countenance. Kindness deserves recompense, does it not? Thank you. Sumu clasped his hands together, bowing his head in gratitude. Enjoy. The clerk responded with a nod, turning to clear the tables. Sumu eagerly opened the ramen, the aroma enticing him to the point of salivation. His saliva dripping into the bowl, he seized the chopsticks and inhaled a large mouthful. The noodles were smooth and delectable, the broth rich and savory. P.S. A disgusting anecdote. Once, in junior high, I went to an internet cafe at night and bought a roasted chicken leg. The aroma was so intense that the moment I opened the bag, my saliva went into overdrive, flowing like a flood, inundating the keyboard. Not bad. Ravenous. Sumu devoured the noodles and ham sausage, his eating habits unbecoming, akin to a famished ghost reincarnated. Hungry. So hungry. He continued to inhale the noodles and consume the ham sausage, repeating the action incessantly, yet the hunger in his abdomen only intensified. As if he could devour the entire convenience store behind him. The noodles in the bowl seemed inexhaustible, perpetually replenished, no matter how much Sumu consumed. After an indeterminate period, his growing hunger finally alerted him to the anomaly. He stared in bewilderment at the bowl of noodles, still full, the egg and ham sausage unchanged. Even the fish roe lucky bag he had initially devoured now resting serenely in the bowl. Sumu's right hand trembled, and the chopsticks fell into the bowl. He abruptly raised his head, gazing into the glass before him. An endless abyss reflected his image, a grotesque, twisted, and frenzied maw. The voracious maw was lined with crooked, jagged teeth, insatiably devouring everything around it, its appetite boundless. Sumu turned in terror, looking at the clerk who had offered him the ramen. The clerk had transformed into a marionette, a macabre arc contorting his rigid face. A scornful sneer. You're quick on the uptake. The voice of you resounded in his ears. She materialized in the convenience store, nonchalantly sitting beside Sumu. Before the young girl lay a similar bowl of noodles, yet hers was adorned with more than just ramen. Abalone, sweet shrimp, Arctic shellfish, and more. Sumu broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing that he had inadvertently stumbled into an illusion. The Emerald Dream? He questioned, seeking confirmation. Is that the only term you know? You retorted, rolling her eyes. Still suffering from PTSD from the Emerald Dream? She slurped her ramen, her chubby face smeared with broth. Mental sequence authority. Compared to the 6 common elemental sequences of wind, water, earth, fire, wood, and metal, the authorities of mental, power, and spatial sequences were shrouded in mystery. On the chart of sequence authorities that Guan Tianyan had shown him, the mental sequence possessed only the 2 most fundamental, lucid starlight river and fleeting glimpse. How do I escape? The last time he had escaped the Emerald Dream, it was thanks to Xia Mo. He was utterly ignorant of how to deal with mental sequence authorities. The terrifying aspect of this authority lay in the fact that even knowing one was in an illusion, one was still unable to awaken, unless the scion wielding the authority was slain. Yet, as the master of the illusion, the opponent could conceal themselves anywhere, making them impossible to find. You produced a tissue, elegantly wiping the broth from her lips. Her bowl was now devoid of noodles. Consider how you entered, she said, smiling and pointing to the ravenous maw in the glass. Goo. His stomach protested once more. Gazing at the brimming bowl of ramen before him, his saliva secreted rapidly. Because of avarice, Sumu began to comprehend, frantically suppressing his greed. However, a portion of braised abalone with pork suddenly appeared in the ramen bowl, followed by steamed sea bass. Damn it, was this the illusion? He mused, if a mental sequence scion could achieve this, controlling it at will, then could not any beautiful dream be woven into existence, fulfilling every desire? Would that not be bliss? Such a scenario is theoretically possible, you said. However, it is equally perilous. Even a mental sequence scion can succumb to the allure of a perfect illusion. They would relinquish the opportunity to awaken until their physical death. This is the most terrifying aspect of the mental sequence. Many, even knowing it is an illusion, will willingly embrace oblivion if the illusion strikes at their Achilles heel. So, have you decided how to overcome your gluttonous greed? Sumu silently stared at the ramen, now transformed into a gargantuan feast, a mad notion forming in his mind. If he could not restrain it, then he would destroy it. If he could not solve the riddle, then he would obliterate the question. Golden flames emanated from his fingertips. Facing the ever-increasing array of delicacies before him, Sumu directly employed the flame sequence, incinerating the source of all evil in a single conflagration. You opened her mouth, speechless. Though unconventional, it was not entirely unfeasible. The illusion shattered. Sumu returned to reality, his own countenance reflected in the glass. The clerk, at some point, had fallen asleep on the table, and his noodles were congealed. Damn it! Sumu was consumed by grief and indignation, shoving a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. The texture, which should have been springy, was now mushy and unappetizing. He cursed inwardly. If I ever catch the one who unleashed this authority, I will make them understand why roses are red. After finishing the noodles, Sumu raised his umbrella, preparing to return to the hotel. The deserted streets were devoid of life, save for the cacophony of the torrential rain and violent thunder. The city slumbered soundly this night. A black Volkswagen sedan disrupted the silence, speeding down the street, splashing water outwards. A faint golden light flickered in Sumu's eyes, reflecting a sea of flowers. The splashing water evaporated instantly. A chessboard materialized in his vision. He stood at the center, the positions of all the scions around him exposed. A black Volkswagen sedan approached, 3 cerulean-blooded individuals converging, a battle imminent. Are you interested? Just as he was about to begin her cajolery, Sumu retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapped on the keypad, and pressed the emergency button. Hello, Shonan Law Enforcement Department? Yes, I want to report a crime. A group of people are fighting. To remind the other party that scions were fighting, he fabricated, I saw them igniting flames in their palms, playing with fire in the rain, not afraid of wetting the bed tonight. Yes, and there's an idiot wielding an ice spear. At this very moment, the address is. You gazed in astonishment at Sumu, who had chosen to call the police. Her striking golden eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. It seemed that their recent adventures had matured him, teaching him to be cautious and no longer recklessly charge forward like a Navi youth. However, how could I let you go? You said leisurely. The one who cast the illusion on you is right there. Sumu had barely taken 2 steps before he abruptly turned around, cursing, "Damn it, let's go teach him a lesson." Well, there's some progress, albeit minimal. Chapter 39. The Toll of the Fog City, 2024 edition. In the midst of a torrential downpour, Sumu concealed himself in the shadows of a dim grove, observing 3 dark figures standing at the seaside park. 2 of them were cloaked in black, their faces obscured. The remaining individual possessed stunning platinum blonde hair and delicate, exquisite features that exuded an undeniable charisma simply by standing there. Her drenched attire was caked in mud, suggesting she had just emerged from a fierce struggle, and bread lay scattered around her, while her silver-gray eyes glimmered with a furious golden glow of power. It was Awakens. As the sea breeze billowed the cloaks of the shadows, one figure grew increasingly familiar to Sumu. The soaked black robe accentuated her alluring silhouette, revealing ample, fair curves. Could it be? Sumu immediately recalled the red-haired girl from the afternoon at the restaurant. The tempestuous wind tugged at her hood, revealing a glimpse of vibrant rose red, confirming her identity. Gazing at the standoff before him, Sumu began to piece together the situation. Awakens had fled from Inder to Hailey, and the one tasked with her pursuit was none other than the red-haired girl. These 2 girls were indeed polar opposites. Awakens, with her platinum locks and silver-gray eyes, was cautious and timid, while the other girl, with fiery curls and piercing blue eyes, was bold and daring. Yet, what could be the reason for her exile? Pondering deeply, Sumu was interrupted by the distant wail of sirens as a contingent of armed forces from the law enforcement agency began to cordon off the area. 2 black Chevrolets entered the restricted zone, and 6 officers from the X-Space Southwest Bureau disembarked. It seemed the highly law enforcement system had picked up on his subtle hints. However, watching the 6 X-Space officers, Sumu felt a twinge of disappointment. While 6 individuals were indeed a considerable number, their lineage was regrettably low. The bloodline rankings of the 6 were clearly displayed in his mind's eye: 1 C, 2 Ds, and 3 Es. The confrontation in the seaside park involved 3 A-class blue bloods. Sending these 6 in would be like offering them up as fodder. They would likely perish the moment they approached the realm of power, just as Sumu contemplated intervening, perhaps by feigning the role of a concerned citizen to warn the X-Space officers about the golden-eyed trio. He noticed the 6 officers had already stepped into the realm of power. Stunned, they stood frozen in the torrential rain, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. They had fallen into the mental tempest of the confrontation between Awakens and the red-haired girl, a vast illusionary world created by their clash. These individuals were exceedingly careless. Frowning, Sumu pulled out his phone and selected the number of Guan Tianyin, pondering for a moment before pressing dial. Beep, 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 sorry. The number you have dialed is out of service. Ending the call, he dialed Guli's number, only to receive the same message. What bad luck. Neither call connected. They must be engaged in some perilous task. He then selected the number for Xia Mo. You need not worry about the illusion with me around. The voice of you echoed in his mind. This is a splendid opportunity for practical training. A mental world conjured by 2 A-class blue bloods is a rare chance for such an exercise, and one of those girls will not harm you. You was like a devil, tempting the mortal to open the treasure trove. Would you care to try? Sumu gazed at the gray-eyed girl in the wind. Glancing down at the scattered bread, he lowered his phone, contemplating for a long moment. What should I do? In the end, he chose to assist Awakens once more. Having aided her once, he did not mind doing so again. Simply walk in and join this mental feast. You appeared within the park. Her smile radiant and unaffected by the mental tempest, exuding confidence and charm. The little girl stood in the illusionary realm, extending her right hand in invitation. After a moment of reflection, Sumu braved the storm, entering the seaside park and stepping into the tempest of the mind. Golden light surged in his eyes, revealing a sacred sea of flowers. He walked past you, weaving through the astonished gazes of the officers, until he stood before Awakens, gently wiping the grime from her face, gradually succumbing to the illusion. Sweetness, joyous travels. In the endless darkness, the last thing Sumu heard was U.S. blessing. The cold drizzle pattered against the shattered glass window, moonlight piercing through patches of dim, gray fog. The towering clock tower loomed amidst the industrial smoke, its hands retreating to midnight, the mournful tolling of bells resonating through the fog-laden city. Ding, dong, ding, time began to rewind. 1854, the British Empire, London. Sumu felt as though he had traversed countless voids of darkness and plunged into frigid lakes, his scattered consciousness gradually coalescing as his vision refocused. A brand new world reflected in his pupils. The clamor of bustling crowds filled his ears. "Ibis!" Someone shouted. "Ibis! Are you slacking off again?" Bang! The door was violently kicked open, revealing a man with a Western visage, short black hair, and piercing blue eyes, his expression ablaze with fury. "If you don't want to work, then get out. How many times have you slacked off tonight?" Amidst the harsh reprimands, Sumu turned, memories flooding back like a tide, recalling the identity card he had drawn. Ibis. Male, 18 years old. Orphan. An orphan? Was I cursed with some bloodline affliction? Drawing an identity card in the illusion and ending up as an orphan. Sumu silently lamented. "Don't think that just because you're about to be a university student, you can ignore my concerns." The man, seeing the young man in a daze, continued to roar. "I must remind you, if you don't earn enough money, get ready to starve at school. University student?" New identity information flashed in Sumu's mind. Ibis, due to his distinguished bloodline, had received an acceptance letter from Holy Light Hogwarts a month prior. This was a modern comprehensive university located in Scotland, renowned throughout the British Empire. Wait, Holy Light Hogwarts? ISNT that the school Ningning intends to attend? Why was I accepted into this institution? Moreover, the reason for acceptance was not academic excellence, but rather bloodline superiority. Bloodline? Does this mean my attendance at Holy Light Hogwarts is not for knowledge, but for learning magic? This is utterly absurd. I'm talking to you. The man pounded on the door with fervor. Ibis. Finally grasping his surroundings, Sumu realized he was in a pub in London, England, working part-time to save for the impending university life. England, a fictional nation from Pope Lumer's series Harry Potter, with London as its capital. He had only heard Ningning mention this series, having never laid eyes on it himself. To think that the illusion crafted by Awakens and the red-haired girl was based on the world from Pope Lumer's novels. It was evident that they were indeed true children of Ender. In the realm of illusion, I have surprisingly retained my awareness of reality, which must be attributed to Yu's extraordinary influence. Here he comes. Sumu rose from his seat, confronting his boss, whose fiery gaze pierced through him. With an ingratiating smile, he remarked, "How could I? You are my employer, my sustenance, my very lifeblood. I would never dare to disregard your existence. It's merely that I am feeling a bit unwell." A few flattering words managed to temper the boss's fury, which subsided significantly after a cold huff. As he retorted, "If you don't want to work, just say so. I will hire someone else immediately. There are plenty of people willing to take your place. Don't think your university degree makes you special." Though he uttered these derisive words, he was acutely aware that a university student from the Victorian era was indeed remarkable, especially one from the prestigious St. Light Hogwarts, whose future was far beyond his own reach. This was precisely why he chose to employ Ibis, disregarding the many child laborers available and going against his wife's objections. In 4 years, when Sumu graduated, he would have invaluable connections. Yes, you are correct. Sumu conceded, wishing not to engage in debate. "Come on, let's get to work." The boss exited the kitchen and instructed him to bring out a barrel of beer. What should I do now? Should I seek out Awakens or attend to something else?" No one responded. After calling out thrice without reply, Sumu sighed and lifted a 50 L barrel of beer from the kitchen. Before understanding the nature of his task, he needed to complete the day's work. Now, he was Ibis. The boss, observing his frail assistant carrying the hefty beer barrel, was nearly speechless in astonishment. You. Where should I put it?" Ibis inquired. Just set it down here. The boss hurriedly gestured, his eyes scrutinizing the slender figure of his employee. Utterly baffled by the source of such remarkable strength, the beer barrel could have been rolled. There was no need to carry it. Setting down the wooden barrel, Ibis commenced his duties for the evening. In the dim light, patrons raised their glasses in camaraderie, most of whom were laborers from the docks or factory workers. After a long day, only cheap alcohol could offer them solace. The men in the tavern reveled boisterously, engaging in fervent discussions about hearsay and exclusive news. Ibis listened intently. Topics such as war, the Crimean Peninsula, Tsarist Russia, the Black Sea Fleet, and the Anglo-French alliance emerged frequently. Yet the most recurring subject was Her Majesty, Queen Victoria. They showed little interest in Tsarist Russia or the Crimean Peninsula, only knowing that someone dared to challenge the maritime supremacy of the British Empire, which struck a sensitive chord within them. Ibis grasped some of their discourse while remaining puzzled by other aspects. However, he gleaned the historical context of this mental illusion, the mid-19th century Victorian era, a time of unparalleled prosperity for the British Empire. As night deepened, ripples danced upon the Thames, and the early autumn rain pattered upon the murky waters. The tavern grew increasingly sparse, granting Ibis the luxury of respite. In the dimly lit establishment, he noticed a solitary figure ensconced in a shadowy corner, not partaking in the revelry, but rather observing the world around him. Curiously, Ibis scrutinized the man, who appeared to be around 40, with hair as sparse as most British men and a small tuft of beard adorning his chin. The middle-aged gentleman soon noticed the youthful observer and smiled, beckoning for a large mug of beer. "Sir, your beer," Ibis announced. "Thank you." Ibis observed that the man's table was cluttered with numerous papers, scrawled with notes and sketches, resembling a literary draft. Unable to resist, he stole another glance as the man casually reclined in his chair, revealing his manuscript. On that day, in Marseille, there existed a detestable prison. Within one of its cells, 2 individuals were confined. It was such a repugnant place that even the pervasive, blinding light seemed to blink in disbelief. If one could speak of brightness, it was but a pitiable reflection. Upon reading this passage, Ibis instantly recognized the extraordinary stature of the man seated before him. His excitement surged as he swiftly retrieved paper and a pen from his bag, placing them upon the table, hands clasped in reverence, and exclaimed, "Mr. Charles Dickens, I am an ardent admirer of your work. May I implore you for your autograph?" Mr. Dickens paused, his hand holding the beer aloft, as he appraised the ragged young man before him. Curiously, he inquired, "You have read my works?" The chaotic slums, where many struggle to find sustenance, let alone the luxury of reading. Even if one had the means, it would all be spent on drink. "Of course, sir. I am Sumu. No, I am Ibis." Sumu, now exhilarated, had completely transcended his role-playing, reverting to his original mindset. "I have perused your Oliver Twist, David Copperfield, and Hard Times. Moreover, A Tale of Two Cities. It is the best of times. It is the worst of times. It is the age of wisdom. It is the age of foolishness. It is the epoch of faith. It is the epoch of incredulity. It is the season of light. It is the season of darkness. It is the spring of hope. It is the winter of despair. We have everything before us. We are all going direct to heaven. We are all going direct the other way." Sumu recited the famous opening lines of A Tale of Two Cities with fervor. Mr. Dickens squinted and chuckled. "The first 3 works are indeed mine. But A Tale of Two Cities seems not to be my creation. That is likely the treasure of another esteemed author. From your recitation, it certainly qualifies as a masterpiece." Sumu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What year is it now?" "August 1854. September is fast approaching." "Ah." Sumu felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that A Tale of Two Cities was penned by Mr. Dickens in 1859, 5 years hence. Yet Mr. Dickens did not seem perturbed. He set down his drink, took the pen, and inscribed his full name upon the blank page. He added, "Should the opportunity arise, I shall compose a novel titled A Tale of Two Cities to fulfill your longing, commencing with the very lines you just recited." In conclusion, Mr. Dickens playfully inscribed an address on the paper, quipping, "Should you discover any new inspirations? No, rather. Should you uncover my new works, feel free to reach out. Here is my correspondence address." Sumu carefully tucked away the signed paper, aware that he could not carry Mr. Dickens's signature out of this illusion. Yet, for the duration of his time within this realm, he possessed it. That alone sufficed. "Are you contemplating a new work?" Recalling his identity, Sumu resumed his role as Ibis. Fortunately, Ibis, being an avid learner, recognized the esteemed author Dickens. making it no cause for suspicion. As he beheld the eminent figure before him, Ibis instinctively regarded Mr. Dickens as an NPC dispensing tasks, eagerly yearning to discern his subsequent course of action. Regrettably, the author engaged him in a discussion about literature, and until the last patron departed, no relevant plot was triggered. He could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, he had not departed empty-handed. Upon learning that Ibis was working to fund his university expenses, Mr. Dickens generously presented him with a crisp £100 note. The image depicts the 100 white pounds circulated in Britain from 1725 to 1945. The esteemed author expressed admiration for the literary prowess, perspective, and knowledge of the younger generation, offering to become their angel investor. The pub owner, overwhelmed by the sight of the Britannia statue, was astonished that a man seated in the corner could so extravagantly part with such a sum. Considering he earned less than £100 in a year, Sumu remained indifferent. He was not a product of this era and could not grasp the significance of £100. However, he understood that Ibis ought to display excitement. Mr. Dickens, discerning the young man's exaggerated performance, having frequently dabbled in theatrical endeavors, chose not to critique the younger artist's skills, instead gently advising, first, acquire yourself a respectable outfit, and then study diligently. After finishing his inexpensive beer, he folded his manuscript, picked up his umbrella, and departed. Ibis watched Mr. Dickens vanish into the cold, rainy night of the fog-shrouded city. The streetlights gradually dimmed as the city slowly succumbed to slumber in the embrace of the River Thames. After tidying up, the owner calculated the week's wages. Acutely aware that the sudden influx of £100 would likely compel the young man to seek opportunities beyond his modest pub. Though the owner had contemplated pocketing the large sum, he was still unable to recognize the identity of the generous gentleman, while his employee enjoyed a lively conversation with him, even obtaining an autograph from the distinguished figure. The fear of the unknown kept him grounded. The role of a pub server bore little technical skill, resulting in modest earnings of 15 shillings per week. After much deliberation, the owner decided to add 5 shillings as a gesture of goodwill. After all, a prominent individual had invested £100. There was no reason for him to be stingy. Should Ibis graduate from university and achieve success, the returns would far exceed mere shillings. 20 shillings could barely procure 9 pounds of bread, equivalent to just over £8. For Sumu, 8 pounds of bread represented merely a single meal, while for the previous Ibis, it was still insufficient to stave off hunger. This reflects the grim reality of life for the lower classes during the Victorian era, where ceasing work meant starvation and losing one's job equated to death. Clad in a tattered coat, Ibis donned his bag, raised his umbrella, and ventured into the chilling rain. Excerpted from Dickens' Little Dorrit, serialized starting December 1855. Chapter 40. The Day of the Assassination of the King, 2024 New Edition. Ibis awoke from a tumultuous dream, roused by the pangs of hunger. As he opened his eyes, the sky outside was already bright, and the cold rain of the previous night had not marred the day. On the contrary, the night's cleansing had restored London's typically dreary sky to a brilliant blue. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the dilapidated wooden boards of his abode, illuminating the thin blanket spread over him, clearly indicating that today promised to be a fine day. Ibis tossed aside the blanket, grabbed a tattered towel, and filled a small basin with water from a bucket to wash himself. The dismal living conditions did not discomfort him, after all. He had endured far worse in times past. However, one aspect rendered it impossible for Sumu to fully embody his character. The vicinity of the demon's lair was littered with excrement, both human and equine, mingling to produce a nauseating stench. The demon's lair was the derisive term used by the nobles for the slums of Westminster, as they could not fathom that such a repugnant area could exist near the opulence of Westminster Palace. Yet, the nobles merely muttered their complaints, instructing their coachmen to steer clear of this filthy zone, reluctant to eradicate it entirely. Besides the exorbitant costs of demolition, they and the clerics required such a space to display their benevolence, showcasing their virtues to God. Occasionally donating a few pounds to the impoverished provided them with the currency to boast among the ladies. After washing his face, Ibis could not discern whether he had truly cleansed himself. The water, collected from the heavens the previous night, was tainted with the grime of the industrial era and hardly merited the label of cleanliness. In contrast, the waters of the Thames were even more repugnant, resembling a fetid sewer. Human waste, refuse, and factory effluents were callously discharged into the river. The foul odor lingered in the air, stubbornly refusing to dissipate even as a gentle breeze swept over the Thames. Clad in his worn coat, Ibis tucked a 100-pound note into the pocket of his garment and donned a battered hat to conceal his greasy hair, which had not seen a wash in some time. He carefully placed Mr. Dickens' signature, his admission letter, and a complimentary ticket into his backpack while rummaging through his meager possessions, packing together anything of utility. With the new term approaching, Ibis intended to first take a bath, procure a new outfit, and then rent a room near King's Cross Station. Awaiting the train to St. Light Hogwarts School, an innocent man may bear the guilt of possessing a 100-pound note, which was a perilous endeavor in the demoness lair. The constables of London would never patrol this area. They preferred to linger near the Houses of Parliament at Westminster Palace or the Prime Minister's residence at No. 10, Downing Street. Upon closing the door, Ibis stepped into the sunlight, his foot landing in the black mire, the foul stench assaulting his senses. He covered his nose and navigated through the alley, departing the demon's lair. Along the alley, a multitude of jobless children gathered, small in stature, with waxen faces and stunted growth, huddled in corners pleading for divine mercy. Numerous adults exhibited sunken eyes, hoarse voices, and skin that appeared dry and devoid of elasticity, resembling worn rags. They coughed violently, their cold bodies seeking warmth beneath the sun's rays. Ibis immediately recognized their affliction: cholera. The scourge had once again reared its head on the streets of London, and it was predictable that countless souls would perish from this calamity. As he approached the Westminster Palace area, the number of girls began to increase. Compared to the earlier boys, their physical condition was significantly better than those deep within the demoness lair. Although similarly malnourished, at least they still possessed the strength to shout. They stood by the roadside like merchandise awaiting selection, and as Ibis passed, the cloying scent of cheap perfume assaulted his nostrils, giving rise to a sense of agitation within him. Most of these girls waiting for customers were mere children. Such was the Victorian era. As Mr. Dickens aptly remarked, it was the best of times, yet also the worst of times. Some possessed everything, while others had nothing at all. Ibis lowered his head and pulled down the brim of his hat, aware that this was merely an illusion, that they were fictional characters described in literature. Yet why did his eyes betray him with tears? Crossing a cobblestone street, he formally entered the upper echelons of London, where the unfinished Big Ben loomed beside Westminster Palace. Ibis hailed a passing open carriage, and the driver regarded the young beggar before him with surprise, uncertain of his intentions. "To Regent Street, please. Do you wish to ride? Is that not permissible?" "It is, but you must pay first, 3 pence. Ibis retrieved 3-pence coins from his coat pocket and tossed them to the driver. "Thank you for your generosity." Upon seeing the money, the driver's demeanor transformed, his voice becoming exuberant as he guided the carriage down the thoroughfare. "Sir, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I failed to recognize your worth." "It's quite all right." Ibis was unperturbed. He understood that his tattered appearance would lead anyone to assume he was a beggar. "May I inquire if your journey to Regent Street is for the purpose of acquiring a new wardrobe? Indeed, do you have any recommendations?" The driver appeared increasingly animated, eagerly responding, "My uncle runs a custom tailoring shop on Regent Street. A gentleman such as yourself would be well suited for a fine flannel suit." Flannel? Although Ibis was impoverished, he was not naive. This wool-blend fabric originating from Wales was far beyond his means. Moreover, the driver's claim about his uncle was likely a mere fabrication. "I cannot afford that," he replied bluntly. "I'll manage with tweed and lack the time for custom fittings. I must depart for Scotland to attend school in a few days." "School?" The driver glanced back at Ibis, inquiring, "Are you off to university?" "Yes, to St. Light Hogwarts School." The driver cautiously probed, as this illustrious institution, steeped in legendary magical lore, was the first that came to his mind when he heard of a Scottish school. "Indeed, then you are quite remarkable. The driver began to lavish praise upon him, animatedly chattering away. Ibis felt that from a scoundrel to a gentleman, 3 pence made all the difference. As they rounded St. James's Park, Regent Street came into view. This was the favored shopping haven of London's gentlemen and ladies, established in 1811 by the Prince Regent, George IV, designed similarly to Napoleon's urban planning in Paris. Here, one could procure the most exquisite goods from across Europe and commission the most luxurious jewelry. The bustling street was frequented by the upper echelons of London society. Ibis disembarked from the carriage, opting not to heed the driver's suggestion to visit his uncle's tailor shop. Instead, he sought out a modest ready-made clothing store at the edge of the street. "Welcome," the shop attendant said, pinching her nose. As the gentlemen perusing the garments suddenly caught a whiff of a faint yet unpleasant odor, they grimaced and covered their mouths and noses. Such a scent was hardly perceptible outdoors or in a tavern, yet in Regent Street it was glaringly evident. The attendant, experienced in her craft, could discern patrons' social standings by scent alone. Those emanating solely foul odors undoubtedly hailed from the lowest rungs of London society. "Apologies. We do not offer charity. Select a suit for me. Tweed will suffice." Ibis interrupted the attendant, tossing a bag of shillings onto the counter. The shopkeeper opened the bag, surprised to find that the young beggar before him actually possessed money. "After collecting the clothes, I decided to take a bath first and return later to make my selections." Yabosi painted a vivid picture for the shopkeeper, spreading his hands in anticipation of having his measurements taken. Aware that his own scent was far from pleasant, he refrained from entering the store, opting instead to stand at the entrance. The shillings were remnants of his past savings. He did not reveal the white pounds funded by Mr. Dickens. As the night passed, more historical details resurfaced in his memory. In 1717, the renowned physicist Sir Isaac Newton proposed the gold standard while serving as the master of the Royal Mint, equating 1 ounce of gold to 3 pounds, 17 shillings, and 10.5 pence. The 100 pounds in his possession was equivalent to 979.99 grams of gold, based on the 2005 market price of gold at 91.13 yuan per gram, culminating in a total value of 89,306.66 Cayenne coins. This calculation was solely based on the value of gold and did not account for actual purchasing power. The 89,000 Cayenne coins exceeded the annual income of the vast majority of families. No one would venture out to purchase affordable clothing with an entire year's worth of income. This was not a luxury purchase. If one were to spend 100 pounds on clothing, they would surely head to the most bustling shops on Regent Street. The shopkeeper skillfully took the measurements and selected an entire outfit for Yabosi: a shirt, a waistcoat, cropped trousers, a coat, and a pair of high-top leather shoes. Except for the white shirt and black shoes, the rest were deep gray. The choice of cropped trousers and high-top shoes was to prevent soiling, as London's infrastructure was inadequate, often rendering many roads muddy after rain. "Sir, here are your clothes." The shopkeeper kindly packaged them. "Thank you," Yabosi replied, picking up his new garments and seeking a more upscale and nearby to enjoy a bathing package. This time, he avoided budget accommodations out of concern that the bathing water might be as filthy as the Thames. Bathing in such water would be futile. "Sir, do you require any special services?" came a seductive voice from outside the door. No, thank you," Yabosi politely declined, marveling at the intricate details of this illusion, even replicating the option for luxurious bathing services. After cleansing himself of years of grime and odor, he stepped out of the tub, dried off, and approached the mirror. A frail figure stared back at him. It was then that Sumu realized that Yabosi's hair was actually platinum blonde. The previous black and gray was merely due to dirt. With platinum short hair and silvery gray eyes, he gazed in astonishment at his reflection, recognizing that this facial characteristic resembled that of Alekia. He had not anticipated acquiring such an appearance. After a moment of contemplation, he donned the new attire, which fit him well and significantly enhanced his demeanor, though his slender frame struggled to fill the garments. Taking the money, Yabosi casually tossed his dirty clothes into the trash bin and exited the establishment. The front desk attendant stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar customer emerging from the bathroom, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. "Thank you," Yabosi said, Please help me dispose of my old clothes. Yes, of course, the attendant nodded, still in a daze. Stepping out of the inn, Yabosi stretched comfortably, just as he was about to return to the clothing store when a commotion erupted on the main street. The palace guards, clad in red uniforms and wearing bearskin hats, rode through, cleaning the streets. Is the queen out? Yabosi felt the urge to join the crowd. Driven by the innate curiosity of a Cayenne citizen, eager to catch a glimpse of Queen Victoria. As a large contingent of guards approached, a carriage emblazoned with the royal crest, tightly guarded, rolled in from the direction of Buckingham Palace. The queen sat inside, completely out of view. Disappointed, Yabosi turned to leave when suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted around him, sending the crowd into a panic. Gunshots rang out. Yabosi turned back to the street, where he witnessed a guard struck by a beam of green light, collapsing without a wound. Dead? Dead? He could scarcely believe that someone would dare to attack the Queen's carriage right at Buckingham Palace. In his moment of shock, a bolt of lightning surged towards him, and Yabosi was caught off guard, struck directly. He cried out, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. The powerful current caused his muscles to quiver uncontrollably. He attempted to summon his powers, only to realize he was utterly unable to access any abilities. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a firearm that had fallen beside him. Yabosi reached for the weapon, but the 1854 mini rifle was not something he knew how to use. This type of firearm still required loading from the muzzle with a ramrod. The enemy, noticing Yabosi struggling on the ground, expressed surprise and raised their hand again. Chanting an incantation, Avada Kedavra, Yabosi saw the black wand in their hand emanate a sickly green light, identical to the spell that had just killed the guard. Was he to perish as well? Suddenly, a flash of blue-white light zipped overhead, and Yabosi saw the enemy who had intended to kill him explode into a cloud of smoke and dust, leaving no trace behind. He gasped in astonishment. A pair of long legs and high heels appeared before him, pale, slender, and straight. Yabosi looked up to see a young woman in a short black cloak standing beside him, wielding her wand with abandon. "Aren't you going to run?" she asked, smiling down at the dazed Yabosi. "What? Do you wish to experience another curse?" "Curses?" He lifted his gaze to the battlefield, where the Queen's guards were suffering heavy casualties amidst flames, ice, hurricanes, and lightning flashing across the battlefield. The enemy wizards numbered in the dozens, while the Queen's side had only 2 accompanying wizards and the tall, cloaked woman. Yabosi discarded the flintlock rifle, rising unsteadily to escape to safety. In the distance, he spotted a large group of wizards converging from the direction of Buckingham Palace. A far more terrifying magical battle was about to unfold in St. James's Park. As Yabosi ran, he glanced back at the battlefield, desperately calling out for you. You offered no response. All escape routes were sealed off, leaving only the path toward Buckingham Palace. He sprinted with all his might. As he passed the Queen's carriage, an accompanying palace wizard was struck by green light and fell dead before Yabosi's eyes. The enemy had completed their assault on the Queen's guards, with all armed soldiers slain. The battlefield was left with only Yabosi, the wreckage of the Queen's carriage, and 2 wizards. Unfortunate, Yabosi mentally lamented, his gaze falling on the black wand lying among the bodies. He bent down to touch it, a peculiar sensation rippling through his heart. "Are you a wizard?" the remaining palace wizard inquired. I don't know." Yabosi was unclear about the rules of this illusion and had no idea if you had indeed granted him any advantages. Given that this realm was based on the world of the novel Harry Potter, it seemed improbable that he was not a wizard. However, after sifting through his scant memories, he could affirm that thus far, the character he portrayed had no experiences with spells. "What do you mean?" the palace wizard pressed. "If you are, then say so. If not, then say that too. I'll give it a try." Yabosi raised the wand, mimicking the tall woman's gestures, and began to wave it in the air. In the palace wizard's expectant gaze, a breeze stirred, yet nothing occurred. "Well, it seems I am not." Observing the speechless gaze of the palace wizard, Ebos felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as he prepared to lower his wand, he heard the other party exclaim, "Don't just wave it around. Chant the spell." "Chant the spell? A curse? I don't know any. Could you teach me one?" "Very well. I shall teach you this one, the ultimate killing spell. Watch closely." The palace wizard waved his wand and shouted, Avada Kedavra. A green flame flickered at the tip of his wand, and Ebos witnessed an enemy wizard fall, struck by the curse. In a rush to imitate, Ebos shouted, Avada Kedavra. A gentle breeze swept by, yet nothing happened. The palace wizard was certain that this young man was utterly inept. Wait. Just as he was about to conclude, a flash of green light erupted from Ebos's wand, followed by a plume of azure smoke. The two men clenched their fists, gazing expectantly at the spell's outcome. Bang! An explosion echoed. Ebos's black wand shattered, billowing thick black smoke from above his head. The tall figure observed the scene with disdain, shaking his head. The black smoke ascended into the sky, and the clear skies of London were immediately engulfed in darkness. Underneath the towering black clouds, an eerie chill descended from all directions. Ebos widened his eyes, seeing numerous shadowy figures standing beneath the clouds, massive and imposing, yet eerily graceful. A mere glance sent a shiver of despair through his heart. With the last flicker of light, he discerned that hovering in the air was a billowing black cloak. Beside him, the palace wizard's expression turned grave, no longer mocking Ebos for his failed spell. A pure white holy light emanated from his wand. In an instant, the black cloak glided towards the carriage with astonishing speed. The wind howled mournfully. Beneath the tattered black cloak emerged a thin, desiccated hand that pressed against the carriage doorframe, releasing a chilling aura that swept over the surroundings. Ebos stared, transfixed, as that gnarled hand, reminiscent of a withered branch in late autumn, shifted its gaze to the figure behind the cloak as the door swung open. An innate curiosity overcame his fear. He yearned to unveil the visage hidden beneath the black fabric. He longed to glimpse into the abyss. The cloak swirled, and the shadow turned its attention from the carriage to the young man beside it. Ebos beheld the truth. It was faceless. Beneath the black cloak lay an unfathomable void of coldness and depth. In that moment of confronting the monster, a chill, pallid thought invaded Ebos's nerves, leaving him feeling as though he were plunging into an endless hell. This sensation closely mirrored the negative emotions brought forth by the powers of death's sequence. The black cloak seemed to consume Ebos's face, stripping his soul from his body, along with all joyful memories, beginning with Fu Ningning, followed by Fu Ningning. Just as he teetered on the brink, a pure white light erupted on the battlefield, and he heard a voice declare, Expecto Patronum. The blinding light dispelled the darkness. Memories flooded back into Ebos's mind, and he heard someone calling his name, the exquisite visage of the tall figure beneath the cloak coming into focus. With golden curls as soft as swan feathers and emerald eyes sparkling like jewels, her lips, alluringly red, reflected concern. Are you all right? A gentle inquiry resonated in his ears, and Ebos felt his soul return to his body. He saw a hawk formed of white light perched obediently on her shoulder. I'm fine. Ebos gasped, his clothes drenched in sweat. That's good. The golden-haired sister smiled, like a comforting mother, offering him a piece of chocolate. Here, chocolate. Sweets will help you recover swiftly. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity while the three were distracted, the enemies launched another assault, spells flying through the air, illuminating the darkness with hues reminiscent of a sunset. Stay here, don't move. The golden-haired sister had no time for further words. She vanished in a flicker, and Ebos turned to see her standing elegantly amidst the swirling magic, her wand raised. This time, she did not cast her spell silently, but shouted, Finite. She struck her wand into the ground, and crimson flames soared into the sky. The palace wizard followed suit, smashing his wand into the earth and reciting the spell aloud. The red flames of Finite erupted, forming a barrier to shield against the oncoming enemy. Ebos, feeling helpless, paced anxiously, noticing the trembling of his savior, who appeared to be straining. Yet, at the moment she needed assistance most, he felt utterly useless. What to do? What to do? The anxiety within him grew, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the shattered wand on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, Ebos steeled himself and picked up the wand once more. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he repeatedly reviewed the actions, tone, and demeanor of the two preceding wizards in his mind. He emulated their movements, shouting, Finite. He struck the wand against the ground, and red magical flames shot skyward. His heart leaped with joy, but amidst the roaring wind, the flames flickered and extinguished in the air. Crack! At that moment, a fissure appeared in his wand, and Ebos swiftly stepped back, anticipating an explosion that never came. Yet, the wand was utterly shattered, revealing its core. The wand rejected his spell. Ebos's finite merged with the barrier, akin to a feather creating but a ripple. With no recourse left, he seized a rifle from the ground, recalling the soldier's earlier actions, awkwardly loading a bullet into the chamber and aiming at the enemy wizard. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, the industrial-age bullet piercing through the mythic magic, striking an enemy wizard in the right shoulder. The only regret was that the wizard hit was not the one he had aimed at. However, this was of little consequence. Energized, Ebos reloaded the bullet, thinking, indeed, the products of industrial civilization suit me much better as a child of this era. He aimed once more at the enemy wizard. Child. At the moment he pulled the trigger, a man raised the barrel of his gun, warning, some harsh events will unfold. We cannot afford to be distracted by you. Put down the gun and leave at once. With that, he joined the supporting wizards, driving their wands into the earth to collectively form the finite magic circle. At the forefront of the formation, the golden-haired wizard's sister rose, waving her wand like an elegant conductor guiding the red flames to extinguish the enemy's composite attacks. Ebos exhaled in relief, discarding the rifle without a second thought and hastily fleeing the battlefield, just before the magic consumed the street. He cast one last glance at the wizard's sister, etching her figure into his memory, then vanished around the corner. Chapter 41. The Eccentric Red-Haired Classmate, 2024 New Edition. The morning light streamed through the hotel window, with only 2 days remaining until the start of the school year. Regent Street had regained its pre-war splendor. Ibis awoke from his slumber, roused by the ticking of the clock in his room, his bedside adorned with an old newspaper. The bold headline on the front page announced the Battle of Buckingham Palace, though the magical clash that had transpired was distorted into a mere account of gunpowder explosions. During his stay in Regent Street, Ibis had not encountered anyone contesting this narrative. It was as if that grand battle had unfolded in precisely that manner. From his experience, it seemed that the memories of witnesses had been systematically erased by the authorities. As a wizard, despite his wand merely flickering with light, he had miraculously evaded this cleansing. Queen Victoria, ensconced in her royal carriage and surrounded by numerous wizards for protection, remained unscathed. That afternoon, she delivered an impassioned speech in Westminster Palace, condemning the egregious acts of the Russian Empire and holding Tsar Nicholas I accountable for the attack on Buckingham Palace. The Queen commanded that reinforcements be dispatched immediately to support the front lines, insisting that the Allied forces must annihilate the Tsar's Black Sea Fleet. Amidst the fervent cries for the liberation of Istanbul, the atmosphere in the meeting reached a fever pitch, compelling even those parliamentarians who had initially opposed the escalation of war to stand united with Her Majesty. From the Times, Ibis gleaned the full account of the events. The Russian Empire had been vanquished by the Anglo-French coalition during the Crimean War, while Tsar Nicholas I had been betrayed by the Austrian Emperor, leaving him devoid of all leverage. The war was expected to conclude in August. However, the proposed peace treaty was unacceptable to the Tsar. Simultaneously, Queen Victoria's ambition to obliterate the Black Sea Fleet further escalated the conflict, prompting England and France to intensify their efforts, planning to deploy 400 warships and 60,000 Allied soldiers. Realizing this, the Tsar dispatched assassins with the aim of eliminating Queen Victoria, believing that Napoleon III, Emperor of the Second French Empire, had no desire to see Russia thoroughly defeated. He thought that once the Queen perished, Napoleon would inevitably acquiesce to the Austrian Emperor's mediation, thus bringing an end to the Crimean War. Unexpectedly, however, a golden-haired witch emerged from the shadows, her formidable prowess thwarting the assassination attempt. Ultimately, the British wizarding army arrived just in time, rendering the plot a failure. The Tsar had unwittingly brought ruin upon himself. The prospect of peace in the Crimean War had vanished, leaving only the grim determination to fight until the last man and the final bullet. Nonetheless, these matters held no relevance for Ibis. He packed his belongings, meticulously checking his acceptance letter and train ticket, and after enduring a lackluster breakfast at the inn, he hailed a carriage to the train station. At King's Cross Station, Platform 9, Ibis swore he had never encountered such an eccentric station. Upon disembarking the carriage, he grasped his bag and stepped into the station, only to collide with a filthy little child. "Mind yourself, young one. Where is your mother?" he inquired. The child, unperturbed, spun around and darted away, vanishing into the throng. Ibis shrugged helplessly and made his way to the space between platforms 9 and 10, pulling out his ticket and looking around in confusion, unable to locate the elusive Platform 9. Surely, this could not be a prank. He suddenly realized the absurdity of such a ruse. The ticket was embossed in gold, an extravagant jest indeed. As he hesitated, a girl's voice reached him from behind. Ibis turned to see a young lady with cascading crimson curls and azure eyes, who appeared to be Scottish. Initially, he had hoped to identify his adversary, Xia, by the red hair, but after a few days in Regent Street, he had dismissed this impractical notion. There were countless red-haired girls on the streets of London, especially those from Scotland, many of whom sported strikingly beautiful red locks. Ibis relinquished the notion of identifying someone solely by their hair color and began to observe other distinct features, such as an exaggerated bust. However, the girl before him did not conform to that criterion. If she were indeed what he suspected, it would be akin to a grievous wound to his pride. The girl produced a ticket identical to his own, marked with the same Platform 9. "Excuse me," she started, interrupting his thoughts. "It's just ahead, that wall. If you run into it, you'll reach Platform 9. "Run into it?" Ibis exclaimed incredulously, approaching the wall, envisioning the repercussions of such an action. Surely, it would result in a bloody head injury. "Indeed," the girl said, resting her chin on her hands atop her luggage trolley, laden with numerous bags. Sensing his skepticism, she stepped forward, raising her foot without hesitation. "Boys ought to be a little braver." And with that, she kicked Ibis into the wall. As he traversed the darkened space, the world before him opened up, revealing a platform emblazoned with the words Platform 9, St. Light Hogwarts. A steam train idled at the station, and he brushed off the dust from his trousers, exhilarated. "See? I told you it would work." The girl's voice rang out once more as she maneuvered her trolley with a proud tilt of her chin. Ibis glanced back at the wall, pondering whether Ningning would also have to collide with a wall in her journey. So this was the power of spatial sequences? Only magical students received tickets for Platform 9. The red-haired girl seemed to read his thoughts and explained, ordinary students must purchase their own tickets. She then pushed her trolley toward him. "Look, I've already helped you quite a bit. Would you mind lending me a hand with my luggage?" "Of course. I wouldn't mind." However, as Ibis began to load the bags onto the train, he soon found several of them to be exceedingly heavy. If one were unaware, they might think he was transporting a chest of iron. Breathless, he entered the passenger compartment just in time to see the girl's beaming smile as she waved him over. "Here, over here. These bags are quite heavy," he remarked. "Not just a bit heavy. What on earth are you carrying?" "Hee," the girl chuckled innocently. "You'll have to get used to it. You'll be helping the younger students with their luggage in no time. I'm just giving you a head start. Actually, it's nothing much. Just a box of porcelain I bought from China." China. For reasons unknown, Ibis felt his heart flutter slightly, as if this distant land held an inexplicable allure for him. "Why do you have a box of porcelain?" "To use, of course." The girl blinked her wide, blue eyes, feigning innocence. "Children, would you like to purchase some sweets? It's lunchtime now." A vendor pushed a cart brimming with assorted delicacies to the compartment door. Yes, the girl exclaimed, extracting money from her purse. "Let me treat you to some cake." "No need," Ibis replied, reaching for his pocket. "I have money." Suddenly, his expression changed. "What's wrong?" The girl tilted her head in curiosity. "My money." A vivid image of the little boy who had collided with him flashed through Ibis's mind. His face paling as he stammered, "It was stolen." With a grand gesture, the young girl purchased the two most expensive dessert stands, one for herself and the other, temporarily, for her own use. Bathed in the warm glow of sunlight streaming through the window, she retrieved a delicate porcelain tea set along with a packet of tea leaves from her backpack, diligently preparing to serve tea. A lady must never be without her afternoon tea, even if the hour is not traditionally appropriate for such indulgence. Ibis huddled in the corner of his seat, appearing as though he had suffered a profound blow, resembling a forlorn child despite his towering height. He could hardly fathom the depths of human malice. The tuition he had painstakingly saved was stolen, by a mere child, no less. Such a reality was almost unbearable. "Come, have a cup of tea and lift your spirits," the girl urged, pouring him a cup. "This porcelain and tea are the finest in the world, imported from China. You mustn't look so glum. Others may think I'm bullying you." She offered him a macaroon, her voice sweetly coaxing. "This is delightful. Just one bite will surely brighten your mood." As Ibis gazed at the treat hovering near his lips, he opened his mouth to take a bite, only to hear her say, "You should take it with your hand. Do you expect me to feed you?" Misinterpreting her intent, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He scratched his head and reached out for the macaroon. "You really needn't fuss. After all, Muggle currency holds no value in the wizarding world. The school offers work-study opportunities and scholarships. With some effort, you won't starve," she reassured him. Plucking a sandwich from the bottom tier of the dessert stand, her hunger evident as she mumbled, "If it comes to it, I could always hire you." Her casual demeanor belied the weight of her proposal. "Me?" Ibis questioned incredulously, pointing at himself. "What would you hire me for?" "Oh, running errands and such." "It could be quite useful," she replied, extending her hand. "By the way, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name." "Allow me to introduce myself, Zoe Andemir Gunter." Ibis Anna Howageld," he responded, extending his hand, but Zoe quickly withdrew hers to reach for a snack on the table, playfully asking, "I see you have just one bag. Where are your textbooks and other supplies?" "Textbooks?" Ibis paused, cautiously inquiring, "Aren't those provided by the school?" In his experience, textbooks had always been supplied by the educational institution, uniformly distributed. It had been the same throughout his schooling. Zoe furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical gaze upon him, scrutinizing his features for a moment before asking, "You haven't even prepared a wand, have you?" Ibis hesitated, unsure how to respond. For he had indeed not prepared one. His bag contained only a few sets of inexpensive clothing. "Are you planning to cast spells without a wand?" Zoe covered her face in disbelief, saying, "Do your parents not realize the necessity of these items? Did they not take you to Diagon Alley?" "I am an orphan," Ibis revealed, adhering to his character's backstory. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry," Zoe said, lowering her head in sincere apology, believing she had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. "It's all right." Ibis waved off her concern, indicating that he bore no resentment. In truth, with his full memories intact, he found it impossible to fully embody Ibis's persona. He was more often himself, Sumu. Moreover, in this unfamiliar setting, there was no need for pretense. "Then, when you have time over the weekend, you'll need to purchase," Zoe began, but then recalled that her classmate had just been robbed of his entire fortune and thus had no means to acquire any supplies. The kind-hearted young lady, unable to bear the sight of poverty, offered, "I could lend you some startup capital." "Really?" Ibis's eyes brightened with hope, envisioning a brighter future. This girl was truly kind. Zoe smiled, raising 2 fingers, declaring, "But I'll charge interest, 2%. This meant that the annual interest rate would amount to 24. A rather steep charge. Ibis, who had just begun to feel a surge of optimism, slumped back down in despair, clutching himself tightly once more, his expression one of sorrow. He wished to elicit sympathy from his classmate, hoping for a reduction in the interest rate. All right. No need to look so miserable," Zoe quickly amended. "Let us make it 1%, but that S as low as it can go. Of course, if you behave well, I might consider waiving some of your monthly repayments." She didn't genuinely intend to exploit him. She merely sought to tease her new classmate, leaving a single percentage to maintain leverage over Ibis in the ensuing 4 years. "You're so kind." Ibis, blissfully unaware of the impending terms of his servitude, praised her, thinking he had found a benevolent benefactor. Of course. We are classmates after all." Zoe elegantly lifted her teacup, her azure eyes sparkling with mischief. Her intention to keep Ibis under her thumb was not a whim, but a well-calculated strategy. earlier at King S. Cross Station. She had recognized him as the unnamed wizard from the Daily Prophet. Initially, she assumed he was a mere muggle, incapable of executing even the simplest of spells. Yet, she was unexpectedly delighted to discover that he was a novice who, despite lacking a wand and textbooks, could cast all spell and. He was indeed a diamond in the rough. She needed to devise a way for him to accumulate more student debt. Being under-indebted would be less advantageous. With this thought, Zoe gracefully lifted her teacup, embodying the poise of a noble woman, and cheerfully proclaimed, "To a fruitful partnership." Ibis mirrored her gesture, sampling the steaming Chinese black tea. As the train prepared to depart, the compartment door swung open. "Apologies, all other compartments are full. May we sit here?" Of course, Ibis remained silent as Zoe readily agreed. A boy with dark hair and brown eyes, alongside a girl with silver hair and deep gray eyes, entered the compartment. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ovitaldo Burstrode. But you can call me Ovi," the boy said. "Aileen Dale Unju," the girl added. Ibis's gaze was wholly fixed upon Aileen. As the steam whistle sounded, the train bound for Hogwarts slowly began its journey toward Scotland. As twilight descended, the train approached the Scottish Highlands. Throughout the journey, Ibis and Aileen engaged in lively conversation, her melodious laughter resonating within the compartment. Zoe, feeling quite irked, continually poured tea for Ibis while discreetly using magic to transfer the liquid from her cup, feigning consumption. Before the lender, Ibis felt awkward rejecting the tea, and after consuming copious amounts, he could no longer contain himself and dashed to the restroom. Unfortunately, it was occupied. After anxiously waiting outside for several minutes, the door swung open, and a flustered girl stumbled into him. Instinctively, Ibis reached for his pocket, only to remember it had been emptied. "Sorry." The short-haired girl blushed, adjusting her glasses, and hurriedly departed. Ibis paid her no mind and rushed into the restroom. As the whistle sounded once more, the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, and the train finally reached its destination. Ibis, clutching his bag, followed Zoe, now assuming the role of her assistant in exchange for his loan. The crowd dispersed, and Aileen was nowhere to be found. "Look, there's the school." With the absence of rivals, Zoe's spirits lifted, and she began to introduce the school's attractions to her companion. Ebos raised his gaze to the ancient castle perched atop the hill, illuminated by a rising crescent moon that accentuated its mysterious allure, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. "Freshman, you'll be taking a boat to school shortly," the administrator announced, carrying a kerosene lamp. "Let us proceed." Zoe led the way, bubbling with excitement, while Ebos trailed behind, their duo resembling that of a noble lady and her devoted servant. As they queued to board the boat, two new classmates sat beside them. "Hello, I'm Donald Mina." The boy introduced himself. The girl, timid and barely audible, murmured, "I'm Miranda." Ebos turned to scrutinize the girl, short black hair, gray eyes, and black-framed glasses, recognizing her as the one he had encountered earlier at the restroom door. "Hello, Ebos," she said, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, stuttering in her attempts to speak. Meanwhile, Zoe regarded the two with a thoughtful expression. During their idle chatter, the boat glided across the frigid lake, arriving at the castle dock. The professors led the freshmen into the enigmatic fortress. "Welcome to Starlight Hogwarts School of Magic." The elderly headmaster, his beard as white as snow, began his address, introducing the professors at his side. Ebos' attention was drawn to the gray hat at the center of the hall. Zoe whispered beside him, "That is the sorting hat. It will determine the most suitable house for each student based on their character. Gryffindor represents bravery and chivalry. Hufflepuff embodies patience, tolerance, and loyalty, though they can be quite stubborn at times. Ravenclaw signifies wisdom and foresight. As for Slytherin, its members are often arrogant and self-important." Ebos noted her disdain for the Slytherin house, as whispers circulated among the students, older students gliding through the crowd like hawks in search of their prey. The headmaster continued his speech. "First, freshmen, please be advised that entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Secondly, anyone who wishes to avoid torment and peril should refrain from venturing down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Thank you," the elderly man concluded, catching his breath as he returned to his seat. The vice principal, head of Slytherin, produced a list and proclaimed, "The sorting ceremony will now commence. When I call your name, please come forward." Hannah Eber. Raindrops began to tap against the windows, the previously clear skies now shrouded in a drizzle. Dark clouds flickered with bolts of silver lightning, and a chilling wind whistled through the narrow passageways. Ebos had grown accustomed to such weather. It was typical for this country, where rain could fall at any moment. Zoe and Mill Gunter. The red-haired girl inhaled deeply, placing the sorting hat atop her head. All eyes in the hall turned toward her radiant face. She was the center of attention wherever she went. "Wow, wow, wow," the sorting hat exclaimed, beginning its analysis. "Curious. Very curious. I have never encountered someone quite like you." This statement piqued everyone's curiosity. Brave and kind, passionate and generous, eager to help others, yet harboring a sense of wariness, generous yet selfish, warm yet indifferent, kind yet venomous, akin to a spilled palette of colors. And Mill, meaning evening star, suits you well. I have decided where you belong. Ebos felt a jolt of anxiety. This hinted that Zoe might be sorted into Slytherin, the house she loathed most. In the thickening tension, the sorting hat shouted, "Gryffindor." The male students of Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, clapping and celebrating as if they had won the house cup, some even whistling playfully. Ebos breathed a sigh of relief, for if Zoe had indeed been placed in Slytherin, he would have borne the brunt of the agony. Next, Eileen Dale Unju. Ebos pondered the chaotic ordering of the list as he observed the platinum-haired girl emotionlessly don the sorting hat. No one was more eager than he to hear the hat's discerning analysis, for this enchanted hat could unveil the truth. It had been years since he last saw the princess of the Pansy family. The Pansy family. Ebos felt a surge of excitement at the mention. The last time he had seen her was an eternity ago. "Hat, can you provide some useful insights? Speak of character. Looks are deceiving. Only character reveals the truth. Environments may change, but nature is immutable, noble, upright, and elegant. Yet beneath lies a sense of insecurity stemming from your impure lineage. You possess angelic beauty, yet lack the essential strength. You yearn for success and power, thus you are easily categorized." Ebos's eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed Slytherin was inevitable. However, just as the Slytherin boys prepared to applaud, the sorting hat uttered the word, "However." This signified that all preceding statements were mere fluff. Cursed hat. The Slytherin boys regarded the angel seated before them, their hearts heavy with disappointment. "Wisdom will add color to your path. Thus I shall place you in. Huzzah!" The boys of Ravenclaw could hardly contain their excitement, but then they heard the sorting hat bellow, "Slytherin." Silence enveloped the hall. The Slytherin boys exchanged bewildered glances before ultimately rising to applaud, led by their head girl. Internally, they all cursed. This wretched hat has truly lost its mind. The boys of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were expressions of anguish, their sorrow palpable. The two formidable goddesses had been claimed by other houses. After a moment of mourning, they rallied their spirits, for as long as the two goddesses remained at the school, hope lingered. After all, with the right tools, no wall was insurmountable. The sorting ceremony continued. Ebos learned that his compartment mate, Ovi, had been sorted into Slytherin, while Donald, his boat companion, was placed in Ravenclaw. The number of students in the hall dwindled. The head of Slytherin took up the list, announcing, "Next, Ebos enter Hogwarts." Taking a deep breath, Ebos ascended the steps under the covetous gaze of the upperclassmen. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Zoe's playful wink, as if to say, "I miss you in Gryffindor." He chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation as he settled onto the wooden stool. The Slytherin headmaster placed the tattered sorting hat upon his head. Thunder cracked ominously, illuminating Ebos's face with flashes of light, sending tremors of fear through the gathered students. They regarded the boy seated at the front as if he were a king. The once warm hall plunged into darkness, and terrified screams echoed. "Silence!" The headmaster's voice rang out. Waving his wand, "Reparo." The thunder ceased, the lights reignited, restoring the hall to its former state, though the students' hearts remained unsettled. "Silence! The sorting ceremony shall now continue," the headmaster announced. The sorting hat began its analysis. Once again, a complex individual, optimistic and kind-hearted, actively engaged in tasks, yet internally engulfed in confusion, unable to discern the direction of life, possessing the lineage to change the world, yet intentionally pursuing the ordinary. I ponder where you ought to be placed. Zoe gazed earnestly at Ebos. Come to the Lion House. It will not leave you bewildered. The Sorting Hat proclaimed the final verdict. Slytherin. Amidst the celebratory applause, a figure concealed in darkness revealed a barely perceptible smile before departing the hall. After the feast, the upperclassmen led the newcomers to their dormitories. Ebos noticed Zoe continuously ascending, while he felt himself perpetually descending. Surely the Slytherin dormitory was not situated in the basement? He was decidedly averse to dampness. The sensation of moisture was far from pleasant. Entering the common room, Ebos discovered that the Slytherin lounge lay beneath a lake. Through the crystal ceiling, he could observe aquatic creatures swimming below. This instantly brought to mind the aquarium in the Atlantis Ocean restaurant. Your luggage has been placed in your respective dormitories. This is the common room where everyone can gather. Rest early. Tomorrow's classes commence quite early. Ebos approached his bedside. The dormitory was a quad, spacious enough, with his roommates animatedly discussing the day's adventures. As the candles burned lower, a series of yawns ensued, and they each drifted into slumber. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Ebos reflected on the day's events, the silhouettes of his classmates flashing through his mind. Among them, Zoe and Aaron, the twin stars, left a profound impression on him. Did this imply that they were Aleka and the pursued red-haired maiden? Or perhaps he should not confine his gaze solely to the newcomers, but also consider the upperclassmen. After all, he was uncertain of their ages. Did the master of this illusion, Aleka and the red-haired girl, retain intact memories of reality? Or were they mutually influenced by one another, becoming the most engrossed in the narrative? With these questions lingering in his mind, Ebos succumbed to a deep slumber. The depths of the blue lake swayed gently upon his visage. Chapter 42. The Vanished Time, 2024 New Edition. Wake up, wake up! Eberus was abruptly roused from his slumber, his bleary eyes meeting the anxious face of his roommate. As he rose, he discovered the dormitory in disarray. Still sleeping. You'll be late. The cursed professor is not known for his patience. Amidst his roommate's incessant urgings, Eberus suddenly remembered that he was not on holiday in Highley City, but attending Starlight Hogwarts. A chill gripped his heart as he hastily threw off the covers, leapt from his bed, and hurriedly donned his clothes while washing up. Grabbing the textbooks from his bedside table, along with a pure white wand, he dashed through the castle's corridors. Wait a moment. Textbooks? A wand. Upon entering the classroom, Eberus finally realized something was amiss. When had he purchased these textbooks and wand? Did he not lack funds? There, in the back row of the classroom's VIP area, a radiant girl waved her hand, signaling to Eberus that she was present. I'm here. Without the luxury of pondering further, Eberus clutched his textbooks and, amidst numerous envious gazes, settled beside the bright girl. Why are you so late today? Zoe inquired, pouting with a hint of disdain. Did you have too much fun in Diagon Alley yesterday? Yesterday? Diagon Alley? Confused, Eberus glanced at the worn textbooks, clearly secondhand. Flipping through the pages, he noticed them filled with neat notes, suggesting their previous owner was likely a girl. What day is it today? He suddenly asked. Are you daft? It's Monday, Zoe replied, her tone laced with annoyance. Just a few days ago was the weekend, and we just visited Diagon Alley, remember? The wand I picked for you and the second-hand textbooks Miranda chose for you. Did you forget? The memories surged like a tidal wave, swiftly filling the void in Eberus's mind. Today was not merely his second day at school, but rather the sixth, with 5 days having slipped by in between. 3 days of classes plus 2 weekend days. Yet, he distinctly recalled having only slept for 1 night. Where had those 5 vanished days gone? Could it be that this was the mechanism of the illusion? Due to the gift bestowed upon him by you, he was unaffected by the passage of time, only retrieving memories of the time he had skipped from others afterward. Are you okay? Zoe asked with concern. Do you need to see a doctor? You're my follower now, and you owe me a hefty sum. You can't afford to break down. Eberus found himself puzzled as to whether she genuinely cared for him or merely feigned concern. And no, I'm fine. He quickly regained composure, playing his role well. I just overslept. Make sure to take care of yourself. Zoe's words were cut short as her joyful gaze turned cold, and she turned her head dismissively towards Miranda. Eberus shifted his attention to Erin, who had moved her desk closer, cradling her own textbook. Your wand is beautiful, she remarked. Thank you, Eberus replied politely, finally taking a moment to assess his wand. It was entirely pure white, warm to the touch, with a lustrous sheen akin to jade. And it felt as light as a feather. It emitted a faint glow of pure white luminescence. The wand's end was adorned with silver-colored anemones, embellished with various gemstones, making it both elegant and exquisite. Its overall design perfectly matched Eberus's appearance, as if they were destined to be together. White wands were rare. This one was custom-made, with its materials, decorations, and core all sourced from Zoe. Eberus had not spent a single penny, yet he found himself indebted to an astronomical degree. The materials, holy white tree, mithril, moon diamond, phoenix tail feather, each held immense value and were exceedingly rare. Eberus had originally intended to purchase a simple wand that would suffice for his needs. However, Zoe had insisted on a custom creation using only the finest materials. After all, it's just an illusion. I might as well enjoy it, right? He had convinced himself. May I see it? Erin asked. Of course, no. Zoe interjected sharply, her tone frosty. Miss Unju, you should know your place. Requesting someone else's wand is extremely impolite. A wizard's wand was a deeply personal symbol, one that could only be requested by the most cherished individuals or under duress of authority. Thus, in Zoe's eyes, Erin's request for the wand was akin to a confession of love. If Erin were to use that white wand, Zoe would find herself losing both a follower and a financial investment, an intolerable situation. As Eberus's primary creditor, she had to protect her interests and firmly prevent anyone from approaching her little follower until the debt was repaid. Without a word, Erin placed her own wand atop Eberus's textbooks, the meaning clear. You dare, Zoe exclaimed, her emotions flaring, her voice tinged with a hint of threat. Eberus, observing her strikingly contorted face, had no doubt that if he offered his wand, he would soon find himself destitute. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, choosing to concede. Habitually admitting fault was Sumu's greatest tactic, regardless of whether he was wrong. Apologizing first would always clarify his stance. Next time for sure, he replied, mimicking Xia Mo's nonchalant tone. Erin retracted her wand, feeling a pang of disappointment. During their brief interactions over the past few days, she had sensed that the young man before her held an interest in her, and she wished to learn more about him. Unfortunately, an insufferable individual stood in the way. Silence fell in the classroom as the cursed professor entered, his face a mask of displeasure as he dragged his wizard cloak behind him. He wore an expression devoid of emotion as he approached the podium. I do not wish to hear any chatter unrelated to spells during curse class. Leaning against the podium, his cold gaze swept over each student before settling on Eberus, his expression darkening as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. For the next 4 years, I expect you to focus on your studies, rather than frivolous distractions. Mr. Eberus, would you not agree? Caught off guard, Eberus realized he had unwittingly drawn the professor's ire. Yes, he replied. Mr. Eberus. The professor persisted. Have you prepared adequately for today's lesson? We shall be learning the levitation charm. Are you ready to demonstrate? Prepare? How could he have possibly prepared? He had awakened to find it was already the 6th day. Where would he find the time for such a task? Before Eberus could respond, the professor continued, It seems you have finally acquired your wand. Please step up to the podium and demonstrate the levitation charm using this feather. The levitation charm. I don't know how to do it. Eberus felt cornered, bewildered by the professor's apparent fixation on him. Reluctantly mounting the podium, he faced the complex stares of his classmates, preparing to admit his inability when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a line of incantations along with their corresponding gestures. He waved his wand at the feather, reciting Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated up without a breath of wind, rising from the podium. Applause erupted. Zoe led the clapping, and the classroom quickly filled with sound. Silence, the professor barked. And the room fell utterly still, the students sensing his displeasure, as though he had swallowed a fly. You possess considerable talent, however. I hope you will prepare in advance next time. The professor's gaze shifted towards the corner, his expression unfriendly as he remarked, "Instead of relying on others' reminders to display your cleverness, return to your seat." Ibis returned to his place, glancing at Miranda in the corner, whispering, "Thank you." The girl, her head bowed, remained silent. "This professor is insufferable," Zoe expressed indignantly. "How can he be so unreasonable? Perhaps he was in a bad mood today." Ibis shared her confusion, believing this was not teaching but rather a display of authority. "All right, open your books." Following the farce, the cursed professor began his lecture, yet the torment did not cease. He incessantly questioned Ibis, often venturing beyond the syllabus, leaving the boy quite embarrassed. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the torturous lesson, the professor cast one last glance at him before hastily exiting the classroom. Once the tyrant had departed, the silent classroom erupted into various discussions, many casting gleeful looks at Ibis, clearly indicating that he was the target of their amusement. "Let us proceed to the defense against the dark arts classroom." Ibis sighed, realizing that the days ahead would not be easy. Being singled out by a professor was unimaginable. It seemed that even in this illusion, his path was fraught with difficulties. Upon Ibis and his companions entering, the previously quiet classroom erupted into chatter. The targeting during the curse class had already spread among the newcomers, many speculating about the underlying reasons. "These people are so gossipy," Zoe remarked with dissatisfaction. "Don't mind them," Ibis replied as he took his seat. "I, too, am quite curious as to why the cursed professor has taken such a dislike to me. As far as I recall, we have never had any prior conflict. Who knows? Perhaps he took the wrong medicine." Zoe shrugged, then turned to Miranda, asking, "Why are you so quiet?" I don't know," she answered, as taciturn as ever. Aaron then inquired, "Did you have any previous disagreements?" "How could that be? This is my first time learning magic. How would I know a renowned professor?" Ibis replied helplessly, wishing that the professor for defense against the dark arts would not target him. He was genuinely worried that, within the confines of this illusion, he might become the enemy of saint-light Hogwarts, with all the professors uniting against him. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Yet, on a different note, could this imply that the key to unraveling the illusion lay within this very predicament? In the convenience store, he could wield his powers to obliterate the dining table and thus escape the nightmare. However, in this grand illusion, such a method was utterly impractical. He could hardly blow up the school, could he? This enormous castle, even with intention, was beyond his capacity. Even if he were to destroy the school, there remained London and the entirety of Great Britain. "Did you know that the professor for defense against the dark arts is a new hire at the school?" Zoe shared, relaying the gossip she had heard. "What happened to the previous professor?" Ibis inquired. Zoe glanced around and whispered, "I heard there was an accident, and he died." "Died?" Ibis's eyelids flickered, and he pressed, "What kind of accident?" He felt he had stumbled upon a clue. This incident of death was likely tied to the unraveling of the illusion in some way. Everything he observed now felt like a potential key to the mystery. "Word has it," Zoe spoke in hushed tones, "that the professor was a spy for the Russian Empire, sent to the school to steal some treasure, but was discovered and killed on the spot." "Another Russian?" Ibis pondered. It seemed that everything could somehow be linked to Russia. He recalled the ongoing Crimean War, contemplating the significance of Russia within this illusion. Could it be that his task was to mediate this conflict? He swiftly shook his head, deeming it implausible. After all, how could he possibly intervene in the disputes among the four great empires, Britain, France, Russia, and the Ottoman Empire? Russia had even dispatched wizard assassins to Buckingham Palace to eliminate the queen, hadn't they? Zoe suddenly brought this event up, seemingly asking for confirmation. "Did you hear about that?" "I did," Ibis replied, feeling no need to conceal the information, and continued, "I never imagined the Tsar could be so foolish. Even if it succeeded, it would serve little purpose. It would only incite further anger in Britain and exacerbate tensions. Wouldn't you agree?" He looked towards Erin, who rested her head on the desk, tilting it to say, "I can't really comment. It's just so foolish." Zoe's focus, however, lay not on the assassination but rather on that mysterious female wizard. The Daily Prophet had reported little on the matter, merely skimming over it with a few sentences. The bell rang, bringing silence to the classroom as the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. The male students within the classroom became instantly animated. For only the most fashionable women of the Victorian era would don high heels. Thus, the professor for defense against the dark arts could not possibly be an old codger. The wooden door swung open automatically. The professor of defense against the dark arts entered the quiet classroom. Wow! The silence shattered as applause erupted, seemingly ignited by one person's enthusiasm, spreading throughout the room and echoing in the castle's corridors. The professor chuckled softly, standing calmly at the podium, allowing the students to regain their composure. Ibis gaped in astonishment. Is it her? How stunning the professor was. Aaron's eyes sparkled with envy, fixating on her elegant legs. Zoe, in contrast, focused on the female professor's ample bosom, her gaze filled with insecurity. As the classroom gradually quieted, the female professor finally spoke, her seductive red lips forming words. Allow me to introduce myself, Melanie. She raised her wand and elegantly inscribed her full name in the air, Melanine Lunaweiss Hohenzollern. Like many of you, I was once a student of St. Light Hogwarts, graduating from Slytherin. I am delighted to return to my alma mater as the professor for defense against the dark arts. Zoe, upon seeing the fiery name, remarked, a Prussian. What do you mean? Ibis questioned, not well acquainted with the nations of this world. The Hohenzollern family is the royal family of the Kingdom of Prussia, Zoe explained. Frederick the Great hailed from this family, and by sheer force of will, he defeated both France and Austria with just the land of one kingdom. He was a great emperor, respected even by Napoleon. You must know of Napoleon, Ibis nodded, well aware of the legends surrounding the conqueror who swept across Europe. He never expected her to be a descendant of the Prussian royal line. Noticing his expression, Zoe inquired, do you know her? She is the very wizard I just mentioned, single-handedly resisting the entire Russian assassin squad. Is that so? Zoe scrutinized the teacher at the podium, lost in thought. Silence, please. Amidst the raucous classroom, Professor Melanine maintained order, bringing tranquility once more. Yet her next statement sent the students' excitement soaring to new heights. This is my first teaching position, and due to my lack of experience, the school has granted me permission to recruit a teaching assistant from among the students, with a salary of 8 galleons per week. The impact of these words was more explosive than the most potent of explosives. The classroom, which had only just settled, erupted anew, with male students clamoring to sign up. The allure was certainly the 8 galleons salary, not the affection of the long-legged instructor. The boys hypnotized themselves, seeking an honorable excuse for their eagerness. Ibis, upon hearing this, gasped. What did 8 galleons signify? Converted to pounds, that amounted to approximately 40 pounds, and that was merely a weekly wage. A monthly income could reach 160 pounds, totaling at least 1,400 pounds a year, after excluding breaks. This was nothing short of astronomical. The teaching assistant earns an annual income of 1,400. One wonders how much the professors earn, surely at least several thousand pounds. It is uncertain how much Mr. Dickens earns in a year. The prospect of becoming a teaching assistant is alluring. Perhaps it would enable him to repay Zoe sooner. What kind of individual is qualified to be a teaching assistant? Someone posed the pivotal question. All the students gazed eagerly at Professor Melanine. Assisting the beautiful professor not only offers her protection but also provides advantageous access, at the very least. One need not worry about failing the defense against the dark arts class. It was an excellent question. Professor Melanine appreciated this inquiry, causing the handsome student to blush. First and foremost, one must possess absolute competence. A novice teaching assistant in defense against the dark arts would hardly inspire confidence among the students. Several self-proclaimed strong students nodded vigorously in agreement. Secondly, a formidable capacity for learning is essential. Current strength may merely indicate a prestigious lineage, affording the opportunity to learn spells in advance, but it does not guarantee sustained excellence. Lastly, with emerald green eyes radiating an undeniable authority, the female professor declared, the most crucial requirement is obedience. I have little patience for students who argue back. The students nodded fervently, akin to chicks pecking at grains, thinking, my dear sister, my esteemed professor, I am the most obedient. Choose me, choose me. I will select a provisional candidate. Everyone will use him as a standard and reevaluate in a month. Those wishing to be teaching assistants, please raise your hands. In unison, the class raised their hands, though a few students showed no interest, such as Aaron and Miranda. Ibis pondered whether to raise his hand, having already drawn attention in the recent spell class. He feared that pursuing the assistantship might be too conspicuous. Historically, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. He worried he might become the first target in the collective illusion. Aren't you going to sign up? Zoe asked in surprise, having assumed that the notoriously impoverished student would seize this opportunity, only to find him as still as a corpse. If he did not participate, she saw no reason to either. Zoe was indifferent to the assistant position. She did not lack for money, being a girl with a conventional sexuality. Her participation was merely to obstruct another's path. Should he earn money and escape her grasp, that would be quite undesirable. I am undecided, Ibis replied, torn. Upon hearing this, Zoe lowered her hand and teased, in truth, the choice in this matter does not lie with us. It ultimately depends on the professor's will. Then I shall choose at random. Professor Melanin's gaze swept across the room, and wherever it lingered, the students raised their hands high, fearful of being overlooked. Scanning the entire class, her gaze ultimately settled in the corner. Ibis, lifting his head, met the captivating gaze of the tall woman, her eyes seemingly issuing a silent warning, questioning why he had not raised his hand. I am your savior. In the silence of their unspoken exchange, the other students gradually sensed something amiss and turned to look at the corner. The focus shifted once more to Ibis. With a wry smile, he chose to lower his head, much like Miranda had done. However, Professor Melanin had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a gentle smile and slightly parted lips, she asked, Ibis, do you have any interest? Damn. Faced with the hostile gazes around him, Ibis found himself in a perplexing predicament. Indeed, the course of the illusion did not bend to his will. Chapter 43, Enchanting Christmas Eve, 2024 edition, Awaken. Epos was abruptly roused from his slumber, a torrent of memories flashing before him in the enveloping darkness, as if forcibly injected into his mind. He opened his eyes to behold a towering Christmas tree adorned with exquisite decorations. He found himself seated on a sofa in the common room of Slytherin House, unaware of when he had fallen asleep. The fireplace crackled with a warm blaze, dispelling the chill of the British winter. Merry Christmas, Mr. Epos. A voice chimed. Epos recognized the figure before him as a fellow student, a boy named Ovi, who had shared a compartment with him just days prior. He too belonged to Slytherin. No, that wasn't quite right. It hadn't been merely 2 days ago. Gazing at the Christmas tree and feeling the warmth of the fire, Epos recalled that the day was December 25th. 1854, Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ovi, Epos replied. Ovi inquired, did you spend the night in vigil for Christmas Eve, sitting here all along? As memories gradually resurfaced, Epos remembered that yesterday had originally been meant for saying farewell to Aileen in the dining hall, with the intention of staying awake until dawn to see what might unfold. Yet now, it appeared that his recollections had been altered. Yesterday had morphed into Christmas Eve, and he had unknowingly dozed off in the common room while keeping Aileen company. Have you seen Aileen? Epos asked. Ovi shook his head, speculating she was probably taken back by her roommate. Perhaps. Epos conceded this possibility, reasoning that she wouldn't wander off recklessly in the Slytherin common room, where dangers were unlikely to lurk. However, his muddled mind began to weave together the threads of his memories, some unpleasant recollections flashing before him like pages in a photo album. He recalled the recent altercation with Zoe over Aileen, the pressure from his wealthy benefactor to repay a debt, and the timely intervention of Professor Melanin, who had fortuitously alleviated part of his burden. In other words, he now had 2 creditors to appease. What a predicament! The thrill of borrowing was fleeting, but the burden of repayment loomed ominously. Witnessing Zoe's frustration as someone else assumed the debt, she shot a glare at Epos before storming out of the hall. Her anger palpable. He hadn't seen her since, and he wondered if she had returned to London for the Christmas holiday. His head throbbed. He had done nothing wrong. Yet upon waking, he found himself entangled in a web of complications, with his principal creditor displeased, certainly a harbinger of trouble for him. Thankfully, Professor Melanin's presence provided some solace. He shuddered to think what his situation might have been without her. You look rather fatigued. Perhaps you should return for a quick nap? Ovi suggested with concern. Tonight, the school is hosting a Christmas ball, and it would be quite rude to doze off in the arms of your dance partner. Tonight, the Christmas ball? Epos echoed, a flicker of surprise igniting within him as new information filled the void in his mind. The image of his dance partner materialized. Neither Zoe nor Eileen had been chosen. Instead, he envisioned Professor Melanin's enchanting visage, her smile intoxicating. Only then did the peculiar events of the past few days come rushing back. The reason for her assuming part of his debt had not stemmed from his role as her assistant, but rather from the necessity of finding a partner for the ball. The professors at the academy were all over 40, many distinguished gentlemen with silver hair, which had understandably left Melanin in a quandary. Ultimately, the young professor had turned her gaze toward her assistant, Epos. Youthful, handsome, and a cordial rapport made him an ideal partner. Faced with the professor's compelling insistence, what choice did Epos have? After all, he had no desire to relinquish his sole source of income as a teaching assistant. Having completed this recollection from a third-person perspective, Sumu shook his head, pondering whether this was indeed a dream. Truly, wild things could occur. Though he held no aversion to the beautiful professor, he recognized the need for discretion. After all, this was a school. The implications of a student-teacher romance would hardly bode well for either party's reputation. Additionally, Zoe appeared to harbor a strong disdain for Eileen. Could it be that her fiery hair truly signified her identity as the red-haired, voluptuous girl from the seaside park who had sought to capture Alakia? As Sumu contemplated the possibilities, the thought of Zoe led him to recall his desk partner, Ningning, to whom he owed numerous favors, yet she never pressed him for repayment. Princess Ning remained kind-hearted. After careful consideration, Sumu concluded that his relationship with Zoe could not remain stagnant. After all, she had been the first to extend a helping hand to him. It was prudent to maintain a good rapport with his creditors, and a simple apology should suffice to mend any rift. Epos surveyed the expansive void of his memories, tapping his head in frustration. Unable to extract more information, he surmised it was time to seek out those involved to fill in the gaps. Thank you for the reminder. I shall be cautious, he said, bidding farewell to Ovi. Epos rose, freshened himself, donned his winter coat, and stepped out into the warm embrace of the common room. Outside, the Scottish blizzard arrived as expected, never tardy. The pale sun hung in the sky like a tepid egg, visually appealing yet devoid of warmth. Ascending through the castle, he encountered playful young men and women, all making their final efforts to secure partners for the evening's festivities. As he passed the dueling grounds, Epos noticed several robust males engaged in combat, vying for the favor of a lovely partner, reminiscent of tales from knightly romances. Boredom seeped in. He turned away, preparing to leave the dueling area when he caught sight of his benefactor. Zoe sat in a corner, listlessly watching the boys duel, envious of the girls who not only had partners, but suitors willing to fight for them. She had nothing. Seated among the throngs of boys, she awaited an invitation that never came. I am undeniably attractive. What could possibly be the issue? She pondered in frustration. If no one dared to ask her. It was infuriating that the despicable cad had chosen instead to turn to the long-legged professor, indulging in an illicit romance. Damn them all. Zoe cursed inwardly, her thoughts spiraling as she envisioned the very figure she loathed standing amidst the crowd, watching her from afar. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel the image. Yet no matter how hard she tried, it only drew nearer. Epos, Zoe murmured, seeking confirmation that the person before her was indeed real and not a figment of her imagination. What are you doing here? She asked as he approached. Was it truly him? Shouldn't he be seeking out the long-legged professor, wrapped around her slender waist, diligently rehearsing the dance steps for the evening? The memories of their recent encounters ignited her ire. Am I not allowed to be here? Epos replied, turning his head in the opposite direction, his expression neutral. I assumed you would be in the library or perhaps in the Gryffindor common room, he continued, his tone devoid of inflection. He had indeed come to apologize and to cheer Zoe up. However, due to a lack of romantic experience, neither Epos nor his alter ego, Sumu, excelled at sweet-talking or weaving charming lies. They remained oblivious to the young girl's emotional state before them. It was an exceedingly delicate situation. Emotions shifted with the slightest provocation. A few well-placed compliments could easily brighten her mood, allowing bygone grievances to be momentarily forgotten. The truth or falsehood of his words mattered little. What was paramount was bringing her joy. At 17 or 18, a young girl's emotional value took precedence. However, if he misstepped, as Epos was perilously close to doing now, "Humph," Zoe exclaimed, her voice cold with anger. "Am I to wait in the lounge for your pity?" Epos was taken aback by the sudden outburst from the girl. Her fiery temperament left him bewildered, especially since her previous remark had been quite amiable. "Step aside." When he remained silent, Zoe shoved him aside and sprinted away, glancing back to angrily declare, "I'm not dependent on you. Boys willing to duel for me could line up all the way to Paris. You jerk." With that, she waved her wand, employing the disapparition spell, disappearing into the swirling snowstorm. Epos stood in astonishment. Wasn't the use of disapparition prohibited within the school? How had she managed that? Moreover, when had she learned such magic? Could it be that her status as a dream weaver granted her certain privileges? The scene of their quarrel caught the attention of the boys in the dueling arena, stirring their previously frozen hearts. So, Miss Zoe had yet to secure a dance partner. No wonder she was present at the dueling grounds. Gazing at the relentless snowfall, Epos sighed in resignation. He could not perform disapparition, making it impossible to catch up with Zoe. He would have to seek out Professor Melanin to see if she might help him recover any lost memories, at least to recall what he had been doing during his time as a teaching assistant. Or perhaps he should look for Zoe. She might not have gone far. As he contemplated leaving, the boys in the dueling arena barred his exit. "What's the matter?" Epos asked the classmates obstructing his path. "A duel," they clamored. "For Miss Zoe. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" The boys spoke in a flurry, but Epos, currently disinterested in their antics, chose to ignore them and attempted to sidestep their blockade. "Come back and duel. You've lost your chance to be Miss Zoe's partner." "Coward," they yelled, and not just the boys. Even the girls looked at him with disdain. "Don't go." Seeing Epos's silence in response to their taunts, some began to harbor ill intentions. Many had long harbored resentment towards him. He attended classes with the two campus beauties daily and was selected as a teaching assistant by the attractive professor. It was infuriating. Someone, emboldened by jealousy, raised their wand and chanted a spell aimed at Epos. Whoosh! A blue and white magical flame shot forth, followed by a shriek as the wand soared into the air and fell onto the icy ground. "If I were you, I'd avoid chanting spells so loudly before launching a sneak attack." Epos turned around, wielding his wand as the disarming charm shot out, striking down the assailant's weapon before they could complete their incantation, sending them sprawling. "Is anyone else keen on a duel?" His voice was cold. Having just been scolded by Zoe and ambushed, he was in no mood for games. With determination, Epos took a step forward, causing the clamoring classmates to retreat in fear, exchanging terrified glances. No freshman would dare to challenge a silent spellcaster. That would be sheer humiliation. They could not fathom how he had mastered silent casting so swiftly, wondering if Professor Melanin had been personally training him in her office. Epos's icy silver-gray eyes swept over the frightened faces around him. The winter wind and snow billowed against his coat, and seeing no one respond, he turned to leave. Boredom enveloped him, and mocking laughter echoed through the dueling arena. Epos searched the castle for Zoe, but found no trace of her. As evening approached and the ball was about to commence, he reluctantly knocked on Professor Melanin's office door. "Enter." Hogwarts was never short of rooms. Each professor's office was spacious, although such vastness required significant funds for decoration. Otherwise, one would be left in a stark stone chamber, devoid of warmth or comfort. Upon entering, Epos was greeted by a warm atmosphere laced with the alluring scent of a mature woman. The heat from the fireplace melted away the snow on his shoulders and alleviated his fatigue. "Professor," he began. Melanin set down her quill and looked up. "How many times must I say it? During work, address me by my title. In leisure, call me sister." "Professor? Do I appear so old?" "Very well, Professor Sister," Epos replied, shutting the door behind him. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, her enchanting eyes sparkling with amusement. The charming beauty mark at the corner of her eye was captivating. Melanin shook her head with a smile, rising to approach the refreshment area. "Coffee or tea?" "Tea, please." What brings you here all of a sudden? You hardly ever visit unless on duty. The female professor's office was a suite, divided into two sections, a public area and a more private space, which Melanin had transformed into a study and dressing room. The outer area had stone flooring, while the inner room was adorned with a soft carpet. Epos slipped off his cheap high-top shoes and donned the plush slippers she had prepared, stepping into the inner chamber, where the fragrance was even more intoxicating. As he inhaled deeply, his mind became clouded, leaving only the image of the woman bustling about. He sank into the soft sofa, pondering how to respond to her earlier question. He had just provoked Zoe's wrath with a careless remark. He needed to tread carefully with this other creditor. He did not avoid the office because he disliked it. On the contrary, it was a paradise where one could indulge in treats and learn spells not covered in textbooks. However, prolonged solitude with the female professor often stirred certain feelings, igniting impulses he found difficult to suppress. I thought I'd come by today since it's not Christmas. Epos fabricated a clumsy excuse. Is that so? Melanin questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Indeed, he replied, nodding vigorously. If you say so, then so it is. She poured a cup of hot tea, adding sugar cubes and milk, before presenting a platter of pastries on the coffee table. She believed not a word of his claims, seeing through to the blush on his cheeks, recognizing his youthful sentiments. In essence, the young boy had matured over the past few months, becoming aware of his feelings and trying to avoid his sister. As Epos caught sight of the tempting visage before him, he nervously swallowed, hastily lowering his gaze to the teacup, strategically sipping to mask his awkwardness. In the warm room, the female professor wore a thin sweater that accentuated her graceful curves, showing no intention of shying away as she settled next to him on the sofa. As the couch sank slightly, Epos instinctively shifted away. Have you quarreled with Zoe again? Melanin asked straightforwardly. And no, that's not the case, he stammered, avoiding her gaze. You see, you aren't being truthful even with me. The professor set down her teacup, adopting a gentle yet firm tone like a wise older sister. If you don't speak the truth, how can I assist you? It's no wonder Zoe is upset. But I was truthful with Zoe. She still got angry. There's a little trick to conversing. If you directly ask what the problem is, you often won't receive a straightforward answer. However, if you present your perspective or a potential solution to the issue, the other party may not respond immediately, thus admitting their fault. The professor was employing this very technique on her teaching assistant. Epos, in a moment of excitement, divulged the events that had transpired earlier. Upon finishing, he noted the charming smile on her face, a chill running down his spine as he broke into a cold sweat. Did I just say something wrong again? Yet, the anger he had imagined did not manifest. Professor Sister maintained her gentle smile, seemingly understanding his predicament. To speak the truth is essential. Yet one must be mindful of the manner and the occasion. Melanin reclined gracefully on the sofa, embarking on a lesson for her younger brother. Zoe is a young lady of considerable pride. If you were to express your thoughts to her privately, she would not take offense. Your error lies in openly diminishing her in front of so many, which stirs her rebellious spirit. She patiently dissected Zoe's psychological state at that moment, guiding her brother in the art of courtship. This is the advantage of having a mature sister. They have weathered life storms, their emotions are stable, and their actions are rooted in reason. In most instances, one does not encounter the capriciousness of youthful sentiment that demands constant coddling. The downside, however, is that truly penetrating their hearts is a formidable challenge. Rationality breeds responsibility rather than an unwavering romantic devotion. Melanin exemplified this notion. She was indifferent to her dance partner's flirtations with other young ladies, primarily concerned with deriving sufficient emotional value from IPOs. Simultaneously, she understood that a man cannot be tethered. Only when one possesses sufficient allure do they draw near. Is that so? IPOs nodded, feeling enlightened, though his thoughts wandered not to Zoe, but to another girl of equal noble lineage. Does she wish for you not to be my dance partner? Melanin inquired. In truth, if given a choice, he too would prefer otherwise. IPOs kept his gaze lowered, or directed towards the various ornaments within the room, reluctant to meet the professor's captivating eyes, which held an irresistible allure that often left him ensnared in a daze. And what of you? What are your thoughts? Do you wish to dance with me? Me? The boy lifted his head, his bewitching gaze appearing before him unexpectedly. The professor was mere inches away, their noses nearly touching. IPOs inhaled the intoxicating fragrance emanating from melanin. His heart raced, and his mind became a whirlpool, leading him to blurt out, "Yes." His voice rang clear and resonant. A smile graced Melanin's lips as she playfully pushed her brother onto the sofa, tucking her hair behind her ear, yet a strand of golden hair remained suspended, brushing against IPO's nose with each breath. "Ticklish," he murmured. "Professor, am I attractive?" Melanin asked. The remnants of his rationality compelled IPOs to resist, summoning all his strength to utter a final response. "You are beautiful." That is not what I intended to hear." The professor drew nearer, her fragrance becoming increasingly enchanting, while IPOs felt all prior joy receding alongside his rationality. His mind was filled solely with jubilant smiles, devoid of any semblance of calm reflection. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding fiercely, yearning to flee, yet his body succumbed to its primal instincts, ungoverned. With hopeful eyes closed, IPOs awaited the divine blessing. Chapter 44, Death and Destruction, 2024 New Edition. In the fleeting moment before their lips were to meet, bang, bang, bang. Someone rudely pounded on the door from outside. Ibis was instantly jolted awake, his rationality reclaiming its dominion over his intellect. Gazing at the alluring visage before him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Melanin glanced toward the office door, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. She was in the midst of imparting life lessons to her younger brother, who could be so bothersome as to disrupt at this moment. I will go open the door." Ibis seized the opportunity, scrambling from beneath his sister, clumsily extricating himself from the sofa, hastily putting on his shoes, and rushing to the entrance. Melanin stood up, donning a loose outer garment to conceal her enticing figure. Watching her brother's retreating form, she felt a twinge of regret. However, it mattered little. The night of Christmas still stretched long ahead, and she had ample time to indulge in her whims. Lifting her teacup, she took a delicate sip, contemplating. Perhaps it is the announcement signaling the commencement of the ball. The school must have sent someone to inform us. Which evening gown shall I wear? Melanin yearned to wear something scanty, revealing just enough to captivate her brother. Yet she also feared the prying eyes of others and the indignity of being objectified. As Ibis opened the door, he was met with the irksome visage of the cursed professor, that loathsome old face. "What brings you here?" the professor inquired, taken aback. "Is there something wrong?" Ibis avoided a direct answer, leaving the door half ajar, making it abundantly clear that he had no intention of inviting the professor inside. The cursed professor ignored his presence, instead directing his cold demeanor towards Melanin within the office, stating starkly, "There has been an incident. Someone is dead." "Dead?" Ibis's complexion paled, a jolt of alarm resonating within him. In that instant, he was profoundly convinced that the final scene of the illusion lay within the hallowed halls of Starlight Hogwarts Castle. Melanin, equally astonished, pondered how such a tragedy could mar the festive Christmas celebration. "The headmaster has summoned all professors to the scene." The cursed professor briefly recounted the events before casting a disdainful glance at the obstinate young man blocking his entry and departing. "You wait here. I shall return shortly." Melanin, clad in a warm wool coat and high leather boots, stepped out of the office. Suddenly, she turned back, a hint of concern in her tone. "You must accompany me. Stay by my side, and do not wander off." Very well. Even without her prompting, Ibis would have found a way to the scene of the incident. Eager to witness firsthand the unfolding mystery, they braved the snowstorm, making their way outside the castle, where nearly all the professors had gathered and curious students filled the corridors. Make way, make way." Ibis led the way, walking alongside his sister toward the site of the tragedy. "This is no place for students," the cursed professor barked, his tone unyielding. Return to the castle. Faced with yet another confrontation, Ibis chose to disregard it. After all, it was not his first encounter, and he had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. He boldly strode past the professor and joined the other faculty members. "You!" The cursed professor erupted in fury. Professor Melanin interposed in front of the elderly professor, flashing a smile. "He is my teaching assistant, thus a semi-official staff member." "Is that so?" The cursed professor scoffed, his disdain evident. The nature of their relationship was transparent to him. It was utterly shameless to engage in such romantic entanglements with a student. "Let us hope he is merely an assistant," he retorted with veiled sarcasm. Melanin maintained her warm and gracious demeanor, replying, "This matter is of a personal nature. I would prefer you not to concern yourself." The role of a professor at Starlight Hogwarts for the not yet 30 Melanin was merely a stepping stone. She would not linger in the castle for long. In 4 or 5 years, she would wield her credentials, alongside the prestige of having saved the Queen, to secure a prominent position within the British Ministry of Magic. Due to her origins in the Kingdom of Prussia, securing a high-ranking role within the British Ministry of Magic necessitated her tenure at Starlight Hogwarts as the optimal pathway. She refrained from serving in her homeland's ministry due to the current chaos within the German Confederation, rife with feuding principalities. Once her teaching career concluded, she intended to depart alongside her brother upon his graduation. Ibis gazed upon the lifeless body in the snow, exclaiming, "Ovetta?" The state of Ovetta was gruesome, his body marred with wounds, as though he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibis." The morning-esque greetings echoed in his ears. He had not anticipated witnessing the corpse of a classmate within such a short span. Ibis surveyed the surroundings, the relentless snowfall obscuring all traces. It was indeed a perfect murder scene. From the evidence, it appeared that Ovetta had been deceased for some time. The professor of magical creatures arrived hastily, crouching to examine Ovetta's wounds. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "These are not inflicted by blades. They are claw marks. To be precise, they belong to ferocious magical beasts, wolves, lions, giant eagles, and it certainly does not rule out the possibility of dragon involvement." The elderly professor surveyed the area and continued, "There is, of course, another possibility, an animagus. It is conceivable that someone may have employed the animagus transformation to commit this heinous act. The animagus spell is a sophisticated enchantment. Even the most formidable adult wizards would not attempt it lightly. Not only due to the arduous learning process, but also because the spell carries the risk of irrevocably transforming the caster into an animal, rendering them incapable of reverting to human form. Nonetheless, this is Starlight Hogwarts, the world's foremost magical institution, where prodigious talent abounds. It is not unheard of for advanced students to clandestinely master the animagus transformation without registering with the Ministry of Magic. Upon hearing the remarks of the creature's professor, the headmaster interjected, "Before we investigate others, I would like each of you professors to first prove your own innocence. Faculty members are a focal point of interest for the Ministry of Magic. It is unlikely they would possess an animagus form without official registration. Thus, any deceit would be ill-advised. I am an eagle," Melanin spoke first, "which aligns with the characteristics of a fierce beast, yet I lack an alibi." "Professor, please present your witnesses," the headmaster requested. "Ibis, my assistant, can vouch for me. We were together in the office." Swish. The gaze of the professors converged upon Ibis. Scrutinizing the young female professor before appraising the handsome teaching assistant, their expressions gradually becoming more suggestive. Classes had ceased before Christmas, yet you remained in the professor's office. What were your intentions? Ibis felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Had he known, he would not have come. With a murder occurring at the school, the evening's ball would surely be cancelled. A breath of relief escaped him. He would not have to dance with the professor, holding her waist under the scrutinizing gaze of others. This ambiguous relationship would likely not become the subject of rampant gossip. Yet, now, the female professor had laid it bare. "Is that so, Mr. Ibis?" The headmaster's lips curled into a smile. The elderly man appeared quite amused by the unfolding drama. Melanin, hailing from the esteemed house of Hohenzollern, was merely gilding her experience at the school. Thus, the headmaster viewed the matter with a discerning yet lenient eye. Ibis laughed awkwardly. "Yes, indeed. I was seeking guidance on spells, specifically, defensive charms against dark magic." The professors exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent camaraderie in their amusement. Professor Melanin must certainly feel pride in having such a diligent student, the headmaster implied. Ibis could only chuckle nervously, distancing himself from any suspicion. "As you all know, I am merely a first-year student. It is impossible for me to be an animagus. Is that so? The professor of charms interjected, stating, a first-year student capable of silent spellcasting. It was evident that he was fully aware of the events that had transpired in the dueling arena just moments ago. This was largely attributed to the professor's meticulous instruction. Ibis, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that without your urging, how could the students have progressed so swiftly? Although his tone was mocking, there was a kernel of truth in his words. His rapid advancement in magic could be attributed not only to his powerful lineage, but also to Melanin's attentive guidance. The professor's particular focus had also served as a significant impetus. After Melanin cleared his name, the other professors began to recount the day's events. The infirmary staff had transported Ovi's body back to the medical room for further examination. Upon returning to the castle, the headmaster promptly declared a state of lockdown for the school, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting freely, while also canceling the Christmas Eve ball and other activities. The Christmas of 1854 concluded hastily amidst the terror of slaughter. Ibis, driven by sheer willpower, escaped from Melanin's office and, seizing the dwindling moments before dinner, continued his search for Zoe within the ancient castle. I'm sorry, Zoe said, I don't wish to see you. In the Gryffindor common room, Zoe's roommate spoke with an unfriendly demeanor, having heard the rampant gossip circulating within the castle regarding the man who had betrayed her. The Gryffindor boys unceremoniously issued an eviction order, and Ibis was forcefully expelled from the common room. After this encounter with rejection, he sighed in relief, at least confirming that his significant creditor was unharmed and safe. On his way back to the Slytherin dormitory, Ibis began to reflect on the events of the past few months, contemplating his objectives and the direction in which to break the impasse. The only certainty was that the school was the final battleground, whether due to the bizarre time warp or the murder that had unfolded, which bore a close connection to him. He pondered the purpose of his presence at the school as Ibis. Was it to assist Alekia in achieving victory? But what defined victory? Was it to murder the red-haired girl? Ibis fell silent, for the thought of killing Zoe without cause left him hesitant. The girl had treated him kindly, even if it was merely an illusion. Perhaps, he mused, other means existed. Wait. Out of the corner of his eye, Ibis spotted the familiar bespectacled girl, hunched over, attempting to slip away unnoticed. He seized her by the arm. Miranda resembled a startled rabbit, her expression flustered and her gaze evasive. He intended to inquire about Zoe, but was taken aback to see the scars on her wrist. Without hesitation, he pushed up her sleeve, revealing more wounds, marks resembling lashings. Who did this? Ibis asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of fury in his voice. Although he and Miranda were not particularly close, she was a good friend of Zoe's and had previously assisted him in selecting second-hand textbooks. The books she chose had proven invaluable, saving him much time on note-taking. It has nothing to do with you, Miranda retorted, forcefully shoving him away before fleeing into the shadows of the corridor. The wail of sirens pierced the night, reverberating through the torrential downpour in Highley City. The news of the complete disappearance of the frontline patrol team had reached the headquarters of the Southwest Bureau. After listening to the report, Director Li Tianfeng boarded a private aircraft, hastening to Highley City. What on earth? He exclaimed, for blue bloods engaged in combat within the illusion at Seaside Park? The entire X-Space Qianan Provincial Bureau had only one blue blood A-level. Should an incident arise, the Bureau would be utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, this afternoon, intelligence from the Law Enforcement Department indicated a significant congregation of foreign blue bloods in Highley City. This was a recipe for disaster. Upon landing at the airport, Li Tianfeng boarded a helicopter, racing towards the temporary command post at the Seaside Park. The rain that night was particularly intense, far exceeding the levels reported in the news, resembling the onset of a typhoon. What is the situation? He inquired upon arriving at the frontline command post, 2 hours after the action team had gone missing. Oldly, reported Duan Ruaping, the head of the Qianan Bureau, the situation is grim. 4 blue bloods are engaged in combat, 2 of whom belong to the mental series. They are creating a massive psychic storm. Fortunately, the battle was taking place in a park with few people at night. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. 2 mental series are fighting? Li Tianfeng's expression darkened. Unlike elemental series, The mental series of inheritors were often particularly troublesome, and the destruction they wrought was not immediately apparent. The psychic storm they emitted could easily slay ordinary blood while they slept, and if the optimal moment was missed, the specific cause of death would remain undetectable. Have we stumbled into the lair of the mental series? Upon hearing the report, Li Tianfang scrutinized the images on the monitor and quickly concluded that this matter was beyond the purview of the Southwest Bureau. Immediately report to the headquarters and the Central Court, indicating that Hailey is suspected to be experiencing activities from a formidable inheritor organization. The assistant director replied, "Understood. Thank goodness the Central Court headquarters is not far from us," Li Tianfang remarked. Duan Ruiping nodded, stating, "The patrol team must have inadvertently entered the range of the psychic storm. I suspect they are now caught in the main battlefield's illusion." Additionally, after investigation, numerous residents in the vicinity have been affected, all of whom are trapped in a deep slumber. Fortunately, neither of these two inheritors seems to intend harm to the innocent. "We have evacuated everyone we could." Li Tianfang nodded, expressing satisfaction with the Bureau's emergency handling, and asked, "What did customs say? Have the identities of the 4 blue bloods been clarified?" "Yes," Duan Ruiping handed over the report. 3 are foreign tourists. 2 of the cloaked individuals just entered the country yesterday, while the other arrived a week ago, all hailing from the Ander region of the Southern Republic, Stuart. As for this young man, he hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Li Tianfang raised his head, eyeing his old classmate suspiciously. "What the hell are you stammering about?" Duan Ruiping produced another document, stating, "His name is Sumu, the second-place finisher in this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Aside from some basic information, we also found his details in the X-Space Central Court archives." However, his expression turned serious as he added, "There is only one name, the rest is blank, indicating that I lack the authority to access it." "What?" Li Tianfang flipped through the material in his hand, perceiving an ordinary student, devoid of any particularly complex family background. However, since his name appeared in the X-Space archives, the document held little reference value. It was either a false identity or had undergone information cleansing. Yet, what astonished him most was that Sumu's information was sealed to the extent that even an A11 level could not access it. "I'll use my credentials." As the director of the Southwest Bureau, there was no file within the country that he could not view. Li Tianfang accessed the server and entered the login interface. Account number. Password. He skillfully input the account number and password. Password is correct. Welcome home. He promptly entered the archive room and retrieved Sumu's relevant information, saying, "There, that's it." Upon opening the file, he found it entirely blank, with only a name and a string of identity codes remaining. Of 200502001 AI16 boom. A thunderous clap echoed through the night, reverberating in the minds of the two men. Li Tianfang rubbed his eyes incessantly, his gaze nearly glued to the screen. Yet, no matter how many times he looked, the terrifying identification number remained unchanged. "Old Duan, am I seeing things?" Duan Ruiping swallowed hard and replied, "Old Li, I believe your eyes are clear. It's simply that we both had too much of this counterfeit liquor. An AI from the class of 2005, yet at level 16. Is there even a class of 2005 at level 16? This succinct identification code conveyed 3 pieces of information. First, the boy possessed a lineage that towered above all else. Second, he held the highest administrative rank in the company, second only to the 3 highest seats and a few important chiefs. Third, this boy appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Director, we received a message from the headquarters. It instructs us to cooperate with Mr. Sumu's mission at all costs. This command had been issued personally by Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority at the headquarters. Understood. Li Tianfang and Duan Ruiping exchanged a glance, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. This was likely a script for a princess adventure. The clamor outside relentlessly struck the glass. As the temporary command center of the Southwest Bureau was established in the convenience store where Sumu was eating instant noodles, Li Tianfang gazed at the torrential rain outside, quietly contemplating a strategy. Report, Wan Yin has collapsed. What? He hurried to the monitor, where the trainee patrol member Wan Yin lay on the ground, evidently the first victim to be eliminated by the illusion. Are there any vital signs? Director, the detection vehicle is slowly approaching Wan Yin. In the command room, everyone focused intently on the screen displaying the unmanned vehicle, a detection device specially developed by X-Space for the mental storm. A mechanical arm secured Wan Yin's wrist, and the heart rate monitor relayed data back to the command center, indicating that all was normal. She had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. It seems they truly have no intention of killing, Duan Ruaping remarked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no intent to kill, it could be managed. The Southwest Bureau had completely sealed off the area. If necessary, they could simply wait for the two major mental sequences to resolve their conflict. Boldly, should I venture in to give it a try? With no better options at hand, Duan Ruaping contemplated entering the illusion himself to seek a solution. Those trapped in the illusion were strictly off-limits for contact, which meant they could not use the unmanned vehicle to extract the patrol team. When Bailey arrives, she will bring a successor of the mental sequence from the headquarters. Through him, we can indirectly send your consciousness into the tempest. No bad news is indeed the best news. Let us not rush. Li Tianfeng declined Duan Ruaping's suggestion, choosing instead to await reinforcements from the headquarters. Once the supporting mental sequence arrived, they could forcibly penetrate the illusion using their powers and modern technological devices without stepping into the mental domain. This approach would incur the least risk. The only uncertainty lay in who would be the next to fall. Chapter 45. The Inescapable Christmas Loop, 2024 New Edition, Mr. Epos. Mr. Epos? Mr. Epos. Once again awakened from a dream, the fireplace, the flames, the Christmas tree. All references were so familiar, as if everything remained unchanged from yesterday. Epos sighed with relief. Today appeared remarkably ordinary, devoid of the shocking 3-month slumber that had overtaken him the previous day. Merry Christmas, Mr. Epos. The same greeting echoed in his ears. But this time it was not from classmate Ovi, but from the many students of Slytherin. They gathered in the common room to celebrate Christmas Eve. The chorus of blessings from his classmates caused the already relaxed Epos to feel a prickle of fear, and he quickly sat up from the sofa. His sensitivity heightened more than ever before. Head boy, what's wrong? The beautiful girls of Slytherin surrounded him, their movements lively and enchanting under the influence of alcohol. Eileen nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed and peacefully asleep. Epos felt a heaviness in his head, and the scene before him blurred into overlapping shadows. As the threads of historical memory began to converge in his mind, he carefully laid down Eileen, who had somehow slipped into his arms, and made his way through the crowd to the mirror in the common room. What he saw was a brand new Epos, no longer the youthful, slender version from yesterday. The current Epos bore a stern visage, a robust physique, and his well-defined muscles filled out the tailored shirt. His youthful face was now imbued with the essence of a mature man, marking his transition from boyhood to manhood. Epos reached out to touch his shirt, feeling the luxurious silk. He wondered how he had come to afford such an expensive fabric. It was not coarse tweed. As he pondered, the alluring Slytherin girl interrupted his thoughts, her flushed cheek resting against him. The enticing scent of fruit-laden wine wafted from her enticing lips, reminiscent of a ripe fruit ready for picking. Head boy, she teased, I like you. Epos, embodying a calmness akin to that of a statue, felt no stirrings despite the beauty in his embrace. I maintained my composure even before the professor, he thought, dismissing the flirtation of a mere classmate. With a swift motion, Epos lifted the playful girl and, amid her shy laughter, unceremoniously laid her down on the sofa. Who is her roommate? He inquired. I am, came the surprised reply. Yes. She has had too much to drink. Take her back to the dormitory to avoid any mishaps. Her roommate appeared astonished, while the tipsy girl wore a sorrowful expression. Resembling a jilted lover, her gaze full of reluctance. Head boy, she called softly, evoking sympathy. Epos merely patted her head like a protective older brother, crouching down to soothe her. Be good and sleep it off. We'll talk when you're sober. He gestured for the girl's roommate to escort her back. The surrounding boys, accustomed to such scenes, seemed to accept that Epos naturally exuded a charm that drove the Slytherin girls to madness. He was the head of student management across the 4 houses, with each house having a male and female head. Epos had been elected the male head of Slytherin due to his unparalleled magical prowess, becoming the deputy to the head of the house, overseeing the students. Standing in the center of the common room, he suddenly recalled everything. Today was not merely the day following yesterday. It was December 25th, 1855. Another Christmas had arrived. The flow of time within the illusion accelerated, transforming a single dream into a year. Epos had shed the naivete of a freshman, emerging as a seasoned veteran. Now an assistant professor in defense against the dark arts while simultaneously serving as Slytherin's head. In an instant, he had become the center of attention, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. The girls inviting him to this year's Christmas ball could form a line stretching to the Gryffindor common room, as Zoe would say. Upon regaining his identity, Epos immediately began sifting through memories of the previous Christmas, determined to discover who the murderer of Ovi was. After a moment's contemplation, he stumbled upon relevant memories in an inconspicuous corner. Unsurprisingly, the school had not identified the culprit. The murder case remained unsolved. Moreover, to avoid harming enrollment, the school, in conjunction with the Ministry of Magic, concealed the murder, publicly claiming it was a magical wolf that had mistakenly entered the school, resulting in Ovi's unfortunate attack. With the alleged wolf having been captured, had he not witnessed Ovi's wounds firsthand, Epos might have believed the official statement. However, he found no further valuable information within his current recollections. He realized he needed to venture out and seek key individuals to complete his memories. This year-long dream left him in a state of panic. If the pace continued, only 2 days remained until graduation and leaving the castle. Epos felt uncertain about what might transpire post-graduation. Would it merely entail a change of scenery, or would it signify his defeat? Regardless, he needed to seize the moment and uncover some useful information. Ideally, he could document valuable notes, as repeatedly searching through memories was a considerable waste of time. Amidst the lively celebration, Epos donned an expensive wool coat, memories flooding back through the timeline. This was a birthday gift from his professor. Not just the coat, but also a light sweater worn beneath. The sweater was modestly priced, but hand-knitted by her. Its significance was unmistakable. Over the past year, Melanin had played the role of a nurturing elder sister, carefully guiding the young assistant to develop into a version of himself that he cherished. It proved to be an adept nurturing process, as Epos became the undisputed star of the castle. He had transitioned from being someone only the major creditor would acknowledge to someone whose presence was sought after. Leaving the warmth of the fireplace, Epos walked alone through the snow-laden corridor. The eastern horizon revealed a pale sun, the dawn just breaking, casting an eerie stillness over the castle. Students were either congregating in the common room or sleeping in their dormitories. Phantoms raced past him, and memories began to coalesce. Epos saw himself arguing with Zoe, only for them to reconcile moments later, frolicking together outside the castle. This cyclical pattern of quarrels and reconciliations defined the entirety of 1855, ultimately culminating in a rupture due to an event shrouded in mystery. Even in class, they sat on opposite sides, embodying a palpable distance. What had transpired? Epos reached out to grasp the void, and the enchanting visage of his professor materialized before him, so close he could hear her heartbeat. From the surrounding decor, it was evident they were in Melanin's office. Epos exhaled a cloud of mist, gazing at the intimate scene before him, finally grasping the reason for their fractured relationship. Upon learning of this, Zoe had trembled with rage, berating him for his apparent indifference, and in a fit of fury, she fled back to London, not returning until the end of the holiday. No wonder the female professor knitted him a sweater. Epos shook his head in exasperation, realizing that events rarely unfolded according to his will. He had intended to distance himself from the teacher, yet they had become increasingly close. In his memories, Epos initially approached Melanin's office under the pretext of studying magic, the two of them alone in a confined space, though it had not escalated to any impropriety. Yet, to Zoe, this was a blatant act of betrayal. Her animosity towards the female professor had far surpassed her feelings for Eileen, and she seized every opportunity to mock and deride Melanin. However, the professor seemed unfazed, showing no sign of concern. In her eyes, it was merely the impotent fury of a little girl. Had things deteriorated to such a degree? Epos had not anticipated that after a single night's slumber, his relationship with Zoe would undergo a complete reversal. The illusion seemed to deliberately untangle the threads of their connection. Could it be inferred that upon awakening tomorrow or the day after, his wand would be pointed in her direction? It appeared that he could not venture into the Gryffindor common room. One would likely step through the door only to find himself embroiled in conflict within the dormitory. Zoe was the darling of the Gryffindor boys. In that scenario, he would be at a distinct disadvantage, if not handled delicately. It could easily incite a feud between Gryffindor and Slytherin, two houses historically rife with discord. It would be prudent to avoid exacerbating the situation. He needed to find an opportunity to privately approach Zoe, perhaps during breakfast, which seemed most opportune. Meal times were the easiest for negotiations. Breakfast should suffice. Though uncertain, Epos resolved to make an attempt. He could hardly wait until the more elaborate lunch hour, as he had only one day to make his move before half of lunch had elapsed. If he did not seek out Zoe, who else could he approach to refresh his memory? Melanie's alluring visage, her tempting crimson lips, and her captivating gaze manifested before him. Epos felt a wave of panic wash over him. He shook his head vigorously. The professor's tantalizing hideaway was far too perilous. He might find himself ensnared there for the entire day. It would be best to delay his visit. Lost in thought, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure flickered in his mind. Epos recalled the end of last Christmas, when she had pushed him away and fled alone. Miranda. From his memories, this reticent girl seemed perpetually immersed in the library, dedicating her days to the study of various spells or the reading of ancient magical histories. Epos decided to chance a visit to the library. If he did not encounter her, he could peruse some archives to search for any sealed case files. As he entered the library, the cold atmosphere was somewhat discomforting. The school had been on break for a week, and naturally, no students remained to read. If it were not for the Christmas ball, most students would have returned home. Last year's ball had ended abruptly due to Ovi's demise, making this year's event particularly lively. Epos navigated through the ancient tomes, his gaze sweeping over the study tables in search of Miranda, and finally, he spotted her solitary figure in a dim corner. Had she always been alone? As far as he could recall, apart from Zoe, no one seemed willing to converse with her, or rather, it appeared she was disinclined to engage with anyone but Zoe. No wonder, for Zoe's social prowess was indeed remarkable. Epos organized his thoughts, striving to avoid any conversational pitfalls, and after mustering his courage, he anxiously approached the quiet girl. Wait. Suddenly, he realized a rather grave issue. He seemed to be unaware of her surname. He only knew her first name, Miranda. What had the sorting hat said during the ceremony? Epos racked his brain, astonished when he recalled that Miranda had not participated in the sorting ceremony at all. She had been directly assigned to Gryffindor. This was likely due to her having been pre-sorted or having completed a half-year preparatory course. Thus, he would simply call her Miranda. Epos casually withdrew a spell book from the shelf, intending to feign a chance encounter. Head girl? The girl's voice rang out in surprise beside him. Epos turned to her, recalling that Slytherin had no such student in his memory. You are. I am from Gryffindor, she explained. So she was not from Slytherin. That explained his lack of recognition. Ah, I see. But why do you call me head boy? Just call me Epos, he replied. The Gryffindor girl shyly nodded. Epos senpai. Are you a first year? Yes, she affirmed, nodding like a dutiful little sister. Is there something you need? Epos inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment, finally summoning her courage to ask. It's nothing important. Just wanted to know if you've chosen a partner for tonight's ball. Yes, I have, Eileen Unju. Epos said with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern. Oh, I see. The girl's silver eyes glimmered with an indescribable melancholy. I just wanted to ask, just to ask. Suddenly, she grew bashful and said, about next Christmas, I wish. Before she could finish, a dark figure clutching a hefty spellbook strode between them. The girl's expression shifted, yet she managed to call out, Head boy. Head boy? Epos looked at Miranda in surprise, memories flooding back. Indeed, Miranda was the head girl of Gryffindor. Her reticence and aversion to socializing were overshadowed by one undeniable fact: her unparalleled strength. Even the most seasoned upperclassmen rarely bested her in combat. Epos recalled more than once being thoroughly defeated by her in the training room. Until now, he and she existed on entirely different levels of wizardry. This was the terrifying prowess of a proactive academic genius. Vinoir, Miranda nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words as she proceeded toward the inner bookshelves. However, she had chosen to traverse between them, her intent unmistakable. Vinoir, aware of the hint, sighed and said, "Senpai, I must take my leave." Without waiting for Epos to respond, the first-year girl hurried away. Miranda did not retrieve a book, but instead turned back, returning to Epos. She adjusted her glasses, her tone indifferent as she remarked, "You have changed." Yes. How so? You were not like this before, flitting from flower to flower. Zoe treated you well," she said. "Do you realize that much of your strength stems from your wand? Do you know the true value of this white wand?" Despite her aversion to conversation, Miranda had mustered the courage to express her thoughts for the sake of her good friend. Epos, taken aback, drew out his wand. He had seen the astronomical bill Zoe provided, but it seemed from Miranda's implication that its worth exceeded even that. "It appears you are unaware." Miranda pushed the hefty tome into Epos's hands, instructing, "Take a look for yourself. Besides moon diamond and secret silver, the holy white tree and phoenix tail feather are priceless treasures." The bill Zoe provided only included the moon diamond, secret silver, and labor costs. Epos skeptically opened the book, and upon discovering detailed information about the holy white tree, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This tree was a symbol of the human emperor. The boy was momentarily stunned. He knew he owed Zoe a significant favor, but he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. He could not comprehend Zoe's motives for such generosity. "You should go find Zoe. She has been waiting for you," Miranda stated. A pang of anguish struck Epos at those words, reminiscent of past sorrows involving Fu Ningning and Xia Mo. I understand." Epos closed the book, choosing not to read about the phoenix tail feather, and said, "Actually, I came to you to seek your assistance in mending our relationship." "You are quite clever to avoid approaching Zoe directly," Miranda retorted, her tone cool. "She would like nothing more than to eliminate you." "Is it truly that dramatic?" Epos felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, anxiety gnawing at him. He pondered, if someone must perish tonight, it surely would not be me, would it? She has always been clear in her affections and aversions. "How do you expect me to assist you?" Miranda inquired, never one to engage in frivolous chit-chat. "I honestly do not know," Epos confessed, feeling somewhat despondent, lacking any relevant experience. Miranda, her countenance rigid, interrogated, "You feign ignorance? When you were wooing other girls, why didn't you claim ignorance then? Weren't you quite adept at charming Eileen and Professor Melanin?" Ibaris's face flushed crimson, which Miranda interpreted as shame, though only Sumu knew it was exasperation. "You're fabricating. It wasn't me. It was all Ibaris's fault. I merely took a nap." He realized that uttering those words would lead his classmates to doubt his integrity and sincerity. "Alas," Ibaris sighed, "can you offer me any guidance?" "Indeed, I can. Really." The words escaped his lips involuntarily. He immediately regretted his blunder. Someone was kindly offering him assistance, and instead of expressing gratitude, he questioned their offer. Miranda glared at him, displeased. "Forget it, then." No, I'll learn." Ibaris hastily interjected, grabbing Miranda's arm as she prepared to leave. "What should I do? Buy a bouquet of flowers? How kitsch." Ibaris scratched his head in embarrassment. That was the extent of his ideas. With expectant hope, Miranda uttered a single word, "Kiss." Anticipating his incomprehension, she elaborated, "Approach her from behind, and before she draws her wand, in full view of your classmates, forcefully kiss her. It's guaranteed to work." Noticing Ibaris's confusion, Miranda added, "She is enamored with you, and she also favors a dominant, submissive dynamic. Therefore, a forceful kiss is ideal, and the more onlookers, the better." "Is this the kind of advice a close confidant should offer?" Ibaris was utterly bewildered. "Isn't there?" He gestured, seeking a more subtle approach. "Something more discreet?" "You know I'm timid." Miranda tilted her head, scrutinizing Iberus intently. She was tempted to remove her glasses and punch the scoundrel in the face. But she restrained herself. Ultimately, unable to vent her frustration, she stomped forcefully on Iberus's foot, causing him to wince in pain. I'll try it. Miranda rolled her eyes and turned to leave, only to be stopped by Iberus's grasp. A delicate blush spread across her pale face, and she appeared flustered. What do you want? Her thoughts flashed back to their initial encounter on the train, when this rogue had been loitering near the lavatory as she used it. There's also something else. Iberus inquired urgently. Do you recall the death of Avi last Christmas Eve? Of course I do. What's your perspective on it? Obviously. I used my eyes to see it, and I read about it in the newspaper. You posed this question to me last year, Miranda remarked. Did I? Related memories surfaced in his mind. Iberus sifted through the tangled threads of memory and retrieved the image. The same individuals, the same location. A year ago, on this very day, he had stood in this very spot, posing the same question. Miranda's response had been murder. She did not attribute it to a magical creature. It was not only a deliberate act, but the perpetrator must have been someone Avi knew intimately. Otherwise, he would have shown some resistance. It wasn't as if he had been struck down by an Avada Kedavra curse for an instant kill. Avi Tato, scion of the Bulstrode family, one of the 28 pure-blood wizarding families of Britain, had received an excellent education from a young age, and his strength was beyond question. He was no pushover. Unless a professor had intervened, he would undoubtedly have drawn his wand in self-defense. Iberus recalled that during yesterday's examination of the corpse, Avi's wand had been found in his coat and used until his death. If the murderer had killed him and then replaced the wand, it would have been an unnecessary and cumbersome act. It would serve no purpose and only risk exposure. Do you remember now? Miranda asked. Yes, I remember. You're right. Iberus nodded. Do you think another murder will occur this Christmas Eve? I have a premonition. Unlikely. Miranda shook her head, saying, what kind of murderer only strikes on Christmas, killing only once a year? It's not Valentine's Day. Murders generally fall into two categories. The first is impulsive, often driven by vengeance or jealousy. The second is habitual, where the perpetrator cannot suppress their desires and selects specific targets for a series of crimes. However, serial killings rarely have a one-year interval. If they can restrain themselves for a year, they can certainly restrain themselves for 2, or even suppress their murderous intent altogether. Therefore, I lean toward the first category, an impulsive act rather than a premeditated one. Avi was known for his generosity and never held grudges, so a vendetta is unlikely. He had no girlfriend or even rumors of romance, so a crime of passion seems improbable. If he didn't stumble upon some dignitary's secret, then it was simply bad luck. A random act of violence. Iberus stared at the girl before him with curiosity and amusement, as if discovering a new continent. Miranda's fair cheeks flushed crimson under his gaze. She adjusted her glasses and murmured, what are you looking at? After avenging her best friend, she seemed to revert to the shy girl she had been a year ago. Only a select few ever witnessed her timidity. Where did you learn all of this? When I'm tired of studying, I occasionally indulge in Muggle detective novels. Miranda, averse to discussing her surreptitious reading of detective novels, hastily changed the subject, asking, so, who do you think will die tonight? Iberus shook his head, at a loss. Then don't borrow trouble. I'm going to read. Miranda prepared to leave, but he was still clutching her arm. Is there something else? Well, Iberus seemed embarrassed. Would you accompany me? I'm afraid of botching it, and Zoe will hunt me down. Then I'd be the one dying tonight. So, you want me to watch you two engage in a forced kiss? Miranda exclaimed, mortified. She wrenched her arm free and said, get lost. Having scolded him, she added gently, don't worry, although she's always loud and boisterous, she cares about you deep down. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to kill you. She should be in the hall having breakfast. Go find her. Miranda retrieved her book, pushed Iberus out of the library, and said from the doorway, go on, I have to read. I just think you shouldn't always stay in such a gloomy place. From the library entrance, Iberus spoke his mind. It's Christmas. Everyone should be happy together. Why hide here alone? Miranda was silent for a moment, then called his name. Iberus. Yes? Miranda removed her glasses, tucked her hair behind her ears, revealing a delicate but pale face. She made a concerted effort to offer her most cheerful smile and her sincerest wishes, saying, "Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibarus." Ibarus, seeing her smiling face, realized that her mind was made up and that he couldn't dissuade her. A faint sorrow welled up within him, a sense of helplessness. "Merry Christmas, Miss Miranda," he replied. Having received his blessing, Miranda put her glasses back on and returned to the icy, secluded library, disappearing into the shadows. Festivities were for others, while she had nothing. In the cold shadows, Miranda huddled in a corner, weeping silently over her large magic book, her petite, frail frame trembling. She wept for reasons she couldn't suppress. When Zoe wasn't around, she was always alone, hiding in the library and crying silently. "Classmate?" A concerned greeting resonated. As Miranda raised her head, her eyes glistening with traces of tears. Chapter 46. Boys Must Be Bold. 2024 New Edition. Ibis maneuvered against the tide of people, weaving through the castle, while the frozen memories of Miranda in his mind began to thaw, bit by bit. She had never been a joyful girl. In his recollection, Miranda had never smiled or cried. Her emotional nerves seemed long since numbed, her expressions of sentiment exhausted. She never imposed on others, yet she continually imposed upon herself. A sigh escaped Ibis as he paused in the snow-laden corridor, glancing back towards the library, snowflakes settling on his shoulders and seeping into his heart. Have I made a mistake? Should I have persevered a little longer? Perhaps the outcome would have been different. The biting winter wind struck his face, and Sumu had never felt so lucid. Through Ibis's life, he glimpsed his own existence in the real world. Perhaps I should be more resolute. In this moment, he pondered deeply, recalling time spent with Mu Qianning, memories with Fu Ningning, the present with Xia Mo, and the repeated counsel from his mother. Ibis was weak. Sumu sensed that, deep down, he held no affection for Aaron but leaned towards Zoe. Yet, his own presence seemed to influence this choice, compelling him to draw closer to Aaron in the tapestry of memory. This was why, despite both having strived to connect over the past year, they had failed to solidify their bond. Ibis feared that a fleeting whim might ignite Aaron's affections, only for him to extinguish that feeling amidst the swirling snow. Standing still, as an observer, Sumu could see Ibis's inner turmoil but still could not reach a definitive conclusion. He worried that his choices might doom Alekia in the real world. Yet he could not suppress his inclination towards Zoe. What if, just what if, he intervened to mediate? Could he quell the conflict between the red-haired girl and Alekia? Could he awaken them from their dreams and sit down for a meaningful conversation? Was there a possibility of a happy ending? As this thought crossed his mind, a smile returned to Ibis's face. With firm steps, he entered the school hall amidst the festive greetings of "Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibis." From his classmates, he searched for the enchanting figure of Zoe at the Gryffindor table. Where was Aaron? From behind, a familiar voice broke through. Ibis turned to find Zoe staring at him with an impassive expression, her cerulean eyes hunting for prey. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't I meant to approach her stealthily from behind? Now, facing her directly, she was on high alert, leaving no room for surprise. "I need to talk to you," Ibis began, now wiser, omitting any mention of Aaron. After enduring numerous misfortunes, he finally grasped that Zoe, while ostensibly inquiring about Aaron, was actually asking, who was more important, her or me? To dare respond literally to a question about Aaron would surely provoke her wrath. "Speak," Zoe commanded, her demeanor unchanged, regarding Ibis as though he were a stranger. Ibis glanced around. In mere moments, they found themselves encircled by a throng of onlookers, many craning their necks from the breakfast table, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. "You can do this, Sumu. You can do this, Ibis." He stepped closer to Zoe. "Stop." The red-haired girl's expression turned icy as she drew her wand from her pocket, aiming it at him with little regard. "What is this?" Ibis asked, perplexed. "Speak plainly. If you dare step closer, I won't hesitate to turn you into stone." Zoe's tone was frigid, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You know I always follow through on my threats." The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, excitement rippling through the crowd as they witnessed the brewing confrontation. Former lovers now standing at odds. What was the cause? Who would prevail? The head of Slytherin or the head of Gryffindor? as sensational headlines began to form in the minds of the spectators. Some with notable writing skills already considered submitting their accounts to the school gossip column. Ibis raised his hand to quell Zoe's fury. Please don't be angry. We can have a civil conversation. Talk. What is there to discuss? Zoe's wand flickered with unstable magic, her inner turmoil betraying her calm facade. As if a storm raged within. If it's a matter of business, submit your documentation. If it's personal, I'm afraid there is nothing private between us. At that moment, an unwise individual inquired, Isn't that a bit harsh on him? Zoe erupted in fury, pointing her wand at the questioner, shouting, Shut your mouth. An unstable burst of magic shot from the tip of her wand, hurtling towards the crowd. Amidst terrified screams, a blue-white flame emerged, intercepting the spell aimed at the students. Bang! The explosion reverberated through the hall, and the crowd recoiled in panic. Zoe leveled her wand at the caster, breathing heavily, her body trembling as she declared, You think I won't use magic on you? Please, no offense intended. Ibis raised both hands in surrender. Raise your wand. Raise your wand. Zoe bellowed, her anger boiling over. Let's have a proper duel. No, Ibis firmly refused. Then you might as well die. Zoe's eyes darkened, transforming her demeanor in an instant as magic erupted from her wand. Be careful, Aaron shouted, rushing towards the hall. Having heard of the commotion, she approached with glee, even though she had awoken to find Ibis missing. She felt fulfilled after resting in his embrace for several hours. Yet upon reaching the hall, she was met with an incredible sight. Bang! A flash of red lightning shot forth, Ibis's disarming spell arriving almost instantaneously, so swiftly that no one witnessed the entirety of his incantation. Two magical flames collided, one blue-white, the other deep crimson. In Zoe's frenzied eyes, a flicker of clarity returned, disbelief washing over her. She could not fathom that she had lashed out, nor could she comprehend that he would retaliate. Let it end like this, she uttered, relinquishing her wand, surrendering the struggle. Ibis's spell struck Zoe, sending her wand spiraling to the ground, where it landed in his grasp. You have won, she conceded. Not yet. What more do you want? To humiliate me? As you wish. Zoe, in desperation, swung her fist at Ibis, but he caught her hand effortlessly, her attempts at resistance futile against his surprising strength. Let me go. Just once. What do you intend to do? You'll find out soon enough. In a back-and-forth exchange, Ibis seized her flailing arms, pinning them behind her. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lowering his head despite her panicked gaze and frantic struggles. The onlookers expressed their discontent, yearning for the thrilling duel they had anticipated. Ibis pressed his lips against Zoe's, their moist connection reaching deep into their souls. The girl, once rigid, melted into his embrace, collapsing against him. After a brief moment of astonishment, she leaned in, greedily savoring the kiss. Ibis held Zoe tightly, her resistance quickly fading, replaced by her tender surrender. Miranda had been right. This tactic was indeed effective. What a far cry from mere magic. It is indeed a tool of unparalleled efficacy. Zoe is absolutely right. Boys should be bold. Observing the couple exchanging kisses in the hall, some offered heartfelt wishes, leading to a round of applause. Yet, Erin stood apart, her complexion pale, unnoticed as she slipped away from the crowd. Be gentle. You're hurting me, Zoe chided softly, her gaze imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, sparkling with hope. Ibos released her. Didn't he have something to discuss with me? I've said all I needed to. There is still one more thing that requires your assistance. Ibos interjected suddenly. What is it? Surveying the curious onlookers, Ibos chose not to speak there. Instead, he lifted Zoe into his arms. Departing from the bustling school hall amidst her playful protests, striding confidently toward the library, Zoe lay quietly in his embrace, as docile as a little kitten. Her cheeks flushed. She whispered, Where are you taking me? To the library, to bring Miranda out. Zoe's expression shifted slightly, her thoughts racing. Was this to be a game of three? She shouldn't merely linger in the shadows of the library, lost in contemplation. She was suddenly struck by Ibos's sunlit words, and she buried her face in his chest, chastising herself. How shameless of me. What was I even thinking? She just instructed me that to deal with you, one must kiss forcefully. Ibos recounted the events that had transpired in the library, expressing his hope that they could coax Miranda out to join the festivities tonight. Understood. Zoe's spirit soared. Her sister had gone to great lengths for her, and she would certainly do the same for her friend. Ibos halted at the entrance of the library, setting Zoe down, cupping her face in his hands. Now, do make yourself presentable, my lovely dance partner. Zoe's entire face turned a vivid shade of crimson. Her hands trembled as she clung to his back. Having traversed a journey of self-doubt, with all her might, she clung to him tightly. You've hurt me, Ibos teased. You. Zoe, flustered, pounded her fist against his back, exclaiming, not only do I want to hurt you, but I also want to beat you to a pulp, punch you to oblivion, you scoundrel. That's a matter for later. For now, may I please request my most beautiful dance partner to assist me in bringing Miranda out? Ibos released her. Who is your dance partner? Zoe dashed away, her gaze averted. I haven't agreed yet. I must think it over. The line of suitors stretches all the way to the Lion House common room. I need to contemplate this. With that, she hurriedly scurried into the library without waiting for a response. Ibos smiled, shaking his head. He hadn't anticipated that winning a girl's affection could be so straightforward, direct, and unrefined. A mere embrace could sever all grievances. He began to hum a tune, stepping lightly into the library. Yet, before the ball commenced, there was still one person he needed to placate. In the shadows, you, who had been observing discreetly, nodded in satisfaction, revealing a motherly smile. Indeed, practice proved far more beneficial than theory, and illusions emboldened one far more than reality. In the grand school auditorium, Melanin waved her conductor's baton, the melodious song reverberating throughout the hall, the voice kissed by angels soaring in harmony with the musical notes. The students of Hogwarts basked in the joyous festive atmosphere, surrounded by a magnificent Christmas tree adorned with a plethora of candies and pastries, with gifts of goodwill from the school nestled beneath it. As Melanin's baton stilled, the song gradually came to a close, and the chimes rang out. The doors of the auditorium creaking open. The boys, dressed like princes, took their partners by the hand, walking into the center of the hall amidst the applause and cheers of their classmates. Melanin approached Miranda. Professor, the students greeted politely. Ibos declined my invitation this year. I had thought it would be you, the female professor jested. I don't dance, Miranda replied. You and Zoe are far more suited than I. Out of the corner of her eye, Melanin spotted the couple at the entrance and began to clap, asking, Did he pull you out of the library? Yes. Haha. The female professor chuckled lightly, her gaze toward Ibos filled with exasperation. He truly was a magnet for attention. But upon reflection, this was merely a testament to his charm. And Zoe, Miranda, fearing the professor might misunderstand, quickly added, You certainly defend him well. Professor. Never mind. I do not mind. They are young. Without you, there is also Aaron. Melanin licked her lips, her gaze fixated on the young man who had become the center of attention. I shall deal with him later. Upon hearing this rather ambiguous statement, Miranda regarded the female professor with surprise, then glanced at Ibos, her cheeks flushing crimson as thoughts raced through her mind, her fingers fidgeting nervously. By the way, where's Aaron? Melanin inquired. Miranda shook her head. I know nothing of Slytherin's affairs. Perhaps she is hiding somewhere, feeling dejected. You ought to consider getting yourself a boyfriend, the professor suggested. Miranda shook her head. I am not worthy. Nonsense. If even the head of Ravenclaw is unworthy, who else could be? Melanin comforted, patting the student's shoulder. Are you worried about your family? The self-doubting girl lowered her head, reluctant to speak. Without striving now, the future will only be more challenging. The world of adults revolves solely around interests. The professor candidly expressed her views. I will think about it. While the professor observed her student, the student became aware of the professor's piercing gaze, causing her to shudder and quickly turn her head away. The mature woman was rather intimidating. Zoe immediately noticed her partner's unusual demeanor and turned her gaze toward the female professor, catching the provocation in her eyes. She lifted her chin defiantly, matching the gaze. However, Melanin swiftly bested her with a single move. Her posture and commanding presence left Zoe utterly defenseless. The young girl gazed down at her evening gown, her spirits sinking. No wonder he always preferred to linger in the professor's office. Zoe thought despondently. As the music began, the young girls twirled gracefully in their partner's arms, showcasing their enchanting forms. What are you thinking? Ibos, noticing his partner's distracted demeanor, inquired with concern. Are you tired? Do you need a moment to rest? Not at all. Zoe composed herself, noticing the beautiful dancing of the other girls around her. A competitive spirit ignited within her, and she began to dance in harmony with her partner to the music in the hall. She resembled a fiery sprite, the firstborn of the gods, a perfect creation. It was utterly captivating. Miss, as everyone reveled in the joy of Christmas, a handsome boy mustered his courage, approaching Miranda humbly. He extended his right hand, asking, "May I invite you to dance?" Miranda, taken aback, instinctively wanted to flee but collided with the female professor. Of course, Melanin reassured, suppressing the girl's shyness. Placing her hand into the boy's and adding, "Our Miranda may not dance very well. Please take good care of her." "I will," the boy promised. With the professor's encouragement, Miranda was drawn into the dance floor, clumsily swaying to the music under her partner's guidance. Professor Melanin. The charms professor approached, but Melanin sidestepped. Smiling as she said, "Apologies, I'm not feeling well today. Please find someone else." With that, she turned her back and walked to the other side. As the music continued, more students joined the joyous dance, boldly inviting the girls they admired. The crowd enveloped the crimson sprite, who glanced left and right. Seizing a moment of distraction, she stood on tiptoe and passionately sought another kiss from her partner, then shyly lowered her head. "Will you invite me again next year?" "Yes." "What about the year after?" "Yes." "And the year after that?" "No." Zoe swayed, forcing a smile as she queried, "Why?" Epos wrapped his arms around her waist, replying, "You must invite me at least once, right?" A chuckle escaped Zoe's lips, and with playful mischief, she stepped on her partner's polished shoe, teasingly declaring, "I refuse. I want you to invite me, to keep inviting me, forever. Will you?" Epos, with a serious expression, vowed, as long as Epos exists, he will endlessly invite Zoe. Yet, he silently added, "Epos and Zoe are merely a beautiful dream. We shall inevitably awaken from this deep slumber. By then, I will be Sumu, and you will be but a passerby. Epos, I adore you." Zoe could no longer contain herself, halting their dance to leap into her partner's embrace, rising on tiptoe to bite his neck. Her loud confession echoed through the hall. Amidst Epos's wince of pain, all classmates simultaneously paused to offer their blessings and applause, as if commanded by an unseen force. Leaning against a stone pillar, Melanine maintained her radiant smile, even brighter in this moment. As the ball concluded amid the cheers, the principal delivered a brief address before distributing gifts. Naturally, the largest box was presented to the center of attention. Zoe gazed dreamily at the towering gift. The courage she summoned for her earlier confession now replaced by a timid version of herself, delicately hiding in her partner's arms. "Time to open the gift." Epos gently caressed Zoe's fiery red locks. "All right." The timid Zoe, gathering her courage once more, brandished a black wand and recited an incantation. The gift box slowly opened, revealing a cascade of roses in shades of pink, fiery red, and deep purple, enveloping the couple in a sea of floral affection. A charming teddy bear lay nestled within the box, resembling the little Cupid. Within the hall, classmates sang and reveled, all caught up in the merriment. Zoe clutched the teddy bear, savoring its warm texture. Is there more to surprise? She wondered, glancing at her hand, where bright red blood pierced through the nerves of everyone present. The hall fell into an eerie silence, a strange atmosphere spreading throughout. Ding, 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 the school's bell rang punctually. And after 10 chimes, the teddy bear exploded before their eyes, blood gushing forth. "Be careful." Epos shielded Zoe, blood splattering across him, his platinum hair mingling with the crimson, creating a striking spectacle. A mass of flesh tumbled from the teddy bear. A corpse. Another death. Once again, a murder had transpired, awakening fearful memories. Screams replaced the waltz. Reverberating through the hall, the laughter of demons entwined in the cacophony of human voices, sharp and mocking. "Silence." The principal's thunderous voice pierced through the terror, declaring the ball concluded. "Now, Class leaders, please escort your classmates back to the dormitories. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Professors stood guard at their posts, ensuring that once students were escorted, they would reconvene here. Melanine navigated through the throng, raising her wand toward Epos. Reparo. The female professor magically erased the glaring bloodstains. Thank you, Epos acknowledged. The ball, at its pinnacle, abruptly fractured. The leaders of the four houses hastily returned their students to the dorms, simultaneously counting heads. Some students took advantage of Christmas Eve to rendezvous with their beloveds, discreetly sneaking away to share tender moments throughout the castle. As the leaders reported the list of missing students in the school hall, Epos stared at the corpse concealed within the teddy bear, his suspicions solidifying. He recognized the victim. It's him. Zoe gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Donald. Miranda furrowed her brow, uttering the victim's name. The body, torn apart by claws, belonged to second-year student Donald Mina from the Eagle House, who was also the fourth person Epos had met before enrolling. The principal's expression darkened as he roared in the hall. Now, gentlemen and ladies, please assist in locating these mischievous children who have gone missing. Punishments will be meted out upon their return, 10 points deducted for each. No, 20 points. 8 house leaders, along with professors, staff, and student council officers formed groups of 3 to search the eerie castle for students hiding away in romantic escapades. Epos, Zoe, and Melanine formed one group. And it must be said that the old principal had a keen eye for such arrangements. Good evening, Mr. Epos. Good evening, Miss Zoe. Melanine greeted with a warm smile, seemingly unbothered by the evident couple's relationship. Good evening, Professor, the students dutifully responded. With a lantern in hand, Melanine traversed the dark castle, instructing, stay close. I will keep you safe. Yes, Professor. She suddenly halted, turning back to say, Mr. Epos, I prefer when you call me sister in the office. Epos remained silent. Zoe, giggling, pinched her boyfriend's side, calling out, Sister Professor. Sister Zoe, Melanine readily accepted, reciprocating the endearing title. The trio moved through the eerie atmosphere, discovering several couples in secluded corners of the castle, 2 of whom were engaged in discreet acts. In the deep, dark corridor, 3 lights floated. One paused and crouched down. What's wrong? Epos inquired, directing the lantern toward Zoe, whose face had turned crimson. He bent down to hear her bashfully whisper, I need to pee. Then hurry. Okay. What's the hold-up? Epos noticed her reluctance to rise. Zoe lowered her head and murmured, I'm scared of the dark alone. I'll accompany you, Melanine assured. Okay. Then, with a blush, Zoe made her final request. If I can't hold it, pull me. I'm afraid of leaking. Epos's face flushed as well. With his left hand holding the lantern, he scooped up the crouching girl. Just don't leak on me. What are you saying? Zoe felt utterly embarrassed, burying her face in Epos's embrace. Arriving at the restroom door, Melanine gently guided her inside while Epos remained at the doorway. In the eerie stillness, the sound of water dripping onto stone tiles echoed. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was Zoe, without a moment to lose. Epos kicked the door open and rushed inside. What happened? Zoe, pale-faced, pointed tremblingly towards the inner room. AI what? Epos stepped inside, pushing open a door to reveal a female corpse hanging from the wall, covered in scratches. Aileen Dale Unju. Crimson blood dripped steadily onto the stone floor. The pooled blood had already congealed and darkened, indicating it had been there for some time. Yet, the wounds continued to bleed profusely. The main group arrived, and Miranda brought more bad news. Third-year student Micus Carlo from the Lion House had been found dead in the snowy wilderness, his death mirroring that of last year's Avery. Epos's scrutinizing gaze swept through the crowd, questioning himself simultaneously. Aileen was dead, yet the illusion persisted. She was not Alakia. So, who was the true Alakia? Just as he prepared to inquire further details, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground as if forcibly shut down. The chimes resonate in my ears. Ding, 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 12 in total. Christmas of 1855 draws to a close. Chapter 47, Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibis. 2024 New Edition, The Christmas Tree. Once again, the Christmas tree. Ibis opened his eyes to behold the pale winter sun suspended in the sky, while the warm flames danced merrily in the fireplace. The Christmas tree was adorned with an array of candies, pastries, and candles. Has the third year already arrived? Are you awake? A familiar voice rang out, startling Ibis. He lifted his gaze to find none other than that enchanting face that filled him with dread. The female professor approached him and naturally settled onto his lap. Leaning in closely, "Last night, you were simply remarkable." The professor's tone was coy and sweet, laden with affection. What outrageous words! Ibis was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively yearning to flee, yet melanin pinned him down, rendering him immobile. With each struggle, his very soul seemed to tremble. Help! Help! Who will come to rescue me? Where have my classmates gone? A series of knocks interrupted the professor's nefarious intentions, compelling her to rise with a smile. She strolled over to the tea bar, retrieved 3 teacups, and began to brew tea. Still dawdling? Go open the door, Melanin urged. Ibis sprang from the sofa, hastily adjusting his disheveled attire, fastening his belt, and awkwardly slipping on his shoes. Creak! The wooden door swung open, revealing the bright smile of a girl, optimistic and cheerful. Her gray eyes and long black hair framed her face, and she wore black-framed glasses which she had apparently removed for some reason. It was Miranda. She appeared even more beautiful and simultaneously more mature. "Do you think I look good?" Miranda asked, beaming as she presented herself boldly. A familiar face, a familiar office. Yet the contrast with yesterday was utterly different. Is she truly Miranda? Surely she has tea transformed into someone else? Ibis felt a sharp pang in his head, as if electromagnetic waves were crackling in his ears. He lowered his head, pressing against his temple, his expression one of anguish. What's wrong? Miranda gently massaged his temples, her face etched with concern. Do you have a headache again? It's nothing, nothing at all. Ibis waved his hand dismissively and remarked, I recall you had short hair. When did you grow it long? And where are your glasses? Huh. Miranda's eyes widened in confusion as she spoke in a peculiar tone. Didn't you say you like long hair? So, I decided to grow it out. You also mentioned that I look better without my glasses. You haven't forgotten that, have you? She looked utterly aggrieved. Did I say that? Memories flashed through Ibis's mind, confirming that he indeed had said so, as he had pressed the blushing Miranda against the wall, whispering sweet nothings. But what about that other person? Where did she go? Ibis grimaced in pain, collapsing to the floor, desperately banging his head against the wooden door. Only then did some clarity return to his muddled mind, as the pain began to dissipate. What transpired last year? Why did I awaken today with such a throbbing headache? Sumu struggled to retrieve Ibis's lost memories. Yet only vast stretches of blankness awaited him. It seemed he would once more have to seek out relevant individuals to rekindle his recollections. Damned forgetfulness. He cursed inwardly, as every attempt to reclaim his memories consumed the better part of a day. By the time he recalled everything from last year, including the myriad of trivialities, a new day would have long passed. Why must he perpetually oscillate between seeking and forgetting? Why couldn't Ibis simply document everything, treating it as a pastime? Perhaps by keeping a diary? Do serious individuals truly refrain from journaling? Is what is penned not a reflection of one's innermost thoughts? Aside from the chaotic memories devoid of significance, what remained was the Christmas celebration from yesterday, the ball from his sophomore year, where Donald, Eileen, and Mikis had successively perished. Eileen was not Awakens. His conjecture had been entirely erroneous. So who is Awakens? Ibis straightened his posture, taking deep breaths to quell the agony in his mind. Cold Miranda's nose was tinged with red as she clung to his waist, speaking in a sweet, endearing tone. Oh, Ibis finally realized he should invite her into the warmth of the office. She was no longer clad in the unchanging witch's robe, but rather a lovely dress. This transformation was rather significant. He had thought that having experienced the previous 3 Christmases, this year's would not hold too many surprises. Reality proved otherwise, revealing how little he had truly encountered. Tea. Melanin presented the freshly brewed tea to Miranda, who, upon touching the teacup, placed a letter on the coffee table. Ibis. This is your letter, sent from Paris. Paris? Isn't that the capital of France? Ibis, puzzled, grasped the letter, his left hand instinctively accepting the teacup. A gesture so familiar it felt as though he had practiced it countless times. As he sipped the sweet milk tea, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The tea was delightful. Yet his mind conveyed a signal of satiation. Taking a deep breath, Ibis inhaled the professor's fragrance, his left hand trembling as he gazed at the teacup. Lost in thought, how many cups would one need to consume before feeling such a sense of saturation? Nevertheless, no matter how deeply he delved, the details of his memories concerning melanin remained shrouded in the deepest recesses of his mind, forever eluding his recollection. Could it be that this fragment of memory required an external trigger? Setting down the teacup, Ibis tore open the envelope. Who could be writing from Paris? He unfolded the sheet of paper, his curiosity piqued as he read on. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light. It was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. Dear Mr. Hogarth, please allow me to begin this letter with a quotation from your article. This year, my children and I performed Wilkie Collins's play, The Frozen Deep. I was deeply captivated by this production, which inspired many thoughts. And I intend to base a book about London and Paris on Thomas Carlyle's The French Revolution. Wilkie Collins, British detective fiction writer. Thomas Carlyle, British philosopher and satirical writer. As you aptly stated, A Tale of Two Cities, yes. I take the liberty of using this title for my new book. If you consent, I would like to quote your words at the beginning of A Tale of Two Cities. I eagerly await your response. By the time you receive this letter, it should be Christmas. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibis. Charles J.H. Dickens. It was, astonishingly, a letter from Mr. Dickens. Ibis could hardly believe his eyes, especially as he noted Dickens' preparations for A Tale of Two Cities, which would incorporate his words as a preface, causing his heart to swell with excitement. Though it was merely a figment of fantasy. Oddly, this letter bore no date. Mr. Dickens should not have made such an oversight. Whose letter could elicit such fervor? Miranda leaned closer, affectionately wrapping her arms around Ibis and bringing her head closer to the letter. It's from Dickens. That renowned author? Melanin inquired. Clearly familiar with that illustrious name. Ibis nodded in affirmation. Wow, Miranda exclaimed upon reading the contents of the letter, her face aglow with pride. The great author Dickens wishes to quote your words in his new book. Those are not my words. I read them in another book. Mr. Dickens must have misunderstood. I'll clarify that in my reply. Ibis felt he hadn't yet stooped to such shamelessness. He wished to retain his integrity in this vivid dream. Charles Dickens once stated, if that is the case, then it must be so. Why bother with further ado? Inquired Melanin. It is better to clarify things. Ibis shook his head, only then realizing that Miranda had been holding him close. He seemed to have adapted to this embrace quite well, even feeling a flicker of joy within, so much so that he initially failed to notice anything amiss. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the complexities of this relationship, a loud knocking echoed through the office door once again. Ibis set down the letter and curiously approached the door, wondering who it could be this time. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the ghastly visage of the cursed professor. Mr. Ibis. The professor's tone was icy. What brings you here? I am a teaching assistant. Where else would I be? Ibis retorted. Teaching assistant? The cursed professor scoffed. I must remind you that after the end of your sophomore year, there will no longer be teaching assistants for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. You claim to be a teaching assistant? Memories surged forth. Ibis suddenly recalled that he was not only no longer a teaching assistant, but had also ascended beyond the position of head of Slytherin House, now serving as the illustrious president of the Sacred Light Hogwarts Student Council. Curse this illusory mechanism. He muttered under his breath. Professor, do you require something? I have come to inform you to gather in the school hall, the cursed professor said gravely, head of Slytherin, Professor Tracy. His sharp gaze swept over Ibis. Is dead, he proclaimed. The three within the room were taken aback, glancing out at the sun still shining brightly. It was still morning. Melanin asked, like last year. Indeed, just like last year, and similar to the previous victims, the elder professor replied. One moment, let me change my clothes. I will be there shortly. Please hurry, the elder professor said, hastily crossing the defense against the dark arts classroom, vanishing from sight, once again traversing the frigid, snowy corridor. Ibis followed Melanin to the school hall, which had been placed under strict lockdown. Students were explicitly instructed not to leave their dormitories. This year's Christmas was particularly somber, with very few choosing to remain at school and even most professors opting to return home. Ibis stayed because he had no home in London, while Melanin and Miranda remained to keep him company. Melanin's home was far in Berlin, and she found little motivation to return. As Ibis entered the hall, the student council members immediately stood, bowing respectfully with expressions of reverence. He nodded naturally, feeling no discomfort. A similar scene flickered through his memory as he recalled the responsibilities of being the student council president. The principal, upon witnessing this, regarded Ibis with a newfound wariness. His influence had surpassed that of all previous presidents, and the combination of he and Melanin was threatening to usurp the school's power. Absolute power stemmed from absolute strength. He was now overwhelmingly formidable. The hall fell into a tense silence. Not only the student council members, but even the elder professors remained mute. Ibis moved through the crowd with ease, arriving beneath the Christmas tree. Professor Tracy, head of Slytherin and deputy headmistress of Sacred Light Hogwarts, has completed her life this Christmas. Fragments of memories regarding her flooded Ibis's mind. Just 4 days prior, she had been the one to read the list at the sorting ceremony. The lively scene replayed vividly in his mind, the faces of all present etched clearly before him, yet within the continuous footage, there remained a segment of perpetual void. That was, just as Ibis was about to recall more, a sharp pain pierced through him, tearing at all memories, as the bells rang incessantly in his ears. Dong, dong. Dong, the bells rang with increasing frenzy, magical flames erupted before him, and amidst the ashes, a horrifying giant wolf revealed its bloodthirsty claws. A wolf? The bloody carnage re-emerged. A thick mist of blood enveloping the scene. One by one, students collapsed beneath the Christmas tree. Amidst the chaotic chimes, Ibis began to recover fragments of his erased memories. Today was not the 3rd year of 1856, but rather the 4th year of 1857. After 2 years in this dream, he was on the brink of graduation. Within the eerie silence of the hall, Ibis's anguished scream reverberated as Melanin hurriedly embraced the unconscious student. President. The student council members quickly gathered around, while the school nurse examined him and instructed the students to carry Ibis to the infirmary. Upon hearing the news, Miranda frantically fled her dormitory, rushing to the infirmary. Madam, how is he? She inquired. He's not in grave danger, the school nurse replied. Miranda sighed in relief, approaching the bedside, only to find Ibis absent. She lifted the blankets, revealing only a pillow where he had lain. Where is he? The nurse looked bewildered. I don't know. What is this? Miranda grasped a white piece of paper from the bedside table. It was a letter, sent from London, penned by the renowned author, Charles J. H. Dickens. The girl stared at the envelope, her complexion pale, lips trembling. When was this letter sent? Why was I unaware of it? Li Tianfeng finally awaited reinforcements from the central courtyard headquarters. Bailey entered the temporary command center at precisely 5:10 in the morning, while the city of Hailey remained shrouded in darkness. The moment before dawn is the most terrifying darkness. The action team comprised 6 members, 3 veterans and 3 newcomers. The veterans were team leader Sun Zhou, aged 41, blood level C8, deputy leader Zheng Jiao, aged 37, blood level D7, and team member Zhao Yang, aged 38, blood level D6. The newcomers were Wan Nian, aged 23, blood level E4, Feng Wei, aged 23, blood level E4, and Si Qi, aged 22, blood level E4. Additionally, there was a student from the academy classified as AI level 16. Dr. Zhou Hai had already issued orders for them to fully cooperate with his mission. The current situation was that team member Wan Yin had been eliminated from the illusion and was currently in a comatose state, but not in life-threatening danger. Duan Ruiping was briefing the reinforcements from headquarters. Bailey nodded, stating, in the realm of mental illusions, lineage is the determining power. Those of higher lineage possess greater strength. A blood level E descendant in the illusion of a blood level A descendant is essentially a puppet, completely devoid of resistance. However, since our opponent bears no intent to kill, that is a favorable sign for us. As for the AI level 16 student, Dr. Zhouhai had already informed me upon arrival. Li Tianfang nodded in agreement. As the three conversed, an intelligence officer approached, reporting, "Report. Feng Wei has fallen into a coma, but is not in life-threatening danger. Siqi has also fallen into a coma, yet is not in life-threatening danger." Li Tianfang stood, gazing towards Binhai Park, somewhat astonished by the simultaneous incapacitation of two individuals. It seemed the confrontation within the illusion had reached a boiling point. "We must act swiftly," Li remarked. "Indeed. Everyone follow me." Li Tianfang led them into a civilian residence, where the communication equipment from the central courtyard headquarters, under Kai Ming's direction, had nearly been installed. A brief moment is still required. As time inexorably ticks away, Kai Ming finally completes the setup and calibration of all the equipment. Bai Li and Duan Ruiping lie supine upon the frigid medical tables, while the medical personnel adeptly connect various instruments to their bodies. Meanwhile, Kai Ming, embodying the mental sequence, settles into a chair reminiscent of a cradle. The lab coat-clad figures affix electrode pads to their forms, and the trio's simulated data materializes upon the computer screen. This represents a distinctive method of connection, utilizing modern technology to assist the mental sequence in forcibly inserting other inheritors of the bloodline into a phantasmagorical realm via radio broadcast. The advantage lies in the fact that the inheritors themselves need not venture into the perilous mental tempest. Only Kai Ming, serving as the bridge, bears a fraction of the risk. External personnel can monitor the trio's bioelectrical waves through surveillance devices, ready to extricate any endangered inheritors from the illusion at the first sign of severe disruption. As long as they are not struck fatally within the illusion, their lives remain secure. However, a significant drawback is that Kai Ming, responsible for linking the illusion with the equipment, endures immense psychological strain, rendering this process highly exhausting. The Southwest Bureau has thus prepared glucose solutions and other life-sustaining medications for this endeavor. Report. Deputy Team Leader Zheng Jiu has fallen unconscious. Another one down? It's scarcely been 20 minutes. Xiao Kai, hurry and take us in, Bai Li urged. Kai Ming nodded, releasing his powers. In an instant, Bai Li and Duan Ruiping were engulfed in darkness, which then shattered gradually, allowing a surge of white light to flood in. Mr. Rod, Ms. Yelena. Voices echoed in their ears as they opened their eyes to behold a brand new world. St. Light Hogwarts has reported a renewed homicide, and fugitive Hamer Keynes has been located. The minister now demands your immediate dispatch to Hogwarts for support. This time, capturing the fugitive is imperative. The identity setting submerged the duo's reality memories. They were no longer employees of X-Space, but rather aurors of the British Empire's Ministry of Magic, tasked with apprehending dark wizards. Understood, they replied in unison. Chapter 48, The Grand Performance begins. 2024 New Edition. The disappearance of Ibis plunged Starlight Hogwarts into a state of panic. Melanin's expression was grim, and the school nurse beside her was so terrified that she dared not breathe. The esteemed president of the student council had vanished right before her eyes, holding an envelope. She summoned the student responsible for delivering the message into the infirmary and inquired, "What did the president say to you just now?" "And nothing. The president just said there was a letter for me to collect." Then what?" The student trembled in fear, stammering. "The president said not to tell you, or Miranda." Melanin shot him a furious glance, crumpling the envelope in her hand, her voice icy and laced with menace. "If anything happens to Ibis, you know the consequences." "Surely he will be all right," Miranda said, her face etched with worry. "It's hard to say," the female professor replied, shaking her head. "Last Christmas, he nearly perished at the hands of Heimerits. If the professors hadn't arrived in time to scare off that fugitive, the outcome would have been dire." Miranda fell silent, haunted by the memory of Ibis's tragic plight, each recollection sending shivers down her spine. It seemed that the fugitive had not yet relinquished his pursuit of the spark. Melanin declared, "He is currently roaming within the castle. First, we must gather the students in the Great Hall to avert any further incidents. Then we will send someone to search for Ibis." The headmaster, standing at the back, contemplated the sequence of events and finally nodded in agreement. For 3 consecutive years, fatal incidents had occurred, yet the assailant remained elusive. Today, a professor had met their demise, and his own position was precariously at stake. This time, the matter could no longer be suppressed. He conceded, very well. Within the castle, professors were mobilizing to relocate the students, gathering those who had not gone home for the holidays in the great hall on the first floor, while Ibis stealthily made his way into a secret chamber. The stone guardian on watch raised his axe, expressionless, as Ibis waved his wand, obliterating the guards with explosive force. Navigating the dark passage, he entered the innermost chamber. Unexpectedly, we meet again, Mr. Ibis. A voice emerged from the shadows as Ibis approached the podium. I wish to know when Miranda enrolled and your comments about her at that time. That would be inappropriate. The Sorting Hat screeched. Protecting student privacy has always been my. Ibis, uninterested in its ramblings, pulled out his wand without hesitation, pointing it at the hat. Then choose your method of demise. The shattering curse, the fire spell, or perhaps the killing curse. And no, Mr. Ibis, the Sorting Hat stammered. You still do not comprehend yourself. A kind soul like you cannot wield the killing curse. The hat was suddenly engulfed in flames, causing it to tremble and hurriedly amend its tone. I would be delighted to serve you, esteemed president. It seems you care for me. Having noted my election as student council president, Ibis remarked, his eyes glinting with cold light, a murderous intent evident. I had no intention of prying into your privacy. Your achievements are simply too remarkable. The Sorting Hat hastily defended itself. Since the school's founding, no fourth-year student has managed to serve consecutive terms. Get to the point. Ibis interrupted, his impatience palpable. Why yes, let me recollect. The Sorting Hat pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Miranda, full name, Miranda Tin Meal Caro. Do you know what that means? It signifies morning star. Wait, Ibis interjected. Is she related to Professor Caro? If you are referring to the Professor of Charms, then yes, the Sorting Hat confirmed. Miranda is indeed his daughter and underwent an early sorting test, which is why she did not participate in the traditional sorting ceremony. Daughter? Ibis suddenly grasped many things. No wonder the Charms professor harbored such disdain for him. It was due to concern for his daughter. However, why had Miranda never mentioned this? What were your comments? He inquired. Let me think. I recall, the Sorting Hat began to mimic its previous tone, sighing, a pitiable child. Pitiable? Ibis instantly recalled her timid demeanor during their first meeting, as if she were afraid of everything. It was only after mastering an extensive array of magic that she gradually improved. The Sorting Hat continued, calm and composed, selfless and upright. It appears you are quite suited for Hufflepuff. But the Sorting Hat shifted its tone, adding, you are filled with a thirst for knowledge and eagerly anticipate breaking free from constraints. You simply lack an opportunity, a beacon of light in your life. Tin Meal. A splendid name. It means morning star, quite fitting for you. Behind the morning star lies the sun. Persevere, and you shall ultimately embrace your own illumination. Let me ponder further. This is a difficult choice. Both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are equally fitting for you. I have made my decision. Ravenclaw. Once the Sorting Hat concluded its recollection, it returned to its normal tone, stating, she is a girl who has suffered bullying since childhood, awaiting the sun to rescue her. Mr. Ibis, the Anna in your name means sun. I hope you can save this unfortunate girl. I understand. Ibis sheathed his wand and turned to leave, remarking, oh, I nearly forgot. Merry Christmas. Sorting Hat. I am not at all merry. The Sorting Hat muttered under its breath, watching the disappearing figure, silently criticizing, just moments ago. He was threatening me with curses. How gruesome. Ibis exited the secret chamber with a clear objective, heading straight for the headmaster's office. Ahead, he heard footsteps, likely belonging to the team searching for him. He waved his wand and uttered the spell, Animagus. Transforming into a lion cat with heterochromatic eyes, he swiftly dashed past his classmates. Through their conversations, Ibis confirmed that the headmaster and other professors were indeed gathered in the Great Hall, alarmed by his inexplicable disappearance. He navigated the familiar route to the headmaster's office door. Ibis reverted to his human form, and spoke the password, Snowball Lemon. The guardian statue rotated, allowing him access to the office. Where is it? Ibis searched the bookshelves for the information he sought regarding the details of the third-year Christmas event. His gaze swept over the professor's files. After a moment's contemplation, he extracted the files of Professor Caro and Professor Melanin. Professor Caro had 2 wives? No. Technically, one was not considered a wife. He shook his head and examined Melanin's file, discovering in the lineage section that her sister was a half-blood Vila. No wonder he had succumbed to her allure. It was not a lack of self-control, but rather the temptation was too strong. Returning the files, Ibis ultimately found the relevant documents regarding the murder case in a locked drawer of the desk. Regrettably, only the file from last year remained. The other 2 were missing. However, that was inconsequential. As a first-hand witness, he knew as much as the headmaster. Ibis eagerly extracted the document. Why were there so few pages? And they were all. He discovered that the records contained only information about himself, suggesting that the headmaster had directed his suspicions toward him. December 28, 1856. Student Council President Ibis was discovered unconscious in the 4th-floor secret chamber. What was he doing there? His body was covered in scratches, and when Professor Melanin found him, he was already on the brink of death. Ibis claimed he was pursuing Heimerans, who intended to steal the spark. Heavens be praised, there was no Heimerans. It was merely the child's delusion. Ibis frequently suffered from headaches, seemingly afflicted by some ailment. He would often forget things, and we had reason to suspect that he was Heimerans. That everything was a figment of his imagination, but we lacked conclusive evidence. September 13th, 1857. The child, too, may very well have gone mad. Just like the Snake House lunatic. Heimerans, kindling. Who, then, was the Snake House lunatic? Memories surged forth, and Ibis instantly recalled that the one who had imparted this information was none other than the Snake House headmaster, now deceased beneath the Christmas tree. In his recollection, the name Heimerans first surfaced during his junior year, last September, after his successful election as student council president. The headmaster professor had secretly informed him that a fugitive had escaped from Azkaban prison. His target was the kindling, hidden within the school, and he was responsible for all the murders. The previous defense against the dark arts professor had been slain by him. However, to avoid affecting enrollment, the headmaster, in conjunction with the Ministry of Magic, had suppressed the matter. Subsequently, a core group of professors had been organized to investigate covertly within the school. What is kindling? Ibis had inquired at the time. Kindling is the treasure of the family, it is. Zzz. The recollection reached a critical juncture, and a powerful electrical sound drowned out everything. After the cacophony subsided, the headmaster professor's voice resumed, stating, Kindling is the treasure of the Caro family, a pure and flawless holy artifact. The Caro family, were they not the family of Miranda and the charms professor? Could it be that? Ibis shuddered at this realization. It all connected. Miranda was, in fact, the true Aletheia. She had brought the holy artifact to Highley, thus attracting a throng of pursuers, all seeking this sacred object. Xia Mo had mentioned that there would be an auction on the cruise ship, featuring a level 0 pollutant of immense value. Could this pollutant be the holy artifact in Aletheia's possession? The pursuers are Ibis cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The intense pain compelled him to abandon his relentless pursuit of the matter. Gazing at the case files in his hands, he had arrived at a conclusion. If the headmaster professor's words held true, then the headmaster was deeply implicated, and the Ministry of Magic was equally culpable. The progression of the case to this point was inextricably linked to their indulgence and negligence. A black wizard of extreme peril had escaped from prison and was committing murder with impunity, only to be discovered during his junior year, a ludicrous state of affairs. The recollections persisted, bypassing the unspeakable void in the memory timeline. The next scene unfolded in September of the current year, with his re-election as student council president. The headmaster professor once again approached him, asserting that she had unearthed information regarding Heimerand's existence, but the other professors disbelieved her. They all deemed her insane. In his recollection, he outwardly ceased to endorse the professor's claims, instead siding with the others and considering her mad. Heimerans? What Heimerans? It was all a phantom enemy concocted by two lunatics. Such was the prevailing sentiment. The headmaster deemed the Snake House headmaster unfit for teaching, and the school's transfiguration class was suspended. It was from late September that Ibarus began secretly studying Animagus under the tutelage of the headmaster professor. He had barely mastered it by the eve of the Christmas holiday. Consequently, only a select few were privy to his Animagus ability, namely the professor and headmaster, along with Merlinin and Miranda. Ibarus's chest heaved violently as he finally comprehended why he had fainted in the chamber. The headmaster professor's conjecture was not unfounded. Heimerans did indeed exist. Her death was the ultimate proof. Headmaster, rest assured, we will locate the president as soon as possible. Voices emanated from beyond the door. Ibarus, with no time to peruse further information, returned the files to the drawer, restoring everything to its original state with a spell. Unable to exit through the main door, he proceeded to the balcony. The headmaster's office door swung open. Ibarus, his face devoid of emotion, spread his arms wide and fell backward into the void. A magical radiance flickered, and he transformed into a white lion cat, landing gracefully on the castle roof. He hastily fled the office. Upon reaching the school hall, Ibarus discovered that Miranda was nowhere to be found, nor was the charms professor. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and traversed the castle, heading directly for the office located atop the tower. Professor Caro's office was situated on the 8th floor of the castle. Despite his profound dislike for the old fellow, he was the Eagle House headmaster, and his strength was considered among the top tier of professors. The white lion cat stealthily slipped through the window into the Eagle House headmaster's office. The sound of a girl's sobs emanated from the inner room. Ibarus hastened his feline pace, quietly approaching the door. Through the crack, he observed Miranda kneeling on the carpet, her fair skin marred by numerous wounds. This immediately brought to mind their chance encounter during Christmas of his freshman year, when she had been similarly covered in injuries, pushing him away and fleeing into the shadows. Tell me, where is Kindling? The charms professor's reprimand echoed. Ibarus recognized the detestable voice, even in his feline form. For it was the same voice that had constantly belittled him during charms class. I don't know. Miranda wept helplessly. Bang! Professor Caro smashed an expensive piece of porcelain, exclaiming, It's because of you that your brother, Mikus, died. Do you understand? I'm sorry. Is I'm sorry enough? Professor Caro's voice conveyed immense anger, as if he deeply cared for his offspring, Mikus Caro. Consumed by rage, he kicked his daughter in the back. Bang! Miranda collided with a wooden table, crimson blood streaming from her forehead. The white cat's eyes blazed with fury, and the intensity of his emotions nearly forced him out of his Animagus form. Through the crack in the door, Ibarus clearly saw the girl clutching her wound. Her gray eyes filled with anger, suspicion, fear, and a profound sense of helplessness. She lacked the courage to resist, even though her current abilities rivaled those of a professor. Before her father, the girl did not even dare to draw her wand. So deeply ingrained was the fear within her soul. He was my only son. Professor Caro's voice trembled, filled with sorrow as he said, How good was your brother to you? And this is how you repay him? No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me who lost it. It really wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Has Kindling been lost? Ibarus crouched at the door, finally hearing useful information. This meant that Heimerans had already succeeded, and he could have left St. Light Hogwarts. Why then? Was he still killing people at the school? He could not comprehend it. The grief of losing his son, coupled with the loss of the sacred artifact, drove Professor Caro to the brink of madness. He frantically kicked Miranda in the abdomen, causing her to vomit blood. If you don't retrieve Kindling tonight, and continue to dally with that pretty boy, I won't spare you. Sending you to be a courtesan will be too light a punishment. Professor Caro seized Miranda's hair, dragging her to the other side. His daughter's pleas did nothing to quell his rage. On the contrary, he uttered the most heartless words. I will strangle you with my own hands. Miranda collapsed onto the carpet, a smile gracing her face. She curled up on the cold stone floor, her gray eyes filled with the despair of death. The door creaked open, revealing a white cat that approached her step by step. The despair in her eyes gradually ignited with hope. A cat? Where did it come from? Carlo, taken aback, muttered in confusion. What breed is this? Is there really a cat with lion-like features and heterochromia in England? In the astonished gaze of the old professor, the white lion cat stood up, pale sunlight casting its shadow upon the wall, growing larger until it transformed into a robust young man. An animagus? Carlo Professor's eyes widened with disbelief. As he recognized the man before him, he stumbled back, colliding with his desk. It's you. The expressionless ibis, wand in hand, coldly intoned, Merry Christmas. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. What do you want? Carlo glanced at his daughter, still coughing blood on the floor. Fully aware of the young man's intentions, he quickly drew his wand, unleashing a red beam of magic that disarmed Ibis. Professor, you should know why I'm here. Ibis, glancing at the injured Miranda on the ground, felt a pang of sorrow, his dark eyes now ablaze with murderous fury. But do you know what you're doing? I can do whatever I want on my own daughter. Incorrect. Ibis waved his wand with no mercy, sending Carlo flying into the wooden table where Miranda had previously crashed, blood streaming from his forehead. The frail, elderly body found itself momentarily incapacitated. You dare to kill a professor? The old professor's face was a mask of incredulity. Ibis's laughter grew more exaggerated as he stepped toward Carlo, unceremoniously pressing his head to the ground, leaning down to whisper, If you don't say anything, who will know I killed the professor? Isn't there a ready scapegoat, Heimerins? If I kill you now and stage it as an accident, everyone will assume it was Heimerins. Carlo, finally gripped by fear, turned to his daughter and commanded, Save me. Miranda's gaze flickered. After a moment of struggle, she crawled to Ibis's side, clutching his leg and pleading, Spare him this once. He will surely change. Do you even know what you're saying? Please. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the blood at the corner of her mouth, dripping onto the stone floor. The girl, renowned for her wisdom, had never felt so lost. Bowing her head, she murmured, After all, he is my father. Mama's already gone. He is my only family. He usually isn't like this. Miranda vainly justified. It's just that my brother's death and the loss of the fire seed drove him to madness. Is that so? Ibis countered. After a moment of silence, Miranda nodded. Yes. I don't believe it. Ibis pressed down harder with his foot, increasing the force as Carlo's insults became more vulgar. Do you remember freshman year? It was also Christmas. You tried to sneak away from me. Miranda froze, rendered speechless. After a long pause, she replied, So you remember. I never forgot. You just never wanted to talk about it. Ibis removed his scarf and offered it to her. Wipe your face, though this is woven by melanin. I'll explain it to the professor. Okay. Miranda accepted the scarf. Haraha. Suddenly, Professor Carlo erupted into a frenzied laugh, mockingly declaring, Look. This is the boyfriend you chose for yourself. How wonderful. Not only betraying your teacher, but also entangled with your own professor. I knew something was off about you two. A couple of scoundrels indeed. Following him, you'll surely regret it. Ibis, furious, kicked Carlo in the stomach, blood splattering everywhere. Say one more word, and I'll send you to meet your son. Turning to Miranda, he explained, Actually, Melanin and I have nothing. I know. Miranda interrupted, murmuring, I know. Don't say anything more. I believe you. Ibis looked at the pitiful girl kneeling beside him, fully aware that she did not truly believe him. Spending every day in the beautiful teacher's office, and each time he arrived, she was in disarray. Who could trust such circumstances? Yet no matter how Ibis tried to recall, the crucial details eluded him, as if his brain had become overstimulated during the climax of the script, causing him to lose all memory. Is this the allure of Mua? Ibis extended his hand toward Miranda, asking earnestly, Will you come with me? Leave this place, leave England. Leave. The girl paled, gazing up at the seemingly unattainable figure. Behind the youth hung a massive white sun, devoid of warmth, yet radiating such comfort. She hesitated. She had never left her family before. Could she truly accompany the one she loved in the outside world? Would I be a good wife? Miranda was engulfed in profound self-doubt. This time, Ibis did not wait. He grasped her cold hand, pulling her into his embrace, stating, Let us go. We will leave Starlight Hogwarts now. Cocooned in his arms, Miranda clung to his neck and softly replied, Okay. Stop. I haven't permitted you to leave yet. Carlo climbed to his feet, retrieved his wand, and without hesitation, incanted Avada Kedavra. Before the killing curse could complete, a red beam of magic shot forth. To protect her beloved, Miranda used the disarming spell to knock her father's wand away. Simultaneously, another spell was cast by Ibis, who had anticipated that the old professor would not let him go easily, preparing to counter with a disarming spell of his own. The wand slipped from Carlo's grasp, and the second spell sent him hurtling backward. He fell to the edge of the balcony, mere inches from the castle's bottomless abyss. "Father!" Miranda cried out, breaking free from Ibis's embrace. The old professor staggered to his feet, and in the astonished gaze of the two, his legs buckled, swept away by the cold wind. When Ibis reached the balcony's edge, he saw only a blur of blood and flesh. So, why not install a railing? Was it presumed that wizards could never fall to their deaths? Miranda. His face was a mask of regret. "Father is dead?" Miranda's complexion drained of color, her lips quivered, and her body trembled. Ibis quickly embraced her, and they knelt at the balcony's edge, feeling the winter winds of the Scottish Highlands. "Father, is he dead?" The girl murmured in disbelief. Ibis felt immense guilt. He had not intended to kill the old professor. "I'm sorry, it was an accident." "But—" Miranda's face grew even paler as she asked, "Why do I feel no sadness at all? Do I lack a heart?" "That's not true." Ibis hastily consoled her. "No one mourns for an abuser, even if that person is their parent. To be born and raised in cruelty is the most unforgivable sin in the world." "Is it?" The sound of footsteps echoed from the empty corridor. Carlo's death had already alarmed the school. Miranda's expression shifted. "Go, you must leave. 2 aurors from the ministry have just arrived. Hurry and escape. We'll leave together." Ibis insisted. "I cannot. One of us must stay." A smile emerged on Miranda's pale face as she gazed lovingly at the boy, saying, "Before I die, knowing that someone in this world cares for me is enough." "Ibis." "Yes. Merry Christmas." She wished, followed by an apology. "I am so selfish." "What?" "I adore you. Truly, I genuinely adore you." Miranda passionately kissed Ibis and, in the very instant footsteps approached from outside, pushed him off the balcony. "Go find her. Seek out the girl who loves you." Her voice echoed through the cold wind. "P.S. There are still 2 chapters left to the conclusion. I am contemplating whether there are any flaws, and I shall post it by tomorrow at the latest. 2024. 0315. Chapter 49, The Truth of the Inverted, 2024 New Edition. Epos soared through the air, casting a spell of slow down upon himself with a flourish of his wand. As he approached the ceiling, he transformed into a white lion cat, deftly navigating the eaves and vanishing atop the ancient castle. The door to the office was kicked open by an auror from the Ministry of Magic, and the professors rushed in, directing their gaze toward the balcony. Miranda, covered in blood, knelt in the cold wind outside, her face alight with a peculiar joy. The elderly professors of the academy turned away in regret at the sight before them. As colleagues of Professor Carlo, the man's abuse of his daughter was no secret. They had hoped that after enduring so many years, with only a few months left until graduation, the girl could finally escape the clutches of her tormentor. Yet, in these final months, a tragic saga unfolded. Miss Miranda, the female auror, played by Bai Li, was about to inquire when Melanin rushed forward, enveloping Miranda in a tight embrace, offering words of comfort. Observing this scene, the 2 aurors exchanged knowing glances and discreetly stepped aside, allowing the child a moment to regain her composure. Seizing the opportunity, Melanin tossed her knitted scarf to Epos, which sailed into the tempestuous winds. "Did you do this?" she asked. Miranda remained silent, her gaze fixed on her professor sister. In an instant, Melanin understood. Epos was inextricably linked to this tragic incident. "It's all right. It's all right. I will protect you," the professor offered, her warmth akin to that of a mother, gently caressing the trembling back of the child. As time pressed on, the female auror shot a disapproving look at her male counterpart, who wore an expression of helplessness. It is difficult to adjudicate domestic matters. If he could, he would prefer to stay out of such affairs. "Miss Miranda." The male auror cleared his throat. What transpired in the room? How did Professor Carlo meet his end? Miranda's eyes glimmered with warmth, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Esteemed Auror, as you suspect, it was I. She emphasized, I who personally ended my father's life. The specifics I cannot disclose, but you may inquire with the other professors. They would surely be willing to assist you. With a sigh, the male Auror replied, Thank you for your cooperation. However, until the case is resolved, we must ask you to stay in a secure room, and your wand will be confiscated. Miranda offered no resistance, casting her wand onto the carpet. With Melanin's support, she staggered forward, bloodied and clutching her abdomen. Esteemed Aurors, Melanin interjected, I implore you to allow my student to receive medical attention. Her condition appears dire. And Carlo was not gentle in his actions. As you wish, Headmaster Hohenzollern, the male Auror acquiesced. Thank you. After the passing of the Snake House head, the two Aurors arrived from the Ministry of Magic, not only to apprehend the fugitive Heimerans, but also to announce the appointment of a new deputy headmaster, taking the position of the deceased Snake House head. The ministry typically refrains from interfering in the appointments of the four house heads. However, this time they bypassed the headmaster entirely, appointing a new deputy headmaster and Snake House head, a clear indication of their profound disappointment with the foolish headmaster. Melanin, determined to protect her epos, understood that only Miranda could shoulder this burden. Miranda possessed ample justification to rebel against her father, and the female professor was confident in ensuring her safety. Yet, should matters implicate epos, not even friendship would shield him from judgment. You did well. Melanin whispered to the girl. No, Miranda shook her head, her gaze resolute. This was entirely my doing. The female professor let out a soft laugh. Choosing not to elaborate further, the white lion cat dashed through the castle, drawing curious stares from the patrolling student council members. How many times have we seen this cat today? They wondered. Its energy seemed boundless. Yet what breed of cat was it? Amidst their inquisitive gazes, Epos strutted confidently beneath their noses, making his way to the room where he had collapsed. Avoiding the professors descending the stairs, he returned to the 8th floor. Standing before a stone wall, from his pocket, he retrieved a letter sent from Mr. Dickens in London, filled with intricate tales about a certain girl. Each story was remarkably coherent, yet he could recall none of these events related to himself. He could not remember the girl's face, nor her name. If you are out there, please help me. Epos earnestly implored before the stone wall. Ancient patterns began to shimmer into view, gradually forming a grand bronze door that echoed through the corridor. Thank you, Epos expressed gratefully. He eagerly pushed the door open, stepping into the non-existent room. The dimly lit chamber was barren, its walls entirely composed of mirrors. Each reflection revealed a different version of Epos, from King's Cross Station to the conclusion of Christmas. Beside each Epos stood a hazy silhouette, discernibly a girl. This was the very place chronicled in the records where he encountered Heimerans and was gravely injured by him. The bloodstains on the floor remained, vivid and fresh. Epos knelt, aware that this was not reality, but rather a scene conjured by the room based on his desires. Is this all there is? He lamented, lowering his head in disappointment. A magical mirror floated before him, revealing his own reflection bent over a desk, writing a letter. The content obscured. Yet from that face, that attire, Epos recognized. This was the Christmas Eve before his 3rd year. Then the second mirror rose, showing Epos in the Snake House common room, surrounded by fellow students, lamenting why he had not kept written notes to aid in recovering his memories. In the image, Aileen slept sweetly on the sofa. It was Christmas of his 2nd year. So, you mean? Epos revisited the letter from Mr. Dickens. This is actually my notebook? His face brightened with joy as he scrutinized the letter's content. Mr. Dickens recounted a tale of a werewolf, noting that whenever the moon was full, the werewolf would transform from human to wolf, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. This was a curse. Werewolf, full moon night. At that moment, the 3rd mirror ascended, showing scenes from his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Christmases, all coinciding with the full moon night, when werewolves would kill. A howl echoed in his mind. The clanging of bells rang out, 12 chimes in total. The magical flames erupted once more, and beneath the blood-red haze, sharp claws emerged. Bathed in silvery moonlight, they emanated a haunting glow. Epos recoiled in terror, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, and suddenly understood everything. He had not failed to write notes. Rather, all his notes had been forgotten within his memory. Someone had taken all his notes before Christmas. Epos held the letter tightly, a frenzied smile spreading across his face. This was why he had devised such a plan last year during his 3rd year, utilizing Mr. Dickens outside the castle. He had sent back stories that no one could decipher to him in London. There was more than one letter. This was the 3rd. As Epos pondered further, the 4th mirror rose, revealing himself during his 3rd year, the first time he had written to Mr. Dickens. And the reply had been, "I am about to travel to Paris and will not return until next year." A sudden burst of smoke exploded in his mind, filling the previously intangible void with fresh memories. The 5th mirror rose, revealing Ibis as he pinned 2 letters. One was boldly addressed to Paris, entirely devoted to literary works, while the other was discreetly sent to London during the vigil of Christmas Eve, away from prying eyes. The absence of a date on the letter to Paris was entirely by his own design. The letter lingered in Paris for quite some time, only dispatched after Mr. Dickens embarked on his return to London. Meanwhile, upon his return, Mr. Dickens would also respond to the previously sent missive. The 2 letters, sent in succession, arrived at St. Light Hogwarts precisely on Christmas Day, demonstrating that time could indeed be manipulated with merely a tip for the postman. Coincidentally, Mr. Dickens was never short of such small change. As the 6th mirror ascended, Ibis gazed at his reflection, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips as if he had foreseen his own triumph. Merely a sprinkle of water. He looked into the mirror, mirroring that same satisfaction, experiencing an unprecedented exhilaration, a sense of mastery over all circumstances. The moment of witnessing a miracle was imminent. He waved his wand in the air, slowly reciting the incantations from the letter, the initial letters of each phrase coalescing into a unique spell. NYT, I calamp. Memory manifestation. The bloodstains on the ground continued to flow, ultimately forming a name in crimson, Zoe Andromeda Gunter. Zoe. Ah. A piercing scream reverberated within the chamber as Ibis collapsed, tormented by the frenzied memories surging through his mind. The recollections unfolded like a beautiful dream, wherein he and Zoe shared endless kisses, a ceaseless quest for each other. Until that fateful event, the head of Slytherin announced that Heimertz had arrived, having slain everyone with the intent of seizing the sacred light artifact concealed within St. Light Hogwarts, the Ember. From that moment forth, Zoe began to exhibit peculiar behaviors, her dependency on him reaching an apex, nearly inseparable. Save for the nights, she did not return to the Slytherin dormitory. It was during this time that Ibis's suspicions regarding Zoe deepened, leading him to investigate her until Miranda uncovered an ancient tome concerning werewolves. Indeed, who said a murderer must employ an animagus? Could she not be a werewolf? The revelation of Zoe as a werewolf was one that Ibis and Sumu found utterly untenable. On Christmas Eve of their 3rd year, he crafted a werewolf fairy tale concerning Zoe and sent it to Mr. Dickens in London. On Christmas Day, he brought her into this chamber. The full moon illuminated the room, and there she stood, transforming before him into a savage werewolf. Haraha! Enlightened, Ibis collapsed onto the cold ground, laughing maniacally, realizing the absurdity of the truth he had sought. His girlfriend was, in fact, the killer of his classmates. Haraha! The chilling laughter echoed throughout the chamber, revealing his inner turmoil and desolation as the final mirror emerged. In that last moment, as the clock tolls, Ibis beheld the werewolf he had wounded revert to the lively girl she once was, tears streaming down her face as she raised her wand and uttered the spell. Obliviate. Oblivion. Zoe erased herself from Ibis's memory forever. The girl wished to spare him the torment of her disgrace, to prevent her image from becoming an indelible scar upon his heart. She vanished from the chamber just as Professor Sister arrived. From that moment forth, no one at the school ever saw Zoe again. It was as if she had evaporated from existence. Yet, she had always remained at the school. Had she not? Ibis sat on the ground, recalling Miranda's words before she had pushed him off the balcony. If she was still at the school and everyone else was unaware, then she could only be in one place. The second, for anyone wishing to avoid torment and death, should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. The headmaster's warning echoed in his ears. Everything formed a closed loop, a beginning and an end. Thank you. Ibis rose, preparing to leave the chamber. Upon hearing his gratitude, the room inscribed on all the mirrors a single phrase: "No need to thank me. I merely reflect your innermost desires. At this moment, you are helping yourself." Ibis pushed open the bronze door, bowed in farewell, and transformed into a small white cat, disappearing down the corridor of the 8th floor. In the infirmary, Miranda sat with her head bowed, lost in thought. The Aurors had questioned her several times, yet they had extracted nothing of value from the girl. Child. At that moment, the headmaster approached, sitting by her window, reminiscing. I recall you entered in 1854, during a time when the empire was at war with Russia. Countless people were displaced, and hundreds of thousands of families lost loved ones. You would not wish for such calamity to befall you, would you? He gently coaxed. You know, since that incident, Ibis has become exceedingly fragile, plagued by frequent headaches and engaging in bizarre behaviors. If he were an ordinary individual, it would be inconsequential. However, he is a powerful wizard, the most brilliant student in the history of St. Light Hogwarts. I trust you understand his might. Do you wish for your classmate to exist in such peril? Miranda remained silent, unwilling to believe that Ibis was a rational or an exceedingly dangerous wizard. Seeing that this approach bore no fruit, the headmaster gritted his teeth, adopting a different tactic. Have you not wondered where he has disappeared to? You must know that child is not dead. She is here at the school, amongst you and me. If Ibis finds her. The headmaster fixed his gaze on Miranda's gray eyes, articulating the most unbearable scenario for her. From what he has learned, will he choose you or Zoe? Do not forget, throughout this relationship, you have deceived him. Everyone has deceived him, concealing all matters concerning Zoe. Upon hearing this, Miranda trembled uncontrollably. Her calm gray eyes filled with a dread of loss. Child, perceiving that his words had struck a chord, the headmaster quickly continued, I swear by my position as headmaster, along with the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, we will not harm Ibis in the slightest. We merely wish to locate Zoe and bring her to justice. He intensified his rhetoric, adding, this is also for Ibis, for your future. Now everyone knows Zoe is Heimert's, and Ibis associating with the fugitive will inevitably lead to his assimilation. At that point, it will be too late for regrets. The headmaster did not believe in Heimert's existence, nor did he believe Zoe was indeed the perpetrator. However, should the culprit remain at large, he would have no choice but to vacate St. Light Hogwarts. Currently, the priority was to apprehend someone to take the blame. Whether Heimert's existed was of little consequence. The Ministry of Magic had acknowledged it. What else was there to deny? Miranda glanced at the two Aurors, who raised their hands in oath. The girl bit her pale lip. They were not wrong. Zoe was far too dangerous now. Everything was for Ibis's sake. Ibis arrived at the chamber on the 4th floor, using a spell to unlock the door, transforming back into a cat as he entered the dark room. A 3-headed hellhound blocked the entrance. The white cat stealthily approached, taking advantage of its deep slumber to gently pry open the dungeon door with its paw. In the last fleeting moment before the 3-headed dog awakened, it swiftly leapt into the dungeon. A pure white glow illuminated the surroundings, allowing it to effortlessly navigate past the light-fearing devil vines. In the second challenge, it soared through the air in search of a key to unlock the wooden door before it. The dilemma was, if it was merely a wooden door, why would a key be necessary? Without hesitation, Ibis set fire to it, accompanied by a furious gust of wind that tore the door apart. The false keys whirled in the air like frenzied wasps, converging upon him. Transforming into a white lion cat, Ibis dashed through the fiery hole in the door, leading the mad swarm of keys in a reckless sprint. The third challenge was a battle of wizard's chess. Once again, Ibis had no intention of proceeding through conventional means. The moment he ascended onto the chessboard, he swiftly turned to evade the advancing pieces. As anticipated, the keys collided with the animated chessmen behind him. The pawn raised its sword to strike, and in a brief interval, the white lion cat reverted to human form, unleashing a shattering curse that sent the opposing king flying. Checkmate. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the chamber, marking the demise of the king piece and rendering the enemy's forces devoid of vitality. Meow, Ibis transformed back into a cat. Dashing down the staircase, The commotion he stirred would soon summon the professors of the school, and he had to act swiftly. At the staircase's end, deep within the chamber, a full moon hung in the air. Ibis beheld a werewolf, crucified upon a pure silver cross, blood dripping down in steady drops. With feline eyes scrutinizing the moon, he recognized it was not the true moon, but a magical creature known as a boggart, capable of morphing into the deepest fears of the human heart. For Zoe, the moon was her greatest terror. As the full moon turned to face Ibis, it abruptly transformed into the sun. Ridiculous, Ibis exclaimed, reverting to human form as he recited the dark magic defensive spell taught by Melanine, the boggart banishing charm. The sun deflated into a limp balloon, drifting into a nearby cupboard. Ibis approached the werewolf, invoking a healing incantation. Zoe, he called softly. The werewolf let out a low groan, gradually opening its eyes, which reflected the visage of the boy she longed for. As the moonlight dissipated, the werewolf transformed back into a red-haired girl, Zoe, who incredulously asked, Ibis? Yes, it's me. Suddenly, Zoe erupted into manic laughter, mocking, don't deceive me. Such trifles could never fool this lady. It's merely a transformation spell. Anyone could do that. You think she was abruptly lifted from the cross. Is that so? Then you are quite astute, Ibis retorted sarcastically, kissing the girl's lips unabashedly amidst her astonished gaze. Zoe struggled fiercely, familiar sensations flooding her mind, yet she gradually relaxed. Suddenly, recollections surged, and she began to thrash again, forcefully pushing Ibis away. I haven't brushed my teeth in ages, nor have I washed up. It's been months, maybe a year. It's been so long. Am I? She stammered, avoiding his gaze. Ibis wiped his lips, jesting. Well, it's a bit pungent, reminiscent of the Thames. Get lost. Zoe fumed, her face flushed with indignation. I am not that foul. The Thames could make one ill. Do you think I could do the same? Yes. Zoe raised her fist, only to hear him say, it's a case of lovesickness. Zoe burst into laughter, tracing circles on Ibis's chest. It's been ages since we've seen each other. You've become quite the smooth talker. I wonder who taught you such ways. Those matters can wait. Ibis retrieved Zoe's wand from the cupboard and handed it to her, inquiring, this Christmas, another has perished, the head of Slytherin. She warned me someone is after the fire seed. Do you know what the fire seed is? And who is Heimerance? After the fire seed? Zoe bit her lip, organizing her thoughts. I'm truly clever. They've captured me for so long, yet haven't found the fire seed. Can you guess where I've hidden it? Oh dear, my lady, do not keep me in suspense. I'm nearly frantic. I broke in here. They will surely discover it soon. He began to walk, hoisting Zoe onto his back as they dashed away. You would never guess. I've hidden it. Zoe kissed Ibis on the cheek, declaring, inside your wand. Inside my wand. Ibis halted, stunned. Yes, the core of your wand. It's not a phoenix feather at all. Zoe exclaimed proudly. It's the fire seed they've been searching for. You truly are. Ibis extracted his wand, gazing at it in awe. Incredible concealment. No one would ever find it. No wonder you were adamant about keeping Aaron away from it. He resumed his escape. Indeed, I believed she was after the fire seed, mistaking her for Heimerance. So you killed her? Not just for that reason. What other reason could there be? Because she shamelessly pursued you. She truly was a little vixen. Yet it seems I was the one who initiated the flirtation. Zoe lamented. Aaron's death was truly tragic. Ibis sighed. What exactly is the fire seed? And why does everyone covet it? It can be understood as a treasure that greatly enhances a wizard's affinity for magic. Thus, you possess such formidable strength. Zoe nestled her head into his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Did you steal it from the Caro family? Ibis inquired again. Absolutely not. Zoe countered. The fire seed is clearly from our family. It has nothing to do with the Caros. Are you implying? A sudden alarm shot through her. The true individuals desiring the fire seed are the cursed professor and Miranda? Ibis felt dizzy. The information was utterly inconsistent. The Slytherin head had claimed, the fire seed belongs to the Caro family. Wait. The fire seed is the family heirloom of the Zoe family. The voice of the Slytherin professor echoed in his mind once more. As he rediscovered Zoe, all previous memories were restored, the void filled with the names Caro and Miranda, now replaced with Zoe. You ibis, exasperated, exclaimed, "It's all your fault. Manipulating my memories. Allowing Miranda to become your substitute in many instances. This matter too. The professor said it was your family's heirloom. Blame me." Then, Zoe continued to playfully cling to him. "I haven't spoken in so long. I merely want to hold my beloved and talk slowly. At least for an entire year." Ibis, momentarily speechless, stood frozen. "Why have you stopped?" Zoe asked in confusion. "If the fire seed is indeed your family heirloom." Then, Ibis turned to look at the girl on his back, her vibrant red hair cascading down, his lips parting to inquire, "You are not merely a red-haired girl. You are Awakens, aren't you?" Zoe narrowed her eyes. "P.S. The conclusion is rather lengthy. I have divided it into 2 chapters, 50, 51. Chapter 50, The Truth Revealed, Life After Death, 2024 New Edition." Zoe squinted her azure eyes, pouting her lips, resting her head on her shoulder, and remained silent. Her mood visibly dampened. She felt a twinge of sadness. She had believed that Ibis genuinely cared for her, only to discover that she merely resembled his first love. Zoe's demeanor shifted to one of dejection, yet her curiosity piqued. Who was Awakens? Did I truly resemble her? Noticing the girl behind him in silence, Ibis assumed she was merely processing the monumental changes he had brought upon her. He carried Zoe through the castle, sprinting straight towards the forbidden forest. In the entire school, the safest haven was undoubtedly this perilous woodland. The principal's opening remarks echoed in his mind. "First, freshmen, please take note. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the forbidden forest." On the pale, desolate ground, Ibis trudged through the blizzard, making his way beyond the school's boundaries, cautioning Zoe, "It may get a bit nauseating, so brace yourself." Zoe's cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, "What are you talking about? It's not appropriate out here. It's rather cold. Where else would you prefer to be? Not in the wild, I presume?" Ibis replied, pulling out his wand with a bemused expression. "In the castle? That too is prohibited. Is the wilderness an exception?" Zoe countered defiantly, "Oh, by the way, there is something I've always wanted to ask you. During the Christmas of our freshman year, when we were in the dueling arena, how could you use the disapparation spell in the castle when it's banned?" "Disapparation, ah? You mean the spell?" Zoe realized, understanding now that her boyfriend referred to a magical incantation while her mind had wandered elsewhere. "What is wrong with me? Why have I become so impure in thought?" Upon reflection, she acknowledged that not all the blame lay with her. Some matters might have been resolved long ago. Yet she had been confined in a secret chamber for an entire year against her will. Right. The spell. Using the disapparation spell could be a bit unsettling. "Don't you think?" Ibis asked, curious. "What did you think it was?" "Nothing. Nothing." Zoe quickly diverted the conversation, chuckling awkwardly. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Sometimes, if you yearn for something intensely, it manifests. The difference lies in whether it occurs sooner or later. For instance, when I wish to escape you, I can ignore the rules and use the disapparation spell. Yet when I desire you, you always arrive so late." Ibis nodded. "I see. It seems to be a privilege unique to the Dream's Master." With a flick of his wand, he vanished into the snow, carrying Zoe into the forbidden forest. He discovered a cave, where he set Zoe down to rest, gathering dry twigs and stones to ignite a fire. "Have you recalled your true identity?" Zoe, warming herself by the fire, asked in confusion, "What true identity?" "Awakens. Awakens de Ravenwood York. That is your true name. This world is merely a deceptive illusion. Do you remember now?" Zoe gazed at her boyfriend skeptically, cautiously inquiring, "Are you out of your mind or cursed? You truly cannot remember?" Zoe shook her head. Ibis persisted, "We first met in a convenience store in Highley City, where you were destitute and hungry, and I offered to treat you to supper." Zoe placed her hand on Ibis's forehead, worried. "Are you confused? You treated me? Did you have that much money?" "I did not." "Ugh." Ibis, exasperated, continued, "Listen to me. This is an illusion, not reality. In the real world, you are Awakens, and I am Samuk. You were chased by a red-haired girl, and together you unleashed the psychic sequences in Highley City." He recounted everything in detail, hoping for a genuine response from the girl before him. Zoe's eyes brimmed with pity. She believed her boyfriend had indeed lost his mind. Nevertheless, A madman and a werewolf made for an oddly perfect pair. Yes, yes, yes. I remember Zoe played along, not hesitating to indulge her boyfriend's delusion, pretending to regain her memories. Ibis thought to himself, your acting is truly abysmal. He realized that merely imparting information would not awaken her. To those in this world, their school felt like the true reality, while the highly city he mentioned was merely a figment of imagination. Unfortunately, such matters could not be substantiated. The illusion was so vivid that it even simulated physical sensations. The previous methods of slapping oneself into awareness were utterly ineffective. A fresh approach was needed as they sat across from each other in silence. Zoe finally broke the quiet. Aren't we going to leave? Leave? To where? Anywhere. Let us return to London. Have you forgotten? Today is Christmas, and every year, Christmas coincides with the full moon. The sun is about to set. Do you wish to wait outside and bask in moonlight? Isn't that courting disaster? Ibis replied. Zoe considered this, finding some merit in his reasoning. What are you drawing in the dirt with that twig? I'm pondering a question. What question? I can help. You? Ibis grimaced, doubting the competence of someone who could not distinguish between illusion and reality. But he reconsidered. Perhaps an additional perspective could yield wisdom. Did you kill those people? I know of Ovi and Aaron. Were there others? Zoe tilted her head, recalling carefully, in my conscious state, just those two. You know Aaron's cause of death. Ovi approached me when I was feeling low, and out of frustration, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Your blushing over murder. Ibis was at a loss for words. If this were not an illusion but highly city, he would have immediately called for help. He would have arranged for a smuggling ship to whisk her away if she refused to turn herself in. You killed Ovi because he provoked your werewolf instincts. And you viewed Aaron as Hymon's. So, in your perspective, you never regarded yourself as Hymon's. Zoe interrupted. I have my own name. Why should I refer to myself as Hymon's? Who claims I am Hymon's? Isn't that what Headmistress Tracy said? The headmistress is dead, Ibis stated. What? The girl gasped, startled. When did this happen? This morning. Zoe was perplexed, muttering to herself. Why would she die? This has nothing to do with her. She neither sought the flame nor wished for actually. Ibis interjected. I believe the crux of the matter lies in your assertion that she had no connection to this. How then did the headmistress know of Hymon's existence? I don't know. I don't even know who Hymon's is. Zoe protested, feeling aggrieved. Yet you were so anxious at that time. I was anxious about the flame. Someone was coming to steal it. It didn't matter who it was. They were after my treasure. And you, always flirting around. Who knows when you might abandon me? Zoe grew increasingly indignant, painting Ibis as a heartless scoundrel. As she spoke, tears the size of pearls began to cascade down her cheeks. Don't cry, don't cry. Ibis hastily consoled the young lady, and upon hearing Zoe's critical testimony, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. The identity of the culprit was becoming increasingly apparent. But who could have slain Donald and Mickus? And what of Dean Tracy from the Serpent Institute? He embraced his girlfriend tightly, continuing his contemplation. In truth, Zoe wiped her tears and remarked, you have overlooked one victim. He was the catalyst for this entire affair. Who? Ibis asked, his face a mask of confusion. The previous professor of defense against the dark arts, Zoe reminded him. He was the first to be murdered at the school in recent years, and the specific reasons remain shrouded in mystery. Does the death of an NPC count? Ibis seemed to glimpse the light of truth. Zoe pressed on. Coincidentally, during that period, a significant event transpired, the Crimean War. He was designated as a traitor to the Tsar after the assassination at Buckingham Palace, and came to the school to steal a certain treasure. Suddenly, Zoe's words were cut short as she let out a piercing scream, trembling and pointing behind Ibis. What is it? Ibis turned around, a chill creeping over him as he spotted countless eyes gleaming in the depths of the cave, all greedily fixated on the food before them. What are those? He ignited his wand, a pure white light spilling into the cavern. As the scene unfolded before them, both felt their breaths quicken. The light revealed a horde of gigantic eight-eyed spiders. Among them was the largest, resembling a bus in size, descending from above and curiously surveying the feast. Apologies for intruding upon your rest, Ibis said, adhering to his principle of preemptively apologizing. Intrude? The spider leader retorted, speaking in a human tongue. That girl's voice is rather loud, isn't it? If you choose to leave her behind, I might grant you a chance to escape." As the leader spoke, its offspring emerged from various openings surrounding the pair. "If you find it too noisy, we can depart at once." Ibis, having realized his encirclement, calmed himself after a brief moment of terror. He tightened his grip on his wand and surveyed the surroundings. Zoe, her eyes wide with fear, could hardly open them. As a girl, she harbored an intense dread of creatures with many legs, especially when they were larger than herself. Depart? Where to? The spiders had formed a tight formation, using magic to disrupt the wizard's apparition and other means of escape. The spider leader, no longer indulging in idle chatter, scoffed. "My offspring have not feasted on human flesh in ages. Today is a splendid opportunity for a banquet. Where do you think you're going? Are you certain you wish to consume us?" Ibis raised his wand, declaring, "I am Ibis, the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, a powerful wizard. I ask you once more, are you sure you wish to oppose me? Do not say I did not warn you." The spider leader chuckled ominously, entirely dismissing the two wizarding students. "Very well." Ibis sighed deeply, flames erupting from his wand, causing the smaller spiders to retreat in fright. Initially intending to leave quietly, he found himself met with scorn and hostility. The time for pretense had ended. Elder Lohik RME, fire dragon, golden red flames surged forth, and feeling the intense heat, Zoe cautiously opened her eyes, the sunlight-like brilliance illuminating her gaze. She gasped, her mouth agape, as a colossal golden red dragon soared through the cave, its raging flames incinerating all nearby spiders, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. Is this what Professor Melanin taught you?" Zoe exclaimed incredulously. The fire dragon, under Ibis's command, precisely incinerated all offspring, sparing only the spider leader. Why seek instruction from others? Every young wizard must create at least 10 spells before graduation, mustn't they? Ibis replied calmly, as if stating that such feats were trivial. "Did you think my position as student council president was secured through mere words?" Zoe, initially disdainful of his arrogance, soon felt a swell of pride. The more formidable her boyfriend, the more glory reflected upon her. All right, you win. But I want to learn that spell." Ibis nodded, observing the spider leader's despondent expression. "I will teach you later, but for now, we must hurry and change caves. The commotion has escalated too much." With a scream, the two executed an apparition, leaving the spider lair behind. Just moments after their departure, the forces of Hogwarts, led by the headmaster himself, arrived. 2 aurors from the Ministry of Magic, along with the newly appointed Deputy Headmaster Melanin, were also present. The male auror examined the charred marks on the ground, a chill running through him. It was evident that such a terrifying spell could cause this level of destruction and scorching heat. He finally understood why the entire school treated one student with such reverence. "Hey, Spider, was it a boy and a girl that came through here?" the male auror inquired. "Die? All of you die?" The spider leader, unable to accept the slaughter of its kin, charged at the humans, screaming. "How pitiable!" The male auror shook his head, casting a petrification curse followed by a shattering spell, sending it to join its family in the afterlife. Continue the pursuit. Ibis glanced at the sun hanging in the western sky, tinged with the faint hues of dusk. Realizing time was of the essence, he halted. "Aren't we leaving? Didn't you say that if we ran together, none of us would escape?" Ibis turned to face the girl before him. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that in this premiere of their dream, he had played all his cards. Despite employing every tactic available, even invoking the name of Mr. Dickens, it was all in vain, merely ensuring a clearer demise. He had been toyed with by his enemies for days, caught in their machinations. However, Ibis had exhausted his options, while Sumu still retained a single trump card. His understanding of the mental sequence and advanced powers was nearly non-existent. Yet, regardless of how high the sequence or how potent the powers, they could not defy the fundamental laws of the sequence. The basic law of the mental sequence dictated that within an illusion, only the initiator, the master of the illusion, held the authority to take life. The rest, be they NPCs or other sequential inheritors, could only facilitate others' exit, not directly kill. Applying this to the current illusion, As long as Zoe and Miranda did not harbor genuine murderous intent, he would merely lose the game without facing actual physical death. The cost of losing would only result in a prolonged state of unconsciousness once the victor awoke. But he would not. He absolutely would not. Ibis believed in his trump card, you. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the ancient castle of the school. Today marked his final Christmas at Hogwarts. Given the current pace, as long as he survived the night, the spark would not fall into Miranda's hands, ensuring Zoe's victory. Even if he was manipulated, it could still be considered a form of chaotic victory. Hand me your wand, Ibis instructed. What? Zoe asked, puzzled, yet she obediently relinquished it. The moment her wand was taken, her cheeks flushed crimson. During her freshman year, she once confided in Eileen that a wand was an exceedingly personal object. Requesting a wand was tantamount to confessing one's feelings. Although they had previously declared their affections for one another, that time had been initiated by her. This time, however, it was her boyfriend who took the initiative, which was an entirely different matter. Zoe's mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts, while Ibis's sole focus was on survival. Completely oblivious to the ambiguous atmosphere surrounding the request for a wand, he wielded his girlfriend's wand with success, effortlessly casting several spells. From the simple disarming charm to the more advanced animagus transformation, though their potency was somewhat diminished. Try mine, Ibis urged as he placed the white wand into Zoe's hand. Blushing, the girl adeptly conjured a few spells, demonstrating a mastery over the white wand that rivaled its original owner. Meeting her boyfriend's skeptical gaze, she flushed and admitted, actually, when I crafted your wand, I never anticipated that I would come to like you, so. Her voice trailed off, tinged with a mix of guilt and shyness. Revealing that she had left a loophole, the wand's design was based on a compromise between them, not solely his. I see, so I could actually be even stronger? Ibis's interest clearly lay elsewhere than where Zoe's was directed. To her, the white one symbolized their first child, which is why she spoke with a hint of bashfulness and an undercurrent of trepidation. You could say that, she affirmed, acknowledging her boyfriend's undeniable prowess. Regrettably, there was no opportunity to witness it firsthand. Ibis felt a pang of regret as he embraced Zoe for a final farewell, saying, I will create a diversion soon. And you must run, as far away as possible, and do not return. We shall meet at the place where we first encountered one another. Are you going to? Zoe pushed her boyfriend away, her eyes filled with terror. Immersed in the sweetness of their reunion, she finally grasped the harsh reality. They had just met. Yet were already to part once more. No. Her words were cut short as Ibis covered her mouth. Listen to me. I'll be fine. I'm strong. And with Professor Melanin looking out for me, I won't come to harm. The enemy's objective is to seize the ember. The safer the ember, the safer I am. The safer you are, the safer I will be. Do you understand? If, by unfortunate chance, I get captured, you must. Ibis continued with his instructions. Have you remembered them? Tears slipped from the corners of Zoe's eyes as she nodded silently. Now, Ibis released his grip, brandishing his wand to sever a nearby colossal tree. Shouting go? Zoe stood frozen, reluctant to leave. Go. Ibis urged again, pushing her away with force. Only then did she turn and vanish into the forbidden forest. Pursuers closed in instantly. The headmaster emerged from the mist of the forest, stepping forward with deliberate strides. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ibis, he said. Merry Christmas, Headmaster, Ibis replied respectfully. Merry Christmas, Professor Melanin, he added. The female professor sighed, returning the greeting, Merry Christmas. After exchanging pleasantries, the headmaster inquired, Chairman, could you enlighten me on Zoe's whereabouts? He raised his wand, his polite words laced with a frosty tone. Ibis concealed his wand, raising both hands in a gesture of peace. Headmaster, I do not comprehend why you are all searching for Zoe, as if that lovely girl were some heinous villain. Lovely? Interesting. The headmaster scoffed derisively. That is not a sentiment one would expect from you. Have you forgotten who was grievously injured last Christmas Eve and nearly perished? Have you so quickly healed your wounds that you've forgotten the pain? Headmaster, do you believe Zoe is the mastermind behind all these crimes? Yes, she is the Heimerance we have been seeking. The headmaster's gaze was resolute. But weren't you previously denying the existence of Heimerance? Ibis replied with a sardonic smile. his tone laced with condescension. You even publicly mocked Dean Tracy. Unperturbed by the mockery, the headmaster replied coolly, that was merely a mistake. The Ministry of Magic is sending personnel to apprehend Heimerants. He even retaliated with, Dean Tracy was very kind to you. I hope her death will awaken your awareness of love and lead to the capture of the murderer. So, Ibis narrowed his eyes, asking, you are attributing the death of Dean Tracy to Zoe? It was Heimerants. The headmaster insisted. And you? Ibis turned away from the headmaster to face his professor, Professor Melanin. Do you share this belief as well? Ibis. The professor's expression reflected regret as she responded. This is a determination made by the Ministry of Magic. They require an explanation. I am unconcerned with the ministry. That is too distant for me. I only desire your perspective, my esteemed defense against the dark arts professor. Dear Professor Melanin. Ibis spoke these words through gritted teeth. Ibis, this time you should let it go. Zoe won't remain imprisoned forever. I can assure you of this. Melanin said, adding, Miranda is still waiting for you. I would not want you to miss out on another wonderful girl. And you, Professor? Me? Yes. Ibis replied with a radiant smile, saying, don't we often discuss spells in the office? He emphasized the word spells heavily, wary of any misunderstandings. We often find ourselves in deep conversation until the next day. Is there a rumor? A big one. So they really have completed the entire process? The headmaster's gaze shifted instantly to the female professor. A blush of embarrassment crept onto Melanin's enchanting face, filled with a mix of urgency and frustration, questioning why such matters needed to be discussed so publicly. I am only concerned with your thoughts, Ibis continued. With a deep breath, Melanin adjusted her demeanor, stating, I am merely a minor vice principal. My opinions do not carry much weight. Bang. Magical flames surged forth as Ibis seized the opportunity of the enemy's lapse in attention to draw his wand and disarm the headmaster. You are no longer the vice principal. You are now the legitimate headmaster of Hogwarts. So can you share your thoughts? The old headmaster, caught off guard, exclaimed in exasperation, You dare to threaten the headmaster? Fool. Ibis retorted angrily, Being killed by me is your fortune. If Zoe and Miranda were to kill you, then you would truly be dead. What do you mean? The old headmaster's face paled, failing to grasp the implication. After this matter concludes, I will report to the Southwestern Bureau about your foolish actions in the illusion. I believe your days as a group leader are numbered. With that, Ibis turned away from him and focused on his professor. What Southwestern Bureau? What group leader? I am the headmaster. I am the legitimate headmaster of Hogwarts. The old man raged like a madman in the Forbidden Forest. Enough of this noise. Melanin snapped, raising her wand to send the old headmaster flying. You all? Are you in cahoots? Shut your mouth, fool. The magical flames flickered as the vice principal silenced the headmaster. The old man continued to struggle in vain. Do you wish to kill him, or shall I? Melanin asked. Ibis did not respond to her question, but instead remarked, I thought you would continue playing the melodrama of sibling affection. Why have you stopped? Melanin fell silent, her expression a mix of resignation, sorrow, and a touch of malice. The once charming visage began to transform into a visage of wrath, replete with a murderous intent. Since you have mentioned the Southwest Bureau, what pretense remains for me? If it were merely about uncovering the truth, there might still be room for justification. However, once awakened, what purpose does pretense serve? Have you already deduced it? Indeed. Ibis nodded. Have you grasped those particulars? The instructor commenced questioning the students, the Forbidden Forest serving as their classroom. Many. Ibis organized his thoughts and began to speak slowly. Let us start anew. I am all ears. Melanian retracted the ferocity from her expression, reverting to that alluring, gentle demeanor of the beloved professor sister. You were the one who killed the previous cursed professor, were you not? Evidence. There is no evidence. Your execution was flawless. Yet motive exists. Ibis stated, you cleverly exploited the backdrop of the Crimean War alongside your royal princess identity. The Kingdom of Prussia, seemingly uninvolved in the conflict, was secretly stoking the flames. Following the conclusion of the Austro-Prussian War, Prussia was gravely weakened, and Frederick the Great resolved to rest from public life. The more chaotic the world became, the more advantageous it was for Prussia as the great powers engaged in relentless conflict. Ideally, The Anglo-French coalition would find themselves mutually vanquished on the Crimean Peninsula alongside the Russians. If Austria could be drawn into the fray, it would create an unprecedented advantageous scenario. Thus, you persuaded your ambitious Uncle William, concealing this plot from the mentally ill King Frederick William IV, and clandestinely orchestrated an assassination attempt against Queen Victoria. Additional context. Uncle William refers to William I, the brother of the old King Frederick William IV, who reigned as the King of Prussia from 1861 to 1888, unifying the German Empire through 3 dynastic wars and crowned as the German Emperor in 1871. And you would descend upon James Park as the absolute savior, becoming the Queen's benefactor. While simultaneously entangling the Crimean War in a deadlock, you successfully secured the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at St. Light Hogwarts among 5 candidates, despite being the least likely to succeed. Melanian, intrigued, inquired, "How did you come by this knowledge?" Ibis pointed to the old headmaster, saying, "I reviewed all your identity documents in his office. Furthermore, I learned that you are of Vila heritage, which explains your formidable allure." "Hiki, is it my fault?" The professor's sister chuckled seductively, retorting, "Is it not your lack of resolve that led you to succumb to a woman's charms?" Perhaps so. Ibis did not deny it. After all, during his time at school, he had never encountered a woman of such captivating allure. Compared to her, his less developed female classmates seemed somewhat bland. "Please continue." Melanian expressed her admiration. "Ovi and Eileen were indeed both killed by Zoe." Ibis continued with his deductions, "Yet Tracy, the headmistress, and Mikis Caro were both your doing, correct?" "Ah." Melanian was genuinely taken aback this time, asking, "What about Donald? Who was responsible for his demise?" "Miranda," Ibis replied. "How did you deduce that?" Melanian's eyes sparkled with delight, as if uncovering a treasure. Ibis sighed, stating, "Every move you made was deliberate. The murder of Mikis was intended to exacerbate the conflict between Miranda and Professor Caro, as well as between myself and Professor Caro. You aimed to bind me to your chariot through the combination of yourself and Miranda. The assassination of Professor Tracy was merely a stepping stone towards the position of vice principal and head of Slytherin House. After serving as a professor for 4 years, your qualifications would meet the threshold. With the machinations of the Hohenzollern family within the Ministry of Magic, coupled with your identity as the Queen's benefactor, no one at the school could rival you. Thus, you hastily began your scheming." Ibis recounted Melanian's intricate plots in meticulous detail. "Initially, it was you who disclosed the matter of Heimerhain stealing the ember to Headmistress Tracy last year. I suspect that by then, you had already discerned Zoe's true identity and recognized that Professor Tracy was not an NPC, but rather a scion trapped in an illusion. She possessed her own agency, and so you guided her to gradually uncover information regarding the ember and Heimerhains. As the rumors spread, Zoe became increasingly anxious, confirming your suspicions that she was indeed Alekia. Then you initiated the second phase, my transformation, steering me to discover that Zoe was the murderer. Last Christmas, upon learning the truth, I confronted Zoe in the secret chamber, pressuring her until she revealed her werewolf form and injured me. All the while, you remained hidden in the shadows, not only becoming my savior but also capturing the werewolf Zoe. Yet you could never locate the ember. No matter how much you pressed, Zoe refused to divulge, allowing the matter to linger. Magnificent! Magnificent! Upon finishing, Melanian couldn't help but applaud, remarking, "Your performance has also surpassed my expectations. I thought that by destroying all your notes and altering your memories, you would become a mere tool. Yet, you managed to send a note back to London through Dickens this Christmas. To dispel my suspicions, you even created 2 versions, one real and one fake. After hearing your analysis, I find myself reluctant to kill you. What do you propose we do?" Ibis sighed in resignation, saying, "If that is the case, would you grant me one wish?" Melanian revealed her lilac tongue, licking her tempting red lips. "Do you wish for me to deliver you to ecstasy?" "No." Hee. She scoffed, remarking, "You remain utterly lacking in romantic insight." The professor's sister was clearly displeased. Was this form not appealing? Should you let this chance slip? You would never encounter another opportunity like it. Why not seize it with fervor? The kind-hearted Sumu posed the most pressing question in his mind. I merely wish to ascertain whether your recruitment of me as a teaching assistant was part of your plan from the very beginning. The semester had only just commenced. Or else. Melonian's emerald eyes glimmered with tenderness yet dripped with sarcasm. Do you truly believe I am in love with you? I am not like Zoe or Miranda, those Navi girls of 17 or 18. Love has long since lost its value to me. Ibis lamented. Even if you were but a freshman, yet to awaken, could it not alter the innate calculations and greed within you? Dear brother, Melanian adopted a tone of an elder, patiently instructing. This world operates as such. Not all kindness is sweet nectar. Everything is a transaction with its own costs. Poison is merely the true essence concealed beneath the guise of sweetness. Have you discerned what the ember is? Ibis inquired once more. Melanian responded. Naturally, it is your wand. I must admit, Zoe is quite astute. No wonder I became so infatuated with you. It was never about the person, but rather the ember within your wand. Well, we have conversed sufficiently. I await Zoe's capture by the Aurors. What do you linger for, Death? Melanian was disinclined to continue discussing matters of life and the world. Finally, I pose one question. Do you wish to walk with me? Not in an illusion, but in the real world. Join us. No. Ibis shook his head, his tone frigid, declaring, I shall kill you. Haraha. Melanian mockingly laughed, asserting, no matter how noble your bloodline, should you lose this game, you will succumb into unconsciousness. How do you intend to kill me? It is I who possesses ample time to eliminate you. Outside are the agents of the Southwest Bureau. Do you dare? Ibis retorted. Why would I not dare? Melanian, with a face full of helplessness, remarked, Brother, are you not being overly naive? If I do not kill you, must I not meet my own demise? If death is inevitable, at least I can take you down with me. I might spare you in the realm of reality. Ibos continued to implore. The professor, her laughter enchanting, inquired, Is this your desperate plea for mercy? It is a supplication, Ibos replied. I do not wish for anyone to perish in my homeland. So innocent. The professor commented, adding, When you reach my age, you will understand that murder is the simplest and most effective means. Genuine sincerity is a rarity in this world, and between us, it certainly is not present. Even if you do not slay me, I shall still perish. I have no choice. Melanie raised her wand. This time, you should have nothing to say. Indeed. Ibos sighed deeply, relinquishing all hopes of reconciliation, and similarly raised his wand, declaring, Even in defeat, I shall awaken alongside you. Doubt me, and you shall still meet your end. Haraha. A scornful, piercing laughter reverberated through the forbidden forest. Melanie derisively remarked, Who do you think you are? A lord of the mortal realm? As the magical flames ignited, Ibos raised his hand to strike down the observing headmaster, stating, Why could I not be? The unfortunate elder had scarcely grasped the nature of this game when he was dispatched from the illusion by a diligent student. Bang! Melanie's trembling hand quaked in fear as she waved her wand, incanting, Avada Kedavra. Elder Lohik Rme. Ibos retaliated simultaneously. The emerald and golden flames collided, and the explosive wave of fire tore through the forbidden forest. You know, from the very beginning, I have been fully aware. Ibos continued defiantly. Do you remember Mr. Dickens' letter? That discussion about the famous opening line of A Tale of Two Cities? Surely you have read it? Melanie shuddered, suddenly finding herself at a disadvantage. That line was something I had shared with him back in August 1854 while working at a London tavern. Ibos, calm and composed, retrieved from his pocket a signed note from Mr. Dickens, unfurling it to show the professor. The nearly faded script bore the marks of time. Melanie's fear intensified, as she could hardly believe that she was exchanging magic with a true lord of the mortal realm. Her trepidation affected her spellcasting, and Ibos seized the opportunity to shatter her killing curse. The flames singed the professor's woolen coat, and without a moment's hesitation, she cast apparate to escape the battlefield. Ibos silently watched the retreating figure of the woman. As he gazed at the sky, witnessing the rise of the crescent moon instead of the full moon, he suddenly comprehended that today marked the final day. Everything must come to an end, he uttered. Chapter 51. The Finale. You Will Always Be My Son. 2024 New Edition. The principal has been murdered. and the vice principal temporarily seizes power. Zoe is tightly bound to a chair in the principal's office, while the acting principal, Her Highness Melanin Lunovic Hohenzollern of the Holy Light Hogwarts, admires the white wand in her hand. After nearly 2 years of searching, the ember is finally within her grasp, granting her the authority to conclude the game at any moment. However, not yet. She has yet to find the most crucial element. What she seeks is not the illusory ember of dreams, but the genuine ember of the real world. It is a pleasure to see you again, Princess Alekia, Melanin states. Zoe, bewildered, does not comprehend why the professor addresses her as Alekia, accompanied by the title of princess. It seems that Princess Baelsharen's influence has had a profound effect on you. The professor, no, she should now be referred to as the principal, continues. The principal cautiously reviews her files, meticulously altering key sections. Despite possessing all the leverage, she remains vigilant. Likewise, your influence on her is significant. Milan has yet to awaken, indicating that you are truly at an impasse. The principal sits across from Zoe, her enchanting visage radiating with satisfaction. There is an ancient Chinese proverb, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. I wonder if you have heard of it? There is another saying. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Do you understand what I am saying? The principal's smile is simultaneously gentle and warm. Zoe is at a loss, unable to discern the meaning behind the principal's ramblings. The current state of madness bears a resemblance to that of Ibis. One can only say, it seems that she has indeed emerged from the couch. Do not worry, you will soon come to understand. I will assist you in regaining your memories, guiding you to awaken your true consciousness. Melanin's emerald eyes gleam with mirth as she retrieves a pensieve, extracting her memories with her wand and pouring them into the basin, subsequently pressing Zoe into the recollections. Only by perceiving the flaws within the illusions and generating self-doubt can one truly awaken from the dream. Forcibly revealing the truth serves no purpose. Within the illusion, only oneself can achieve redemption. What Melanin is endeavoring to do is to guide Zoe to discover the world's imperfections, thereby planting seeds of doubt in her mind and destabilizing the anchors established by her mental framework, facilitating the resurgence of her self-awareness. Zoe gradually perceives the flaws in Melanin's world, the most significant of which stems from her own frustrations. One instance is her disregard for the rules in the dueling arena, where she cast the apparition spell. Another is her command to all NPCs during her dance with Ibis, demanding the most heartfelt blessings. Once doubt is sown, guilt is established. Subsequently, the lies surrounding Heimeren's theft of the ember become Melanin's final strike against the falsehood of the world. Among the three, Zoe, being the least affected by the mental framework, is the first to achieve true consciousness. Each individual is manipulated at the whims of this principle. Suddenly, Zoe begins to struggle violently. Melanin recognizes that the time is ripe. Her doubts are forming. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for her to discover the flaws in her surroundings and complete her awakening. This pensieve is indeed a remarkable tool, she remarks. Zoe sits in a daze, memories flashing through her mind, from her arrival in London to her entrance into the Holy Light Hogwarts. The truths she had never doubted begin to crumble into mere fabrications. The greatest lie stems from the deceit of the blood curse. All the wizards in her family are healthy, yet she alone is cursed to become a werewolf. No one can clarify this matter. In the past, Zoe had deliberately evaded the harsh realities. Yet, when she confronts reality, its fragility becomes painfully evident. She is not cursed by the heavens, she is cursed by Baelsharen. Baelsharen de Surion Lancaster. Additional information: Surion, River Surion, is a river in J.R.R. Tolkien's novel The Silmarillion, located in Middle-earth during the First Age. The Surion River is the main river of Beleriand, exceptionally long. She is not Zoe and Dumil Gunter, but Alekia de Rivendell York. Additional information: Rivendell, meaning the Hidden Valley, is one of the last remaining realms of elves in Middle-earth during the Third Age, the domain of the half-elven Lord Elrond in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Zoe's expression gradually transforms into one of fierce determination as she regains her true identity. Becoming Alekia, she finally comprehends the source of the werewolf curse, rooted in the bloodthirsty killings of her second personality. The Sorting Hat was not mistaken. She is indeed a paradox of kindness and cruelty. It appears you have recalled everything, Melanin says, preparing herself a cup of rich milk tea. Your curse is quite intriguing. Baal Sharon exploited your bloodthirsty second personality to curse you as a werewolf, while you amplified her inner fears of her father, transforming her into a timid, submissive girl. Truly remarkable. However, what you do not know is, Melanin leans closer to Awakens, whispering, with Ibis's assistance, Princess Shaolin has conquered her inner demons. Together, they killed Professor Carlo, achieving their self-redemption. And you, my dear Princess Xia, what have you gained in this illusion? Can you now control your second personality? Awakens raises her head, her expression calm. If I could control it, you and Shaolin would already be dead in this illusion. Then I must thank you? Indeed. Ms. Davina, now that the veil has been lifted, Awakens boldly exposes the true identity behind Melanin's facade. Davina, no longer mincing words, directly inquires, do you wish to live or die? Who does not wish to live? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Tell me where you have hidden the solar ladder. Davina's gaze is fierce, devoid of any softness previously exhibited by the principal. Guess, why not? Awakens retorts defiantly, aren't you the one who is good at guessing? Take a guess where I have hidden the solar ladder. If you guess correctly, I shall tell you. Smack. Davina slaps the girl's beautiful face, seizing her collar and demanding, I want you to tell me. The ember is right beside me. I can win this game at any moment. Your life and death are entirely in my hands. Baal Sharon despises you deeply. Once I awaken her true consciousness, she will erase you from this illusion. At that point, you will truly be dead. Awakens remains unfazed, turning her head away. Whatever. Do you truly wish to die? It makes no difference to me. You have plotted well, framing me for the theft of the solar ladder, and leading me into unfamiliar territory. Even if you spare me now, the ruling family will not let me go. I will die sooner or later. Why should I bow to my enemy? The girl, having discerned all truths, grits her teeth, wishing to devour the person before her whole. I never expected it would be you. I doubt anyone could have foreseen this. Shaolin would never have imagined that you are the traitor. If she knew, she would probably be so furious she would take her own life. Davina sipped her milk tea with an air of elegance and confidence, narrowing her eyes as she smiled and declared, thus, this is the most intriguing aspect. Rest assured, you shall not be pursued by the ruling family. I can guarantee your safety, and moreover, Her Highness Sharon will not be saddened. She will not leave Kiyun alive. Awakens, taken aback by her audacity, retorted, you are truly ruthless. Guarantee my safety? What do you possess to ensure that? Merely your blue-blooded A-grade lineage? That's hardly sufficient. No, it is not just me, it is we. Davina's gaze grew increasingly frenzied as she intoned, the gods shall ultimately depart, and humanity will reign at dawn. In this grand revelry, we will judge the deities. Banish, execute, until the last. Humanity shall be the king of kings, humanity shall be the god of gods. Awakens' eyes widened in terror upon hearing this proclamation, and she could only utter two words, madwoman. Davina's madness gradually subsided as she replied, you will not comprehend. But I can offer you a chance to understand. Surrender the sun ladder, and it shall be your first step towards the pasture of gods. The pasture of gods can safeguard you. Do not underestimate the ruling family, for even the holy light, Castle Academy, would pose no threat. Awakens remained unmoved, scoffing. Such grandiose claims, yet I have never even heard of it. Will you speak or not? Losing her patience, Davina set down her teacup and grasped her wand. If you refuse to speak, I have methods aplenty. Would you care to experience the heart-piercing curse? Awakens smiled. Haven't you already tried that? You were unable to extract the whereabouts of the spark. Do you believe trying again will reveal the location of the sun ladder? A heart-wrenching scream echoed within the headmaster's office. Put some effort into it. Haven't you had dinner? As Awakens screamed, she taunted, forcing Davina to utilize the killing curse. If she were to perish, the game would also conclude, yet Melanin held no authority to truly kill within the illusion. Her life would be surrendered to Belcherin for judgment once the game ended, perhaps leaving a glimmer of hope. Will you speak or not? Davina retained her composure, attempting every dark magic incantation, yet refrained from using the killing curse. Time slipped away, and the clock in the office chimed. Ding, 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 9 times in total. Her time was running out. Since he refused to speak, then perish. With no hope of coercion, Devana resolved to have Miranda eliminate Zoe, ensuring Alakia's demise within the illusion to prevent any information leakage and protect herself. She sealed Alakia's mouth and summoned the Aurors to bring Miranda to the headmaster's office. She dared not leave this place as a grave threat lurked within the school. Soon, Miranda was brought forth, and Devana employed the same method to restore her true identity. The girl raised her head from the pensive, her gaze freezing and filled with murderous intent. "Aya," she uttered. "Wah, wah, wah." Alakia struggled vehemently, desperate to convey the truth, asserting that she was not a traitor to the ruling family and had not stolen the Sun Ladder. "Kill her, and I shall reveal the whereabouts of the Sun Ladder," Devana deceitfully proclaimed. Belcherin harbored no doubts about her childhood friend, raising her wand toward Alakia. "Die, traitor," she declared. Just before she struck, 2 Aurors burst into the headmaster's office, shouting, "Not good. A grave situation has arisen." Devana, somewhat impatient, inquired, "What is it?" The male Auror, played by Duan Ruaping, replied, "Ibis has returned. The student council is leading a rebellion." The female Auror, played by Bailey, added, "The professors are barely holding on. They are about to storm in." Ibis. Belcherin's expression faltered as Miranda's memories surged within her. Fearful, she retracted her wand and rushed to the door, preparing to investigate. "Come back," Devana commanded sharply. It was only then that Belcherin snapped back to her senses, repeatedly reminding herself, No, I am Sharon now, not Miranda. If we kill her, we shall win." "Very well." Belcherin ran back to Alakia, raising her wand, but a burst of magic struck her, disarming her. "Do not move." The male Auror, Duan Ruaping, pointed at her, while the female Auror, Bailey, aimed at Devana. "What are you doing?" "I am the acting headmaster now." "Still playing your charade? Aren't you tired?" The female Auror mocked. "You are the headmaster? That matters not to us. This is Qiyun, not the Inder region. We are from the Southwest Bureau, not some trivial ministry of magic." You. Devana's beautiful face was etched with disbelief. In Belcherin's gaze, she glimpsed the white lion cat once more, causing her to tremble. "He didn't see all my disgraceful moments, did he?" Miranda's memories incessantly interfered with Belcherin, leaving her in a state of turmoil. The white lion cat rose, revealing a human form. "Professor, your method is quite effective." The pensive, "How did you conceive of it?" Ibis smiled, reclaiming the spark, white wand, positioning himself behind Alakia and resting a hand on her shoulder. "You all." Devana struggled to comprehend the crux of the situation. How could the Ministry of Magic Aurors suddenly turn the tide? They could not possibly accept the resurgence of the enemy's memories. They were not prisoners. "Oh, I forgot to answer your question. You once asked me what I was waiting for while you anticipated Zoe's capture." Ibis chuckled lightly, saying, "I was waiting for you to hear my speech in its entirety, then to validate my argument for Ms. Yelena." Devana lost her composure, fearfully exclaiming, She was hiding in the forbidden forest? That cannot be. They didn't go. It was me." Alakia interrupted. "I did not escape. Rather, I surrendered to eavesdrop on your whispers." Devana's chest heaved, and after a long pause, she despondently raised her hands. "For the final question, are you not afraid I will utilize the spark to end the game directly?" "Not at all," Ibis replied. "I am not concerned about you ending the game. It would have no impact on me. Regardless of winning or losing, I shall awaken alongside you. Thus I wish to take one final gamble." "Ha ha ha." Devana wore a grim smile as she said, "I did not lose to you, but to lineage." "No," Ibis countered, "you lost to your own greed." He untied Alakia's restraints, and Devana and Belcherin exchanged a glance, both grasping their wands and swiftly escaping through the window. The Aurors raised their wands but were halted. "No, do not harm Sharon. She was merely used." Alakia implored, shaking her head. "After midnight tonight, we shall have one. There is no need to harm her." Ibis corrected her, "This is an illusion. Wounds sustained in an illusion are still wounds. They are not without consequence." The girl pointed to her head, saying, "This place will suffer irreparable harm." "Ah, then you." Ibis. unaware of these implications, realized that the girl was enduring torment within the illusion, which could not be. It's fine, Alakya shook her head, stating, I have always been a madwoman. Yes, I am truly sorry. Ibis's apology was sincere. He had never anticipated that his obstinacy would inflict genuine pain on others, thinking it merely a minor grievance within the illusion. You are not mad. You are a good girl. He embraced the despondent Alakya tightly. I do not wish for you to hold me, the girl suddenly remarked. Ips immediately relaxed, saying, I'm sorry, I wanted you to kiss me. Alakya suddenly stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around Ips's neck, initiating the kiss. It's not yet midnight. You are still Ips. Not Sumu, correct? I am still your girlfriend, right? The girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yes, Ips replied, lowering his head. He had remained conscious throughout. It was he who had kissed Zoe before, and now, with his identity revealed, it was still him. He was not merely Sumu but a blend of both Ips and Sumu, much like Miranda was to Beishalun, and Zoe was to Alakya. As long as one remained in the illusion for a day, one could not escape the influence of their established identities, and the same applied to Professor Sister. Outside the Holy Light Hogwarts castle, Miranda gazed into the distance, bewildered as to why she and Ips had arrived at this juncture, and why he did not stand by her side. Did I truly not measure up to Zoe? The gloom of her emotions seeped into Beishalun's consciousness, leaving her equally disheartened. Behind the headmistress, a throng of dark wizards was gathering. If Ips were present, he would have recognized that the majority of them were members of the assassin group from the Buckingham Palace battle. Take the school, she said expressionlessly. The dark wizards bowed respectfully, responding, Yes, Your Highness. These dark wizards were killers secretly nurtured by the Hohenzollern royal family. They could not truly kill Ips and Zoe, but within the illusion, they could significantly drain their magical powers. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the dark wizards assembled, and under the crescent moon, they charged towards the school castle. Meanwhile, Ips sat in the hall, penning a letter, revealing everything in its entirety to Mr. Dickens, particularly clarifying that the opening segment of A Tale of Two Cities was not his work. Whether the recipient believed it was another matter entirely. What are you doing? Alakya asked, not understanding. It's just an illusion. Why take it so seriously? Ips handed the letter to a younger student who was not participating in the battle, teasing. Just an illusion? I noticed how fervently you sought a kiss. You. Alakya's face flushed crimson. With two identities coexisting, she was no longer as exuberant as before, but had become rather shy. Are you ready for the final battle? Ips asked, taking the girl's hand. Alakya replied bashfully. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, accompanied by two aurors and the entire student council, stepping out of the hall to confront the dark wizards of the Hohenzollern family under the eager gazes of their younger peers. Under Beishalun's formidable magic as the master of the illusion, the defenses of Holy Light Hogwarts soon crumbled. A large number of dark wizards surged into the castle, engaging in battle with the members of the student council. The flames of magic flared everywhere. Devanna directly approached Ips, intending to trap the young man and create an opportunity for Beishalun to eliminate Alakya. She did not believe she would be exposed. The emotional foundation between Devanna and Beishalun far surpassed that between Alakya and Beishalun. The red and white roses were not only sisters, but also adversaries. Professor, you came straight to me. Did you miss me? Ips jested. Indeed, Devanna boldly replied. Why don't we find a place to enjoy ourselves? The match will soon conclude, so let us not waste our exquisite forms. Shameless. Ips instantly turned cold, waving his wand without hesitation. Meanwhile, the battle between Beishalun and Alakya intensified. Both exerted all their strength in an attempt to defeat one another. Alakya fought to win, but bore no true intention to kill. However, Beishalun was resolute in her desire to eliminate the traitor. Listen to me. I want to listen. The magic flames clashed in the square. Alakya, who was inherently gentle, soon found herself at a disadvantage, resorting to apparition to escape into the castle, while Beishalun pursued relentlessly. I am not the traitor, Devanna is. Lies. Keep spinning your tales. I can grant you the sun steps, but on the condition that you must not share a flight with Devanna. She must be separated from you. The sun steps originally belonged to the Lancaster family. You dare to take my belongings and negotiate terms? Do you know the suffering your theft has caused me? The two girls transitioned from magical confrontation to close combat, crashing through a stone wall and tumbling into Professor Carlo's office. Stop. Awakens gasped. Give me 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. I promise I can convince you within that time. Speak. Xia Mo glared with fury. Under her watchful gaze, Awakens gradually disappeared, transforming into a platinum-haired youth. Ips. She was genuinely persuaded. Her furious expression softened momentarily before shifting back to anger as she questioned, "Why do you not stand by my side and instead choose Zoe?" This question clearly echoed Miranda's sentiments. Ips stepped closer. "Don't come any closer." Xia Mo waved her wand. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to negotiate." Ips discarded Zoe's wand as a gesture of goodwill and slowly advanced towards her. "I said, don't come any closer." Xia Mo's emotions flared. Her current consciousness clashed profoundly with Miranda, making it impossible to achieve a perfect fusion with Melanin and Devana. "I know you desire the sun steps. I can act as a mediator. I do not wish for you both to reach an irreparable point due to misunderstandings," Ips asserted. "I do not need it." Xia Mo resolutely waved her wand. Casting the incantation, Avada Kedavra, a surge of green light erupted. Ips's heart tightened, yet the killing curse did not take effect. Why? Xia Mo struck her wand in confusion, unable to comprehend why her spell failed, especially since she was the master of the illusion. "Because Miranda does not hate me. Hence the killing curse cannot take effect." Seizing the opportunity while she was bewildered, Ips swiftly dashed before the girl, grasping her firmly. "Let me go?" Xia Mo protested vehemently. "Listen to me. I want to listen. Let me go. I will kill you, you traitor." Xia Mo kicked and struggled. In utter desperation, Ips resorted to a bold move, pinning her hands behind her back and pushing her against the wall, leaning down to tenderly kiss the fiercely resisting Xia Mo. The girl's struggles intensified initially, but gradually softened. Xia Mo's mind short-circuited as Miranda's identity began to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, her wand fell, and she clung to Ips with a sense of longing, greedily demanding affection. Time passed unmeasured until the clock in the office chimed 11 times. Only then did the two reluctantly part. "Scoundrel! Great scoundrel!" Xia Mo fumed, stamping her foot, yet her arms remained wrapped around his waist, reluctant to let go. "Now can you listen to me properly?" "Humph." The girl angrily turned her head away, neither affirming nor denying. "That is an implicit agreement." It turned out that the methods Miranda taught were effective even on herself. Ips mused. This trick proved more useful than magic. He organized his thoughts, laying bare Awakens' speculations, recounting the events of the past 4 years in the illusion with Melanin in detail. "I refuse to believe it." Belserin shook her head, asserting, "Regardless of who you are, this matter is an internal conflict within the ruling family. I hope you refrain from excessive involvement. Let's remain good friends after we step outside." "Shall we discuss it outside then?" Ebos suggested. "I have lost. I am merely a fish at the mercy of the butcher." "I cannot agree to that." Belserin declined. "That won't happen. I have witnesses." "Witnesses?" The aloof male Aurora, Duan Ruaping, who had been observing the scene outside, entered the office, introducing himself. "I am Duan Ruaping, director of the Southwest Bureau of the Kaiken Shifong. X-Space. You may interpret it as such." Belserin inquired, "When did you arrive?" "I entered just as you were sharing a kiss," Duan Ruaping replied. Ah. Belserin exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot. "That is not what I asked." She turned to Ebos, blaming him. "It's all your fault. Let go of me." "All right. You release me first," Ebos countered. "No, you let go first." Duan Ruaping, unable to bear their bickering, cleared his throat and interjected, "Ladies, allow me to finish." "You may speak." They chorused. "I find Mr. Sumu's suggestion to be quite favorable." "Sumu?" "My true identity," Ebos interjected. "We have met at the Atlantis underwater restaurant, where you intentionally bent down." "Oh." Belserin suddenly realized. "I remember now." The girl chimed in. "Was it appealing?" Sumu blushed, turning away, and coughed. "Director Duan, please continue." "Very well," Duan Ruaping resumed. "Currently, the Southwest Bureau and reinforcements from X-Space have surrounded the coastal park where you are located. Our intention is to avoid any fatalities, as long as no one dies. The Southwest Bureau will not pursue this matter. In fact, your chances of victory are not substantial. It would be wise to heed Mr. Sumu's advice and resolve this conflict peacefully before time runs out. I swear, in Sumu's name, if upon waking you do not obtain the sun ladder, I will personally assist you in capturing Awakens. Sumu raised his hand, declaring, otherwise, you may call me. I understand. Belsarin pulled his hand down. Since this matter had attracted the attention of X-Space, she had no alternative. The director's courteous demeanor towards the young man indicated he was significant. Someone who commanded respect from X-Space could not be disregarded by the ruling family. Since you have spoken, let us proceed as you suggest. She acquiesced with a hint of reluctance. Sumu beamed with joy, proclaiming, I knew you would be understanding. Cut it out. Belsarin retorted, reluctant to concede. I am not being reasonable. I simply have no choice. You have me cornered against the wall. What am I to do? Consider this a favor to you. Fair enough. I will repay it. Belsarin sought to gain some advantage. Sumu, unfazed, nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us head to the square and observe the battle below. One moment. Belsarin said seriously. Director Duan, please go assist on the battlefield. I have a few personal matters to attend to. Duan Ruaping smiled, casting a knowing glance at Sumu before swiftly departing. Once alone, Belsarin pouted. Why are you still holding on to me? Oh, Ibo's finally released her, but the girl clung tighter. Do you want to or not? Why can you charm Awakens, but not me? Belsarin suddenly asked. Damn. Sumu realized he had forgotten. This was a classic case of mixed signals. If she truly wished to let go, she would have released him first. Belsarin laughed. I am not teasing you. I genuinely want to know your true identity and your connection to X-Space. Provide me with clarity. Sumu pondered for a moment before responding. I am merely an ordinary student. X-Space wishes for me to attend their school. The highest authority of X-Space, Dr. Zhou Hai, was a former student of my father. Belsarin gasped. That cannot be described as just an ordinary student. What lineage do you possess? Sumu answered honestly, yet he omitted crucial details about his royal heritage. Belsarin's heart raced as she comprehended why the bureau director was so respectful towards him. No wonder. No further questions remain. You may truly release me now. Let us descend. She had come to terms with everything, realizing it was unwise to offend a future star of X-Space over Awakens. Moreover, he had promised to deliver the sun ladder. With both face and honor intact, she pondered what more she could desire. Should she consider bringing him home to warm her bed? In truth, she fancied the idea, as it was preferable to being used for a political marriage. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Upon reaching the square, they found Ibos and Devana still engaged in combat. Upon seeing two Iboses simultaneously, Devana hesitated, while Belsarin raised her wand, disarming her friend. It is over, let us return home. What? Devana appeared bewildered, her astonished gaze shifting as Ibos revealed his true form. She is Awakens. Despicable. The headmistress shouted in anger. Sumu shamelessly accepted. Professor, you taught well. Devana, discontent, remarked. Your Highness, why must we? Belsarin roared, enough. We have been surrounded by X-Space. If there are casualties, no one will leave alive. Her tone softened as she pointed at Ibos. He, Sumu, is the student of Dr. Zhou Hai, the highest authority at X-Space. We have lost. Sumu widened his eyes. Did I just introduce myself that way? How did I become a student? Devana wore a look of dissatisfaction, yet she felt powerless. Her anxiety mounting as she realized that escaping this illusion meant losing all hope. She bit her lip, casting a pleading glance at her student. Sumu remained unfazed, gesturing towards Awakens, who had endured the most torment within this illusion. Devana shifted her gaze, witnessing the expected fury. Her heart turned to ash. I have lost. I concede. She lowered her head despondently. Ding, ding, ding. The castle bell tolled 12 times. Christmas of 1857. The curtain falls. Awakens slowly opened her eyes. The victor of this game, awakening first from the illusion. At this moment, Belsarin and Devana remained in slumber, and in 10 minutes, they would awaken. Typically, within these 10 minutes, the winner could do anything, including eliminating them both. Yet she gazed at the Kaiken youth beside her, diligently wiping the dirt from her face, his large umbrella shielding her from all storms. Alakya felt warmth and tranquility within her heart. She never expected to encounter such a perfect and kind-hearted individual in this remote land. Sumu awoke, withdrawing his hand. "Ibos," the girl called out. Heavy rain pounded against the black umbrella, and the floral expanse in Sumu's eyes faded as he said, "This is Kaiken. Perhaps you should refer to me as Sumu. It is more fitting." "No, you are Ibos," Alakya stubbornly declared. Sumu did not refute her, saying, "Very well. If that pleases you, then you may address me as such." "Thank you," she replied. "You are most welcome." Suddenly, Alakya collided into his embrace. Rising on her toes to fervently kiss Sumu, her hands tightly entwined around him. It was only when Birshalan began to stir that she reluctantly released her grip. "What just transpired was but an illusion. Allow me to replenish your spirit. I must take my leave, but when we meet again, you shall behold a better version of Alakya. I shall remember you. You will forever be my son." At the hotel, she rose on her toes, whispering the precise location into Sumu's ear. "Do you require my assistance to return?" "No, thank you." Beneath the night sky, Alakya vanished into the darkness, braving the rain. Sumu lingered in the downpour, absent-mindedly touching his lips. P.S. I have finally completed this segment of my emotional entanglement. I find myself quite satisfied with this little tale. Compared to 2021, there has been a noticeable improvement in my narrative structure. Although I still feel it is merely average and far from a platinum 5-star masterpiece, to me, any progress is a commendable achievement. The subsequent rewriting of the coronation ceremony is forthcoming, and I am confident I will finish it all this month. Until next time. Chapter 52, Nalanwire Danny, 2024 New Edition. The rain has ceased. It poured throughout the night, accompanied by the dawn rising over the eastern sea and the dissipating mental storm in the coastal park. The early summer rain slowly diminished in the sky above Hailey City. Sumu folded his umbrella and patiently awaited the awakening of buyer Sharon. In a seaside residential building, Li Tianfang, Bai Li, and Duan Ruaping rushed into the park with various support from the Southwest Bureau, some rescuing while others engaged in networking. As Duan Ruaping sprinted, he recounted the events from the illusion. Upon hearing, Li Tianfang furrowed his brow, sweating over the prospect of a last-minute reversal. "Director, should we track that girl who just left?" An overzealous subordinate dutifully inquired. Li Tianfang paused, casting a glance at the courtyard representative by Li before narrowing his eyes. Seemingly irked. "Did that girl commit a crime?" It seems not. As of now, the Southwest Bureau had received no reports of casualties. Without any injuries, there was no justification for an investigation. Li Tianfang pressed further. "Does she not appear to be a good person? Has she raised your suspicions?" Not really." The subordinate reluctantly admitted that the platinum-haired girl not only looked beautiful, but also bore a pitiable expression that evoked sympathy in anyone who beheld her. But in the illusion, wasn't she a werewolf? The subordinate's voice dwindled, lacking confidence. Bali smiled and remarked, "You take dreams too seriously. When I was a child, I blew up my school in a dream. Should I be sent to the enforcement hall?" The subordinate was left speechless. Li Tianfang admonished. "Since she has neither harmed anyone nor violated the sequence covenant, she may go wherever she pleases and meet whomever she wishes." "Nonsense." Dismissed. The subordinate nodded yes. The director's reprimand was so loud that Sumu, 2 miles away, could hear it, prompting a light laugh from him. He thought to himself that it was unintentional. Even he found it hard to believe. On the surface, Li Tianfang appeared to be scolding his subordinate, but in reality, he was reassuring himself that the Southwest Bureau would not pursue the matter concerning Alakya. "Mr. Sumu," Li Tianfang called out as the three hurried into the park, grasping the young man's hand with enthusiasm. "Allow me to introduce. This is Duan Ruaping, the head of the Hailey City branch of X-Space, and this is Ms. Bai Li from the central headquarters of X-Space. You have met them in the illusion before." "Hello, hello," Sumu greeted both Aurors, saying, "Thanks to your support in the illusion, I was able to achieve a last-minute turnaround." "Not at all," the two Aurors humbly replied, attributing their success to him, claiming that without his intervention, they would have been thoroughly outmaneuvered. They flattered him with compliments akin to calling his reasoning in the Forbidden Forest the work of a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. After the pleasantries, Sumu inquired, "You must be the head of the Southwest Bureau?" "Indeed," Li Tianfang replied amiably, stating, "You have a discerning eye. It is no wonder you achieved such a remarkable reversal in such adverse circumstances." Sumu felt his cheeks flush. He had remained vigilant, utilizing his abilities, yet nearly faced disaster. Hearing the praises from the unknown crowd filled him with embarrassment, and he quickly sought to change the subject. "Director Li, were there any casualties among the patrol team?" No. All 6 individuals show normal life signs at present." That is good. Sumu refrained from mentioning the performance of the principal actor in the illusion. After all, one could not expect too much from a low-tier red blood sea level. Nor was he so petty as to dwell on it, having acted out of anger. Li Tianfang seized the opportunity to interject, "If it weren't for you, those 6 might have faced dire consequences. The Southwest Bureau will remember this favor." The survival of those 6 was merely due to Awakens and buyer Sharon's decision not to escalate matters with lethal intent. It had nothing to do with Sumu. Li Tianfang's comment served merely as an excuse to forge a connection, as the workplace often hinged on reciprocation, and he sought advancement. With obligations come returns, ensuring that relations would not be severed. Naturally, being the head of the Southwest Bureau was not without its merits. Yet the central headquarters of X-Space offered him a broader platform for expression. As the group exchanged contact information, buyer Sharon gradually opened her eyes to the rising sun. Seeing the real world, Daifana's first instinct was to flee, but upon realizing several X-Space executives stood nearby, she abandoned any foolish thoughts. "You are awake. How does the sunrise and highly compare to that at school?" Sumu noted her awakening and placed a hand on her shoulder, warmth flowing through her, evaporating the dampness of her clothes. He turned his gaze to Daifana, who was visibly anxious, lowering her head and unable to utter a word, lacking the arrogance she had displayed in the illusion. "Good morning," he said, stepping closer to assist her in drying her clothes. Thank you," Daifana stammered. Sumu turned away, lightly saying, "You should thank Awakens. That kind girl had no intentions of harming you. Otherwise, based on your earlier incitement to murder, you could at least be charged with attempted murder." Before leaving, Awakens had merely shot Daifana a fierce glare, providing no further instructions. She respected Ebos's intentions while also honoring the sequence law of Kaiyun. "Ms. Bai Li, Director Duan, did you both witness that?" They nodded in agreement. "Don't." Upon hearing the possibility of Daifana being charged with attempted murder, buyer Sharon panicked, rushing to Sumu, pleading softly, "Please do not arrest her. We truly meant no harm. You see, even the battlefield is chosen so remotely." Sumu found it somewhat exasperating. He had thought buyer Sharon to be a clever girl, yet she seemed rather dim-witted. "I am helping you. Keeping her around is a disaster." Buyer Sharon grasped his hand, attempting to emulate Miranda's charm, saying, But, at the end of the illusion, you promised to help me. You cannot deceive me." Sumu swiftly covered her mouth. "Indeed, intelligence and endowment seldom coexist. Since you have interceded, I shall say no more. However, she cannot remain." Sumu pondered before turning to Li Tianfang, asking, "Director Li, what do you think we should do about this matter?" Li Tianfang understood the prince's intentions. The situation could either escalate or be downplayed, provided the parties involved consented, as they were willing to diplomatically resolve the issue. After all, offending the ruling family was hardly a worthy endeavor, especially since the direct victim had made no accusations and simply turned to leave. "Since Mr. Sumu has pleaded, let us proceed through diplomatic channels," he stated. "The individual can be returned to the ruling family." But Li Tianfang narrowed his eyes, revealing his sharp demeanor. "Before the ruling family arrives to collect her as a suspect, Ms. Daifana must remain at the Southwest Bureau for tea." Buyer Sharon was unaware of the implications of tea, but, upon hearing that there would be cayenne tea, thought it did not sound too bad. All right, she eagerly agreed. Sumu was equally satisfied with this arrangement, adding, "We will not send her to the Southwest Bureau. Let her be detained at the Highly Branch instead." Li Tianfang was somewhat surprised, but ultimately consented. Although still unfamiliar with the AI-16 before him, after a brief interaction, he formed a basic judgment. The other party was not merely a kind-hearted fool. He possessed thoughts, capabilities, and cunning. Director Duan, I appreciate your effort in escorting Dai Fana ahead. I have some personal matters to discuss with Director Lee, Sumu said. Sharon, you may head to the car. I will take you to the hotel shortly to help you retrieve your lost items. Upon receiving the host's dismissal, Belsha Luen refrained from further comment, recognizing that the ensuing matters were internal affairs of X-Space Kane. After everyone departed, Li Tianfeng inquired, "Is there something significant at hand?" Sumu, with a serious expression, nodded and posed a counter-question. Director Li, Ms. Bai, have you heard of the organization known as God's Pasture? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Is this organization formidable? Bai Li sensed an anomaly. Indeed, Sumu recounted Dai Fana's persuasion of Ulakia in detail, concluding with, "Perhaps my subsequent words may render you to perceive me as somewhat cold-hearted." But he paused momentarily before continuing, "I harbor no intentions of sparing Dai Fana. The act of killing, however, should not be executed by us. Dai Fana has pilfered the heirloom of the ruling family and framed another. This matter will inevitably be uncovered. She is well aware of this herself. Dai Fana arrived in Hailey with no intentions of returning, but rather aimed to kill Belsha Luen and escape with the heirloom. Once extradited back to the ruling family, her fate is sealed, death. The only distinction lies in the timing of her demise. Thus, let the executioner be the Inder people themselves. Do you both comprehend my meaning?" Li Tianfeng and Bai Li exchanged a look, their hearts racing as they realized this individual was far from benign, cloaked in a facade of kindness while being ruthlessly calculating. They nodded in understanding. Li Tianfeng added, "Moreover, it would be quite beneficial to do a favor for the ruling family." Bai Li concurred. "Thank you both." With his worries alleviated, Sumu, a recent high school graduate, felt an internal conflict about uttering such lethal thoughts, yet found no better course of action. He also felt the need to explain to Director Li why he could not send Dai Fana to the Southwest Bureau's headquarters. Dai Fana was no mere minor player. She was a blue blood class a position that would be considered mid to upper tier in any organization. Thus, Li Tianfeng continued, "Are you concerned that God's Pasture or other organizations might attempt a prison break?" "I apologize. I am not questioning the Southwest Bureau's defenses," Sumu clarified. But a similar incident occurred previously at the Southeast Bureau where two blue blood Class A individuals, aided by internal collusion, breached their prison. "Oh, you mean the abduction case involving the floating member's family?" Li Tianfeng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened yet perplexed about how this matter intertwined with the individual before him. Various speculations flashed through his mind. Previously, during his visit to Jiangzhou for Princess Ning's birthday celebration, Wang Xianjing had kept everything under wraps, leading him to mistakenly attribute all success to the Xia family. Now, it seemed there were hidden circumstances at play. He resolved to find time to visit Jiangzhou again and engage Wang Xianjing in a thorough discussion over drinks. Bai Li remained silent, being an intimate confidant of Dr. Zhou Hai. She was well-versed in the entire abduction case. "Yes," Sumu affirmed, expressing his thoughts, "Ms. Bai. Might it be possible to request X-Space Central Court to assign more personnel for stringent supervision, or perhaps transfer Dai Fana to the headquarters prison today?" Before Bai Li could respond, Li Tianfeng interjected, "Is it feasible to genuinely relocate her to X-Space Central Headquarters? If someone were to attempt a prison break, that might actually work in his favor. With assistance from the Central Headquarters, capturing the culprits would be a remarkable achievement. It would facilitate explanations internally and externally. Up and down the chain, he envisioned a chance for advancement. The risk of transfer is too great." He insisted, "My proposal is to detain her on site. I will immediately deploy personnel from the Southwest Bureau. I won't return to Jinrong City, but will remain here, waiting for miscreants to arrive." His declaration resonated with fervor, exuding a sense of self-sacrifice and righteousness that stirred the hearts of those present. As an influential figure within X-Space Kane, Li Tianfeng understood he had nearly reached the pinnacle of his career. Few substantial opportunities lay ahead, and one must shed blood to ascend. Sumu remained silent, directing his gaze toward Bai Li, the special envoy of Dr. Zhou Hai. Prior to this meeting, Dr. Zhou had stated that all decisions were to be made by Mr. Sumu. She spoke with utmost politeness, even employing the term judgment. All right. Sumu was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated Dr. Zhou would bestow such trust upon him. I am not even a member of X Space. Given this, he decided to leave all decisions to the local authority, Director Li. Sumu discerned the longing for advancement in the words of this powerful figure and was pleased to extend a favor, adding, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Director Li, do not hesitate to call me. I will provide assistance whenever possible. Then I thank you, Mr. Sumu. With a polite request, he asked Director Li to arrange a vehicle to take them to the hotel, thus concluding this tumultuous episode. Li Tianfeng, in high spirits, readily complied. After conversing with the two prominent figures, Sumu settled into the iconic black sob of X Space, exhaling deeply and allowing himself to unwind, fatigue washing over him immediately. He reflected on the earlier scene, marveling at his ability to converse freely with two high-ranking executives of X Space. No longer the high school student who would panic and drop his belongings at the sight of law enforcement. A hint of the chairman of EBOS emerged in him. Gulp. Hunger and fatigue surged simultaneously, his stomach protesting in rebellion. Mr. Sumu. The staff of the Southwest Bureau promptly delivered breakfast, which consisted of buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks for Sumu, while Bel Shaluan received croissants, sandwiches, and coffee. Thank you, thank you. The sight of food rejuvenated Sumu, who couldn't help but commend the staff of the Southwest Bureau for their warm and attentive service. 5 stars. Bel Shaluan, holding her breakfast, took a sip of black coffee, appearing somewhat listless as she observed the carefree youth beside her devouring his meal, her expression a mix of hesitation and contemplation. She was uncertain whether Sumu still resembled Ebos. The answer had always been within her. Bel Shaluan was not Miranda, so how could Sumu possibly be Ebos? Speak your mind. Do I appear intimidating? After finishing his meal of 6 buns, for fried dough sticks, and 2 cups of soy milk, Sumu felt his hunger gradually dissipate. He had not eaten to his fill, but it sufficed for the moment. He would have a proper breakfast upon returning to the hotel. I want to ask, what were you discussing earlier? Bel Shaluan inquired. A hint of nervousness in her voice, the unfolding events compelling her to take this little voyeur seriously. She naturally regarded Sumu as part of X Space senior management. Of course, if it's confidential, then you need not share it with me, she added hastily. Sumu wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a wet napkin and replied, it's not confidential. We were discussing how to enhance the defense construction against the inheritors in Hailey City to prepare for the imminent outbreak of chaotic battles. His words were vague and ambiguous, seeming to hold value at first glance, yet upon deeper reflection, they amounted to mere drivel. Bel Shaluan discerned that Sumu was merely speaking in bureaucratic jargon. Her mood sinking slightly, she realized that Sumu was indeed Sumu, not the one who had forcefully kissed her against the wall in the dreamlike realm. The one known as Ebos. So, Birshalan, undeterred, pressed on, will X Space truly not harm Divana? Are you so concerned about her? Sumu retorted. Indeed. The fiery-haired girl from the underwater restaurant had vanished, and now Birshalan bore a hint of Miranda's essence. She lowered her head and murmured, she is my only friend. Sumu queried in surprise. Aren't you a princess from the ruling family? Princess? Birshalan lifted her head anew, replying, the Indoor Empire has long perished. Now we have 2 republics in the north and south. Where is there still a princess? Besides, is being a princess necessarily a blessing? Without sufficient strength, one merely becomes a pawn in family political games. Indeed, every household has its own difficulties, Sumu reflected, realizing that Birshalan, despite her high status, was not in a much better position than himself. It seemed she was not valued within her ruling family. After all, which genuine princess would venture into unfamiliar lands to pursue a traitor instead of enjoying a life of luxury in a palace? How pitiful. Her only friend was, in fact, an undercover agent wishing to harm her. Sumu felt a pang of sympathy and reassured her, rest assured, as long as Divana does not act recklessly, Kaiyun will not let her come to harm. Speaking of which, you should give her a call later. Have her behave herself at the Hailey substation these few days and refrain from challenging Kaiyun's loss. Thank you. No need for such courtesy. Birshalan sought to continue the conversation, but when she opened her mouth, words eluded her. Strictly speaking, they had known each other for less than a day, and the dreamlike encounters held little weight. There were not many common topics to share. Sumu also wished to impart some words of caution, but feared that being too direct might hurt her feelings. Moreover, Divana's relationship with her was far superior to his, and no matter how much he said, it would merely be a waste of breath. After pondering for a moment, he chose to close his eyes and rest. In the heavy atmosphere, the vehicle from the Southwest Bureau arrived at the hotel entrance. In room 2108 of Atlantis Hotel, Sumu discovered something akin to a plant root behind the bathroom mirror. Carefully extracting it, he was astonished to find it was a golden yellow flower bud that had yet to bloom. Is this the sun's ladder? He had imagined the treasure to be a gemstone like the ocean's mystery, yet it was merely a beautiful flower bud. Judging by its withered appearance, it seemed it would never bloom again. Indeed, Birshalan cautiously cradled the family treasure, checking for any issues before locking it in a secure box. Sumu expressed his concern. If I may interject, is this truly safe? Should we sprinkle some water on it, lest it perish? I must clarify, if it dies, do not blame us. It won't. Birshalan shook her head. It has been this way for centuries. Water does not affect it at all. It has never bloomed. Are you sure it isn't already a specimen? Sumu was somewhat astonished. What kind of plant could endure for centuries without rotting? Nature is truly remarkable. Could it be watered with the blood of a colossal beast? As they walked out of the room side by side, Birshalan replied, I don't know. The family has tried that method, but at least the blood of star-level behemoths failed to make it bloom. As for the king level, she chuckled. The blood of a behemoth monarch is not so easily obtained. Even if one were to spend a fortune to acquire some, it would be used to forge powerful alchemical weapons, not wasted on watering flowers. How unfortunate. Sumu reflected, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. Shall we head to the restaurant for breakfast? Birshalan inquired, wishing to spend more time with the young man. The uncertainty of when they would meet again weighed on her mind. No. Sumu had initially planned to grab a quick breakfast, but after a busy night, he felt fatigued. Yawning, he said, I'm a bit tired, and there's nothing appealing for breakfast. I would prefer to return and catch a nap, then rise for lunch. That's true. Since the main party was not keen on going, Birshalan lost her appetite for breakfast as well. They bid farewell to the Southwest Bureau personnel and returned to their respective suites. Sumu entered his room, leaving a note in the living room to briefly explain his reason for sleeping in. Yawning continuously, he groggily made his way to bed, covered himself with a blanket, and fell into a deep slumber. The gentle patter of rain tapped against the glass door, while the sea breeze flowed into the room, causing the white curtains to flutter. Sumu stretched languorously, reaching for his phone in the darkness. Illuminating the screen, he found a series of missed calls, all from the same girl, Xia Mo. He opened a text message sent 3 seconds ago. The ship is about to set sail. Are you still asleep? Right away, right away. Sumu quickly replied, turning on the lights and gazing out at the overcast sky, believing he had overslept. He checked the time only to discover it was just past noon. There were still 40 minutes until the cruise stopped ticketing. There was still time. He hurriedly washed up, dressed, grabbed his suitcase and ticket, and took a taxi to the dock where the cruise was anchored. Inside the taxi, he messaged, Did you tell my mom that I can't board this cruise? Xia Mo's reply came swiftly, I did. Auntie and my sister went shopping downtown. That's good. Hurry. Right away, right away. The taxi sped towards the dock, spurred on by Sumu's generous tip. A massive white cruise ship loomed before him, and as he grasped his suitcase, his mouth fell agape. He knew the ship was enormous, but witnessing this colossal vessel firsthand was an entirely different experience. He couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of human technology. Young man, you're going to be late. The driver kindly reminded him. Oh, thank you, uncle. Sumu exclaimed as he dashed towards the cruise at breakneck speed, leaving the driver in awe. Such physical prowess would be wasted if he didn't compete in the 110-meter hurdles for a gold medal. The driver sighed, rolling up the window as he departed the dock. Sumu presented his golden ticket to the attendant. As he looked up at the imposing ship, a statue of a goddess stood at the bow, her hands holding a tool as if she were weaving something. Noticing the tourist's curiosity, the attendant pointed to the ancient Kalarma script on the ship and said, Nornver Andi. The name of that goddess. She is one of the Norns, he added. Youthful, spirited, brave, and upright. Her gaze is fixed forward. Sumu was not well versed in Kalarma mythology. That's a beautiful name, he remarked. After receiving his ticket back, he boarded the cruise named after the goddess, following the attendant to his VIP room on the upper deck. While termed a VIP room, it was still quite small, even smaller than his hotel bedroom. One could only imagine how cramped the regular rooms must be aboard the cruise, where every inch is precious. Fortunately, most of the time, visitors would not remain in their rooms. The sole function of the bedroom was as a resting place after dark. As he turned on the warm lights, Sumu gazed through the porthole, watching the rain outside grow heavier. I hope tomorrow brings good weather. Just then, his stomach grumbled in timely protest. He set down his suitcase, intending to head to the restaurant for something to eat. After all, the cruise offered three main pleasures: enjoying the sea, savoring the cuisine, and attending social gatherings. Sumu recalled a novel he once read, where the male protagonist encountered a girl on the bus who aspired to become a mistress. A well-meaning suggestion was made that one cannot catch wealthy suitors on the bus. Instead, it would be wiser to spend a bit more and seek them out in first class on a plane. Later, upon encountering that beautiful young lady again, it became apparent that she had indeed followed this advice and successfully secured a wealthy patron in first class. In truth, if one were willing to invest a bit more, the chances of success would be even greater on a cruise, where the first-class accommodations are wealthier and certainly more charming. Suddenly, the phone buzzed. It was a call from Xia Mo. Sumu answered while navigating the seemingly identical corridors, feeling somewhat lost. The ship has set sail. Have you boarded? Through the porthole, he observed the shore lights receding into the distance. Yes, I'm on board and looking for a restaurant. Where are you? In Hall 1. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Sumu wandered alone through the corridor, thoroughly bewildered by the maze-like design, unable to find anyone to ask for directions. Who is the mastermind behind this anti-human design? Upon reaching the staircase, he decided to ascend one level, hoping to see the top suites, which were likely equipped with dedicated attendants who could assist him. On the second-to-top deck of the Nornwer Dandy, he discovered the rooms were markedly different from those below. Each suite's door was spaced far apart, making it easy to guess the vastness of the interiors. He could hardly fathom the cost of staying here for a single night. Before a row of closed doors, he finally spotted two bodyguards in black suits standing at the entrance of one suite. At last, there were people. Sumu approached them eagerly and inquired, "Excuse me, how do I get to Hall 1? The two guards remained stoic, their eyes fixed ahead, ignoring this passerby. "Hello?" Sumu waved his hand in front of one of them, wondering if they were mere mannequins. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards lunged forward to apprehend this suspicious intruder. However, the youth reacted even faster, perceiving his opponent as slow as a tortoise, and swiftly subdued him. "Hey, I merely asked for directions. Is it necessary to resort to violence?" Without hesitation, the other bodyguard raised his firearm, shouting a command. "Baka, what? A Japanese intruder?" No, I meant a friendly neighbor." Sumu was intrigued, contemplating how their weapons had made it aboard the cruise, just as he was about to inquire in his native language. The suite's door swung open. "They don't understand your language." A slender man leaned against the doorframe, dressed in traditional Japanese attire, a textured kimono with a family crest embroidered on the shoulders. His command of Sumu's language was impeccable, devoid of any accent. He waved his hand, prompting the bodyguards to lower their weapons and resumed their statuesque stance. Sumu released his grip on the subdued guard, questioning, "Haven T, we met somewhere before?" "Haraha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Takeda Yoshi." The man replied, "We met at the airport in Hili City. You were accompanied by a petite beauty. Do you recall?" "Oh, I remember now," Sumu exclaimed, realizing that without the presence of the young lady, the man appeared quite different, exuding an air of elegance. "I am Sumu," he introduced himself. "By the way, could you tell me how to get to Hall 1? Takeda Yoshi, ever polite, replied in a gentle tone, "I am also heading to Hall 1 shortly. If you don't mind, why not come in for a cup of tea before we depart?" Sumu, intrigued by this cultured individual, sent a message to Xia Mo and followed him into the spacious suite. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into a different era, the decor brimming with traditional Japanese aesthetics. Please, Takeda Yoshi gestured for Sumu to sit at the tea table. Sumu settled cross-legged, observing curiously as several samurai adorned with swords sat silently on either side, their expressions fixed and unyielding. The atmosphere was stifling, making it difficult for him to breathe. A beautiful maid was delicately washing the tea utensils, gently extracting 2 spoonfuls of matcha powder from a jade-like container, and then adding a small amount of pure water from a ceramic jar, skillfully whisking it together. Sukuin, it seems you have a question. Takeda Yoshi initiated the conversation. Sumu nodded, voicing his curiosity. Why is this suite so expansive? When my family booked a room, we did not encounter anything like this. As the maid added warm water to the bowl, creating a frothy concoction, she respectfully presented the finished matcha to Sumu. Oh, Takeda Yoshi appeared surprised. Aren't you a descendant of the bloodline? I distinctly remember seeing the little princess of the Confronting family hiding behind you. Sumu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Finally opting for ambiguity, not at the moment, but perhaps in the future. I see, Takeda Yoshi acknowledged. You have yet to awaken your lineage. He extended his hand, inviting. Please, try the matcha from Japan and see how it compares to what you have experienced. As Sumu took the bowl, savoring the delicate and smooth tea, he was greeted by a rich aroma that filled his senses. The initial bitterness of the tea was soon followed by a hint of sweetness lingering on his palate. How is it? Sumu, reminiscent of a pig feasting on fine grains, tilted his head back and drank it all, placing the bowl down. May I have a refill? Haraha. Sukuin certainly recognizes quality. Takeda Yoshi laughed heartily. Unfortunately, someone earlier failed to appreciate it, believing that my matcha could not compare to their black tea. The cultures of our nations are intertwined, and hence we understand each other well. Sumu chuckled inwardly, musing that Takeda Yoshi's matcha was merely a version from his own homeland. Takeda Yoshi, fully aware of Sumu's thoughts, generously admitted, indeed, Japan once sought to emulate your great country, which led to our subsequent cultural brilliance. His eyes twinkled with mirth. Let us not dwell on our ancestors. Let us compare our present. The maid prepared another bowl of matcha, humbly presenting it with both hands. Takeda Yoshi lifted the bowl, stating, Perhaps your unfamiliarity with the bloodline world explains it. This cruise belongs to the Capet family. The top suites are reserved for descendants and not for sale. The petite beauty from the Confronting family is in the adjacent suite. Are you not aware? Sumu cradled the tea bowl, replying, I am not well acquainted with her. Why didn't you say so earlier? Takeda Yoshi's genteel demeanor faltered momentarily, and after noticing Sumu's astonished expression, he cleared his throat, regaining his composure. What I meant to say was, Sumu, sipping his tea, teasingly asked, Do you have a crush on her? Takeda Yoshi leaned closer and whispered, As long as she is beautiful, I am interested. Since you are not, then I shall pursue her. Sumu could only chuckle at the audacity of the Japanese. After finishing the matcha and noting the time, Takeda Yoshi stood to change outfits. Sukuin, how does this outfit look? Sumu turned around. At that moment, he choked on the remaining tea, coughing violently as the maid rushed over to pat his back. Originally expecting a formal appearance, Takeda Yashihana surprised everyone by donning a casual shirt paired with shorts and flip-flops, almost as if he were about to dangle a set of keys in his hand. What is this? Sumu asked, puzzled. Haraha. Takeda laughed boisterously, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of others, and declared, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Sumu awkwardly chuckled in response, as long as you're happy. As the two entered Hall 1, the banquet was already underway. Under the dim lighting, guests were elegantly attired, mingling in small groups engaged in lively conversation. Sumu began typing a message. I have arrived at Hall 1. Where are you? His eyes scanned the crowd, yet he did not see Xia Mo. However, a striking head of rose-red curls caught his attention. Takeda, cradling a large coconut, exclaimed, Look, that red-haired girl is the one who disparaged our matcha. I must go speak with her. Will you join me? Sumu, still searching for Xia Mo, replied, I think I'll pass. Before he could finish, The red-haired girl noticed him and waved enthusiastically, signaling her presence. With no choice but to greet her, Sumu complied. Takeda, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, look! That beauty is smiling at me. Come on, let us go meet the red-haired enchantress." He pulled Sumu through the crowd towards the girl. "Hello, my." Compared to the fluent Ayun language, Takeda's Induan was painfully awkward, his strange intonations making it difficult even for Sumu to comprehend. He could barely make out a hello. "Stop," Berthalin interjected, unable to bear it any longer. "Just speak Ayun. I may not know how to speak it, but I can understand it." All right, Takeda nodded vigorously, realizing that demanding him to speak Induan was indeed unreasonable. "Hello, I forgot to introduce myself earlier." Before he could finish, Berthalin bypassed him and approached Sumu. Her earlier bold demeanor replaced by a hint of nervousness as she asked, "Ipos, what brings you here?" "Ipos?" Sumu squinted. He was well aware of the girl's subtle feelings and chose not to deny them. Since Ulikya referred to him that way, one more instance wouldn't he hurt. "I'm here with a friend," he replied. Berthalin scrutinized Takeda, asking in surprise, "Him?" "No," she sighed in relief. "What about your friend?" Sumu surveyed the bustling crowd and glanced at his phone, noting that Xia Mo had yet to message him. "She boarded the ship earlier. I haven't located her yet." Their conversation, conducted in Induan, naturally led Berthalin to deduce that Ipos was accompanying a lady. "Yes," Sumu confirmed, adding, "a high school classmate, a very close friend." Noticing her disappointed expression, he quickly added, "We share a bond of life and death." "I see." Berthalin swiftly regained her composure, her experience as a spiritual sequence descendant having equipped her to navigate countless illusions and roles. She was not one to become ensnared in the theatrics of the moment. "You two know each other?" Thud. The coconut in Takeda's hand fell to the carpet, his astonishment evident as he glanced left and right. Why should a mere beauty have any connection to him? In front of Ipos, Berthalin was somewhat timid, yet before others, she resumed her bold persona as the vivacious princess. Their familiarity hinted at a deeper connection, yet she deliberately shrouded it in ambiguity, maintaining an air of flirtation. Hearing such suggestive remarks, Sumu felt a flush creep across his cheeks. Berthalin, clad in a simple white t-shirt, accentuated her figure, her slender waist starkly contrasting with her curvaceous silhouette, creating a striking visual impact. Within just a few minutes of conversation, Sumu became acutely aware of numerous greedy glances directed their way. Takeda, eager to enlist his friend's advice on romantic pursuits, felt frustrated. Despite his efforts and decent looks, he seemed unable to attract any attention. He yearned to learn a few tricks to impress a crush back home, a charming girl with pink cherry blossoms. "Since we have to wait, why not come over for a drink?" Berthalin suggested, taking Sumu's hand and leading him to a booth. "I'll introduce you to some new friends. Just tell your friend you're at booth 13. She'll know how to find you, saving you the trouble of wandering around this vast hall." That sounded reasonable enough. Sumu did not resist, intrigued by the prospect of mingling with the princess of the ruling family. Takeda watched the two depart, bewildered. "Hey, are you leaving just like that? I haven't even gotten in the car yet." He shamelessly retrieved his coconut and hurried after them. Inside the circular booth, Sumu immediately spotted the lovely girl with the deep tan, who also caught sight of the handsome newcomer brought in by her new friend. "Humph." She huffed lightly and turned away. "Do you know each other?" Berthalin inquired, somewhat surprised. Sumu shook his head, replying, "We've met once. It wasn't a very pleasant encounter. So I wouldn't say we know each other." The booth was filled exclusively with beautiful girls from various countries, leaving Takeda salivating at the sight. Amid the crowd, Sumu noticed a sister with an Ayun visage, who was curiously observing him. "Hello," he said. The Ayun sister stood up, extending a glass and raising it in a toast. "Hello, I'm Zhou Jinxue." Sumu. Their glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 53, Hell Moves Forward. Mortals Stand Still, 2024 edition. The storm outside raged on, with the sky perpetually shrouded in darkness. Conversely, as the cruise ship ventured into the deep sea, terrifying thunderstorms flickered ominously within the somber tempest. Sumu, holding a wine glass, stood by the window, his expression heavy with worry. The young beauties seated behind him failed to pique his interest. Instead, they heightened his vigilance. The number of successors aboard had far exceeded his prior expectations. It appeared he had severely underestimated the profound influence wielded by the Pope's scepter. He had sent several messages to Xia Mo, all unanswered, and his calls remained futile. As Sumu gazed out at the storm, the successors in the booth were observing him. Representatives from various factions appeared to revel in laughter and camaraderie. Yet each harbored their own ulterior motives, none were to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Buyer Shallowan genuinely watched him. Her heart filled with suspicion as she awaited the arrival of the classmate he had mentioned. Was he deceiving her? Was there truly no classmate? And were his words merely fabrications to maintain distance? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the vivacious girl became increasingly contemplative. Takeda E, on the other hand, was desperate to join the gathering of beauties, yet they showed no interest in him. The conversation flowed in Inder, Carolingian, and even ancient Romulus. What language did he speak? Oh, Chawa. You speak Chawa. No wonder you feel out of place. Time slipped by, and Sumu set down his wine glass, leaving behind the group of beauties exchanging glances. He wandered alone through the grand banquet hall. Buyer Shallowan, feeling frustrated, stomped her foot in annoyance, apologized, and hurried after him. Where are you going? She inquired. Sumu replied, I cannot reach Xia Mo by phone, so I wish to search the banquet hall. I feel somewhat uneasy. In the labyrinthine banquet hall, Buyer Shallowan remained silent, silently trailing behind him. Today, she intended to uncover the true identity of this Xia Mo. Was she as beautiful as a goddess capable of captivating even her beloved Ibos? After wandering the banquet hall for over an hour without spotting Xia Mo, Sumu's concern grew stronger. Buyer Shallowan stood nearby, secretly amused. It's time. Let us head to the auction venue, she suggested. If Xia Mo is indeed a successor, she must be intent on tonight's auction aboard the cruise. We can wait at the venue and observe from the private box, if necessary. I can accompany you to check the guest list. The ruling family still holds some influence in front of the Kate family. Buyer Shallowan firmly believed that the so-called Xia Mo was nothing but a fabrication, a mirage conjured for some ulterior purpose, akin to the illusions within the dreamscape of Hamerins. Observing the bustling crowd, Sumu, having no choice, followed Buyer Shallowan toward the auction. Rest assured, I shall assist you in locating Xia Mo, the girl exclaimed joyfully. She took Sumu's hand and, guided by the attendants, led him into the upper VIP box of the venue. The noisy hall was filled with people, not only successors, but also many with mortal blood. Tonight's auction featured not just pollutants, but an array of other rare treasures. From his vantage point, Sumu scrutinized the prominent figures from around the globe, engaged in conversations, blissfully unaware of the immense vortex they found themselves in. What do you wish to purchase? He inquired, scanning the room, but failing to catch sight of Xia Mo, speculating that she might be in another VIP room. If the blue-blooded Inder could secure a VIP room, the Xia family, being a top-tier family, surely had access to a VIP ticket. Tonight promises a remarkable treasure. Buyer Shallowan teased, winking at him. Having confirmed Ibos' single status, her confidence grew, and she began to delve deeper into flirtation. Securing a blue-blooded A would not only elevate her standing within the ruling family, but would also infuriate Alakia. The failure in the dreamscape lingered in her mind. Had it not been for Ibos' desperate strategy, she would never have lost. What treasure? Sumu feigned ignorance. Buyer Shallowan stepped closer, her chest proudly elevated. The fragrance of her wine-laden breath wafting toward him as she slurred playfully. Am I not a treasure myself? Don't close your eyes. Just one glance at me. Ibos, and I refuse to believe you won't be moved. Sumu, flustered, found himself cornered, having never encountered such an assertive girl in his life. Save for the enchanting Professor May from his dreams. The women of the Kaikong were typically reserved and coy, teasing yet shy. No, please don't tease. If you continue like this, I might just get angry. Ding, ding, ding. Amid his flustered state, his phone rang from his pocket. Sumu, in a panic, pushed her aside and hurried to answer. Hello? You finally have a signal. The static crackled through the line, and he looked at his phone in confusion before placing it back to his ear. The auction is about to begin. Have you arrived at the venue? Xia Mo's voice gradually became clear. Sumu hurriedly replied, I'm here. I'm here. Listen, there are many blue bloods on board. He then asked, where are you? I'm in the VIP section, she said, but the static drowned out her words, followed by the busy signal as the call disconnected. What on earth? Is my phone malfunctioning now? Sumu muttered in frustration. Wait, could there truly be a classmate? Liar Shallowan remarked, surprised, but this did not deter her from her plans. After her earlier probing, she discerned the greatest difference between Sumu and Ibo's lay in their attitudes toward women. The youth blushed and grew anxious. It was evident he was inexperienced. Then let us wait a moment. The auction will be lengthy, and we can chat. Liar Shallowan approached and snatched Sumu's phone from his grasp. Give it to me. Not a chance, she declared as she switched the phone to silent mode and tucked it into her neckline, provocatively lifting her chest. If you want it, come and take it yourself. You, Sumu exclaimed, indignantly pointing at her, clenching his fists and raising his thumb in frustration. You're quite something. Thank you. Buyer Shallowan replied with a graceful curtsy, then pulled Sumu back, seating herself on the sofa and pouring some whiskey. Oh dear, don't be upset. Let me make amends with a drink. She tilted her head back and downed half a glass of whiskey. Wait, take it easy. I didn't mean to blame you. Sumu's anger began to dissipate as his heart softened. That's good, Buyer Shallowan said, setting down her glass. Her cheeks flushed like a blooming red rose. As the lights in the hall dimmed, a few illuminated beams converged on the stage, where an elegant lady ascended the auction platform, marking the official commencement of the evening's auction. Sumu savored a piece of sauced beef while sipping whiskey. Although it felt mismatched, it offered an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Are you interested in purchasing the Pope's scepter? How much do you think it might be worth? He asked, casually inquiring about the delicious sauced beef he was enjoying. 0-03. What is 0-03? Buyer Shallowan's beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion. Who mentioned 0-03 to you? Isn't it? Sumu slowed his chewing and casually asked, what is it? Though 0-03 was formidable, he was certain he wouldn't attend. The atmosphere was perilous, and he was merely a delicate girl, with her sole bodyguard locked away in X space. Buyer Shallowan feigned vulnerability, saying, I came for the dictator's blade. The mental sequence belongs to the fourth sequence. The ruling deity is the Lord of Earth and Mountains. The Earth and Mountains. Could it be a misinformation? Sumu felt perplexed. Could the intelligence from the Xia family be flawed as well? Or perhaps this time, Xia Mo had once again concealed the truth from her family, secretly gathering tidbits from the black market? Is it possible for news from X Space to be erroneous as well? Belsalon jested. I am not affiliated with X Space, Sumu replied, continuing to savor the braised beef. He inquired, is there anything else, perhaps some steamed buns? Belsalon found herself momentarily at a loss. Although Norland Verdant docked at Kaiyun Highly this time, the ship indeed belonged to the Capet family of the Carolingian region. Having braised beef was already a local adaptation. Steamed buns were simply non-existent. How about rice? She proposed. That seems inappropriate. Rice is a staple food. Having a staple in the afternoon feels rather strange. Belsalon's eyes twitched as she questioned, aren't steamed buns also a staple in your country? Is that so? I never considered them as such. I always regarded them as appetizers, Sumu explained. As a native of the southern region, his staple remained rice, with steamed buns being an occasional treat. Appetizers. Despite my limited knowledge of Kaiyun culture, I am aware of some fundamental facts. You claim that steamed buns are appetizers. You might as well say dumplings are appetizers too. Dumplings, can we have dumplings? Sumu's eyes lit up, exclaiming, yes. Dumplings are great. All right. Belsalon picked up the phone to order 50, no, 100 dumplings, A.M. Lang of flavors. Now, where were we? After being so abruptly interrupted, she found it hard to recall. I mentioned that I am not part of X-Space, Sumu reminded her. Oh, right. Belsalon leaned closer, asking, is it true that you are not affiliated with X-Space? Why does the director of X-Space hold you in such high regard? Those tourists seem to listen to you quite attentively. Sumu interpreted this as, perhaps it's because I have connections within the inner circles. He was still unaware that Zhou Hai had already updated his identity code in the courtyard archives, AI-16. This was the pinnacle of ambition for all X-Space employees. Upon hearing this, Belsalin's heart raced, and she hurriedly inquired, "How old are you? Are you in university yet?" Sumu nonchalantly replied, 18. In a few months. I will be 19. I just finished my college entrance exams and applied to a university in Cayenne. Wait. Belsalin's thoughts became jumbled, her breathing quickening. Let me clarify. You have connections within the upper echelons of X space and are of a lineage. Yes. Then why would you apply to a regular mundane university? The girl was baffled, unable to comprehend this bizarre situation. Was the Cayenne lineage organization blind to such a talent? Even if Cayenne failed to recognize a hidden gem, what was X-Space doing? Were they truly allowing a blue-blooded A to wander alone, unanchored? Could it be that they are genuinely waiting for me? As for this question, Sumu found himself at a loss for words. Logically, such an odd situation should not arise, yet it had. Dr. Zhou fervently wished for him to attend X-Space Academy, but you opposed it. Yet you never specified which academy he should attend, other than X-Space Academy. No one had extended an invitation. Oh, I almost forgot. Officer Chi Ming did give me an interview notice for a military academy. Perhaps everyone is. A bit preoccupied? They might have simply forgotten, he mused. Forgotten? Belsalon sprang to her feet, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Overwhelmed, the girl, who had consumed quite a bit of cold wine, found herself on the verge of retching. Are you all right? Are you okay? Sumu, alarmed, dropped his chopsticks, helping her to sit down and pouring her a glass of warm water. After sipping the water, Belsalon gradually calmed down, the nausea dissipating. She embraced Sumu's waist tightly and asked, "Would you consider our school?" Sumu raised both hands in protest. Your school? Which school do you attend? The one you visited. The university in the illusion, the Holy Light Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Belsalon clung to him tighter, fearful that her precious find would vanish. Holy Light Hogwarts? Upon hearing this name, Sumu paused and blurted out, I have a classmate who applied to your school. Of the bloodline? No. A mundane girl, my deskmate. That's not the same. Belsalon explained. These two schools may share the same name, but everything else is completely different. Just like in the illusion. Those of the bloodline have their own stations, castles, and faculty. The Rose Society, which falls under Holy Light Hogwarts, is a very powerful organization. Although it cannot compare to the three major ones, it is undoubtedly a first-rate organization. She remarked, it seems you are rather uninformed about the world of bloodlines. Sumu nodded, admitting, your impression is correct. After all, I am a wild bloodline. It's really the teacher's fault for only teaching combat skills, neglecting relevant knowledge. At present, I feel like a brute. Can you guess how many years of history Holy Light Hogwarts has? Belsalon eagerly rubbed her hands together, preparing to lobby this wild blue-blooded A to join the Rose Society. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and a cruise ship attendant entered the VIP room, carrying 4 steaming plates of dumplings. These 4 plates consist of lamb and carrot filling, peppered beef filling, pork and green onion filling, and the chef's specialty, lifting the cover. She grandly presented chocolate nut-filled pan-fried dumplings. Sumu. Belsalon clapped her hands joyfully and remarked, chocolate nuts sound delightful. Is it sweet? Just slightly sweet, with a hint of natural cocoa bitterness and a subtly sweet and savory aftertaste, the attendant patiently explained. I must try it, Belsalon exclaimed, picking up a fork to taste one. This is quite delicious. Dumplings can be eaten this way? Sumu hesitated. Could such dark cuisine truly be tasty? Perhaps she simply had never experienced good food. As he contemplated the girl's homeland, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps, indeed, she had never tasted anything genuinely delectable. Enjoy your meal. Noticing the male guest's displeased expression, the attendant, being a Cayenne local, understood his thoughts. Seizing the opportunity before he could react, she hurriedly took her leave, not wishing to deal with the chocolate nut-filled dumplings any longer. Taking a bite of the traditional pork and green onion dumplings, Sumu ventured, I guess. Since you asked, it should be quite long, considering your history. I would estimate around 2,100 years. Too short, Belsalon shook her head. 2,100 years is too short? Sumu retorted incredulously. The cultural origin of your people, the Romulus Republic, has only been around for about 2,500 years, right? Back then, Indor must have been a wild land, devoid of civilization. Belsalon shrugged, true. But the problem is that Holy Light Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry didn't originate in Indor. Its oldest ruins are located in the far north of the Kalmar region, in the Finbar area. Sumu remained skeptical. Is that so? I have heard that the place is shrouded in eternal ice and snow. Is it truly capable of giving rise to civilization? Dare to make a bold guess. I shall propose a figure. Sumu, in an absurd moment of self-reflection, declares a staggering 10,000 years. He anticipated that Buyer Shallowan would chastise him. Yet what he received was a light-hearted remark. That's too short. What you speak of is merely human history. She did not prolong the suspense, patiently embarking on a brief exposition of the fundamentals of sequence studies, stating, "The Holy Light Hogwarts is a school established by the divine, and the emphasis lies not on Hogwarts itself, but on the Holy Light. Does the Holy Light possess a unique significance?" Sumu inquired, recalling another institution, the Holy Light Castle Academy, which also bore the prefix of Holy Light. Buyer Shallowan leaned closer, her visage flushed from whiskey, her eyes glazed, exhaling like a gentle breeze, because both schools were founded by the same individual, the founder of the Holy Light Church, His Holiness Lummer. Perhaps you are more familiar with him as the author of 2 series of books, the other shore flower of Harry Potter and the Ancient Dragon Clan. Observing Sumu's astonished expression, Buyer Shallowan chuckled softly. You are merely a lad of 17 or 18. Holy Light Hogwarts boasts a history of 18,000 years. It is a civilization predating the primordial world, a significant legacy bequeathed by the deities to their progeny. Predating the primordial world, a civilization left by the deities. This pontiff seems rather formidable. Sumu felt a sense of numbness. This contradicted everything he had known about education. 18,000 years ago, wasn't that the era of the apes? Wait, her implication was that we are, in fact, apes, and civilization belongs to the deities. Subsequently, the apes inherited the legacies of divine civilization, gradually evolving from apes to humans. Absurd. Sumu resolutely refused to believe it. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Buyer Shallowan boasted, after hearing this. Do you feel an urge to immediately embrace the roses? Not at all. Sumu doused her enthusiasm with cold water, stating, if that is the case, why not attend the Holy Light Castle Academy? They too are a divine legacy founded by His Holiness Lummer and are one of the top 3 elite organizations. The confidence of the red-haired girl crumbled instantly. After much effort, she had inadvertently promoted her rival. If word of this got out, she would be the subject of ridicule. No way, she shouted, then pointed at the dumplings on the table, exclaiming, if you go to their academy, you won't get to enjoy good food. Their cafeteria is truly dreadful. As if Induo had any right to critique others. Sumu quietly retorted, your Induo is the last to speak of such matters. Pooh. Buyer Shallowan felt a metaphorical dagger pierce her heart. She hastily countered, you see. They have an abundance of exceptional talents there. You will not receive the attention you deserve. Why not come here? The tuition is entirely waived. I will apply for the highest scholarship for you. And then, I will secure an additional fund for you from the ruling family each semester. 3, no, 5. 50,000. Sumu shook his head, saying, a true gentleman would not sully his integrity for 50,000 Kaiyun coins. Or rather, in pounds. Well, that is still worth considering. One must appreciate the hard-earned gains. Every penny is a reminder of the toil it takes to earn wealth. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000 pounds, Sumu's heart raced, and his expression turned resolute. The purchasing power of white pounds in the illusion was profoundly astonishing to him. Over the past 150 years, even with inflation, 50,000 pounds should still possess considerable purchasing power. Converted to Kaiyun coins, it would amount to approximately 780,000, with a conversion rate of 15.6. With 2 semesters a year, that totals 1,560,000. How many people earn a salary exceeding 1,560,000 in a year? At such a young age, with sheer effort, one could become a millionaire. Observing the youthful glimmer in his eyes, Buyer Shallowan sensed this vulnerability and intensified her persuasion. The highest scholarship each semester also amounts to 30,000, adding up to 80,000. Short on funds? If that's the case, you're in luck. The ruling family may lack many things, but money is certainly not one of them, besides the generous scholarship. If you join the student society, you will be promoted immediately, sparing you the slow grind of gaining experience. In her fervor to entice Sumu to Holy Light Hogwarts, Buyer Shalawin was willing to offer any condition. Lastly, she added, the gender ratio of the Rose Society is 2:8. There are beautiful girls from all around the world. Is that so? Indeed. Seeing Sumu's interest piqued, Buyer Shalawin eagerly nodded, contemplating. Men are motivated by 4 desires: wine, women, wealth, and power. If I satisfy all at once, how could they resist the bait? Feeling quite clever, she was interrupted by a soft voice. Is there anyone more beautiful than you? Buyer Shalawin. So, the reason you are reluctant to join the society is that you find me unworthy? Well, I will remember that. How could that be? Buyer Shalawin hesitated. You know, I am merely a willow-like figure. How could I compare to true goddesses? Many sisters in the academy surpass me in beauty. Her left hand clenched tightly. Few girls would willingly admit to being less attractive than others, especially someone like Buyer Shalawin, a naturally stunning beauty. In her pursuit to persuade a blue blood Buyer Shalawin was willing to say anything. Is that true? Sumu began to doubt the authenticity of her claims. He believed his aesthetic judgment was sound, and after all, he had seen top beauties before. Close by, there was the enchanting professor from his dreams, and far away, the beautiful boss who employed him. Both were exceptional beauties, particularly the CAF owner, whose ethereal and scholarly demeanor was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While Buyer Shalawin might not surpass her, she was indeed a first-rate beauty. How could such a visage not secure a place in the society? Moreover, wasn't there the... Sumu's cheeks flushed at the thought, and he dared not pursue the line of thought further, nor did he look down at his phone, which still contained that memory. Of course. Buyer Shalawin's tone grew uncertain. She realized she had been too hasty, focusing solely on persuasion without considering the truth. Don't hesitate. If you agree, I will draft the contract now, and we can sign right here. Wait. There's too much information. I need to process it slowly. Sumu felt overwhelmed by the prospect of a 1,560,000 scholarship. His mind was nearly suffocating. He wished to take his time. Yet Buyer Shalawin was unwilling to relent. If she did not seize the moment while his mind was befuddled, it would be difficult to convince him once he regained his rationality. She hurriedly set about drafting a contract, neglecting even the auction. As the girl departed, a platinum light blossomed before Sumu, and you stood amidst the sacred blossoms. Though Holy Light Hogwarts, Rose Society may not be your best choice, I still recommend you attend over X-Space. They truly possess profound heritage, albeit currently in decline. Does this school genuinely have an 18,000-year history? Sumu questioned, still skeptical of the notion of prehistoric civilizations. You gazed at him intently, nodding emphatically indeed. It is not only the labor of His Holiness Lummer, but also the most treasured inheritance of the other Shoreflower family. She continued, what Shalawin said is not incorrect. The key is that the members of the Rose Society are not only numerous. Excitement sparkled in Yu's eyes, but each one is a rare beauty. Sumu gazed at her in astonishment, pondering the recent shift in her thoughts, which seemed increasingly impure, fixated solely on ample bosoms and alluring maidens. Could it be that she had entered the throes of puberty? Yet, she too was a girl. It baffled him. What is the best destination? Sumu inquired. You replied. The other school under the Pope's direct supervision, the Holy Light Castle Magic Academy. It boasts a rich history, a legacy, and numerous rivals that match your prowess. There, you shall receive the finest training. How does one get there? Just wait. Yes, there is no need for you to fret. Enjoy yourself. And simply await the admission letter at home. It will be delivered to you. As they conversed, Buyer Sharon hurried back to the VIP room, clutching a warm contract, and boldly signed her name in front of Sumu. Have you made up your mind? The girl's azure eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. Sumu refrained from taking the pen, instead quipping, You're so eager to recruit. Is Holy Light Hogwarts affiliated with your family? Indeed, Buyer Sharon readily confessed. It belongs to the ruling family. My grandfather is the principal, and my mother is the president of the academic society. Let me think it over. Sumu neglected the pen, opting to pick up chopsticks instead, dipping them in chili vinegar as he began to devour the dumplings on the table. Buyer Sharon bit her lip, launching her final plea. If you don't mind, as long as you're willing to join the society. I could be your lover. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible, leaving one to wonder if she was merely speaking to herself. What? I didn't catch that. Sumu paused his eating. In nothing. Buyer Sharon, drenched in cold sweat, set down the contract, saying, when you're ready. You can sign it and mail it back to me. All right. The auction continued, and Sumu turned his gaze towards the items on stage. His phone was returned to him. I have to step out for a moment. Please lend me your phone for now. Remember to return it later. Sumu chuckled, bemused. For it was indeed his phone. He reclaimed it, still warm with the girl's lingering scent, but upon lighting the screen, he found no messages from Xia Mo. The next item for auction was the heart of the ocean. Sumu's attention shifted to the stage, where a transparent gem shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, seemingly defying its colorless nature to emit hues reminiscent of the sea's dreams. Ding! A message arrived from Xia Mo. The pendant looks exquisite. Sumu replied. I'll see if I can purchase it. Ding! Don't waste your money. I don't wear jewelry. It's ostentatious and useless. Very well. When Sumu's focus returned to the auction, bidding for the pendant had escalated to an astronomical 3 million cane coins. The gentlemen in attendance, inflamed with passion for beauty, were vying to acquire this exquisite piece. The final item of the auction, a last item, surely a pollutant. Sumu glanced around. Yet buyer Sharon was nowhere to be found. Wasn't she here for the pollutant? Where could she be? With bated breath, the auctioneer unveiled the sealed vessel. A formidable aura rippling through the hall, igniting a wave of excitement among the attendees. Golden eyes flickered to life throughout the crowd. Sumu sat alone on the sofa, the hall quiet as a grave, with only his eyes remaining unchanged. Buyer Sharon dashed back to her room, securing the door tightly, her gaze vacant as she murmured to herself. We've been deceived. We've all been duped. Duped? What do you mean? Sumu stood, the auctioneer's voice resonating through the speakers, announcing, tonight's final auction item is the 0-04, the Logger's Codex fragment. In the same VIP room, Xia Mo fixated on the auction stage, her breath hitching as the red cloth was lifted, the host proclaiming, the final item tonight is stabilizing serum. The auction hall fell into a stunned silence. Confronted with a level 0 pollutant, attendees appeared frozen, their eyes glazed as they stared at the fragment sealed within. The Norland Verdun ship began to sway amidst the furious waves, while buyer Sharon sat dazed against the door, the porthole behind her flickering with silver lightning. Moments later, the hall erupted in chaos once more. Regardless of the nature of the pollutant, a level 0 remained a level 0. Even a mere fragment could incite madness among the bloodlines. A surge of unease gripped Sumu as he recalled Xia Mo S0-03 and buyer Sharon S0-02, now replaced by the unforeseen 0-04. Did this imply that from the very beginning, the information regarding the auction had been a manufactured falsehood? He surveyed the crowd, noticing the Andorrans, Gallerans, Rhines, and others present. This gathering resembled a United Nations assembly, with representatives from every notable region and nation vying for a fragment that had never existed. The auctioneer's voice echoed again. 0-04 is the weapon restraining the Lord of Forest and Fire. Although it is merely a fragment, it still brims with divine power. This fragment belongs to the fire sequence, possessing an absolute flame intensity that rivals Blue Blood A. The starting bid is 2 million. As the auctioneer concluded, there were already eager bids from the VIP room, soaring to 8 million, revealing their determination to claim this fire sequence pollutant. The value of 0-04 lay not merely in its sequence might, but also in the unknown divine script inscribed within the codex. Deciphering even a word could yield immeasurable benefits for any organization. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of competition, Sumu's phone chimed. Hello. Xia Mo's anxious voice resonated through the line, devoid of static this time. Sumu, the intelligence is incorrect. How can it be stabilizing serum? Stabilizing serum? Sumu glanced back toward the center of the hall, puzzled. What's stabilizing serum? It's clearly 0-04. ISNT at the Lord of Forest and Fire Codex? What? Xia Mo gasped, rubbing her eyes as she peered again at the stage. It's indeed stabilizing serum, and it seems no one is bidding. Hold on a moment. She hung up, snapping a photo to send to Sumu while swiftly purchasing the stabilizing serum. In the eerily silent auction hall, confusion reigned, with attendees unable to discern the true nature of the potion before them. Sumu approached the door, pulling buyer Sharon, who was crouched on the floor, back to the sofa, assuring her, it's all right, even if it's not 0-02, that fragment is still a level 0 pollutant. She shook her head, her spirits low. That's not the point, Ibis. This is a trap. A trap? Ding. His phone lit up. Sumu opened the message stating this was always a trap. Didn't you prepare yourself mentally before coming? Looking down at the photo in the message, taken by Xia Mo, he confirmed it was indeed a vial of serum. He quickly snapped a picture of his own pollutant and sent it back. Not this buyer. Sharon shook her head, saying, Ibis, I'm terrified. I feel someone is plotting to sacrifice us, to sacrifice this cruise ship. That seems improbable. We are in Cane ding ding ding. Before Sumu could finish, his phone rang again. Hello, Xia Mo. I saw the photo you sent. He turned to buyer Sharon, asking, how many auction venues are there on this cruise ship? Just one. Xia Mo's voice chimed in synchronously. There's only one auction venue. A moment ago, Sumu was still reassuring Belshaluan with optimism. But now a sense of panic began to creep into his heart. He hastily dug out the ticket from his pocket, staring blankly at the name Nornver Andy inscribed upon it. Hey, Sumu. Sumu. Speak up. Xia Mo cried anxiously. Sumu recalled the ticket inspector's introduction before boarding, and an absurd thought took root in his mind. Xia Mo, what is the name of the cruise ship written on your ticket? He asked. Mine is called the Gunnower Shikudi, Xia Mo replied. A heavy silence enveloped them both. Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder reverberated through the air. The auctioneer's gavel fell, declaring, let us congratulate the gentleman from room 007 for securing this exquisite item. 2 identical cruise ships, identical boarding locations, and identical boarding times, yet they ended up on different vessels. This was undoubtedly more than mere coincidence. Someone is plotting against Sumu. Wait for me. I'll find you immediately. You must wait for me. Xia Mo anxiously hung up the phone and rushed out of the private room. Sprinting through the corridors of the cruise ship, a server intercepted her, handing her a leather bag. Miss Xia, this is the serum you just bid on. Initially, Xia Mo intended to have the server return it to her room, but the thought of Sumu aboard the ship, where blood would inevitably be shed, made a fierce conflict all too foreseeable. The serum would indeed be necessary then. Thank you, she said, grabbing the bag while dialing the number of the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Qianan Province, requesting the location of Sumu's phone signal and immediate armed assistance. Holding the phone, Xia Mo selected the governor's office secretariat, pondered for a moment, then ultimately chose to turn off the screen. She feared that a call home would lead her father to disapprove of her perilous undertaking, undoubtedly dispatching the governor's guards to drag her back to Jiangzhou. With no other option left, she resorted to the old method, act first, report later. She would call once she was near Sumu. In the cacophony of the auction, Sumu pulled Belshaluan aside, asking, do you know where the cockpit is? I have a rough idea, she replied. Take me there. Now. All right. The two dashed through the labyrinthine corridors, heading straight for the cockpit of the Nornver Andy. The empty outer cabin filled Sumu with unease as he raised his foot and kicked open the door. It wasn't locked. The stench of blood assailed him. Corpses of crew members lay scattered about, and the cockpit's equipment sparked ominously, clearly indicating that someone had sabotaged the place beforehand. The Nornver Andy had become a drifting bottle on the ocean, aimlessly following the currents. Belshaluan's complexion turned pale. Sumu crouched to examine the crew's wounds. They had not perished at the hands of a third party, but rather through mutual violence. Ding ding ding, his phone rang again. Hello? Mr. Sumu, we are in trouble. Hailey has escaped. The voice on the other end faltered and ultimately vanished. Sumu glanced at his phone. The signal reading, X, what has happened? Belshaluan observed his serious demeanor after the call. "It's nothing," Sumu replied, concealing the news of Divana's escape from the girl before him. Their current situation was already dire. Revealing this information could lead to unforeseen consequences. It was better to keep it under wraps and disclose it later when things settled. Sumu's gaze fell upon the only intact piece of equipment in the cockpit, a broadcasting system. The mastermind behind this trap was indeed grand in design. "Let us gather everyone," he said with a bitter smile, picking up the microphone to summon everyone to the cockpit's hall. Meanwhile, Takeda, still reveling in his acquisition of a level 0 pollutant, was suddenly informed of a gathering in the hall outside the cockpit. By the time he arrived, many had already gathered. His good friend Sumu was sitting at the bar, studying a map. "Why the sudden assembly? Are we having a party to celebrate?" He joked cheerfully. Noticing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, his smile faded, and he inquired, "What's going on?" No one answered. All eyes turned to the young man at the bar, awaiting his explanation. "Everyone is here," Belshaluan announced. Sumu lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd. All of whom had participated in the auction. Most were of noble blood, while the remaining commoners were also from noble families. "Where are the others?" he asked. "Yes." Belshaluan nodded. "I took a look when we arrived. All the common blood tourists have vanished. The lifeboats are also nowhere to be found." These brief remarks instantly thickened the atmosphere, causing whispers to ripple through the crowd as they discussed the sudden turn of events. "Perhaps." Sumu unfolded the map on the bar, finding a chair to sit down. "There were never any lifeboats. From the very beginning, this trap was designed solely for us." He pointed to the map. "Everyone, take a look. Line up and view it one by one. No need to rush. We have plenty of time." As the others focused on the map, Sumu continued, "I apologize, everyone. We are heading towards disaster. All crew members have perished, and the ship's navigation and response systems have been entirely destroyed. In other words, we are now aimlessly drifting at sea, even unable to ascertain our coordinates." A wave of gasps arose from the crowd. Takeda, undeterred, proclaimed, "It's fine. I have a specially customized satellite phone." His confident voice abruptly ceased. The phone couldn't connect to the satellite. The 800,000 life-saving device had turned into a brick that couldn't even run a simple game at this critical moment. Faces turned ashen. They finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. Noticing the shift in mood, Sumu quickly reassured them, "Actually, there's no need for panic. I inspected the supplies earlier, and the good news is, there is still an ample supply of food and fresh water on board. Rest assured, we have enough provisions for 3,000 people, so we can last a very long time. By the time the food runs out, the cruise ship will likely have reached some land." He glanced at Takeda, teasing, "Perhaps by then, our lives will depend on your satellite phone. So make sure to keep it charged." "What does this map mean?" someone asked in Galoran. He picked up the map, highlighting the ship's navigation trajectory. Marked in blood with the phrase in ancient writing, "The realm of the dead, the realm of the living." Sumu did not comprehend, but Belshaluan, standing beside him, kindly translated it into Indur. This map was found in the captain's quarters. It outlines the specific route of this voyage. In the terms of you northern folk, it translates to the paradise of the dead, the hell of Satan. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the cruise ship was struck by a violent impact, and screams erupted in the banquet hall, plunging the scene into chaos, golden eyes flashing to life one after another. "Silence!" Sumu bellowed. Amidst the ocean of suspicions, each noble blood individual ignited their golden eyes, creating distance as they warily regarded one another. Sumu sat in the center of the golden-eyed crowd, uniquely lacking the golden gaze that signified noble blood. Shouts of protest rang out, yet no one heeded him. The proud nobles would not listen to a pitiful soul devoid of even golden eyes. "What is that?" Takeda, he shouted. Everyone turned to the window, where thick black mist instantly enveloped the glass. To the deck. As Sumu stepped onto the deck, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Illuminated by the dim light, he beheld a vast expanse of black mist before him, accompanied by the haunting wails of tormented souls. "We've arrived," he declared. Sumu had anticipated that the cruise would linger upon the sea for several more days, yet he was taken aback by the rapidity of their arrival at this destination. "Hell, perhaps," The Norlandwire Dante surged into the black fog, where ravenous dark spirits, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, emitted desperate cries as they lunged towards the young humans at the forefront. Huh. Sumu chuckled softly, flames igniting in his palm. He unhesitatingly grasped the writhing mist, extinguishing the foes within the searing blaze. Takeda Yoshi mimicked his actions, conjuring a colossal fireball and gleefully hurling it into the undulating darkness. Gasps filled the air as the black mist recoiled, creating a vast vacuum. Is that all there is? He laughed maniacally, hands on his hips. A gentle white light radiated behind Takeda Yoshi, and upon the sanctified, brilliant deck, the black mist scattered in terror. For the white holy light proved to be the most formidable weapon against the specters. A light sequence? Sumu mused, extinguishing his flames as he observed the array of powers behind him, reflecting on the remarkable talents of this assembly of blue bloods, each possessing unique abilities. Look, Buyer Sharon pointed ahead. The black mist parted, revealing countless fragments of stone floating weightlessly in the air. The Norlandwire Dante forcefully barreled through all obstacles, charging directly into the ruins of a dilapidated city. Is this the legendary Atlantis? Takeda Yoshi half-joked. Buyer Sharon replied, unfortunately, we are currently in the abyssal ocean. The Atlantis ruins are not located here. Is this an architectural style of the Cayenne? She inquired. Sumu shook his head, responding, it is not. A loud roar emanated from the depths of the sea, akin to that of a colossal beast, causing everyone's faces to pale. Should they encounter a Earth-level behemoth in the ocean, their journey would likely end here. None would survive. The surrounding waters began to bubble and froth like viscous slime, producing enormous bubbles. Stay alert, Sumu shouted as they spread out. What's your name? The Cayenne man of the light sequence replied, Chu Tianyu. A fine name. May it bring us fortune this time. Keep us illuminated from the center. Chu Tianyu, bemused, never anticipated that as a distinguished blue blood of a rank, he would one day serve as a human spotlight. Bang! The black sludge ruptured, and a massive whale skeleton soared above the Norlandwire Dante, plunging into the inky depths beyond. Fishbones. Takeda Yoshi marveled at the surreal sight, incredulous that it still moved. A hum resonated as dozens of water spouts erupted around the Norlandwire Dante, converging in the sky to form a black waterfall cascading down. Takeda Yoshi stepped forward, flames erupting in his hands as he bellowed, Flame Emperor, Great Flame Pillar, skyward. Sumu winced at the length of the crane man's attack name. The longer the name, the stronger the attack. The towering flame pillar shot into the sky, instantly vaporizing the black seawater. Bang! The whale skeleton emerged again from the surface, and just as Sumu prepared to act, he saw the petite beauty from Shinsha ascend into the sky, silver lightning converging in her palm. The overwhelming pressure of her sequence making it difficult for those on deck to lift their heads. Blue blood, eh? Takeda Yoshi swallowed hard, utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the woman he desired would be a lightning sequence blue blood, eh? No wonder she had shown no interest in him. In that moment, he fervently wished to become a fire sequence, eh? Like Dong Jun. The lightning struck the whale skeleton, shattering it to pieces. As the elegant beauty from Shuncha gracefully landed before Sumu, casting him a fleeting glance before turning away. Humph. She proudly lifted her chin. Sumu noted, she truly harbors a remarkable grudge. A pale, ghostly light illuminated the scene as a weathered wooden ship slowly emerged from the tumultuous waves. Wherever the ship passed, the once violent sea calmed as if a child had fallen into a deep slumber. Whoosh, the wind howled past their ears. As the ship approached, the figure aboard displayed attire that was half transformed into black ash-like soul mist, akin to a veil of night. The other half bore a mottled golden armor, cloaked in dark green moss. A wisp of azure soul smoke drifted from him, dissipating into the wind. In his left hand, he held a golden lamp, from which a pale, ghostly light overflowed. Advance into hell, mortals shall halt. This warning transcended the physical realm, resonating directly within the minds of the onlookers. Chapter 54. The Mythical State of Sumu, 2024 edition. Fear and unease permeated the nerves of every blue-blooded individual as they gazed upon the figure standing atop the ocean. an embodiment reminiscent of a harbinger of death. A chilling warning echoed through their minds. The once arrogant progeny fell silent, cowed by their own frailty. Filled with dread at the fate that loomed ahead, the lantern-bearer raised a withered hand, pointing at the searchlight in the midst of the crowd. "Do not harm the beings here," he commanded. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and the sacred light vanished abruptly, extinguishing Chu Tianyo's golden eyes. Terror filled his gaze as he exchanged a glance with his partner, Zhou Jinxue, who silently shook her head, indicating she had seen nothing. His serious expression scanned the crowd, landing on another old friend. Ansos noticed Chu Tianyo's questioning look, hesitated for a moment, and silently shook his head, equally bewildered by the circumstances. Wu Tian nervously swallowed, and all awaited the lantern-bearer's judgment, perhaps hoping for a fool to step forward and speak. In the oppressive silence, the fool emerged. Sumu took a few steps forward, adhering to his principles, stating, "Forgive us, O bearer, for we did not intend to offend your authority. We merely stumbled into this realm of death and hoped for a path to survival." In a display of sincerity, the blue-blooded individuals willingly extinguished their golden eyes. The lantern-bearer's lips curled into a sinister smile. You all shall perish here." This proclamation rang out like the death knell of hell, causing the commoners and red-blooded individuals cowering at the rear of the deck to clutch their heads in agony, blood streaming from their eyes, nostrils, and ears. The blue bloods were merely a threshold to this battle. Without their lineage, they were no better than ants. The negotiations had shattered, leaving only the specter of slaughter in the eyes of their adversary, with no alternative path available. With no retreat, the blue bloods ignited their golden eyes, the powers of their lineage manifesting on the deck, as all fought for survival. What could not be obtained on the battlefield would be even more unattainable at the negotiating table. Many cast curious glances at Sumu, this young commander who, despite lacking golden eyes, somehow evaded the enemy's intimidation. How was he achieving this? The lantern-bearer stepped forward, instantly appearing on the deck. Upon closer inspection, the blue bloods realized that he towered a full 3 meters high, making Sumu appear as small as a mere child of 3 years. Belsalon, standing at the forefront, felt an immense tension within her and prayed fervently. The lantern-bearer leaned down, the golden soul lamp illuminating Sumu's face, the pale soul mist brushing against the youth. "You possess a familiar aura." He reached out with his withered hand, attempting to touch Sumu's face. "Be careful." Belsalon could no longer contain herself, crying out as her spirit surged towards the foe. Half a second later, her complexion paled as her power failed to grasp any tangible form. "Hush," the bearer gestured for silence, effortlessly tossing her into the sky, where dark mist enveloped her, ravenously consuming the girl's soul. Her anguished screams echoed across the cruise ship. Boom! A silvery lightning flashed as the petite girl struck again, the electric arcs dancing around Belsalon, sparing her from harm while surgically dismantling the rampaging darkness. The lantern-bearer diverted his attention to the heavens, and Wu Tian seized the moment, drawing his sword, flames igniting as he swiftly chose to rescue his good brother. The blue-blooded guards followed suit, charging towards their enemy. The blue bloods must aid their kin, and Zhou Jinxue employed her wisdom to relay all battlefield information to the two men and their partners. Chu Tianyu acted simultaneously, a tide of radiant energy surging towards the foe. The bearer redirected his gaze, maintaining his composure as he raised the lamp in his hand. The pale soul mist surged forth, clashing with the 3 advancing blue bloods. In that instant, as they engaged, the flames extinguished, the light faded, and the 3 blue bloods were sent sprawling backward, ensnared by a web of black mist. To slay 3 blue bloods in an instant, what formidable power! This single move struck terror into the hearts of the remaining individuals, rendering them hesitant to act. The lantern-bearer paid them no mind, lifting his hand, larger than Sumu's face, and pressed it against the boy's. In that moment of contact, silver lightning erupted, and the petite girl appeared at Sumu's side. "My lord, do not hold it against the small one." She spoke in a heavily accented version of their language. Sumu, upon hearing this, smiled, yet felt a tinge of helplessness, remaining still without any motion. As interruptions continued, the lantern-bearer's patience waned, and he ruthlessly grasped the lightning, crushing it into dust, scattering it with the wind. This, not only did the observing blue bloods find it unimaginable, but even the petite girl had never anticipated witnessing her own lightning being obliterated by an enemy. The golden soul lamp shattered the barrier of the lightning sequence, and the bearer pointed his right hand, the pale soul mist penetrating her body, deep blue blood trickling from her lips. Upon witnessing this scene, the girl's brother could no longer contain himself, rushing in only to be pinned to the ground by the bearer, unable to move. What of the blue blood? Instant annihilation. The blue bloods recoiled in fear, stepping back in unison. The bearer returned to the girl's side, a dilapidated cursed spear coalescing in his palm, deciding to make an example of this vexing lightning girl. As the cursed spear descended, Sumu finally moved. The terrifying golden power erupted, rippling outward like waves, disintegrating the gray cursed spear. The lantern bearer let out a piercing scream, the golden soul lamp in his left hand exploding on the spot. Bang! The tremendous sound reverberated through the souls of all present. Was it this arm? Sumu appeared beside the bearer, grasping the left arm that had just swung the lamp at the girl, gently squeezing. This hand, composed of ethereal smoke, shattered under the golden light. The bearer screamed in agony, retreating rapidly until he collided with the railing of the deck, barely managing to steady himself. The black webs in the sky were obliterated by golden ripples as Chu Tianyu, Wu Tianyi, and others tumbled onto the deck. Zhou Jinxue hurried to support her weakened partner, while Wu Tianyi fell heavily, his cry piercing through the air. You, it's you. The bearer's voice trembled as he pointed at the golden boy, struggling to articulate a single word. Impudence. Sumu slowly raised his chin, his rebuke echoing in the minds of all, akin to a divine decree. The blue bloods involuntarily weakened, collapsing to their knees on the deck, gazing at the youth as if he were an unparalleled sovereign of the realm. The right arm raised by the bearer disintegrated under the force of Sumu's admonition. The petite girl struggled to open her eyes, clearly witnessing a divine halo slowly coalescing behind the boy. Majestic, grand, eternal, and imposing, an indomitable power radiated forth. The inscriptions on the halo, ancient and mysterious, brimmed with the strength to rival the world. Colorful rays of light surged forth like divine garments, adorning Sumu as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. The divine might manifested, subduing all. The blue bloods could not help but prostrate themselves on the deck, akin to devout followers worshipping their deity. Tell your master, we are not yet dead. Sumu advanced step by step towards the bearer, whose cries filled the air as he was compelled to remain in the primal land. His body, composed of soul mist, was swiftly dissipating. If he dared to extend his hand into the dawn world, Sumu would not hesitate to sever that claw. Sumu's words brimmed with murderous intent. Is that so? At the last moment of the messenger's dissipation, a wisp of azure smoke coalesced into a towering silhouette, which began to speak. Long time no see, it declared. Get lost. Sumu retorted brusquely. The smoke dissipated, leaving a phrase echoing through the cosmos. Veni vidi vici. Get out. Sumu acted swiftly, extinguishing its projection. As tranquility returned to the world, Sumu shuddered, his complexion turning pale and weak. He staggered back several steps, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Belsharin rushed forward, catching him. Are you all right? She inquired, relieved to find he still breathed and had a heartbeat. What did that fellow mean by that last phrase? Takeda asked. Veni vidi vici. Belsharin echoed. Takeda nodded eagerly. Yes, that's the one. It's Latin. A famous saying of Julius Caesar. I came, I saw, I conquered. Belsharin gazed at the sky, her expression earnest. So, Takeda stroked his chin. Believing he had stumbled upon an epiphany, could it be that he is the soul of Julius Caesar? Belsharin rolled her eyes. Stultus. Fool. Huh? What? Takeda was perplexed. Suddenly, Sumu opened his eyes to a pleasant day, a gentle breeze caressing the air, and warm sunlight bathing the surroundings. He sat up, realizing he lay in Yu's small garden when the earth trembled violently. The sun erupted above him, and the flowers around him wilted one by one. A river of stars flowed across the sky, their faint glow providing scant illumination. Alarmed, Sumu quickly sat upright, scanning the chaos for the little girl's figure. You? He called out, but the desolate garden answered only with a chilling wind. You. He dashed through the garden, the withered flowers striking his face. Yet he could find no trace of the girl. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. His heart felt hollow, akin to a child who has lost their most treasured possession. Curling up among the flowers, the frailty within him magnified infinitely. Would he revert to the Sumu from before the emerald dream if he were lost? Fear gripped him. That version of himself could not survive in this perilous sea. Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated, the shockwave propelling Sumu to the ground, jolting him back to reality. Pain surged through him as he squeezed his eyes shut, a muffled sound escaping his lips. In the next moment, he felt as if he were plunging into a dark abyss, struggling to breathe, his face flushed crimson. Sumu began to thrash violently, his eyes snapping open. Under the warm yellow light, the scene before him was peculiarly intimate. He tumbled backward, accidentally landing beneath the bed. Belsharin awakened from her dreams, bleary-eyed, rising with her alluring form partially visible beneath a sheer nightgown. "What's wrong?" She yawned. Sumu scrambled to the corner. "What do you think?" He shouted. "I'm scared at this late hour." His tone was laced with petulance, and the remnants of her makeup faded away, revealing the innocent charm of youth. "You, a blue-blooded A-class, scared of what?" Sumu was in a panic. What if a woman assaulted him? He was anxious. This was the real world. Could this be considered infidelity? How would he explain this to Xia Mo when she arrived? "Wait, that's not right. Xia Mo isn't even my girlfriend. I'm single at the moment." "Oh dear, men like you have nothing to lose." Belsharin dismissed it. "In our north, this sort of thing happens all the time. I don't mind. Are we still in Cain?" She pointed toward the vast landscape outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, revealing they had not yet escaped the ruins. Sumu approached the window, bewildered. "Why are we still here? You've been unconscious for 3 days, and during that time, we've just been drifting in this sea," Belsharin explained, stepping off the bed, her bare feet sinking into the soft carpet. "Are you hungry?" She turned on the light and rummaged through a thermal box, producing an array of Cain delicacies. "I'm not much of a cook. These are from the restaurant. If you don't mind, they've been sitting for 3 days. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Slow down. I'm not going to snatch them from you." The aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, and Sumu, having been unconscious for 3 days, suddenly felt famished. Belsharin opened a can of beer and placed it on the table, then sat beside him, silently watching him devour his meal. "You eat so deliciously," she remarked. "After 3 days of hunger, you would too," he retorted. Just then, the Nornweird dandy shook violently. Belsharin glanced out the window, fearing the cruise ship had collided with something. A loud bang echoed again, this time tearing the door apart, with waves of air and flames rushing into the room. The lights flickered twice before extinguishing completely, leaving only a few emergency lights aglow. "What's happening?" Sumu gazed at the flames at the door, confusion etched on his face. "Are the enemies at our door?" "No." Belsharin grabbed the shotgun from the table. "While you were unconscious, things were fine at first, but then arguments erupted, even escalating to violence. This is merely the culmination of those tensions." "What? Are they all fools?" Sumu exclaimed angrily, finishing the lamb chop. "We're adrift at sea, facing death at any moment. Why fight amongst ourselves now?" Belsharin cocked the shotgun. "Precisely because we face death, some cannot bear the pressure and become extreme, even feral. Many factions already harbor grudges against each other, and now they're SA level, zero contaminant aboard. Some, feeling hopeless, devolved into beasts, fighting for food and carving out territories on the cruise ship. Factions are even forming alliances." Sumu frowned deeply. "With food for thousands, they..." Belsharin shrugged. "Insanity," Sumu concluded. Wiping his hands clean, he donned his clothes while gathering the fragrant garments scattered across the floor, handing them to the girl and seizing the shotgun in the process. "Get dressed. You'll expose yourself. Don't let others see." The girl clutched her clothes, her face lighting up with joy at his possessive tone. "He must be a Scorpio," she thought. "I knew it. With my looks and charm. As long as you open your eyes to see me, you'll eventually succumb." Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Sumu brandished the shotgun and approached the door. A shadow passed by him, and he attempted to intervene, but his movements felt sluggish. He stared blankly at his hands. The power that once surged through his veins had vanished without a trace. He was no longer a scion of the bloodline but an ordinary mortal. He desired to become mortal, but not in this moment. Just outside, an explosion had just occurred. Sumu, filled with despair and fury, felt on the verge of tears. If this was the price of pretense, it was unbearably steep. Are you all right? It was a petite beauty, deep in thought. Shiru? So her name was Shiru. The young woman gazed at Berchelin, who was leisurely dressing, a hint of perplexity in her limpid, hazel eyes, which soon morphed into a rosy blush as comprehension dawned. She shot a fierce glare at Sumu. Humph. Sumu was speechless. Berchelin giggled, inquiring, "What brings you here? What's transpiring outside?" "A skirmish has erupted," Shiru exclaimed. "Those two cloud people claim to be from the Holy Light Castle Academy's Enforcement Division, pursuing a fugitive who pilfered the Academy's contaminants." "Contaminants?" Berchelin queried, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. Could they be referring to the 0-04 fragment from the auction? The young woman nodded in affirmation. "What of that who purchased the fragment? Is he safe?" Sumu pressed, his tone urgent. Shiru cast a fleeting glance at him before turning her head away, muttering, "Humph. You cad. To think, he didn't even offer me a ride to the hotel. Is she truly holding such a grudge?" Sumu mused, a wry smile playing on his lips. Despite his jesting, he knew the young woman possessed a kind heart, evident from her selfless acts on the deck, where she had risked her own safety to rescue Berchelin and buy time for him. "We should investigate. This is just one vessel. I'd rather not witness a Titanic sequel unfold," Berchelin suggested. "Or rather, its sister piece, Nornir Verdandi. Before we depart, I must confess something," Sumu announced, entrusting his life to their care. "What is it?" they inquired. Their expressions puzzled. "I invoked forbidden power, rendering my authority unusable for a time," he confessed. "Excellent." Berchelin's eyes twinkled with delight, though she attempted to conceal her glee. Casting a sorrowful gaze at her own IPOs, she feigned distress, squeezing out a few tears. "What serendipity! He cannot wield his sequence, meaning I am free to do as I please, such as forcing myself upon him. Ahem, what I meant to convey is, this is most unfortunate. A truly lamentable revelation." Sumu was unconvinced. Her acting was far inferior to her performance in the illusion, utterly transparent. Observing the undisguised mirth in her eyes and the feigned sorrow at her lips, Sumu couldn't help but muse. Beautiful women are invariably deceptive. Children, on the other hand, are not. Shiru made no attempt to conceal her elation, lifting her chin proudly as she declared, "Then you must stand behind me, and I shall protect you." "Dear brother." "Sister? Are you even of age to claim that title?" Sumu retorted. He recalled that at the banquet hall, while others imbibed alcohol, the young woman had contented herself with hot cocoa. The trio exited the room, Sumu seizing a leg of lamb before they departed. Explosions sent black smoke billowing through the corridors, the acrid scent of burning permeating the air. Shiru, the most formidable among them, led the way, soon joining forces with the Peacock family. The sextet advanced cautiously through the corridors. As they passed through, Sumu observed that the metal walls had melted into molten streams, indicating that the explosion had originated there. The room was littered with charred corpses. Did an orchestrate this? Sumu wondered, his brow furrowed with concern. He was deeply worried about its well-being, finding the flamboyant man rather amusing. Entering the room, Shiru recoiled at the sight of the roasted flesh, her pampered sensibilities unable to bear such carnage. Her brother shielded her from the gruesome spectacle, stating, "They are all deceased. These individuals, they are utterly deranged." Such a violent conflict could only hasten the demise of the Nornir Verdandi. He had dreaded flying, only to find himself facing the imminent sinking of a cruise ship. Suddenly, the metal debris on the floor began to vibrate. "Caution!" Sumu cried, pulling Berchelin behind a sturdy wall as a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace. A flash of silver lightning illuminated the scene as Shiru single-handedly deflected the onslaught. The battle raged relentlessly. "They cannot continue like this. I have no desire to become fish food," Sumu exclaimed, rushing forward. "Wait, your wounds have not yet healed," Berchelin cried, hurrying after him. The cruise ship began to list precariously, threatening to capsize at any moment. "Let us make for the top deck," Sumu suggested, reasoning that the open expanse offered a better chance of survival than the confined spaces below. Reaching the stairwell, they found it reduced to rubble. The metal components melted and contorted. As Shiru prepared to blast through the debris, her brother proposed. Perhaps we could use my vines to find a fire-free spot and ascend via the windows. An excellent idea, Sumu concurred. Entering an empty room, the attendant locked the door, sealing off the flames from the corridor. Vines snaked up the wall toward the top deck. Shiru, a lightning sequence A, had no need for such assistance. Transforming into a bolt of silver lightning, she soared through the window, landing gracefully on the deck above. Her brother used his vines to pull himself up. You go first, Sumu instructed the 2 crimson blood bodyguards. Ursula glanced down, her voice trembling. I am afraid. Fear not. You lead the way, and I shall bring up the rear, Sumu reassured her. Nay, you are injured. I shall take the rear, she countered stubbornly. Do not argue, or I shall refuse to move and let the flames consume me. Alas, Sumu sighed, grabbing the leg of lamb and quickly ascending the vine ladder. Hurry. Ursula took a deep breath and began to climb. A deafening explosion erupted behind them. Turning back, they saw engaged in combat, while lay severely wounded, his body riddled with injuries. A scream pierced the air. Sumu looked down to see flames engulfing the ladder. Ursula stared at Sumu, her eyes pleading, Save me. The vine snapped, sending the girl plummeting downward. In the inky void, a faint, ethereal light emanated from the darkness. The last glimmer amidst countless floating, shattered towers. My lady, I believe you should consider a diet. Sumu, clinging desperately to Ursulin's hand, heard the teasing remark, which instantly banished her fear and ignited her fury. Am I fat? Tell me honestly. Ursulin loathed being called fat. While she possessed a bit more flesh than other girls her age, it was distributed in all the right places, such as her bosom and her hips. Sumu hauled her onto the deck, knowing that she was not fat but rather voluptuous. Barely rescued, Ursulin instantly abandoned all gratitude. Tackling the boy to the ground and straddling him, shaking him violently. Tell me, am I fat? Sumu felt as though he were being torn apart, stammering, No. You are perfect. The battle continued unabated. The ship's hull now crisscrossed with ominous cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. The deck beneath them exploded, sending a chestnut-haired man soaring onto the top deck atop a metal plate, followed by a towering black man. The chestnut-haired man possessed deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips with a healthy tan complexion. He was the epitome of a southerner. The man also noticed Sumu and the 2 beauties beside him. A terrifying memory flashed through his mind, the divine power that had crushed him, leaving him groveling like a worm. He stepped forward, and upon seeing this, Belsharin and Shiru positioned themselves protectively in front of Sumu. My lord, the 2 greeted, uncertain of how to address one another, yet feeling that referring to each other as my lord was always appropriate given their regal bearing. Don't it? Introduced the man with chestnut hair. Daniel, the man of African descent, introduced himself. Sumu advanced, exuding an air of authority, and in a solemn tone inquired, What has transpired? I apologize for disturbing your rest, my lord, but... Bang! Explosions echoed continuously, and the survivors scrambled atop the ship's deck. They stood apart in small clusters, the divisions of power distinctly evident. Please continue, Donut urged. Looking at Takeda Yoshiyuki, who, with a stiff resolve, recounted, just below, someone planted bombs, causing chaos, and we soon found ourselves in a melee. Sumu counted roughly. On the small deck stood 7 factions. Takeda Yoshiyuki coughed violently, evidently injured, and slowly lifted his head to scan the survivors, saying, I wonder which of you gentlemen is interested in my 0-04. The surviving bloodline immediately understood that the source of the explosions was the struggle for 0-04. Some lacked sufficient funds and intended to seize it forcefully, while others had no intention of paying at all, opting instead for a zero-cost acquisition. I do not care how you appear outside, but I will not permit any further damage to this ship unless you all wish to perish here. If that is your desire, I would not hesitate to allow him to die first. Boom. As Sumu's words fell, a resounding thunderclap struck an adjacent dilapidated structure, sending a shower of debris into the air. How perfectly timed, he mused. Everyone was startled. A mere utterance had provoked the heaven's ire, unleashing lightning. Could he truly be a deity? Belsharin's gaze brimmed with adoration, her youthful visage contrasting sharply with his mature authority, rendering her utterly captivated. Despite her grievous injuries, unable to wield her powers, he still commanded the ability to invoke the law with his words. Would being with him bless me with a demigod offspring? My lord, I did not mean to. Donut began to explain, but his golden eyes shattered, both pupils seemingly filled with ink, leaving his eye sockets shrouded in darkness. Legend held that entirely black pupils signified death. Ha ha. He emitted a derisive laugh, slowly raising his right hand, causing the metal-crafted ship to tremble uncontrollably. The sound of breaking metal filled the air as countless shards were propelled skyward. You, all of you, will perish here. The same ominous proclamation rang out, sending chills down the spines of the surviving bloodlines, fearing that the harbinger of death had returned from the abyss. Donut pointed at Sumu. Metal shards rained down like a torrential storm. A silver-white sphere of lightning danced in Shiru's hands. As a blue blood, she feared no one's provocation. The furious lightning tore through all metal, creating a massive magnetic field in an instant. The shattered fragments were irresistibly drawn towards one another. Belsharin's golden eyes ignited, her dreams surging towards Donut's mind, only to find a chilling darkness within. What dreams could the dead have? Sumu remained motionless, casting a cold glance at the onlookers, declaring, "Should you all wish to sink into the sea together, I have no objections." Chu Tianyu immediately reacted. A dragon's roar erupted as golden dragon energy surged towards Donut. The black man, Daniel, now similarly possessed entirely black eyes, his form seemingly merging with the darkness. He raised his hand, and a massive black wall rose, blocking Chu Tianyu's advance. Does the Loster Tribunal not care to intervene? Chu Tianyu coldly challenged. Ansos. In a hurry? Ansos chuckled, stepping forward, his golden eyes igniting as he exuded an aura of undeniable authority. Open the door, he commanded. The black wall suddenly revealed a large doorway, through which Chu Tianyu's dragon energy surged forth. Donut was compelled to change course as the metal storm met the golden dragon. Bang! The violent explosion shook the Nolanweir dandy, emitting a mournful wail. What kind of power is this? Sumu was left dumbfounded. Such absurd powers were beyond belief. Belsharin softly explained, Sequence 1, Power Sequence. He is merely an A-grade bloodline. An A-power sequence can directly suppress or even nullify the powers of other sequences. Sumu finally grasped why Gu Li had remarked that the power sequence was the most terrifying ability among equals. And the S? Hee. Belsharin merely smiled. The current world's foremost organization, the Lost-Star Tribunal, is presided over by a purple blood S-grade, the sovereign of the power sequence. What do you imagine the S would be like? Faced with the multitude of scattered metal fragments, Ansos issued another command, converge. The metal shards, as if animated, began to coalesce, forming a compact iron sphere. Sumu thought to himself, how I wish to possess that. The metal storm was shattered, and a 2-meter-tall muscular man surged forth from the crowd, delivering a powerful punch towards Donut, who was encased in metal. The impact unleashed a shockwave, as the two blue bloods engaged in a brutal exchange. Among the crowd, a pair of large black eyes never strayed from Sumu, and he finally turned to look. Curiosity piqued. The woman smiled graciously. Isn't it beautiful? Belsharin asked with a beaming smile. Sumu nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, it is beautiful. Blue bloods truly produce stunning individuals. She is not blue blood. She is a commoner. A commoner? Sumu was taken aback, astonished not only by her exquisite beauty, but also by the fact that a commoner had made it to the finals. She is a renowned psychologist, Belsharin explained, and she has many blue blood clients. Ansos from the Lost-Star Tribunal ensures her safety. A fortunate girl, Sumu remarked. Bang! The battle between the two had directly penetrated the hull, and the Nolanweir dandy began to take on water. This is bad. Ansos ordered once more repair. The fragments, under his command, rushed towards the leaking cracks. The black wall re-emerged, obstructing the metal's path, as Ansos shouted, Chu Tianyu, what are you doing? Look, getting anxious again. Chu Tianyu feigned nonchalance. Yet, despite his words, he transformed into a beam of light, charging directly towards Daniel. Another black curtain rose, blocking the light's path. Shiru unleashed her lightning, creating a passageway. Chu Tianyu appeared beside the enemy, asking with a smile, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" He laughed. Speed equated to power. He sent Daniel flying with a single kick, as multiple powers erupted from the ship's deck, bringing an end to his malevolence. "Is the ship repaired?" "It cannot be repaired," Ansos replied, drenched in sweat. "This seawater possesses life. They obstructed the path of the metal shards." Donut was sent flying from the ship's underside into the sky. Shiru immediately retaliated, her silver lightning illuminating the scene, reducing the enemy to a mere pile of dust. The uncontrollable Nolan Weird dandy crashed onto the ruins, descending rapidly, while Chu Tianyu embraced Zhou Jinxue and leaped onto the remnants of the wreckage. The others followed suit, jumping onto the debris flanking them. "We should leave quickly," Belsharin urged. "No need," Sumu replied, "or we will drown." "They are coming." "Who?" From the darkness, a three-masted sailing ship, an anachronism of its time, emerged on the sea, moving at a speed that nearly matched the modern industrial Nolan Weird dandy. On its pale sails, written in bright red paint, were the words, Zorn-URR, the Xenon Erd. Among the three goddesses of Norin, the eldest sister arrives fashionably late. At the bow stands a girl clad in a white dress, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazes at the dilapidated yet remarkably swift three-masted sailboat. Sumu steps onto the slightly sinking Norin Viardot, making his way toward the Xenon Erd. The girl at the bow beams a sweet smile, joyfully leaping and waving her arms. Over here, over here." Although Belsharin does not recognize her, an instinctive sense of danger stirs within him. Xia Mo leaps down, landing beside Sumu. "How is it?" she inquires. "Beautiful," he replies. Xia Mo's cheeks flush slightly as she retorts, "I didn't ask about me. I asked about you." "Not so good. I overexerted myself, and now I'm spent." "Then carry me." Though perplexed, Sumu nonetheless tightens his embrace around Xia Mo's slender waist. An icy flower blossoms beneath their feet, lifting them back onto the Xenon Erd. "Is it necessary to carry you?" he questions, even more bewildered. Xia Mo casts a glance at the battlefield, her irritation particularly directed at a certain busty red-haired fairy. "For your safety," she replies, her words laden with double meaning. Takeda Yoshiyuki surveys the battered wooden vessel, his brow furrowed in concern. "Is this ship truly reliable?" "Young master, hurry aboard," he is urged. "Let us gamble on this dead horse." Takeda swiftly follows Belsharin, leaping onto the three-masted sailboat, feeling a solid landing beneath him. The sea is always filled with wondrous, unsolved mysteries. Those who survived follow suit, jumping onto the three-masted sailboat, all curious to observe the girl embraced by the divine. "Where did you acquire this ship?" Sumu asks, intrigued. Xia Mo smiles and gestures toward the rear, where Guli leans against the helm, grinning and waving at him. "We meet again," he says. Beside the railing, Guan Tianyin sits expressionless, meticulously polishing her beloved blade. Behind them stand X-Space staff and an unfamiliar muscular blonde man. "Ladies and gentlemen," Guli laughs heartily, "let us shatter the ruins blocking our path." Everyone turns their gaze forward, where a colossal stone gate lies collapsed, obstructing the ship's route. Takeda steps forward, flames igniting. Shiro advances, summoning lightning. Chu Tianyu approaches, conjuring a pure white dragon. A dozen elemental forces intertwine, radiating brilliance as they surge forth, blasting open the long-sealed gate of ruins. "Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. Ahead lies our destination, the Sky City." Note: the text contains a reference from Chu Yuan. 9 Songs, East Lord. Chapter 55, The Civilization of the Divine Beings, 2024 New Edition. The Xenoan old vessel breached the gates of the ruins, navigating from the dilapidated outskirts of the city into its core. As dark mist swirled and coalesced, a half-formed apparition manifested upon the bell tower, watching the departing three-masted ship, gazing into the distant azure glow on the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, it transformed into a wisp of gray smoke, dissipating into the world. Following the joy of reunion, Sumu calmed himself and looked at the descending summer sister, inquiring, "What brings you here? Weren't you on another cruise ship?" "Well, If you hadn't insisted on going out for a midnight snack last night, we wouldn't have encountered so much trouble. We wouldn't have separated and boarded different ships. Summer Mo retorted, crossing her arms and feigning anger. Do you even know where your last coordinates were? Sumu shook his head. The equipment on the ship was damaged, so I couldn't see my coordinates. 1120 in, 12211. 5E. I came here on a military transport plane. Do you have any idea how far this is from Hili City? Summer Mo exclaimed in exasperation. 4,665 kilometers. That's 4,665 kilometers. How could you run so far in one go? P.S. The coordinates of Hili City are 1837N, 7955E. Interested readers can calculate the actual distance between the two locations. This is a rough estimate. Sumu soothed his agitated classmate, gently saying, all right, 4665. Please don't be angry. I promise to be more careful next time. His demeanor left the audience aboard the ship astonished. Who knew that divine beings could also be so tender? Which family does this girl belong to? Among them, the most incensed was the petite peacock, Shiru, who clenched her fists tightly, cursing inwardly. So you can charm girls and speak sweetly, yet you regard me with suspicion, thinking I am a dangerous terrorist. The lovely girl was not resentful about not getting a ride, but rather about being perceived as a threat. The one who suffered most was Belsaluan, biting her pale lip, her gaze hollow and dazed. It turned out that the female classmate mentioned by Eba C was not a mere fabrication, but a genuine presence. Their relationship seemed to be quite close. Apart from the illusion, he had never been so gentle with her. Did you encounter any dangers on the way? After calming Summer Mo's emotions, Sumu expressed concern for her journey. He had witnessed the eerie phenomena of the Black Mist Sea and could hardly fathom how a girl like her had managed to traverse it. Yes, Summer Mo nodded. Still shaken, the squad of hybrid blood I hired has only me and one deputy left. Even with our most advanced equipment, we suffer tremendous losses. She pointed to a rugged man in the corner, his expression forlorn, having lost an arm, evident from the fresh bloodstains at the wound. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Sumu said, feeling ashamed as he lowered his head. He hadn't anticipated that his meddling the previous night would bring such significant trouble to Summer Mo. He was even more surprised that she had rushed all the way from thousands of miles away. He was deeply moved, his voice choking as tears glistened in his eyes. Don't say that, Summer Mo interjected, raising a finger to silence him. After all, I owe you a life, don't I? I promise to repay you. I thought we were even after the incident with Fu Ningning, Sumu replied, suppressing his tears. Is that how you see it? Summer Mo slightly lifted her chin, a proud smile gracing her lips as she declared, well, this time, consider it your debt to me. But it must be repaid. The girl playfully winked. The somber atmosphere vanished, and Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I owe you. You always owe me. Summer Mo teased. Having resolved matters with Sumu, she turned her attention to the pale-faced Belsalun. Earlier, aboard the sunken cruise, she had sensed something amiss between the two. The alluring, beautiful girl with ample curves was unlike anyone in their school. Summer Mo pondered. He couldn't have lost control. Could he? I need to probe a bit. I'll go check on him, they said in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Sumu conceived an idea and leaned towards Summer Mo, whispering to solicit her opinion. Sure. She nodded lightly in agreement, and then approached the captivating girl who was the source of her concerns. Sumu, meanwhile, drew closer to the mercenary. Brother, what should I call you? He inquired. The mercenary attempted to rise, but was halted. You can call me Shahu, he replied. Thank you for protecting my friend. Sumu contemplated before continuing. I sincerely apologize for the plight your team has faced. Do your teammates have children? I'm afraid I don't understand your question, sir. Shahu responded. In our line of work, life and death are already matters of indifference. If one feared death, who would choose this profession? Sumu pressed on. Which organization are you affiliated with? I'm not suspicious, merely curious about what provisions are made for soldiers' families if they fall in battle. Sir, we are a freelance mercenary squad, operating independently and seeking employers online. We are not affiliated with any organization, Shahu clarified. I know you have a kind heart, but that is the nature of this profession. Besides, Miss Xia has promised additional compensation for the bereaved. Sumu inquired, what is your bloodline rank? Red blood, be great. Flame sequence, Shahu answered. Freelance mercenaries. Red blood, be great. Not too high nor too low, comparable to Qiming. Although Sumu, as the royal descendant of the flame sequence, did not possess the absolute authority over his kind as the worldly monarch of the sequence did, he could still exert control over their powers and lives. Where are you from? He asked. The northern continent, Rhine region, Kingdom of Saxony, sir, Shahu replied. With inquiries complete, Sumu expressed his objective. Would you consider staying in Cayenne? I wish to establish a charitable organization and require a team capable of dealing with troublesome pests. Would you be interested in joining? A charitable organization? Shahu's expression turned bewildered. Having spent his life taking lives, he never imagined he would one day transform into a good person adorned with a charity badge. If your comrades' children wish to come to Cayenne, I will take responsibility for their living and educational needs, Sumu continued, sweetening the deal. Faced with the offer, Shahu appeared hesitant. Having lost an arm, future mission commissions would undoubtedly diminish. A stable, secure, and respectable job lay before him, akin to a divine boon. However, accepting it would mean leaving his homeland for an unfamiliar life in Cayenne. Take your time to think it over. Here is my contact information. Discuss it with your family, and I will prepare a detailed salary and benefits list for you later, Sumu said. All right, Shahu nodded. Mr. Sumu, a voice in high heels interrupted from behind. He turned to find a striking psychologist. Is there something you need? He asked. The psychologist smiled and handed him a business card, saying, Sir, it seems you're encroaching on my territory, extending your reach from the courtyard to the northern continent. Schumann Lewinsky. She introduced herself. Miss, aren't you a psychologist? Sumu queried in confusion. Indeed, Schumann replied, her dark eyes sparkling with clarity. But I am also a board member of a welfare organization in the Rhine region. Wouldn't you say you are encroaching on my business? The orphan and her mother are our primary beneficiaries of assistance. She handed another business card to Sumu and also presented one to Shahu, saying, Sir, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon seeing the card for the Clover Charity Foundation, Shahu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sumu was unfamiliar with this charity. Yet he could infer the mercenary's enthusiasm, letting out a resigned sigh and deciding to drop the matter. If you come to Rhine, Mr. Sumu, do remember to contact me. Perhaps we may have opportunities for collaboration in the realm of charity in the future. Schumann's demeanor was graceful, exuding the charm of a professional woman. I shall certainly do so, replied Sumu. Xia Mo turned her head, not placing much importance on Sumu's efforts to recruit personnel for the establishment of a charitable organization. In her eyes, the deposits in the youth's bank account were insufficient to sustain a large institution, and it would not be long before they were exhausted. Let us discuss this later. When there is the ability to earn substantial income. Hello. Xia Mo articulated her words with precision, extending her hand and introducing herself. I am Xia Mo, a classmate of Sumu. As she assessed the other person, Belsha Lun was also scrutinizing her. The girl's appearance was impeccable, but Belsha Lun's gaze fell upon the young lady's physique, noting that she seemed not to have fully developed yet, which made her feel quite superior by comparison. Having completed her evaluation, the red-haired girl brimmed with confidence. In her view, the girl before her was merely someone who had known Sumu for a couple of days longer. I have shared a bed with him. You both probably haven't even kissed. Unbeknownst to Sharon, Xia Mo and Sumu indeed had not kissed, but as for sharing a bed, she was merely a younger sister. Hello, Belsha Lun stood tall and proud, grasping Xia Mo's hand. I am Belsha Lun de Shirley in Lancaster. Her eyes were filled with provocation, brimming with intensity. A member of the ruling family, a royal descendant. Xia Mo tightened her grip, quickly discerning the woman's noble lineage. She was likely a lord with territorial holdings. It appeared that the other party held a significant position within the ruling family, probably from the legitimate line. Even though the Inder Empire had disintegrated, the formidable influence of the ruling families still permeated various aspects of the Inder region. Whether in the southern Stuart or the northern Lothenwa, this ancient ruling family was revered. The Inder Republic's revolution was utterly incomplete. Their so-called democracy was nothing more than a ruse to deceive the populace, a meticulously crafted voting system supplemented by impeccable media manipulation. Regardless of how one voted, the president ultimately elected would merely be a puppet of a few prominent families. As long as those vying for power were all from the same circle, it mattered little who was chosen. Interest groups could openly engage in monetary transactions under the guise of elections. Once corruption was legitimized, how could it be deemed corrupt? Conversely, as the true wielders of power, these families chose to remain hidden behind the elected president. Although they sacrificed some benefits, they secured eternal safety. In times of turmoil, the populace would direct their anger towards the rulers rather than the puppeteers. Thus, the ruling families, while appearing to have lost their empire and throne, became the behind-the-scenes orchestrators of the two great republics of the Indo region, enjoying the privileges of safety and authority. Moreover, the ruling families were not limited to the Lancaster lineage. Throughout history, several families with blood ties had united. The most renowned among them were the Red Rose, Lancaster, and the White Rose, York. However, it must be noted that the current fade of constitutional monarchy in Cayenne is an even more deplorable political system. Xia Mo could not comprehend why such a noble young princess would maintain such an ambiguous relationship with Sumu. What hidden logic underlay this situation? Observing the tension between the two girls, Sumu dared not approach, feigning indifference as he inspected the peculiar three-masted ship. The black wooden hull exuded a strong scent of decay, with numerous holes scattered across its surface, yet it still sailed the seas. What could be the principle behind this? What are you pondering? Guli inquired. Where did you acquire this ship? Do you believe I found it on the road? Sumu shook his head. However, it truly was found on the road. Guli spread his hands. Let me explain. The armed helicopter from X-Space hovered before the towering city walls, with everyone marveling at their grandeur. Even an aircraft carrier seemed diminutive in its presence. What kind of monstrosity were they built to withstand? Guan Tianyin asked in confusion. Perhaps. Guli swallowed hard. The intelligence sequence continuously relaying measured data. They were designed to defend against giant beasts. Only such creatures would necessitate such magnificent walls. Let us take a closer look. The helicopter ascended to the walls, and Guli jumped from the aircraft, bending down to touch the materials used to construct the walls. The damp, slippery texture met his fingers as he switched on his flashlight, wiping away the black viscous coating. An ancient aura enveloped him. The cold, hard stone spoke of a profound history. Is it stone? Rosetta queried. It is stone, but not entirely so, Guli replied. It lies somewhere between rock and metal, and in my recollection, I have never encountered such black stone before. He caressed the wall as though it were a child. This black stone seemed to be an ideal material for chip production. It was a pity that in the past, without a semiconductor industry, it had been squandered on wall construction. Are you certain? Rosetta ignited her golden eyes, delivering a thunderous punch against the wall. The bricks remained unmoved, devouring all the silver lightning. Can something this hard truly be used for semiconductors? I recall that silicon's hardness is only about 7, she remarked. Guli shook his head, stating, it matters not. If modern technology fails, we still have alchemy. With enough audacity, we might just achieve a technological explosion. I will go to the ruins and collect a sample to bring back for examination. He excitedly swayed left and right as he boarded the helicopter. Rosetta sighed in resignation. It's merely a new type of stone. Is it worth such excitement? You still don't understand him? Guan Tianyin seated himself on another aircraft, remarking, or perhaps the inheritors of the wisdom sequence all share this trait. They are intelligent yet greedy, their thirst for knowledge far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Curiosity killed the cat, Rosetta lamented. The pair followed the helicopter ahead, landing at the collapsed ruins of the wall, where Guli selected a sample roughly the size of his head, delighting in his choice as he prepared to leave. But his golden eyes activated involuntarily, and he warned, prepare for battle. The battlefield information immediately synchronized with Guan Tianyin and Rosetta's retinas, revealing a horde of unknown creatures rapidly approaching through the pitch-black night. Ascend. Guli calculated and felt a chill run down his spine, hastily commanding the helicopter to gain altitude. Guan Tianyin and Rosetta, both capable of flight, remained on the ground to safeguard their retreat. Oh, my God! In the profound darkness, Rosetta beheld countless pairs of violet-black eyes. The information provided by Guli indicated that the oncoming foes numbered at least 3,000. No, 5,000. No, 10,000. No. The numbers on her retina climbed rapidly. As silver lightning illuminated the scene, Rosetta now perceived that these walls were not constructed to fend off giant beasts, but rather to prevent monsters from escaping a grand prison. It is inadvisable to linger in battle. The sky is still fraught with adversaries. Fire, you shall confront the monsters of the sky, commanded Guli. Rosetta immediately unleashed her full power to delay their advance, then hastily boarded the aircraft. Understood. The two sprang into action as Guan Tianyan ignited her golden pupils, unsheathed her dagger, and soared into the heavens. A dragon? She mused in surprise. No, it is a bat. Mutated bats, Guli corrected. They appeared not to belong to the category of colossal beasts, but rather represented an entirely new life form, reminiscent of an artificial hybrid. Biological genetic engineering? Guan Tianyan, moving with remarkable speed, transformed into a meteor with her blade raised. Guli fell silent, contemplating the ancient world that should not possess such advanced sciences. Even in the 21st century, genetic engineering was considered cutting-edge technology. After a lengthy pause, he arrived at a conclusion: grafting, hybridization. Guan Tianyan's blade struck the wing of a flying monster, creating a shower of metallic sparks. To her astonishment, it was not as simple as slicing through vegetables. The creature's skin was exceedingly tough. Observing this, Guli deduced the monster's defensive capabilities and loaded an A-class black alchemical bullet into his sniper rifle. Do not look back. Handle the others. I shall take care of this one. With a bang, the gunfire erupted, and the creature, instinctively dodging, was struck directly in the heart by a bullet. A mushroom cloud of explosions spiraled upward. Illuminated by the flames, the X-Space personnel finally discerned that it was a mutated bat with 2 pairs of wings. Beyond its purplish-black outline, it bore no resemblance to a bat. Its tail resembled a scorpion's barb, its abdomen akin to a lobster's carapace, and its chest was densely populated with chaotic pincers. The heart is its weak point, Guli stated. Received. Guan Tianyan plunged her blade into the creature's heart while simultaneously firing at another monster's atrium. Guli crouched on the helicopter, repeatedly pulling the gun S-bolt. Standing on the ground, Rosetta faced the surging tide of purple-black eyes, compressing lightning to its utmost limit before releasing it instantaneously. Silver light spread like a spider's web, shattering every monster in its path. As the surroundings cleared, he received a command to return and transformed into a bolt of lightning to catch up with the helicopter. Let you experience this. Guli set a timer, hurling a small A-class alchemical bomb from the aircraft. With Guan Tianyan aboard, the helicopter accelerated toward the ruins. Boom. The terrifying explosion resonated, and the dense throng of monsters was engulfed by the alchemical blast. The mushroom cloud ascended, and the shockwave from the explosion violently rocked the helicopter. The flames attracted a multitude of aerial monsters, including many horrific beings never seen before, alongside the mutated bats. Cursed be this place, Rosetta exclaimed. It is barren. How can it sustain so many creatures? Perhaps they have established their own food chain, Guli explained while reloading his gun. That is, within the realm of the wise sequence, he noticed the silhouette of a human. Raising his sniper rifle for a closer inspection, he observed a flying serpent-like creature with a human form visible in its abdomen. He switched bullets and fired, shattering the abdomen of the flying serpent, causing a man adorned with an X-Space insignia to tumble from the sky, his body nearly decayed. Zhang Jiadong. Despite the obscured visage, Guli recognized him, a member of the elite vanguard dispatched by X-Space, bloodline rank B. A most unfortunate revelation, Rosetta remarked. It appears there will be no survivors here. Brothers. Guan Tianyan brandished her blade, gesturing toward the dense army of monsters in the distance. Let us first concern ourselves with our own survival. Whether we can live through this remains uncertain. Guli inhaled sharply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The only fortune is that we managed to summon Rosetta back from her leave. Otherwise, the trio had clearly defined roles. Gu Li of the Y sequence was in charge of command and reconnaissance, while Guan Tianyin from the speed sequence possessed formidable attack power but lacked large-scale destructive capabilities. The final member, Rosetta, provided the necessary counterbalance to this weakness. They fought while retreating, losing one helicopter before finally spotting a colossal pyramid. A blue-white light descended from the sky, alighting upon the apex of the pyramid. The monsters ceased their pursuit, turning instead to seize the corpses from the downed aircraft. Gu Li departed from the temple, seated beside the pyramid, silently surveying the ancient relic. The deities and murals within the temple dismantled all of his theological beliefs. If this were indeed true, the entirety of human mythological history would undergo a profound transformation, unifying within an entirely new framework. Incomprehensible, utterly astonishing. Guan Tianyin and Rosetta were equally taken aback. They sat beside Gu Li, speechless, unable to utter a single word. After a lengthy silence, Gu Li shook the dossier in his hand and spoke. "Let us proceed. Our journey does not end here." The two boarded the helicopter. Meanwhile, Guan Tianyin discreetly withdrew a second document. Each word inscribed upon it weighed heavily upon her heart. It detailed a project concerning Sumu. The armed helicopter navigated through the throng of monsters, and after losing a second helicopter, the trio boarded the final aircraft, circling aimlessly within the black fog. The sudden appearance of ancient ruins had ensnared them here, leaving them unable to find a route to their final destination. The helicopter's fuel tank neared empty, and alarms blared within the cabin. "Commander," the pilot reported. Gu Li interrupted. "I understand. Let me consider our course of action." As he pondered, a blue-blooded figure appeared within his wise vision, bearing a serious expression. Could it be survivors from another organization? Might they possess different intelligence? The helicopter adjusted its course, heading toward the coordinates of the bloodline. In the ethereal blue glow ahead, Gu Li spotted a girl desperately paddling an ice boat. "It is she." Xia Mo lifted her head, and to her astonishment, a black-armed helicopter circled above. Several hours prior, her aircraft had been attacked and crashed in this eerie sea. How had this helicopter survived? As the hatch opened, Xia Mo once again beheld that familiar smiling face. "Miss, do you require assistance?" What a familiar greeting. It was Mr. Longjing T, Gu Li from X-Space. The rescue ladder descended, and Xia Mo, along with Sha Hu, were pulled into the cabin. Guan Tianyin curiously inquired, "How did you end up here?" "Sumu is in trouble. I am going to rescue him." "What?" Gu Li leaned forward, observing the ice boat on the black surface of the sea. "Is this your means of rescuing him?" "My aircraft was attacked and crashed." She accepted the bottle of water Gu Li offered, gulping it down. "This is the only option I have." Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Guan Tianyin was deeply moved. She had not anticipated that the daughter of the Xia family would travel such distances to rescue Sumu, even resorting to paddling an ice boat. She truly was a remarkable girl. "Any leads?" she inquired. "Yes." Xia Mo pointed in a direction, stating, 2 hours ago, an incredibly terrifying presence emanated from there, akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. "I believe this is related to Sumu." "Let us go," Guan Tianyin said. Gu Li suddenly interjected. "We do not have much fuel left. If we continue flying forward, the chance of crashing is exceedingly high. There is a ghost ship ahead." Xia Mo suddenly exclaimed that a dilapidated 3-masted sailing ship had just sailed past her 10 minutes ago, and she was unable to pursue it due to her insufficient speed. "Chase it," Gu Li responded with uncontainable excitement. "Why is it called a ghost ship?" Guan Tianyin inquired, perplexed. "You'll understand once you see it. It's quite eerie," Xia Mo replied, unable to articulate further, knowing that even if she did, no one would believe her. Following her guidance, the helicopter swiftly caught up with a 3-masted ship from the age of exploration. Upon sighting the vessel, the three finally comprehended the reason behind its ghostly title. This ship, as if it had traversed time from a bygone era, appeared in a state of utter disrepair, with a large hole in its hull. Yet it continued to sail forward at a speed of 20 knots. On its filthy sails, the ancient karmic language read, Zornuar. The name of the ship was Xenon Uld. The 3 fates of karmic mythology, Uld, Verdandi, and Skuld, were invoked. As Xia Mo discerned the ship's name, her emotions became tumultuous. She felt that she and Sumu had been ensnared in an unfathomable vortex. In mythology, the three goddesses dwell beneath the world tree, weaving the destinies of all beings. The helicopter circled above, yet not a single soul could be seen aboard the ship, not even a ghost. I feel this is a trap, Guli chuckled. It's too coincidental, as if someone orchestrated this. We ran out of fuel just as we encountered a three-masted ship. What can we do now? Guan Tianyin opened the cabin door, armed with heavy weaponry and provisions, and leapt onto the ominous three-masted vessel. Guli sighed. Waiting for Guan Tianyin and Rosetta to transfer all the weapons, ammunition, and food before personally piloting the helicopter to land on a massive floating stone. He was somewhat reluctant to abandon the expensive aircraft. Guan Tianyin seized him and flew back to the three-masted ship. The trio surveyed the vessel as they entered the dimly lit captain's cabin, where an everlasting kerosene lamp illuminated a hand-drawn map resting beneath it. The map detailed an ancient site, inscribed in ancient karmic language, the city in the sky, Maytrack-Tilly. The narrative was extraordinary and bizarre. If not for the two narrators being acquaintances, he would have thought it was a conspiracy against him. Oh, isn't this Brother Chu? Guli exclaimed as if he had seen a long-lost relative, while Chu Tianyu recoiled, pushing away the approaching friendly face. Shiwe. You have become even more beautiful after 6 months. Guli released Chu Tianyu and approached the girl beside him, Zhou Jinshiwe, who shyly hid behind her male partner. Chu Tianyu held him back, saying, You might as well kiss me. Do you know each other? Belsarin inquired, astonished. Could the newcomers also be from the Holy Light Academy of Castle? It was no wonder Sumu declined the invitation from the Holy Light Academy of Hogwarts. He was likely planning to join the Holy Light Academy of Castle. This was not favorable news. Guli smiled as he approached the striking red-haired beauty, extending his hand. Appearing quite earnest this time, lacking the frivolity he exhibited while embracing Chu Tianyu. X-Space Atrium, Guli. So you're from X-Space? As long as they weren't from Castle. It was acceptable, but observing their familiarity with Sumu, he couldn't afford to be careless. Rose Society, Belsarin S. Lancaster. He never expected to encounter the esteemed ruler Lancaster here. It was indeed an honor. Guli exaggeratedly stated, attempting to alleviate the serious atmosphere aboard the vessel. He was concerned that the two girls might come to blows on the ship, having witnessed the demise of the Norland Verdandi. He wished for the Xenon Ald to not follow in its sister's tragic footsteps. He was quite curious as to why members of the ruling family were present here. Shouldn't such a noble lady with landholdings be gracefully enjoying afternoon tea in her manor? Belsarin was equally astonished. The three top-tier forces, Rule Star Court, Holy Light Academy of Castle, and X-Space, had converged together. If this was not prearranged, she found it utterly incredulous. Where are we headed now? Sumu voiced his confusion. Guli glanced at Guan Tianyin, who produced a map. Sumu took it, squeezing it. Remarkably, it was crafted from animal hide. He unfurled the thick map, and Belsarin and the others leaned in curiously. Although he did not recognize the language marked on the map, he inferred from the word Zorn-Yuar that it should be ancient karmic language. Despite not comprehending the text, he focused on the trajectory indicated, which pointed towards a destination depicted with a sun. However, they needed to traverse a city named Maytrack-Tilly along the way. Belsarin scrutinized the map's content, knowing that Ibis did not understand ancient karmic, and slowly began to translate. This ship is called Xenon Ald, and the captain is a female navigator named Sir. She set sail from the Karmic Empire, heading east in search of the sun. Sumu regarded her, thinking she was quite the insightful gem. Belsarin frowned. The Karmic Empire had fallen over 13,000 years ago. Could it be that this three-masted ship had been sailing for over 13 millennia? Its destination was the end of the world, the source of the sun. They would pass through the city in the sky, Maytrack-Tilly. Wasn't Maytrack-Tilly a deep-sea prison? When did it transform into a city in the sky? Guli was equally astonished that such a small map contained so much information. He understood every ancient karmic word, but could not decipher the implications behind them. He assessed the princess of the ruling family. Was this the essence and allure of legacy? Silence enveloped the group, as evidently no one could answer Belsarin's question. Even the term matractili was one they heard for the first time. I just visited that city in the sky, and within it stood a magnificent pyramid, topped with a temple, Guli stated, turning to Belsarin. Inside, there are 12 demigod statues, deities I have never heard of before. And as Miss Belsarin pointed out, this place resembles a grand prison more than a city in the sky. It was filled with indescribable monsters, and my teammates were devoured by them. 12 demigods? Everyone seized upon this critical information. What did it mean for a statue to be half a deity? Had the other half been destroyed? Upon hearing Guli's account, Belsarin's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon her. Can we not alter our course? Sumu inquired. Guli approached the helm and gently pushed the wheel, which turned smoothly. However, the three-masted ship's course remained unchanged. We can't adjust the direction. Then why did you just act as if it were genuine? Sumu retorted. Guli chuckled, drawing a slender rapier from beside the helm, and with a metallic sound, he unsheathed the sword. It's my first time on such an ancient three-masted ship. I thought I might as well play the part. Despite the sword being weathered and rusted, its blade still gleamed with a sharp glint. I don't wield a sword. Take it. He tossed the medieval-style sword to Sumu. As Sumu caught it, a wave of familiarity washed over him. This was a pollutant-level sword. He unsheathed the blade, its sharp radiance illuminating his face, and the hilt bore the inscription, Glor, the name of the sword. As for me, I prefer firearms. Guli remarked, spinning an antique brass revolver in his hand, clearly another pollutant-level weapon. These are all items we found in the captain's cabin, Guan Tianyan elucidated. The xenon old vessel continued its predetermined course, as a cerulean glow shimmered upon the distant horizon. A colossal black city wall loomed like an insurmountable chasm, rising to the heavens. That wall must be at least 100 meters high. Takeda, he remarked, gazing into the distance. What kind of vision do you have? Guli retorted, I measured it to be 631 meters. What enemies could possibly warrant such an imposing wall? Xia Mo mused dreamily, her eyes fixated on the approaching structure. Guli shrugged. I have no idea. It certainly isn't to fend off humans, and humans did not build this city. His gaze shifted to the enraptured Belsarin. Perhaps she held some answers. The map indicated that the ship would navigate through the water gate of the city ahead, traversing the river that cut through its heart. The water gate appeared dilapidated, as if blown apart by explosives. There are numerous creatures lurking within. Everyone, be cautious, Guli warned. As the three-masted ship passed through the immense black wall and entered the ruins, neat rows of houses emerged before them, each significantly larger than human constructions. Belsarin retrieved her phone, capturing images of the buildings, regretting her decision to leave her camera at home. These houses are astonishingly orderly, and every design is identical. Xia Mo exclaimed. Guli nodded, recalling his own sense of wonder upon first seeing it. The city seemed to have been constructed from a meticulously detailed blueprint, allowing for such orderliness and uniformity. Rather than concern ourselves with these buildings, we should focus on our perilous situation, Guan Tianyan interjected, drawing his sword. A multitude of grotesque creatures gathered along the riverbanks, yet they merely stared from across the water, refraining from attacking. Guli stroked his chin, pondering the oddity. Previously, they had been far more aggressive. Could it be the ship? Sumu speculated. Ahead, a grand pyramid came into view, with a temple atop emanating an ethereal blue glow, becoming the sole beacon of light in the surrounding darkness. I want to go up and take a look, Belsarin suddenly declared. Unless the ship halts, we won't be able to ascend without losing it. Sumu replied with a grin. How do you say stop the ship in Old Kalarma? Belsarin responded, STVA Skippy. Yes, STVA Skippy. Just as Sumu finished speaking, the xenon old vessel began to decelerate and gradually came to a stop. Guli's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What just happened? Could it be your words have magical properties? Sumu appeared equally bewildered. I have no idea. Belsarin's gaze was drawn to the sword hanging from the boy's waist. Perhaps it was the reason? Try saying Sigla, she encouraged. Sumu grasped the sword and tested Sigla. With the captain's command, the xenon old vessel resumed its journey. Incredible. Is this truly possible? Sumu marveled, realizing that this ancient ship, hailing from 13 millennia ago, was responsive to voice commands. By uttering the appropriate words in Old Kalarma, the three-masted ship would execute corresponding actions. An idea struck him. He drew his sword and pointed towards the shore, asking, "How do you say fire?" "Skothr," she replied. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Skothr." The vessel's beastly figureheads opened, revealing ominous cannon mouths. With a resounding boom, two side cannons unleashed azure-glowing projectiles, obliterating the creatures that had followed the ship along the banks. The remaining monsters emitted mournful cries before vanishing into the shadows. How could they fire without ammunition? Ghoulie exclaimed, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief. Rushing to the cabin to inspect the rusted cannons, Sumu followed closely behind. Ghoulie tinkered with the cannons, which differed significantly from modern artillery, ultimately discovering a metallic box emanating a soft blue glow behind the cannon. "What is this?" Sumu inquired, leaning closer. "It resembles some form of energy device, strikingly similar to the new energy source utilized in X-Space. It's the same type of power found in the Shadow Warrior's vehicles," Ghoulie deduced. Realizing how to activate it, he pressed a button on the box, illuminating his face with a radiant blue glow. A smooth, blue-glowing spherical crystal slipped into his hand. Standing with the crystal, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with fervor. It was a perfect energy source, far superior to the experimental crystals in the X-Space laboratory. Is this the wisdom of 13 millennia ago? It's simply astonishing. Within the crystalline sphere, he could perceive the vastness of the cosmos, and Ghoulie found himself unwittingly entranced.